In the grandiose halls of the Daming Palace in Chang'an, during the 17th year of the Zhenguan reign, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Hundreds of ministers stood in trepidation as the illustrious Emperor Taizong, Li Chengqian, unleashed his wrath upon the crown prince, Li Chengqian. The emperor, unable to tolerate his son's ineptitude any longer, chastised him for his past indulgences and failures, his proclivity for male favorites, the fratricide of his own kin. And now, in the face of the invading Goguryeo forces, Li Chengqian offered no solutions after years of regency. What purpose did such a crown prince serve? As crown prince, you fail to alleviate your father's burdens, cannot contribute to the nation's strength, and have turned the Eastern Palace into a den of chaos. Today, I shall depose you. As the emperor's voice crescendoed, he found himself at a loss for words, his anger rendering him tremulous. The adage that heroes beget heroes seemed a cruel jest, as he looked upon his son, who appeared more inept than a mere bear. He longed to strip the crown prince of his title immediately, when suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the crown prince. Wait, on what grounds do you depose my father? The speaker was Li Xiang, the 13-year-old grandson of the emperor, a child who had never garnered the attention of the court. The assembled officials, well aware of the day's proceedings regarding the crown prince's potential deposition, were not surprised, however. Li Xiang's audacious inquiry left them all in stunned silence. What audacity granted him the right to speak, let alone question the emperor? Even Li Chengqian was taken aback, staring incredulously at the boy. Had it not been for the crown prince's impending downfall, Li Xiang would not have even been permitted to enter the court. Yet here he was, brazenly challenging authority. At that moment, Li Xiang was acutely aware of the peril his words could invoke in a feudal society. Such open defiance could lead to his execution. Yet, he had no other choice but to confront the situation he'd in 15 minutes ago. He found himself in the body of another, and upon discovering his identity, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. Just moments ago, he had missed what could very well be his final opportunity should he fail to seize it. His father, Li Chengqian, would be demoted to commoner status today, and he too would be relegated to the same fate, exiled to Qianzhou, becoming a mere pawn for others to exploit. Would his uncles Li Tai, Li Ku, and Li Ji simply stand by? Certainly not. They would swiftly conspire to eliminate both father and son. As a royal grandson, he could revel in wealth and power, strutting through the streets, dominating men and women alike, and marrying multiple wives. However, should the crown prince be deposed, what would become of his status as a royal grandson? Moreover, mere 8 minutes prior, the system had activated a dire mission. He must ensure that Li Chengqian retains his position as crown prince. System mission: prevent crown prince Li Chengqian from being deposed. Success yields 3,000 Great Snow Dragon riders as a reward, while failure results in obliteration. Li Xiang never anticipated that while others' missions unfolded gradually, his would be so perilous, a matter of life and death from the outset. Thus, he found himself with no room for alternatives, even if it meant risking execution. He had to muster the courage to act, betting on the affection Li Chengqian still held for him. After all, he was the emperor's first grandson. Within the memories of this body, he was the eldest grandson of Emperor Taizong. When he was born, Li Chengqian and Empress Changsun held a grand banquet at Linghua Palace, attended by all officials of the third rank, and above it was a magnificent affair. His early memories were filled with the emperor's fondness for him. Yet alas, the crown prince's father was prone to folly, gradually losing favor, and consequently, he, the royal grandson, also fell out of favor. Presumptuous! The chief eunuch, Wang De, bellowed. In the past, he would never have dared to chastise a dragon offspring so openly. But with the imminent fall from grace of the crown prince, what claim did the grandson have? Moreover, the emperor had just frowned, providing an opportunity for revenge against Li Chengqian for a past grievance and incident he would never forget. Get out of my sight. What are you even worth? The Great Tang Dynasty still bears the surname. Li, who are you to speak? Even if I were to be demoted to a commoner, I would still be far more noble than you. I possess the blood of the imperial family. My ancestors hail from the Li clan of Longxi. My great-grandfather raised armies, my grandfather fought across the realm, and my father governed at the age of 14. What do you have to boast about? Though merely 13 years of age, Li Xiang exuded an air of authority that commanded respect, as if he were destined to rule the world. The entire court trembled at his words. Wang De, a favored confidant of the emperor, was known to curry favor even with the empress. How could this insolent boy be so brazen? However, upon further reflection, Li Xiang's assertions held merit. What audacity did a eunuch possess to rebuke a royal grandson? The gazes of Fang Xianling and others converged upon him. their eyes flickering with intrigue. Li Shimon's expression shifted instantaneously, a smile creeping upon his lips. Indeed, my descendants are far more distinguished than the common folk. The Li clan of Longxi boasts a lineage spanning millennia, and although it holds no direct connection to Li Shimon, as a time traveler, did he not know how to stroke the emperor's ego? By invoking the merits of his ancestors, he stood with righteous indignation, especially considering Li Shimon's military exploits and the crown prince's governance. At such a young age, this would not only please Li Shimon, but also evoke fond memories of Li Chengqian. It was uncanny how remarkably similar it all felt at this moment. Emperor Taizong on his throne appeared to be in a trance, for the young man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his younger self, bold and audacious, unafraid of any challenge. When gazing upon Li Chengqian, he found himself feeling less disdainful after all. The essence of his son was inherently good, corrupted only by the influences of those surrounding him. The thought of this brought to mind the treachery of the eunuchs. Slap! Wang De, the chief eunuch, was struck. A guard at his side had delivered the blow. Wang De, being the emperor's most trusted attendant, would not have dared to act without the emperor's implicit consent. The force of the slap left him bleeding from the corner of his mouth. In that moment, the old man broke into a cold sweat and promptly knelt down, realizing that the crown prince's words held truth. The Tang dynasty belongs to the Li family. Should the emperor take offense at his recent actions, his head would surely be on the line. Fortunately, the emperor's attention was not directed toward him, otherwise he might have lost his life that very moment. Changsun Wuji and the others furrowed their brows. Was the tide shifting? Even Wang De, that old dog, had been struck. Prince Li Chengqian was so terrified that he felt as though his very soul was slipping away. His son, usually meek and submissive, had suddenly found a surge of audacity today. Although not the emperor's legitimate heir, he was still his firstborn son, and thus he held a special place in the emperor's heart. Now, however, he trembled uncontrollably in fear. How dare you question why I would depose you as the crown prince? Have you lost your senses? My father, he thought, you wouldn't even dare to lift your head before your grandfather, yet you presume to challenge him? Please forgive my transgressions, father. Xiang is still young and unaware of court etiquette. I have failed in my guidance and am prepared to bear all responsibility. Li Chengqian was already on the brink of being deposed, whether he accrued one more fault or one less mattered little. Yet, he could not allow any harm to come to his son, who was merely 13 years old. This situation diverged slightly from history. Historically, Li Chengqian had rebelled and was subsequently deposed, while here he was merely on the verge of rebellion when it was discovered. Thus, the animosity between father and son had not yet reached a significant level. Nonetheless, the emperor did not focus on him in his eyes. This son was already deemed unfit. But what of this grandson? What did you just say? On what grounds do you believe I would depose your father? What justification do you possess? The emperor was not displeased by Li Xiang's insolence. Rather, an opportunity seemed to unfold within him. He had long been troubled by the matter of succession, and this young lad bore a striking resemblance to his own younger self, showing potential that warranted careful evaluation. If he truly possessed great talent, then the difference between Changsun and the crown prince was but a single character. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, Li Xiang found himself momentarily dazed, having just traversed into this world mere minutes ago. How could he possibly grasp the intricacies of their affairs? Your Majesty, I report that my elder brother has been preoccupied with selecting beautiful women and men. The officials of the Eastern Palace have not seen him for 3 days, presumably because he failed to present the situation regarding Goguryeo. It is for this reason that my brother could not respond, and I beseech your forgiveness. Wang Litai of Wei insidiously remarked. Although the two were brothers sharing the same father and mother, they had now torn their facade for the sake of the throne. Seemingly advocating for Li Chengqian, he was in fact adding insult to injury. As the legitimate second son of Li Shimon, once Li Chengqian was deposed, the position of crown prince of the Tang dynasty would rightfully belong to him. He could not allow Li Shimon to change his mind about Li Chengqian. The sins that Li Shimon had not voiced earlier, we must bring to light. For a royal scion, indulging in women is not a grave matter, but associating with men. Li Xiang finally grasped the situation. This year, Li Shimon had suffered a setback in his eastern campaign against Goguryeo, and recently, the Goguryeo army had been stirring trouble at the borders. During a court assembly, Li Shimon had inquired about his sons. Although the responses from his other sons were far from satisfactory, they were certainly preferable to Li Chengqian's silence and trembling. Moreover, recent evidence of Li Chengqian's treasonous intentions had surfaced, And with a multitude of offenses compounding, Li Chengqian was furious enough to consider deposing the crown prince. Unexpectedly, Li Xiang had the audacity to confront him. Your uncle's response is my response. Your father, lacking virtue and capability, cannot assist me in alleviating my concerns. What qualification does he have to remain in the Eastern Palace? It was evident to all that although Li Chengqian's words carried a hint of sharpness, his tone had softened considerably. Yet his glare at Li Tai was filled with contempt. How dare he speak of matters concerning his elder brother and men in front of the entire court? Was there no sense of shame? There would be consequences for that later. Upon seeing his father's gaze, Wang Li Tai's heart sank. He had thought today he could topple his elder brother. But was there a change? This little brat? Impossible. His father had always doted on him. The crown prince position must be his. Hearing this, Li Xiang felt a sense of relief. If it were about other matters, perhaps he would have remained silent. But this issue was one he could easily address. Father, you have recently been afflicted by a chill, and given the slander from certain ill-intentioned individuals, it is entirely understandable that you momentarily forgot strategies regarding border troubles. In truth, my father has long had an excellent plan to pacify Goguryeo. Seeing Li Xiang remain unflinching in the face of danger, admiration flickered in Li Chengqian's eyes. Regardless of whether this strategy was viable, such composure was not common, truly befitting a grandson of Li Chengqian. Li Xiang, do not speak recklessly in the court. No one among the officials has a plan to subdue Goguryeo. If you seek to attract attention, be wary of incurring my wrath for your impudence. It is understandable to wish to save your father's heart, but lying constitutes a crime. If there is no viable plan, you and your father would be committing a grave offense against the emperor, warranting execution as a public spectacle. Now, quickly kneel and apologize, lest you become the subject of ridicule among the officials. Li Tai had abruptly pushed both himself and his father to the edge of a precipice. The implication was clear. If he could not articulate a plan, both would face dire consequences. If he did, he would have offended the entire court, digging a significant pit for himself, branding him as one with ulterior motives. Li Xiang cast a disdainful glance at his second uncle. If my father is deposed, it would not be your doing. Lacking any depth of character, he was utterly oblivious to the shifting tides. Li Xiang raised his gaze to behold Li Chengqian, whose demeanor oscillated between a lethal aura and a beaming smile. In this moment, Li Xiang sensed that this was no jest. Within the vast hall, spanning hundreds of square meters, a multitude of officials awaited, their fates hanging perilously in the balance. Chapter 2. The Suppression of Goguryeo. Xiang, do not act foolishly, admonished Li Chengqian, beads of sweat dotting his brow. He found it hard to believe that his son possessed any viable strategies for subduing Goguryeo. A father knows his child best. He suspected that his son was perhaps unaware even of Goguryeo's geographical location. Li Chengqian yearned to silence his son, realizing that their only hope lay in the mercy of his father. Yet now, with his son rambling about the nonsensical notion of pacifying Goguryeo, he feared their fate was sealed. This was no domestic matter. They were in the court, where even familial ties could not shield them from the consequences of treason. They could lose their heads over this. Li Tai, overhearing, could not suppress a smile. What strategy could a mere teenager possess for subduing Goguryeo? It was utterly ludicrous. Surely, the two of them were not to be trifled with today. Do heed your father's counsel, step aside, and avoid further embarrassment, Li Tai commanded sternly. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Chengqian's eyes. He had anticipated that his grandson would deliver a remarkable insight. Was it truly mere bravado? Perhaps it was inevitable with such a father. What could one expect? If only he had taken his grandson into the palace sooner to nurture him. Alas, it was too late. At this thought, Li Chengqian felt a pang of guilt towards Li Xiang. My dear nephew, do enlighten us. Has the court become a domain where my uncle presides, silencing all voices? Li Xiang's words struck Li Tai, reddening his face. The nephew chastising the uncle served to sow discord between Li Tai and Li Chengqian, leaving Li Tai unable to retort. The assembly of officials, who had shared Li Chengqian's earlier disappointment, found themselves resonating with Li Xiang's words. The emperor had yet to speak, yet the Prince of Wei was obstructing their discourse. Even if the crown prince were to be deposed, the position of heir was not guaranteed to fall to him. Should he ascend to the role, he would still lack dominion over the court. Li Chengqian observed, amusement flickering in his gaze. The boy demonstrated audacity and cunning even in the absence of a strategy for Goguryeo. He warranted careful cultivation. However, when his gaze brushed past Li Tai, it lacked warmth. You insolent brat, Li Tai felt an immediate surge of anger at those words, preparing to strike. His own status as crown prince was precarious, and here was Li Xiang, daring to instigate discord between him and his father. Accustomed to indulgence, he failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. As he raised his hand, Li Xiang could only laugh. Internally, did he truly believe he could contend with him? How dare you? As Li Tai prepared to unleash his temper, the tension in the room escalated. All eyes turned toward the throne, for the emperor, known for his favoritism towards the Prince of Wei, rarely resorted to such reprimands. Yet today, for Li Xiang's sake, he had set a precedent. Fang Xianling, observing this scene, displayed remarkable quick-wittedness. As the saying goes, an old son, a big grandson, the lifeblood of the elderly couple. Li Xiang is indeed the emperor's eldest grandson. Although Prince Wei enjoys the emperor's favor, his grand entrance upon birth cannot rival that of Li Xiang. Your Majesty, since His Royal Highness has spoken with such conviction, and we find ourselves at an impasse, why not consider his words for reference? Fang Xianling, as the Chancellor, is pivotal to the court's direction with every action he takes. Typically impartial among the princes, one wonders what has prompted his apparent alignment today. In truth, he has not taken sides, he merely perceives the emperor's keen interest in Li Xiang. As a minister, it is his duty to articulate the emperor's intentions. Xiang'er, speak truthfully to me. Do you and your father truly possess a viable strategy? Upon the emperor's inquiry, attention shifted once more to Li Xiang. To speak candidly, the situation with Goguryeo has become a significant headache for the entire court. The emperor's military campaign against Goguryeo has drained resources, inflicted heavy losses, and placed a grave financial burden upon the court, inciting public discontent. A resolution must be sought. In response to your Majesty, I cannot claim to have a brilliant strategy, but I am a mere novice, and I shall require the assistance of the esteemed ministers. As Li Xiang spoke, he glanced at the ministers, whose expressions softened. The young man demonstrates adeptness in navigating courtly affairs. Should his strategy prove effective, they would share in the glory and avoid the emperor's ire for their perceived incompetence. Conversely, should it fail, they could distance themselves from blame, acknowledging his favor as a debt of gratitude. Father, these two are merely spouting nonsense, toying with the sovereign, and audaciously discussing state affairs in the grand hall. They deserve execution. Prince Wei, Li Tai, could no longer contain himself. It seemed they were on the verge of dethroning the crown prince, and he felt precariously perched on the throne himself. How could they dare to pull him down? Li Shimin raised his gaze to Li Xiang, silently urging him to demonstrate his capabilities. Uncle, should we resolve the issue with Goguryeo today? Would you be willing to enhance our rewards? Li Xiang had initially intended to deal with Li Tai later, but seeing him continuously interrupt, he decided to seize the opportunity to extract a price from his uncle. Such matters of state cannot be frivolously embellished. Do you dare to refuse? What do you wish? Realizing the doubtful glances of those around him, Li Tai knew he could not retreat. Any further to do so would suggest a lack of courage, and a coward can never ascend to the throne. Yet this boy's gaze seemed to be digging a deep pit for him. If I manage to resolve the Goguryeo issue, I shall claim that exquisite nine-dragon jade pendant from you. Li Xiang recognized the pendant. It was rumored to have fetched a staggering price at Sotheby's in later years, and it held immense symbolic significance as well. It had been personally chosen by Emperor Li Shimin and Empress for him on the day of his birth, crafted by the finest artisans, and served as a symbol of the Wei royal house. You impudent boy! Had it been for anything else, King Wei would have indeed acquiesced, for he could not allow himself to be perceived as a coward in front of the entire court. However, this jade pendant symbolized the entirety of the Wei royal house, and given the current circumstances, he steeled himself and took the gamble, for surely this young man posed no significant threat to his ambitions regarding Goguryeo. If you cannot resolve the Goguryeo issue, your head shall roll, declared King Wei, Li Tai, in a tone of stern finality. Although he was reluctant to part with the precious nine-dragon jade pendant, if he could ensnare his elder brother and nephew, the throne would rightfully belong to him. This proclamation signified the establishment of the wager. Li Shimin, seated upon the imperial throne, remained silent, harboring a sense of disappointment towards Li Tai. While he admired the display of resolve, he felt that one should not fall prey to the schemes of others, especially regarding matters of such significance. Li Shimin was willing to see his descendants vie for the sake of the nation. The ultimate beneficiary would be the entire Tang dynasty, rather than the self-serving disputes of Li Chengqian and Li Tai. Thus, he chose not to intervene, and naturally, none of the others dared to voice dissent. Li Xiang exchanged a victorious glance with King Wei, Recognizing the dual advantage of play, he noted Li Shimin's gaze should he comply. His father would deem him lacking in intellect. Yet should he refuse, the ministers would consider him devoid of courage. Ah, did he think he could outmaneuver him? He was but a novice. Without further ado, Li Xiang approached Changsun Wuji. May I inquire, esteemed uncle, what is the nature of the relationship between the Goguryeo power brokers, Gai Yuan and Suan, and the Goguryeo king? Furthermore, how do these two relate to our Tang court? Given the diligent efforts of you and the esteemed ministers in placing numerous spies within Goguryeo, is it not time to take action? Of course, the specifics of the operation must be arranged by you and your esteemed colleagues. Li Xiang presented the strategy to pacify Goguryeo as a grand gift, understanding that Li Chengqian had garnered little support within the court due to past missteps. By extending olive branches one after another, he sought to mend the relationship between both parties. Changsun Wuji, a loyal minister to Li Shimin and the elder brother of Empress Changsun, played a pivotal role in steering the direction of the entire court. It would have been a formidable challenge for Emperor Gaozong, Li Ji, to ascend the throne without his backing. Thus, Li Xiang aimed to win him over first. Securing the favor of the foremost meritocrat of Linyan Pavilion would mean half the battle was already won. Li Chengqian was Changsun Wuji's first nephew, and had he not descended into irredeemable folly, Changsun Wuji would not have abandoned him. In an era where information was not as readily available, many within the court gazed in confusion at Changsun Wuji when Li Xiang mentioned the names of the two Goguryeo figures. However, Changsun Wuji had already formulated a plan in his mind. Your Majesty, the words of His Highness have enlightened this old minister profoundly. Gai Yuan and Suan have perpetually harbored animosity towards our Tang, yet the Goguryeo king seems inclined towards friendship. However, the young king lacks real power. Should we choose to support him, it might narrow the gap between the two factions, and then, then, in pursuit of power, internal strife would ensue, intensifying the discord from the court to the military, leaving them devoid of strength to threaten our Tang borders. Li Xiang interjected, supplying the missing words to Changsun Wuji's incomplete thoughts. Haha, your highness speaks truly. Changsun Wuji, a man deeply entrenched in political affairs, could not help but chuckle upon hearing Li Xiang's words in the court. Those present, adept in their roles, recognized the significance of this shrewd nephew. His ability to manage affairs was noteworthy. The art of espionage, although once deemed beneath the surface, had now cast a spotlight on Changsun Wuji's contributions. Though Goguryeo appeared formidable, capable of mobilizing over 100,000 troops, internal discord among its leaders would render it vulnerable. In the short term, their disunity might not be evident, but in the grand scheme, they could not withstand the next assault from the Tang dynasty. Grandfather? Li Xiang bowed respectfully while raising his gaze toward Li Shimin, his demeanor indicative of a desire for recognition. The strategy is sound and advantageous for the nation. You shall receive a reward of 200 guan, a residence, a purple gold robe, and 2 imperial horses, yet it pales in comparison to your uncle's 9-dragon jade pendant. Li Shimin's message was clear. Additional strategies were required for Li Xiang to claim the coveted pendant. Fear not, I have other plans to ensure Goguryeo's demise. Of course, there was also Li Tai's 9-dragon jade pendant. Chapter 3. The 9-dragon jade pendant. Upon hearing Li Shimin deem his pendant of lesser value, Li Tai's face broke into a slight smile. He was about to mock Li Xiang, but was momentarily taken aback by the fierce glint in the latter's eyes. The intensity of that gaze was daunting. Am I truly intimidated? Li Tai found this moment hard to believe. After all, Li Xiang was merely a young brat. Why would he silence me? No, I'm not afraid of this child. It is merely that Father Emperor awaits my words. I shall give this lad a reprieve. Li Tai quickly reassured himself, embodying the quintessential figure of the Tang era's AQ. Li Xiang was engrossed in his discourse and wished to avoid any interruption from Li Tai, so he stepped aside, revealing the newly appointed Minister of Revenue, Tang Jian. Though not widely renowned in history, he was among the 24 meritorious ministers of Linyan Pavilion, a testament to his competence. May I inquire, Minister Tang, what proportion of our Tang dynasty's total grain yield is produced in Liaodong? As Li Xiang posed this question, the assembly was left perplexed, including Li Shimin, who watched with keen interest as Li Xiang showcased his intellect. After all, he had already proposed a strategy. Even if he could not embellish it further, he had secured his standing for the day. Replying to your highness, the populace in Liaodong is sparse, numbering merely in the thousands, and its yield account for less than 1% of our Tang's total. Minister Tang Jian, though refraining from participating in the royal sibling rivalry, was obliged to respond truthfully in the presence of the emperor, who observed from his throne. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about how the royal grandson intended to subdue Goguryeo. How much of Goguryeo arable land would our cavalry occupy if we were to cross the border and launch an incursion? Li Xiang's inquiry bewildered the assembly. Further, this matter transcended the purview of the Minister of Revenue, extending into military affairs, leaving Tang Jian momentarily speechless. Li Jing, seated upon the imperial throne, the emperor spoke, and Li Shimin, possessing unparalleled intelligence, though uncertain of his grandson's intentions, seemed to have grasped the essence of the matter in his mind. At that moment, he thought of urging his subordinates to expedite their cooperation, eager to comprehend Li Xiang's strategy. He found himself inexplicably confident in this grandson. After the words were uttered, a burly figure emerged, a renowned general of the Tang Dynasty, Li Jing. If our cavalry were to launch a sudden assault, they could traverse 200 li beyond the border without attacking the cities. They could reach 400 li, Li Jing stated with utmost sincerity, his words notably conservative. Were he to lead the troops himself, this figure could undoubtedly be augmented significantly. Li Shimin turned his gaze towards Tang Jian. Now that the Ministry of War had provided the necessary data, it was time for a response. Your Highness, according to Lord Li, should we reach 400 li, it would entail occupying more than half of the arable land in Goguryeo, Tang Jian replied earnestly, yet he remained perplexed regarding Li Xiang's true intentions. Your words are utterly devoid of substance. Is this all you can articulate? Are you merely dragging the esteemed lords into this, hoping to delay the abdication of your father's title as crown prince? Father. Li Tai's theatrical tendencies re-emerged, yet there was no need for Li Xiang to counter him. Ha 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 ha! The sound of Li Shimin's boisterous laughter filled the air. While others failed to grasp Li Xiang's strategy, the emperor was beginning to understand. Allow me to conjecture, are you contemplating sending cavalry to disrupt their farmers during the spring sowing next year, thereby preventing them from planting on time? If they miss the agricultural season, that half of the land will yield no grain. Is that your plan? Li Shimin rose from his throne. In this prosperous agricultural dynasty, food was of paramount importance to any nation. Without sustenance, chaos would ensue. It was uncertain whether the Goguryeo dynasty could even endure, let alone launch an offensive against our Tang borders. This child truly possesses great talent. Heaven blesses our Tang. Grandfather, your wisdom is unparalleled. Compared to Goguryeo, our Tang dynasty's greatest advantage lies in our vast territory. Even if Liaodong does not produce grain, our local populace shall not starve, for merchants can transport food from other regions. Yet, should Goguryeo lose half of its grain, it is estimated that hundreds of thousands will perish from hunger next year. At that time, when our Tang raises an army to attack, grandfather shall surely conquer Goguryeo, and I, as your grandson, am willing to serve at the forefront, learning from you on the battlefield of Liaodong, so that one day I may lead troops for our Tang and unify the realm. Li Xiang promptly knelt, for flattery costs nothing. On one hand, he fully articulated the strategy. On the other, he endeavored to please Li Shimin. A grandson who merely flatters is inconsequential, while one who acts without flattery may be unlikable. However, a grandson who can both flatter and accomplish tasks is a rarity, and Li Shimin cherished this unique quality immensely. Ha ha ha, well said. Indeed, you are my grandson. Achievements on the battlefield are the hallmark of our Li family, unlike your uncles, who are nearly incapable of riding a horse. Emperor Li Shimin was in high spirits. In the past, when Li Yuan commented on his sons, he often remarked that the crown Prince Li Jiansheng was knowledgeable, while Prince Li Shimin was well-versed in military strategy. However, several of Li Shimin's descendants had forsaken martial pursuits in favor of scholarly endeavors. It was a rare occurrence for a grandson to wish to engage in warfare, indicating a desire to inherit his legacy. Congratulations, Your Majesty. We celebrate your acquisition of such a brilliant strategy, the ministers proclaimed in unison, kneeling in reverence. Some were genuinely delighted, for the minor kingdom of Goguryeo had caused considerable strife for the Tang dynasty, which had incited public discontent. The proposal from the crown prince not only promised to effectively weaken Goguryeo, but also came at a minimal cost, sparing the need for extensive military mobilization and the subsequent logistical challenges of provisioning troops. By sowing discord between the Goguryeo king and his powerful ministers, they could simply recruit a few eloquent individuals and supplement their efforts with financial incentives to bolster the king's authority. Would a king, fortified with power, willingly accept the role of a puppet? Disrupting Goguryeu's agricultural activities would require only the cavalry currently stationed in Liaodong, negating the need to draw forces from the interior, thus conserving considerable manpower and resources. With minimal expenditure, they could undermine Goguryeu's strength. Within 2 or 3 years, Goguryeo would cease to be a formidable presence in Liaodong, and its very dynasty might be erased from the maps. These strategies were derived from modern texts studied by Li Xiang. Both Emperor Yang of Sui and Emperor Taizong of Tang were far superior to Emperor Gaozong Li Ji, yet the former too faced defeat in Liaodong, with Emperor Yang's reign culminating in national collapse. While Li Shimin's losses were not as catastrophic, they were still significant. In contrast, Emperor Gaozong Li Ji successfully implemented the very strategies proposed by Li Xiang. Particularly effective was the use of small cavalry units to harass farmers, leaving them little time to cultivate their lands, inevitably leading to famine. Should they attempt to countermeasure, the Tang would simply cease agricultural production and transport all necessary grain from other regions within the empire. Did they possess such vast territories? This was a display of power, leveraging national strength to impose upon them. Gentlemen, rise. Bring forth rewards, came the voice of Li Shimin from the imperial throne. Chapter 4. The initial bestowal of the title of Duke Crown Prince Li Xiang, endowed with extraordinary wisdom, devised effective strategies for the conquest of Goguryeo. Exemplifying the finest traits of the Li family lineage, he was conferred the title of Duke of Qingping, granted a government office, bestowed land, rewarded with silver, and allocated a fief of 8,000 households, alongside a garrison of 800. The eunuch Wang Digong's croaky voice resonated, announcing that the emperor had designated a substantial bounty for Li Xiang. According to the customs of the Tang dynasty, imperial grandsons could receive the title of duke at a young age, yet this typically only conferred a nominal title without the establishment of an office or other rewards. However, in this instance, Li Xiang was granted a tangible and substantial dukedom. Many ministers listened in awe to the magnitude of the rewards. But the two chancellors discerned a different implication. The emperor had no intention of deposing the crown prince. 8,000 households for a mere duke? This was absurd. Even during the reign of Li Yuan, his esteemed companions were awarded only 5,000 households. This allocation was nearing that of a prince. Should one refer to the ancestral customs of the previous dynasty, such a grant was akin to that of a great-grandson of the emperor. The crown prince's entitlements surpassed those of a typical royal offspring, and the great-grandson's privileges exceeded those of an ordinary imperial grandson. Thanks. At this moment, Li Chengqian was on the verge of tears. Just a short incense stick ago, he feared for his own position as crown prince. Now, witnessing his son receiving such a grand reward, he felt a surge of relief. He would not be deposed. Let them see who would dare to look down upon him now. Though he may lack worth, his son was of great merit. The second, third, sixth, and ninth sons, he chuckled. Though he could not outmaneuver them, his capable son would resolve difficult matters such as Goguryeo. The others could anticipate their hair turning gray in frustration. Seeing his foolish son still in a daze, Li Chengqian hastily pushed Li Xiang down, fearing that should another faux pas occur, this reward might be rescinded before it had even warmed in his grasp. The Eastern Palace was laden with debts. What expenditures could a child incur? The father must bear the burden of repayment. He could not let it slip away so easily. Grandson, express your gratitude. Just as Li Xiang was about to voice his thanks, he suddenly noticed Li Tai retreating to the side. This was unacceptable in these times. One must accept the consequences of their actions. Having sought trouble earlier, he could not evade retribution by merely stepping back now. Understand, as an elder, how could you possibly evade the repercussions of your own actions? Li Shimin observed from his elevated position. Although Li Xiang remained silent, his gaze was fixed upon Li Tai. In the presence of so many witnesses, Li Tai had already acquiesced, leaving no room for him to wriggle out of responsibility now. Father, this jade pendant holds immense significance for me. I am not one who covets wealth. Rather, this pendant is a unique design crafted by my mother. Whenever I wear it, it evokes her deep affection for me. Li Tai, a master of theatrics, well understood that the nine-dragon jade pendant symbolized the Wei Prince's residence. Should it be presented to Li Xiang now, it would appear as though the Wei Prince's power was crumbling, and no one would wish to align themselves with him. Thus, he invoked the memory of the late Empress Changsan, his voice trembling with emotion. Every time, regardless of the circumstances, invoking the Empress Mother proves to be an infallible strategy. Young lad, you are still inexperienced. Upon observing the dimming light in Li Shimin's eyes, Li Tai immediately discerned that the jade pendant was preserved. Li Xiang was acutely aware of the esteemed position that Empress Changsun held in Li Shimin's heart. If Wei Wang Li Tai were to suggest anything else, it was likely that Li Shimin would not yield, considering that Li Tai was Li Xiang's elder. Losing a wager and blaming it on a younger generation would be utterly unreasonable. However, if the discussion turned to Empress Changsun, enough, I acknowledge this. Indeed, this item was bequeathed to your second uncle by your royal grandmother, and it is not appropriate to give it to you. Nevertheless, aside from this, you may select 10 items from the Wei Wang residence, and Qingke shall not obstruct you. Qingke is the childhood name of Wei Wang Li Tai. With Li Shimin stating it thus, Li Tai had no choice but to acquiesce, albeit with a face twisted in anguish. 10 items. This is akin to demanding my life. Li Tai had nurtured many scholars to bolster his reputation, venerating Ming Chongjun, and his expenses were no less than those of his unruly elder brother. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Li Xiang's mind. 9 dragon jade pendant, a treasured item. Valued at 5 million guan, convertible to 5 billion points. The later opening of the marketplace will allow points to be exchanged for tangible goods. 5 million guan. Li Xiang understood the cost of living in this era. A single coin could purchase 3 pounds of rice, and a first-rank official earned only 11 guan a month, equating to 11,101. The value of this jade pendant was astonishingly 5 million guan. Most importantly, the system's marketplace had yet to be activated. Drawing from his previous experiences with novels, he knew that 5 billion points was not a trifling sum. Alas, it seemed that it was now beyond his grasp. No. If I cannot obtain it legitimately, I shall pursue an alternative path. Do not be too disheartened, young one. I share responsibility for this matter. Just now, when you and your uncle placed your wager, I did not intervene. You may also select 2 items from my palace. Noticing Li Xiang kneeling in disappointment, his gaze fixed ahead, Li Shimin mistakenly assumed that the child was merely throwing a tantrum. Thus, he offered Li Xiang the opportunity to choose 2 items. Furthermore, as the mediator of the wager, Li Shimin felt a sense of obligation, especially since Li Xiang had triumphed yet had not received his due reward. Having resolved the issue with Goguryeo was no small feat. The entire court had deliberated for a month, only to have this lad accomplish it. Thank you, your majesty. Although the 9 dragon jade pendant had slipped from his grasp, the treasures within the emperor's palace were undoubtedly valuable. Mission to secure the crown prince position successful. Reward: 3,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, 10 elite guards, accessible at any time from the system space. Attainment of the title of Duke. Reward: 10,000 Great Qin Archery Squads, General Wang Jian, available for retrieval from the system space. Reward: Marketplace activated. Points serve as currency. Points can be earned through task completion, enemy defeats, or exchanged with real currency, one equating to 1 point. Reward: Physical enhancement, equivalent to the strength and speed of 10 individuals. Li Xiang had not anticipated that upon becoming a duke, he would also unlock the system's marketplace. Regrettably, there was no time to explore it now. He would delve into it gradually upon returning home. However, he could instantly feel the effects of the physical enhancement. As Li Xiang lifted his head, Li Shimin had already descended from the imperial throne. You must devote yourself diligently to your studies. While you may be excused from morning court, do attend the grand assembly to hear the court's matters. In due time, I shall assess your knowledge. And you must not be complacent. Li Shimin patted the tender shoulder of Li Xiang, his eyes brimming with affection. Evidently having recognized Li Xiang's potential and prepared to personally mentor this grandson as one of his heirs. Upon returning, you are to reflect in solitude. Do not leave the palace without my decree. The officials of the Eastern Palace may be summoned at your discretion. When his gaze fell upon Crown Prince Li Chengqian, however, Li Shimin's expression turned devoid of warmth. Were it not for the fact that you have a commendable son, your position as Crown Prince would have been lost by now. Thank you, father. Li Chengqian was drenched with perspiration, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, it had nearly come to a critical juncture, yet fortunately, his son had managed to avert disaster. How had he overlooked this boy's capabilities before? Remaining within the confines of the Eastern Palace had become a necessity, as he had seldom ventured out. However, with his son's promising future, he recognized the need for change. He could not jeopardize his son's prospects. Li Chengqian understood the nature of this opportunity. Things could not revert to the way they once were. His father's patience had been thoroughly exhausted. Although Li Xiang claimed to have conferred with his father regarding the strategy to quell Goguryeo, the courtiers were not fools. Such statements were mere pretexts. It had become nearly consensus that Crown Prince Li Chengqian was ineffectual. As the court adjourned, Li Shimin departed, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Had it not been for Li Xiang's intervention, they would have faced considerable difficulty. The populace harbored grievances regarding the campaign against Goguryeo, and if left unaddressed, it could lead to dire consequences. The ministers had also discerned that after inquiring about several princes, they would certainly be questioned next. Should they fail to provide satisfactory answers, they might very well face demotion and disgrace. Thus, in essence, Li Xiang had saved them. Your Highness, just as Li Xiang intended to assist his father. He turned to find the esteemed Prime Minister Fang Xianling at his side. Chapter 5. Courtesies from all sides in the early Tang dynasty. Society was markedly different from that of the Ming and Qing dynasties. During those later periods, the status of princes was exceedingly high. Regardless of whether one held the position of chancellor or cabinet scholar, a bow was mandatory in the presence of a prince. However, in the Tang dynasty, both the Duke of the State and the Prince were of the first rank, and these esteemed officials, all of whom held the title of Duke, merely exchanged hand salutations upon meeting. Moreover, these individuals were old comrades of Li Shimin, even the imperial grandson Li Xiang, as well as brothers Li Tai and Li Ji, were required to show respect when encountering them. The children of Li Shimin mingled freely with these officials in their daily lives, with no regard for formalities. The only exception was Li Chengqian, the crown prince, who maintained a certain distance, refraining from accepting the full honors typically accorded to dukes. Your Excellency. Li Xiang promptly reciprocated the gesture, for if others were to witness him standing idle, it would be seen as a lack of respect for his elders. An offense that would surely draw the ire of Li Shimin. Your Highness is establishing an office and building a court, a first among the grandsons of our Tang dynasty. On the day the royal palace is completed, I shall certainly be honored to partake in a cup of wine. For Fang Xianling, who was usually reserved to express such sentiments, was no small feat. It was improbable that he would engage in further conversation with Li Xiang in the Great Hall. After delivering this remark, he took his leave. Alongside Du Ruhui, Fang Xianling was esteemed during the Jingguan era as the indispensable right hand of Li Shimin, the most prominent of ministers. His goodwill towards Li Xiang marked a significant moment in the Jingguan period. Other officials of various ranks soon followed suit, for indeed, Li Xiang had just saved their lives. Without a prudent strategy, many would have faced demotion to commoner status. Their expressions of gratitude were genuine and heartfelt. At this moment, despite his trepidation, Li Chengqian straightened himself, determined not to tremble before the assembled ministers. Eventually, most of the attendees departed, leaving Li Chengqian to cast a wary glance toward a figure in the distance, his maternal uncle, Changsun Wuji. It was said that a mother's brother holds great influence. After the demise of Empress Changsun, Changsun Wuji remembered his sister's wishes and devoted himself to supporting his nephew, exercising even more rigor than Li Shimin himself. However, unbeknownst to him, Li Chengqian favored sycophants over virtuous advisors, leading to a growing distance between the uncle and nephew. Reluctantly, Changsun Wuji began to deliberate between Wei Wang Li Tai and Jin Wang Li Ji as potential candidates for the new crown prince. Had Li Xiang not appeared, Jin Wang Li Ji would have likely been selected as the new heir to the Tang throne. But now, the emergence of Li Xiang altered the landscape of potential successors. Uncle, great uncle. Standing before the elder brother of Empress Changsun, the father and son remained respectfully at attention. In the court, perhaps only Li Shimin wielded more authority than Changsun Wuji. Reflect seriously in seclusion and refrain from causing further troubles. Such opportunities are rare. Do you understand? Changsun Wuji's voice was not loud, yet it carried an air of sternness as he regarded his nephew with a sense of disappointment, wishing for better from him. I shall heed uncle's counsel. Despite Li Chengqian's reckless behavior, today he has traversed the precipice of life and death. Emperor Li Shimin chose not to pursue the matter of his treason, a decision perhaps influenced by his regard for Li Xiang. Should Li Chengqian continue his antics, he would likely find himself on a perilous path, and following this day, his East Palace would undoubtedly be subjected to stringent oversight. He has sensed the shift in dynamics. His once aloof uncle, who had not uttered a word to him in disappointment, now stirs feelings of sentiment within him. Where previously he resented his uncle's stern reprimands, today he finds himself yearning for more guidance. Tomorrow at noon, come to my residence for a meal. This invitation was not directed to Li Chengqian, but rather to Li Xiang, as it was well known that Li Chengqian had been placed under house arrest by the emperor, and whether he could ever leave the East Palace remained uncertain. Father, let us return, Li Chengqian implored. Despite his shortcomings, he is still the father of this body. And during the recent crisis, he had contemplated shielding Li Xiang. Regrettably, he has lost his voice in the court, left only with the hollow title of Crown Prince. Afflicted by a disability that renders him lame, he could only lean on his young son as they made their slow exit. You cannot accompany me back to the East Palace, Li Chengqian remarked, glancing around to ensure no one was listening as they stepped out of the Grand Hall. Then where shall I go? Li Xiang queried, for he had no residence here. There is a villa within the city. You may go there, Li Chengqian suggested, his mind swiftly devising a solution. The East Palace has become an ominous place. His son had just begun to rise in the court, and to return with him could portend ill omens. Who would still follow him then? Most importantly, he feared that his past misdeeds would cast a shadow over his son's future. Previously, he had not considered this, but now that his son is coming into his own, It is imperative to shield him from any stain on his reputation. Father, if I do not return to the East Palace now, calamity will surely befall us. Logically, one would indeed seek to distance themselves from the East Palace. Yet Li Chengqian was astute, observing from a vantage point. Today, he bestowed great rewards upon Li Xiang. And should Li Xiang sever ties with his father, he would be seen as heartless and ungrateful. Could such a person be entrusted with significant responsibilities? Li Chengqian desires a successor who is both flesh and blood, one who can avert the tragic fate of Xiongnu Gate. If the new royal residence were completed and Li Xiang moved there, it would be deemed reasonable, especially since it was the emperor's decree. However, as the new royal residence has yet to be established and Li Xiang is still underage, he remains within the confines of the East Palace. In this era, it is said that there are no unworthy parents. Even if one's parents err, one must not disown them. If Li Xiang were to seek refuge elsewhere out of fear of entanglement, it would spell the end of his prospects. Yet if he continues to reside in the East Palace, the court will shun him, leaving him ill-equipped to contend with his uncle. Furthermore, your uncle Jiao is not an ordinary individual. Although your uncle Wu, King Li Ku, possesses the bloodline of the previous dynasty and enjoys the favor of the emperor, making him a potential heir to the throne, these individuals are treacherous at heart and have not hesitated to undermine me over the years. Were it not for their machinations, would I find myself in this predicament? Li Chengqian lamented, feeling aggrieved. He contemplated re-establishing his status before his son, aiming to shift the blame onto several brothers. However, upon witnessing Li Xiang's skeptical expression, he found himself at a loss on how to convince his son. Alas, these years have been utterly absurd. May the future bring a reconciliation of our father-son relationship. At this moment, Li Xiang scrutinized Li Chengqian. It is often said that this crown prince is ineffectual. Yet he possesses considerable capability. Prince Jin, Li Ji, is merely a few years his senior, essentially a child. Nonetheless, Li Chengqian has already discerned the complexity behind that seemingly simple child. Li Chengqian is indeed a person of talent. It is just that his abilities have not been properly utilized. He must contemplate how to assist his father in matters of significance, distancing himself from those worthless companions. Li Xiang was well aware that Prince Jin, Li Ji, is not to be underestimated. If he were truly as simple-hearted as he appears, how could he ascend to the throne? Within the confines of this royal lineage, who is not shrewd? However, what one is at present is inconsequential. The future belongs to us, and the Tang dynasty shall become even more prosperous. Under heaven, all lands are the emperor's, and all subjects are his ministers. Where the sun and moon shine, where the winds and rains reach, none shall dare defy. I shall become the greatest monarch in history. Ultimately, Li Xiang returned to the Eastern Palace alongside the crown prince. Meanwhile, two young eunuchs stealthily made their way to the emperor's chamber, reporting everything they had just witnessed. Chapter 6. Purging the Eastern Palace, Hall of Diligence in the Imperial Palace. Li Chengqian squinted as he listened to the report from the young eunuch. The expressions of those around him revealed nothing of his thoughts. Even in silence, the tension was palpable, for serving the emperor was akin to walking with a tiger. Just days prior, a palace maid had been executed. The trials in the court had been successfully navigated, and now the first trial beneath the court had also been passed. What ranked at his mother, Lady Lu, hold. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chengqian finally broached the subject of Li Xiang's mother, Lady Lu, without explicitly naming her. Wang De understood that he was referring to Li Xiang. In response, he stated that she held the rank of a ninth-rank consort. Although Wang De had just been struck, he remained indispensable to Li Chengqian. He could report on personnel matters without the need for inquiry, a testament to why he held the position of Grand Controller. Lady Lu had originally been a palace maid in the Eastern Palace. Upon giving birth to Li Xiang, she was elevated to the rank of ninth-rank consort, albeit the lowest tier among the consorts of the Eastern Palace. A decree was issued, recognizing her contributions in raising Li Xiang, promoting her to fifth-rank noble consort, along with a grant of 50 guan and a pair of jade ruby scepters. Li Chengqian casually conferred the title of fifth-rank noble consort, an act that broke protocol. Typically, such promotions required a stepwise ascent. Li Chengqian had elevated her 4 ranks in one fell swoop, an unprecedented occurrence. In earlier times, the Grand Eunuch Wang De would have surely offered a word of caution, but now, feeling the heat on one side of his face, he suppressed any such thoughts, wary of inviting further punishment. How old was the crown prince's legitimate son? At the moment he uttered this question, Li Chengqian realized he had not paid attention to his eldest son in quite some time, and a rare pang of guilt stirred within him. In response, Wang De dutifully reported that the boy had just turned 5. Confer the title of Duke of Guangling, Li Chengqian casually declared another title. Hasten to deliver the decree. Why do you linger? Wang De had been awaiting further instructions for rewards, but with no additional provisions offered, he felt this was somewhat irregular. However, upon observing Li Chengqian's grim demeanor, The old eunuch hurriedly set about his tasks. When the imperial grandson was first conferred a dukedom, a reward was generally expected. Yet it would never reach the level of Li Xiang's elevation. If one were to assess Li Xiang's status, he surpassed even that of a prince. Nevertheless, it was unreasonable to bestow nothing at all. Both were sons of the crown prince, and the disparity was glaring, particularly since the latter was the legitimate heir. As Wang De exited the Hall of Diligence, a realization struck him. He was enviously astounded by the exceptional care Li Xiang received. Such treatment was unprecedented, even for Prince Wei. At this moment, Li Xiang had become the foremost among the imperial grandchildren, yet the current bestowals seemed to be a double-edged sword. Thus, the emperor conferred another dukedom to diffuse the attention on Li Xiang, while refraining from any additional rewards, allowing others to discern the significance of both individuals. One was honored before the court with an array of rewards, while the other received a casual title after the court session, with naught but a decree to show for it. Though he is the legitimate son, the individuals in the Eastern Palace are cunning. It is unnecessary to elaborate on whom he should follow in the future. Your Highness, we welcome you. The Crown Princess, Lady Ho, along with a throng of attendants, had already positioned themselves at the palace gates. Rise. Prepare the Hanyuan Hall for future use by Xiang, Li Chengqian instructed. The Crown Princess momentarily misheard Li Chengqian's words, suspecting she had misunderstood. The Hanyuan Hall was the designated study of the Crown Prince, the most significant location in the Eastern Palace apart from the main hall. Even if it were to be bestowed upon a son, it ought to be given to the legitimate heir, Li Chu, rather than the illegitimate Li Xiang. Follow me to the study, Li Chengqian said, indifferent to whether the Crown Princess had comprehended his orders. It sufficed that Qianping, the head eunuch of the Eastern Palace, understood. Li Chengqian had always been unconcerned with women's affairs and was aware that the Crown Princess frequently bullied Li Xiang and his mother. However, that was in the past. Now, the entire Eastern Palace relied on Li Xiang. Any recurrence of such behavior would not be tolerated. Hence Li Chengqian intended to assert his authority before everyone present. As father and son passed by a certain palace in the Eastern Palace, they could hear rituals being performed inside. Li Xiang furrowed his brow, and Li Chengqian felt somewhat embarrassed. The deceased individual had no ties to the Eastern Palace. He was merely a companion of Li Chengqian, originally a youth from the Music Bureau. Upon discovering their close association, Emperor Li Shimin had ordered the boy's execution. Marking a deterioration in the relationship between the emperor and his son, Li Xiang found himself at a loss for words regarding Li Chengqian. You are aware of your father's grievances against you, yet you choose to establish a mourning hall here? This was not a mere case of ordinary death. It was a death sanctioned by the emperor. To openly set up a mourning hall in the Eastern Palace for over a year was nothing short of courting disaster. Faced with a son nearly as tall as himself, Li Chengqian was unsure of how to address the matter, fully aware of the embarrassment it brought. Master Ho. Li Xiang recognized that lingering here was unwise but needed an excuse. He summoned the chief steward of the Eastern Palace, a retainer from the Crown Princess's dowry, affiliated with the Ho Junji household. Your Highness, if not for the presence of Li Chengqian, the chief steward would have faced significant repercussions for Li Xiang's audacity in addressing him so. After all, the mother and son were not favored in the Eastern Palace, making it quite easy to find fault with them. Even in Li Chengqian's presence, Master Ho's manners were incomplete, given his background as a retainer of the Crown Princess. The Eastern Palace has illicitly established a mourning hall, and you, as the chief steward, were unaware of this? Guards, take him to the Dali Temple for a thorough investigation. No one in the Eastern Palace anticipated that Li Xiang would act so swiftly, giving Master Ho no time to react. He was bewilderingly sent off to the Dali Temple. In this era, the Dali Temple oversaw all major cases, and if a noble were to send a servant there, no trial would be necessary. The noble's word dictated the servant's guilt. The crime of establishing a mourning hall without authorization was one that Master Ho could not bear. His life, and that of his entire family, hung in the balance. Your Highness, please save this old servant. Upon hearing this remark, Ho'er made a grave mistake at a critical juncture, for the Crown Prince stood before him. Did he truly need to implore his own lady? Who holds the ultimate authority in this household? Indeed, Li Chengqian furrowed his brows. Rumors circulated that he had fallen from favor, and his current position was solely due to the influence of his father-in-law, Ho Junji. Otherwise, he would have been discarded long ago. Though these were mere whispers, they were still unsettling. At this moment, Ho'er's words ignited a murderous intent within Li Chengqian. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Ho'er, unwavering in his loyalty to his family and a trusted confidant of my father, was suddenly confronted. The Crown Princess hurried over, for Ho'er was her trusted aide, privy to numerous secrets. Should he be handed over to the Dali Temple, the consequences would be dire. In a bid to strengthen Ho'er's position, the Crown Princess unwittingly invoked the name of her father, Ho Junji, not realizing that this was a recipe for disaster. What are you still dawdling for? Do you no longer wish to serve? Qianping, upon sensing the piercing gaze of Li Chengqian, instantly understood the course of action he must take. The once illustrious chief steward of the Eastern Palace was now being subdued by the eunuch steward, Qianping. He was meant to be the chief steward. Yet this heir, emboldened by the crown princess's power, had continually overshadowed him. Today, it seemed, the master intended to mete out justice, and no one could stand in the way. Chapter 7. Domineering the East Palace. Li Chengqian, known for his autocratic approach to affairs, felt no compulsion to provide explanations to anyone. The palace guards understood this well, regardless of how illustrious heir had appeared just moments prior. Defying Li Chengqian's will could lead to dire consequences. A report was dispatched to the Dali Temple, stating that this individual had established a spirit hall within the East Palace, sowing discord and rumors. The Dali Temple was urged to investigate and deal with any associated personnel who could be taken away without further notice. As Li Chengqian remained silent, Li Xiang found himself compelled to intervene. He had no desire to confront the crown princess so early, but if this matter was mishandled, it would inevitably become a chink in the East Palace's armor, inviting external attacks. The severity of Li Xiang's actions was profound. Not only would heir's reputation be ruined, but others closely associated with him in the East Palace would also find themselves in jeopardy. Li Xiang's motives were clear. With the new royal residence nearing completion, the next 1 to 2 years would require him to reside in the East Palace. If it were filled with members of the Huo family, how could he possibly feel at home? This was a perfect opportunity to eradicate them all at once. How dare you presume to discipline my maternal relatives? The crown princess seethed. Just because you visited the imperial court, do you think you can issue commands in the East Palace? Who do you think you are? A mere lowly being? In the presence of Li Chengqian, the crown princess refrained from reckless behavior. However, witnessing the typically docile, illegitimate son assert himself was intolerable. Moreover, the prospect of losing her own allies was unacceptable. Suddenly, memories of the crown princess flooded Li Xiang's mind, none of which were pleasant. For instance, during his childhood illness, she had delayed summoning a physician. Had it not been for his fortuity, he might have already met Yama, the king of the underworld. The palace maids surrounding him were all sycophants, hoping to see him incapacitated by the age of 13. Fortunately, the previous owner of this body was resilient, or the question of heirs would have been a moot point. As for his father, Li Xiang discerned that he currently commanded neither the palace attendants nor the guards. Any action he wished to undertake relied heavily on Li Chengqian's support, while he chose to disregard the crown princess, who bore a menacing expression. A sense of crisis loomed over Li Xiang. He needed to swiftly arrange for his own allies. Fortunately, the system had rewarded him with numerous talents, and by deploying them, he could secure positions for his own people. Li Chengqian, born into royalty, had indulged in some mischief of late, yet his intellect remained intact. Particularly after narrowly escaping disgrace today, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The presence of a spirit hall within the East Palace necessitated someone to bear the blame, not only for the sake of his son, but also to safeguard his own head. Previously, if a steward had been sacrificed, it might not have sufficed to absolve them of blame, and Li Tai's faction would have continued to press officials for further investigation. However, with his son now in a position of prominence, even those wishing to take advantage of the situation would have to weigh their own standing carefully. This represented an opportune moment. Such chances were rare. Seizing this opportunity to conclude the matter would greatly benefit the entire East Palace. Your Highness, these individuals have served me faithfully for many years. Although they may not have achieved notable accomplishments in the Eastern Palace, their hard work and dedication cannot be overlooked. If we were to banish them all, who would be left to serve us diligently in the future? Observing the prince's hesitance, the crown princess was taken aback, uncertain of what transpired that morning. Previously, the prince would dismiss Li Xiang's words without a second thought, yet today he seemed to deliberate with great caution. Has the world outside shifted? Following Xiang's counsel, all associated individuals were to be detained while awaiting the formal documentation from the Court of Judicial Review. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Chengqian voiced his decision, prompting the guards to spring into action, capturing individuals throughout the Eastern Palace. Chaos ensued, with every faction connected to the marquis being apprehended, leaving the crown princess nearly fainting from shock. Father, a small indulgence may disrupt a grand strategy. Just when it seemed the matter was resolved, Li Xiang stepped forward, pointing to the morning hall within the chamber. Everyone was rendered speechless. They had presumed the eldest son and the crown princess were at odds. But little did they expect even the prince would not be spared. Everyone knew that setting up a morning hall within the Eastern Palace was a grave offense. Yet the prince, as the sovereign of the palace, could act as he pleased. Now, you suggest that the prince dismantle the morning hall. This was his most cherished possession. A gift from the emperor, who had perished, yet the prince still remembered it fondly. Dismantle. It was evident that Li Chengqian was deeply invested in this individual. As he uttered the word, his eyes were shut tight, and his fists clenched, as if he were tearing away at his own flesh. The crowd within the Eastern Palace swallowed hard, unable to believe what was unfolding before them, even when Marquis Junji had personally come to offer counsel. The prince had not heeded his words. How could the eldest son's remark wield such power? Insanity. This must be madness. The crown princess, in her faint state, could only perceive this situation as a defining moment for the prince. Otherwise, how could a father be so obedient to his son's wishes? The imperial decree arrived. The Prince of Qingping receives the edict. The first decree reached the Eastern Palace, reiterating various matters from the court, accompanied by a plethora of rewards being transported in. Over 30 eunuchs made multiple trips to ensure everything was delivered, filling the front hall of the Eastern Palace to capacity. This was a spectacle unseen since the palace's inception. The Prince of Qingping, our imperial grandson? It was not unusual for him to be granted a princely title. Being the emperor's own grandson, yet the abundance of rewards was unprecedented. There had been no prior mention of such generosity. Some of the elder members within the Eastern Palace were well aware that when Li Chengqian was conferred the title of Crown Prince, he had not received such lavish gifts. The decree continued, to Lady Lu of the Fengyi lineage, possessing grace and composure, upholding virtue and restraint, fostering harmony within the palace, and educating her children effectively. She is hereby elevated to the rank of 5th-rank noble consort. A modestly dressed woman trembled as she approached to receive the edict, in Li Xiang's memory. She was his mother, though unremarkable in history, she had showered him with affection. 5th-rank noble consort? Upon hearing this, the crown princess felt her teeth grind in frustration. Was the emperor losing his senses? In a sudden ascent, she was promoted by 4 ranks and, upon being bestowed the title of a 5th-grade official, gained the privilege to accompany herself into the palace. She could now host the officials of the Eastern Palace, effectively becoming a second mistress. Yet, considering her humble origins, did she truly deserve such a position? In front of everyone, the crown princess was so incensed that she nearly lunged to scratch Lu's face. Educating her children wisely? Is there a connection with that little wretch? What mischief did he engage in today? Chapter 8. The crown prince's fury had it not been for today's reward. Li Chengqian might not have paid any heed to Li Xiang's mother. This fellow often indulged in reckless behaviors within the Eastern Palace, surrounded by numerous women. Even Lu Shi, who bore him a son, was no more than a mere plaything in his eyes. Yet, at this moment, he was profoundly grateful to Lu Shi. Were it not for the son she had given birth to, he would undoubtedly have lost his title as crown prince today. And his entire family would have been exiled to Shu, facing countless unforeseen perils along the way, with the grim possibility of meeting Yama before reaching their destination. In the past, please bear with me. After you tidy up Cayenne Garden, you may reside there. It is closer to Xiang. As Li Chengqian uttered these words, the expression on the crown princess's face had already contorted. In the entirety of the Eastern Palace, had any woman ever received such tenderness from Li Chengqian? Even though she holds the esteemed title of the crown princess and is the daughter of the influential minister Hou Junji, the crown prince has never uttered a single soft word to her. Yet today, he speaks tenderly to such a lowly woman? She felt as though she might explode with anger, yet she could not unleash her fury in the presence of the eunuch delivering the imperial decree. The crown prince. Lu hastily lowered her body, tears welling in her eyes. Li Xiang could discern that, despite his father's reckless behavior, the mother held genuine affection for the crown prince. This sentiment was understandable. In this era, a man is regarded as one's heaven, and even more so when that man is the crown prince. Even if he were to err, loyalty must prevail. The imperial edict. Before the crown princess could express her outrage, the chief eunuch Wang Do arrived with an imperial decree. For those in the Eastern Palace, such frequent proclamations today seemed rather excessive. Could it be yet another reward? The mess from earlier has yet to be tidied. However, the expression on the crown princess's face is far from pleasant. Could it be that the little wretch has received yet another reward? Li Chengqian paid no heed to the demeanor of the crown princess and swiftly led the Eastern Palace's entourage to kneel at the entrance. The crown prince's legitimate son, Li Ju, was officially granted the title of Duke of Guangling. At this juncture, the crown princess could hardly contain her joy. Her son had been bestowed the title of Duke at the tender age of 13, while her younger son, merely 5 years of age, had now also received such an honor. Clearly, the elder had not lost his clarity of mind and recognized the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. However, within mere moments, the smile on the crown princess's face vanished, as she had anticipated various rewards akin to those bestowed upon Li Xiang. To her dismay, she heard the phrase as decreed, which carried significant implications. This signifies that the imperial edict has been proclaimed in its entirety. The expression on the crown princess's face was equally remarkable. Upon hearing that her beloved son had been bestowed the title of a prince, she wore a victorious demeanor, basking in her triumph as she gazed at Li Xiang and her child. However, once the edict concluded, her countenance suddenly fell. Realizing that it was merely an empty title of a prince, the expressions on the faces of the crowd were rather peculiar. Just moments ago, over 30 eunuchs had to move our crown prince's rewards 2 or 3 times before completing the task. Now, as we turn to the legitimate eldest son, why is there not a trace of anything? Master Wang, what of our child? The crown princess could no longer restrain herself. At this moment, she disregarded any potential embarrassment. Regardless of the propriety involved, she felt compelled to seek clarity, as this matter directly pertained to her son's status. A prince without any commendation is nothing more than a hollow title. Those within the court are adept at discerning the worth of individuals. The eldest son had been conferred the title of prince, accompanied by a plethora of rewards, while the legitimate eldest son, although similarly bestowed with the title, received naught but a decree. Did he not merit even a token amount of gold? If that were the case, what purpose would this legitimate son serve? Not only the court officials but even the servants within the Eastern Palace were acutely aware of who would hold sway in the future. Your Highness, should you not express your gratitude to the young prince? Wang De remarked, his displeasure evident. Did you inquire of us under the impression that we are illiterate? Or have you simply forgotten? The crown princess, Lady Ho, swallowed hard, her expression inscrutable. Ultimately, she could only bow deeply in gratitude, venting her frustration by striking her head against the ground in a fit of vexation. According to the customs of the Tang Dynasty, when bestowing rewards upon a royal prince or grandson, if the recipient is underage, the decree should be received by his mother. As the crown princess bowed to accept the decree, Wang De noticed Li Xiang standing behind Li Chengqian. Old servant extends his congratulations to the young prince. Wang De stepped forward, giving a gentle push to the visibly distressed crown princess. Had it not been for the servants supporting her, she might have faltered. Wang De's expression shifted dramatically, akin to the sudden transformations in a Sichuan opera. Moments ago, he had appeared icy, yet now, in the presence of Li Xiang, he beamed like a radiant teapot in a tea house. Earlier, one might have expected resentment towards Li Xiang due to the punishment he had received in court. However, he was no fool. It is wiser to resolve enmities than to foster them. The emperor held the young prince in high regard. If one were to remain obstinate, they would soon discover that the young prince was not easily trifled with. Before long, the crown princess's entourage was dispatched to the Dali Temple. Such talent is indeed a dragon among men, and even among dragon offspring, there exists a hierarchy. If one does not swiftly align themselves, they risk losing their position in the future. A modest gift, I humbly present it for the young prince's acceptance. Wang De wore a broad smile, as behind him 6 young eunuchs carried a brocade box, the value of which was considerable, not to mention the treasures contained within. As Wang De presented his gift, he caught the crown princess's gaze, and it became clear why she had so brazenly inquired earlier. She had noticed the treasures behind him. Your son is worthy of such offerings? These gifts were indeed a tribute from the common folk to the young prince, Li Xiang. Your Excellency is being overly courteous. Please accept it. Li Xiang nodded impassively. His demeanor had markedly changed. Previously, no one in the Eastern Palace dared to speak, for Li Chengqian was the unequivocal sovereign here. Yet, given the current circumstances, if one did not act, were they eager to find themselves at the Dali Temple? Several eunuchs from the Eastern Palace accepted Wang De's gifts, allowing a heavy stone to lift from his heart. As long as the young prince accepted the gifts, it signified a desire to avoid enmity. Despite his youth, he wielded considerable influence, and the emperor had evidently begun to contemplate establishing a successor. Those of us in servitude must align ourselves accordingly. While he may not be the new sovereign, we must not offend him. The people of the East Palace felt somewhat perplexed. Chief Eunuch Wang, the head of the palace eunuchs, usually maintained a certain decorum even in the presence of our crown prince. Yet today, he bowed with extraordinary deference. What could the young prince have done to elicit such respect from him? Recently, I have acquired a delightful trinket. I hope the eunuch does not find it beneath him. Li Xiang casually retrieved a small mirror from his pocket, a treasure from the novice gift pack. In this era, most mirrors are made of bronze. But this particular item is truly a rare gem. I have checked the system store, and it can be redeemed for merely a penny. Naturally, I had already peeled off the plastic covering and wrapped it in cloth, wishing to keep this treasure hidden for a while longer. Though Wang De is a eunuch, he is the most valuable asset within the palace. Presenting him with a gift is entirely appropriate. This is a token of appreciation from young Prince Ye. Wang De, of course, did not dare to open it on the spot. He thought that merely receiving the gift would suffice. But the promise of a return gift was an unexpected delight. He understood that these noble scions, while appearing prosperous, often faced financial strains, resorting to patching their own needs by sacrificing elsewhere. However, in Li Xiang's presence, he received the gift with the utmost solemnity. Esteemed eunuch, there are matters in the palace that require your attention. I shall come to pay my respects to young prince another day. Wang De bowed deeply, and Li Xiang nodded in acknowledgement. The entire exchange flowed with remarkable ease. This was the manner befitting the imperial lineage. Wang De even felt an odd sensation, akin to an audience with Emperor Li Chengqian, reporting to His Royal Highness. The sons of Duke Lu, Duke Wei, Duke Qi, Duke Wu, and Duke Lu seek an audience. Just as one wave subsided, another surged forth. Chapter 9. The Duke of Wei Guo, Li Chengqian's face was etched with astonishment. It is worth noting that all those present were esteemed officials of the court. Just considering these few dukes, one could assert that they commanded nearly half of the empire. Not to mention the young masters of these noble families, even the chief steward of their households had not graced the Eastern Palace in 3 years. The reason was simple. Li Chengqian had a penchant for causing trouble. Originally, these esteemed families were reluctant to associate with the imperial prince, but with his proclivity for mischief, who would wish to entangle themselves with him, save for his venerable father-in-law? Ah, please, do come in, esteemed gentlemen. After a brief pause, Li Chengqian finally managed to utter these words, his mind momentarily befuddled. These individuals had once been his childhood companions, but various circumstances had led to their estrangement over time. Li Chengqian was acutely aware that this rift stemmed from his own son. Were it not for Li Xiang's remarkable performance in the court, winning the favor of the officials, why would they send their noble heirs to express their gratitude? Meanwhile, the crown princess was at a loss for words. She had just been contemplating how to take revenge on Li Xiang and his mother, yet now, confronted by the influx of noble young men, she found herself utterly bewildered regarding her plans for retribution. The attendees represented various factions, yet they all seemed eager to curry favor with one individual, a phenomenon that had not occurred in over a decade. Even when Li Chengqian had been named crown prince, the Eastern Palace had not witnessed such a grand gathering. Upon reflection, this was not surprising. The performance of a 13-year-old child in the court could hardly escape the notice of these seasoned political players. If not for the depth of his accumulated wisdom, how could he possibly offer insights into the distant kingdom of Goguryeo? When one considered the conduct of King Wei, Li Tai, and King Jin, Li Ji, as well as the illustrious Wu Wang, Li Ku, they were all eclipsed by this young nephew. As long as Li Xiang refrains from major missteps in the future, the position of crown prince is assuredly within his grasp. While the dukes might manage their dealings with a counterfeit dragon, none could truly remain indifferent in the presence of a genuine one. Li Xiang, unfamiliar with the noble young men before him, could only trail behind his father, Li Chengqian, and express his gratitude to each. The impression he left was one of composure. A 13-year-old boy displaying such poise certainly outshone his peers. Furthermore, having heard of the events unfolding in the Eastern Palace on his way there, the young nobles were increasingly convinced of this prince's merit. Born into a family of officials, he was naturally adept at navigating the intricacies of power. However, achieving such distinction at the tender age of 13 suggested a future of profound potential. Brother, the crown princess, already filled with ire, was taken aback upon spotting her maternal uncle's eldest son, Huo Qubing. The crown princess was flushed with anger. While it was one thing for others to lavish gifts upon that little illegitimate child, it was utterly intolerable that, as a member of the crown princess's family, you should also bring lavish offerings, especially for that wretched child. Moreover, her own nephew had been granted the title of duke today. Huo Qubing had brought 2 gifts. In the past, when the eldest son of the Eastern Palace was conferred the title of duke, it would have sufficed to present merely a few dozen coins. There was no way he would receive the same treatment as her own nephew. However, circumstances dictate that one must adapt. In such settings, where various noble families were bestowing gifts, failing to do so would lead to immediate ostracism. Sister. Huo Qubing's expression was one of bitter resignation. Yet, in this moment, he could not elucidate the situation to his sister and had to muster the courage to move past it. He would first pay respects to Li Chengqian and his son before engaging in familial discourse with his sister. Li Chengqian, shedding his usual cold demeanor, warmly welcomed the young nobles, even ensuring that Li Xiang was not overlooked. As for the 5-year-old legitimate son, upon witnessing such grandeur, he began to wail inconsolably, prompting Li Chengqian to express his displeasure and have the nurse carry him away. Your Highness the Crown Prince, we have the Duke of Fengyang, the Duke of Wuping, and the Duke of Chunting. As these noble sons concluded their presentations, dozens of other lords dispatched their sons as well. These individuals were second-tier nobility within the Tang Empire, yet they too had received word of the events, unwilling to be outdone, and thus sent their eldest sons bearing substantial gifts. If this had been the past, Li Chengqian would have been toiling here for nearly half an hour, utterly exhausted and perhaps even weary of it all. Yet today, he felt invigorated, brimming with energy, as if fatigue were a distant concern. But could he continue to endure? Although he held deep affection for Li Xiang, In the presence of so many outsiders, it was imperative to uphold his father's dignity. Li Chengqian straightened his posture and uttered these words. His father's well-being? Li Xiang did not broach his own matters. Instead, he first inquired about Li Chengqian's health. Given that Li Chengqian had been standing for such an extended period on his injured leg, it was only natural that he endured greater discomfort than himself. Though Li Chengqian spoke with a tone of disdain, a smile had already crept into the corners of his eyes. This son, not only exceptionally capable, was primarily distinguished by his filial piety, always attentive to his father's well-being. Li Chengqian recalled the journey back to the East Palace from the Imperial Hall. Li Xiang could have hastened ahead, but chose to support him step by step. If only his father could endure a little longer. He would beseech him to join in receiving guests. A flicker of trepidation finally appeared in Li Xiang's eyes. While Li Chengqian felt a sense of comfort in his heart, this young man still had moments of reliance on his father. Indeed, Li Chengqian replied happily. A son's dependence on his father inherently bestows a sense of fulfillment, especially when that son possesses such remarkable abilities. The Crown Prince has issued a summons. I ask all the young lords to gather, announced Chief Eunuch Qianping, displaying his astuteness by promptly calling out and arranging for a seat for Li Chengqian. He was to stand before the legitimate heir of the duke's estate while he could comfortably sit among the sons of the marquis families. Standing would have incited dissatisfaction among the duke's household. A dozen or so sons of the marquis families filed in, creating quite a lively scene. Even if there had been past grievances with Li Chengqian at this moment, one still dispatched envoys to convey congratulations, for one must seize the opportunity regardless of the circumstances. Should Li Xiang ascend the throne in the future, the goodwill shown today might inspire a measure of leniency. As for the crown princess, she had long since feigned illness to withdraw, not wishing to witness the audacity of a mere illegitimate son, in the presence of the numerous aristocrats of the Tang Empire. Li Xiang's responses were commendable. A young eunuch had diligently recorded every detail and presented them to Li Shimin. Li Xiang understood that from the moment he departed the Grand Hall, he had entered a state of heightened scrutiny. Thus, even in solitude, he could not afford to display any hint of arrogance, especially with so many noble figures around him. From this moment forth, Li Xiang had truly entered the gaze of the upper echelons of the Tang Empire, formally stepping into the fray for succession. The esteemed General Li Jing had arrived. It seemed we were nearing the conclusion, yet the legendary military deity of the Tang had made an appearance. Moreover, most of those who had come earlier were civil officials. What business did military generals have mingling with the imperial grandson? This exuberance seemed rather excessive. Chapter 10. Legitimacy and illegitimacy. Following the conclusion of the expedition against the Turks, Li Jing's accomplishments within the Tang Empire reached their zenith. However, this individual was exceedingly cautious and, upon returning to the capital, chose to remain there for an extended period. This decision served to alleviate Li Shimin's wariness towards him. After all, achieving great merit can provoke envy, and having quelled the threats from the north, Li Shimin would likely not tolerate Li Jing's continued military command. The surrounding nobles whispered amongst themselves. The revered military figure rarely ventured far or spoke much, living with utmost prudence. What could have prompted him to personally deliver a gift today, rather than sending a son to conform to customary practices? Despite the questions lingering in their minds, including those of Li Chengqian, the nobles gathered at the entrance to welcome the esteemed Li Jing. They anticipated a few pleasantries, yet were taken aback when he produced an imperial edict, prompting them all to kneel in unison. Prince Qingping, Li Xiang, was summoned by the great General Li Jing to the Ministry of War's Liaodong Division to deliberate on strategies concerning the pacification of Goguryeo. Provisionally appointed as the deputy director of the 6th rank, the edict was succinct, merely a few phrases, yet it stirred profound waves of astonishment among the assembly. Imperial princes held titles without specific duties, especially concerning military matters, as they were only permitted to command the guards within their own palaces and were barred from involvement with any army. Li Xiang's sudden appointment to the Ministry of War, particularly to the sought-after Liaodong Division, despite not directly commanding troops, was unprecedented for a 13-year-old official, not only within the Tang Empire but throughout the annals of history. Was the emperor truly so eager to nurture the crown prince? Some attendees began to regret their modest gifts, having thought of them merely as tokens of courtesy. Now realizing that with the emperor's endorsement, their offerings seemed paltry in comparison. A few noble families were expressions of chagrin, knowing that rectifying their oversight was not a simple matter. Thus, they began to inquire about significant dates concerning the crown prince, discovering that the 5th day of the upcoming month marked the birthday of his mother, Lady Lu. Immediately, schemes began to form in their minds. Your Highness, please accept the edict. Li Jing understood that this was the emperor's formal recognition for Li Xiang. Were he an ordinary citizen, he might have received a noble title. Especially after the successful resolution of the Goguryeo matter, a fifth-rank official was not excessive. Furthermore, in certain respects, it was indeed necessary to consult with the crown prince, as he was the originator of the strategies and would undoubtedly possess unique insights. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Li Xiang composedly accepted the edict, further elevating the perception of him among the onlookers. Under the scrutiny of so many, he displayed no signs of impropriety, leaving them at a loss for words to adequately describe him. If anything, he could only be termed extraordinary. The following morning, all officials from the Ministry of War's Liaodong division were to convene to discuss strategies for pacifying Goguryeo, and the emperor would be present. "Your Highness, please ensure your punctuality." After Li Jing finished speaking, a wave of whispers surged around him. Discussing the vital military affairs of the court at the tender age of 13 is indeed a testament to the disparity among the noble offspring. It is a stark reminder that in the world of privilege, some are destined to flourish while others flounder. Among all the noble scions, who else enjoys such favor? Had these words been uttered by another, they might have been mere flattery intended to elevate someone's status without substantive effect. However, the elders of each family had already conveyed that the proposal regarding the Gaoju strategy was indeed initiated by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Thus, his presence at the Ministry of War to engage in discussions of state affairs is far from a mere formality. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall certainly arrive on time," Li Xiang assured, skillfully navigating the nuances of address. At this moment, Wei Guogong Li Jing held the esteemed position of Minister of War, while he himself served as the deputy chief of Liaodong. He adhered to the appropriate etiquette, subtly indicating to the officials present that within the Ministry of War, he was merely Li Xiang, the deputy chief of Liaodong, and not the Prince of Qingping. "Your Highness, this sword is a treasured blade from the northern expedition against the desert, once wielded by the minor Khan of the Turks. His Majesty harbors great expectations for you, and I bestow this sword upon you, with the hope that one day you shall wield it to expand the territories of our glorious Tang." Following this proclamation by Wei Guogong Li Jing, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. This sword had once belonged to the Crown Prince of the Turks and was presented to Crown Prince Li Chengqian upon its return to the capital. However, due to Li Chengqian's indiscretions, the emperor reclaimed it and bestowed it upon the revered General Li Jing. Remarkably, it had now found its way back to the Eastern Palace, although it never passed into the hands of Crown Prince Li Chengqian. Its transfer to Li Xiang symbolized the emperor's intent to forgive past transgressions and maintain the Eastern Palace's original standing. Without the emperor's consent, how could such a sword of extraordinary significance come to rest in Li Xiang's possession? Li Jing would not dare to make such a unilateral decision. "Xiang," as Li Chengqian reached out to accept the sword, he was promptly halted. In recent days, he had been cowed by the emperor's stern demeanor, fearing this might again be a test. If he were to accept the sword, the emperor might perceive it as an ambition for military command. Li Xiang, contemplating the situation, hesitated with his hands suspended in the air. "This is also the emperor's will," Li Jing articulated, having discerned the unspoken understanding. Although the emperor had not explicitly expressed this, under the current circumstances, Li Xiang would undoubtedly refrain from accepting the sword otherwise. Moreover, Li Jing had borne the crown prince's sword over the years, enduring a constant sense of trepidation. Now presented with the opportunity to relinquish it, he could no longer afford to consider the potential impropriety. As long as they did not conspire against the throne or commit heinous acts, the emperor would likely overlook minor transgressions, especially since there was a genuine desire for his grandson to wield this sword, even if it remained unspoken. Li Jing unceremoniously placed the sword in Li Xiang's hands, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then turned to depart from the Eastern Palace. This sword was akin to a searing hot potato. While it might be a trivial matter for the royal lineage, he, as an outsider, felt a profound sense of unease. Huo Qubing observed everything keenly, and so did the disciples of Li Tai and Li Jing. Upon returning, they would begin to devise a strategy against this young man. Otherwise, the imperial throne of the Tang dynasty might indeed fall into his hands. It is only natural for Li Shimin to take such actions, for in recent years, his several sons have been embroiled in a deadly struggle, yet none emerged as a clear victor. The emergence of Li Xiang has illuminated a glimmer of hope for Li Shimin amidst the darkness, and Li Xiang possesses a distinguished lineage, rendering him more qualified than the others to ascend the throne. The sole blemish on his record is his status not being that of the crown prince's legitimate offspring. But the question of who the crown prince's consort is ultimately rests in the hands of the elderly. Chapter 11. The first noble family of the Jingguan era. After 2 full hours of bustling activity, the guests in the Eastern Palace finally dispersed. Li Xiang experienced for the first time the sensation of being cherished, his facial muscles strained from the prolonged smile. While he had only heard of such experiences before, today he truly felt it firsthand. Conversely, Li Chengqian did not feel fatigued. He had grown accustomed to such occasions since childhood. However, in recent years, due to his reckless behavior, such scenes had become rare in the Eastern Palace. Thanks to his son's fortune, he was reminded of the vibrant atmosphere of the past, and he resolved internally to amend his shortcomings, vowing not to hinder his son's progress. Xiang, have you noticed anything unusual today? Once they reached the study, Li Chengqian dismissed everyone. Li Xiang understood that his father, the seemingly inept crown prince in public, now sought to impart some wisdom. Reflecting carefully on the events that transpired, Li Xiang retraced his thoughts from beginning to end. Li Chengqian, although capable of directly prompting him, chose to let his son arrive at the conclusion independently. Suddenly, realization struck Li Xiang. One family had not attended. His granduncle, Changshan Wuji. Father, but no one from my granduncle's family came? Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian nodded in satisfaction. His son was quite astute, having pinpointed such a crucial detail in mere moments. However, Li Xiang's joy was tempered. The Changshan family truly reigned as the foremost noble family of the Jingguan era. Without their support, even with all his talents, his foundation would remain precarious. Your granduncle and grandmother are among the wisest individuals in the world. Over these past few years, your granduncle has withdrawn the Changshan family's resources from my side. Had today's events not unfolded as they did, either your second uncle or your ninth uncle would be involved, though I suspect it would be your ninth uncle, as your second uncle is rather arrogant. Despite your remarkable achievements today, in your granduncle's eyes, you are still not yet worthy of such trust. Li Chengqian sighed deeply. Regretting his previous mischief, how could his second and ninth uncles have been given such opportunities otherwise? He lamented losing a promising situation, now leaving his son to face the consequences alone. After pondering this, and aligning it with the history Li Xiang knew, it became evident that Prince Jin, Li Ji, ultimately ascended to power. During this period, the Wei Prince, Li Tai, and the Wu Prince, Li Gu, engaged in reckless rivalry, incensing Li Shimin, resulting in one's tragic demise and the other's exile, consequently paving the way for Prince Jin. If his assumptions held true, most of the Changshan family's resources had already gravitated towards Prince Jin. How could a mere child like him overshadow two exceptionally talented elder brothers otherwise? The banquet tomorrow. Both father and son's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The upcoming banquet indeed represented a pivotal moment. Changshan Wuji had already extended an invitation to Li Xiang. Should Li Xiang conduct himself admirably, he might even persuade Changshan Wuji to renew his support for the Eastern Palace. However, should he falter, his future could become exceedingly challenging, as the absence of the foremost noble family's backing could lead to treacherous paths ahead. Rest now, for tomorrow's banquet requires utmost caution. Unless your uncle inquires, it is advisable to speak less and err less. Silence often proves wiser. Li Chengqian pondered deeply, realizing that he could offer nothing more than these few words to his son. Any hasty counsel would be futile, especially since he had neglected state affairs for years, indulging in frivolities within the Eastern Palace, and had little of value to impart to Li Xiang. I take my leave, Your Highness. Li Xiang observed that Li Chengqian was on the brink of exhaustion after days of relentless toil, yet he maintained a facade of resilience before his son, for otherwise, he would have long succumbed to fatigue. As a person from a millennium hence, irrespective of what Changshan Wuji might inquire, armed with the knowledge at hand, I should not commit any grievous errors. Even in the event of mistakes, I possess a formidable system that no one can thwart. Your Highness. Li Xiang arrived at Honyuan Hall, destined to be his residence henceforth, the second most prominent palace of the Eastern Palace, where dozens of attendants knelt in reverence. Despite Li Chengqian's diminished standing over the years, he remained the crown prince of the Tang Empire. Thus the Eastern Palace was well staffed. As the eldest grandson of the emperor, Li Xiang was entitled to 2 managers, 20 guards, 20 attendants, 20 eunuchs for personal maids, 8 young maidservants, 12 laboring maids, and 20 matrons and servants, totaling over 100 individuals kneeling before him. Such was the privilege of a feudal dynasty's eldest grandson, where even the service of a single individual necessitated a retinue of over 100, a number that could expand with age. This was indeed the reward of a time traveler. Rise. Attend to your duties, Li Xiang commanded, uncertain of the nature of those before him, yet he would utilize them for the time being. Although he had dismissed most of the crown princess's entourage, others certainly remained in the Eastern Palace, and he would observe them gradually. You 20 remain. Upon reaching the steps of the main hall, Li Xiang retained these 20 guards, as he needed to assess their capabilities firsthand, especially concerning his safety. Await your orders. Your Highness. The 20 knelt in unison, clad in silver armor, presenting a formidable appearance, though their true abilities remained uncertain. As Li Shimin had risen through martial prowess, it was customary for each prince's courtyard to feature weights and stones for strength training, and this courtyard was no exception. Unsure of what to test, Li Xiang concluded that strength and speed were timeless measures. 2 stone locks, each weighing 100 jin. You shall begin by carrying these as you circle the courtyard. Those who complete the task shall stand to the left, those who falter shall stand to the right. Upon hearing his command, many faces reflected dismay, while they appeared capable. Their true prowess was questionable. Your Highness, though we serve in the Eastern Palace, we are all members of the Northern Guard. Stand to the right. A minor leader intended to remind Li Xiang that he held no authority to determine their fates. However, before the thought could fully escape his lips, Li Xiang promptly instructed the man to step aside to the right, prompting the remaining individuals to grasp the situation. Even the chief eunuch, Wang Duth, faced punishment in the Grand Hall. To voice such sentiments now would only invite trouble upon oneself. It appeared that all were eager to depart from the Eastern Palace. Li Xiang cast a glance at the others. One burly man reacted swiftly, dashing towards the stone lock. The young princess' patience was limited. And given the current favor of the emperor, if one did not hasten, being reassigned from the Eastern Palace would merely be a matter of time. Chapter 12. The emergence of a master after a series of experiments. Only the first of the 20 guards demonstrated a satisfactory level of competence. The remainder either faltered or collapsed after a mere few steps. This was hardly reflective of the prowess one would expect from the imperial guards of the Northern Yamen. During the Tang Dynasty, the Northern Yamen guards, commonly referred to as the imperial bodyguards, were meticulously selected to protect the palace and the royal family. These individuals were the cream of the crop. Yet, what stood before him were mere dregs. Li Xiang understood the situation perfectly. With the crown prince on the brink of disgrace, who would be inclined to send capable individuals to the Eastern Palace? Once Li Chengqian was deposed, these guards would likely follow him out of the capital. Any person of merit would avoid associating with Li Chengqian, leading to the recruitment of these subpar guards, enticed by the lucrative salaries offered for defending the Eastern Palace. I do not harbor idlers, Li Xiang declared. Taking a deep breath, faced with these lethargic guards, he felt an overwhelming urge to remain silent. Moreover, if they did not vacate, how could the elite from the system be integrated in their stead? Your Highness, the small leader attempted to speak further, but Li Xiang swiftly drew his dagger. Its blade poised at the man's throat in an instant. The fluidity of his motion left the onlookers in awe. They marveled at Li Xiang's formidable skill, while he too was astonished by the sheer potency of the system's enhancements. Do you think that if I were to slay you, you would witness the Emperor's retribution upon me? Li Xiang's words were few, yet they resonated with the others. They grasped the gravity of the situation. To unlawfully execute a member of the Northern Yamen Guards, irrespective of one's status as prince or grandson, was a grievous offense. Even if the Emperor were to impose punishment, it would be a matter of heavy-handedness softened by leniency, yet the slain would never experience such consequences. Your subordinate takes his leave. Those with wisdom bowed and departed. Was there any need to remain in a situation that would only invite humiliation? Even the most beleaguered phoenix surpasses a mere chicken, especially when that phoenix has been reborn from its ashes. Your Highness, in a matter of moments. Only the burly man remained in the courtyard, standing there in a state of confusion. What is your name? Subordinate Zhao Yunhui. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the chief of the imperial bodyguards at Hongyuan Hall. Take this and subdue the head of the Northern Yamen Guards. Do not bring me any additional guards. If you cannot manage it, then you shall depart. Li Xiang casually picked up an item from a nearby offering. Something valued at no less than several dozen coins, which should suffice. Zhao Yunhui swallowed hard. He had never undertaken such a task before. However, witnessing the Crown Prince's entry, he realized that he had no choice but to act. As the new chief of guards, he had to muster his courage and forge ahead. Upon entering the room, he commanded everyone to leave. Only then did Li Xiang activate the system, which rewarded him with a plethora of accolades, some for purging the Eastern Palace, others for discerning the useless guards, and yet more for identifying capable individuals, such as the newly appointed Zhao Yunhui. This individual is truly gifted, yet regrettably remains overlooked, primarily due to his lack of eloquence and inability to bestow gifts, relegating him to the lowest rank. However, his personal combat prowess is exceptionally formidable, possessing the strength of 15 men. It is only through systematic enhancement that Li Xiang has attained the strength of 10 men, a reward of 100 blood guards. At last, he has found someone of merit. Li Xiang now requires additional guards, but the Snow Dragon Cavalry consists solely of specialized combat units. Only the blood guards serve as protectors. As their name implies, blood guards protect their master with their very lifeblood, ensuring the safety of their charge even at the cost of their last drop of blood. With a mere thought, 19 figures clad in black materialized before Li Xiang. We pay our respects, Your Highness. The group knelt in unison, far superior to the previous company, particularly with their palpable aura of intimidation, which instilled a sense of immense pressure in Li Xiang. Do you have names? Upon hearing Li Xiang's inquiry, they all raised their heads in unison, only to shake them in reply. Li Xiang then noticed 3 females among them. In terms of appearance, they were undoubtedly thorny roses, both beautiful and dangerous. Then from left to right, the male shall be named Li Yi and Li Er, and the female shall be Feng Yi and Feng Er. Bestowing names upon so many was somewhat of a headache for Li Xiang, so he opted to use numerical identifiers for the time being. What is your strength? To serve as a guard, strength is of utmost importance. Looks are secondary. In response to your highness, your strength is 10 men. Ours ranges from 20 to 25. However, as time progresses, our capabilities will gradually improve, although in addition to experience, it requires your highness to complete tasks. After hearing this, Li Xiang promptly checked the system. And indeed, as Li Yi had stated, each individual possessed an experience bar, but no tasks had yet been assigned, leaving him to observe for the moment. A combat strength of 20 to 25 men is certainly formidable. Previously, with just the strength of 10, Li Xiang had already intimidated that group of incompetents. Li Xiang had them don the armor of the Tang Dynasty and tasked them with guarding the Hongyuan Hall. This first phase was concluded. With their protection, his safety was assured. Li Chengqian could seek to assassinate Li Tai, and it was plausible that Li Tai could also attempt to eliminate Li Xiang. In the Jingjing Hall, Li Shimin was reviewing memorials when an elderly figure appeared beside him, startling him momentarily. Yet, upon recognizing the man's face, Li Shimin felt a sense of relief. The elder remained silent, taking 2 steps forward to shield Li Shimin behind him, then carefully sensed the atmosphere. How could there be so many experts suddenly appearing? Yet now, they had vanished. Could they be from the 5 surnames and 7 clans? Did they mobilize so many into the capital to plot a rebellion? Your Majesty. A wave of murderous intent emerged just now, but it has abruptly dissipated. The elder's words caused a ripple of anxiety within Li Shimin. It was known that this elder had guarded him for many years without incident and rarely exhibited signs of tension. Now, the elder's demeanor astonished Li Shimin. The masters within the capital are few and far between. It is inconceivable that they could suddenly emerge. Swiftly investigate this matter and report back with clarity. Li Shimin places great importance on this issue, for the safety of the capital is tantamount to his own safety. The Tang Dynasty has only just been established, and there are those who harbor rebellious intentions, remnants of the former Crown Prince Li Chengqian, the 5 surnames and 7 notables, the remnants of the Dong Turks, or perhaps a multitude of names flickered through Li Shimin's mind, yet none could withstand scrutiny. It is also possible that they have united, in any case. Regardless of who they may be, should they attempt to stir chaos within the capital, they shall not be allowed to leave again. I intend to leave my sons a stable Tang Dynasty. All elements of instability must be eradicated. Chapter 13. A clear and open departure, Your Highness. It is time to set forth. On the following morning, Li Xiang was practicing swordplay in the courtyard, while Zhao Yunhui had already prepared the carriage for their noontime visit to the Changsun residence. Earlier that day, Li Xiang received word that King Wei, Li Tai, would also be attending. Li Xiang was well aware of Changsun Wuji's intentions. Perhaps a flicker of hesitation arose within him. Yet he could never place all his hopes upon Li Xiang. This luncheon served as a litmus test. Li Chengqian was certainly out of favor. But between Li Tai and Li Xiang, only one could traverse the narrow bridge of opportunity. Has the Northern Guard consented to this? Li Xiang inquired, sheathing his sword, puzzled. He had dismissed all his guards. Yet according to court protocol, the Northern Guard's elite troops would likely send new personnel. Li Xiang casually handed Zhao Yunhui an item, instructing him to use it as leverage to negotiate with the Northern Guard soldiers. Did this fellow truly manage to settle the matter? Your Highness, once I presented your gift, they readily acquiesced. I too am perplexed by this turn of events. Previously, it was exceedingly difficult to engage them for any task. I wonder if their disposition has changed. Zhao Yunhui remarked, scratching his head, unable to comprehend the situation. He had pondered the matter throughout the night but dared not inquire of Li Xiang. Thus he remained in silence until it was Li Xiang's turn to question. Considerate their wisdom, Li Xiang remarked as he departed to change attire, leaving Zhao Yunhui still bewildered. The Northern Guard was not comprised of fools. Their dispatched guards seldom aligned with preferences. The nobles' willingness to make substitutions was their own affair, merely a formality, as long as they did not meddle within the imperial palace. The remaining matters were theirs to navigate as they pleased. Naturally, such privileges were scarce and reserved for those favored by the emperor. Our esteemed crown prince has recently garnered considerable attention. Even the chief eunuch Wang De has faced repercussions. Could our standing be more resilient than his? Li Xiang cast another glance at the list of gifts received yesterday. The abundance of splendid items amounted to a fortune worth several 100,000 strings of cash. In a society where a first-rank official earned merely 12 strings monthly, this was indeed a substantial sum. Of course, each household possessed its own means of income, and they did not solely rely on the court stipend. Most lived comfortably. However, the scale of Li Chengqian's financial debacle was unprecedented. Li Xiang had not yet devised a plan to remedy his father's deficit. Although the gifts bore great value, they symbolized the goodwill of the families. To sell them would undoubtedly hurt sentiments. Chang'an was not vast, and word would spread quickly if one attempted to sell. Moreover, Li Xiang had ample means to generate income. For now, it was prudent to delay action, as no one dared to approach the Crown Prince's household for repayment. The Crown Prince departs the palace. Li Xiang had two options for leaving the palace. One was to don civilian attire, accompanied by a few guards, and simply exit. The other was to make a grand departure, fully adorned with regalia and flanked by 200 to 300 guards, marching in a magnificent procession towards the Changsun residence. Li Xiang adopted the second approach. Since he wished for Changsun Wuji to comprehend his intentions, he ought not to act covertly. The more commotion he created, the more the people of Chang'an would recognize his respect for this maternal uncle, which would also satisfy Changsun Wuji's psyche. After all, Changsun Wuji was renowned as the most cunning figure of the Jingguan era, possessing a mindset distinct from others. Furthermore, today he had prepared ample contingencies, ensuring he would not falter against his second uncle. Although Chang'an was home to numerous dignitaries, Li Shimin was not one to indulge in ostentation. Thus, the royal princes and grandsons were adept at flattery, typically accompanied by a few attendants, never causing such a grand stir. Li Xiang was indeed unique in this regard. Being but a child, he reveled in the spectacle, yet one pondered whether this would incite displeasure from his father. Li Chengqian and the crown princess stood at the gates of the eastern palace. The crown princess, subconsciously, contemplated how to undermine Li Xiang. Despite having witnessed his prowess the previous day, she was not one to easily concede defeat. I shall reiterate, henceforth, Xiang shall be the master of the eastern palace. As long as I occupy this position, it shall not change. If you wish to lead a more comfortable life, refrain from provoking him. He will not reject you as his legitimate mother. Disregard my counsel, and you shall face repercussions. Even if you do not think of yourself, consider your father. Following this admonition, Li Chengqian returned directly, for per Li Shimin's decree, he could not leave the eastern palace. What did the crown prince mean by this? A look of confusion crossed the crown princess's face. Did it imply that she could not even contend with a mere child? What did he mean by referencing her father? Suddenly, clarity dawned upon the crown princess. She recognized that the bond between herself and Li Xiang was that of mother and son. Under the prevailing circumstances, Li Xiang could not act against her, yet he had no such constraints with Ho Junji. Should he truly be provoked, the consequences for the Ho family would be dire. Your Highness, forgive me. Your Highness, forgive me. As the crown princess turned, a cart laden with refuse passed by swiftly, stirring up a cloud of dust. The crown princess recalled the situation with discontent. She had been married to the crown prince for a considerable time, and even Li Shimin's commands were sometimes defied by the crown prince. Yet, upon Li Xiang's mere suggestion to dismantle the spirit hall, the crown prince complied without hesitation. Others regarded Li Chengqian as inept, but having been married for some time, the crown princess was well aware of his true nature. If even the crown prince was so obedient, could it be that the young scion had truly become an extraordinary being? A shudder coursed through her as she gazed into the distance. That boy. The crown prince's visit to the Changsun residence caused officials and commoners alike to withdraw. The palace eunuchs shouted at the top of their lungs, having received orders to announce his arrival since leaving the eastern palace. Given Li Xiang's status, it was permissible for such proclamations. However, since the founding of the Tang dynasty, no royal grandson had ever acted in such a manner. To the ordinary observer, Li Xiang's conduct appeared somewhat excessive. However, in the eyes of Li Shimin within the imperial palace, this little rascal was quite clever. In order to win over the foremost external clan, it was imperative to ensure that the entire process was publicized, thereby bringing the relationship between Changsun Wuji and himself to light. Chapter 14. The arrival before the ceremony. Although the emperor has yet to replace the crown prince, it is evident to all that he harbors dissatisfaction towards the current heir. Beyond Li Chengqian, there are two other legitimate princes, Prince Wei, Li Tai, and Prince Jin, Li Ji. While they have not yet engaged in overt conflict, both are discreetly vying for the favor of Changsun Wuji. Although Changsun Wuji has not publicly aligned himself with either, it is clear that close ties exist. As a younger generation member, Li Xiang must employ cunning strategies to outmaneuver his rivals. During today's luncheon, Changsun Wuji exclusively invited Prince Wei, Li Tai, and Li Xiang, indicating that his relationship with Prince Jin, Li Ji, is not yet sufficiently robust. After all, Li Ji is still a mere child. Historically, Li Chengqian was deposed for an extended period before Li Ji ascended to the position of crown prince, suggesting that he has not yet made his move. For the time being, Li Tai stands as Li Xiang's primary competitor. However, Li Xiang remains vigilant and composed, ensuring that he does not afford Prince Jin any opportunities. The young prince is exceedingly shrewd. Historically, he triumphed over all his brothers. As the capital of the Tang Empire, Chang'an is a hub of daily intrigue. Yet, Li Xiang's public visit to Changsun Wuji marks a first since the founding of the dynasty. The common folk, having not witnessed a royal procession in some time, eagerly followed the prince, and before half an hour had passed after Li Xiang's departure, news of the event had spread throughout the city. At Changsun's residence, the father remarked, "My son, I believe we should support Prince Wei. This Li Xiang is still quite young and lacks discernment. With so many princes in the Tang dynasty, none have made such a public display. His actions have turned the entire city of Chang'an into a spectacle. Is that not foolish?" Changsun chunged down a cup of tea. Having just received the news from outside, he had informed his son yesterday that today he would host a private banquet for Prince Wei, Li Tai, and the crown prince, Li Xiang, without extending invitations to others. This gathering was intended as a subtle test of the two princes' allegiances. Yet Li Xiang's exuberance had already made the event the talk of the town before noon. Observing his son, Changsun Wuji shook his head. While his son may be more astute than the scions of other families, he still ranks merely as a second-tier intellect. Even Changsun Wuji was taken aback by Li Xiang's audacious display, which was a clear declaration to the world, aside from the emperor. Li Xiang regards Changsun Wuji as a second elder. Should Changsun Wuji refuse to support Li Xiang in the future, he risks being labeled as one who neglects his juniors, particularly given that Li Xiang has already shown him favor in the campaign against Goguryeo. "My father, this Li Xiang is indeed deserving of his uncle's patronage." A delicate fragrance of orchids wafted through the air as Changsun's daughter, Changsun Pingting, entered the study. When it comes to strategic discussions, Changsun Wuji prefers conversing with his daughter. "Sister, is this Li Xiang truly as foolish as he appears?" Initially, the father intended to discreetly assess the relationship between the two nephews, a matter meant to remain inconspicuous. However, it seems he has made such a commotion that the entire city of Chang'an is now aware of it. His arrogance is palpable, flaunting the imperial entourage of his grandson. "Who is this display meant for?" Long Sun Chong remarked in confusion. Despite the boy's outwardly haughty demeanor, he has always admired his sister's intellect. This spectacle is intended for our eyes, for the world to witness, and for the father to observe. He has treated the Long Sun family with sincerity. How could we not reciprocate? Long Sun Pingting's words elicited a bitter smile from Long Sun Wuji. "Li Xiang is certainly no simpleton. He has disrupted my plans from the outset, yet therein lies the intrigue. To select true talent for the Tang dynasty, one must embrace the unexpected." Long Sun Chong repeated his sister's sentiments, but regrettably, his capacity for understanding was limited. He remained perplexed, believing Li Xiang to be excessively concerned with ostentation, which would hardly endure in the contemporary Tang. Such extravagance is simply indulgent. The emperor has urged us to live frugally. Yet this impudent boy commands hundreds to clear his path, stirring the entire city of Chang'an. Not even the emperor creates such a spectacle when he ventures out. While the three of them were enveloped in silence, the voice of Prince Li Tai resonated from outside. Since Li Chengqian's recent antics, Prince Li Tai has frequently visited. Though his presence seems purely for show, lacking any substantial dialogue with Long Sun Wuji, this has been a source of Long Sun Wuji's hesitation. According to the hierarchy of the Li brothers, should Li Chengqian falter, it would naturally fall to Li Tai to ascend. Yet, given the current circumstances, how could one secure the throne? Long Sun Wuji harbored no fear of Li Tai's ineptitude. If he were merely incompetent, his uncle could still provide sound counsel, as long as he remained compliant. The true dilemma arises when one is both inept and defiant, which complicates matters significantly. Thus, Long Sun Wuji also contemplated Prince Li Ji. For him, all three princes are his own nephews. The ascension of any to the throne would not greatly affect him, as he could maintain his position as the esteemed uncle. As long as he remains, he can shield the crown prince from the advances of the other princes. However, if he were to be absent, Prince Li Ge would not be easy to contend with. The chosen crown prince must possess the ability to resist. Long Sun Wuji pondered this question daily, which delayed his decision. It was at such a juncture that Li Xiang emerged as a contender, albeit a generation removed. He is still a blood relative of the Long Sun family and the grandson of Empress Long Sunday. Thus, Long Sun Wuji found himself with another candidate. In his mind, the ideal crown prince would not only support the Long Sun family and withstand the challenges posed by the other princes, but also contribute positively to the Tang dynasty. Naturally, the support of the Long Sun family would take precedence. "Uncle?" Prince Li Tai had entered some time ago. Yet Long Sun Wuji was so absorbed in his thoughts that he momentarily lost focus. "What did you say, Erlang?" Upon hearing these words, Li Tai found himself rendered speechless by the ire of Changsun Wuji. while I was here racking my brains to critique Li Xiang. Your esteemed self seemed to have absorbed none of it. His Highness, the Prince of Wei, echoes my sentiments. That insufferable brat has grown excessively arrogant and domineering, causing chaos throughout the city of Chang'an. It is only fitting that his father should reprimand him shortly. Changsun Chong had begun to doubt his own behavior. But upon hearing Li Tai's agreement, he was instantly invigorated, feeling a kinship in their shared perspective. Meanwhile, Changsun Pingting observed the two with a bemused expression, as if they were two fools who had indulged too much before their meal. It was abundantly clear that their father was not troubled by this matter. The royal grandson's gifts had arrived ahead of his presence, and the inhabitants of the house noted that Li Xiang would still be a while. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of lavish gifts had already been delivered to the Changsun residence. The Changsun family was the foremost noble house during the Jingguan era, never lacking in opulent treasures. Yet, even they were taken aback by Li Xiang's extravagant display. A dozen servants were seen carrying an array of gifts inside, making it seem as though a bride price was being presented rather than a mere familial visit. Young Master Changsun, Miss Changsun, His Royal Highness has specifically prepared a humble offering for you both. Chapter 15. Winning hearts according to the customs of affluent families. If Li Xiang were to present gifts to the Zhangsun family without specifying recipients, such offerings would rightfully belong to Zhangsun Wuji. However, the chief eunuch of the Eastern Palace, Qianping, had intentionally set aside two other gifts, designated specifically for Zhangsun Chong and Zhangsun Pingting. Coming from a modern society, Li Xiang naturally understood the adage that one cannot offend by being overly generous. While it was crucial to win Zhangsun Wuji's favor, it was equally important to cultivate a rapport with his children, who were his indispensable allies. Zhangsun Chong was a martial enthusiast, particularly fond of cavalry combat. Thus, the gifts Li Xiang presented were quite simple: two imperial steeds. In this era, such royal horses were exceedingly rare and precious, even for a noble like Zhangsun Chong. Upon seeing the two magnificent steeds, Zhangsun Chong was nearly beside himself with joy. Just moments ago, he had been scrutinizing Li Xiang's actions, but now he eagerly awaited Li Xiang's arrival to express his gratitude in person. Zhangsun Chong had always been a supporter of Prince Li Tai. Observing his current exuberance, Li Tai felt a pang of concern. He had initially thought that Li Xiang's triumph in court would be of little consequence without the backing of his uncle. However, Zhangsun Chong's enthusiasm suggested otherwise. As for Zhangsun Pingting, her reaction was even more astonishing. The gift she received was akin to the one given to Wang De, a small mirror valued at merely 1 yuan in modern society. Yet, in this epoch, such an item was a rare treasure. When Zhangsun Pingting beheld her stunning reflection in the mirror, even her usual poise faltered, and she gasped aloud. "Sister, what is this? It's astonishingly clear. Is that truly me?" Others hesitated to approach, curious about what could elicit such uncharacteristic laughter from the typically composed Miss Zhangsun. However, Zhangsun Chong, disregarding decorum, quickly seized the small mirror from his sister's hands. Zhangsun Wuji cast a sidelong glance. Despite his vast experience, he had never encountered such a remarkably clear mirror. Not only did the Zhangsun family lack such treasures, but even the royal family and venerable clans of the 5 surnames and 7 noble houses could not boast of similar items. In that moment, this mirror eclipsed all other treasures, rendering even mountains of gold and silver inadequate to tempt Zhangsun Pingting to part with it. While many noble families could offer gold and silver, could they produce such a mirror? As the saying goes, rarity confers value. When such items are scarce in the world, they become the most coveted treasures. The first small mirror Li Xiang had given was part of a newcomer-esque gift pack, while the second was exchanged from the system's marketplace at a nominal cost of 1 coin. However, given Li Xiang's current level, he was only permitted to redeem 10 per day. "Hand it over to me. If you break it, I shall drain the blood from your horse." Zhangsun Pingting snatched the small mirror and examined it with great care, fearful that her reckless brother might damage it. The onlookers were equally astonished. Miss Changsun was renowned for her graceful demeanor, so what had transpired today? This was understandable, as such a treasure was rare and perhaps unique in the world. If it were to be broken, where could one possibly find another? Prince Wei, Li Tai, felt as though he was suffocating. If the current situation continued to unfold, that young man had not even arrived yet but had already won over his uncle's closest aides. What chance did he have left? Changsun Wuji waved his hand, dismissing the eunuchs of the Eastern Palace, while casting a stern glance at his 2 children, who were sweating profusely from embarrassment. It was indeed their first time losing composure in front of so many people, given their family's strict upbringing. Although Changsun Wuji had merely glanced at the small mirror, he too was curious to examine it further, had it not been for the crowd. After the eunuchs exited, the sound of gongs echoed from afar. It was time for Li Xiang's arrival. Today, Li Xiang had summoned an impressive retinue, although Changsun Wuji need not personally greet him. His children were expected to make an appearance, lest it appear overly presumptuous. In the early years of the Tang dynasty, ceremonies were not as rigid. Yet with such a grand procession, it would be remiss for the Changsun family not to acknowledge it. Changsun Chong frowned at his siblings. Were they really expected to bow before this young man in front of so many witnesses? Although royal etiquette dictated such behavior, the siblings had always interacted with members of the royal family with a degree of familiarity, just as they had with Prince Wei and Li Tai earlier, without excessive display. However, Li Xiang had made this occasion exceedingly formal. Why did the sound of gongs seem to be fading? Changsun Chong was the first to sense something amiss. The sound had been clear moments ago, yet now it appeared to be receding. By the time he voiced his observation, the gongs had vanished entirely. Your Highness, please. This was the voice of the Changsun family's chief steward, revealing that Li Xiang had instructed his retinue to return at the corner. You. Upon seeing Li Xiang, Prince Wei Li Tai felt a surge of anger, his stomach churning. This young man certainly knew how to play the game. He had stirred the entire city, ensuring that everyone was aware of his visit to Changsun Wuji, yet upon reaching the entrance, he sent his entourage away. This maneuver not only alerted the entire city, but also spared Changsun Chong and his siblings any embarrassment. Such cunning was truly formidable, prompting the three members of the Changsun family to exchange glances. Greetings to my uncle, greetings to my cousin, greetings to my elder cousin. Uncle, you arrived early. Is the food at my uncle's house so delectable that you could hardly wait? Prince Wei Li Tai anticipated Li Xiang's respectful greeting, only to find that the young man stood upright instead. What is the purpose of your clever little tricks? Do you think your uncle is unaware of your schemes? Li Tai spoke with a fierce tone, feeling somewhat stifled at that moment. The actions of Li Xiang were indeed excessive, yet they bore no direct relation to him. After all, the visitor was Long's son Wuji, who had yet to voice any opinion. Were they to overshadow the host? Long's son Wuji managed a bitter smile. Even before the meal had commenced, conflict had already begun, particularly with Li Xiang's audacious move. It was as if he were announcing to the world the esteem in which he held the Long-Sun family. Consequently, Wuji felt compelled to reciprocate appropriately. This was a blatant maneuver, pressuring him to lend his support, or at the very least, preventing any hostility towards Li Xiang. Chapter 16. The proposal of the Tuyuhun prince. The feast was prepared, and everyone was invited to take their seats. Observing Li Tai's arrogant demeanor, Li Xiang was poised to retort, but unexpectedly, it was Changsun Pingting who spoke first. Changsun Wuji understood that allowing the two relatives to bicker would likely extend the matter for half an hour. With the comings and goings of numerous servants, such a dispute would not reflect well, so he discreetly signaled his daughter. It was essential to maintain the family's dignity, especially as Changsun Pingting, his cousin, was no ordinary individual. She could be regarded as half a strategist for the Changsun family, a person worth winning over. Humph. The two relatives exchanged disdainful glances but ultimately followed Changsun Wuji into the hall. Changsun Pingting observed everything, knowing that the more fiercely they fought, the greater the benefits for the Changsun family. While she had some understanding of Li Tai, Li Xiang remained a mystery, particularly after receiving a gift from him that could only be described as a priceless heirloom. Where had this young man procured such a treasure? The last time she beheld him was several years ago at a royal banquet, and now he had grown considerably and carried himself with impressive decorum. None of these noble scions were to be underestimated. Upon entering the main hall, Changsun Wuji naturally took the seat of honor. Wei Wang Li Tai, the first-ranked prince and once the most favored candidate for the crown prince, occupied the position to the right. This arrangement was inappropriate. At a family gathering, the etiquette dictated that the elder relatives take precedence, and he was content to sit in a lesser position. The seat to the left should rightfully belong to Li Xiang, given that he was a second-ranked prince and the eldest grandson of the Tang Empire, deserving of such an honor. If Li Tai were the crown prince, he would not even be able to sit before Li Xiang. However, Li Tai, adept at social maneuvering, unceremoniously claimed the lowest seat. Changsun Chong and Changsun Pingting urged him to reconsider, secretly pleased. Although they were among the foremost nobles of the Tang Empire, they still felt a certain inferiority in the presence of royal offspring. The fact that Li Xiang afforded them such courtesy was not lost on them. Little scoundrel. Li Tai muttered under his breath, recalling how, during his previous visits, he had regarded everyone apart from his uncle Changsun Wuji as mere servants, never contemplating the need for courtesy, nor did he view it as a fault. Now, witnessing the smiles on Changsun Chong and Changsun Pingting's faces, he realized how egregiously mistaken he had been. This is a family banquet. You all may retire. I shall serve the wine, Li Xiang declared as he noticed a serving maid bringing forth exquisite wine. He swiftly seized the wine jug, preparing to pour for Changsun Wuji. That is not permissible. Your Highness, a few polite words are in order, yet you overstep. Changsun Pingding admonished the servants with a glare. Do not be vexed, dear cousin. It is customary for the younger generation to serve the elders, as prescribed by Confucian etiquette. Besides, our conversation here would be rather inconvenient with them present. Best to let them retire, which merely requires my nephew to run a few errands, Li Xiang explained as he poured wine for the others, filling their cups, including Li Tai's. The act of His Royal Highness personally pouring the wine is indeed a matter of significance. However, it is entirely justifiable for Li Xiang to invoke the Confucian rituals. The Tang dynasty holds the tenets of Confucian education in high regard, emphasizing the respect for elders and affection for the young, principles rooted in the philosophies of Confucius and Mencius. Furthermore, the familial ties among those present alleviated any sense of unfamiliarity in an instant. The three members of the Changsun family were well acquainted with Li Tai, yet had only recently become acquainted with Li Xiang, as he had just made his public debut days prior. This gesture served to bridge that gap. Changsun Pingting wished to voice her thoughts, but, upon meeting her father's gaze, chose to sit quietly and observe as Li Xiang poured the wine. Changsun Wuji, a cunning strategist, remained unperturbed by trivial matters. He was keenly observing Li Xiang, contemplating how long the latter could maintain his fade. The matter of succession is of paramount importance, and Changsun Wuji would not alter his decisions based on minor incidents. Li Xiang understood this well, as he resolved to exert considerable effort, even if immediate results were not forthcoming. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Li Xiang sensed that the main event was approaching. Changsun Wuji summoned the two nephews, indicating that this gathering was not merely a casual meal but perhaps the first trial for them both. Erlang, Xiongnu, have you heard? The Prince of Tiahan, Zatirk, seeks to propose marriage to our Tang dynasty. How do you believe we should respond? The trial arrived swiftly. None present were fools, and Changsun Wuji wasted no time in articulating the challenge. Prince Li Tai, renowned for his intellect, stood out among his peers, while Li Xiang had demonstrated remarkable prowess, having outshone all at court the previous day. Now, Changsun Wuji was tasked with addressing the matters concerning the Tuyuan prince, and he was keen to ascertain whether these two could provide insight, which would simultaneously serve as a test for them. I am familiar with Zatirk. He is the foremost scholar of Tuyuan and has long studied in Chang'an, holding our Tang dynasty in high esteem. Although Tuyuan has not been particularly friendly towards us in recent years, a marriage alliance could be advantageous, allowing us to guide them wisely and transform them into a tributary state of our Tang dynasty, thereby strengthening our defenses against the incursions of Tubo. Prince Li Tai, brimming with pride, interjected. He had consulted numerous scholars regarding Tuyuan, and before Li Xiang could respond, he spoke up to demonstrate his expertise in the matter. A tributary state of our Tang dynasty? To repel Tubo? Upon hearing Li Tai's words, Li Xiang was momentarily at a loss for words. Could a mind like his truly be deemed as possessing great talent? It became evident that Prince Li Tai, favored above all by Emperor Li Shimin, was surrounded by sycophants. Flattering him cost nothing, and amidst the adulation, he had likely lost sight of his true self, genuinely believing himself to be a person of talent. Erlang is correct. Zatirk has roamed the banks of Tujiang, leaving behind many poems that resonate with the literary spirit of our Tang. Upon hearing Changsun Chang's remarks, Li Xiang realized he had unwittingly gifted away his two prized horses, as it was clear that this fellow remained steadfastly loyal to the faction of Prince Li Tai. Regarding Zatirk, Changsun Pingting had long been aware of him. However, at this moment, Li Xiang had yet to express his stance, and thus, Changsun Pingting remained silent. The practice of marriage alliances was widely esteemed during the Jingguan era. Could it be that Li Xiang harbors reservations? Therefore, until Li Xiang articulates his position, Changsun Pingting would refrain from speaking. Xiangnu, what do you think? Li Tai's response was rather conventional, and Changsun Wuji's countenance revealed no discernible emotion at this juncture. He directly posed a question to Li Xiang. Chapter 17. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Upon hearing Changsun Wuji's inquiry, Li Xiang set down his chopsticks. Li Tai, witnessing this exchange, felt a surge of indignation within. Just moments ago, he had delivered an elaborate discourse. Yet this young man seemed to disregard it entirely, instead indulging himself with food to the point of gluttony. Li Xiang had not eaten since morning and was now quite famished. He had no time to entertain Li Tai's ramblings, particularly as they bore little relevance. Historically, the Tuyuan had never sincerely submitted to the Tang dynasty, and despite diplomatic marriages, conflict ultimately ensued. If this were the case, why not have engaged in battle from the outset? In Li Xiang's view, the Tang dynasty's only flaw lay in its numerous alliances through marriage. Previously, circumstances had rendered them powerless to intervene, but now that he had traversed time to this point, he resolved that the Tang would never again engage in such practices. Of course, if neighboring nations wished to wed their princesses to Tang royalty, that could be tolerated. However, Sending their women to Tang lands was out of the question. Li Xiang held a singular principle regarding women. They may come to us, but our women shall not go to them, and those who disagree may challenge this notion. Unrelated races harbor different intentions, he succinctly stated, wiping his mouth as he articulated these words. Changsun Wuji's expression shifted dramatically, though Li Xiang had spoken little. His stance was unmistakably clear. During the early years of the Jingguan era, the Tang dynasty was relatively weak, particularly under the looming threat of the northern Turks. Even Li Shimin, a formidable ruler, found his ambitions thwarted, leading to the humiliation at Weishui. The Tang had adopted a policy of appeasement towards neighboring nations, attempting to stabilize relations through marriage alliances. However, with the Dong Turks now vanquished and the Tang's power surging, such alliances seemed increasingly impractical. You speak utter nonsense. By your reasoning, we should conquer all our neighbors, but do not forget, a great nation that is overly bellicose shall surely perish. Li Tai seized upon Li Xiang's words. Second uncle, do not overlook the fact that while peace reigns, neglecting preparation for war invites danger. Do Tuyuhun and our Tang truly share a common purpose? Although they have sent their crown prince to Chang'an for education, have border skirmishes diminished in recent years? Are you not concerned that he may one day conspire with the Tibetan forces against us? Li Xiang did not yield an inch. He understood that Changsun Wuji was a significant figure in court, and during Li Shimin's reign, the Tang experienced unprecedented growth. If the national policy were to shift at this moment, it could secure a stable southwestern frontier for future generations, preventing the Tibetan invasions that plagued the Tang during the reign of Emperor Dizong, which resulted in the bloodshed of 4 border prefectures and even threatened the safety of Chang'an. This young man is truly exceptional. This was Changsun Wuji's assessment of Li Xiang. While the strategy regarding Goguryeo might have been fortuitous, his insights regarding Tibet were nothing short of genius. Changsun Wuji once heard from the military leaders that the Tubo kingdom is not a trifling entity. It boasts an army of hundreds of thousands and harbors rebellious intentions towards our Great Tang dynasty. However, they reside in lofty mountains, making any military campaign against them an arduous endeavor for our Tang. As a veteran who has fought alongside Li Shimin in numerous battles, Changsun Wuji harbors no desire to leave such a latent threat for future generations, thus he finds himself leaning towards Li Xiang's perspective. Consequently, it is imperative for us to forge an alliance with Tuyuhun, entrusting them to safeguard our southwestern gate. The policy of marital alliance is essential, should they become our son-in-law. Would they still entertain treasonous thoughts? Upon hearing Li Tai's words, both Changsun Wuji and Li Xiang furrowed their brows, while only Changsun Chong listened with keen interest. Recalling how the policy of marital alliance had once greatly benefited the early Tang dynasty. Beside them, Changsun Pingying, although unaware of the intricacies of border affairs, felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of a girl marrying far away. Moreover, she believed that matters between nations should not involve women. Could such alliances truly foster peace? If war were to erupt again, the daughters given in marriage could find themselves facing dire fates. History is replete with such tragedies. How many women sent in marriage during the Han dynasty met a fortunate end? A son-in-law is but half a son. Do you truly grasp this, young man? Seeing that Li Xiang remained silent, Li Tai became increasingly emboldened. His uncle often spoke only the first half of a thought, conveniently forgetting the latter. Did he not know that a son-in-law's tears are as inconsequential as a donkey's bray? Li Xiang's remark elicited laughter from Changsun Chong, while Changsun Pingying frowned, finding the young man's candor rather unrefined, yet fundamentally sound. Although a son-in-law may be considered part of the family, should it not pertain to core matters? His interests can be defended, but if they conflict with the family's paramount interests, he may be cast aside without hesitation. This is hardly a secret in prominent families. The same principle applies between nations. If one possesses strength, a son-in-law may treat you as a father-in-law, yet without power, one risks becoming prey. Xiang, do you mean to advocate for war? Changsun Wuji, uninterested in the banter between the uncle and nephew, continued to pose his inquiry. Previously, Changsun Wuji had favored the idea of marital alliances, but after listening to Li Xiang's discourse and considering recent developments concerning Li Shimin, he felt compelled to re-evaluate his stance. When Changsun Wuji posed this question, both Li Tai and Changsun Chong exchanged looks of disdain, suspecting it to be a jest at Li Xiang's expense, as it contradicted the early policies of the Tang dynasty. However, Changsun Pingying perceived that Li Xiang had emerged victorious. The uncle and nephew were divided, one advocating for peace while the other for conflict. Changsun Wuji did not consult Li Tai but turned his inquiry towards Li Xiang, indicating that the balance of his judgment had begun to tilt. Dare I ask, uncle, on the lands of Tuyuan, which would allow you to sleep soundly, Zakelta leading his troops or General Li Jing at the helm? Li Xiang did not respond directly to Changsun Wuji's question, but instead posed another inquiry. You, my dear fellow, are merely causing a ruckus. The The question posed by your uncle pertains to whether to engage in conflict or to seek peace, yet you respond with the notion of slumber. It is utterly nonsensical. The mindless tirade from Li Tai swiftly ensued. However, this individual is no fool. Before he could finish his retort, he had already discerned Li Xiang's response and hastily sealed his lips to avoid revealing his own folly to the family. Yet, his realization came too late. From the expression of Chang's son Ping Ting, Li Tai comprehended what his cousin was contemplating. It is all the fault of that insufferable brat. It is he who has brought embarrassment upon me. He must not be permitted to remain. His presence is nothing but a calamity. Chapter 18. The bundling of interests. Although Chang's son Chong was not the quickest of thinkers, it did not imply that he was a fool. He recognized the merit in Li Xiang's words. Regardless of how amicable Zekert was, he remained a man of the Tuyuan, stationed several hundred miles from Ezhou. Regardless of his status as a son-in-law of the Tang dynasty, it was imperative for us to deploy troops to monitor him. But what if the imperial army were to garrison in Tuyuan? Those would be our own people. Was there still a need for surveillance? It was common knowledge that the land of Tuyuan held strategic significance, capable of launching offensives against the Tang to the north or striking at Tubo to the south. In times of peace, it could serve as a vital nexus for trade between the two nations, collecting ample taxes while reaping substantial profits from price differences. Should we seize this territory, Tang goods could flow directly to Tubo, eliminating middlemen and allowing taxes to accumulate solely in our coffers. Why then? Must we rely on an intermediary, especially when we would have also sacrificed a princess? The more Chang's son Chong pondered, the more he sensed a discrepancy after the marriage alliance. We would still need to deploy troops to oversee him, incurring considerable expenses. Most critically, this fellow might not even share our interests and could readily defect to Tubo at any moment. Rather than expend such resources on a dubious son-in-law, why not strive to claim his territory instead? Li Xiang observed the expressions of the three members of the Changsun family. If even Chang's son Chong could grasp this notion, the astute father and daughter pair were surely even more insightful. Changsun Wuji recalled recent events involving Li Shimin. Could it be that the emperor harbored similar thoughts? In the past, whenever a suitor sought the hand of a princess, Li Shimin would invariably acquiesce. Yet, Zekert had resided in Chang'an for quite some time, and still, no approval had been granted. It appeared the emperor. Let us pour the wine and continue our feast. Do not let other matters interrupt our meal. Changsun Wuji remarked, refraining from passing judgment on the situation. Instead, he gestured towards his cup, prompting Li Xiang to hurry over with the wine. Although he did not declare his victory, was it not apparent what the current circumstances implied? Only a fool would seek a tangible victory. The wise would merely pursue the benefits, for that ephemeral glory held little significance. As Li Xiang poured wine for him, Changsun Wuji nodded in acknowledgement. The initial act of pouring could be perceived as mere theatrics, yet now, with 7 or 8 cups consumed, Li Xiang's demeanor remained unwavering, devoid of any sign of fatigue. Perhaps this was not mere pretense. Perhaps there was genuine respect involved. Of course, Changsun Wuji was not easily deceived in his mind. Even if Li Xiang were to act, he must persist in that role, for the continuation of the Changsun family's power was paramount. In the midst of the royal power transitions, this was a notion that occupied Changsun Wuji's thoughts frequently. Li Xiang was certainly aware of this as well. Familial bonds were but one facet of an alliance. If the two sides were to stand united indefinitely, it could only be through mutual interests. After pouring the wine, Li Xiang glanced towards the doorway, calculating the time. Where could they be? Is there something on your mind, Xiang? Changsun Wuji noted Li Xiang's repeated glances toward the entrance. Feeling a tinge of displeasure. You come here with great fanfare to visit me, and yet you seek to engage in other matters as well? As Li Xiang was about to respond, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, accompanied by the heavy panting of several laborers. My lord, Chief Eunuch Qianping from the Eastern Palace has arrived, claiming that the wine brewed by His Highness the Crown Prince is here. The chief steward of the Changsun family pointed towards the distant courtyard gate, where Qianping, accompanied by several laborers from the Eastern Palace, was carrying a large jar inside. Among the previous rewards from the system was a brewing technique, which Li Xiang had instructed his subordinates to implement yesterday. However, as the materials were located outside the city, he had merely conveyed the method to his men, urging them to hasten the brewing process. Although the time was short, it would surely be a better vintage compared to the current offerings. I expected something remarkable. Does your wine truly taste better? Li Tai scoffed. The exceptional brew from my uncle's estate has been perfected over decades. Changsun Wuji's countenance also soured, being a connoisseur of fine wines himself. He often dabbled in the art of brewing. How could a mere child like Li Xiang produce a superior vintage? In the presence of Changsun Wuji, Li Xiang naturally extolled the merits of the Changsun family's wine, yet he had indeed held his nose while drinking it, finding it sour and bitter, with an unpleasant horsehair in flavor. If that was considered fine wine, then his own jar undoubtedly contained the celestial nectar of the Queen Mother. Uncle, do not be anxious. I merely stumbled upon a brewing method and humbly invite everyone to taste it today. Should it prove unsatisfactory, I shall drink 3 cups in penance. Hearing this, Li Tai found amusement in the prospect, knowing that if Li Xiang drank 3 cups, he would surely embarrass himself, given the child's low tolerance for alcohol. Agreed. If your wine is delightful, I shall gladly part with this exquisite jade pendant of the joyful bird, though it pales in comparison to the 9-dragon pendant. However, if the wine is lacking, you shall drink 3 additional cups. Li Tai, having nearly lost the 9-dragon pendant to the Wei Wangfu in the court previously, had learned his lesson and now presented a different wager. He could see the glint of greed in Li Xiang's eyes at the mention of the 9-dragon pendant. Yet he acknowledged that the joyful bird pendant was indeed a fine piece. The system had already assigned a value to it, 3,000 coins. In this era, the annual tax revenue of the Tang Dynasty was merely over 10 million coins, and Changsun Wuji's monthly income from his title and office barely amounted to 100 coins. Thus, 3,000 coins equated to 2 years' worth of visible income for Changsun Wuji, though his covert earnings remained uncertain. While studying the system, Li Xiang discovered a bug. He could not resell gifts received from others, as doing so would likely offend them. However, the system could absorb these items and provide Li Xiang with cash. When Li Xiang found himself financially comfortable, he could pay a small service fee to exchange items, essentially functioning as a temporary pawnshop. This proved to be quite beneficial for him, as many items did not require public scrutiny. Then it is settled. Bring it forth. Li Xiang declared joyfully, if you are willing to part with your money, we shall not hesitate to accept. If it were anything else, Changsun Wuji would have long ceased to indulge these younger generations. However, when it comes to wine, he finds himself quite tempted. Renowned for his appreciation of exquisite wines, Changsun Wuji holds a particular fondness for the finest spirits from across the realm. Moreover, his family operates several distilleries in various counties, transforming this passion into a significant source of income for the Changsun household. Should Li Xiang truly succeed in brewing exceptional wine, reminiscent of the time when the exquisite grape wine from the western regions first graced the streets of Chang'an, the potential profits would be. Chapter 19. Fine wine. Upon witnessing the arrival of such a sizable jar, the attendees could not help but express their disdain. For nobles typically favored the elegance of small porcelain vials, with some opting for exquisite glass bottles. Rarely did one encounter a vessel of this magnitude. The prevailing sentiment among them was that fine wine is a rare commodity, and to produce such a large cask seemed improbable for quality. Humph. Li Tai had already curled his lip in skepticism. Changsun Chong's expression mirrored similar doubt, while Changsun Pingying displayed a hint of concern. Having developed a favorable impression of Li Xiang in such a short time, the most astonishing reaction came from Changsun Wuji, who had risen to his feet. Among the gathering, if one were to speak of a connoisseur of wine, Changsun Wuji would certainly be among the most esteemed in the entirety of Chang'an. Although Li Xiang's white liquor was still in its nascent stages, it far surpassed the standards of white wine from this era. Even unopened, a delicate aroma had begun to waft through the air, captivating Changsun Wuji in its intoxicating embrace. And, as is tradition, the first barrel of newly brewed wine must be opened by one of ethereal beauty, akin to water and flower. Thus, we 3 gentlemen must implore you to take on this task, Li Xiang remarked, discerning that among the 3 members of the Changsun family present, the most amenable was this stunning cousin. Even though he sought collaboration with the Changsun clan, he aimed to circumvent Changsun Chong, primarily due to the latter's close association with Li Tai, making it challenging to approach him. In speaking, Li Xiang deliberately omitted the honorific for his cousin. Moreover, it is a universal truth that all women appreciate flattery. Changsun Pingying, being in her 20s, the prime of her youth, could only feel delighted by Li Xiang's charming description. Nevertheless, as the request for her to open the seal was made, she suddenly sensed she had misspoken. Did this not imply she wished to assume the role of a businesswoman? Such a notion was at odds with her status. Fortunately, Changsun Wuji was too enraptured by the scent of the wine to heed his daughter's words. While Li Tai's expression shifted dramatically, acutely aware of his cousin's temperament, having assisted his uncle with numerous schemes over the years, he understood that if she were to lean towards this rascal, it would bode ill for him. Li Tai contemplated displaying his own literary prowess, hoping to impress Changsun Pingying. Yet he found himself unable to conjure a verse that could rival water and flower. Frustration compelled him to sulk in silence, drowning his discontent in drink. It seemed that since this upstart had risen to prominence, he had not enjoyed a single day of peace. However, Li Tai remained unperturbed, for he knew well that brewing fine wine was no trivial endeavor. He was aware of the painstaking process behind the royal brews, requiring years of fermentation. How could one expect to produce anything of note in a mere few days, especially from someone who had never before been known for their winemaking? Despite her opening the letter, I still fear that my aunt may not want to proceed. Li Xiang chuckled, while Chang's son Pingting, caught in a difficult position, could only extend her delicate hand, casting a glance at her father before gently tearing open the seal. The fragrance of fine wine wafted through the streets, and as it filled the modest room, the aroma enveloped the entire space. Chang's son Wuji, lost in ecstasy, closed his eyes after years of indulging in wine. This must be the most exquisite scent he had ever encountered. I shall have the first bowl, he thought, yet, due to his status, Chang's son Wuji refrained from voicing it aloud. However, Chang's son Chong was less restrained. Before Li Xiang could react, he had already poured himself a bowl. And just as Li Xiang intended to caution him about the wine's potency, Chang's son Chong had already downed a hearty gulp. What a thrill! In this era, the alcohol content typically reached no more than 10 degrees, filled with impurities. Even the so-called imperial brew lacked flavor. Li Xiang's wine was merely a product of basic fermentation, akin to low-grade spirits of the 21st century, worth no more than 5 or 6 coins a bottle. Yet, for the people of this time, it was akin to celestial nectar. As Chang's son Chong swallowed, he immediately felt the warm sensation coursing down his throat. Igniting a fiery exhilaration within him, military men relish such a feeling. Uncle, please. Chang's son Chong was already on his second bowl, heedless of his father's murderous glare. Li Xiang, ever observant, quickly poured a bowl for Chang's son Wuji. Then I shall have a taste. Chang's son Wuji feigned a casual demeanor. But the moment Li Xiang offered the wine, he wasted no time in savoring it. His sip was not as reckless as Chang's son Chang's. He merely indulged in a delicate taste, relishing the lingering flavor. Good wine, Chang's son Wuji declared, leaving Li Tai astounded. While Chang's son Chong had little knowledge of spirits, Chang's son Wuji was quite the connoisseur. In fact, if one were to rank expertise in Chang'an, he would surely be among the top 3. If someone of his caliber deemed the wine good, it must indeed be exceptional. Bring me a bowl, you scoundrel. As Li Tai rose to partake, he hesitated, remembering his status as the imperial uncle of Li Xiang. In the presence of others, Li Xiang could not afford to lose face, so he begrudgingly poured a bowl for Li Tai. Though he rarely drank, the moment this quality spirit touched his lips, he felt a warmth enveloping him, a slight intoxication setting in. As for Chang's son Pingting, who had little tolerance for alcohol, just a small sip rendered her cheeks rosy, enhancing her beauty. What do you think, cousin and cousin-in-law? Li Tai found Li Xiang's question rather tedious. For Chang's son Wuji had already declared it fine wine. Would these two dare to disagree? Moreover, the wine was genuinely delightful. However, upon witnessing Li Xiang's gaze, Li Tai quickly comprehended the underlying motive. This rascal was still contemplating his bet regarding the precious bird-shaped pendant, after losing the first wager due to Chang's son Huang Ho's evasion. If he attempted to wriggle out of this one, it would surely be untenable. This is the finest wine in Chang'an. A generous bowl from Chang's son Chong contains no less than 4 taels, and though I feel a slight dizziness now, I am still inclined to drink more. My brother's words ring true. Chang's son Pingting also offered her assessment, confirming precisely what Li Tai had anticipated. After Chang's son Pingting finished speaking, Li Xiang stood beside Li Tai and extended his hand. Chapter 20. The agreement reached in the face of this scene. The 3 members of the Changsun family lowered their heads in unison. This matter concerns you and your nephew. We merely serve as witnesses. If you refuse, then it shall be our turn to speak. Look at your petty demeanor. Can your second uncle truly lay claim to what belongs to you? Take it, take it. As Li Tai uttered these words, his heart was heavy with sorrow. This item is of considerable value, capable of exchanging for several grand estates in Chang'an. How could you simply take it away? How much of this wine do you have left? Do procure more for me. It is exquisitely delightful. If this were to reach the military camp, it would surely leave many salivating. Changsun Chong remarked joyfully, for the soldiers relish hearty meals and copious amounts of wine. Yet after tasting this, all other wines would pale in comparison. Upon hearing about this wine, Changsun Wuji and Changsun Pinging perked up their ears. The Changsun family commands a third of the wine market in Chang'an, if this particular wine were introduced. The father and daughter duo knew that other spirits would stand no chance. Dear uncle, do you think this is merely the water from a well, available in endless supply? I exerted considerable effort to procure just 2 jars, one for our uncle and the other destined for grandfather, Li Xiang lamented. The others present acknowledged the truth in his words. Such exquisite brew could never be commonplace. The Changsun family currently produces only 200 to 300 pounds of their Chang'an each year, and compared to this wine, Changsun Wuji would find it utterly unpalatable. Yet you still speak of sharing profits with me. Are you attempting to placate your aunt? Changsun Pingting probed, fully aware of the substantial profits in the high-end liquor market. Ah, you are catching on. Li Xiang was unperturbed by their interest. Rather, he feared their disinterest. As long as they showed interest, the Changsun family would find themselves bound to our chariot. Of course, one fine wine alone would not alter your family's strategy. but it is indeed a splendid beginning. Following this, we shall ensnare you with greater schemes, and I doubt the Changsun family will escape. How could this be possible? Having already promised my aunt, I shall hasten production upon my return. However, I have remained within the palace and have no channels for external sales. At this juncture, all present understood, with Li Tai being the most anxious. The three members of the Changsun family were the most elated. Li Tai realized that while friendships may not endure, interests often do. Should this fine liquor ensnare the Changsun family, his elder brother's position would remain unchallenged. Uncle. Li Tai sought to speak up, but was at an utter loss for words. Would he truly stand in the way of the Changsun family's fortune? Erlang, come. Let us share a drink. Changsun Wuji lifted his cup and exchanged a glance with Changsun Pingding, silently conveying, I shall keep Li Erlang occupied. You must secure a significant arrangement with your cousin. As for Changsun Chong, he is currently sprawled across the table, fast asleep, having never consumed such potent liquor before. The 6 ounces of baijiu he is already down would surely render him senseless if he were to remain conscious, especially considering he had previously indulged in a considerable amount of the original Chang'an baijiu. His aunt possesses a sales channel, yet it remains uncertain what the pricing of this baijiu might be. Upon receiving a glance from her father, Changsun Pinging promptly entered into substantive negotiations. Although the status of merchants in this era is not particularly elevated, prominent families throughout Chang'an are engaged in trade. The commercial profit from such baijiu is undoubtedly remarkable. If an agreement is not swiftly reached, the members of the Changsun family would find it difficult to rest. In Chang'an, alcohol has always been deemed a luxury. The cheapest variety sells for 5 won per pound, which equates to 15 pounds of rice for a single pound of liquor. The most expensive, known as Chang'an Tai, commands a staggering 2,000 won per pound, making it utterly unaffordable for anyone outside the elite class. What does the aunt think? Li Xiang has formed a sense of pricing, yet his unfamiliarity with this era renders him hesitant to voice it, preferring instead to heed the counsel of experts. Changsun Pingting extended 4 slender fingers, akin to small scallions, signifying 4 guan of currency or 4 taels of silver. The sum of 5 taels would yield a neat figure, amounting to 100 pounds daily. Li Xiang slammed the table, effectively establishing a price for the baijiu. Changsun Pingting mused that this should pose no issue. Every year during the release of Chang'an Tai, it becomes a coveted item throughout the city, and this liquor, being far superior, would certainly attract numerous affluent young gentlemen as patrons. The next matter to address would be the distribution of profits. What about the aunt's share of the profits? Changsun Pingting felt a twinge of embarrassment when broaching this topic. As Li Xiang is her junior, it seems rather inappropriate for an aunt to contest profits with her nephew. However, should she remain silent, Changsun Wuji would find it even less suitable. Li Tai's mind was in a whirl. Although he continued to raise his cup and toast with Changsun Wuji, his thoughts had already begun to tally figures. With a daily yield of 100 pounds at 5 taels per pound, the daily revenue would amount to 500 taels, culminating in a staggering 15,000 taels monthly. Li Tai's breaths grew somewhat labored, for it is well known that money is the lifeblood of men, especially in high society. Should one amass wealth? Endeavors would naturally follow with ease. Previously, his elder brother struggled to command loyalty due to significant debts, causing the officials of the Eastern Palace to scatter. However, a monthly influx of 15,000 taels would undoubtedly provide a robust boost to the Eastern Palace's coffers. The deal was struck. As Li Tai came to this realization, he observed Li Xiang and Changsun Pingting sealing their agreement with a high five. According to the customs of the liquor trade, a commission of 10% is customary for selling another's fine spirits, yet Li Xiang generously offered 15%. The additional 5% was clearly designated as Changsun Pinging as personal share, much to the delight of this charming aunt. As for Changsun Wuji, he harbored no objections. Regardless of who the extra profits were intended for, as long as they benefited the Changsun family, that was all that mattered. Every day, a sum of 75 guan. Although the Changsun family possesses numerous enterprises, none yield such lucrative returns. Take, for instance, the salt mine located in the western part of the city. It is akin to a mountain of gold, acquired only after Changsun Wuji swallowed his pride. Its daily profit barely reaches 30 guan, which is quite astonishing. Naturally, Changsun Wuji is well versed in propriety. He remains tight-lipped about the raw materials and preparation methods of the white liquor. He ensures that he receives his rightful earnings, while remaining indifferent to the affairs of others. This characteristic is one of the reasons the Changsun family has thrived during the Jingguan era. They are not driven by insatiable greed. Chapter 21. The machinations of Changsun Wuji. When Li Xiang arrived, he entered on his own accord. However, upon his departure, he was escorted to the entrance hall by Changsun Wuji, sent off at the main gate by Changsun Pinging, and finally aided into the carriage by the chief steward of the Changsun family. Such treatment was something even Li Tai had never experienced. Naturally, this was to be expected. as he was now the financial benefactor of the Changsun household, earning 75 guan a day, which amounted to several thousand guan a month, an astonishing sum, exceeding Changsun Wuji's monthly salary by 100-fold. Moreover, according to Li Xiang, various products would soon be launched, and this was likely to be the most basic type of liquor. When the high-end spirits were released, that would be the true moment of profit, as even small affluent individuals could afford a price of 5 taels of silver per pound of liquor, although the Changsun father and daughter were astute. Once individuals found themselves ensnared in the throes of exorbitant profits, their intelligence often diminished dramatically. Truly, they were more likely to sabotage than to succeed. Upon returning to the floral hall, upon seeing his inebriated son, Changsun Wuji could only summon the steward to assist him. At his age, he relied heavily on the family. Had it not been for his own frail constitution, how could he uphold the entire family legacy? Father, let alone my brother, I have only consumed a small amount. Yet I already feel a bit dizzy, Li Xiang protested. Changsun Pingying, bracing herself, managed to escort Li Xiang to the front gate. With the help of the servants, she finally returned to the floral hall. She needed to report the details of her earlier negotiations with Li Xiang to her father. What do you think, father? How much of what Xiang said can become a reality? Although Changsun Wuji acknowledged the substantial profits Li Xiang had mentioned, he did not partake in the family's direct operations and thus needed to consult his daughter, who had always managed the liquor business. 10 out of 10, Changsun Pingying replied. Her face flushed, yet her mind remained remarkably clear. Based on her understanding of the liquor market, if this type of liquor were to be introduced, it would undoubtedly cause a significant stir. Their pricing was not exorbitant. Should scalpers seize the opportunity, prices could potentially double. Changsun Wuji recognized his daughter's capabilities. Her past assistance had been invaluable. Yet, she had never previously expressed such unwavering confidence. Are we to have exclusive distribution rights solely for Chang'an? What about Dongdu Luoyang, Jiang and Yangzhou? Changsun Wuji suddenly recalled a statement made by Li Xiang regarding the distribution rights for Chang'an. Changsun Pingying shook her head in resignation. She had already attempted to probe several times, but Li Xiang showed no inclination to relent. Although the Changsun family held significant importance, Li Xiang hailed from a royal lineage. Had they been a lesser family, the Changsun clan might have resorted to forceful measures, yet with royalty, the dynamics were different. Changsun Wuji understood the situation well. You have yet to express your stance. How can I make mine? In your opinion, what is the anticipated production capacity for this liquor? He inquired. The liquor workshop of the Changsun family fell under Changsun Pingying's purview. The production capacity is difficult to ascertain, however. If the right methods are employed and the raw materials are sufficient, production will be continuous and abundant. Indeed, there exists a method they can wield to exert control, which pertains to the regulation of raw materials. However, the principal ingredients for brewing wine predominantly consist of grains. Not only the Changsun clan, but even the illustrious 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families of the present day cannot claim dominion over the grain supply of the realm. The Changsun family holds 1/3 of the white liquor market in Chang'an, while the Chui family of Qinghe commands 2/3. If there were to be an upheaval, it would undoubtedly be instigated by the Chui family, and I am curious to witness how they will navigate this impending crisis. Suddenly, Changsun Wuji recalled another matter. As the foremost noble family of the Tang dynasty, the Changsun clan undoubtedly wields significant influence. However, when compared to the 5 esteemed families, they still fall slightly short. Including in the eyes of the current emperor, the Changsun family has often endured indignities. And now it is time for the Chui family to realize that merely possessing 2/3 of the market does not render them the sovereign of white liquor in Chang'an. In a few days, I will ensure they are unseated from their pedestal. If that were the case, would he not find himself in direct opposition to the Chui family? What of our own family? Changsun Pingying spoke nervously. In this era, confronting the 5 esteemed families typically yields unfavorable outcomes. And even the current emperor does not wish to make enemies of them. Nonetheless, most disputes remain within a certain framework, adhering to established rules of engagement. The emperor has long been displeased with them, yet their local power is too formidable, constraining him to contend within those parameters. If we exert our full strength, even at great cost, the emperor will certainly take note. Changsun Wuji stroked his beard, fully aware that their family's influence pales in comparison to that of the Chui family of Qinghe. Yet, sometimes, a loss can be a victory, and a victory may, in turn, lead to defeat. My daughter shall commence arrangements for sales tomorrow. Changsun Pingying's eyes brightened at this prospect. Deliver the peacock feather mat acquired the other day to your cousin in the Eastern Palace, and inform him that the weather is turning cold. He should take care of his injured leg. As Changsun Pingying prepared to leave, Changsun Wuji uttered this directive. When she turned back, he had already vanished from the hall. 3 years had elapsed, during which the Changsun family had effectively severed ties with the Eastern Palace, devoid of any exchanges of gifts. Even when the Eastern Palace sent offerings for the sake of appearances, the Changsun family refrained from reciprocating in any form. Today, however, Li Xiang arrived bearing a multitude of gifts, signaling a notable shift for the Changsun family. With this thought in mind, Changsun Pingting prioritized her own affairs, retreating to her chamber to admire her cherished mirror, a true treasure. In the Tai Chi Hall of the Imperial Palace, the quality of this wine is truly remarkable. Even Fuji, Changsun Wuji, sings its praises. Upon receiving reports from his cloaked subordinates, Li Chengqian expressed his disbelief, for he too was a connoisseur of fine wine. The subordinate could not ascertain, but His Highness, the Crown Prince, mentioned that another barrel was destined for His Majesty, and it is likely to be delivered to the palace shortly. Upon receiving this news, the cloaked messenger hurried back to report. Hearing the words of the messenger, Li Chengqian could not suppress his joy. This impudent child has not forgotten his roots. No matter how close others may be, I am still his true grandfather. Ultimately, it is I who shall decide who inherits the throne. Regarding the subsequent report concerning the sale of wine, Li Chengqian did not take it to heart. In his view, it was merely an attempt to strengthen ties with the Changsun family, which he regarded as a commendable approach. He was informed that Qianping, the chief eunuch of the Eastern Palace, had brought a jar of wine, claiming it was newly acquired by Prince Changsun, and requested the emperor to sample it. Indeed, as fate would have it, Li Chengqian waved his hand grandly, instructing the eunuchs to bring forth the wine. Chapter 22. The renowned meat of the Great Tang. What brings you here? In the Hall of Diligence. As Emperor Li Chengqian was about to uncork a jar of exquisite wine, two figures entered without prior announcement. Recognizing them instantly, he knew he was in the presence of the most audacious rogues of the Tang dynasty, Cheng Yaojin and Wei Chide. While one might expect decorum from others, these two understood that it was neither court time nor were there any other ladies present. Given their long-standing camaraderie, they felt that barging in would only warrant a mild rebuke. Having heard that your majesty has obtained a fine jar of wine, we simply wish to partake, Cheng remarked. Back when I followed you into battle, your majesty, you promised we would share in our fortunes. In Chang'an, secrets were scarce. Long Sun Wui's praises of Li Xiang's wine had spread throughout the city. Besides Long Sun Wui, these two were the most fervent wine enthusiasts. Initially, they had intended to visit Long Sun Wui for a taste, but the divide between civil and military officials resulted in their swift dismissal. What a jest. Currently, the Long Sun family possesses but this one jar. Who knows when Li Xiang will supply more? Should we share it with you too? It would surely vanish in an instant. Long Sun Wui was well aware of their natures. The dignity of a duke meant little to them. If their desires were unmet, they would not hesitate to pitch a tent at the Long Sun's doorstep. Thus, he cleverly redirected the issue, stating, apart from this jar, there is none left at the Crown Prince's residence. The entirety of the Great Tang has but this one, which belongs to His Majesty. Upon hearing this, the two immediately rushed over. While others might have relinquished hope upon learning of a treasure at the emperor's side, these two were undeterred. As Qing Yaojin expressed, when we fought for our kingdom, you proclaimed we would share our blessings. Now, forsaking gold and silver, do you truly hesitate to part with a jar of wine? Wei Chide remained silent, standing behind Chang, his intentions clear. His contributions were no less significant, and he expected equal treatment. You two are esteemed generals of the Great Tang. Dignified dukes, how can you come running for a mere jar of wine? What will others think? Li Chengqian's irritation flared. Why are we held in such disdain by the common folk? Is it not due to your boorish tendencies? Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. While admonishing others might yield results, these two were the foremost rascals. Even a day's worth of reprimands would not inspire a hint of remorse in them. Your Majesty speaks aptly. We shall reflect upon our actions in solitude upon our return. Wangda, go to the imperial kitchen and urge them for a few dishes. The emperor is parched, and we shall enjoy a couple of cups with him to ease his mind. Look at you lot, always inciting His Majesty's ire. Li Chengqian took a deep breath, and at that moment, Cheng Yaojin seized the opportunity to speak. While others dared not offend the chief eunuch Wangda, after all, he was a formidable figure akin to a ghost at the king's side. Cheng Yaojin had never regarded such individuals with any respect. Ironically, it was they who feared Cheng. Fully aware that he was a man of action, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely been dragged away by the palace guards by now. Yet, the emperor relished this dynamic. Engaging in conversation with Cheng Yaojin reminded him of the glorious days of yore, prompting Wangda and his associates to realize that today's scolding would be something to remember. Li Chengqian was left speechless by Cheng Yaojin's antics. When did I say I wanted you two to stay for a meal? Moreover, look at the current situation. It's just past midday, and there are still numerous matters to attend to this afternoon. With a boisterous drinker like you, what tasks can possibly be accomplished? Perhaps fearing retribution, or perhaps having prepared in advance, The young eunuch swiftly brought forth the dishes right after Qing finished speaking. Even though Li Shimin harbored some discontent, he had no choice but to swallow it down, especially since he was curious to taste this wine that had drawn two esteemed dukes to his side. Furthermore, Li Shimin was well acquainted with Changsun Wuji. If it weren't truly fine wine, how could he have lauded it so? As these thoughts crossed Li Shimin's mind, the wine jar was opened, and an intoxicating aroma filled the hall, intoxicating him even before a sip was taken. Changsun, the old man, does not deceive me. Upon the arrival of Yu Qigong, this was the first exclamation from him, but Qing Yaojin, not one to waste time, had already pushed aside the young eunuchs and downed a bowl in one go. Ah, such fine wine. What a delight, as the warm liquid coursed through him. Qing Yaojin burped contentedly, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Yu Qigong was not one to lag behind. He seized his own large bowl and began to drink heartily, while Li Shimin, seated upon his throne, was somewhat delayed in his indulgence. Can you two not exhibit a bit of decorum? You are no longer mountain bandits. You are dukes of the Great Tang. Just as Li Shimin prepared to admonish them, Wang De had already presented the wine. Sensing the aroma of the baijiu, Li Shimin lifted his cup and took a modest sip, followed by a hearty gulp, with his eyes closed. He relished the sensation of the smooth liquor sliding down his throat, blissful. In contemporary Tang, whether it be the wines from the western regions or the meticulously brewed baijiu from various households, they paled in comparison to this exquisite drink. I thought Changsun was jesting when he claimed that a pound of this wine cost 5 taels of silver at that moment. I assumed he had lost his senses due to poverty. Yet, it appears that such a price is not exaggerated. As Yu Qigong downed his second bowl, Li Shimin, still seated on his throne, overheard the proclamation, a pound of wine for 5 taels of silver? Is this truly a sale? A single tael of gold exchanges for 10 taels of silver. Thus, 2 pounds of wine equates to a tael of gold? Even though Li Shimin was an emperor, he was momentarily taken aback by the pricing. However, to speak honestly, the wine at this price is certainly not exorbitant. It is at least 100 times more palatable than the royal wines. Initially, Li Shimin had not paid attention to the transaction between Li Xiong and Changsun Wuji. But after hearing the words of Yu Qi Jingda, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. This young man is indeed a shrewd strategist. With this, he will undoubtedly secure Changsun Wuji's allegiance. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Chapter 23. The Royal Wine Standoff. Enough. Both of you have indulged quite a bit. You claim to have come to ease my worries. Yet throughout the meal, scarcely a word was exchanged. It was merely a sight to behold as you two guzzled down your drinks. It is high time you return home. Li Shimin observed his two inebriated generals. Irritation bubbling within him, they resembled nothing more than a pair of drunken fools. Yet, he himself was not in a much better state. Having consumed half a gin of wine, fill this jar for me, a token of gratitude from His Majesty. Qing Yaojin cheerfully nudged the nearby vessel, which had just been fetched by Wang De from the imperial kitchen. The old minister also expresses his thanks for your majesty's generosity. Wei Chide and Jingda, with flushed faces akin to that of a door god, stood beside a jar of comparable size to Qing Yaojin's. What? Do you wish to take some home after drinking? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's displeasure surged. You two have been here drinking for ages, and now you want to leave with 2 jars? Look at the size of those jars. If I were to fill them both, what would be left for me to drink? Out with you. You can't expect to drink for free. He slammed his hand on the table, summoning the palace guards. However, upon witnessing the 2 drunken generals, they hesitated to approach, fearing the repercussions of a confrontation with inebriated men. What a useless lot. Allow me to pour you each 2 gin. Li Shimin, recognizing the guard's predicament, took it upon himself to serve the wine. Your Majesty, please pour me a bit more. During the battle against Wan Shichong in the bitter cold of night, there was but a single jar of wine, and I willingly offered it all to you. Wei Chide, seizing the opportunity, reminded Li Shimin of past hardships. Indeed, that battle was arduous, and you did not partake even a sip, selflessly giving it all to me, Li Shimin conceded, recalling the chilling night when the mere warmth of a sip was a precious solace. As for me, I too must receive my due. When we fought in the eastern Luoyang, Your Majesty, you sustained an arm injury, and it was I, old Xiang, who carried you for 10 li. The physician stated that were it not for my swift actions, you would have been left with a lasting injury, thus I deserve a bit more. Step aside. You drank half a bowl more than I did. You old turtle, your drinking capacity pales in comparison to mine. Come, let us see who can outdrink the other. Initially, their banter retained some semblance of civility, yet as the conversation escalated, it took a turn for the worse, and it seemed a brawl was imminent. Li Shimin was compelled to have the young eunuch separate them, though both eunuchs emerged with bruised eyes. After nearly half an hour of chaos, the 2 rascals were finally escorted away. With only a third of the jar remaining, Li Shimin lamented, as the emperor, I find myself with less than either of you. Your Majesty, Duke of Lu, I wish to see no one. Tell Wanga to guard this wine closely. If a single drop goes missing, I shall have your head. At this late hour, it is unlikely that there are any significant matters of state, even if there were, in his current inebriated state. Li Chengqian would be incapable of attending to his duties. It is certain that the news has reached them, prompting their arrival here in search of wine. Indeed, as Li Chengqian had anticipated, a throng had gathered at the palace gates, driven by curiosity and the desire not to be left behind. These are all distinguished ministers who rose to prominence alongside Li Chengqian, each bestowed with titles of nobility. Why should Qing Yaojin and Yu Chide return with half a jar of wine while the rest of us leave empty-handed? If we do not show up, the world may presume we have fallen from grace. It is not the scarcity of rewards, but the inequity of distribution that breeds discontent. In this context, Li Xiang's white liquor had yet to be sold, yet its reputation had already begun to spread throughout Chang'an. A gathering of nobles beseeching the emperor for wine is a spectacle that has not been witnessed for centuries. News travels swiftly. By the time dusk fell, all of Chang'an was abuzz with the story. In the East Palace's Hongyuan Hall, a figure stood before Li Xiang, a wiry man with sharp features, whom Li Xiang dubbed Mouse One. He was one of the scouts among the 3,000 Great Snow Dragon riders. Alongside him, over 200 brethren had dispersed throughout Chang'an, tasked with gathering all pertinent information. You've done well, Li Xiang commended. Maintain a low profile. All must be executed with discretion. We cannot afford to reveal our intentions too soon. Li Xiang understood that although these newcomers were formidable, the prominent families of Chang'an are not to be underestimated. To uncover all their secrets requires a gradual approach. A strong dragon cannot dominate a local snake. Patience is paramount. I understand, he replied. I shall take these funds. When seeking information, one must not shy away from expenditures. Li Xiang gestured towards two chests beside him, each filled to the brim with gold, totaling 500 guan. He was acutely aware that without investment, intelligence would be elusive. Thus, on his return journey, he exchanged Li Tai's jade pendant of the sparrow, acquiring 3,000 guan in return. After all, since the item was lost to me, I see no reason to return it to its former glory. As long as it is not found in another pawnshop, who would know I sold it? Your subordinate takes leave. Just as Mouse 1 prepared to depart, a hunched figure, Mouse 36, entered. Their hierarchy was strict. Every piece of information collected would be submitted to their respective leaders, unless a matter of utmost urgency arose, in which case they would directly inform Mouse 1. Han Wang Li Yuan Chang? Li Xiang had emphasized the importance of this individual during their briefing. If he were to approach the East Palace, it was imperative to report immediately. At this moment, Han Wang Li Yuanchang had already departed from his residence. En route to the East Palace, Li Xiang waved his hand, signaling for Mouse One and his subordinate to withdraw. Li Yuanchang is not an ordinary individual. He is the half-brother of Li Chengqian. After Li Yuan ascended to the position of Taishang Huang, he found himself with little to occupy his time, leading to the birth of numerous siblings for Li Chengqian. Li Yuanchang is one among them. However, this detail pales in significance compared to his role as a key figure in Li Chengqian's rebellious faction. Li Chengqian had long harbored dissatisfaction towards this man. As a half-brother could potentially become a formidable rival. Yet, constrained by public opinion, Li Chengqian still conferred upon him the title of King of Han, hoping he would express gratitude. To his dismay, Li Yuanchang persistently plotted against the imperial court. How much longer could Li Chengqian tolerate him? Chapter 24, Li Yuanchang of the Han Dynasty. Li Xiang, who had traversed from the modern era, understood that Li Chengqian had always harbored a reluctance towards rebellion. It was merely the instigation of Li Yuanchang and Duhe that ultimately led him down an irreversible path. Consequently, Li Xiang had ordered his subordinates to monitor Li Yuanchang and Duhe around the clock. He could not allow them any form of contact with Li Chengqian. Having just dismantled the morning hall of the Eastern Palace had, to some extent, garnered the emperor's favor. However, should there be any subsequent interactions with these individuals, the goodwill he had recently cultivated would dissipate into nothingness. As Li Xiang concluded his remarks, a burly figure entered from outside, the chief of his guards. Accompany the prince to the entrance of the Eastern Palace. Follow my lead, Li Xiang instructed. After his departure, several young eunuchs hurried over, carrying a grand armchair towards the entrance. It is noteworthy that chairs did not exist in the Tang dynasty. After Li Xiang sketched a design and presented it to the craftsmen of the Eastern Palace, they swiftly brought it to fruition. In times past, these individuals might not have been so compliant, but given the recent upheavals, they were astutely aware of who the next master of the Eastern Palace would be. Why would they not exert their utmost efforts for the young master? In the late autumn, the city of Chang'an has begun to feel a chill in the air, and the sky gradually darkens. What good fortune could Li Yuanchang possibly seek at the Eastern Palace during such a time? For Li Yuanchang of the Han Dynasty, the Eastern Palace was no stranger. He would visit almost every few days. However, today, upon descending from the ornate sedan chair, he was taken aback to find the grand entrance of the Eastern Palace obstructed. In the center sat a small child, who could only be the eldest son of the Eastern Palace, Li Xiang. Li Yuanchang had no opportunity to attend court and participate in governance. Thus, he was not well informed about the matters of the court. However, given the turmoil in the capital, he realized that this young man was no longer the same as before. Today, obstructing his path. What could be the reason for this? Li Yuanchang, accompanied by his subordinates, slowly approached the door, awaiting Li Xiang to come and pay his respects. However, to his astonishment, Li Xiang remained seated, showing no inclination to rise. This infuriated Li Yuanchang, who thought to himself, "After all, I am of your grandfather's generation. Have your manners been utterly lost?" Boldly, one does not kneel before His Highness, the Crown Prince. What punishment should be meted out for such an offense? With a mere glance from Li Yuanchang, one of his sycophants immediately approached. They were accustomed to committing misdeeds under Li Yuanchang's protection, and with the indulgence of Li Shimin, the entire city of Chang'an had become their playground. However, recent upheavals within the court had left them without the latest news, and thus they did not regard the Crown Prince's illegitimate son with any seriousness. Before the eunuch could comprehend the situation, an excruciating pain surged through his left hand. As he looked down, he realized his hand had been severed from his body, and a scream echoed throughout the Eastern Palace. Nearby, Li executed a swift and decisive strike, severing the eunuch's hand without hesitation, to frighten the imperial grandson without cause. The law dictates the amputation of a hand. Qianping, the head eunuch of the Eastern Palace, straightened himself. Although he was a servant to the Crown Prince, he understood that serving either of these two was essentially the same. When the imperial grandson sought trouble at the door, one must comply with a semblance of cheerfulness. At this moment, everyone noticed Li Xiang sitting in his seat, feigning sleep. With such a loud voice, "Did you not frighten His Highness, the Crown Prince? Such audacity! Have I also startled you to the point that you would sever my hand?" Li Yuanchang exclaimed angrily. He cared little for the hand of a servant, nor for the life of one, but the act of cutting off his servant's left hand in his presence was akin to a slap in the face. It turned out that His Highness, the Han Wang, had arrived. "What is the matter with you all? Why did you not awaken me earlier? I merely closed my eyes for a moment, and such an incident occurred. How can you justify severing a man's hand? Is there no law left?" Li Xiang appeared as if just roused from slumber. Though his words were stern, he showed no inclination to rise. Li Yuanchang was puzzled, wondering when he had offended Li Xiang. In response to the prince's words, he explained, "Your Highness, you were resting. This individual approached you unprovoked, coming too close, and spoke disrespectfully. If you had been startled or had taken other actions, we servants could not bear the consequences." Li the guard acted in accordance with the laws of the Tang. There are many unruly individuals in this world, yet there is but one crown prince. Thus, severing his left hand is both reasonable and lawful. Qianping seemed to be explaining to Li Xiang, but in truth, he was addressing Li Yuanchang. As he spoke, he recounted the distance that had been breached. Li Yuanchang's eunuchs were accustomed to arrogance, disregarding the crown prince's legitimacy. Indeed, the breach of the safety distance could be perceived as an assassination attempt, justifiable even if the case were to reach the Dali Temple. The officials could not claim we acted wrongly. "This is sheer nonsense. I have urgent matters to discuss with your father. Step aside." Li Yuanchang did not comprehend the situation but truly had pressing business with Li Chengqian. Naturally, he had no time to waste with Li Xiang. He intended to enter directly. Yet Li Xiang's seat was positioned centrally at the East Palace Gate, flanked by over 100 guards and servants, making entry impossible. "Han Wang, my father is unwell and has already informed all officials that he will not meet anyone for a month. I kindly ask you to leave," Li Xiang said, picking at his fingernails. The servant who had lost his hand had already fainted. "If you, Li Yuanchang, do not care for your own servant, then I care even less. If he dies, it is your responsibility to bury him." "Preposterous. You speak of others, but do you think I have a similar relationship with your father? Quickly inform him. If matters are delayed, you cannot afford the consequences." Li Yuanchang was well aware of Li Chengqian's house arrest but had always disregarded such matters, relying on the favor of the retired Emperor Li Yuan and the forbearance of Li Shimin. To him, the various court regulations were of no consequence, and he had never adhered to them. "What if I choose not to go?" Li Xiang finally set aside his fidgeting hands, stood up with his hands clasped behind him, and looked down from the 40-centimeter-high steps of the East Palace, his gaze chilling as it fell upon Li Yuanchang. The latter was perplexed. Why did he, a mere 13-year-old boy, feel such an unsettling chill? How utterly disrespectful. "I am of an elder generation than your father. Is this how you treat the elders of the Li family?" Li Yuanchang exclaimed in indignation. "You are but a bastard son of my great-grandfather, and whether you exist within the imperial lineage of the Tang dynasty is inconsequential. I am the grandson of the current emperor, the firstborn of the crown prince. In terms of status within your family, how can you possibly compare yourself to me? Can a mere illegitimate son ever stand beside a legitimate grandson in the eyes of the common folk? Li Xiang's words left Li Yuanchang trembling with fury. Chapter 25. A complete loss of face indeed. Both Li Xiang and Li Yuanchang are illegitimate sons of the royal family. Fortunately, during the Tang Dynasty, one could still aspire to the title of prince. Had it been the Qing Dynasty, they would likely have been relegated to a lower nobility. However, Li Xiang stands apart from Li Yuanchang, for he is the eldest grandson of Li Chengqian, belonging to the foremost lineage of the fourth generation of the Li family. In contrast, Li Yuanchang is a mere footnote in the second generation. This fundamental distinction, coupled with the emperor's recent favor towards Li Xiang, suggests that he may ascend to the throne in the future. As for Li Yuanchang, he has reached the pinnacle of his career as a prince. Having attained such a rank, he is nowhere further to ascend. Any misstep could very well result in his demotion or loss of title. It is utterly outrageous. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Guards, seize him. Li Yuanchang trembles with rage. As a younger brother of Li Chengqian, he holds significant standing within the Tang Dynasty. Even if Li Chengqian were present, he would still be afforded a modicum of respect. Yet here stands Li Xiang, merely the son of Li Chengqian, acting with such audacity. Others may refrain from reprimanding you, but I shall not hesitate. In terms of titles, Li Yuanchang is a prince, while Li Xiang is a duke. Generationally, Li Yuanchang belongs to his grandfather's cohort, while Li Xiang is of the younger generation. Thus, it is not inconceivable that Li Yuanchang could reprimand him, provided he possesses the requisite courage. Protect the prince. Xianping scoffed, immediately shielding Li Xiang. He had served by Li Chengqian's side for many years. Once, the crown prince was remarkably astute, but he had been led astray by individuals like Li Yuanchang, resulting in his disdain for such characters. Although Li Yuanchang holds a higher title than Li Xiang, his importance within the royal family pales in comparison to that of Li Xiang. Should a conflict arise, and the matter escalates to Li Chengqian, the outcome remains uncertain. With a swift motion, Zhao Yunhui drew his blade, flanked by Li Yi and Li Er, a formidable presence amidst a throng of fierce guards, resembling an army ready for battle. Though Li Yuanchang also commanded a dozen guards, they were merely showy and ineffectual, capable of bullying the common folk but utterly inadequate in a serious confrontation. At this moment, without any physical engagement, Li Yuanchang had already lost half the battle. I do not believe you dare lay a hand on me. Li Yuanchang feigned calmness. Had he not just attempted to strike? Li Xiang glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, a hand still lying discarded. You claim I lack the courage? Li Chengqian, come forth. Li Yuanchang was acutely aware of Li Xiang's ruthless nature, understanding that he was capable of anything. Should he charge forward, he might indeed find himself at a disadvantage against this audacious youth. Yet, given the current situation, it was imperative that Li Xiang kneel and apologize. Otherwise, word of this incident would spread, leaving Li Yuanchang with no place in Chang'an. A prince being reprimanded by a duke, no less one of his own generation. If word of this reached the streets of Chang'an, who would still wish to associate with him? What right would he have to collaborate with others, merely because he is the illegitimate son of Li Yuan? Upon observing Li Yuanchang's complete loss of decorum, Xianping cast a worried glance at Li Xiang, realizing that such a commotion would undoubtedly summon the crown prince. Li Xiang, emboldened enough to create a disturbance at the entrance, evidently had no fear of his father's emergence. For the moment, he merely instructed that the chairs be moved aside, anticipating that when his father emerged, the obstruction would hinder his exit. This situation required resolution. Henceforth, Li Yuanchang would be strictly barred from entering or exiting this place. The commotion at the entrance did not go unnoticed by the crown prince, who approached with his entourage, curious as to the source of Li Wang's ire. Upon arrival, he was taken aback to find his son standing defiantly at the threshold, flanked by guards, many of whom had drawn their blades. Earlier, Li Xiang had paid a visit to Li Chengqian, then returned to rest, leaving the crown prince perplexed as to why a confrontation was unfolding at the door. It was audacious. Who permitted you to unsheath your weapons? Sheath your swords at once. The sight of gleaming steel blades incensed Li Chengqian. Though these men were his son's subordinates, they were still within the Eastern Palace. Did they intend insurrection? In times past, regardless of whether they were palace guards or other retainers, Li Chengqian's command would have warranted respect, compelling them to comply. Yet, in this moment, they remained unmoved, their eyes fixed on Li Wang's guards with predatory intensity, akin to leopards poised to pounce should any action be taken. Stand down, Li Xiang interjected, prompting Zhao Yunhui to order his men to sheath their weapons, much to Li Chengqian's embarrassment. Crown Prince, your parenting skills are truly remarkable. It seems the Eastern Palace guards no longer heed your authority. Has this lad usurped your dominion? Li Yuanchang seized the opportunity to sow discord between father and son. Li Xiang shot a disdainful glance at him, sensing that his time was drawing to a close. Li Chengqian simmered with indignation. Although his son had bolstered his standing, he had done so at the expense of Li Chengqian's own dignity before outsiders. Moreover, he pondered the origins of these guards. They were not the ones he had assigned. What hidden resources did this boy possess? Li Chengqian was unperturbed by the thought of his son having allies. For over the years, the Eastern Palace's influence had been thoroughly diminished under his reign. If his son had capable supporters, that would be a blessing, ensuring he would not be left defenseless in the struggle for the throne against his siblings. The master of the Eastern Palace is my father. It is only natural for a son to command his father. My father has fought tirelessly, and all that he has achieved rightfully belongs to me. You shall not sow discord here. In terms of proximity, is there anyone here closer than my father and me? Li Xiang's words resonated with authority. Li Chengqian, initially displeased, reflected on these statements and realized their truth. After all, had he not spent a lifetime striving for his son's benefit? After contemplating these matters, Li Chengqian cast a disapproving glance at Li Yuanchang. You dare to stand at the gates of the Eastern Palace, sowing discord between father and son? What exactly are your intentions? Li Yuanchang found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. However, he resolutely decided that he could not let the matter rest today. Suddenly, he recalled the purpose of his visit, which was of utmost importance, leaving no room for Li Chengqian to deny him entry. Chapter 26. The Prince's Transformation. In light of this, if the threshold of your Eastern Palace is insurmountable, I shall take my leave. However, I have recently encountered a person of great significance. Should His Highness the Prince show no interest, I shall return this individual to Liangzhou. Li Yuanchang spoke with a sinister undertone, and suddenly, the prince recalled that Li Yuanchang had previously mentioned a cousin in his hometown, bearing a striking resemblance. Had Li Chengqian finally found a lead in his visit to Han Wang? Observing the change in Li Chengqian's expression, Li Xiang sensed a story unfolding, yet today. Regardless of the narrative, Li Yuanchang must never set foot in the Eastern Palace again. Furthermore, Li Xiang was determined to amplify the situation, ensuring that the world knew of their complete disassociation with this individual. From now on, any misfortune befalling him would have no connection to our Eastern Palace. However, behind that carriage, as Li Chengqian noticed a smaller sedan chair trailing Li Yuanchang's, he was about to approach, but Li Xiang stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his father. I will slowly pull you back from the precipice. You cannot simply descend into despair. At this stage, Li Xiang could not afford to be separated from Li Chengqian. He must not allow Li Chengqian to descend further into darkness. For even with immense power, he would find it impossible to reverse the tide. In these times, the bond between father and son was critically important. Gazing at his son's face, Li Chengqian regained his composure and glanced back at the Eastern Palace, where Qingxin's mourning hall had been dismantled. There was a blatant disregard for decorum. His son stood defiantly before him. Did he intend to defy parental authority? Li Yuanchang realized that he must draw Li Chengqian to his side today. This young man was fearless, save for his lingering respect for his father. Should Li Chengqian depart, Li Yuanchang would lose face irretrievably. Li Xiang let out a cold snort, disregarding Li Yuanchang for the moment. The priority was his father, Li Chengqian. If he could persuade him to retreat, there would be time later to deal with this rogue. As long as Li Chengqian was absent from the entrance of the Eastern Palace, Li Yuanchang would face his reckoning. How about the peacock feather cloak sent by Uncle Gong? As Li Chengqian was about to pass him, Li Xiang spoke slowly. Changsun Wuji had sent a cloak specifically for Li Chengqian, marking the first such gesture in 3 years. Li Chengqian had been overjoyed, feeling that he was no longer a child without guidance. Although his relationship with his father, Li Shimin, remained strained, his uncle's overture signified the beginning of thawing relations. Li Yuanchang observed keenly as Li Chengqian's left foot, which had just been lifted, now returned to its original position. The influence of Changsun Wuji on Li Chengqian was profound. Beyond being his maternal uncle, he was also his mentor in the political arena. Following the passing of Empress Changsun Wuji had taken charge of nearly all of Li Chengqian's affairs. Li Chengqian had fully awakened to his senses. Regardless of who the occupants of the sedan chair behind him were, he had replayed the recent days in his mind like a film. His son was indeed a good person, striving to lead him towards a better path. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how the Han Wang had utilized him as a pawn, aiding him in the struggle for power within Chang'an, only for the benefits to ultimately accrue to that individual, leaving him with a host of adversaries. Were it not for such foolish maneuvers, how could so many stand in opposition to the Eastern Palace? Exhausted, he declared, I shall return to rest. After a brief pause, Li Chengqian uttered these words, and Li Xiang let out a sigh of relief. Han Wang Li Yuanchang was increasingly anxious. If Li Chengqian were to simply depart, who would restore his lost dignity? Could this young man possibly offer an apology? Crown Prince. Li Yuanchang called out desperately, but Li Chengqian had already taken several steps away. The day is drawing to a close. I shall not keep Uncle Wang. Please return, Li Chengqian stated, striding forward without hesitation towards the depths of the Eastern Palace. Seemingly indifferent to the events at the entrance, Li Xiang nodded in satisfaction behind him, recognizing that this departure not only severed ties with Li Yuanchang, but also with his former life. A remarkably rational crown prince was certainly no trifling matter. In his youth, Li Chengqian had been exceptionally intelligent, but after the death of Empress Changsun, he lacked proper guidance. The scholars chosen by Li Shimin, though esteemed, were ill-equipped to instruct the crown prince. Under such pressure, Li Chengqian had become befuddled. Later, as Li Shimin began to promote Li Tai, Li Chengqian felt an increasing sense of crisis. Living each day on the brink of being deposed, how could he maintain his composure? Over time, he resorted to absurd behaviors as a means to alleviate his anxiety. What are you doing? As Li Chengqian turned a corner, Zhao Yunhui and his subordinates sprang into action, charging towards the small sedan chair like arrows loosed from a bow. Li Yuanchang's guards attempted to intervene, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable, and they were swiftly sent reeling. Were it not for Li Xiang's restraint, weapons would have been drawn. How dare you search the sedan I brought? Li Yuanchang's face flushed with rage, his dignity shattered that day. Although he wished for his men to retaliate, most of his dozen or so guards lay incapacitated, leaving few able to rise. Bring that person out. Li Xiang glared at Li Yuanchang, a slight smile playing upon his lips, laden with provocation. I shall not only search your sedan but will also drag the person out. You. Li Yuanchang wanted to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet upon surveying the imposing figures of his guards, their eyes aflame with ire, he realized that should he push too far, they might indeed resort to violence. He had never encountered such a devoted guardian. It must be noted that this is the carriage of a prince, according to the laws of the Tang Dynasty. Your recent actions could warrant execution. Yet, these individuals did not even flinch, as if they were unafraid of death. Zhao Yunhui pulled out a rather handsome young man from the sedan chair. Li Xiang had no recollection of this person and tilted his head in confusion. At that moment, the chief eunuch, Qian Ping, approached, displaying remarkable discernment. Your Highness, this should be the cousin of the infamous Xinxin. Upon hearing Qian Ping's designation, Li Yuanchang's eyes widened in astonishment. He was well aware of the connection between Xinxin and Li Chengqian. It was not merely a chief eunuch who would dare to use such terminology, even the crown princess would likely refrain from such words. Chapter 27. The promissory note. Has the Eastern Palace truly undergone a transformation? How could such a significant change transpire in such a brief span of time? Li Yuanchang found himself grappling with the reality of the situation. First, he could not manage his son. And now the chief eunuch of the Eastern Palace had the audacity to label Xinxin a demon. This individual appeared to be no more than 20 years of age. Even Li Xiang, known for his decisive nature, could not bring himself to execute such a young man, as he was not one to take lives heedlessly. Upon arrival at the Palace of Respect, he was to be dispatched to the cold palace in Luoyang, where anyone daring to step beyond the palace gates would meet a swift end. After much contemplation, Li Xiang ultimately issued this decree. He did not wish to resort to bloodshed, yet this young man's mere existence could incite trouble. Should Li Chengqian be unable to restrain himself and seek him out, it would escalate into a grave matter. Thus, Li Xiang opted to send him to a distant locale, where he would be castrated and relegated to a position as a minor eunuch in the imperial palace of the capital, thus sparing his life. Otherwise, today would be his last. What are you doing? Do you realize that your actions could lead me to inform the emperor? He cherishes the common folk dearly. And you dare to send him to the Palace of Respect? Li Yuanchang immediately interposed, having exerted considerable effort to bring this individual forth, with the intention of regaining control over Li Chengqian. If this man were sent to Luoyang, his plans would be utterly thwarted. I shall grant you a step. I shall address you as your highness, but do not overstep your bounds. If you provoke me today, do you believe you can exit unscathed? Had Li Yuanchang not brought this man forward, Li Xiang would have hesitated to act excessively. Once this young man's visage was exposed at the gates of the Eastern Palace, it was certain that someone would report the incident to Li Shimin, who would not hesitate to execute Xinxin. Thus, no matter how extreme Li Xiang's actions might be, Li Shimin would not hold him accountable. You are utterly mad. I cannot believe this. If you possess the courage, then kill me today. I refuse to accept that a prince of the Tang Dynasty would perish in such a manner under the heavens. Li Yuanchang, now all in, felt the weight of many eyes upon him. Should he withdraw now, he would lose all standing, subject to mockery from even the younger members of the royal family. Thus, he stood firm, lifting his chin defiantly. Just as he steadied himself, a sudden chill enveloped his neck. A blade had been drawn across it, wielded by none other than Li Xiang himself. It had escaped his notice until now, When had this young man acquired such formidable skills, moving with such swiftness? Li Chengqian had thought that his earlier words would deter Li Xiang from taking rash action, yet this madman had indeed drawn blood, causing Li Chengqian to lose control in terror. "Come quickly to attend to His Highness, the Han Wang," Qianping shouted, prompting muffled laughter from the onlookers, as a grown prince had indeed soiled himself before their eyes. "Mind your tongue," Li Xiang retorted, retracting his dagger and turning to Qianping. "The old servant deserves death." The old servant remarked that His Highness, the Han Wang, had made an unfortunate mishap. Qianping, of course, comprehended the implications of Li Xiang's words. Should Li Xiang indeed become enraged, he would undoubtedly invite others to strike him. Yet, now that Li Xiang commanded him to do so, it was clear that he wished to publicize this incident, particularly as he exaggerated his voice during the latter part of his statement. "You scoundrel, await your reckoning. I shall not let you escape unscathed." Li Chengqian rose from the ground, his trousers thoroughly soaked, and although his long robe concealed the evidence, the urine had mingled with the dust, rendering him a pitiful sight. All he could think of was to flee this place quickly. After all, as a member of the royal family, being observed by so many while in such a disgraceful predicament was utterly humiliating. "Your Highness, the Han Wang, is respectfully escorted." Li Xiang deliberately straightened his posture and performed a bow, leaning slightly forward to fulfill the formalities. "Your Highness, the Han Wang, is respectfully escorted." The hundreds of servants in the East Palace dutifully bowed. The many could not suppress their laughter as they spoke. Was there anything amiss? Just as Li Xiang was about to return, he noticed Zhao Yunhui examining the waste blade he had recently exchanged from the system. It was sharper than any blade of this era. The moment the subordinate received this blade, he recognized its excellence. Just moments ago, in a brief skirmish with the Han Wang's men, he exerted minimal force, yet his own blade had shattered. He was now curious to see if there were any flaws on the edge. Zhao Yunhui answered truthfully, yet after searching for a while under the torchlight, he found that the blade remained as sharp as ever, while the broken blade at his feet was conspicuously visible. Was this merely about the blade? The old servant had initially presumed that Zhao, the commander, was exceptionally valiant. The chief eunuch, Qianping, also leaned in, noting that this blade appeared no different from others at first glance. Yet why was it so remarkably sharp? Many palace maids and eunuchs around them were equally puzzled. As for Li Yi and Li Er, they harbored no doubts, for they were all familiar with the weapons and equipment exchanged from the system. However, without Li Xiang's orders, they would not utter a word. "Put away the blade. Listen well, henceforth, the Han Wang is forbidden from entering. Anyone who defies this command shall face execution. Immediately notify the East Palace." Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, everyone promptly stood at attention. Indeed, Li Xiang had already established considerable authority in the East Palace. But after today's events, he had evidently surpassed Li Chengqian in stature, especially since Li Chengqian had been the first to depart during the earlier confrontation. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Xiang did not proceed to his own palace. Instead, he knelt heavily before Li Chengqian's door. "Please, father, impose your punishment." Earlier, in front of outsiders, Li Chengqian had preserved his son's dignity, yet now, before all in the East Palace, Li Xiang could not pretend that the incident had never occurred. "Retire for the evening. Tomorrow, you must attend the Ministry of War to deliberate on matters of state. Your grandfather and General Li will be present. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Eastern Palace. Your father is not a mere child of 3. Certain matters do not require your coaxing. Take this box back with you." Li Chengqian's voice floated in from within the chamber, and a young eunuch beside him produced a beautiful brocade box. Li Xiang hastily took it, recognizing that it likely contained important matters to heed for the following day. "It appears that this father of mine still places considerable importance on me. A promissory note. How outrageous." Upon returning to his own palace, Li Xiang opened the brocade box only to be taken aback. It was filled to the brim with promissory notes. Chapter 28. Where does the money come from? In recent years, the financial situation of the Eastern Palace has been dire. Li Chengqian, lacking in business acumen, often squandered money recklessly, leaving him reliant on loans to sustain his existence. Li Xiang had long been aware of his brother's struggles, yet he was unprepared for the magnitude of the financial abyss, filled with debts owed to both the capital's moneylenders and private individuals. It was a mystery how Li Chengqian had managed to survive thus far. Exchange complete. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Xiang acknowledged that his previous gifts had yielded 5,000 guan. The outstanding promissory notes totaled no less than 10,000 guan, and he could not repay them all at once. Doing so would hinder any future requests for assistance from Li Chengqian. "Your Highness?" Qianping returned with a brocade box. Li Chengqian, on the verge of rest, felt a wave of discomfort upon seeing the box. Had this young man merely returned it without resolution? He had just acquiesced in front of a multitude. Why had Qianping not alleviated his financial woes? Earlier, At the eastern palace gates, Li Chengqian had noticed several unfamiliar faces, recognizing them as individuals his son had employed. How could he afford to maintain these people without funds? That little rascal is utterly incompetent in this regard. Your Highness, if you do not believe me, I shall write to our father for assistance. Yet, relying on him has become increasingly burdensome, especially after the recent dismissal of Huo Heir. Should I request more funds? It would likely necessitate your personal intervention. Upon seeing the box, the Crown Princess Ho instinctively straightened her posture, confident in her family's wealth. They had supported the Eastern Palace generously over the years. Without their assistance, Li Chengqian would have long succumbed to his financial plight. Hearing the Crown Princess's remarks, Li Chengqian felt an urge to explode in anger but suppressed it. At present, aside from Hou Junji, he could scarcely hope for financial aid from elsewhere. It seemed he truly had to swallow his pride. Just as Li Chengqian prepared to concede, the grand doors of the hall swung open, revealing over 10 young eunuchs bearing boxes filled with money. 5,000 guan was no trifling sum. The Crown Princess was taken aback by the sight. While her noble lineage rendered such sums insignificant, the implications of acquiring this wealth from Li Xiang were perplexing. How had he amassed such riches? Even with Hou Junji's assistance, he had only ever provided 500 to 1,000 guan at a time, never a lump sum of 5,000. Your Highness, the prince has stated that due to recent collaborations with our uncle, a portion of the funds must remain as capital. Thus, we can only repay this amount for now, with the remainder to be collected in batches once the liquor is on sale. Originally neutral, Qian Ping now understood where his loyalties lay. Li Chengqian found himself at a loss for words, a stark contrast to his previous carefree existence where monetary concerns never troubled him. In the past, when funds were low, he would simply borrow from others, leveraging his title as the crown prince to extract a few coins from anyone's household. However, circumstances had shifted. He now harbored hopes of reinstatement and could not afford to abandon all pretense. Thus, he resolved to settle his debts, acknowledging that he could not manage this alone. He contemplated seeking assistance from Li Xiang, not expecting much, merely a few hundred guan to tide him over. To his astonishment, Li Xiang offered a generous 5,000 guan. Deliver 1,000 guan to the Ho family. I shall refrain from visiting for the time being. Inform Hou Junji that I will make other arrangements for the remaining funds. Li Chengqian commanded. Upon rising, he cast a disdainful glance at the crown princess. Despite his financial woes, he would not incur debts to her family. Previously, he had considered courting Hou Junji's favor, for among Li Shimin's old ministers, Hou Junji was the only one who had aligned himself with him. Yet, the more he regarded the Ho family, the more displeased he became. Your Highness, what of tonight's supper? At that moment, a young eunuch entered, disrupting his thoughts. In the quarters of Lady Lu, Li Chengqian had always been fickle in his affections, often dining alone, with only a handful of occasions spent with the crown princess. Mindful of Hou Junji's opinions. Now, however, pretense was unnecessary. If there were any woman worthy of his attention, it would be Lady Lu, Li Xiang's mother, rather than the troublesome crown princess. Watching Li Chengqian's departing figure, the crown princess clenched her teeth in frustration. For long, she had used her family's influence and wealth to ensnare the crown prince, managing the Eastern Palace with an iron grip. Yet now, Li Xiang had torn a rift in her control, and even the eunuchs and guards within the Eastern Palace sensed her waning authority. Have there been no updates from father? After Li Chengqian's departure, the crown princess sat seething on her mat. In response to her highness, the Lord has sent word that it is inadvisable to act against Li Xiang, as he currently holds considerable favor, replied one of her attendants, a bitter expression on his face. Although Huo Heir had been dealt with, many of her relatives remained close, a situation she had managed to maintain through financial persuasion, compelling Li Chengqian to convey messages to the officials of the Dali Temple. However, should a similar situation arise again, it was likely that Li Chengqian would remain silent. What of that wretched woman? Unable to find a means to undermine Li Xiang, the crown princess turned her scheming towards Lady Lu. In response to her highness, the old servant has reported that Lady Lu has recently acquired several new guards, their sharp gazes indicative of their allegiance not being with the Eastern Palace, making it difficult to find an opportunity to strike. It was not uncommon for several concubines to meet their demise within the palace. Such events had occurred in various courts. The crown princess considered this approach, confident that if executed meticulously, no evidence would surface. Yet, presently, even the chance to act eluded her grasp. This wretched creature has truly concealed much. For all these years, I had been utterly oblivious to it. To amass such a formidable power must require an immense sum of money. Just where did his wealth originate? The crown princess murmured to herself, aware that those beneath her would be unable to provide answers, as even she had been deceived, let alone the others. Li Xiang understood that many would question the source of the funds, and thus, at this moment, He was diligently strategizing within the confines of his chamber. Chapter 29. Developing one's own system. At this moment, several individuals were earnestly responding before Li Xiang. These individuals had been exchanged from the system, and it would indeed be somewhat challenging for them to venture into business independently. However, with the tasks assigned by Li Xiang, they could easily accomplish their duties. Li Xiang had already delegated responsibilities. Niu Yi was in charge of the liquor, Shi Yi was responsible for salt, and Yang Yi was tasked with paper production. Having perused numerous time travel novels, Li Xiang was well aware of the most lucrative ventures of this era. Thus, they would embark on this journey together, ensuring they found collaborators. As solitary endeavors were not viable, at this moment, Niu Yi, Niu Er, and Niu San were present, and their matters were prioritized. In response to your highness, we have commenced brewing at the estate outside the city. If only semi-finished products are required, we can begin supplying from the day after tomorrow. Providing approximately 300 gene daily as per your highness's specifications, Niu Yi stated earnestly. This fellow hailed from the Great Snow Dragon Riders and had initially anticipated conquering the world alongside his master. Little did he know that his first task would involve brewing liquor. Fortunately, being a lover of fine spirits, he bore no aversion to the work. I have inspected the quality of the materials. What is the security situation in the vicinity? Li Xiang's greatest concern lay here. Although it was a royal estate, and ordinary individuals dared not intrude, once the liquor entered the market, trouble would inevitably arise from those who were not ordinary. They would surely seek to procure the brewing formula. Li Xiang's recipe had been exchanged from the system and must remain confidential. Therefore, aside from those exchanged from the system, no one else was permitted entry. Rest assured, your highness, we have arranged for 400 guards to maintain vigilance day and night, divided into 3 shifts. Not even a fly will escape, Niu Er assured. Niu Er primarily oversaw security, and the trio had clearly defined roles. Although they were warriors on the battlefield, they were equally adept at defense. The advantage of elite troops is their adaptability, no matter the task assigned, as long as it is not excessively outrageous. They can execute it with commendable precision. Moreover, as Li Xiang currently had no other personnel at his disposal, he had to utilize them for the time being. What is the status of our plans for opening inns and taverns? Li Xiang inquired, directing his gaze towards Xu Si. Among the 12 zodiac representatives, the rat was tasked with gathering intelligence, and establishing inns and taverns nationwide naturally fell to them. We have begun planning and have already purchased 7 taverns in Chang'an and Luoyang. As for other provincial capitals, our personnel have just arrived on site and are currently selecting locations. Xu Si reported. Hearing this, Li Xiang was quite satisfied with their speed. Those exchanged from the system were indeed commendable, no matter the task assigned. They executed it with utmost dedication, without even a moment's delay. Li Xiang felt that he was somewhat behind schedule, compared to other princes who wielded significant power. He was still starting from scratch. Fortunately, our thoughts are quite progressive, while others are still gradually groping their way forward. We have already established a comprehensive system of dominance, complemented by a multitude of loyal individuals we have exchanged within the system. Thus, overtaking on a curve remains feasible. Is there anyone by grandfather's side? Li Xiang lowered his voice, aware that he was surrounded by allies, yet wary of the possibility that walls have ears. After all, this is still the palace of the Tang Dynasty, where the one seated upon the throne wields unparalleled power. Li Xiang's attempts to conduct counter-surveillance were indeed a perilous endeavor. Mouse 4 shook his head in resignation. It was not that they lacked effort, but penetrating the palace was exceedingly challenging. Had it been during the early years of the Zhenguan reign, when the court was rife with complexity, Li Xiang's plan might have had a chance to materialize. However, in the current era, with Li Shimin firmly in control and dissenting voices scarce, the palace is his domain, making the task of placing someone within its confines exceedingly arduous. Let us adopt a different approach. While we cannot insert individuals into the palace, it stands to reason that prominent families have their representatives within. We can follow their leads and seize their opportunities. Li Xiang suddenly recalled another strategy, although we cannot place our own people inside. Those influential families certainly have their operatives there. If we can identify their agents within the palace, intercepting their information would not be insurmountable. Even if we fail to secure anything, we could still acquire valuable intelligence. Mouse 4 nodded in approval. Their role was to execute tasks effectively. Though they could not devise alternative strategies, a limitation of the system's exchanged individuals. When these individuals were summoned, their intellect was comparable to that of ordinary people. Over time, their intelligence would gradually increase, but to expect them to evolve into extraordinary beings might be overly ambitious. Having arranged these matters, Li Xiang stretched languidly. Upon learning that Li Chengqian had gone to see his mother, he decided against joining them. After days of relentless activity, he considered the prospect of meeting this mother figure. Since Li Chengqian was already there, he deemed it unnecessary to intrude, After all, they were not truly mother and son. Should any discrepancies arise, it would spell trouble. So he resolved to visit another day. Li Xiang now faced north, towards the location of the Taiji Hall. His earlier inquiry about the infiltration was motivated by a desire to ascertain the outcome of Han Wang's complaints. Li Yuanchang had suffered a significant defeat in the East Palace. And should he refrain from voicing his grievances, it would be out of character for him. He had realized that relying solely on his own strength would not compel Li Xiang to apologize, leaving him with no recourse but to approach Li Shimin. Li Shimin harbored little affection for his brother, Li Yuanchang. However, when Emperor Gaozu, Li Yuan, abdicated, he had specifically mentioned Li Yuanchang. Out of a sense of guilt towards his father, Li Shimin had afforded Li Yuanchang additional consideration. Yet, Li Yuanchang harbored ambitions that were unwarranted and failed to show adequate support for Li Shimin, often engaging in clandestine maneuvers that Li Shimin was fully aware of but had chosen not to address, hoping to preserve some semblance of dignity for their father, Li Yuan. Originally, according to the intentions of Li Shimin, the matter concerning the rebellion of Prince Li Chengqian was to be dealt with, along with the execution of Li Yuanchang. However, with the emergence of the incident involving Li Xiang, the prince was no longer subjected to punishment, and thus the rebellion of the prince could not be brought forth. This, in turn, afforded Li Yuanchang an opportunity to preserve his life. Of course, allowing you to live is not out of the question, yet you must maintain a low profile. Observing your current behavior, running to the Eastern Palace to create a disturbance, and having been humiliated by Li Xiang, only to come here to lodge complaints, has unsettled the heart of Li Shimin. Chapter 30. A failed scheme, Your Majesty. You must stand for me. Li Yuanchang implored. Li Xiang has gone too far. Before my very eyes, he severed the hand of one of my subordinates and intends to send my friend to Luoyang to become a eunuch. Kneeling in the grand hall, Li Yuanchang wept profusely. Though he had changed his attire, the surrounding young eunuchs were already aware of the events that had transpired, and a peculiar tension lingered in the air. Upon witnessing their expressions, Li Yuanchang felt an overwhelming urge to strike them down. Yet, he knew better than to squander time on such trifles. His primary concern was to compel Li Shimin to issue a decree, if only to reprimand Li Xiang. How could he endure life after dawn if this matter remained unresolved? On the surface, Li Shimin appeared engrossed in his reading, but internally, he reveled in delight at Li Xiang's actions. Far from reproaching him, he was inclined to bestow lavish rewards. Over the years, Li Yuanchang had leveraged his privileged status to create numerous disturbances, causing untold trouble for Li Shimin. In the emperor's mind, had it not been for Li Yuanchang's instigation, Li Chengqian would never have devolved into his current state. Consequently, when Li Yuanchang found himself in dire straits, Li Shimin was not inclined to assist him in regaining his standing. Indeed, were circumstances favorable, he would relish the opportunity to deliver a few kicks and rub salt into Li Yuanchang's wounds. After listening to Li Yuanchang's grievances, Li Shimin's sentiments toward this grandson only deepened, albeit with a tinge of disappointment regarding his indecisiveness. Consider his favored cousin, who, after being drowned, was still sent to Luoyang as a eunuch. Was he not alive? Thus, even before Li Yuanchang's arrival, Li Shimin had dispatched his subordinates to the desolate stretch between Chang'an and Luoyang, ensuring the elimination of the threat. Such decisive action was befitting of a ruler. Despite his daily proclamations of benevolent governance, a sovereign must possess a ruthless edge when necessary. Even if it required the demise of 10 favored individuals to secure the stability of the Li dynasty, such deeds were imperative. Are you finished? Li Yuanchang finally ceased his lamentations, prompting Li Shimin to set aside his tome. Instantly, Li Yuanchang sensed an unsettling shift. He was aware of Li Shimin's disdain toward him, which was why he seldom frequented the grand hall. However, given the gravity of the situation, Li Shimin's pride was at stake. A junior's blatant disrespect toward an elder warranted punishment, even within the confines of the Li family, yet he discerned no indication of such intent from Li Shimin's words. Please, Your Majesty, advocate for me and my brother. Li Yuanchang quickly knelt, invoking the imperial authority as leverage against Li Shimin. Do you truly require my intervention in matters you have wrought upon yourself over the years? Li Shimin's voice was stern, seizing this rare opportunity in the absence of others. His countenance bore the chill of winter, devoid of any semblance of a smile. Li Yuanchang felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Could it be that he had come to the wrong place today? Your Majesty, as for Li Xiang, he acted rightly. If it were I would have dispatched you with a single stroke. He has taken your life, and I would have rewarded him handsomely for it. Li Shimin abruptly interrupted Li Yuanchang's words. The two shared the same father but had different mothers. While Li Shimin was compelled to maintain a faade of brotherly affection in public, he did not conceal his disdain for Li Yuanchang in private. To speak candidly, who would show kindness to a half-brother who harbored ambitions to usurp the throne? Especially one who had led his most promising son astray? 100 deaths would not suffice for such transgressions. As Li Yuanchang gazed upon Li Shimin's stern visage, a wave of regret washed over him. He wished he had not come to lament. At least that would have spared him the humiliation. Now, it seemed, Li Shimin might impose further punishment upon him. Did he know of all the misdeeds from these past years? Your Majesty, Li Yuanchang stammered, gripped by a sense of dread, uncertain of what to say. It is the nature of the guilty to feel uneasy when confronted. For the sake of our father, return to your Han Wangfu. It would be wise to avoid any further mischief. You still have the opportunity to enjoy wealth and honor. But should you commit another egregious act, do not expect me to show leniency. Remember the matter of Chang'an. I have yet to settle accounts with you. The 6 estates outside the city and the 3 shops within, you are to deliver them to the Eastern Palace by tomorrow. Li Shimin spoke without turning, his words landing like a hammer upon Li Yuanchang's heart, particularly the last few sentences, which constituted a tangible punishment. In the Tang dynasty, princes and ministers possessed their own estates and shops, which were their primary sources of income. To rely solely on the meager stipends from the court would be untenable. This punishment effectively confiscated 1/3 of the income from the Han Wangfu. The most humiliating aspect was that Li Xiang had publicly disgraced him at the Eastern Palace's entrance. And now, instead of punishing Li Xiang, the emperor had ordered him to compensate Li Xiang for 1/3 of his assets. What did this signify? It illustrated that he had lost all standing with the emperor. He had been humiliated by a younger generation, and he was obliged to endure it, even having to apologize afterward. The people of Chang'an were astute. How could they not ponder this situation? Once they discerned the truth, they would understand the position of Li Yuanchang, recognizing that apart from his hollow title of prince, he possessed little else. In the past, he had enjoyed the emperor's favor, but now he was left with nothing. Although the retired Emperor Li Yuan still lived, he had long ceased to involve himself in court affairs, having remained sequestered for many years. Moreover, apart from Li Yuanchang, the retired emperor had plenty of sons. Even if the emperor were to dispose of him, the retired emperor would never take sides in a conflict between his son and the reigning emperor. My lord, should we not consider relocating? The palace gates are about to close. An old servant, obeying the emperor's decree, suggested, allow me to assist you with the tedious paperwork. Shall we depart at once? Li Yuanchang was oblivious to the duration of his kneeling until he was abruptly roused by the voice of Wang De, the chief eunuch. Although a smile adorned Wang's face, there was not a trace of sympathy in his words. Filled with indignation, Li cast a furious glance at the imperial throne, muttering to himself, Li Shimin, you are truly ruthless. Not only have you imposed such punishment upon me, but you also have your hound watching closely. As the chief eunuch, Wang De's every move is under scrutiny. Are you afraid that my humiliation will not be sufficient? Chapter 31. The shadow of Prince Han Wang De had accompanied Li Shimin for many years and naturally understood the depths of his thoughts. Within the imperial family, even blood brothers could turn against one another, let alone those of different mothers. Thus, when Li Shimin issued his commands, those around him knew precisely how to act. If Li Shimin treated one favorably, then punishments would be mitigated by at least half. One must elevate and then gently place down, creating a thunderous show with minimal rain, merely to placate outsiders. Conversely, if Li Shimin was indifferent, the punishments would be strictly enforced. Yet, should one be willing to offer a bribe, there might be some leniency. However, if Li Shimin harbored disdain, the punishment would be unyielding and could even be intensified. If a servant could not discern this, what merit would they have to oversee matters in the Taiji Palace? Several government offices in Chang'an had already closed for the day, with official business resuming only the following morning. Yet, rules are made by men. If Chief Eunuch Wang De wished to conduct affairs, even if one had returned home, they must dutifully return. Throughout the night, all documents were processed and awaited submission to Li Xiang. Consequently, when Li Xiang arose, Qianping was already reporting the situation. While Li Xiang slept, news had already reached the palace. Li Yuanchang had gone to lodge a complaint, and not only did the emperor refrain from punishing our prince, but he also chastised Li Yuanchang, ultimately instructing him to transfer 3 shops from the 6 imperial estates to us. Presently, Li Yuanchang and Eunuch Wang were already waiting at the entrance. According to the orders of His Royal Highness, Prince Han Li Yuanchang was not to set foot in the East Palace. Though the guards at the entrance were not Li Xiang's men, the command was still enforced. The Crown Prince is the sovereign of the East Palace, but he had already conceded to the Crown Prince yesterday. Should we fail to recognize the situation and not properly execute the Crown Prince's orders, we would be risking our own skins. Who would dare jeopardize their own livelihood? The Emperor decreed that the handover must occur today, and since Li Xiang needed to visit the Ministry of War in the morning, he awaited at the entrance early. After completing his duties, Wang De would return to serve the Emperor. Utterly absurd. Why was there no announcement of Eunuch Wang's arrival? Your duties are becoming increasingly lackluster. Li Xiang emerged from within, yawning without even glancing at Li Yuanchang, instead greeting Wang De first. According to the principles of hierarchy in the Tang dynasty, Li Yuanchang was a prince and an elder. It was expected that Li Xiang should pay his respects. Yet, at this moment, what authority did Li Yuanchang still possess? Your Highness, what are you saying? This old servant is merely running errands today, and I am acting on the emperor's orders. There are matters from Prince Han that require your attention, and I am simply here to supervise. Upon seeing Li Xiang, Wang De immediately offered a profound bow. This old fellow usually held himself in high regard. Even when encountering Wei Wang, Li Tai, and others, he would merely clasp his hands together, never bowing so deeply. Certainly, there are reasons for his actions. On one hand, Li Xiang's reputation has been steadily rising, having long been in the company of Li Shimin. He naturally comprehends the emperor's thoughts. All of Li Xiang's endeavors align with Li Shimin's will, thus we must keep pace. On the other hand, there are the gifts bestowed by Li Xiang. Initially, one might assume that the gift he returned was merely an ordinary trinket, but upon opening it, one would be utterly astonished. Such an item is undoubtedly a peerless treasure. Consequently, Wang De dared not keep it for himself and promptly presented it to Li Shimin. Earning the emperor's profound admiration, Wang De understood that such a small mirror could serve as a cherished heirloom, as it had never been seen before. However, being merely a eunuch in the palace, he feared that if Li Shimin were to discover he possessed something of superior value, it could lead to a capital offense. This morning, he needed to visit the Ministry of War's Liaodong division, and time was of the essence. Li Xiang, tilting his body to glance at the sun, had not spoken to Li Yuanchang throughout, yet the implication in his silence was unmistakable. You must hasten, for you squander time here while I have no leisure to wait. Li Yuanchang waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to present several transfer documents to Li Xiang. With merely his signature, these items would belong to him. Although Li Shimin had mentioned transferring them to the Eastern Palace, Wang De was no fool. It was clear these items were intended for Li Xiang. Gifts to Li Xiang and those to the Eastern Palace were not equivalent. Li Chengqian had several offspring, and during future divisions, such items would be shared among them, whereas those given to Li Xiang were solely for him. Your Highness, is there something amiss? Wang De noted Li Xiang's hesitation to sign, pondering if there might be some discrepancy. The items bestowed by the late emperor were indeed exceptional, yet the names listed seemed incorrect. I recall that the royal estates were situated in the south, not the west, Li Xiang remarked, pointing to a line of text. Upon hearing this, while others might be perplexed, Li Yuanchang was nearly fuming with rage. The Han prince's estates surrounding Chang'an varied in size. The southern estates were twice as expansive as those in the west. If the transfer were to proceed based on these figures, it would nearly equate to half of the Han prince's land. The emperor had not specified the estates in question, prompting Li Yuanchang to select a few smaller ones. However, Li Xiang had already conducted thorough inquiries into Li Yuanchang's assets, making it highly improbable for him to evade scrutiny. Oh dear, an oversight on my part. But do not fret, Your Highness. I have summoned the documents from several offices. We can draft a new one on the spot. Why are you all dawdling? Quickly amend the names. To miswrite even the names, one wonders what they do all day for their salaries from the court. Wang De was unconcerned about the specifics. As long as he could curry favor with Li Xiang, the identity of the estates mattered little, for they belonged to the Han prince. Li Xiang, do not overstep. Those estates were granted by the late emperor. Do you dare? Li Yuanchang spoke with fierce intensity, declaring that if it were merely a few small farms in the west, he would simply reduce the losses. However, should it involve the larger estates to the south, it would be tantamount to severing a vital artery. Esteemed officials, the gravity of misspelling names can vary significantly. It is imperative to rectify such errors promptly. Li Xiang, seemingly oblivious, merely dug at his ears as if he had not heard a word. The officials from various departments, initially in a daze, were galvanized into action by Li Xiang's remark. Compounded by Wang De's piercing glare nearby, each of them promptly set to work, for in the event of any trouble, it would be the crown prince who bore the brunt of it. It was none of their concern. Let us proceed with our duties. Chapter 32. The landlord. In a mere quarter of an hour, several new agreements were revised, and Li Xiang looked on with a grin as Han Wang Li Yuanchang prepared to affix his seal. However, this fellow remained obstinately unmoving. There was no need for Li Xiang to feel anxious. Wang De was present precisely to coerce this man. Even if complications arose, it would be Wang De who would handle them. This prince was resolute. Today, he would not part with any land. If Li Yuanchang was willing, he could have the territories to the west. If not, the prince doubted whether he would dare resort to outright theft. Li Yuanchang appeared as indifferent as a dead pig that fears not boiling water, resolutely steeling himself. Your Highness, please temper your anger. This matter cannot be calculated in such a manner. You witnessed the events of last night quite clearly. Should this escalate to the emperor's court, the repercussions for you could be far graver. Moreover, His Majesty did not specify which lands were in question. Disturbing the emperor over such trifles could incite his wrath. Wang De refrained from voicing the rest of his thoughts, but it was evident to any rational mind what he implied. You have already angered the emperor, and should you stir trouble again over such trivial matters, you risk losing everything you possess. If your title were to be stripped, you would find no refuge for your lamentations. After hearing Wang De's counsel, Li Yuanchan's expression softened, and he began to ponder the implications of escalating the situation to Li Shimin. Indeed, such an outcome would yield no benefits for him. Yet, the prospect of relinquishing such a substantial parcel of land to Li Xiang weighed heavily on his conscience. Master Wang, the sun is already low in the sky, and I still have business to attend to at the Ministry of War. Shall we adjourn for today? Li Xiang had little patience to wait for Li Yuanchang, but he was aware that Li Shimin would also attend the meeting at the ministry. Thus Wang De would surely return to fulfill his duties. Prolonging their negotiations would only hinder Wang De's return, potentially leading to his reprimand. Your Highness, I must return to the palace shortly. His Majesty will undoubtedly inquire about the progress of our affairs. How should I respond? Wang De offered a smile to Li Xiang, but upon turning back, the smile faded from his countenance, conveying to Li Yuanchang the gravity of the situation. Should you refuse to sign, we may have to report this matter to the emperor, and the outcome will not be favorable for you. Li Yuanchang, feeling as though he were swallowing his own teeth, lamented that had he foreseen this outcome, he would have refrained from petitioning the emperor the night prior. Now, he found himself with nothing to gain, having lost both face and fortune. You young brat, remember this. This matter will not conclude so easily. Li Yuanchang had intended to use a harsher term, but upon noticing the guards surrounding Li Xiang, who were capable of anything, he modified his words to young man. After affixing his seal, Li Yuanchang departed in a huff. Your Highness, the arrangements are nearly complete. Should I return to report? Wang De's face brimmed once again with smiles. Last night, the esteemed Grand Eunuch worked diligently. I understand the palace's regulations. However, these several shops serve my own purposes, and thus I cannot allocate them to you. Here lie 1,000 acres of land in the southern part of the city. I hope you do not take offense. Li Xiang extracted a document from the land deed. Neither too large nor too small. The Grand Eunuch busied himself for a while, for it would be rather unreasonable to leave empty-handed. He feigned modesty before ultimately tucking the deed into his sleeve, adhering to the palace's customs, where every affair must bear some benefit. Upon returning to his quarters, Li Xiang began to examine these acquisitions, which he regarded as his spoils. During the Jingguan era, land consolidation was not excessively severe, and the land apportioned to the royal aristocracy was limited. However, due to Li Yuanchang's unique status, he received substantial gifts from both the emperor and the retired emperor. Thus the 6 estates surrounding Chang'an were considerably vast. One estate measured an impressive 12,000 acres, ranking among the most prominent within the nobility of Chang'an. Consolidate these locations and locate the heads of the estates for me. I shall meet with them tomorrow, Li Xiang instructed as he handed the land deeds to Niu San. With 24,000 acres across 6 estates, Li Xiang immediately ascended to the status of a major landholder during the Jingguan period. As for the 3 shops within the city, all of which are in prime locations and currently leased out, he had yet to determine his course of action. Once he settled on a plan, he could negotiate with the shopkeepers to reclaim the annual rent, intending to conduct business himself. After attending to these matters, Li Xiang donned a fresh attire, preparing to report to the Ministry of War's Liaodong Division. Although the meeting convened by Li Shimin was not imminent, it was essential for Li Xiang to familiarize himself with the environment. He had made it clear that within the Ministry of War's offices, he was merely Li Xiang, the deputy of the Liaodong Division, and not the Crown Prince Li Xiang. In the Crown Prince's palace, the esteemed consort remarked, "Your son has indeed overstepped. This matter has become common knowledge. Yet, he has not brought these possessions forth. Does he intend to establish his own authority?" Early that morning, the Crown Princess had people on watch, and as soon as Li Xiang departed from the Eastern Palace, she rushed to report the incident. In this era, as long as families remained unified, any possessions acquired by sons must be surrendered to the family for collective distribution. Your Highness, forgive us. Xiang has no such intentions. It must be due to the haste of the moment. I shall send someone to summon him, she implored. Lu Shi, who was attending to Li Chengqian's breakfast, was startled by these words and hastily knelt. This is preposterous. Why would you summon him? Do you even know where he is headed? He is on his way to the Ministry of War's Liaodong Division to discuss significant state affairs. Can matters of the Eastern Palace outweigh those of the court? Return to serving breakfast, Li Chengqian retorted, though his anger masked a sense of relief for Lu Shi, who discerned that the Crown Prince was not enraged nor swayed by the Crown Princess's machinations. It seemed their son was in no peril. However, she cautioned, Your Highness, without rules, chaos ensues. If the children of the Eastern Palace act in such a manner, will we not become the subject of ridicule? The Crown Princess remains undeterred. If they all choose to act in such a manner, it is their own capability. You may inform everyone that henceforth, items acquired through one's own merit need not be submitted to the palace. Li Chengqian remarked with a hint of disdain, were your father not Ho Junji, and were it not an inopportune time to make an enemy of Xiang, you would have long been cast into the cold palace for your past transgressions. Chapter 33. The Crown Princess is confined. I take my leave. The Crown Prince had not garnered any favor from the Crown Princess, who was equally unwilling to witness the affection between Li Chengqian and Lu Shi. Thus, she resolved to depart. I must emphasize, cherish the good days and avoid any mishaps. Otherwise, you shall have no one to blame but yourself. Li Chengqian's sudden remark was unexpected, although he had previously shown little warmth towards the Crown Princess. His demeanor was often capricious, yet he had never uttered such threatening words until now. Your Highness, I act for the sake of the entire Eastern Palace. The Crown Princess replied, turning back with evident urgency, as if genuinely concerned for the well-being of the Eastern Palace. Her younger siblings were still tender in age. If you do not consider their future, you may continue your turmoil. Perhaps the bonds of blood could still provide some advantage to the younger ones. Yet should you exhaust that connection, even my words would bear no weight. Seeing the Crown Princess's obstinacy, Li Chengqian felt compelled to speak plainly. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances and the impossibility of altering his fate with the Emperor. However, there were still several children at home, their futures seemingly tied to Li Xiang. If the Crown Princess persisted in her discord, those children, isn't that merely the deputy chief of the Liaodong division of the Ministry of War? Even my brother's children hold higher positions than that, the Crown Princess murmured softly. Unwilling to openly defy him, Li Chengqian found her naivety astonishing. Had it not been for the children, he would have long since disregarded her. Yet, considering the impact of her actions on the children and their ties to Li Xiang, silence. Return to your quarters. From this moment forth, without my consent, no one shall release you. Lu Shi will be responsible for all external affairs of the Eastern Palace. With a decisive slam of his hand on the table, Li Chengqian determined the Crown Princess's fate, though he lacked favor with the Emperor, as the Crown Prince of the Tang Empire. His word was law within the confines of the Eastern Palace. Your Highness, you cannot do this. What wrong have I committed to warrant such confinement? The Crown Princess panicked upon hearing this, for although Li Chengqian had often scolded her in the past, it had never resulted in real harm. Being confined to her own quarters would render her powerless, especially since the people of the Eastern Palace were ever watchful. Seeing her confined would only drive them further towards Li Xiang. Li Chengqian, weary of pointless discourse, gestured to his subordinates. Qian Ping had already accompanied Li Xiang, a decision Li Chengqian endorsed, for among all the eunuchs in the Eastern Palace, Qian Ping was the most astute. Such a person ought to remain by Li Xiang's side. With Qian Ping gone, Zhang Qing, the deputy chief eunuch, now stood as the most capable. Although he had previously benefited from the Crown Princess, under the Crown Prince's wrath, he uttered not a word and, along with several eunuchs, escorted the Crown Princess away. Others perceive it as the Crown Prince's disdain for the Crown Princess. However, Li Chengqian comprehends that confining her serves as a safeguard for both her and her father, although her daily activities may not be deemed malevolent. The accumulation of minor transgressions could eventually provoke Li Xiang's disapproval, leading to unfavorable consequences for both her and her father. I hope you can grasp the sincerity of my intentions. Observing the Crown Princess being taken away fills Li Chengqian with a sense of anguish. Your Highness, I have never ventured beyond the East Palace. If I were to cause a spectacle before outsiders, it would reflect poorly on your Highness. The princess is the mistress of the East Palace. Should anything arise, your Highness may reprimand me, but please, do not confine the princess. In former times, Lu's status was scarcely superior to that of a palace maid, and she had never witnessed the intricate power struggles of the elite. After witnessing this scene today, she instinctively trembled in fear and knelt beside, uttering these words. Find a few elder matrons to accompany you. They are well versed in the protocols and will guide you on the proper course of action. Do not be afraid, you are now of the 5th rank. Your son is the Crown Prince of the Tang Dynasty, and your husband is the Crown Prince himself. Do not tarnish the reputation of the East Palace in public. Li Chengqian understood that transforming Lu was not an overnight endeavor. However, being confined within the East Palace without the Emperor's presence provided an opportune moment for him to instruct her properly. Outside the East Palace, according to Tang Dynasty customs, Li Xiang could ride in the Crown Prince's carriage to the Ministry of War today. Nevertheless, he opted to ride a horse instead. For as a mere subordinate of the Liaodong division, he would only be afforded a palanquin carried by 2 individuals, which appeared somewhat unstable. Thus, he prudently chose to ride. Xiang, are you heading to the Ministry of War? Just as Li Xiang was about to proceed, he noticed an opulent carriage halted at a fork in the road, his cousin, Princess Chang Sunpingding's carriage. He was about to approach when he dismounted and respectfully bowed. During the Jingguan era, the Tang dynasty valued familial hierarchy over formal etiquette. Royal and noble offspring greeted each other based on age and rank in informal settings. "Come aboard. My elder relative is traveling the same way," with the elder's invitation. The younger generation did not dare to decline. Though Li Xiang was well aware of his cousin's cunning nature, she could not possibly be merely passing through the East Palace. Changsun Pingting indeed had ulterior motives for her visit and was aware of Li Xiang's agenda for the day. If she did not seize this half-hour to converse, there might be no further opportunity, especially after discussions at the Ministry of War, where it was uncertain where Li Xiang would head next. Early that morning, Li Xiang's subordinates had delivered 100 jin of white wine to Changsun Pingting, which was indeed the same as that consumed previously. By last night, news had already spread throughout Chang'an that the white wine produced by Li Xiang had not yet hit the market, yet it was already lauded by Changsun Wuji, the emperor. Alongside the two dukes, nearly came to blows over this particular wine in the Grand Hall. Everyone was aware that the Changsun residence was responsible for its distribution, with each jin priced at 5 taels of silver and a daily sales limit of 100 jin. The mere reputation of this brand has already propelled the white liquor into fame. Consequently, Changsun Pingting has received a full advance payment of 500 taels of silver. Although she had anticipated some generosity, she was still taken aback by the lavishness of the affluent in Chang'an. Thus, disregarding the customary decorum, Changsun Pingting promptly instructed her coachman to hasten the carriage towards the Eastern Palace, intending to discuss several matters on the route where Li Xiang was to be on duty. Chapter 34. The rise in liquor prices. The carriage was spacious enough, and the two individuals did not feel cramped within its confines. Yet, in such an enclosed space, Longsun Pingting felt a twinge of anxiety being alone with a man. "If there is something you need to discuss, please speak plainly. We are family, after all, and there is no need for circumlocution," she stated. Li Xiang, aware that their journey would not take long, proceeded to the crux of the matter. Engaging in mutual probing would be futile. Before they could finish their inquiries, they would have arrived at the Ministry of War. Hearing Li Xiang's words warmed Longsun Pingting's heart, although there were children at home who also called her aunt. None evoked the same sense of intimacy as Li Xiang's infectious smile. Given this understanding, she decided to be forthright. "The liquor we have ordered is about to be delivered. Is there a possibility of raising the price a bit? An increase would enhance our profit margins. It is not an arbitrary hike, but rather a response to societal demand." After the reservation meeting, Longsun Pingting had discerned that for the wealthy, even a slight price increase would not deter them. They would still pay to place their orders. Why not seize this opportunity for profit? Li Xiang pondered carefully. 5 taels of silver per pound of liquor was already exorbitant by the standards of the era. Previously, he had believed this price was the ceiling. However, since Longsun Pingting managed the Longsun family's liquor sales, if she deemed it acceptable, it should pose no issue. "What price do you think is appropriate for the increase?" she inquired. "More money is beneficial for us, but we must avoid raising it without justification. Offending our clientele could jeopardize our long-term growth for the sake of short-term gain." 7 taels of silver per pound, she replied, taking a deep breath. This figure was not casually tossed out. It was grounded in the black market prices, which hovered between 9 and 11 taels of silver. Given the limited supply of only 100 pounds per day, the black market in Chang'an had begun to establish its purchasing prices. And although the initial offers had been overly generous, the distinct quality of the liquor would ensure that even after tasting, 7 taels would still be reasonable, a relatively conservative increase. Li Xiang could have readily agreed, yet he hesitated for a moment. Longsun Pingting felt a surge of nervousness, although she controlled the sales channels. The ownership of the goods lay with Li Xiang. Without his consent, she could not unilaterally raise the price. An increase of 2 taels per pound would result in an additional 200 taels of silver daily, of which the Longsun family would receive 15%, 30 taels. Previously, they earned 75 taels a day. Now, they could potentially earn 105, nearly a 50% increase from before. "Let us proceed as you suggest, but it would be prudent to have more individuals monitor the market. Should any resistance to the price arise, we must be prepared to make adjustments accordingly." Although Li Xiang harbored confidence in this wine, his understanding of the sales capabilities within Chang'an City remained somewhat limited. Thus, it would be prudent to proceed with caution. "Rest assured, I have already dispatched numerous spies from my household, and they will be gathering intelligence throughout the streets and alleys of Chang'an today. This evening, I shall ensure that a summary is delivered to the Eastern Palace." Upon hearing that Changsun Pingting had already made arrangements, Li Xiang felt a sense of relief. Collaborating with such an individual certainly alleviated many of his burdens. However, I must remind you of a crucial matter. Within the white wine market of Chang'an, 1/3 is controlled by our family, while 2/3 is held by the illustrious Cui family of Qinghe. Following the launch of your white wine, There may be minimal impact on the mid to low-end market, yet it will undoubtedly disrupt the lucrative high-end segment. You should be wary of potential troubles they may instigate against you. After addressing serious matters, Changsun Pingting turned to discuss another topic, the Changsun family. While the foremost power in the Tang dynasty court does not dominate the entire Tang Empire, their influence wanes outside the capital, where the 5 prominent families and 7 esteemed clans hold sway. This was Li Xiang's first encounter with the concept of the 5 families and 7 clans. Particularly the eminent Shui family of Qinghe, historically recognized as the preeminent family during the Sui and Tang dynasties. Cheng Yaojin's wife hailed from the Shui family. Albeit a collateral branch, yet even so, it was considered an exceptional lineage within the capital. Fear not, dear aunt, your nephew has never shied away from any challenge. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water rises, I shall build dams. Moreover, this is the land of our Tang dynasty. What is there to fear from these petty clowns? Li Xiang's audacity was striking. Changsun Pingting was momentarily taken aback. A mere 13-year-old child could utter such grandiloquent declarations. Were one unfamiliar with him, they might believe he was merely spouting nonsense. Yet, his recent actions have consistently demonstrated his wisdom and commanding presence. Never before has anyone dared to dismiss the 5 families and 7 clans as mere jesters, not even the reigning emperor, who finds the mere mention of them to be a source of considerable vexation. Their influence within the court may be modest, yet in the realm of the populace, it permeates every corner. Should one dare to confront them directly, it could jeopardize the stability of the emperor's reign, thus necessitating a regulated form of conflict. Li Xiang had long understood this dynamic, so he felt little trepidation, as long as he did not openly defy them. He was adept at navigating the established rules of engagement. After all, he hailed from a modern era a millennium ahead. How could he possibly fear a handful of provincial landlords? Miss, the Ministry of War has arrived. Just as their conversation unfolded, the carriage reached the entrance of the Ministry of War. In accordance with Changsun Wuji's wishes, although Changsun Pingting was eager to discuss matters, it would be best to disembark Li Xiang nearby rather than at the front entrance, which would be too ostentatious. However, in her moment of distraction, Changsun Pingting had completely forgotten this detail. A woman's carriage appeared at the entrance of the Ministry of War, which in itself was a rare occurrence. Moreover, it belonged to the esteemed eldest daughter of the Changsun family, making it even more extraordinary. It is uncommon for women to visit the Ministry of War on official business. Whom could she be escorting? There had been no word of the Changsun family's daughter being betrothed. Curiosity piqued. Everyone craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the unfolding scene. Chapter 35. A debut in the officialdom. Changsun Pingting gently lifted the carriage curtain, revealing a gathering of military officers outside. How had she forgotten to remind the coachman? She had been too preoccupied with the matter of price hikes. To miss an opportunity for a bargain would be foolish indeed. Li Xiang had intended to disembark near the Ministry of War, and now that they had arrived at the entrance, it presented a splendid opportunity. It would allow everyone to witness that Changsun Wuji had reconciled with the Eastern Palace. This was a significant symbol. Changsun Wuji, renowned as the foremost power holder during the Xinguan era, carried the sentiments of many with his every action. Once this news spread, any endeavor undertaken by the Eastern Palace would undoubtedly become markedly more feasible than before. My nephew bids farewell and shall visit my esteemed aunt and uncle on another day. Li Xiang, wearing a face of integrity, seemed oblivious to the implications. Changsun Pingting perceived that Li Xiang was still youthful, perhaps lacking the complexities of adult thought. Before he alighted, she adjusted his attire, treating him as if he were her own nephew. Once you arrive, refrain from making hasty judgments. Even if the esteemed officials show you deference, do not let arrogance take hold. Listen and learn abundantly. After imparting this counsel, she found herself surprised by her own words, for she typically refrained from excessive speech. Yet, witnessing Li Xiang's departure stirred something within her. Respectfully heed your aunt's teachings, Li Xiang replied, turning to wave before leaping down from the carriage. Zhao Yunhui awaited him, and while the Ministry of War was accustomed to various military contingents, the sight of Zhao Yunhui and his small entourage elicited astonishment. The discipline evident in their formation suggested rigorous training, a surprising discovery given the Eastern Palace's previous neglect. Greetings to the minister. As Li Xiang descended, he noticed many around him preparing to bow in respect. He preemptively offered his salute to Minister Li Jing, who had yet to emerge from his sedan chair, thus receiving an unexpected honor. Indeed, as the emperor's grandson donned the official attire of the military officers, he exuded an air of authority. You ought to familiarize yourself with the Liaodong office, Li Jing advised as he stepped down from the grand sedan. Though the garment appeared somewhat large on Li Xiang, it still conveyed the essence of an official. Among the royal offspring, most were clad in imperial robes, making Li Xiang's choice to wear official garb a notable precedent. Zhangping, come forth. Escort the young master to the Liaodong office, Li Jing instructed. Needing to attend to other official matters, he summoned an aide, who happened to be an 8th-rank clerk from the Liaodong office. After their introductions, Li Jing proceeded inside. The emperor was also scheduled to visit the Ministry of War today, intending to inspect the Liaodong office. Thus, preparations on their part were imperative. Young Zhangping. Offer your respects to His Highness. Zhangping was nearly 40, a veteran within the Ministry of War, yet he remained in his position due to a lack of promotion. Upon hearing of the arrival of a royal grandson at the Liaodong office, he began to contemplate the possibilities if he could align himself with such influence. His future prospects would surely be bright. Arise, arise. From this day forth, we shall serve together in the same office. I shall address you as old Xiang, for we need not observe excessive formalities. Today marks my first day at the office. I kindly request that you guide me on a tour of the premises. Considering this as my invitation for a future libation, Li Xiang retrieved a small ingot from his sleeve. In this present age, copper coins are the most sought-after currency. Yet Li Xiang had no intention of burdening himself with excessive coinage. The nobility preferred gold and silver. What a peculiar notion. His Highness is now my direct superior, and I have yet to express my gratitude to him. How could I possibly accept his bounty? Zhangping hastily stepped back 2 paces, recognizing that the small ingot was worth at least 5 taels of silver. His monthly salary amounted to merely 1 guan, and with the addition of grain and cloth, it barely exceeded 2 taels. The sudden bestowal of 5 taels was unprecedented. Take it, take it. Should you refuse this sum, it would imply a reluctance to align with my interests. I am a man who distinguishes between gratitude and grievance. If you choose not to stand with me, I shall seek someone willing to accept my coin. Li Xiang feigned a stern expression and unceremoniously placed the ingot into Zhangping's hands. Li Xiang possessed an astute understanding of the psychology of such individuals. Despite their ostentatious demeanor within the Ministry of War, the court during the Jingguan era was marked by relative integrity, leaving little opportunity for these individuals to amass personal gains, resulting in a rather modest existence. Having received the money, one must now fulfill their duties. In the ensuing moments, Zhangping escorted Li Xiang around the Ministry of War. Whereupon, hearing that this was the royal grandson who had recently garnered much attention, many in the courtyard extended their greetings, thus establishing a sense of familiarity. Curiously, they wondered. It had been said that the crown prince was rather negligent, with little time to educate his progeny. Yet, this young nobleman exhibited exceptional poise in his interactions. Where could he have acquired such finesse? Had we misjudged previously? Ultimately, they arrived at one of the 8 divisions of the Ministry of War, the Liaodong Division, where they met with his immediate superior, the division head, Pan Rihai, an elderly gentleman in his 60s. In the 21st century, individuals in their 60s often continue to contribute actively. However, during the Tang Dynasty, such an age was considered quite advanced. Moreover, this gentleman was hard of hearing in one ear, and the other was only marginally effective, necessitating raised voices for conversation. Your Highness, our esteemed Lord Pan has twice expressed the desire to retire to his homeland, yet the Emperor has denied his requests. After Li Xiang had conversed with Lord Pan, Zhangping whispered alongside him. It was then that Li Xiang comprehended the situation. The deputy head of the Liaodong division was likely appointed for the benefit of certain individuals. Initially, such a position was certainly not intended for him. Had he not made a remarkable impression in the court that day, it was probable that this position would have been bestowed upon another royal descendant. Perhaps Wei Wang Li Tai or Jin Wang Li Ji, but it would certainly not have been his to claim. Clearly, Lord Pan is utterly incapable of managing even the most routine affairs, let alone the critical matters of state. Thus, he serves merely as a mascot, while the deputy is expected to handle the responsibilities. The Minister of Personnel has issued a decree. The Emperor shall arrive in a quarter of an hour, and all officials are to be present to welcome him. Li Xiang was preparing to gather more information, but to his surprise, the messenger has already arrived, announcing that the Emperor has departed from the palace and will soon reach the Ministry of War. Li Xiang's inaugural debut in the realm of officialdom is about to commence. Chapter 36, Meeting of the Ministry of War. Long live our Emperor. At the entrance of the Ministry of War, Li Shimin arrived accompanied by Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling. Although today's discussion centered on the affairs concerning Liaoding and Goguryeo, both of these individuals possessed significant authority to speak on the matter, thus they were brought along. As Li Shimin descended from the imperial carriage, he took a moment to glance at Li Xiang's position. The young man demonstrated commendable restraint, kneeling amongst the officials from Liaodong without placing himself ahead of Li Jing. According to current protocol, even if Li Xiang were to kneel before Li Jing, it would be entirely acceptable, given his status as the emperor's grandson. Lead the way, Li Shimin instructed, allowing everyone to rise before moving to Li Xiang's side. Li Xiang understood this was a test of his readiness. Had he merely squandered the time spent waiting? As they traversed the ministry, the Shimin navigated through numerous corridors, keen to assess Li Xiang's knowledge of the institution's functions. Fortunately, Zhang Ping was well informed, and Li Xiang had posed many pertinent questions earlier. Thus, he was able to respond with ease to Li Shimin's inquiries. Li Shimin was exceedingly pleased with his grandson's performance, initially believing that this surprise examination might overwhelm the young prince. He was pleasantly surprised by Li Xiang's articulate and reasoned responses. It appeared he had indeed been diligent, demonstrating a commendable work ethic that surpassed that of his royal peers, all of whom held positions in various government offices. Under similar scrutiny, none had outperformed Li Xiang. Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling exchanged glances, recognizing that this royal grandson was no trifling matter. If his earlier presence in the court was but a fleeting glimpse, his decisive handling of matters concerning the Eastern Palace and Li Yuanchang indicated a remarkable resolve, coupled with the strategic alliance with the Changsun family. It was evident that his actions had been carefully contemplated. Thus far, the crown prince had proven to be impeccable in his conduct. As the voices of the princes, Wang Wei, Wang Wu, Wang Jin, and Wang Qi echoed from the entrance, Li Shimin furrowed his brow in discontent. His sons had arrived later than himself, lacking the demeanor befitting of serious officials. Li Xiang was taken aback. He had initially thought himself the only royal descendant present, only to discover that Li Shimin had summoned all the adult princes, providing an opportunity for them to meet today. Upon hearing that the emperor had departed the palace, the princes rushed over, albeit slightly unprepared. They had anticipated the meeting to commence at noon, unaware of Li Shimin's urgency, which resulted in their embarrassment. Each of them seemed more inclined to frivolity, arriving late in the day while their nephew was already actively engaged in his duties. They remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, leading Li Shimin to declare a 6-month salary deduction for each of them. Upon hearing the words of Li Shimin, the faces of the princes lowered in acknowledgement of their faults. At that moment, Li Xiang felt quite vexed. Was he being praised in front of them? Was this not an invitation for trouble? While Li Xiang harbored his dissatisfaction, Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling contemplated numerous thoughts. If they were the emperor, they too would ensure the crown prince was beset on all sides. If one cannot manage their own brothers, how could they hope to govern the realm? Your Majesty, all is prepared. To spare the prince's further embarrassment, General Li Jing gestured towards the courtyard of the Ministry of War in Liaodong. Li Shimin, wishing to avoid further humiliation for his sons in front of the assembly, stepped inside, casting a sidelong glance back. Li Xiang stood obediently in place, waiting for his uncles to enter before rejoining his own ranks and following Master Pan inside. Initially, General Li Jing presumed that Li Xiang might be ignorant of decorum, foreseeing potential friction when the lad worked under his command. To his surprise, Li Xiang demonstrated a keen understanding of propriety. He respected not only his superior, the minister, but even the auspicious figure of Master Pan from the Liaodong office. Upon taking his seat, Li Shimin found the left side occupied by the court ministers and the right by the royal offspring, with Li Xiang standing dutifully at the left side, beneath Master Pan, precisely where the deputy seal-bearer of Liaodong was expected to stand. Regarding the matters discussed in court the other day, has the Ministry of War devised a feasible plan? The task of sowing discord between Geyuan Suin and the king of Goguryeo shall be entrusted to Fui, while you shall address the destruction of their farmlands. Li Shimin delineated the responsibilities clearly. Underhanded dealings were to be handled by those adept in such arts, and Changsun Wuji, known as the foremost schemer of the Jingguan era, was deemed fit for the task of undermining the Goguryeo court, as others might falter. In response to His Majesty's inquiry, we in the Ministry of War have deliberated. After the onset of spring next year, General Li Jing succinctly outlined the ministry's proposal, which closely aligned with Li Xiang's earlier suggestions. As spring approached and the time for sowing arrived, they would dispatch troops to harass the Goguryeo farmers, preventing them from completing their planting, thereby ensuring a poor harvest. While the plan was rather unremarkable, it adhered to the expected norms. Once General Li Jing concluded, the examination of the royal offspring commenced, with inquiries directed at them. Second Prince, let us begin with you. Are there aspects of this proposal that warrant improvement? All of you, ponder your responses in accordance with your ages. Those who articulate well shall receive rewards, while those who falter shall face penalties. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. Though each prince possessed their strengths, they were generally unversed in military matters. Upon hearing Li Shimin's question, they were at a loss for how to respond. I believe we should augment our forces. I suggest we extend the duration of our harassments. I think we ought to equip our soldiers with ample provisions to endure longer in enemy territory. The sons of the emperor responded one after another, their answers, though a form of strategy, failed to significantly alter the course of the impending battle. A shadow of disappointment clouded Li Shimin's face, devoid of any trace of a smile. Could you not offer a hint of originality? In the past, when selecting mentors for you, I emphasize the interconnectedness of literature and martial arts. Is this truly the best you can provide? The responses of his sons left Li Chengqian profoundly disheartened. Chapter 37. The Emperor's Wrath. Li Xiang. I have summoned you here today to express your thoughts freely, not to remain a silent bystander. Since your uncles have offered no substantial opinions, do you possess any insights of your own? Li Chengqian continued to incite animosity towards Li Xiang, as a gathering of uncles stood around, rendered useless by their own silence, thus casting Li Xiang into the spotlight, which could only sow discord among them. Despite the advantages bestowed upon him by the system, Li Xiang recognized the peril of creating enemies. It became evident to him that this grandfather, while grooming him as a successor, was simultaneously cultivating a host of adversaries, allowing them to attack him while he observed from a position of power. Li Xiang glanced at his uncles, each wearing a scornful expression, though they had just endured rebuke. They did not believe Li Xiang could remedy the situation. The young heir pondered, reluctant to fall into a trap that would alienate his uncles, knowing it would lead to an arduous existence. If he lacked ideas, it was better to admit so rather than feign cleverness. Did he think everyone around him was a fool? Prince Li Tai was the first to speak up, having had the most interaction with Li Xiang and often finding him displeasing. Now, after everyone had been chastised, he questioned whether Li Xiang could devise a superior solution. Father, Xiongnu is still young. It is only natural for him to be at a loss. Perhaps granting him additional time to contemplate may yield a strategy to overcome our challenges. While we uncles can respond immediately, it is prudent to allow him some leeway due to his youth. Prince Li Ji gazed at Li Xiang with paternal affection. Their ages were not vastly different, yet their relationship was that of uncle and nephew. While he outwardly defended Li Xiang, he was subtly stating a fact. All princes were expected to respond promptly, with no allowance for contemplation. What do you mean, ninth brother? Have we any time for reflection? If you have ideas, share them now. If not, do not put on a faiade. Do you believe that inspiration will strike later? Li Tai, unwilling to relent, displayed his impatience. His mentality suggested that in the contemporary context, he would be considered a contrarian. In truth, Li Tai regarded all princes, whether royal or otherwise, as his adversaries. Following Li Chengqian's fall from favor, he had envisioned the crown prince's position as his own, thus seeking to undermine everyone present. Li Xiang began to understand. No wonder this individual, bolstered by Li Chengqian's favoritism, could not ascend to the position of crown prince. With such a temperament, he could not tolerate anyone else, making it improbable for him to hold such a title. Speak your mind openly. If your words prove worthy, you shall be richly rewarded. Though Li Chengqian had not met with Li Xiang frequently, his recent behavior suggested that the young man possessed considerable potential. When it came to matters of state, Li Chengqian was always deliberate in his planning. Li Xiang gazed at the twinkling eyes of Li Chengqian, while the other princes fell silent. He understood that today he would once again find himself at the crest of a storm. Might I inquire, Your Majesty, if you would dare to bear a bad reputation? Li Xiang asserted, deeming it necessary to clarify his point before proposing a solution. You are utterly audacious. What tone is this with which you address our father? This is excessive. Father is a sage ruler of the ages. How could he possibly desire a tarnished name? As soon as Li Xiang uttered these words, the princes could no longer contain themselves. Even Shi Wangliu, who had remained silent until now, feigned indignation and uttered a few curses. However, Li Xiang recognized that this fellow was rather inept. Although Li Chengqian was a hero of his time, Li Xiang had encountered his sons. If we were to measure ambition, it seemed that Wu Wangli Ku and Jin Wangli Ji were truly worthy rivals of their father. Upon hearing Li Xiang's statement, Li Chengqian furrowed his brow, as if he could crush a fly with the intensity of his gaze. Known for his concern over his reputation, he wondered if this impudent child intended to suggest some form of treason. The most audacious act Li Chengqian had ever committed was the Xuanwu Gate incident, after which he had compelled his own father to abdicate. Since then, he had been exceedingly cautious about his public image. Yet, how did this relate to strategies against Goguryeo? Pray, continue, he urged. Li Chengqian was indeed a formidable sovereign. Had it been anyone else, Li Xiang's words might have resulted in punishment. Yet, Li Chengqian managed to calmly articulate his thoughts, a testament to his exceptional character. It was no wonder that history books lauded him as a leader of remarkable talents. If the emperor fears no reproach from posterity, then my proposal involves a single surprise attack that could incapacitate Goguryeo for 5 years, with proper executions. They may not recover even in a decade. After Li Xiang made this assertion, the attendees were even less convinced. Could you refrain from being so brazen? I know of the method you previously mentioned, which would necessitate annual military incursions. To suggest that a single year would suffice is sheer folly. It is simply unattainable. Wei Wang Li Tai held little faith in Li Xiang's claims, while others, though skeptical, chose to conceal their doubts, leaving only this fool to offend openly. Li Xiang's earlier suggestion indeed had merit, but it required several consecutive years of disruption during the agricultural season to yield any significant impact. To claim efficacy within a mere year was an overreach. Your Highness, please exercise caution in your words, Li Jing interjected as Li Xiang's superior. Compelled to defend him amidst the onslaught from the crowd, Li Shimin observed the unfolding dynamics from his elevated position, internally satisfied. He meticulously guided Li Xiang towards a pinnacle, intent on positioning all the princes against him while simultaneously disallowing the ministers from voicing their opinions. Should Li Xiang succeed in his endeavor, the ministers would inevitably be swayed by his charisma. This approach would not only allow the other princes to serve as Li Xiang's sharpening stones, but would also enable him to win the allegiance of capable individuals across the Tang dynasty. Speak freely. If it is for the enduring benefit of the Tang, what is the harm in bearing a bad name? As on that day in the imperial court, Li Shimin seemed to have once again stumbled upon the threshold, yet he remained unaware of the intentions concealed within Li Xiang's gourd. However, it was undoubtedly a strategy that would catch everyone off guard. Li Xiang captivated the attention of all present, including the esteemed officials of the Ministry of War. What precisely was the grandson of the emperor contemplating? Chapter 38. The deadly land. Li Xiang gathered his thoughts, aware that this was a formal occasion. Any misstep in his speech could lead to ridicule. Li Tai opened his mouth to speak, but a sharp glance from Changsun Wuji silenced him. After all, he was his own nephew, and Changsun Wuji wished to spare Li Tai further embarrassment. Your Majesty, I propose that when our cavalry enters Goguryeo, Li Xiang began to articulate his strategy, which was, in essence, quite straightforward, to incinerate all villages, destroy every well, slay all plowing oxen, and obliterate all agricultural tools, rendering the region a desolate wasteland. Upon the conclusion of Li Xiang's words, the attendees were struck dumb with astonishment, finding it hard to believe that such an idea could emanate from a mere 13-year-old boy. If one were to adhere to Li Xiang's plan, a single raid would indeed transform at least half of Goguryeo into a lifeless expanse, and even if they desired to recuperate, it would take no less than 5 years to restore what was lost. A demon. Li Tai internally branded Li Xiang with this epithet. This was utterly unacceptable. Our Great Tang conducts affairs with integrity and honor. How could we resort to such measures? Should we proceed with such actions? Our deeds would be forever inscribed in the annals of history, leaving a stench that would linger through the ages. Li Tai, utilizing his formidable vocal prowess, expressed these thoughts with immediacy. I, too, find such a course of action most unwise. Should we indeed follow this path, the Tang dynasty would undoubtedly earn a reputation that would echo unfavorably throughout time. As the esteemed sovereign, my father, the heavenly Khan, would be adversely affected, and our relations with neighboring alliances would also suffer. Prince Qi, Liu, joined the discourse, voicing his discontent, though he had no alliances with the other princes, merely harboring a personal disdain for Li Xiang. In contrast, Prince Wu, Li Ku, revealed a glimmer of admiration, despite being a scholar. He believed that matters of state necessitated a ruthless approach. He meticulously considered the implications of such an action, concluding that it would secure the Liaodong region for 2 decades without concern. Prince Jin, Li Ji, shook his head vigorously, clearly disapproving of the proposal, yet remained silent, akin to Changsun Wuji, who has always been somewhat enigmatic. Additionally, my grandson possesses a remarkable device, currently undergoing experimentation. If successful, it could obliterate all of Goguryeo's irrigation systems, including their river dams, within a short span. The proclamation from Li Xiang left the assembly in a state of astonishment. In this era reliant on human labor, constructing an irrigation system demands substantial resources and effort. To conceive of its destruction is no trivial matter, yet you claim to possess such a means? What sort of device could achieve this? When Li Shimin posed this question, Li Xiang realized that he had already succeeded. Li Shimin was a formidable ruler, who, while valuing his own reputation, yearned even more to conquer Goguryeo. Had he been overly concerned with his image, he likely would not have raised such a query. The grandson named this substance explosive, yet due to its perilous nature, it has not yet been developed. If we commence our efforts in the spring of next year, the grandson assures that it can be ready before the arrival of spring, albeit at a considerable cost. The price of black powder is relatively modest, and there exists a method for its production within Li Xiang's system. However, this cannot be divulged until sufficient profits are secured, as economic foundations determine the superstructure. Only when one possesses ample resources can one's influence truly flourish. Should such a device exist, capable of swiftly dismantling their irrigation facilities, a higher price would be justifiable. Though the old minister lacks insight into political matters, if what His Highness the Crown Prince asserts is true, namely, that we incinerate their villages in Goguryeo, demolish their wells and irrigation systems, and slay their plowing cattle, then they would be unable to reconstruct this region for a decade. General Li Jing, as Li Xiang's direct superior and the Minister of War for the Tang Dynasty, merely discussed this proposal from a purely military perspective. Ultimately, the decision rests with Li Shimin. Father, this course of action is utterly inadvisable. Should we proceed, this area would transform into a wasteland. What would the historical record say of you? Li Tai observed Li Shimin's growing inclination and felt compelled to prevent such an occurrence. Should Li Shimin execute this plan, Li Xiang's position would be firmly secured. Li Shimin indeed harbored concerns. If they followed Li Xiang's suggested methodology, even if they were to seize this territory in the future, the benefits would likely be scant. If that were the case, even if the Tang Dynasty were to conquer this land, it would yield no substantial gains. Li Shimin remarked to Li Xiang that while such actions could conquer Goguryeo, it was not the kind of victory he envisioned. He required both fame and fortune. Acquiring a desolate land would serve no purpose. My grandson has a plan to rejuvenate the local economy. If others dare not venture into Liaodong, I am willing to go. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, those present were taken aback. According to Li Xiang, everything in that region would be obliterated. What use would that land be to them? Li Xiang, observing the astonishment of those around him, found himself at a loss for words. Liaodong boasts the richest black soil, although the village's wells have been destroyed. The local water system remains robust. Moreover, Li Xiang could drill wells himself. If others were to forsake this area, he would undoubtedly thrive, particularly in an agrarian society. Pray tell, what is your plan? Li Shimin inquired, his expression grave. He wished to discern how Li Xiang intended to revive a lifeless land. If Li Xiang could indeed accomplish this, what harm would there be in granting him all of Liaodong? Perhaps in the future, the entirety of the Tang Dynasty would belong to him. The grandson delineated the lands of Liaodong into parcels of 50 acres each. Any citizen of the Great Tang Dynasty who finds themselves without land and unable to sustain a livelihood in their hometown is welcome to travel to Liaodong, where each individual shall receive a grant of 50 acres. For the first 3 years, the harvest shall be shared equally, and for the subsequent 7 years, I shall only claim 1/3. After a decade, the entirety of the land shall be bestowed upon them as private property. I shall provide the seeds and various farming implements. Upon the conclusion of Li Xiang's declaration, the assembly erupted into fervent discussion. The citizens of the Tang Dynasty were numerous but held scant land, with many regions still awaiting development. Countless families subsisted on a mere 2 acres of meager fields. Should Li Xiang truly enact such an edict, the number of those venturing to Liaodong would undoubtedly be substantial. If the first year yields a bountiful harvest, the influx of settlers would increase, transforming desolate lands into thriving fields. Chapter 39. Explosive commentary. The discourse was nothing short of absurd, filled with empty embellishments. One could easily surmise that you presumed the emperor would never grant you the fief of Liaodong, emboldening you to speak so brazenly. When the time comes, who knows which of your uncles or elder brothers will be bestowed with this troublesome domain? Li Tai wore an expression of disbelief, yet as he uttered these words, he deliberately cast a glance at several of his younger brothers. He enjoyed the emperor's favor and was assuredly not destined for Liaodong. There remained a chance he might even ascend to the position of crown prince. However, the fate of these few brothers was far less certain. How could they fail to comprehend Li Tai's insinuation? Still in their youth, they were bound by the customs of the Tang Dynasty to take up their fiefs upon reaching maturity. Should they truly be assigned to this barren wasteland? What future would await them? If my uncle harbors doubts, I am willing to establish a written agreement. Should my grandfather grant me this land upon my coming of age, I shall immediately take up my post there. Li Xiang recognized the underlying fears of his peers. They were merely apprehensive that he would renege on his promise, leaving them at a disadvantage. Thus, he proposed a formal agreement. Liaodong, with its fertile lands, would present a splendid opportunity for development once the threat of Goguryeo was resolved. Moreover, Li Xiang possessed confidence. Even if assigned to the mountains, he believed that with their system, prosperity could be achieved. Let us cease this folly. Today's matters shall be postponed. You may all return for now. Just as the assembly clamored for Li Xiang to formalize the agreement, Emperor Li Shimin interjected. At that moment, Changsun Wuji and Fang Xinling exchanged glances. Should the emperor endorse Li Xiang's written contract, it would effectively eliminate any prospect of his ascension. No ruler would willingly send their heir to such a desolate locale. Li Shimin's intervention indicated that Li Xiang might indeed possess the qualities of a true dragon. Li Tai felt a twinge of discontent. He had nearly compelled Li Xiang to formalize the agreement. This boy was merely 13 years old. Once he reached maturity, he could be dispatched to Liaodong, severing any connection he had with the position of crown prince. Are there no other opinions? The remaining members of the military cabinet included only Changsun Wuji, Fang Xinling, and Li Jing. With all others departed, Li Shimin gestured toward the vacant seats, prompting the 3 to take their places. The gravity of this matter weighed heavily upon them, and they exchanged glances, hesitating to voice their thoughts. Xinling, you speak. As the prime minister of the Tang Dynasty, Fang Xianling held the foremost position among them, thus it was his prerogative to speak first. I believe it is feasible. That your majesty must prepare for the possibility that his royal highness may not succeed in transforming the territory into a thriving land. Fang Xianling echoed Li Jing's sentiments. The plan was viable, but they must brace themselves for inevitable criticism, particularly directed at the emperor himself. Assist me, Li Chengqian called upon each one in turn, insisting that they all offer their perspectives. No one could evade this responsibility. For the peace of the northeastern territories and to ensure the emperor's successful campaign against Goguryeo. It is my humble opinion that this course of action is indeed viable, even if this region were to devolve into a wasteland. It would not inflict significant harm upon the Tang dynasty. Changshan Wuji was resolute in matters of great importance. They all understood that what Li Xiang had just articulated was merely a supplement to the actions taken in the Grand Hall, yet this addition bore immense significance. Should we proceed in this manner, it would undoubtedly secure the northeastern borders from peril. With this in mind, the elder statesman felt compelled to speak. The princes had expressed concerns that such a course of action could jeopardize His Majesty's renown. Speaking candidly among themselves, Li Jing raised his gaze to observe the emperor's expression. Although they had been close comrades in earlier years, the distinction between sovereign and subject remained paramount in this moment. Speak swiftly, Li Chengqian interjected with a hint of irritation, noting that their deliberations were lagging behind the pace of Cheng Yaojin. The title of Heavenly Khan was nothing more than an empty honorific. It had conferred no real benefit upon them. Those nations that hailed him as the Heavenly Khan had often stirred trouble in private, and the borders had never experienced true tranquility. Why should they forsake a pragmatic solution for the sake of a hollow title? Goguryeo had amassed an army of 200,000. If action was not taken soon, it would inevitably become a grave threat. At Li Jing's words, both Changshan Wuji and Fang Xianling were taken aback. Since his return from the north, Li Jing had been notably reticent, rarely speaking or venturing far. Yet, his statement rang true. Although the northern tribes revered Li Chengqian as the Heavenly Khan, upon closer inspection, no tangible advantages emerged beyond this illustrious title. A shadow crossed Li Chengqian's countenance, though he was known for his receptiveness to counsel, given that Li Jing was a senior official and also a cherished comrade. Had it been anyone else, they might have faced immediate rebuke. Summon that scoundrel, Li Chengqian commanded. The three senior officials promptly called for Li Xiang's presence. Li Chengqian proceeded to inquire about the earlier issues, only to find that Li Xiang's responses were strikingly similar to those of Li Jing. Li Chengqian was perplexed. If Li Jing had drawn such conclusions due to his extensive engagements with the northern states, how could Li Xiang arrive at the same insights? Was it possible that Li Jing had divulged this information to him? Unlikely. While Li Jing could be somewhat audacious in his speech, he would never align himself with the princes. Speak the truth to your grandfather. Is the explosive substance you have been studying truly capable of obliterating their irrigation facilities in a short span? Li Chengqian expressed his reservations regarding this matter. On the 30th day hence, you may observe the results outside the city. Though the cost is exceedingly steep, 1 tael of gold for a single unit of explosive. Li Xiang calculated internally and promptly revealed the price, asserting that even if the Tang court failed to compensate, the debt would be acknowledged. The Minhui Canal outside Chang'an could irrigate 4,800 mu of land. How much explosive would be required to destroy it? The cost was indeed exorbitant, yet Li Chengqian felt it necessary to ascertain the details. Li Xiang had heard of this irrigation channel, noting that merely demolishing the junction with the lake would suffice, requiring no more than 10 pounds of explosives. Upon hearing Li Xiang's response, Li Chengqian contemplated internally. 100 guan of silver, though somewhat expensive, was a price he could bear to pay for the instantaneous destruction of this irrigation canal. Thus, he resolved to meet again in 30 days. After uttering these words, Li Chengqian noticed that Li Xiang remained motionless, recalling that he had promised him a substantial reward. Chapter 40. My uncle. Ultimately, Li Chengqian did not bestow any rewards, postponing matters until after the 30th day. Once he departed, Li Xiang's inaugural day in the Tang court came to an end. The Liaodong division within the Ministry of War held significant importance. However, with the two nations currently in a state of armistice, there was little to attend to. Li Xiang would await further instructions from Li Chengqian, rendering daily attendance unnecessary. He merely needed to check in every couple of days. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall meticulously document any developments within our division and deliver them to the Eastern Palace before sunset. However, I kindly request your guidance on whom I should submit them to, said Zhang Ping, an astute individual. Previously, when there was no one in a superior position, despite working diligently, he found that his efforts were often overshadowed, with accolades attributed to others while he bore the burden of labor alone. Now that Li Xiang had arrived, he was undoubtedly more valuable than most. If Zhang Ping could successfully align himself with this influential figure, it would be akin to harnessing a favorable wind. Thus, he would not forego this opportunity. Li Xiang gestured to his attendant, and Li Si stepped forward. Although Li Si was Li Xiang's personal bodyguard, he possessed the highest intellect among them, making Li Xiang confident in entrusting this task to him. There is no need for Xiang to send reports daily. Before sunset, I shall summon him to retrieve them. You two may arrange a meeting place. Put forth your utmost effort, and I assure you, I shall not treat you unjustly. I have heard that Zhang's household is quite large, so take this into consideration, Li Xiang instructed. Li Xiang knew well how to win over the minor figures surrounding the formidable. By offering them great hope alongside tangible benefits, he could secure their loyalty. This time, he presented a land deed for 50 acres. Although not extensive, the price of fertile land surrounding Chang'an was perpetually high, and the annual yield from 50 acres represented a considerable sum, sufficient for Zhang Ping to sustain his family. Gifting a valuable item would merely amount to a dead investment, one that could not be pawned without disrespecting Li Xiang. Directly offering money would also be inappropriate, as Zhang Ping would feel embarrassed to accept it, and it would be quickly forgotten once spent. The gift of arable land, however, had the potential to transform Zhang Ping's family's living conditions, ensuring that he would remember Li Xiang with gratitude for a lifetime. Each harvest from those 50 acres would serve as a poignant reminder of Li Xiang's kindness. Thank you, Your Highness. When Zhang Ping lifted his head, he found that Li Xiang had already departed from the Ministry of War with his guards. A surge of energy coursed through him. As long as he remained steadfastly loyal to the prince, his future was undoubtedly bright. He had witnessed many colleagues ingratiating themselves with superiors, often having to scrimp and save to offer gifts. Yet here, he received 50 acres of land from the prince without having given anything in return, setting a precedent within the Ministry of War. Upon hearing this news, other officials in the ministry were incensed, gnashing their teeth in frustration. Had they known this would occur, they would have been the first to ingratiate themselves. There were many who surpassed Zhang Ping in both experience and capability. What right did he have to serve the crown prince? However, it is now too late to utter such words. Zhang Ping stands behind none other than His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Given the conversation exchanged earlier at the gates of the Ministry of War, it will not take long before the news spreads throughout the entire ministry. Should you wish to act against Zhang Ping, you must first consider whether you possess the capability to confront the Crown Prince. The discourse that transpired earlier in the hall was heard by many officials of the Ministry of War. Although the Crown Prince's methods may seem somewhat unscrupulous, it is evident that the Emperor has been swayed when faced with the choice between a desolate land and a tarnished reputation. The Emperor will undoubtedly lean towards the dissolution of Goguryeo. Since the reign of Emperor Yang of Sui, Goguryeo has been quite the thorn in our side. Should the Emperor accomplish this feat, would he not surpass Emperor Yang? This would also signify that our Tang dynasty has eclipsed the Sui. As for the infamy, history is penned by the victors. As long as we emerge triumphant, the narrative can unfold as it wishes. Who will return a century hence to investigate? Your Highness, shall we return to the Eastern Palace? Li led the horse for Li Xiang, who had arrived in the carriage of the eldest daughter of the Changsun family but would now have to ride back. Stand still, are you Li Xiang? As Li Xiang prepared to mount his horse and return to the Eastern Palace, he noticed a group of elegantly dressed young nobles approaching from a distance, some of whom bore a hint of Hu attire. Li Xiang did not recognize these individuals, as there were few in Chang'an who knew him. After rummaging through his memories, he could only recall the red-clad youth at the tail end of the group. The others left no impression upon him. This young man was none other than the nephew of the crown princess, and by age, Li Xiang would have to address him as cousin, Ho Guang, the second grandson of Ho Junji. It is I. May I inquire as to your identity? Li Xiang caught a whiff of the alcohol wafting from the group. Realizing that they were all quite inebriated, having indulged in their own fine brew, which Li Xiang had dubbed Great Tang Celestial Brew, although the name was somewhat audacious. There were no objections, for all of Chang'an who had tasted it deemed it worthy of such a title. I am Zaturka, Prince of the Tuyuhan. Your brew is commendable. Yet I have only procured 3 jin, which is insufficient for our gathering. Pray, procure for me 100 or 80 jin more. Do not fear, for I am not lacking in funds. 8 taels of silver per jin is but a trifling sum for me. The intoxicated prince slurred, with his entourage echoing his sentiments. Comprising both nobles from Tuhun and the Tang, who often accompanied him, attracted by his lavish spending and the promise of feasting. Great Tang Celestial Brew is produced in quantities of 100 jin daily. Should you be unable to obtain it, I shall have to forego my share today, as I have other matters at hand. Li Xiang found little inclination to engage with a group of drunken revelers, particularly as the individual before him was rather sensitive, and the topic at hand was diplomatic in nature. Despite previously suggesting the takeover of Tuyuhan, the Tang court had yet to adopt a definitive stance. Stand still. Do you think I am merely a prince of Tuyuhan? I must inform you that I shall soon become your uncle by marriage. According to the customs of your esteemed Tang dynasty, it is expected that you present me with a substantial gift, weighing no less than 180 pounds. Your current demeanor towards me is utterly unacceptable. Although the emperor has yet to grant the formal union, it is evident to all that this marriage is inevitable. The Prince of Tubo often assumes the role of Li Shimin's son-in-law during his time in Chang'an. Li Xiang, weary of engaging in a futile argument with a drunken man, chose to remain silent, intending to mount his horse once more. However, to his surprise, the drunken individual seized his garment with one hand while raising a fist with the other, poised to strike. Chapter 41. Overstepping boundaries. It is an all too common occurrence for noble youths to engage in brawls within the city of Chang'an, and even altercations involving princes have historically been frequent. Whenever such incidents arise, the constables of the Chang'an County Office feign ignorance, recognizing that these young men hail from esteemed families, beyond their jurisdiction, provided no lives are lost. Ultimately, they will escort the offenders home for their fathers to discipline. From Emperor Li Shimin to various esteemed officials, the prevailing wisdom regarding the upbringing of their progeny is clear. Fighting is permissible, but one must not inflict fatal harm. Nor should one emerge as the loser in such encounters. Should one triumph, any repercussions are borne by the father, whereas a defeat results in a punishment at home. Though the Prince of Tuyuhun was embroiled in diplomatic affairs, Li Xiang was no stranger to adversity. Before the prince's fist could reach him, Li Xiang swiftly seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly before the astonished onlookers. Zaturka, typically not so inept, was somewhat inebriated today, his senses dulled by the copious amounts of liquor consumed. Being merely a boy of little more than 10 years, Li Xiang was not deemed a threat, allowing him to be easily subdued. Your Highness, please refrain from such actions. Tuyuhun has always maintained cordial relations with our Great Tang. A multitude of officials from the Ministry of War rushed forth, fully aware of the situation. Although cognizant of Zaturka's misstep, they implored Li Xiang to release the prince, whose complexion was rapidly paling under Li Xiang's grip. Should anything untoward occur, it could spark a significant diplomatic crisis between the two nations. With a disdainful snort, Li Xiang hurled Zaturka to the ground, his luxurious robe now laden with dust, presenting a rather humiliating sight. Remember your station. You are but a prince of a minor foreign state. Chang'an is not your playground. In the grand scheme, the Tuyuhun prince equates to merely a local magistrate in Great Tang. Do not overestimate your significance. Li Xiang has always regarded foreign dignitaries with disdain, and had it not been for the intervention of the officials, he would have undoubtedly delivered a more severe thrashing to Zaturka. The latter, now red-faced and gasping for air, was acutely aware of Li Xiang's words, burning with the desire to retaliate. Yet, the lack of oxygen left him dizzy, and thankfully, bystanders supported him, preventing a potentially humiliating fall. How dare you treat the Prince of Tuyuhun in such a manner? If this incites a diplomatic dispute, can you bear the weight of such responsibility? Ho Guang, having observed the unfolding drama, was well aware of Li Xiang's actions towards his aunt and harbored hopes for a confrontation between Li Xiang and Zaturka. Zaturka is not one to be underestimated. During his time in Chang'an, he stirred up quite a commotion. However, due to his unique status, even the aristocratic youths who suffered losses could only swallow their grievances in silence. At this moment, he hoped that Li Xiang would also face some misfortune. Yet he was taken aback by Li Xiang's formidable demeanor, ultimately compelled to offer assistance. Li Xiang had no intention of clashing with this individual in the streets. But if you choose to step forward, do not blame me for my actions. In an instant, Li Xiang delivered a resounding slap to Ho Guang's face, the sharp crack echoing, startling the officials of the Ministry of War nearby. By what right do you strike me? After a moment's pause, Ho Guang regained his composure, his ears ringing from the impact, feeling as though the world was spinning. By what right do I strike you? I strike you for being a traitor. Is your family loyal to the Tang dynasty or to the Tuyuhun? He is a prince of Tuyuhun, while I am the eldest grandson of the Tang emperor. You stand with him, which suggests your allegiance lies with him. What is the situation with the Ho family? In terms of accusations, no one present could rival Li Xiang. With just a few words, he pushed Ho Guang to the brink of being labeled a traitor. The officials around them resonated with Li Xiang's sentiments, acknowledging the validity of his statements. Regardless of right or wrong, they were citizens of two different nations. Now that trouble had arisen, how could one side with the enemy? Was this truly the upbringing of Ho Junji? Observing the shifting expressions of those around him, Ho Guang found himself at a loss for words. Though he usually possessed keen intellect, he was rendered speechless by Li Xiang's rapid-fire inquiries. I share a bond with His Highness the Prince. Does camaraderie justify betraying one's country? Li Xiang countered. Do not attempt to shift the narrative. I have not betrayed the Tang dynasty. I merely wish to uphold the relationship between the Tang and Tuyuhun. He has already raised his fist against me, and you still wish to maintain such relations? If the emperor were here, would you not also strive to uphold these ties? When war breaks out between our nations, your loyalty will be called into question. At Li Xiang's prompting, Everyone recalled that Zaturka had come seeking wine, and since Li Xiang was not the vendor, it was evident that Zaturka's intent was to initiate conflict. It was truly astonishing that Huo Qubing, a descendant of a Tang hero, could fail to see the gravity of the situation and align himself with Zaturka. As Li Xiang had pointed out, casting doubt on his loyalty, Huo Qubing found himself momentarily speechless, unable to offer a coherent explanation. Even jumping into the Yellow River would not absolve him. Initially intending to pit Zaturka against Li Xiang, he now realized he had nearly become a traitor himself, jeopardizing the future of the entire Huo family. Begone. Just as Huo Qubing found himself at a loss for words, Zaturka finally regained consciousness. The fellow shook his head groggily and stumbled over, forcefully pushing Huo Qubing aside. "Your Highness, it is I." Huo Qubing lost his balance and fell to the ground, his face covered in dust when he finally lifted his head. Had Zaturka been fully awake, he might not have acted so rashly. However, consumed by rage and solely focused on retaliating against Li Xiang, he paid no heed to whom he had pushed. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but mock Huo Qubing. "You serve as a mere dog for him, and he doesn't even spare you a glance. It's quite pitiful that you had just spoken so highly of Zaturka. Don't you feel ashamed?" Chapter 42. Hujnq arrives before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Ztrk boldly shed his shirt, revealing his dark, muscular physique. In a modern context, such a display might have captivated the attention of many young ladies. However, in this era, the prevailing sentiment towards him was one of recklessness. Unlike the nomadic tribes, Ztrk had spent considerable time in Xiangnu, acquiring knowledge of poetry and propriety. Many believed he had been sufficiently refined, yet, in a fit of anger, he reverted to the ways of the Tyhn. What is this? A challenge to engage in a brawl? Although Xiang was merely 13, his body had been enhanced, granting him the strength of 10 men. Against a prince like Ztrk, he was confident he would prevail. "I wish to challenge you to a duel, in accordance with our Tyhn traditions. You may decline, in which case, kneel and apologize, and I shall consider this matter closed. Otherwise, you must accept my challenge." Ztrk, a full-grown man, found it intolerable to be bested by Xiang, especially under the influence of alcohol. Despite Xiang's height of 1.7 meters, which was respectable for the time, he remained a child. The officials of the Ministry of War believed it unwise to allow him to partake in such a challenge. A victory could injure Ztrk, while a loss would be even more disgraceful. "Your Highness, this matter is of great significance." Xiang held the position of deputy chief of the Liaodong division, while Nhi was the chief. Others could remain silent, but he could not. However, before the elder could finish his warning, Ztrk shoved him aside. At over 60 years of age and frail, Pn was sent crashing against the stone platform, sustaining a severe injury to his head. No one dared to intervene, for those who attempted to obstruct the duel would face Ztrk's wrath. He brandished his fists, resembling oversized punching bags, while many in the crowd grew concerned for Xiang. Yet, this boastful display was short-lived. Before Ztrk could finish his bravado, Xiang landed a punch squarely on his face. "I was inclined to show you some mercy, but to strike an official of the Great Tang, even a mere fourth-rank one, is an affront to our dignity. If we do not teach you a lesson today, you may mistakenly believe the Great Tang lacks formidable figures." After receiving that blow, Ztrk felt as though he had soared into the heavens. His vision blurred, and all he could perceive was a sea of dark figures around him. His legs faltered beneath him. Under normal circumstances, such a punch would not have incapacitated him. Yet the effects of the alcohol weighed heavily upon him. Just as his vision began to clear, a second, more powerful punch struck him on the right side, causing him to spit blood, along with a molar. "Your Highness, please, calm your fury." All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The officials of the Ministry of War were still trying to comprehend the situation when this individual was already left in such a state. As Li Xiang prepared to strike again, a group hurriedly restrained him, for none anticipated that a mere 13-year-old child could wield such force. Had he landed a few more blows, it was likely that Zatek would have met his demise. How audacious, this wretched creature, merely a prince of a small foreign nation, dared to cause a commotion at the gates of the Ministry of War. Open your eyes and behold, is this a place where you may act with such impunity? By the grace of our great nation, we shall overlook your transgressions. However, should we choose to retaliate, we would undoubtedly lay waste to your Tian. Li Xiang's words resonated with gravity, bringing comfort to all present. During the Jingguan era, although the power of the Tang dynasty rose swiftly and amicable relations with neighboring states were maintained, the reality diverged from what was depicted in history books. The texts proclaimed the subjugation of various nations, yet it was merely a fade. Incidents like Zatek's were not uncommon. The officials below adhered to the status quo. Hence no extreme actions had ever occurred. Li Xiang's current actions provided them with a sense of vindication, Was he not just a prince of a minor nation? How could he dare to defy the heavens? Bring it on. Zaytek was accompanied by a dozen loyal guards, who had never witnessed their prince suffer such a defeat. The last time they clashed with others, they had left a noble scion of a marquisate half dead, and the Ministry of Rights had taken no action against them, lest they presumed this encounter would unfold similarly. Are you playing tricks? The lonely king fears nothing. Li Xiang snapped his fingers, and at once 6 guards emerged from behind him. What shall be the consequence for brandishing weapons before the Ministry of War? Li Xiang proclaimed loudly. The 6 guards positioned themselves in various directions before him. Despite the numerical superiority of their adversaries, they were confident that none could breach their defensive formation. Sever their hands. A sentry stationed at the entrance of the Ministry of War declared loudly. Yet, bound by their duty, they could not move unless the sanctity of the ministry was threatened. Today, I grant the prince leniency. However, I demand their right hands be broken, Li Xiang stated coldly. His 6 guards suddenly surged forward, and before the onlookers could register the scene, they had reached Zaytek's guards. Though these dozen men were indeed formidable warriors of Tian, serving as protectors for the prince, they were unfortunately matched against even mightier foes, rendering their previous tactics ineffective. Within just 3 exchanges, the guards from the East Palace had surrendered their weapons. A heart-wrenching cry pierced the air as the first Tian warrior's right hand was shattered. Gasps of horror echoed around. And upon witnessing the severed hand dangling from the arm, a chill ran down the spines of all present. Upon witnessing this scene, Zatelka let out a loud cry and joined the fray. However, his combat prowess was rather lacking, and he fell short in comparison to his subordinates, being swiftly kicked aside. Are you unwell, Lord Pan? Li Xiang, disinterested in the unfolding chaos of the battlefield, instead assisted the nearby Lord Pan to his feet. Lord Pan weakly nodded in response, prompting Li Xiang to hastily arrange for his transport to the infirmary. At this moment, for individuals had already suffered the grievous fate of having their right hands severed. The tide of battle grew increasingly apparent. As the number of injured Tuyuhan warriors surpassed half, the remaining few could scarcely endure. Their inevitable fate looming, the breaking of their right hands. Lord Ho Junji has arrived. Chapter 43. The dignity of the Great Tang. Has that old scoundrel, Ho Junji, arrived? From the very first day of his rebirth, Li Xiang knew he could not evade this man, who was also a pivotal figure in Li Chengqian's conspiracy, originally intending to encounter him in a few days. He was taken aback to meet him today. Upon receiving a report from his subordinate, Ho Junji hurried over, not for the sake of his grandson, but rather for Prince Satirk. Everyone in the court was aware that Ho Junji had once stationed troops along the borders of the Great Tang in Tian, maintaining a cordial relationship with the king of Tian. The reason Prince Satirk had come to the capital to pursue his studies was closely tied to Ho Junji. Otherwise, how could his grandson be mingling with Satirk? Among the noble youths in the capital, while there was no overt discrimination against these two people, there lingered a subtle disdain. Aside from necessary occasions, they would seldom associate with them. However, Ho Junji's household was an exception. At this moment, Ho Junji held the esteemed titles of Duke and Minister of Rights, having reached the zenith of his life. Had it not been for his instigation of Li Chengqian's rebellion, he might have enjoyed a peaceful end. According to the historical trajectory, he should have faced extermination at this juncture, yet due to Li Xiang's emergence, Li Chengqian had not been rendered a useless prince, thus sparing Ho Junji from retribution, allowing him to remain a high-ranking general. If it were someone else, Li Xiang would have come to pay his respects much earlier. These individuals were old companions of Li Shimin, and the protocols of the Jingguan era were not overly stringent. Were Li Xiang to remain immobile, he would likely invite criticism. Yet, like the Han Prince Li Yuanchang, Ho Junji had also earned his position under Li Shimin, leaving Li Xiang with little to fear. Had he not appeared that day, Ho Junji would have long met with a dire fate. Did such a person truly warrant respect? Furthermore, his daughter, the crown princess Ho, had countless times sought his life. If such a person went unaccounted for, it would be a profound disservice to his identity as a time traveler. Standing tall, Li Xiang clasped his hands behind his back, clearly awaiting Ho Junji to approach and pay his respects. Frowning upon his steed, Ho Junji had heard early on about Li Jing's visit to the East Palace. Although he was of the same rank as Li Jing, he could not help but feel slighted as Li Xiang had offered Li Jing a grand salute, now waiting for him to do the same, implying that he was inferior to Li Jing. However, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, including numerous officials from the Ministry of War, if Ho Junji remained mounted, the blame would inevitably fall upon him. Some officials and censors had long harbored resentment towards him, and should they seize this opportunity to report him to the emperor, it would be a guaranteed success. In utter frustration, Ho Junji had no choice but to dismount and bow respectfully to Li Xiang. I have paid my respects, Your Highness. He uttered these words, gritting his teeth in disdain. Were it not for the throngs of onlookers, even if he attempted to evade Li Xiang, he he would find himself powerless. Such was the reality of the Jingguan era, where Li Chengqian shared the realm with his esteemed generals. Is that not General Huo? I must apologize. I failed to notice you earlier. It is my duty to pay my respects to you, General Huo. According to protocol, I ought to address you as grandfather. Although Li Xiang spoke courteously, he merely bent slightly at the waist, a gesture so subtle that it could easily be overlooked, clearly indicating his lack of deference towards the individual before him. Your Highness, you are exaggerating. Is this not Prince Saturka? How did it come to this? Should you decide to lodge a complaint with the Ministry of Rights, it would indeed cause you trouble. Allow me to mediate. Your Highness, extend your hand in reconciliation with the prince. While Hou Junji appeared to side with Li Xiang, he was, in fact, subtly advising Prince Saturka that he was entirely within his rights to file a grievance. During the Jingguan era, such incidents often resulted in the emperor punishing his own sons and grandsons. It is akin to a quarrel between one's child and a neighbor's child. We cannot simply admonish our own child for the actions of another, lest we appear uncultured. If I were to report you for assaulting my guards, do you comprehend who they are? They are all valiant warriors of the Tuyuan. You should brace yourself. I shall not rest until I have my vengeance. Prince Saturka, accustomed to hurling insults, nearly threatened to annihilate Li Xiang's entire family. However, a fierce glare from Hou Junji silenced him. To mention Li Xiang's family would implicate Li Chengqian as well. Should Li Xiang seize upon this detail, not even the heavens could save you. It seems the previous reprimand was insufficient. Let me see how many teeth you have left. I believe individuals like you will no longer be of use in the future. Upon finishing his words, Li Xiang rolled up his sleeves, evidently preparing to strike. Your Highness, you mustn't. This matter involves our allies. Hou Junji, clearly biased, swiftly intervened to restrain Li Xiang. Yet, even if he managed to stop Li Xiang, Saturka lacked the strength to retaliate, having just received a kick. His body felt as though it were in tatters. General Huo truly is a model of consideration, a paragon of our dynasty. Li Xiang scoffed, and those around him discerned the insinuation in his words, noting the seemingly partial stance of Hou Junji. How shall we account for this? With injuries so severe, they are all individuals from the Tuyuan royal camp. The Tuyuan Khan sent them to Chang'an. How are we to explain this to him now? Hou Junji glanced at the fallen individuals, all attendants of the prince, indeed trusted confidants of the Tuyuan Khan. Except for one, the right arms of the others were broken, many having succumbed to the pain and lost consciousness. What is there to worry about? Since the solitary king has committed this act, he shall undoubtedly not evade culpability. Moreover, today as events are witnessed by the populace of Chang'an, it is not as if I instigated this incident myself. I merely acted in passive defense to uphold the dignity of the Tang dynasty. As the eldest son of the crown prince, I bear the responsibility and obligation to safeguard the grandeur of the Tang. The foreign brigands brandished their weapons at the Ministry of War and spoke boastfully, injuring our officials and insulting the imperial family of the Tang. By severing one of his hands, I have already shown considerable leniency to the Khan of Tuyuan. Li Xiang's voice resonated loudly, quickly drawing the attention of those around him. Hou Junji furrowed his brow. This young man is quite formidable, managing to evade any accusations while accumulating accolades instead. Chapter 44. Severed Hand. The surrounding individuals wholeheartedly concurred with Li Xiang's words. A mere prince of the Tuyuan, faced with the grandeur of the Tang dynasty, exhibited such audacity, it was only natural for our esteemed imperial grandson to impart a lesson to him. However, gazes directed toward Hou Junji were far from benevolent. Despite being a noble of the Tang, he had caused trouble for the prince upon his arrival. Was this what he ought to be doing? To insult our royal prince? I shall not back down. Just as the crowd believed the situation had settled, the previously unscathed guards suddenly charged at Li Xiang. This individual recognized that all the guards had lost a hand, and he could not possibly contend with Li Xiang's protectors. Seizing the moment when everyone was distracted, he foolishly attempted to inflict serious harm on Li Xiang, hoping to redeem the honor of Tuyuan. Yet, Li Xiang's guards were seasoned warriors, and they would not allow him to succeed. They immediately received Li Xiang's command to remain still, feigning a sense of urgency. A mere guard was not to overshadow their moment of glory. Hou Junji, skilled in martial arts, could have intervened, but he was a beat too late, allowing the Tuyuan guard to reach Li Xiang. As the fist was about to strike Li Xiang's face, he swiftly grasped the assailant's fist, the look of disbelief evident in the guard's eyes. In his perception, while the Tang dynasty was founded on martial prowess, the imperial grandsons lacked true strength, being merely performers of flashy techniques. Yet now, his fist was utterly immobilized, firmly grasped by Li Xiang, with his left hand holding the guard's fist. Li Xiang unleashed a powerful blow with his right, causing the assailant to bend over like a shrimp. The imperial grandson is magnificent. The soldiers of the Ministry of War exclaimed, their blood surging with excitement. The common folk echoed their cheers. The imperial grandson is magnificent. You attempted a surprise attack. Yet in your failure, you have found yourselves bested. I had intended to spare your life, but you dared to infringe upon the majesty of the Tang. Today, I shall execute you, Li Xiang declared, drawing his waist knife, poised to sever the guard's throat. The guard, now devoid of strength, could only watch helplessly as the blade drew nearer. Your Highness, please wait. In broad daylight, should you slay a guard from our allied nation, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. I implore you to reconsider, Hou Junji interjected, gripping Li Xiang's arm tightly. This man was merely a guard. Hou Junji cared not for his fate. However, should Li Xiang slay him publicly, the impact on Li Xiang's reputation would be profound. Although Hou Junji supported the crown prince, he did not extend that support to Li Xiang, viewing the two as entirely separate entities. His true grandson was Li Ju, not the illegitimate son Li Xiang. Li Xiang was acutely aware of Hou Junji's formidable prowess, and thus refrained from a direct confrontation, recognizing that his current strength paled in comparison. With a faint smile, he gradually relaxed his grip, prompting a sigh of relief from Hou Junji. Certainly, the esteemed general deserved some regard. Thus, the prince would spare him. Everyone anticipated that Li Xiang would merely spare his life, but to their astonishment, as Hou Junji withdrew his hands from Li Xiang, the latter swiftly pivoted his waist knife, plunging it into the chest of his adversary and emerging from his back, resulting in a complete corpse. It was only after Li Xiang's declaration that the onlookers comprehended the true intent. He did not intend to spare a life, but rather to leave a whole corpse. Initially, he had aimed for decapitation. Now, he had opted for a stab, yielding a similar outcome. Though it still afforded Hou Junji a semblance of dignity, at least he had not been dismembered. You. At that moment, fury ignited within Hou Junji. He was incensed. Li Xiang had publicly humiliated him, and he had expected a modicum of respect, only to be met with such mockery. Li Xiang, still smiling, gently withdrew his knife, the body of the Tujue guard collapsing to the ground. Zaturka, standing nearby, was left in a state of disbelief, astonished that Li Xiang had the audacity to commit murder in the presence of so many witnesses. Despite Hou Junji's impressive martial abilities, Li Xiang harbored no fear. Did Hou Junji truly believe he would act out of a sense of honor in such a public setting? Bring forth the men. Hou Junji's chest heaved with indignation. And upon issuing his command, a contingent of 100 or so of his personal soldiers emerged. These individuals exuded a palpable aura of menace, starkly contrasting the previous Tujue guards. Clad in formidable armor, their expressions were devoid of emotion, unmistakably the elite of Hou Junji's ranks. Killing in public. Your Highness Longsun has transgressed the laws of our Great Tang. As the Grand General of the Left Guard, I, Ho, must arrest His Highness Longsun and bring him before the criminal department. Following Hou Junji's pronouncement, his guards began to shift formations, encircling Li Xiang's men. Hou Junji remained motionless, confident that Li Xiang could not escape his grasp. He had observed the capabilities of Li Xiang's men and understood that without deploying his elite soldiers, capturing Li Xiang would prove exceedingly difficult. Though Li Xiang was of royal lineage, the act of murder in plain view of the public could not go unpunished. With so many witnesses, transporting Li Xiang to the criminal department would initiate judicial proceedings. Furthermore, if Zaturka were to stir up trouble at the Ministry of Rights, the Tang dynasty would inevitably be compelled to provide an explanation to the Tujue. His Highness Longsun acted to defend the dignity of the Tang, and as he was attacked first, he bears no fault. Indeed, His Highness is blameless, the surrounding citizens asserted. They were not blind, they had witnessed Li Xiang's actions. And aside from punishing the evildoers, there lingered a sense of vindication among them. The number of Hu people in Chang'an is steadily increasing, and many of them conduct themselves without any sense of propriety. It is high time to impose some discipline upon them. His Highness Longsun's actions serve as a wake-up call for these individuals, and the citizens of Chang'an wholeheartedly support this initiative, particularly in light of the fact that the nobility from foreign lands have received protection from the Court of Judicial Review despite their transgressions, which has long been a source of discontent among the populace. Hou Junji paid no heed to the murmurs of those around him. He was indifferent to the opinions of the common folk. Furthermore, he possessed ample justification for his actions today. Should the emperor inquire, he would have a response ready. It was imperative that he restore his dignity in this moment, and even if it meant arresting individuals who would later be exonerated by the Ministry of Justice, it was essential to take action now. Chapter 45. The assault on Hou Junji. Li Xiang understood the implications of Hou Junji's actions, and Hou Junji was acutely aware that even if he took Li Xiang to the criminal division of the Great Tang, Li Xiang would not face severe punishment. However, today, Li Xiang had initially shown him respect only to later execute someone, thus reducing that respect to mere dust beneath his feet. Consequently, Hou Junji felt compelled to apprehend Li Xiang to reclaim his own dignity. Who dared to act with such audacity? As Hou Junji's guards advanced, the dozen or so guards under Li Xiang swiftly drew their swords, displaying no fear whatsoever. To serve as a guard beside the crown prince requires a certain mettle. The onlookers were delighted. Although Huo Junji had brought with him over 100 seasoned veterans, Li Xiang's small cadre remained steadfast and undaunted. At that moment, Huo Junji was taken aback. Initially, he had only perceived the prowess of a few guards, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were all formidable fighters. Even if he were to engage them, he would likely gain no advantage. Should his own 100 guards charge recklessly, the outcome could very well be mutual destruction. He had never heard of such skilled individuals in the Eastern Palace. Where had these guards emerged from? As the son-in-law of Crown Prince Li Chengqian, Huo Junji was well acquainted with the prominent figures in the Eastern Palace, yet he had never encountered these individuals before. Huo Junji looked at Li Xiang in disbelief. Could it be that this young boy had long harbored ambitions for the throne? Yet even if he did, where would he acquire the funds? To recruit a skilled fighter in the martial world could cost thousands of taels of silver. Take for instance Huo Junji's own elite guards. Their upkeep alone required 100 taels a month. Where could Li Xiang possibly find such resources? While Huo Junji was lost in thought, Li Xiang suddenly twisted his wrist, and the blade aimed directly at Huo Junji. How daring of you! Huo Junji could hardly fathom that, in such a precarious situation, Li Xiang would dare to launch a sneak attack. After all, Huo Junji was a battle-hardened general, while Li Xiang was merely a 13-year-old child. One could easily surmise who held the upper hand. Yet Li Xiang exhibited an audacity that was utterly fearless. In a moment of panic, Huo Junji withdrew hastily. If Li Xiang were to succeed in his assault, it would indeed be a disgrace. After landing his strike, Li Xiang did not relent. Instead, he executed a swift kick. This is impossible. Huo Junji, in disbelief, retreated. But it was too late. Li Xiang had already left a substantial footprint on his chest. In Huo Junji's mind, Li Xiang was simply a child. Not only would he be no match for him, but even against an ordinary adult male in the army, Li Xiang would be at a disadvantage. Yet now, he bore the mark of a kick upon his person, although it did not inflict any tangible harm. The symbolic nature of that footprint resonated profoundly, overshadowing any mere physical injury 100-fold. The onlookers were utterly astonished, marveling at the courage of Li Xiang's guards, and even more so at Li Xiang's formidable prowess. Huo Junji had established his reputation on the battlefield, his skills earning him the admiration of many. Yet to their shock, it was this very individual who had been marked by the imprint of Li Xiang's foot. Once firmly planted, Huo Junji was infuriated and immediately prepared to launch a counterattack. Zhao Yunhui and Li surged forward, both adept fighters who could easily discern that the recent assault by their prince had been a stealthy success. If it came to a direct confrontation with Huo Junji, it was likely that the prince would not last beyond 3 exchanges. A true expert reveals their caliber upon engagement. As Huo Junji faced these two, his initial thoughts were further validated. Against a single opponent, he would have an 80% chance of victory, yet with 2 adversaries, his odds dwindled to a mere 40%. Do not move, commanded one of Huo Junji's guards as they prepared to charge. Li Xiang's remaining guards, equally resolute, mirrored this stance. Realizing the potential bloodshed that could ensue, Huo Junji halted his men, understanding that even with his 100 or so fighters, they would likely suffer losses, and the repercussions from the emperor would be severe. After all, Li Xiang was merely a 13-year-old child, while he was an adult. Li Xiang, too, extended a hand, signaling his own guards to refrain from advancing. He was well aware that Huo Junji's men were not to be trifled with. A full-blown melee could lead to significant casualties among his own ranks. Your Highness, impressive tactics. Huo Junji gritted his teeth, having always regarded his peers as rivals, particularly the various dukes within the court, but he had never deemed the younger generation worthy of his attention. Today, however, he found himself humbled by Li Xiang. Just days prior, when Han Wang Li Yuanchang faced humiliation, Huo Junji had dismissed him as a fool. Now he grasped that Li Xiang was far from ordinary. The general merely concedes to me. Today's events will be reported to my grandfather. There is no need for the general to be concerned, and I shall not pursue any charges against you for your attack. Perhaps we should end matters here? As the crowd around them grew, Li Xiang recognized he had achieved his goals for the day. The system's notifications had been incessant since his departure that morning, leaving him no time to pause. He could not afford to complicate matters further. Huo Junji bit his lip. Conceding so easily would render him a laughingstock, akin to Li Yuanchang, a mere just within the city of Chang'an. Yet, should he persist, he realized his men could not subdue Li Xiang. I shall not pursue this matter, but it is hard to say how His Highness will view it. I hope you can reflect on this, and I will certainly visit you at the East Palace when time permits. The roughness in Huo Junji's demeanor was palpable, as he sought to maintain some semblance of dignity. Ding. Task 56. If you strike Huo Junji's face for the 4th time today, the reward will be a substantial yield of various high-quality seeds. Note, this opportunity is singular. If missed, it will vanish permanently. Li Xiang originally intended to disperse, but unexpectedly, a notification from the system caught his attention. In this era of low agricultural yields, the absence of high-yield seeds would hinder many of Li Xiang's plans. He had anticipated being able to purchase seeds in the marketplace. But instead, they appeared in this unforeseen manner. The system seemingly relished in the chaos. Even as Huo Junji was on the brink of explosion, it dared to provoke him once more. Yet, for the sake of acquiring superior seeds, Li Xiang felt compelled to press on. "General, hold on a moment. I have matters to attend to," he declared. Just when everyone thought the grand spectacle was nearing its conclusion and Huo Junji was preparing to turn away, Li Xiang's words rekindled their interest. What more could the young prince possibly intend? Chapter 46. The price of a carriage, Your Highness. Do you have further instructions? Remarked Huo Junji, his voice tinged with ire. After delivering his pleasantries, he felt that, as the victor, Li Xiang ought not to hold grudges. An act that would exemplify his magnanimity. However, Li Xiang's subsequent comments seemed rather disrespectful to Huo Junji. The general has besieged us today. And while my grievances with him have concluded, Li Xiang glanced at the guards surrounding the Huo residence, who remained poised with their blades. As Huo Junji had not commanded them to sheath their weapons. Is your highness intending to take them all away? Huo Junji narrowed his eyes. Those familiar with him recognizing the extreme fury brewing within. A single misstep in conversation could provoke this aged man to violence. With a chilling utterance, Li Xiang proclaimed, "Sever the blades." Immediately, the surrounding guards swung their swords, and the sound of clashing blades echoed, accompanied by sparks flying. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the swords of Huo Junji's guards had been rendered useless. Such prowess. It was well known that Huo Junji equipped his men with the finest swords, crafted by the renowned artisans of the Tang Dynasty, each valued at no less than several dozen coins. Yet, now they lay shattered by a single strike. What kind of weapon did the prince's guards wield? Huo Junji's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword. For a warrior, the loss of one's weapon equates to a loss of life. Although Li Xiang had spared them today, he had effectively taken their second chance at survival. Stand down. The remaining guards, witnessing the scene, were about to retaliate, but Huo Junji intervened once more. What might have been a favorable fight moments ago had now dwindled to a mere fraction of hope. Do you not see their weapons? He admonished. They are leagues beyond yours. Should you engage, you risk having your blades shattered in an instant. What folly would that be, merely awaiting slaughter? Mission accomplished. The seed reward has been absorbed into the spatial realm. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. His bold gamble had not been in vain. This humiliation today, I shall remember it well, Huo Junji declared, turning without hesitation to stride toward his warhorse, his guards retreating in tandem. Long live His Highness the grandson. May your highness live for 1,000 years. The onlookers could no longer contain themselves, erupting into cheers for Li Xiang as soon as Huo Junji turned his back. Today's events had been overwhelming, first with Zaytek, followed by Huo Junji, both prominent figures within Chang'an, particularly Huo Junji, a high-ranking official. Yet, in this moment, their stature held little significance. None could rival His Highness the grandson. I apologize for the disturbance caused today. It was my oversight. I must attend to pressing matters and take my leave. Please accept this token of tea money, Li Xiang concluded, offering his apologies as he made his exit. Li Xiang was well aware of how to win the hearts of the people. After he finished speaking, the guards behind him threw 10 strings of coins into the air. Though the amount was not substantial, for the ordinary folk, it was a chance to share in the joyous occasion. Even snatching a single coin was enough to boast about for some time. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. The voices of gratitude for Li Xiang rose and fell like waves. Seizing the opportunity while everyone scrambled for the coins, Li Xiang discreetly retreated with his entourage. He had made quite the impression today and was eager to return and check the system rewards. Perhaps there were even greater benefits awaiting him. On his way home, Li Xiang noticed a throng of people gathered in front of a tavern. Zhao Yunwei, concerned about potential troubles, positioned himself protectively in front of Li Xiang. Your Highness, this is the Longsun family's tavern. I had someone look into it earlier. They said that today they would be releasing the Detang Tianyang, but it has already been fully booked. Those who fail to secure a purchase are causing a ruckus here. Qianping, the head eunuch of the Eastern Palace, was astute and observant, ensuring that he was apprised of any matters concerning the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang furrowed his brow. Longsun Pingying had indeed faltered in this regard, having promoted the release in Chang'an for some time. It was a grave misstep that no wine was available on the day of sale. Was this not a tarnish on their reputation? Even if they were catering to the city's elite, a portion should have been made available for public sale. Go to the workshop outside the city and fetch 20 jin of wine. Inform them that I have decreed this 20 jin to be made available for public sale. Li Xiang hastily penned a note and dispatched Li Si to carry out the task. The workshops outside the city were manned by individuals exchanged through the system. Sending anyone else would likely lead to unnecessary verification, even with Li Xiang's note in hand. At that moment, Longsun Pingting was also in a predicament. The news had reached only the nobility of Chang'an, and if she favored one over another, it could easily offend someone. Thus, she was left with the difficult choice of offending minor landowners and bureaucrats, while the common people remained unaffected, whether it was 5 or 7 taels per gene. They simply could not afford it. After completing the note, Li Xiang did not linger any longer, as the sales process was entrusted to Longsun Pingting. Their role was merely to provide remedy, not to intrude upon her responsibilities. Finally arriving at the Eastern Palace, Li Xiang found the second steward of the Longsun family waiting for him, flanked by 2 carts laden with coins. In an era where silver was still scarce, most of what was being transported were copper coins. The people of the Eastern Palace were gathered at the entrance, peering in, marveling at the prowess of their eldest young master, who seemed to have orchestrated the arrival of such wealth. Tomorrow, procure a villa in the inner city. Specifically for storing the silver, Li Xiang commanded. He still had much to learn about the currency of this era. They had brought in a total of 600 strings of coins, with each string consisting of 1,000 copper coins, 2 full carts overflowing. If their business were to expand in the future, the wealth would only increase. Was this truly the daily scene at the gates of the Eastern Palace? If that is the case, it certainly appears rather ostentatious. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall ensure it is arranged by dawn tomorrow, Qian Ping respectfully stated. As for this money, upon seeing Li Xiang about to enter, Qian Ping felt compelled to seek approval. The funds can be transported to the secondary residence tomorrow, but for today, these 2 carts of money shall be delivered to my father, as a gesture of filial piety. Li Xiang, contemplating Li Chengqian's substantial debts, recalled that although he had previously provided 5,000 guan, it was still insufficient for repayment. He remained uncertain on how to address the matter concerning Ho Junji, thus, this sum would serve as a consultation fee. He would need to confer with his father later to determine the best course of action. Chapter 47. Seeking Forgiveness. Ding. Responding calmly to the emperor's inquiries, rewarded with the formula for perfume. Ding. Skillfully handling military affairs, rewarded with the method for soap making. Ding. The emperor deliberates. Rewarded with the formula for horseshoes. Ding. Diminishing the spirit of the Tuyuhan prince, rewarded with 500 imperial guards. Ding. Breaking the wrist of a Tuyuhan warrior. Rewarded with 1,000 Xiongnu Iron Cavalry. Ding. Inflicting a minor injury on Ho Junji, rewarded with a doubling of internal spatial capacity. Ding. Enhancing the prestige of the Great Tang, rewarded with the craftsmanship for exquisite blades and swords, along with 100 artisans. Ding. After nearly a stick of incense, Li Xiang finally perused all the rewards. This system was astonishingly powerful. It meticulously recorded every action, and the rewards were plentiful, almost to the point of being awarded for every step taken. It encompassed both economic and military aspects. With such a system at his disposal, if Li Xiang failed to unify the world under the Great Tang, he would truly be a fool. Your Highness, the Crown Prince requests your presence. Zhao Yunhui's voice echoed from outside. Initially, Li Xiang had intended to delay his visit, but his father was eager to showcase his authority. After all, Li Xiang had contributed financially, and given that Qian Ping would report on today's events, his father could no longer contain his impatience. Li Chengqian indeed harbored such thoughts. His son had a knack for causing trouble, never having a moment's peace. He had offended Li Tai in the main hall and now had crossed paths with Ho Junji and Zatelka at the Ministry of War. It seemed that if he did not stir up trouble for a day, he would feel restless. Li Chengqian feared that his son might offend too many people. Hence he hastily summoned him. In the Crown Princess Palace. Greetings, father. Li Xiang arrived in casual attire, having changed out of the cumbersome official robes of the Great Tang with the assistance of 2 maidservants. Today, having received a substantial amount of money, Li Chengqian had previously been in high spirits, almost dancing around the treasury. However, upon his son's entrance, he resumed his imposing demeanor. While he could lose himself in front of others, he reminded himself to be a strict father when facing his son. I am aware of your actions today. What strategies do you have in response? Li Chengqian straightened his posture, striving to mask his earlier delight. It was embarrassing to rely on his son for financial matters, especially for someone of his esteemed position as the crown prince. Yet, apart from depending on his son, he had no other means to acquire wealth. My impulsiveness led me to overlook these matters. I humbly seek your guidance, father. Li Xiang spoke the truth, not merely to please Li Chengqian. On the way back, he realized that he might have gone too far in his antics. Now, he genuinely needed his father's wisdom to resolve the situation. After all, when it came to understanding Li Shimin, his father surpassed him by far. They were indeed the true paternal duo. Seeing his son's earnest request for counsel, Li Chengqian felt a pang of discomfort. It should have been his role to shield his son from the storms of life, yet the situation had turned on its head. According to your previous words, it is likely that someone has already informed your grandfather. He would not impose a severe punishment upon you, yet if no action is taken, it would be difficult to escape repercussions, for one must still face the world. The emperor's grandson committing murder in the streets, even if the victim was an offending barbarian, would provide ample fodder for gossip. After hearing these words, Li Xiang increasingly felt that his father had indeed erred in his judgment, given his intellect and analytical capabilities. Had it not been for his self-destructive tendencies, Li Tai might have stood a chance of becoming the crown prince. Do not bother with dinner. Do you understand the concept of bearing a burden and seeking forgiveness? Finally, the discussion turned to how to address this situation. Shall I proceed in this manner? Li Xiang mused, recognizing the merit in this approach. Foreigners have brought shame upon us on Tang soil. Your grandson has struck one of them. Though excessive, it has preserved the dignity of the Tang dynasty. Now, by acknowledging the mistake ahead of time, it could be seen as a reconciliatory gesture from any angle. Come back. Come back. If you proceed in this way, the outcome will hardly be favorable. Are the Tuyuan princes and Hou Junji easily approached? Li Xiang felt somewhat bewildered by Li Chengqian's remarks. If I do not proceed this way, how should I go? Be patient, Li Chengqian advised as he approached Li Xiang. Before Li Xiang could fully comprehend the words, he received a sharp slap across the face. It is often said that one should not strike the face. Yet Li Chengqian disregarded this, landing a resounding blow upon Li Xiang's visage. The sting was immediate and intense, a stark reminder of the situation. Li Chengqian held a ruler in his hand, glancing at Li Xiang's face with a twinge of sympathy. After all, he was his own son. Very well. Let us proceed in this manner. Li Chengqian surveyed the surroundings, genuinely pained for his son, who had brought honor to the family. However, to navigate this predicament successfully, one must act the part. Li Xiang inhaled sharply, having believed that his prowess would shield him from punishment in the Tang dynasty. Yet, he found himself stung by his father's reprimand, the pain almost causing him to faint. Nevertheless, he understood what Li Chengqian meant, having fought with others. Numerous injuries would be evident, and even if his grandfather wished to protect him, it would be a challenge. Do not be foolish. You must know how to act. When I was young, I fought with your uncles. Had I not known how to play the part, could your grandmother have favored me? I was the eldest. Yet she always leaned towards the younger ones, and I never came away worse for wear. As Li Chengqian accompanied his son, he recounted stories from his youth. Realizing too late that perhaps such tales were not suitable for his son, Li Xiang nodded in silence, though reluctant to embrace this approach. He had to concede that Li Chengqian's advice held merit. By the way, there is another matter. Your white liquor goes on sale today. Your grandfather will surely have heard the news. At times, one cannot hoard all the wealth for oneself. Do you grasp my meaning? Just as they neared the door, Li Chengqian suddenly imparted this wisdom before turning back. By order of Li Shimin, Li Chengqian was forbidden from leaving the Eastern Palace. If there were to be any acts of contrition, it would have to be Li Xiang who went alone. Your Highness. Once Li Chengqian vanished, Qian Ping promptly appeared beside Li Xiang, wielding 2 strips of thorn branches, though all the prickles had been meticulously removed, merely for show. Would he truly inflict a bloody wound upon Li Xiang's back? Hou Junji must report this matter, but the earliest he could do so would be during tomorrow's morning court. We must ensure that all affairs are meticulously arranged this evening, leaving no opportunity for that old rascal. Chapter 48. The Emperor is also grandfather in the Hall of Diligent Governance. Li Shimin had just finished listening to the report from his subordinates regarding the actions of Hou Junji and Zitelka, which were conveyed without alteration. Li Shimin had never concealed his ambitions concerning Tuyuan. However, in the past, he found it imprudent to express them openly due to the threats posed by the Turks in the north and the remnants of the former crown prince within the realm. Now, the hesitation surrounding the matter of marriage alliances stemmed from a desire to bring matters to a decisive conclusion. As for Hou Junji, his standing in Li Shimin's mind had long been diminished. Instigating a rebellion by the crown prince was, in itself, a capital offense. Yet, with the crown prince not facing any punishment, it would be necessary to find a suitable justification for apprehending Hou Junji, lest it provoke turmoil within the court, especially considering that Hou Junji was a minister who had risen alongside Li Shimin and had substantial influence within the court. Li Xiang's performance was entirely unexpected for Li Shimin. To speak such words in front of the public truly showcased him as Li Shimin's grandson. Previously, Li Shimin often remarked how much Prince Wu, Li Ku, resembled him. However, upon Li Xiang's emergence, he suddenly felt that this third son could not compare to his eldest grandson. While Li Xiang's actions were widely applauded, Li Shimin understood that a proper explanation was necessary. Although he contemplated the annihilation of Tuyuan, the recent campaign against Jayaguli had just concluded, and the entire Tang dynasty was in the process of recovery, thus requiring a more discreet approach. Regarding Hou Junji, it was imperative to exercise caution. Just as Li Shimin pondered these matters, Wang De hurriedly entered the hall. Has someone come to lodge a complaint? Is it Hou Junji or Zatelka? Li Shimin instinctively assumed that someone was seeking to report grievances, reminiscent of the day when Han Wang Li Yuanchang faced defeat against Li Xiang, prompting individuals to seek refuge in Li Shimin's court to restore their own honor. Your Majesty, it is neither Lord Hou nor His Highness the Prince, rather. It is His Highness the Long Sun who has come bearing a heavy heart, kneeling outside the hall to seek forgiveness. However, he does not appear well. The old servant noticed that His Highness the Long Sun seems to have sustained injuries. Wang De, having seen the marks of injury on Li Xiang's face, knew how to respond appropriately. He was well aware of Li Shimin's regard for Li Xiang and felt it necessary to incorporate this detail into his reply, ensuring it was conveyed naturally to avoid appearing partisan. It was not wise for those around the emperor to display overt favoritism. Wounded? Li Shimin looked at Wang De with suspicion. His earlier report had not mentioned that the boy had sustained injuries. How did this happen? The old servant observed a blood mark on His Highness the Long Sun's face. Could it be that he was injured during a scuffle? The force used was indeed severe. Considering he is still but a child, Wang De answered truthfully. Quickly, summon him inside, and hastily send for the imperial physician to tend to his wounds. Li Shimin said anxiously. Both Hou Junji and Zatelka held little significance in his heart. How could they compare to his own heir? Even if both of you were to perish 50 times over, you must ensure that your grandson suffers not the slightest loss. He could very well be the future heir of the Tang dynasty. Furthermore, regarding the thorny branches upon him, many have witnessed his journey thus far. Allowing others to observe is sufficient. As your grandfather, how could I bear to see my grandson shouldering such burdens? The medical practices of the Tang are woefully inadequate. Should this minor affliction lead to a lasting ailment, it would haunt him for a lifetime. Many royal offspring endure weak constitutions due to neglect in their youth. Li Shimin cannot permit Li Xiang to fall into such a state, for it would symbolize the decline of the Tang's fortunes. Upon witnessing the injuries upon Li Xiang's visage, Li Shimin's fury ignited. Whether it be Hou Junji or Zatelka, how dare you lay a hand upon my grandson? Incidents of royal squabbles are not uncommon, but they typically involve mere physical blows, seldom to the face. Li Xiang, appearing exceedingly frail after the recent turmoil, put on a brave front before outsiders while maintaining a facade in the presence of his family. Sit down quickly. Who did this to you? At this moment, Li Shimin was no longer the emperor. Stepping down from his throne, he was simply a concerned grandfather, unable to contain his emotions upon seeing his grandson's injuries. In the chaos, Li Xiang remained oblivious. This matter cannot withstand scrutiny. Should a specific individual be identified, the truth would swiftly emerge. However, if Li Xiang claims ignorance, the multitude present becomes suspect, making it impossible for Li Shimin to investigate each one individually. Nevertheless, he would harbor resentment toward all who dared to harm his grandson. Enough. Let the imperial physician examine you at once. There is no need for us to feign. Your actions today were justified. I know what must be done, and you need not apologize. The Tuyahun have been a source of trouble for far too long. Even if you had not retaliated, I would have sought an opportunity to address them. Regarding the Tuyahun prince, Li Shimin is acutely aware of the situation. On the surface, he presents himself as a cultured scholar, yet his essence is thoroughly corrupt. Additionally, as skirmishes frequently arise along our borders with Tuyahun, Li Shimin has no intention of gifting them a princess, yet the current circumstances are less than favorable, causing delays. If he were sensible, he would cease his incessant petitions for marriage. However, this individual, with his bi-weekly missives, has nearly driven Li Shimin to exasperation. Lord Ho has requested that I speak on behalf of my grandson. At the time, he was quite impetuous, recalling that he is, after all, my maternal grandfather, who often visited the Eastern Palace to guide my father. If my actions were to prevent him from doing so, it would tarnish the royal family's connections. Li Xiang, being a clever little fox, has deftly entangled Hou Junji in his plight. Why has the crown prince found himself in such a predicament? Both Hou Junji and Li Yuanchang share equal blame, and now, in such a setting, Li Xiang dares to voice this? The emperor would be inclined to overlook his transgressions, rather than seek to punish him. In the present-day Tang dynasty, if one were to discuss remedies, Li Xiang would assert that he ranks second, with no one daring to claim the first position. Humph. Just as Li Xiang anticipated, upon his utterance, Li Shimin let out a cold snort. It was time to reprimand this Hou Junji. Although the crown prince had not fallen from grace due to Li Xiang's influence, it did not imply that you, Hou Junji, could act as if nothing had transpired. It was high time to show you a glimpse of authority. Chapter 49. A fine of 1 million coins, how is it? Will there be any scars left? Observing the imperial physician attending to Li Xiang, Li Shimin expressed his anxiety. The physician, an elder in the palace, noted that apart from the late Empress Changsun, he had never witnessed such concern from Li Chengqian for anyone else, prompting him to administer the medicine with extra caution. In response to the emperor's words, the physician remarked that the injury was indeed quite severe. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang understood that modern and ancient doctors alike tended to exaggerate the severity of injuries. After all, how else could they showcase their expertise? However, Prince Changsun was still young and had a better capacity for recovery. Moreover, the ointment I possess is a treasured family recipe. Within 5 days, the swelling will subside. And after 10 days, the marks will be scarcely visible. In half a month, he will return to his original state, leaving no scars whatsoever. The old physician, displaying a knack for flattery, praised both Li Xiang and himself. Even so, during these days, you must take good care of him and refrain from concerning yourself with other palace matters. Be diligent in changing his dressings, and after 15 days, he shall be fully restored. I shall reward you for your efforts. Li Chengqian sighed with relief upon hearing this. Li Xiang was a formidable contender for the crown prince. A scar on his face would undoubtedly reflect poorly when he faced the populace. Let the evening meal be served here. The crown prince shall dine with me. As the time for dining approached, Li Chengqian had further matters to discuss with Li Xiang, thus inviting him to partake of the meal in the Hall of Governance. Although the emperor's food was the finest in the realm, the lack of various seasonings made it somewhat difficult for Li Xiang to swallow. Since his rebirth, he had not paused for rest. When he found the time, he would certainly exchange for a variety of spices, for the food was truly tasteless. Do you know why I refrain from waging war against Yuan? Dining is typically a time for silence, but Li Chengqian spoke, prompting Li Xiang to respond. The grandson speculated that it was due to the immense expenses incurred in the eastern campaign against Goguryeo, leaving the state treasury depleted and lacking military funds. As Li Xiang replied, he recognized that Li Chengqian's predictions were accurate. Indeed, it would require financial resources to resolve the matter. If it were a trivial amount, Li Chengqian would not bother to count it against his grandson. However, at 700 coins a day, it amounted to 20,000 coins a month, and over a year, it would total several 100,000 coins, equivalent to the tax revenue of 2 medium-sized prefectures. Moreover, according to the information Li Chengqian had received, this was merely the initial stage. Should it develop further, the potential profits were boundless, and he could not afford to overlook them. The treasury's annual income was 20 million coins. Do you know how much remains now? Li Chengqian sighed helplessly. Although the Tang dynasty appeared to be flourishing, the substantial military expenses from the eastern campaign against Goguryeo had depleted the treasury. At this moment, all seemed well, but if even a small issue arose, the Tang dynasty might find itself unable to muster the funds. 2 million coins. Upon observing Li Xiang shake his head, Li Chengqian expressed his profound helplessness. Li Xiang was already aware of the treasury's dire state, yet he was taken aback by the extent of its emptiness. Merely 200,000 guan remained. Recently, his grandson had developed a brand of liquor that was proving profitable, albeit 15% of the shares had been allocated to his uncle, leaving his grandson with a remaining 85%, which he was willing to wholly dedicate to his grandfather. Li Xiang spoke with utmost sincerity, yet his heart ached. It was no small feat to create a lucrative venture, and relinquishing it entirely would mean starting anew. However, given the multitude of opportunities unlocked this time, should Li Xiang wish to profit, it would not be arduous. This is your own creation. How can I interfere? Moreover, you have committed no wrongdoing in this matter. Even a seasoned political strategist like Li Chengqian felt a flush of embarrassment at the thought of usurping his grandson's wealth. If that is the case, might it be better for grandfather to impose a penalty of 1 million guan upon me, to be paid annually in installments of 200,000 guan, secured by the shares of the liquor? I trust there would be no objections to this arrangement. Upon hearing Li Xiang's proposition, Li Chengqian felt a wave of relief. Even if it entailed a monetary penalty, it would amount to only a year's salary. Yet, Li Xiang voluntarily offered to forfeit 1 million guan, showcasing his selflessness, demonstrating that he was not motivated by personal gain. However, Li Chengqian found himself hesitant to accept such a proposal. After all, his annual income was merely 250,000 guan, and aside from the earnings of Changsun Wuji, all of it would be directed towards Li Xiang. Wouldn't he that render his efforts futile? If the common folk were to learn of this, how would a grandfather retain his dignity? This is indeed a viable solution, yet it need not be so extravagant. 10,000 guan per year would suffice. This contribution will not be in vain. I shall personally inscribe the Tang Tianyang for you. Li Chengqian proposed a compromise, recognizing that even a sum of 100,000 guan annually would significantly aid the court. Furthermore, Li Xiang had done nothing wrong in this matter and was prepared to contribute such a considerable amount to resolve issues. Indeed, his grandson had matured. Li Xiang felt content with the arrangement. A mere 10,000 guan per year might seem a staggering figure to others, yet for him, It was merely a trivial sum for sustenance. Most importantly, it would enable him to navigate this challenging period while also flattering Li Chengqian. With the emperor's personal endorsement of the four characters, all present understood that although shares had not been granted to Li Chengqian, the emperor's influence was unmistakable. Even if the esteemed Chui family of Qinghe harbored ambitions, they would need to carefully consider their position. Paying 100,000 guan annually was akin to a protection fee to the most powerful figure in the Tang dynasty. After the meal, as Li Chengqian wiped his mouth, he uttered the command to issue the decree. For court eunuchs promptly approached. It had always been the privilege of high-ranking officials to verbally convey the emperor's orders in public, yet allowing his grandson to witness this was an unprecedented occurrence. Li Xiang dutifully knelt beside him. Prince Li Xiang, having mismanaged affairs, should have faced severe punishment. However, considering his youth, he was fined 1 million guan, to be paid over a decade, backed by the secret formula of the Tang dynasty. Meanwhile, the foreign minister Zaidirk, having offended the majesty of the Tang, unjustly assaulted a court official and was ordered to seclude himself for 30 days, prohibited from venturing outside. All those involved in the brawl, including their guards, were to be executed. Upon hearing this decree, Li Xiang became increasingly convinced of Emperor Li Chengqian's intentions, which were evidently to take military action against the Tuyuan, having previously been constrained by financial limitations. Following the execution of these guards, it seemed inevitable that relations would indeed be severed, and any thoughts of alliance were to be dismissed entirely. Chapter 50 bestowing a palace made the scribe eunuch beside him was also greatly alarmed. Although these individuals held little power in the court, their frequent role in recording the imperial edicts for Li Chengqian afforded them some insight into political affairs. The act of killing a foreign envoy's guard was indeed a grave matter, potentially signaling the onset of war. General Huo Qubing, known for his indiscretions and reckless behavior, was demoted to second-class retention. His eldest son, Hozhua, was deemed of no benefit to the Ministry of Revenue and was reassigned to serve in the army at Lianzhou. Li Xiang was not surprised by this decree, as he had already acquired evidence of Huo Qubing's instigation of a rebellion against the crown. A harsher punishment would have been entirely justified. It was merely that Huo Qubing remained blissfully unaware of his precarious position, still considering himself the left general of the court. The prince's concubine, Lady Lu, who had contributed to Li Xiang's upbringing, was elevated to the rank of third-class noble consort and appointed to assist in the Eastern Palace. Upon hearing this decree, Li Xiang felt a flicker of astonishment. His mother had recently ascended from the 9th to the 5th rank, and now she had been elevated directly to the 3rd rank. This was the highest position attainable for a prince's concubine, especially one tasked with aiding the crown princess in managing the Eastern Palace. It was as if she stood on the cusp of becoming the crown princess herself. Had this decree been issued at another time, it might not have raised suspicions. However, the timing, immediately following the punishment of Huo Qubing and his son, suggested instability in the position of the crown princess. Both court officials and the populace began to grasp the uncertain future of the Huo family. Grandfather, Huo Qubing has deeply entrenched his power within the military. Should he harbor rebellious intentions? Li Xiang began to speak, but abruptly fell silent. It dawned on him that the emperor's persistent maneuvers were designed to provoke Huo Qubing into rebellion. If Huo Qubing remained inactive, the emperor would surely escalate his actions. Huo Qubing's prior discontent with the emperor was evident. Otherwise, he would not have incited Li Chengqian to rebel. For someone of such character, how could Li Chengqian possibly retain him? Yet, should the emperor act solely on this matter, it might incite discontent among the subjects. For Huo Qubing was indeed a contributor to the glory of the Tang dynasty. Thus, the emperor began to clip his wings, compelling him toward treason. And when the time was ripe, he would strike decisively, leaving no room for dissent among the populace. At that moment, Li Xiang felt a profound realization. Despite hailing from a modern era a millennium later, he recognized the vast disparity in strategic acumen when compared to the seasoned emperor before him. He resolved to relinquish any underestimation of the heroes of this age. Now, go and rest well. Change your dressings regularly over the next few days, and when you have the leisure, come to the palace to converse with me, Li Chengqian declared. His earlier demeanor had been one of steadfast determination. Now, as he gazed at Li Xiang, a tenderness shone in his eyes. After all, he was facing his own grandson. Even the most cold-hearted of emperors could transform into an ordinary grandfather in such moments. As Li Xiang exited the grand hall, Wang De followed closely behind. Is there something you wish to convey, esteemed supervisor? Although Li Xiang was unaware of Wang De's previous remarks, he could surmise their essence. If Wang De had not disclosed his injuries, how would Li Chengqian have come to know? Wang De had already hinted at his intention to approach. And given the significance of this individual, Li Xiang naturally would not dismiss him. Your Highness, please stay, he said. These are Miss Meng Ling and Miss Meng Qin, handmaidens of Her Majesty the Empress. They have remained secluded in the palace since the Empress's departure. His Majesty has specifically commanded this old servant to bring them to serve you. The remaining 8 young maidens also hail from the Empress's household and shall accompany you as well." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiang furrowed his brow and glanced towards the Emperor's direction. Although he had said nothing moments ago, he had now directly arranged for 10 maidens. Li Xiang had some understanding of the imperial harem from his readings. While other dynasties might boast of 3,000 beauties, the Tang dynasty far exceeded that number. During the reign of Li Chengqian, it was still somewhat restrained, yet the number surpassed 3,000. By the time of Emperor Xuanzong, it had exceeded 10,000. Thus, for Li Chengqian, casually bestowing 10 maidens was of little consequence, especially as they were from Li Xiang's grandmother's palace and were originally intended for these royal sons. Li Chengqian was aware that the maidens by Li Xiang's side were arranged by the crown princess. As the emperor, he could not arbitrarily interfere in the affairs of his sons and grandsons, so he could only grant them, according to the current customs of the Tang dynasty. Regardless of how much affection one had for women previously acquired, when the emperor or empress bestowed a handmaid, that individual was deemed the most esteemed, with all others relegated to lesser status. "Your Highness, it is an honor to meet you," Meng Ling and Meng Qin said, gracefully bowing to Li Xiang. The 8 young maidens behind them mirrored their actions, having been trained in etiquette within the Empress's palace, surpassing ordinary women in their understanding of propriety. And their beauty was indeed worthy of the description like a fish sinking or a wild goose falling. Given this, I extend my gratitude to the chief steward. As he spoke, a piece of jade arrived and wonged his hands. He merely brushed his fingers over it without even looking. He recognized it as an exquisite piece of jade, valued at no less than 30 guan. Such was the wealth of the nobility. They could effortlessly present 100,000 guan to the emperor without a blink, yet for a humble servant like himself, a single gesture could yield 30 guan. After all, he never visited His Highness empty-handed. "Your Highness speaks too modestly. The families of these young ladies toil in the imperial fields. I have also brought their contracts. You need only send someone to the Yeding Bureau to complete the transfer formalities, and they will all be at your service. To ensure the obedience of the maidens, it was customary for their entire family to enter the palace as servants. Thus, when bestowing handmaids, entire families were often granted as well. There were occasions when a single maid was bestowed, but to ensure trustworthiness, it was best to bring in all her family members. Though this process might be somewhat cumbersome, it guaranteed that the maid would not harbor ulterior motives. After all, her entire family would be under scrutiny. Should any misfortune arise, it would not only be one person's head on the line, but the fate of the entire family would hang in the balance. As Li Xiang returned to the Eastern Palace accompanied by a couple of palace maids, Li Chengqian found himself overwhelmed with a sense of wistfulness upon seeing them. These 2 maidens had been meticulously nurtured by his mother since childhood, originally intended for Li Chengqian and Li Tai. However, fate had decreed that they were now entirely bestowed upon Li Xiang. Although Li Chengqian felt a pang of envy, he was acutely aware that they were a personal gift from the emperor to Li Xiang. Should he entertain any ulterior motives, it was likely that the emperor would show him no mercy. Moreover, with Li Xiang's mother recently elevated to the esteemed rank of a 3rd-grade consort, it was imperative that he refrained from entangling himself with any other women at this critical juncture. Chapter 51. Injury of Niu in the heart of Li Chengqian. Women were relegated to the 3rd or 4th position. The foremost concern was wealth. He perceived that his father, the emperor, was rather excessive in demanding an annual tribute of 100,000 guan. This was indeed a staggering amount. Upon arriving at Li Chengqian's residence, Li Xiang meticulously conveyed the emperor's edict, which Li Chengqian listened to with utmost seriousness. The young prince had now established a clear understanding of his standing. He was but a step away from becoming the crown prince. Once he secured that position, his status as the heir would be unassailable. Thus, Li Chengqian willingly assumed the role of strategist for Li Xiang, for within the Tang court, he still wielded considerable influence. After absorbing Li Xiang's words, a sigh of relief escaped Li Chengqian. Fortunately, he had secured the crown princess early on. Given the emperor's disposition towards Hou Junji, it was likely that he had grown weary of that family. Had Li Chengqian maintained a respectful distance from the crown princess, he might have already fallen into the emperor's disfavor. "Is there news from father?" Li Xiang noted the complex expressions on Li Chengqian's face, indicating that something weighed heavily on his mind. "I have a trusted confidant among Hou Junji's ranks, currently serving as a lieutenant in the left camp. He possesses substantial evidence against Hou Junji. I am contemplating whether to encourage him to disclose it, to stoke the flames further," Li Chengqian mused. Li Chengqian understood Hou Junji well. The man was akin to a venomous serpent. Once enmity was established, he would relentlessly seek ways to undermine you. Offending him publicly was far from advantageous. Moreover, having ensnared his daughter meant there was no familial bond left, which would only embolden Hou Junji's resolve. Li Xiang recognized that they were once part of a small faction. If Li Chengqian possessed incriminating evidence against He Junji, it was likely that the latter had dirt on him as well. With the situation finally stabilizing, any attempts to expose one another could spiral out of control, leading to dire consequences. Father, let us refrain from meddling in matters concerning grandfather. Should we disrupt his plans, we would surely bear the brunt of the consequences. Li Xiang urged, keen to dissuade Li Chengqian from taking rash actions. It was simple enough to deter Li Chengqian. All it required was a mention of Li Shimin. The very thought of his father instilled fear in Li Chengqian, who lay awake at night, apprehensive of being cast aside. Indeed, how could I be so reckless? Grandfather is astute, and every step he takes is meticulously considered. We must not disturb his course, Li Chengqian conceded, suppressing his own schemes. After sharing a pot of tea, both father and son felt the weight of exhaustion. As night deepened, Li Chengqian urged Li Xiang to return and rest, reminding him not to forget to change his bandages. The blow he had dealt his son weighed heavily on his heart. On his way back, Li Xiang pondered that although Li Chengqian was often frivolous, he harbored a deep affection for his children. His current efforts to assist Li Xiang stemmed not only from the bond of blood but also from a desire that Li Xiang would harbor no resentment, especially for the sake of his younger siblings. As for the children in the Eastern Palace, Li Xiang did not possess a saintly disposition when they grew up. Should they choose to approach him, a prosperous future awaited them. However, if they sought to cause trouble, they could not blame their elder brother for neglecting them. Upon returning, Li Xiang had intended to attend to official matters and claim various rewards from the system. Yet, the day's exertions left him utterly fatigued. Thus, he lay down in his garments, and upon closing his eyes, he drifted into slumber, not awakening until dawn had fully broken. He recalled donning an outer garment the previous night, but now he found himself clad in snug white sleepwear, causing a warmth to rise to his cheeks. Indeed, he had become the very image of the life he once envied. In his earlier days of watching dramas, he had relished the lives of princes and noble offspring, where every endeavor was accompanied by attentive servants, often exceeding in beauty, with at least one being of the utmost charm. Now, he too basked in such indulgence. Your Highness, it is time to rise, announced Miss Mengqin, who was fully prepared, flanked by a dozen attendants ready to serve. As the two principal maids, Mengqin attended to Li Xiang's daily needs, while Mingling managed his meals. In their absence, no other maidservants were permitted near him, ensuring both his safety and reflecting the status of his chief attendants, who would not allow just anyone to approach their master. Li Xiang nodded, stretching his limbs, and immediately, four young maidservants approached to assist him in dressing. Miss Mengqin stood before him, while the others remained at his sides or behind him. Li Xiang was not particularly fond of brushing his teeth with salt, but such customs were unavoidable in this era. After Miss Mengqin had completed the task with her delicate fingers, she began arranging his hair with a ceremonial crown, while the other maidservants knelt to assist him with his shoes, allowing him to remain entirely still. Set the meal here and summon the overseers, he instructed. Relieved to finally be dressed and adorned with various accessories, Miss Mingling entered with 8 maidservants, beginning to serve Li Xiang his breakfast. Wielding a pair of chopsticks, he need not lift a finger. Just days prior, he had not enjoyed such treatment, largely due to his mistrust of the palace maids in the Eastern Palace, insisting on managing everything himself. Now, with the Emperor having bestowed 2 capable maids upon him, what would they think if he disregarded their assistance? More importantly, what would the Emperor think of his indifference towards the beautiful gifts he had granted? Was there a dispute occurring outside the city? Li Xiang observed that Niu Yi had a bandage wrapped around his arm, with a combat strength of at least 15. Even he had sustained injuries. What then of the distillery outside the city? Noticing Li Xiang gesture dismissively, the attending maids promptly withdrew. When their master engaged in serious discussions, it was prudent for them to keep their distance, lest they lose their heads for overhearing matters not meant for their ears. Chapter 52. The Cui family of Qinghe. In response to your Highness's words, over the course of yesterday, we were surveilled by 3 distinct groups. One of these groups, in their audacity, sought to procure samples for themselves, which led to a confrontation. Their intentions were far from benign. However, they did not gain any advantage, as I was able to eliminate one of their members, although I sustained injuries in the process. Niu Yi spoke candidly. 3 factions? Li Xiang replied with a bittersweet smile. It seems that valuable treasures always attract attention. Just as I had profited from the sale of liquor, these individuals were already plotting. It is only natural. A business generating 700 guan a day would certainly pique the interest of various factions. If no one were to take notice, that would be truly astonishing. Have you identified who they are? While I do not fear inquiries, it is imperative to ascertain their backgrounds. Once we have clarity on their identities, we will know how to respond accordingly. One group appears to originate from the upper echelons. They did not linger long and did not engage us in conflict. But once we reached the imperial city, we lost track of them. Niu Yi indicated his head, suggesting that while they were from the palace, He could not be certain if they were under the command of Li Chengqian. The palace has numerous factions capable of dispatching personnel, and it is not guaranteed that they were sent by Li Chengqian himself. The second group belongs to Hou Junji. They too refrained from confrontation and fled upon being discovered. The third group fled to Chang Lefang, and we remain uncertain of their affiliations. Niu Yi's execution was commendable, yet their understanding of Chang'an was limited. Had they ventured into a more renowned area, they would undoubtedly discern the affiliations of these individuals. However, Chang Lefang is a diverse district within Chang'an, making it nearly impossible to ascertain their origins. "Bring Qianping to me," Li Xiang stated while eating, uncertain of the purpose of this place, but aware that someone in the Eastern Palace would certainly know, namely the head eunuch, Qianping. "In response to your highness." The predominant force in Chang Lefang is the Fuyun Tavern, a property of the Chui family of Qinghe. Although Qianping had not visited the scene and thus lacked knowledge of these individuals, he was familiar with some aspects of Chang Lefang, acknowledging that it was primarily dominated by the Chui family, with the support of 5 prominent clans. The faction we encountered was indeed this group, which explains their desire for samples. They are significant players in the liquor trade of Chang'an, perhaps even more formidable than the Changsun family. Have they truly initiated their plans? Is there a way to engage with the festivities of Chang Lefang? As Li Xiang voiced this sentiment, the others remained unperturbed. It is only natural to seek amusement when troubles arise from others. However, Qianping's expression shifted dramatically. The 5 prominent clans and others are not the same. While one might provoke Hou Junji or Li Yuanchang, it is advisable to avoid antagonizing these people, for even the emperor would not dare to cross them. Your Highness, the 5 clans and 7 influences are deeply intertwined, wielding significant power among the lower and middle echelons of the Tang dynasty, particularly among the mid-level officials in the court. To an astonishing extent, it is evident that if we do not devise a plan, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. Qianping, the chief eunuch of the Eastern Palace, is a prominent figure in Chang'an. However, even he exhibits a sense of reverence when discussing the 5 clans and 7 influences, underscoring their formidable presence in the city. "That is my concern," he remarked. "You should focus on whether we can uncover any incriminating evidence against them." Li Xiang continued his breakfast, seemingly indifferent to these individuals. "With our current strength, even a rebellion in Chang'an would create quite a stir. Moreover, concerning these eminent families, as long as I possess sufficient legitimacy, I could easily bring them to their knees. There is no shortage of evidence. Over the years, the 5 clans and 7 influences have become exceedingly arrogant, primarily due to the court's reluctance to intervene in their affairs. Minor transgressions have gone unaddressed, allowing their opulence to flourish. However, should your highness desire to confront them, a tactical point of entry is essential. Otherwise, our actions would lack justification." Qianping contemplated for a moment and stated, "Despite their myriad troubles, they are not directly related to the matters under your highness's purview. If you insist on taking action, the 5 clans and 7 influences may perceive you as an adversary, and we already have numerous enemies." Li Xiang nodded, acknowledging Qianping's wisdom. "Even if we seek to disturb them, a transparent and honorable reason is necessary. After all, we have all been abiding by the established rules of mutual checks and balances over the years, and Li Xiang cannot afford to breach this convention. Does the Chui family in Liaodong have any relevance to me?" Li Xiang, currently the deputy chief of Liaodong, could only leverage his position to address this. Upon hearing this, Qianping chuckled wryly. The 5 clans and 7 influences primarily conduct their business in the 2 capitals in the Jiangnan region, where the profits are most lucrative. The Liaodong region, under your highness's jurisdiction, holds no interest for them whatsoever. Reporting to your highness, the eldest son of Duke Wu, Wei Qi Baolin, has come to visit. As Li Xiang pondered how to instigate a situation, he was informed of Wei Qi Jingda's eldest son's arrival. Initially, Li Xiang did not regard this name with much significance, but suddenly he recalled that this individual was no ordinary young master. He was a renowned general among the 2nd generation of the Tang dynasty, equally skilled as his father, Wei Qi Jingda. Could it be that he has come seeking wine? Li Xiang recalled the recent incident in the Great Hall, where Cheng Yaojin and Wei Qi Jingda had requested wine, setting a precedent. Although both had feigned part of their intentions, given their substantial capacities for drink, it was likely that they had already emptied their barrels. "Please, allow the young master to enter." As soon as Li Xiang finished speaking, 2 individuals entered. One was, of course, Wei Qi Baolin, and the other was unexpectedly Chang Sun Chong. "What are you doing following me? We share a familial connection. I am his maternal uncle, his father is my cousin, his grandmother is my aunt, and my father is his father's uncle. You should wait outside." Li Xiang was still perplexed by the situation. Chang Sun Chong had already blurted out a series of familial connections, leaving Li Xiang to ponder the true nature of the matter. "Just a few days prior, during his visit to your residence, You had not spoken of our relationship with such warmth. Upon meeting His Highness, Balin had indeed acted inappropriately. Upon hearing Chang's remark, Wei Qi Balin's face momentarily flushed with rare embarrassment. However, he showed no intention of withdrawing, suggesting that there was indeed a pressing matter at hand. Uncles, please take a seat. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Li Xiang, unperturbed by Wei Qi Balin's indiscretion, reflected that, after all, few distinguished officials from the early years of the Jingguan era were known for their politeness. Yet he remained curious about the true intent behind their visit. Chapter 53. Seeking the blade. Upon hearing Li Xiang address the two gentlemen as uncles, a hint of awkwardness flickered across their faces. As the younger generation, they exhibited a commendable degree of respect, yet the two were there primarily to acquire something from him. Among the young elites of Chang'an, these two were renowned as the foremost aficionados of martial weaponry, possessing an unparalleled passion for swords, spears, and staffs. They were well aware that Li Xiang's subordinates wielded an exceptionally rare blade capable of effortlessly severing the weapons of Hou Junji's guards, a feat unprecedented in the Tang dynasty. It was common knowledge that Hou Junji was a high-ranking general of the court, whose retainers were equipped with the finest arms available. While these may not rival the legendary blades held by the most esteemed generals, they were nonetheless among the elite within Chang'an. To sever their weapons was no trivial task. Even with famed swords, one would need to strike 2 or 3 times, and proper preparation was essential. Many witnesses observed that, with a mere utterance of the phrase broken blade, Li Xiang's men effortlessly cleaved through the guards' weapons, a clear indication of their extraordinary prowess. Had it not been for the palace gate closing last night, these two would likely have arrived sooner, perhaps to seek favor, encountering one another at the Eastern Palace's entrance. Both understood each other's intentions, leading them to enter without further ado, albeit with a concern that the number of blades might be insufficient. Your Highness, I am but a simple man, unversed in the art of flattery. Having grown up alongside my father in the military, my greatest affection lies with a finely crafted weapon. I am fully aware that your Highness's weaponry is undoubtedly valuable. I present to you my life-s savings, amounting to 3,570 coins. Should this prove inadequate, I shall return to sell my properties to meet your needs. In the future, should you require my assistance, simply send word to my estate. And I, Wei Qi Balin, shall not hesitate. Should I falter, may the heavens strike me down with thunder. Before Li Xiang could grasp the gravity of the situation, this individual began producing a multitude of items, documents of property ownership, land deeds, and several carriages filled with coin, everything he could possibly muster from his years of accumulation. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Chong found himself at a loss for words. He too had come with genuine intent, yet in comparison to Wei Qi Balin's offerings, his sincerity seemed rather insufficient, though he had saved some money over the years. The expenses of maintaining several concubines had significantly drained his resources. Where could he possibly procure such a sum? Li Xiang had initially envisioned instilling a sense of awe in Hou Junji, thus securing rewards from the system. However, to his astonishment, the young elites of Chang'an had their gaze fixed upon this weapon. Dear uncles, I must confess, this weapon is far from ordinary. It is forged from numerous precious materials, painstakingly crafted over a period of 30 to 50 days, with my own hand shaping it. The quantity is indeed limited. Li Xiang displayed a troubled expression, acknowledging that while the terms offered by Wei Qi Jingda were already quite favorable, he also needed to ensure the prospective buyers felt satisfied. If they were to relinquish their entire fortunes for a product that could be readily replicated, they might feel cheated, having invested heavily in what could be perceived as a mere trinket. As Li Xiang spoke, he observed the two individuals, noting that they both nodded in agreement with his words. Take, for instance, several renowned generals in the court. Each possesses a variety of exquisite blades, their prices not trifling. It is not uncommon for one to exchange a fortune for a single esteemed sword. Although the weapons under Li Xiang's command may not rival these famed blades, they certainly belong to the same echelon, lacking only the legacy of years of revered craftsmanship. I comprehend your sentiments, your Highness. Should you propose a price, I, Wei Qi Balin, would not so much as flinch. Wei Qi Balin was resolute in his desire for this particular sword. Li Wu, present your blade to the two generals. Li Xiang did not hasten to respond. Instead, he instructed the guard at the entrance to remove the sword, allowing the two generals to examine it closely. When the time came to negotiate a price, they would be more than willing to part with their coins. A fine weapon. Both gentlemen were connoisseurs and possessed considerable prowess among the second generation of the Tang dynasty. The moment they grasped the blade, they felt an instant connection, enhanced by the chilling aura emanating from the edge. Should they wield such a sword on the battlefield, they would indeed be unstoppable, cutting down foes and deities alike. They were permitted to test the blade. However, within Li Xiang's grand hall, engaging in unsanctioned displays of weaponry would be deemed exceedingly disrespectful. The East Palace. being part of the imperial precinct, held strict prohibitions against such reckless actions. Upon receiving Li Xiang's consent, the two felt liberated from their previous reservations. Changsun Chong unsheathed his prized sword, which was also forged by a master craftsman from afar, valued at 2,000 coins. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed, followed by the blade clattering to the floor. Although Changsun Chong's sword was not a legendary blade, it held a certain renown among the elite of Chang'an. In this instant, Wei Qi exerted merely a third of his strength, and the prized sword was reduced to fragments, while his own blade remained unscathed. What a magnificent sword! To possess such a weapon in this lifetime would bring me peace and death. Wei Qi's admiration was palpable. You are indeed correct. This is truly a weapon of war. Riding a swift steed, brandishing this blade amidst a sea of soldiers, who could possibly stand in my way? Changsun Chong, who typically cherished his sword as much as a spouse, now cast it aside without a second glance, his gaze entirely captured by the extraordinary blade before him. Please, enjoy some tea, my lords. A young maid's voice brought them back to reality. Had she not intervened, they would have been lost in fantasies of battlefield glory. Caressing the hilt and blade. Your Highness, please do not keep us in suspense. Simply tell us your terms. Regardless of the difficulties, if you present a challenge, we will find a way to fulfill it. Wei Qi was reluctant to relinquish his hold on the sword, for to a martial artist such as himself, a fine weapon was the pursuit of a lifetime. Li Xiang took a sip of tea, pressed his lips together, his expression reflecting great difficulty. The hearts of both individuals began to race with anxiety. Could it be that their visit was in vain, or perhaps the materials had run out? Otherwise, a second-hand option would suffice. Chapter 54. A blade worth 3,500 coins. Li Xiang was aware of the substantial worth of the precious sword he had exchanged through the system. Yet he was astonished by the extent of its value. The two foremost young gentlemen were prepared to exhaust their fortunes in pursuit of this blade. To speak candidly, esteemed uncles, I currently lack certain materials, and the earliest I could manage would be in a month's time. I must clarify that merely the cost would amount to approximately 2,000 coins. Should any missteps occur during the forging process, there exists a risk of failure at any moment. Thus, even if the forging proceeds smoothly, my reasonable profit would ensure the price does not fall below 3,500 coins. With a clenched jaw, Li Xiang elevated the price to this level, for he had previously boasted extensively about it. If he were to undervalue it now, it would undermine the effort he had expended in his earlier claims. Upon concluding his statement, he hesitated to meet the gaze of the two gentlemen before him. After all, the price he had exchanged in the system was a mere 5 coins, a trivial sum indeed. To his surprise, as he averted his eyes, both gentlemen simultaneously uttered the same 3 words. Although the price was exorbitantly high, the quality of the sword justified its cost. For these elite young lords, 3,500 coins was indeed a considerable sum, yet not an unattainable figure. They had long desired a weapon of merit. But the finest arms were invariably in the hands of their fathers. Even with 10,000 coins, acquiring such a weapon would be improbable. There are 3,500 coins outside. Your Highness, please send someone to verify, suggested Yu Qi Baolin, gesturing towards the entrance. He had summoned several large cards, representing his entire liquid capital amassed over the years. Though parting with such funds was painful, securing this exquisite sword made the expenditure worthwhile. Previously, this money had merely lain dormant in the treasury, with no opportunity to procure a precious blade. I shall bring you the money this afternoon, Longsun Chong interjected hastily, anxious not to be outdone. If he can promise you, I can assure you as well, regardless of when he receives his funds. In that case, I shall strive diligently to forge the sword for both esteemed uncles at the earliest opportunity. However, it is understood that the crafting of a fine blade requires time. Even with relentless effort, it will be a month before completion, Li Xiang indicated, extending a single finger. That is only natural. The time frame cannot be hastily managed. We can wait a month, or even a month and a half. The principal concern is the quality, Yu Qi Baolin emphasized. Having waited this long, can we not afford to wait an additional month? Rest assured, Uncle Baolin, before the new sword is forged, I shall entrust this blade to you. Once the new one is ready, we can arrange for an exchange. Should it break in the interim, it would merely indicate that my sword is not worth the price. Li Xiang declared with remarkable magnanimity. Your Highness, your efficiency in handling matters is commendable. Henceforth, let us dispense with the unnecessary formalities of addressing one another as uncle. Given our age difference, you may simply refer to me as Brother Baolin. With a gentle pat on Li Xiang's shoulder, Yu Qi Baolin nearly caused him to falter. A testament to the enhancements of his physique. Had he not undergone such modifications, even a slight encounter could have resulted in an injury. No wonder he stands as a leading figure among the second-generation generals of the Tang Dynasty. Changsun Chong, standing nearby, opened his mouth to speak but dared not voice his thoughts. Should he engage in brotherly camaraderie with Li Xiang, he would undoubtedly face retribution from Changsun Wuji. They lacked a genuine familial bond, whereas Li Xiang had the privilege of such connections. Your Highness, any undertaking must adhere to a sense of order. My companion Yuqi and I arrived first, and once we depart, we cannot predict how many others may come seeking blades. They cannot be allowed to precede us. Can they? Suddenly, Changsun Chong contemplated another issue. If the two of them had thought to approach Li Xiang for weapons, it was evident that many in Chang'an City were adept with arms, and the number of such individuals throughout the Tang dynasty was even greater. Should all of them arrive, it would certainly impede their progress. Rest assured, my esteemed uncle, I shall promptly issue you a receipt. Brother Baolin shall be first in line, and you will be second. When the time comes, blades will be allocated in this order. However, the production capacity may be limited, primarily due to the scarcity of materials. Even if we scoured all of Chang'an, it is unlikely we would find a substantial quantity. Li Xiang deliberately stated this, for rarity begets value. Should these weapons be abundantly available, who would desire to purchase from him? It was likely that many would lose interest long before. Indeed, it is wise, without rules. Chaos ensues. Those who arrive first with coin must be served first. I see you have other matters to attend to. Let us convene at my residence for a drink another day. Yuqi Baolin carefully stowed Li Xiang's receipt in his bosom, knowing it represented a value of 3,500 guan. Yet, the monetary aspect was trivial compared to the privilege of being first to claim the coveted blade. Changsun Chong promptly instructed his servants to return with the funds. He did not take his leave but remained at Li Xiang's side, awaiting the arrival of the money. Once it was secured, he would procure a blade for himself, with the receipt being his primary concern. He departed joyfully alongside Yuqi Baolin. Such effortless profit of 7,000 guan. Has the acquisition of the grand estate within the city been finalized? Li Xiang suddenly recalled this matter. Besides securing funds, he needed to purchase several properties to serve as a forge. It was imperative to establish a foundation for his endeavors. Additionally, he sought to acquire secret recipes for blade crafting and recruit 100 artisans. While it was unrealistic to expect them to produce weapons on par with those in the system, producing second-tier quality should be feasible. Most importantly, with the establishment of this workshop, the people of the city would come to recognize where these weapons were forged. If one were to indiscriminately distribute such items without an established workshop, it would inevitably raise suspicions among others. The arrangements in response to your Highness's words have been meticulously made. The location is not far from the royal palace and boasts a considerable expanse, comprising 2 grand residences merged into one. Originally, it served as the official residence of the Minister of War, Lord Tian, who has now retired to his hometown and sold it to us for a total of 1,100 guan. This endeavor has been entrusted to Feng Yi, who has already secured the title deed. In the coming days, you are to continue acquiring properties, be they residences, shops, or various workshops, ensuring utmost safety in all transactions. Additionally, seek to purchase several estates beyond the city limits, regardless of the price, as long as the acquisitions are secured. Li Xiang has now begun to experience the exhilarating sensation of abundant wealth. Chapter 55. The responsibilities of the Liaodong office. Li Xiang has recently entertained the notion of establishing a weapons forge, having been granted 100 artisans by the system. These craftsmen could serve as mentors, gradually training individuals from the real world, while the weapons they produce could enhance the current armaments of the Tang dynasty. After drafting a rudimentary plan, Li Xiang resolved to venture out. He could no longer remain ensconced at home. If he continued to linger, he surmised that those individuals would eventually come seeking him. He entrusted the matters at hand to the young ladies Meng Ling and Meng Qin. Given that they were trained by his grandmother, their competence in handling affairs was beyond doubt. If they were incapable of managing even simple tasks such as collecting payments and registering them, they would not be fit to serve by his side. Beyond merely attending to others, they must also exhibit their own abilities. Father, as Li Xiang stepped out of his courtyard, he heard his son Li Chengqian calling out to him. Is there something the matter? Li Xiang felt a sense of comfort upon seeing Li Chengqian's demeanor. It was far better than him brooding indoors all day, as at least now he appeared quite cheerful. I heard that the people from Changelfang ambushed our distillery. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang realized that there were still individuals from the Crown Prince within his residence. Although he had previously dismissed everyone, it seemed that walls had ears, and he had not been thorough enough in his clearance. He needed to carefully vet the people in his courtyard. Do you have any good ideas, father? I wish to investigate the Cui family. Since Li Chengqian broached this subject, Li Xiang decided to pass the conundrum back to him. After so many years as the Crown Prince, Li Chengqian undoubtedly possessed more insight than himself. I came to discuss this matter with you. Have you forgotten your official title? Li Chengqian said with a slight smile. What connection does the Liaodong office have with Changelfang? Li Xiang still found himself somewhat perplexed. He had already pondered the matter from various angles and failed to uncover any connection. You, my son, simply lack foresight. The Liaodong office primarily oversees Goguryeo. We have just concluded a conflict with them, and our troops have returned, bringing back not only our soldiers but also a multitude of Goguryeo captives. There are numerous Goguryeo spies within Chang'an, and without your investigation, how can you be certain that Changelfang is devoid of Goguryeo spies? Li Chengqian patted his son's shoulder, a sly grin adorning his face. Experience speaks volumes, Li Xiang mused, unable to find a solution, while Li Chengqian promptly identified one, and quite straightforwardly at that. As the deputy head of the Liaodong office, if there were indeed Goguryeo spies in Chang'an, any department that apprehended them would eventually hand them over to Li Xiang. But what if I conduct a search and find no Goguryeo spies? Li Xiang expressed his hesitation. Given that Changelfang was the domain of the Cui family, one of the most distinguished families in the empire, if he were to wreak havoc in their territory only to find nothing, it would not bode well for him in the end. Seek out your distant aunt. Your uncle is specifically tasked with this matter. In Chang'an, there are numerous spies from Goguryeo. Some can be apprehended, while others cannot. It suffices to reveal a lowly figure to you, surely. You can lure this person to the Changlufang? After Li Chengqian spoke, he promptly returned to his quarters. This is his own son. Had it been someone else, Li Chengqian would not have offered such guidance, as it would undermine the dignity of the crown prince of the Tang dynasty. It is crucial to understand that in the eyes of all, the crown prince of Tang must conduct affairs with utmost propriety. Should he entertain any underhanded schemes, it would irrevocably tarnish his reputation. However, Li Chengqian is acutely aware that a persona cannot satiate hunger. His son has provided him with a substantial sum, all thanks to the profits from liquor. The Cui family covets this liquor, which means they are encroaching upon his son's wealth. If they meddle with his son's finances, how can he lead a prosperous life? After all, this lucrative opportunity must not be jeopardized by the Cui family. As for Li Xiang's capabilities, Li Chengqian harbors no concerns. He can stand firm against Ho Junji. As long as the Cui family abides by the rules, Li Xiang's safety is assured, especially since there are individuals from the old master accompanying him. After the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, Li Xiang arrived at the Changsun family's tavern. At this moment, the crowd had dispersed. Although this place is the focal point of Chang'an, it does not attract throngs of people daily. The tavern opens for merely a quarter of an hour before all the liquor is sold out. Is it already time to queue? Li Xiang pointed at some individuals below. They are servants from various noble families. After the first day of liquor sales concluded, they hastily set up stools and queued, eager to secure their purchases for the following day. Our liquor has successfully spawned another industry, these individuals eagerly lining up to buy tickets. From now until this afternoon, the numbers they hold will continuously change hands. Do not underestimate them. A single number now exceeds 31. We retain 10 when as our profit, while the rest is contingent upon their negotiations. Changsun Pingying poured Li Xiang a cup of tea. Such an enterprise exists in the 21st century. Yet it has also emerged in the current Tang dynasty. If a number sells for 31, deducting 10 went for the cost, those waiting here for a day and night still earn 21, equivalent to 60 pounds of rice, a commendable income in the city of Chang'an. The tickets we distribute must possess various identification symbols. Without them, impersonation may occur. Li Xiang felt compelled to remind them that the profit from liquor is exceedingly substantial, and all parties are watching closely. He also has a significant sum to pay to the emperor, so he must avoid any missteps. Rest assured, I have anticipated this. Therefore, when issuing the tickets, I also registered the identities of the individuals. Should a person fail to appear for the liquor sale tomorrow, their number will not be recognized. After Changsun Pingying finished speaking, Li Xiang realized the formidable nature of this distant aunt. Although identification cards had yet to be introduced in this era, the Chang'an County office had issued identity markers to all citizens. Despite being merely a piece of paper, it sufficed to authenticate one's identity. Regardless of whom you sell to tomorrow, the person holding the number must be present. Otherwise, the number becomes void. Look at how bustling business is now. In terms of sales, Changsun Pingying said somewhat sheepishly, for it was only a few days prior that they had reached an agreement. Now, to alter their initial accord was not something she felt comfortable voicing, yet the potential profits were indeed astonishing. Chapter 56. Capturing the spy. According to Li Xiang's original thoughts, it was evident that sales could not increase significantly in a short period, as the principle of scarcity marketing is to maintain high demand while ensuring limited availability. However, after the current investigation, Li Xiang believed that a 50-pound increase in supply would pose no issues. Starting tomorrow, I can augment the supply by 50 pounds. But this is the absolute limit. Further increases in the near future are unlikely due to the complexities surrounding various ingredients. Hearing about the 50-pound increase, Changsun Pingying was already quite elated. An increase of 50 pounds translates to an additional daily income of 350 yuan. While this may not seem substantial on a daily basis, the The cumulative sum over a month is indeed considerable. Seizing the moment of Changsun Pingtian's joy, Li Xiang promptly brought up the situation regarding the Cui family. However, he did not propose to assist with a small favor. Rather, he emphasized that the two families should confront the matter together. The Changsun family cannot solely focus on profit without action, as the Cui family poses a challenge to our shared enterprise, thus necessitating a united front. I should have anticipated this. In recent days, the Cui family's sales of high-end liquor have plummeted to nearly zero, which was their primary source of income in the liquor business. Previously, they earned hundreds of guan daily. But now that revenue has abruptly ceased, it is only natural for them to become anxious. The Cui family is the foremost among the 5 prominent clans, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as the leading family in the entirety of the Tang dynasty. Caution is paramount when addressing them. Upon mentioning the Cui family, Changsun Pingtian furrowed her brow. Their family operates in the white liquor trade, a pillar of their enterprise, while the Cui family also engages in this business, albeit as a secondary venture. Even so, the Cui family commands 2/3 of the market share in Chang'an, with the Changsun family holding merely 1/3, highlighting the disparity between the two families. What strategy should we adopt in facing this issue? Li Xiang is unafraid of any challenge. Yet he understands that actions must align with the norms of this era. The 5 prominent clans can compel Li Shimin to retreat, let alone someone of my status as a royal grandson. We must retaliate decisively, based on our previous assessments, should we tolerate their provocations. These noble families would only become more emboldened. By the time we wish to strike back, we may lack the strength to do so. Changsun Pingtian asserted. Any noble family aspiring to rise must confront challenges head-on. Resorting to underhanded tactics would likely be deemed weakness, inviting others to take advantage of the high profits of white liquor. It seems that my aunt and I share the same perspective. Before leaving, my father once shared a strategy with me, and would this be feasible? As the atmosphere reached this peak, Li Xiang naturally expressed his thoughts. Your father remains the astute prince of yore. It seems he has not squandered his intellect during these days. Please wait here. I shall dispatch someone to investigate. For a moment, Changsun Pingting found herself at a loss for ideas. However, upon hearing Li Chengqian's suggestion, she came to the realization that it was indeed a sound plan. As all matters would be conducted within the bounds of propriety, Changsun Wuji was responsible for espionage throughout the realm, a secret known only to the common folk, yet an unspoken truth among the elite. As Changsun Wuji's right hand, Changsun Pingting was naturally privy to a wealth of intelligence. Before Li Xiang could finish his tea, Changsun Pingting had already returned. A certain individual named Sun Zhenghao had entered the Central Plains during the reign of Emperor Yang of Sui and had since served Goguryeo. Although he was not a resident of Changelfang, he frequented the Fuyun Tavern. With that, Changsun Pingting had conveyed enough for Li Xiang to understand his course of action. Upon finishing his tea, Li Xiang was ready to embark on serious business. Should you send someone to pilfer my recipe, I shall inspect your tavern. Chunin, accompany His Highness. Heed his every instruction and wield my token to mobilize all members of the Changsun family. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang maintained a composed exterior, yet internally he was elated. Changsun Pingting was unlike others who merely sought to benefit from behind the scenes. She confronted challenges head-on and could be relied upon. Your servant obeys. Li Xiang glanced up at the delicate maid by Changsun Pingting's side, whose large, expressive eyes seemed to speak volumes, unexpectedly revealing her martial prowess. At the Ministry of War, Li Jing was presiding over affairs of state when he was taken aback by Li Xiang's unexpected appearance, especially with his intention to eradicate all Goguryeo spies in Chang'an. Was this a case of seeking trouble where none existed? After all, the task of identifying spies was under Changsun Wuji's purview. What news have you? Li Jing inquired skeptically. Even if Li Xiang was eager to engage in state affairs, there was no need to overstep boundaries. If he were to encroach upon Changsun Wuji's responsibilities, it would not sit well with him. Li Jing was wary of that cunning old man. Rest assured, esteemed minister, I have already consulted with Lord Changsun. Li Xiang produced Changsun Pingting's token, prompting Li Jing to fall silent. He surmised that Li Xiang sought to distinguish himself, aspiring to ascend to prominence. Without notable achievements, it would be difficult for Li Shimin to acknowledge him. However, while others sought easier paths to political merit, Li Xiang had chosen the challenging task of capturing spies. Should he succeed, it would yield modest acclaim, yet failure could lead to accusations of incompetence. Li Jing could not fathom Li Xiang's motives, though he, as a general, supported his endeavors. This is the official document I have issued for you. With this, you may apprehend any Goguryeo individual within Chang'an. Be clear in your understanding. This is strictly limited to Goguryeo nationals. Should it involve our Tang subjects, be they commoners or officials, evidence must be presented. General Li Jing was acutely aware that Li Xiang was not an ordinary individual. It was imperative to impose constraints upon him. If left unchecked, The consequences would inevitably fall upon him to manage, for it was he who had initiated this official document. Rest assured, my lord, he assured the Minister of Personnel. I am fully cognizant of the situation and will ensure that all spies are apprehended and brought to justice. However, as Li Xiang took possession of the document, a chill coursed through Li Jing's heart. He had discerned a flicker of delight in Li Xiang's eyes, for apprehending spies was hardly a cause for celebration. Was there perhaps a hidden agenda at play? Yet, the document had been issued, and there was no recourse to retract it now. Chapter 57. The assault on the Cui family. General Li Jing articulated his stance with utmost clarity. When confronting the common citizens of the Tang dynasty, one must possess irrefutable evidence, for arbitrary arrests devoid of justification would not be taken lightly. There would invariably be repercussions. However, when it comes to the Goguryeo people, such principles need not apply. The imperial court had engaged in several large-scale wars against Goguryeo, and the bloodshed had rendered both sides merciless. Thus, the captives brought back from Goguryeo were predominantly treated as slaves, devoid of any rights. There existed a fraction of individuals who had established themselves through trade in earlier years, having married women of the Tang and rooted themselves in this land. Unlike their compatriots, these individuals were not bound by slave status and enjoyed greater freedom of movement. Sun Zhenghao was one such individual. Unlike the majority who identified themselves as Tang people, he retained the memory of his Goguryeo heritage, often gathering intelligence regarding his homeland. It was quite fortuitous that just a minute after Li Xiang had received his official document, Shunin received word that Sun Zhenghao was hosting a gathering at Fuyun Tower that very afternoon. Li Xiang refrained from employing the officials of the Ministry of War. Aside from bringing Zhang Ping along, the remainder of his entourage consisted of the East Palace guards, who were more adept at navigating the affairs of Chang'an. Furthermore, with the document from the Ministry of War in hand, any inquiries could be easily justified. Mount up upon receiving this news, Li Xiang dramatically tossed aside his bright yellow cloak, a privilege reserved for the royal family of the Tang. While the emperor and the crown prince donned yellow robes, others were limited to dark hues, with the exception of the crown prince's firstborn and legitimate heir. Thus, riding atop his steed, Li Xiang was strikingly conspicuous. Your Highness, you do not intend to charge into Changlifang unannounced, do you? Shunin exclaimed anxiously. Should this transpire, it would undoubtedly escalate into a significant incident. The news of Li Xiang had been rampant in Chang'an these past few days, and today had been a rare moment of quiet. Could it be that another climax was on the horizon? I wish for all to know that today. I shall apprehend spies while simultaneously delivering a blow to the Cui family's pride, Li Xiang retorted, a cold snort escaping him as he surged forward, followed closely by dozens of East Palace guards. They were unconcerned with protocols. Their sole mission was to execute Li Xiang's commands. Although the Ministry of War was a pivotal institution, there were many other significant offices within Chang'an. Zhang Ping indulged his vanity today, galloping through the streets of Chang and alongside the East Palace guards. Isn't that the young prince of the crown prince's household? What could have transpired to warrant such urgency? Let us follow him. The young prince is no ordinary individual. Just days ago, even General Huo yielded before him at the Ministry of War. General Huo is of little consequence. Despite his lofty title, true power lies within the palace. Our young prince is a legitimate scion of the dragon. Furthermore, I was present during that skirmish when General Huo favored outsiders over our own. Indeed, who would dispute that? The Prince of Tuyuan? How dare such a despicable individual challenge our esteemed Tang prince? Though he may not face dire consequences, he certainly gained nothing from this encounter. His subordinates had their wrists brutally broken. This incident, however, turned out to be fortuitous, as many unruly foreigners on the streets have since become rather subdued. In the past few days, these individuals have behaved themselves, likely chastened by our young prince's lesson, which left them utterly humiliated. Laughter and lively conversation filled the air as the people reveled in the atmosphere of the Tang dynasty, a time when the notion of being a great nation prevailed. Surrounded by lesser states, they believed that living a modest life posed no issue, but should anyone dare to provoke them, they would undoubtedly face the consequences. With urgent military matters at hand, the hunt for Goguryeo spies commenced. As the crowd swelled, Li Xiang's subordinates began to raise their voices. For it had been ages since such an event transpired in Chang'an. Ever since the defeat of the Turks, the city had enjoyed an extended period of peace, with few disturbances. Zhang Ping and Chun Yin exchanged glances, acknowledging the audacity of this young prince. After all, he was merely an ordinary spy, unlikely to possess significant intelligence. Yet now half of Chang'an was aware of the situation. Even considering the prestige of the Cui family, this display seemed excessive. The common folk, having long been deprived of news regarding spies, eagerly flooded the streets, joining the young prince as he made his way to Changlifang. Although Changlifang was the most bustling location in Chang'an, it had never witnessed such a surge of visitors. Curious chatter filled the air. And even on New Year's Day, the crowd had never been so vast. Surround them. Not a single soul must escape. Zhao Yunhui commanded. And dozens of his men swiftly encircled the Fu Yun building, leaving no corner unguarded. Those dining inside grew alarmed, questioning the sudden commotion. Cui Jishan, the establishment's irate manager, emerged, having never encountered such a situation before. Everyone knew Fu Yun building belonged to the Cui family, renowned as the finest tavern in Chang'an, frequented by high-ranking officials and affluent merchants, generating substantial daily revenue, regardless of whether they walked the path of righteousness or vice. Some degree of respect was typically afforded to them, with prior notifications of any disturbances. Yet now, during peak hours, they found themselves surrounded by armed men. The surrounding populace was equally perplexed, for the Qinghe Cui family was esteemed as the foremost noble house, though the young prince was the heir apparent. He still seemed somewhat outmatched against the Cui family. What was the prince up to today? Were the Cui family members truly spies? Sir, what is the meaning of this? Why have you surrounded Fu Yun building? With a resounding slap, Zhao Yunhui answered, How audacious! Are you courting death? Before the crown prince, you dare not kneel and question? Who grants you such authority? The Qinghe Cui family? This is a grave disrespect. Zhao Yunhui's talent for placing blame has evidently increased, being in the company of Li Xiang. If he has not made any progress, it would be a disservice to Li Xiang. The shopkeeper then noticed that the individual before him was dressed in a bright yellow garment. Clearly, this was not the emperor or the crown prince, but rather the grandson of the emperor, Li Xiang, the one who had brought disgrace to Han Wang Li Yuanchang and the great General Huo Qubing. What brings this little scourge to my establishment? Chapter 58. Claiming sovereignty. Cui Jishan was merely a lowly shopkeeper, not a pivotal figure within the Cui family. To put it plainly, he originally bore a different surname. It was only due to his father's 50 years of service to the Cui family that he was granted this name. Even so, he had gained a certain level of audacity to walk the streets with a sense of superiority. Over the years, many members of the royal family would greet him with a casual jest. A notion of being physically assaulted on the streets was far beyond his wildest dreams. As the encirclement was completed, it dawned upon Cui Jishan that he was backed by the esteemed Qinghe Cui clan, the foremost aristocracy in the realm. He could not show fear before these men, yet he only managed to utter that single word. The remainder of his thoughts remained unspoken, for a blade now rested ominously against his throat. From the glint in Zhao Yunhui's eyes, he could discern that this man was truly capable of murder, regarding him with the same disdain one might reserve for livestock. Should he dare to voice his remaining thoughts, he feared that the knife might indeed slice through his neck. At this moment, Li Xiang refrained from dismounting. He merely urged his horse forward a few paces. The once boisterous crowd fell silent, exemplifying a certain gravity. By the decree of General Li from the Ministry of War, apprehend the Goguryeo spy Sun Zhenghao. All personnel are to remain in place. Those who defy this order shall be executed. With a contingent of 15 warriors at his command, Li Xiang's voice resonated with authority, ensuring that his words reached the ears of those nearby. Initially, some had dismissed his proclamations as mere folly, but upon understanding the gravity of the situation, the crowd stood obediently in place. In recent years, the Tang dynasty had been embroiled in conflict with Goguryeo, resulting in numerous casualties. Many households mourned their fallen kin. Thus, when the subject of Goguryeo spies arose, there was not a soul who did not harbor resentment. Some among the crowd had already prepared an assortment of makeshift weapons, ready to confront the Goguryeo spy should he appear. As Li Xiang concluded his statement, 10 of his guards readied themselves to charge in, but at that moment, a maniacal laughter erupted from within a nearby tavern. This individual was none other than Cui Yunqing, the steward of the Qinghe Cui family in the capital, a distinguished member of the younger generation, which justified his prominent position. The Cui family was governed by a patriarch, 2 vice-patriarchs, 4 elders, and 8 officials. Cui Yunqing was one of these 8 officials, and notably, the only one in his 20s, while the others were all over 40. It had been said that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was likely to become the next clan leader of the Cui family. Within moments, Li Xiang beheld Cui Yunqing, adorned in a crimson robe with a fair complexion, yet his eyes betrayed a sinister glint. He was flanked by 10 muscular men, their physique suggesting they were formidable fighters. Your Highness, I am Cui Yunqing. It is an honor to meet you, he said, inclining his body slightly, though not performing a full bow. According to protocol, he had indeed breached etiquette, yet in this era, the core descendants of the 5 esteemed families enjoyed privileges akin to those of the royal lineage. When Li Shimin ascended the throne, he convened a meeting with the heads of various families. During their audience, these heads did not perform the customary great bow. In a bid to win their hearts, Li Shimin chose not to take offense, which set a precedent for others to follow. Thus, Cui Yunqing's actions were deemed acceptable. Kneel. Everyone was eager to witness how the crown prince would apprehend a spy, yet to their astonishment, Li Xiang uttered those 2 words. Kneel? The crown prince commands Cui Yunqing to kneel. Many believed they had misheard. Some even pinched their ears, questioning if excessive earwax had impaired their hearing. Though Cui Yunqing was merely an agent of the Cui family, in the eyes of the public, he was nearly on par with the crown prince. Although the Tang dynasty bore the Li surname, the Cui family had endured for a millennium, wielding immeasurable influence in the hearts of the common folk. The core descendants of the Cui family were already seen as equals to the royal offspring. But just now, Your Highness, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Cui Yunqing exclaimed in anger, having previously referred to him as Your Highness, now stripped of that honorific. I command you to kneel. Li Xiang deliberately emphasized the latter two words, ensuring not only that Cui Yunqing heard, but also that those surrounding them did as well. In the society of the Tang dynasty, the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families were irrefutable entities, and Li Xiang sought to establish his authority. If he failed to intimidate these formidable figures, he would be beset by countless troubles in the future. It was utter nonsense. My family had once sat with the emperor in the Golden Wan Hall. Cui Yunqing, with a flourish of his sleeve, began recounting the events of that day before all present, a true disgrace for the royal family. What does it matter if your family has ascended to imperial status? The heads of the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families will not kneel. You can only watch helplessly. Should you attempt to confront them, your dynasty's stability may be compromised, risking internal fractures. Listening to Cui Yunqing's impassioned rhetoric, many commoners nodded in agreement. Though somewhat irregular, the ideology of the aristocracy had deeply entrenched itself in their minds. And in their eyes, the Cui family remained an unassailable presence. Li Xiang, seated upon his steed, closed his eyes in contemplation, allowing this individual to speak for nearly 5 or 6 minutes, clarifying the events of that day. The essence was that the emperor had permitted their family head to sit alongside him, signifying their equality with the royal family, though it was never explicitly stated. As Cui Yunqing became increasingly animated, he seemed to revel in the moment, akin to a scholar triumphing in debate, yet only Li Xiang remained unfazed. His victorious gaze fixed upon him, longing for Li Xiang to dismount and apologize. And yet, what of it? The solitary prince still requires your kneeling. To the astonishment of all, Li Xiang opened his eyes, uttering no more than this single statement, yet it exuded the aura of royalty. The common folk suddenly perceived Cui Yunqing as little more than a buffoon, having spoken at length without altering the dynamics of the scene. Their young prince had already triumphed in presence. By what right do you command this? Do you possess the emperor's edict? Cui Yunqing found himself in a state of exasperation. After expending considerable effort to articulate his reasoning, akin to erecting a towering edifice, he was on the verge of triumph when Li Xiang interjected, declaring that his grand structure failed to adhere to regulations. The solitary prince lacked the emperor's decree, yet he had never heard of such a decree being issued. The signs of the Cui family may stand alongside him, but if questioned on his authority, he would assert that it derives from the fact that the members of the Li family can claim solitude and independence. Can the members of the Cui family? A profound silence enveloped the gathering, so intense that the sound of a falling pin could be distinctly perceived. Chapter 59. Kneel down. What has transpired? Wasn't the intention to apprehend spies? Why does it seem that the royal family is poised to confront the Cui family? In this moment, everyone has forgotten the purpose of Li Xiang's arrival, and all breath is held in suspense. The young prince's assertions appear to carry weight, subconsciously. We have placed the Cui family and the royal family on equal footing. Yet, despite their considerable influence, the Cui family lacks the rightful status. With their offspring merely referred to as young masters, and even when they attain official positions, they're addressed as Lord Cui. The young prince, however, possesses the privilege to refer to himself as the solitary king, a title reserved solely for members of the Tang royal lineage. Indeed, the emperor sits alongside the head of the Cui family without demanding they kneel, yet he has not expressly stated that they are henceforth exempt from doing so. It is merely our assumption that the emperor has granted them such leniency. Cui Yunqing finds himself at a loss for words. For Li Xiang's reasoning holds merit. Earlier, when this individual spoke with such confidence, Cui Yunqing had dismissed him as a mere braggart, certain he could not outwit him in debate. Yet, after an extended discourse, Li Xiang's single remark rendered him speechless. The Cui family has indeed grown powerful over the years, tirelessly promoting their influence. However, such declarations may be uttered by others but cannot be voiced by a core descendant like him. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to treason, a grave offense. Though Li Shimin may not currently be able to penalize them, should their family fortunes decline in the future, the implications could be dire, as reckoning often occurs in due time. Today, if you kneel, this matter may be laid to rest. If you do not, what does the law prescribe? Li Xiang maintains his calm demeanor, while Cui Yunqing's face is etched with anxiety. In this battle of wills, Cui Yunqing finds himself at a disadvantage. Your Highness, According to the law, the penalty for the highest degree of disrespect is immediate execution. The second degree involves the severing of both legs. And the third degree entails the amputation of the left hand, Zhao Yunhui declared loudly. The surrounding crowd was visibly alarmed. The young prince is indeed serious. Initially thought to be here to catch spies, it has become evident that the true objective is to bring misfortune upon the Cui family. What rank does our young master Cui hold? Li Xiang inquired leisurely. In response to your highness, you have warned repeatedly that should young master Cui refuse to kneel, it constitutes the highest degree of disrespect, Zhao Yunhui replied, drawing his blade halfway from its sheath. Cui Yunqing, terrified, stepped back, finding himself at a disadvantage before the onlookers. Weren't you quite formidable just a moment ago? Why the fear now? Should you dare to make a move, it will be considered treachery against his highness. Have you forgotten how the guards of Zaydiurk met their demise? Zhao Yunhui's voice rang out, and the men behind Cui Yunqing placed their hands on their blades. Yet, before they could draw their swords, Zhao Yunhui's voice echoed again. Had this been a prior occasion, these individuals might have drawn their weapons without hesitation, but now they hesitated. For Zaydiurk was a foreign prince, and even should his men err, the Dali Temple would not pursue the matter with undue severity, often reducing significant issues to mere trifles. However, Li Xiang directly killed the guard and broke the hands of the other guards. Such an occurrence had never transpired since the establishment of the Tang dynasty. I do not believe you dare to kill me, Cui Yunqing asserted, attempting to maintain his composure. Then let us see whether your knee is more resilient or my blade swifter. Li Xiang finally leaped down from his horse, resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword, advancing step by step towards Cui Yunqing. The Cui family, a venerable lineage spanning a millennium, naturally boasted elite guards. Two of them drew their swords and charged at Li Xiang. Both possessed formidable prowess, each with the combat capability of an 8th-tier warrior. Yet they stood no chance against Li San and Li Si. In mere moments, the two were captured. Everyone understood that while killing a single adversary in battle might be feasible, the endeavor of capturing someone alive was immensely more challenging. You rely solely on them. Those who approach the solitary king with drawn blades harbor intentions of assassination. Seize them all, Li Xiang commanded, pointing at the guards behind Cui Yunqing. These guards hesitated, but Li Xiang offered them no chance. Had you sheathed your weapons moments ago, you might have been spared today. But if you remain obstinate, do not blame the solitary king for his lack of compassion. Under the leadership of Li San and Li Si, 8 guards surged forth. Yet despite the Cui family's renowned guardians, the disparity in combat prowess was insurmountable. In just a few breaths, all 8 guards led by Cui Yunqing were captured. Will you kneel or not? The conversation returned to its original topic. Li Xiang stood firm with his sword, while Cui Yunqing instinctively retreated 2 steps until he collided with Li Lu, realizing that all his guards had been subdued by the Eastern Palace's protectors. What on earth was happening? They had previously acknowledged the Eastern Palace's guards were no pushovers, but they had never anticipated such a sudden display of exceptional skill. This was a grave miscalculation on their part. If you dare, kill me, I shall never kneel. If you have the courage, slay every member of the Cui family and see how many will bow before you. He inhaled deeply, projecting a faade of toughness. Yet Li Xiang observed the tremor in his calves. To kill you would cost me merely 1,000,000 coins. The solitary king is not lacking in wealth. Matters concerning Zaytek and Ho Junji were resolved with gold. Can you possibly be more valuable than they? Li Xiang chuckled, indeed. The Cui family is the foremost civil faction in the realm. Yet you, Cui Yunqing, might not even hold more significance than those two. You are merely an agent of the Cui family, having never even entered the upper echelons of power. The citizens of Chang'an had heard of Li Xiang's fine of 1,000,000 coins, and naturally, Cui Yunqing was aware of it as well, deeming such a penalty substantial. Little did he expect that within a day, he would find himself at the mercy of such oppression. Will you kneel or not? Li Xiang inquired once more. As Cui Yunqing attempted to articulate his thoughts, the very moment his words began to emerge, one of his subordinates had already suffered the severance of his left hand. These individuals were mere lackeys of the Cui family, and Li Xiang had thoroughly investigated their misdeeds, which included numerous acts of oppression against both men and women. Thus, Li Xiang bore no moral qualms in dealing with them. Cui Yunqing's words were abruptly stifled. His 8 bodyguards were no ordinary men, constantly ensuring his safety. And their training required an expenditure of no less than 1,000 guan annually, if they were all to be rendered incapacitated in such a manner. Chapter 60. The heir of the Cui family spits blood this time. Li Xiang refrained from posing a direct inquiry. Instead, he stood before him with his hands clasped behind his back, the implication unmistakable. Will you kneel or not? The common folk, witnessing this scene, momentarily forgot about the spy, their admiration directed towards the formidable presence of His Highness, the Crown Prince. In truth, since the dawn of the dynasty, Many had yearned for a reformation of these powerful clans. Yet, as time unfolded, it became evident that the imperial authority was far too feeble to confront these entrenched families. Improvements had indeed been made, such as the establishment of the imperial examination system, which primarily favored the underprivileged, although positions of significance remained firmly held by the prominent families. It undeniably opened a channel for aspiring scholars, allowing those who succeeded in the examinations a chance to rise above their circumstances. While they constituted only a small fraction of society, this development ignited a flicker of hope among many educated individuals. It was from that moment onward that a notion began to take root in the hearts of the populace, an ineffable sentiment. Today, with Li Xiang's actions, clarity emerged. There was a need for a straightforward figure, one who would confront these powerful clans without the intricacies of schemes and subterfuge, addressing them with unadulterated resolve. Although Li Xiang was no fool, he performed the deeds befitting a simpleton, illuminating the stagnant waters of society with a sudden brilliance. Do you not comprehend that should you persist in your coercion, the repercussions will be beyond your capacity to bear? Cui Yanqing's legs trembled more violently, visibly shaking even to those nearby, in stark contrast to Li Xiang, whose legs stood firm as iron pillars upon the ground. Once you kneel, will the Cui family rebel? Beyond this, do you believe I would concern myself with other matters? Li Xiang snorted coldly, his words suffocating Cui Yanqing, who felt the crushing weight of humiliation before such a multitude. Though he held a prominent position among the 8 officials of the Cui family, Li Xiang's assertion rang true. Even if he were to kneel, the Cui family would not rise in rebellion over such a trifling act, as long as the Cui family refrained from insurrection. Even if Li Shimin were to punish Li Xiang, it would not be excessively harsh. In comparison to Cui Yanqing's disgrace, Li Xiang found this outcome acceptable. Moreover, Li Shimin had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the prominent families. If a member of the royal family were to act in such a manner, an explanation would be requisite. Yet Li Xiang was merely 13, still regarded as a child among the common folk. Should a child's mischief necessitate accountability? At most, it would result in an adult offering an apology. Noticing Cui Yanqing's lack of response, Li Xiang snapped his fingers, and behind him, 2 of the Cui family's guards received further wounds. These individuals must be your loyal brothers, correct? In your attempts to curry favor, you often refer to them as such. Yet now you would rather witness their suffering than bend a knee, would you not? Li Xiang did not overlook the opportunity to sow discord among them. Upon hearing his words, the apprehended guards indeed felt a tremor of doubt. We serve the Cui family with unwavering loyalty, yet in our moment of peril. A mere act of kneeling could spare our lives, yet you refuse to act. It becomes evident that the reassurances previously expressed hold no weight. Cui Yanqing contemplated kneeling. Yet he was acutely aware that such an act today could very well spell the end of his existence. As a core scion of the Cui family, to prostrate himself in public, especially before the Li Tang royal lineage, would undoubtedly extinguish any hope of survival. Thus, despite his overwhelming fear, he resolved to stand firm. Li Xiang raised his hand once more, poised to snap his fingers, when he suddenly noticed the figure of Changsun Pingting amidst the crowd, vigorously shaking her head. In that moment, Li Xiang understood that it was time to conclude the matter. However, the atmosphere had escalated to such a degree that if this individual did not kneel, Li Xiang would find himself in a most precarious position. Sun Jinghao is attempting to flee. He is a spy from Goguryeo. A voice from the 2nd floor of the fortune building rang out, diverting everyone's attention. A man tumbled down, the very person Li Xiang had been intent on capturing, Sun Jinghao. Upon glancing at Changsun Pingting beside him, Li Xiang quickly realized the situation. It seemed that Changsun Pingting's associates were dining on the 2nd floor. Unable to gracefully exit, they had resorted to hurling Sun Jinghao down to capture the crowd's focus. Step aside, apprehend him. Li Xiang sidestepped and forcefully shoved aside Cui Yanqing, seizing Sun Jinghao by the neck. Cui Yanqing, taken aback by Li Xiang's strength, was propelled backward, crashing against a pillar. The turmoil within his body surged violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Around them, the common folk gasped in astonishment, their mouths forming an shape. Cui Yanqing, a prominent member of the esteemed Cui family, had been so brutally thrown aside by Li Xiang. Yet, many deemed this reaction understandable. After all, Changsun Pingting had come to capture a spy. And with one falling from above, how could he not be displaced to facilitate the apprehension? Changsun Pingting furrowed her brows, surprised by Li Xiang's actions. She had assumed that diverting everyone's attention would suffice, but she had not anticipated that Li Xiang would treat Cui Yanqing so harshly. After bidding farewell to Li Xiang, Changsun Pingting intended to return home to rest. However, before she could reach her abode, her subordinates delivered alarming news. Li Xiang had cornered Cui Yanqing at the precipice of a cliff. Initially, Changsun Pingting believed Li Xiang aimed to exert a show of force. Yet the gravity of this display was far more severe than she had imagined. If this tumult continued, neither party would be able to extricate themselves from the situation. While the Cui family would not dare to rebel, the emperor was not adequately prepared to address them either. Today, the solitary king has pressing matters at hand. Concerning the war between our Tang dynasty and Goguryeo, your affair shall be set aside for the moment. However, it has come to my attention that your fortune-building harbors a Goguryeo spy. You ought to consider how best to explain this. Seal it. Without the solitary king's command, anyone who dares breach the seal shall face execution. No one foresaw that Li Xiang, having already made a spectacle of himself today, would ultimately seal the establishment. While this was standard procedure, it was noteworthy that this was the property of the Cui family, which had not experienced such a fate in over a decade. After Li Xiang concluded his words, he mounted his steed and departed, appearing genuinely preoccupied with pressing matters. The common folk shared this sentiment. The conflict between the Tang dynasty and Goguryeo was indeed of great significance, while the rivalry with the Cui family seemed a trivial concern. Our young prince displays a clear sense of priorities, demonstrating his unwavering dedication to the nation. However, the abominable Cui Gongzi has been accused of harboring Goguryeo spies. Whispers abound regarding the connections between noble families and foreign powers. Could it be that the Cui family is entangled in such treachery? If so, would they not be deemed traitors? Among the crowd, discussions erupted fervently, while Cui Yunqing, having expelled another mouthful of blood, found himself in distress, not solely from the earlier collision, but now from the indignation that consumed him. Chapter 61. The approaching storm in the Hall of Diligent Governance. The cloaked figures recounted the events unfolding outside the Fortune Wine House, and Li Shimin listened intently, missing not a single detail, his smile growing ever more radiant. To speak candidly, during the early years of the Jingguan era, Li Shimin found himself constrained by the influence of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, yearning to teach them a lesson. However, due to their deep-seated entrenchment, he realized that provoking them would only lead to unnecessary conflict. Now, with the might of the Tang dynasty on the rise, Li Shimin's authority grew stronger, prompting him to contemplate a probing of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. Yet, he was uncertain where to begin. Unexpectedly, a young man had taken the initiative. What actions were being taken by the Cui family? Li Xiang's deeds indeed brought great satisfaction, allowing Li Shimin a moment of relief. Nevertheless, the Cui family was no ordinary clan. They ranked first among the 5 surnames and 7 clans. If they failed to recover such a significant figure, the consequences would be dire for them. My subordinates have yet to gather information, one subordinate reported. But we have stationed our men at several of the Cui family's grand residences in the capital. Any sign of activity will be promptly reported. The cloaked figures executed their tasks with utmost precision, as this matter pertained to the struggle between the imperial family and the Cui clan. They could not afford to be careless, dispatching their most elite operatives for the task. What of that young rascal? Li Shimin inquired. Only to realize the redundancy of his question, the boy had returned to the Eastern Palace half an hour prior. Even if the Cui family were audacious, they would likely hesitate to act against those within the palace. With all due respect, Your Majesty, there is no need to monitor Prince Changsun. His subordinates are all highly skilled. The cloaked figure's expression became somewhat peculiar as he spoke. The various experts were all of established lineage, not simply emerging from thin air. Yet, despite their efforts, Ren Ping and his associates could not discern the origins of those surrounding Prince Changsun. Deliver this edict to the Ministry of War, Li Shimin commanded, picking up a pre-written imperial decree. Its contents were straightforward. It commended Lord Pan, the head of the Liaodong Bureau. While Li Xiang's actions had their excesses, Li Shimin could not overly favor him. However, he could not withhold support. Should Li Xiang falter, it would be a source of ridicule for the realm. A royal grandson bested by others from the Cui family would be utterly disgraceful. Now, without directly mentioning Li Xiang, Li Shimin chose to commend the head of the Liaodong Bureau, indirectly supporting Li Xiang by recognizing his successful apprehension of spies from Goguryeo. Your Majesty, by doing so, does this not place you at odds with the Cui family? Might you not reconsider? The cloaked figure, having accompanied Li Shimin for many years, was more than a mere instrument. He possessed an intimate understanding of Li Shimin's clandestine maneuvers and often served as a strategic advisor. Thus, he could voice his concern. With the Tang dynasty enjoying prolonged peace, this is no longer the early years of Jingguan. The 5 surnames and 7 clans cannot continue to live as they once did. Li Shimin rose and stretched lazily, having long harbored the desire to undertake this endeavor. However, he had never found the right opportunity, or more precisely, the perfect moment to intervene. After all, both parties had maintained a respectful distance from each other. Today, it seemed, he had finally found such an opportunity. And with events already set in motion, there was no room for further deliberation. Previously, Li Shimin had struggled to make a decisive choice, fearing that it might disrupt the advantageous circumstances he currently enjoyed. Yet, with Li Xiang already having made the decision for him, he had no option but to forge ahead. On the battlefield of power struggles, retreat was not an option. The black-clad figure did not continue. But Li Chengqian understood that the morning court session would undoubtedly see many petitions presented. On one hand, there would be accusations against Li Xiang for his public brawl, and on the other, there would be counsel urging Li Chengqian against bestowing commendations upon the Liaodong official, as it could escalate the situation further. The morning court served as a mirror, where each petition and statement revealed the speaker's stance and thoughts. The waters had remained undisturbed for too long, and it was time for someone to stir the pot. Prolonged tranquility could sap the fighting spirit of others, and Li Chengqian could not allow the 5 clans and 7 houses to continue in such a manner. What was inevitable would eventually come to pass. Send someone to keep a close watch on them, Li Chengqian instructed. Ensure the intelligence is meticulously gathered, and report back immediately if anything arises. But be sure to protect him thoroughly. Upon concluding his orders, the black-clad figure vanished into thin air. In the Eastern Palace, you insolent boy. What am I to say about you? How could you behave so recklessly? Li Chengqian exclaimed in exasperation. I did instruct you to provoke the Cui family, but I did not mean for you to do so in this manner. Cui Yunqing is not an ordinary individual. He is one of the 8 key figures of the Cui family and could very well become the next clan leader. Even I must pay respects when meeting the next head of the Cui family. Li Chengqian was on the brink of madness. He had long known his son was anything but cautious, but he had not anticipated such a reckless approach to his endeavors. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have resolutely refrained from suggesting the course of action. Should his son's actions incite turmoil within the Tang Empire, the implications for his future would be dire. To quell the ire of the 5 clans and 7 houses, the emperor might very well sacrifice a grandson. After all, he had plenty of grandsons. But there could only be one empire. Does father not wish to bestow proper respect upon him in the future? Li Xiang replied, speechless. Although Li Chengqian was the biological son of Li Chengqian, he lacked the fortitude that characterized his father. Even without his son's reckless antics, it was unlikely that Li Chengqian would ever endorse him as emperor. You speak so lightly of it, yet that family is the most powerful in the realm, having endured for centuries since the previous dynasty. Do you truly believe you can subdue them at will? Your grandfather exerted tremendous effort over the years merely to maintain the current state of affairs without any overreaching ambitions. Yet here you are, not only severely injuring Cui Yunqing, but also sealing off their establishment. Good heavens! Li Chengqian was so anxious that he was almost beside himself, yet Li Xiang remained seated, seemingly oblivious to the trouble he had caused. It was already late afternoon. If the emperor were truly enraged, a decree would have arrived by now. The absence of any news indicated that the emperor's thoughts aligned with theirs. Alas, this old man could not comprehend the emperor's sentiments. How could he act as if nothing had happened? Did he not realize how many would petition against him come tomorrow morning? Observing his son's nonchalance, Li Chengqian was filled with exasperation. Even if there were hundreds or thousands of petitioners, ultimately, it was his grandfather who would decide. With a single utterance from Li Xiang, Li Chengqian found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 62. The Emperor's Will as the Standard Initially. Li Chengqian was darting around the grand hall as if he were ablaze, feeling utterly abandoned within the court. Although Li Xiang had made some acquaintances, he believed that no one would speak on Li Xiang's behalf the following day. However, upon hearing Li Xiang's words, a flicker of hope illuminated the darkness for him. The young man was indeed correct, even if hundreds in the court were to oppose him, as long as his grandfather shared the same sentiment. It could very well transform a calamity into a blessing. What did your grandfather say to you? Li Chengqian rushed over, devoid of any semblance of princely authority. Li Xiang shook his head in silence. Initially, Li Chengqian's eyes brimmed with hope, as he assumed Li Xiang had received an imperial decree. Yet, upon witnessing Li Xiang's gesture, frustration washed over him once more. Though his grandfather had said nothing explicit, the emperor was the sovereign of all under heaven, and decisions must be made with unyielding resolve. If there were so many obstacles in the way, who could remain at ease? Furthermore, in other circumstances, his grandfather would sit while others knelt. But during meetings with a few clan leaders, they all sat together, disregarding rank. Could his grandfather's temperament truly tolerate such an affront? Sipping his tea, Li Xiang spoke with remarkable ease. Compared to Li Chengqian, he believed that even emperors would find it intolerable, let alone the illustrious Tang Taizong. Li Chengqian furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter at hand. The young rascal was indeed right. Even if one day he ascended the throne, he would not wish to see a multitude of individuals on equal footing with him. He would need to devise a strategy to shatter this impasse. You are still too reckless. Even if someone were to break this deadlock, it cannot be you. Should you fail, there would be no one to advocate on your behalf. Li Chengqian's approach remained overly cautious. The same risks yield the same rewards. What if he were to succeed? From that very moment, he might find himself closer to that coveted position than his uncle's, which in essence meant drawing nearer to his father. Li Xiang, with a cheerful demeanor, stood up and clapped his hands. Li Chengqian lingered on the words he had spoken. Indeed, staying at home might spare one from risks, but once the affair concluded, one could hardly expect to reap any rewards. Your Highness, your Royal Highness, the Emperor has just issued a decree bestowing commendation upon Master Pan. The head of the Liaodong Department of the Ministry of War, Qian Ping, returned breathlessly from outside, aware that the father and son awaited news from the Emperor. With this revelation, they could all exhale in relief. Although the Emperor had not overtly declared support for Li Xiang, the issuance of this decree made it clear to anyone with sense where the Emperor's allegiance lay. Victory had been attained. Li Xiang brushed off the dust from his clothing, realizing there was no need to remain and witness his father's anxiety. Wait a moment, we still need to carefully consider who might attack you tomorrow. As Li Xiang yawned and returned to his courtyard, Li Chengqian shook his head in silent disbelief. This young man was remarkably indolent. With such perilous circumstances awaiting them the next day, it was astounding that he did not take the time to prepare adequately. Once they arrived at the Grand Hall, the outcome remained uncertain. Li Xiang was aware of the situation for the following day, yet he exhibited no concern. The Emperor had already made his stance clear, and those in the middle faction would undoubtedly remain silent. Those who would express their opinions tomorrow would surely belong to the steadfast 5 surnames and 7 influential families. Many within the court had already revealed their allegiances, but some remained concealed beneath the surface. Li Xiang's actions had inadvertently aided Li Shimin, as the upcoming day would reveal whether these ministers were men or phantoms. Upon returning to his courtyard, 2 young ladies had prepared a bath for Li Xiang. Bathing in front of women still made him feel somewhat self-conscious, yet he had adapted some clothing from this era, donning a pair of loose trousers. While Li Xiang indulged in his bath, the entirety of Chang'an was shrouded in darkness, with various factions beginning to stir, regardless of their previous affiliations or conflicts. The singular focus of the evening's discussions was to ensure that Li Xiang was dragged into the fray. Over the past few days, Li Xiang's actions had been considerably audacious, offending many. Nevertheless, this aligned with Li Shimin's strategy. Without creating enemies, how could one truly demonstrate their capabilities? Li Shimin would provide subtle assistance, but the brunt of the assault must be borne by Li Xiang himself. Tomorrow, those from the 5 surnames and 7 influential families would emerge, and it remained to be seen how Li Xiang would navigate the morning court session. My lord, Shu San has returned. Upon hearing this voice, Li Xiang knew that his pleasurable bathing time had come to an end. He donned a robe and proceeded to the front hall. Prior to the conflict at the tavern, Shu San had already received Li Xiang's orders to surveil the influential figures within Chang'an to ascertain whether they were making any moves. Some would reveal themselves during the morning court, while others would continue to lurk in the shadows, necessitating an investigation in the obscurity. How many have you identified? As Li Xiang spoke, Shu San presented a piece of paper listing notable officials in Chang'an. Li Xiang had already prepared for the foundation of the 5 surnames and 7 influential families, yet upon seeing the names, he was taken aback. No wonder Li Shimin was reluctant to act against them. Although their positions were not particularly high, they held significant influence. My lord, after receiving orders, our people immediately cast a wide net throughout the city. Yet, as you know, our intelligence network was established rather late, and we can only detect those who are active. If they remain inactive, we may indeed struggle to uncover them, Shu San remarked apologetically. Proceed with your tasks. Within the span of a night, there must be some individuals or items among those on the list that inspire fear. Prepare everything, as I shall require it before tomorrow's court, Li Xiang instructed. Li Xiang neither criticized them nor offered words of encouragement. Instead, he conveyed that while he could tolerate such remarks for the time being, it would not be permissible in the future. A new FAAD must be presented each day. His subordinates promptly set about their tasks. Throughout the course of the night, the city of Chang'an appeared unchanged on the surface, yet numerous clandestine alterations were underway, particularly within the Grand Estates. Many individuals found themselves under restraint, having initially anticipated that the morning court would bring Li Xiang to heel. Now, however, their faces were etched with worry, and they dreaded the arrival of dawn. Chapter 63. The Wang clan of Langjia. On the morning of the second day, just before the court assembly, Li Chengqian gazed enviously at his son. Today marked the grand court meeting, and had it been in former times, Li Chengqian would have donned the resplendent yellow robes of the crown prince and joyfully attended the assembly. Alas, such opportunities have now slipped away. For by the decree of Li Shimin, he must remain sequestered in the Eastern Palace, engrossed in his studies. Rest assured, father, your confinement here shall not endure much longer. I shall devise a means to have grandfather revoke the decree, Li Xiang reassured, fully aware of the stifling experience of being confined for a young man. Li Chengqian was still quite youthful. Should he be trapped for another 2 years, it would surely spell his doom. Do not act recklessly, your foundations are not yet solid. You must not burden your grandfather with my troubles. Should you become embroiled in this, it is quite possible that we may both find ourselves languishing here. At present, it is better that one of us can venture out. It is infinitely preferable to remaining captive. If we are both confined, your uncles will surely conspire to eliminate us. Li Chengqian hastily waved his hand, fully aware that while he longed to escape the confines of the Eastern Palace, now was certainly not the time. Although his son had demonstrated commendable prowess, it was far from sufficient to ensure stability. Your Highness, the left Minister of Rites, Master Ma Tian, has arrived, came the announcement. Li Xiang had anticipated encountering such figures in the Grand Hall, yet he was surprised to find some adventure to the Eastern Palace. Nevertheless, he would have to meet these individuals eventually. What did you do last night? Upon hearing this name, Li Chengqian recognized the man hails from the illustrious lineage of the 5 surnames and 7 prominent families, though his surname was not among them. It was rare for the direct descendants of such esteemed families to take up official posts. Typically, it was the collateral branches that were sent forth. Their expertise lay in marrying off daughters and advancing their sons-in-law within the court, ensuring that any fallout would not affect their core heirs. This Master Ma had wed the daughter of the Wang clan from Langia. Previously, he had had no dealings with the Eastern Palace, and even amid the recent influx of gifts, he had remained indifferent. What could have prompted his visit today? Had the sun risen from the west? Last night, I merely slept in my courtyard. What else could I have possibly done? The hour grows late. Father, please partake of your breakfast. I shall attend court now and return later to converse with you. Li Xiang feigned innocence, recognizing that revealing his troubles to Li Chengqian would only serve to increase his worries. It would be better for him to bear the burden alone. I must caution you. Do not dabble in such matters lightly. The 5 surnames and 7 families are not to be trifled with. The covert power of these venerable families, which have endured for centuries, is beyond your imagination. You must not. Li Chengqian wished to retort, but Li Xiang had already turned the corner and departed. Li Xiang harbored a disdain for such underhanded tactics, yet at times they were unavoidable. Should every courtier petition against him, even the emperor's support would necessitate a response to the collective. Having already expended a considerable sum of 100,000 guan, he was reluctant to continue bleeding resources. Your Highness, my esteemed Highness. When Master Ma beheld Li Xiang, tears nearly streamed down his face. Just last night, while dining at the Ma family estate, a servant suddenly rushed in with alarming news. A band of thieves had invaded the residence of Madame Huang, resulting in the disappearance of both Madame Huang and Master Ma's only son. At that moment, Master Ma was seized by panic. Despite having a legitimate wife and 5 concubines who had blessed him with a plethora of daughters, there was only one illegitimate son born from outside. Should any misfortune befall him, it would likely spell the end of his lineage. This precarious situation was further complicated by his marriage to the daughter of the Wang family from Langia. Even if his outside wife had borne him a son, he would not dare to bring him home. Up until now, everything had remained secure, for Master Ma was not an idle official. Yet, unexpectedly, calamity had struck. Master Ma, please maintain your composure. I understand that there have been troubles at your estate, but you ought to report this to the authorities in Chang'an, rather than coming to me. Li Xiang said, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow as he recounted the events of the previous night. To his astonishment, Li Xiang dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand, claiming it was not his concern. My prince, I beseech you. He is my only son. If something were to happen to him, my life would be rendered unbearable. In the courtyard, many broken weapons lay strewn about. The guards wielded blades of exceptional quality. Besides your loyal followers, who else possesses such weapons? If you have any commands, please issue them directly, and I shall comply without fail. Concern for his sole heir shattered Master Ma's usual composure, leaving him in a state of disarray. What do you mean by this? Are you insinuating that I am a thief? Li Xiang retorted, displeased. The gravity of the situation struck Master Ma. Both Madame Huang and his son were in peril, and should calamity befall them, he would have nowhere to lament his fate. My words may be clumsy. I beg your forgiveness, Your Highness. I understand that during the morning court session, I shall remain tight-lipped and say nothing. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Master Ma. He could not merely utter empty words. Their esteemed grandson of the emperor was unlike others. If he failed to speak substantively, it would be difficult to navigate this predicament. How can that be? The court is a place for candid expression. If the emperor inquires of you, given that you receive a salary from the court, would you merely remain silent? Li Xiang halted, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he regarded Master Ma. Do you think you can simply evade the issue by not speaking? The world does not operate in such a favorable manner. Master Ma's expression turned bitter. On one hand was the grandson of the emperor, who held his family in thrall. On the other, the Wang family of Langia, who had nurtured him for years. Remaining impartial was tantamount to betraying the Wang family. Yet if he were to lean towards Li Xiang, in that moment, Master Ma found himself at an impasse, uncertain of which path to choose. One must speak decisively and take command of one's own affairs. One cannot be tethered by mere women, he mused to himself. Mr. Ma has reached his current position. And even if others wish to elevate you further, I believe they lack the capability to do so. A new approach must be adopted. It seems even your own son cannot be brought back home. How is life treating you? I have heard that Mr. Ma's mother lives separately within the city. Indeed, Mr. Ma must hold Mrs. Ma in great affection. Li Xiang patted Mr. Ma on the shoulder. The path has been illuminated for you. And the nail has been driven into your heart. You must be aware of what to do next. Chapter 64. Who witnessed it? Your Highness. What would you have me do? Master Ma inhaled deeply a couple of times, then hurried to catch up with Li Xiang. At this moment, Master Ma found himself devoid of alternatives, and as Li Xiang had just remarked, simply keeping silent would not facilitate the return of his son. Matters in this world are seldom so straightforward. In truth, it was not insurmountable. Once Master Ma presented this memorial, he would soon behold his family at the conclusion of the court session. Qian Ping handed him a document, and upon reading the opening line, Master Ma was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. It was a commendation of Li Xiang for apprehending the Goguryeo spy the previous day. While such news might be inconsequential if relayed by another, given that Li Xiang had indeed captured a culprit, and preliminary interrogations suggested that this individual was indeed a spy from Goguryeo, it was imperative that these words never escape Master Ma's lips. Master Ma had always been the most ardent supporter of the 5 families and 7 clans in the court. Should he utter such praise? The other members of the 5 families and 7 clans would be engulfed in confusion. They were already primed to attack Li Xiang. And Master Ma's sudden shift would be a stark departure from their prior discussions, rendering them paralyzed. Your Highness, this is tantamount to leading me to my demise. Master Ma was incensed, nearly stomping his feet in frustration. If this memorial were to be submitted, especially from his own hand, how could the 5 families and 7 clans possibly spare him? Could Master Ma truly articulate such a sentiment? If you conspire against me today, I may very well meet my end. Does Master Ma not grasp the principle of a dead friend is preferable to a living foe? Furthermore, Master Ma required a transformation. Freed from the grasp of the 5 families and 7 clans, he could pursue many endeavors that he yearned for, and I could ensure his safety throughout his life. Although Li Xiang had made this promise, the skepticism etched on Master Ma's face was unmistakable. Despite being the crown prince of the Tang Empire, he was still perceived as the weakest among the powerful clans. I understand your disbelief, Master Ma. But consider this. You have surpassed 50 years of age and shall no longer have the chance to bear children. If you were to lose this son, it would be the gravest form of filial piety, having no descendants to carry on your name. Can you truly rely on a multitude of daughters to continue your lineage? However, if you heed my counsel, there remains at least a glimmer of hope. I may yet prevail against the 5 families and 7 clans. After delivering his words, Li Xiang strode away with purpose, confident that Master Ma was a man of discernment. If he could not analyze this situation, Li Xiang would not have sought him out. Your Highness, will this man cooperate with us? Qian Ping inquired with a hint of trepidation. Master Ma remained rooted to the spot, as if his spirit had departed. This reaction was understandable. The decision before him was likely the most significant of his lifetime. As long as he possessed clarity of thought, he should comprehend where his allegiance ought to lie. Aside from Master Ma, who else remained? Li Xiang never engages in battles without assurance. Last night, he undertook numerous tasks, apprehensive that this individual from the Cui family might not comply. Should he choose to cooperate, others could serve as reserves. However, if this fellow were to refuse, Li Xiang had other individuals to stand in, albeit of lower rank. Upon encountering the prince, he was greeted by many along the way. Yet he chose to pause before an official of the 7th rank. According to the regulations of the Tang Dynasty, officials of the 5th rank and above could attend the Grand Court Assembly. If a 7th rank official were permitted, it would signify the magistrate of Chang'an. Despite this position being merely 7th rank, it is the premier magistracy of the realm, governing many affairs within the city of Chang'an, thus rendering it a position of utmost significance. Since the inception of the dynasty, it has remained under the control of the 5 esteemed families. Currently held by the Cui family of Qinghe, represented by Cui Yunju, the direct descendant of the family and cousin to Cui Yunqing, who suffered humiliation the day prior. Lord Cui has come to witness my disgrace today, has he not? Li Xiang thought, observing the fellow's spirited demeanor, likely contemplating revenge during the court proceedings. Yesterday, Li Xiang set a precedent by publicly humiliating the Cui family, and should they fail to act today, their prestigious reputation would be at stake. Furthermore, the other families among the 5 esteemed clans had issued orders to fully support the Cui family's endeavors, intent on reprimanding Li Xiang. Such occurrences had never transpired before. If Li Xiang's arrogance was not curtailed, their days of prosperity would be numbered. Your Highness, such words are unwarranted. I am merely a 7th-rank county magistrate. devoid of any right to speak in the court. I am here solely to learn from the esteemed lords, Cui Yuzhu said with a veneer of politeness. Though his words dripped with disdain, his cousin's injuries had already been attended to, and though he was once the most promising of the next generation within the Cui family, the fallout from Li Xiang's actions had irreparably tarnished his reputation, thus excluding him from the ranks of the most formidable heirs. With numerous branches within the Cui family, their lineage now faced diminished prospects, relegating them to mediocrity. Hence, they harbored an intense animosity towards Li Xiang. Lord Cui, please take your time to learn. I shall take my leave, Li Xiang replied, disinterested in further discourse. Just as he was about to depart, Cui Yunju audaciously extended a foot to obstruct his path, impeding the prince's way. Such brazen conduct was uncommon among most, yet the Cui family, being the foremost clan, dared to do so. Your Highness, please hold on. My family head has entrusted me to convey a message. Some matters should not be pushed too far, lest there be consequences. Cui Yunju's words trailed off. Yet his malicious intent was unmistakable, threatening the royal grandson before the palace's grand hall, a true display of the Cui family's arrogance. How audacious of you, Li Xiang retorted, delivering a resounding slap across Cui Yunju's face before the gathered crowd. You dare strike me? Cui Yunju was incredulous, yet soon received a second slap, the other side of his face now stinging. Good dogs do not obstruct the way. I strike you for your insolence. The man bore the imprint of a palm on each side of his face, and Li Xiang, observing this comical sight, was nearly overcome with laughter. You have assaulted a court official without cause. Even if you are the emperor's eldest grandson, today the emperor must provide me with an explanation. The members of the Cui family are not to be trifled with. The man took 2 steps back, fearful of receiving further blows. Who saw me strike you? Li Xiang stood with his hands behind his back, and those who heard his words hastily departed. Even those who had been discussing matters nearby vanished without a trace. Cui Yunju, this. Chapter 65. It is you the people around were not fools. Who would wish to stir trouble over this matter? In recent days, Li Xiang had acted in a manner that defied common sense. Judging by the 2 crisp sounds just now, it was unlikely anyone would come forth as a witness. Lord Sun, wait. Cui Yunju spotted a figure passing from the left. It was none other than Lord Sun, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, whom the Cui family supported. He must have seen everything that transpired. Lord Sun can attest that you indeed struck a court official. Even if you are His Highness the Crown Prince, once we reach the court, I shall certainly hold you accountable. I refuse to believe the Emperor will not take our side, Cui Yunju exclaimed, grasping Lord Sun's arm and leaping with fervor. From a distance, he appeared utterly devoid of composure. It was only natural. After all, one cannot remain calm after receiving 2 slaps. Li Xiang merely maintained his previous expression, offering a chuckle. Cui Yunju, noticing Li Xiang's unusual reaction, felt something was amiss. Did he truly believe Lord Sun would not support him? Lord Sun had been elevated by the Cui family's backing. Without their assistance, how could he have attained the position of vice minister? However, after Li Xiang's chuckle, Cui Yunju discerned the oddity. Ordinarily, Lord Sun would have come to his aid, yet now, not only did he refrain from speaking in his favor, but his gaze also darted about nervously. Lord Sun, you. Cui Yunju's words were interrupted as Li Xiang approached Lord Sunday. The latter had been on the list from the previous night. Reports had already been submitted in the morning. Lord Sun's 2 children and wife had been taken away. Unless he wished for their demise, he would surely testify on Cui Yunju's behalf. Lord Sun, I believe you were a bit distant just now. Perhaps you did not witness what transpired between us? Li Xiang remarked, patting Lord Sun's shoulder while gazing into the distance as if discussing a trivial matter. Your Highness. The man was in a dire predicament. Were it not for Cui Yunju's grip, he would have pretended to see nothing. With his family in peril, any ill-timed words could spell disaster for them. What do you mean? You were so close to me just now. Did you see nothing? Are you blind, or what? Cui Yunju exclaimed anxiously. Though he was merely a 7th-rank official and Lord Sun held a position of 5th rank, he felt no fear. This was a dog raised by the Cui family. Outwardly, he would show respect, but privately, he spoke thus. In a moment of desperation, he paid no heed to the decorum of the situation. Lord Sun, it is not that I oppose you. It is this fellow who insists you provide a verdict. Now, to give him a verdict. In stark contrast to Cui Yunju, Li Xiang exhibited a more favorable demeanor. However, Lord Sun's countenance remained decidedly grim. This is not merely a request for my stance. It feels as though I am being subjected to the flames of judgment. Should I express my position, the Cui family may withdraw their support. Conversely, if I remain silent, what of my wife and children? Please, speak up, Cui Yunju exclaimed vehemently, still perplexed by the behavior of those who had previously lavished him with adoration and unquestioning obedience. Is it possible that Li Xiang possesses some form of sorcery? rendering them all immobile? Before Lord Sun could finish his statement, Cui Yunju struck with great force. While he dared not retaliate against Li Xiang, he was aware that individuals of Lord Sun's stature were abundant within his household. Despite Lord Sun holding the title of Deputy Minister of Justice, Cui Yunju's household had many loyal servants. Failing to assist one's master in a confrontation could be deemed a grave offense. Lord Sun, having been struck, felt a surge of indignation. Yet, recognizing the identity of his assailant, he could only endure the humiliation. His entire life of opulence and privilege was tethered to the Cui family, and as a non-core member, he had no recourse for grievance. Oh dear, what a predicament. I must ask you, Lord Sun, do you truly associate with such individuals? They treat you as though you were inconsequential. Li Xiang continued to stoke the flames of discord. Fully aware of the immense power wielded by the Cui family, a mere handful of officials might pose little threat, but if 5 or 6 were to unite, particularly those with influence at court, it could spell trouble for the Cui family. With a disdainful scoff, Lord Sun felt trapped. He could not afford to offend either party. Thus, he chose to exit, offering no assistance to either Li Xiang or Cui Yunju. Yet, this neutrality was significant. The Cui family had invested considerable resources and manpower in him over the years to establish their influence at court. Now, by merely maintaining his impartial stance, all that investment seemed squandered. Li Xiang, too, understood that such coercive tactics could only be employed once. Any future attempts would surely be met with preparedness, potentially tarnishing his reputation and deterring future allies. Given your volatile temperament, if you cannot find a witness for your claims, I shall take my leave. Should you choose to voice your grievances in the hall later, feel free to do so. I have no qualms. Should the Emperor deem me guilty, I shall accept the consequences. By the way, despite having beaten your cousin quite severely yesterday, I seem to have suffered no repercussions. With a chuckle, Li Xiang departed, leaving Cui Yunju seething with rage. His words held truth. Some matters required corroborative evidence. In the absence of witnesses, even if the truth were proclaimed in the imperial court, the emperor might lean in favor of Li Xiang. The years of peace maintained between the emperor and the prominent families did not signify an end to their underlying rivalry, which continued to simmer in the shadows. What could possibly explain today as extraordinary events? Cui Yunju sensed that something was amiss. However, the court officials had already recalled that there was but a short incense stick's worth of time remaining before the morning assembly commenced. He lacked the leisure to inquire further, so he swiftly adjusted his court attire and hurried to catch up with the throng beside him. Many other officials had witnessed the recent incident, particularly the scion of the Cui family, a matter of no trivial significance, especially in the court square. Yet, the crown prince had acted as he did. What could possibly justify such behavior? With a myriad of questions swirling in their minds, they gradually made their way toward the Tai Chi Hall. Chapter 66, Li Tai seeks to pluck peaches. Long live our emperor, long live, long live. Amidst the resounding shouts of long live from the crowd, Li Shimin found himself presiding over a morning court that was both ordinary and extraordinary. It was ordinary in that such gatherings occurred twice a month, yet extraordinary because, according to the intelligence received by Li Shimin, the Cui family along with other prominent clans had conspired to confront Li Xiang during the court session, intending to remind him of the unassailable authority of the 5 families and 7 lineages. Upon receiving this information, Li Shimin, ever the protective figure, organized his subordinates, instructing them to speak favorably when the ministers from the 5 families and 7 lineages made their stand. However, the primary focus remained on Li Xiang. Observing how he would navigate this tumultuous situation, one must not only instigate trouble but also possess the ability to quell it. With the decree announced, present your memorials. Without a memorial, depart. Wang Do adhered to the customary proceedings. Following these words, the ministers commenced presenting their memorials. As had been meticulously planned, it was time for Lord Ma to take the lead. True to expectations, Lord Ma stepped forward from the ranks. As the Vice Minister of Rights, his position was neither too high nor too low, affording him a certain stature within the court, thus reassuring the others as he initiated the proceedings. Upon Lord Ma's emergence, Li Shimin furrowed his brow, realizing his intelligence was accurate. The influence of the 5 families and 7 lineages within the court had become increasingly pervasive. What had begun as a presence among lower-ranking officials had now infiltrated the Vice Ministry of Rights. Should this unchecked development continue, the position of Prime Minister could very well be within their grasp. Other officials were poised, awaiting Lord Ma's cue to launch their collective assaults on Li Xiang, also intending to bring to light the matters concerning Zaturka and Hojunji. Reporting to your majesty, this humble servant heard yesterday that His Highness, the Crown Prince, displayed remarkable insight by capturing a Goguryeo spy in Changelfang. In addition to rewarding the Crown Prince, I believe we should establish a special bureau dedicated to the thorough investigation and capture of foreign spies within the city. Initially, No one sensed anything amiss. After all, each individual authored their own narrative, and as long as Li Xiang was implicated, it seemed entirely reasonable. However, as these words were uttered, the countenances of many present, ministers supportive of the 5 families and 7 lineages, shifted dramatically. Not only did they feel perplexed, but even Li Shimin, who orchestrated the proceedings, began to question whether he was still in a state of slumber. What was transpiring today? Why had a weasel come to pay respects to a chicken? Just yesterday, Li Xiang had dealt a crushing blow to Cui Yunqing and had even closed the Fuyun restaurant, effectively grinding the Cui family into the dust. This was the foremost aristocracy in the realm. Without a robust counterattack, how could anyone hope to navigate the complexities of the Tang dynasty in the future? Yet, was this truly their counterstrike? Or had their retort vanished? Master Ma eloquently spoke for quite some time, yet he showed no inclination to punish Li Xiang. Instead, he proposed to augment Li Xiang's authority by establishing a new office within the Ministry of War, specifically tasked with the apprehension of spies and endowed with extraordinary powers. Should this office come into existence, Li Xiang would wield military authority within the city of Chang'an. Regarding the ongoing struggle between Li Xiang and the prominent families of the 5 surnames and 7 noble houses, Li Tai and his brothers adopted a stance of cautious observation. They had previously agreed to witness the unfolding drama in the court, but upon hearing Master Ma's words, they exchanged glances, feeling increasingly restless. If Li Xiang were to gain military power, even after ascending to the status of crown prince, they feared he might be unable to secure the throne. They were all too aware of the events surrounding the Xuanwu Gate incident. Those who controlled the military were the ones destined to become the next emperor. Cui Yunju finally grasped the source of Li Xiang's confidence. After Master Ma concluded his remarks, he noticed the bewildered expressions among the dozen or so officials in attendance. They were at a loss regarding the current developments. The memorials they had meticulously prepared were hastily concealed. For anyone daring to step forward at this juncture would surely become a target. I too believe a new office should be established, said the minister. Besides the spies from Goguryeo, there are numerous Turkish informants. I receive intelligence on their activities almost daily. However, I am currently engaged with other complex matters, and thus, I cannot devote myself entirely to this issue. I urge the emperor to deliberate carefully. Just as everyone was still trying to comprehend the situation and strategize on how to thwart this proposal, Changsun Wuji boldly stepped forward. The prior investments had begun to yield returns. Li Xiang had not anticipated that Changsun Wuji, the foremost statesman of the Tang dynasty, would take such a stand. His actions in court drew widespread attention, and once Changsun Wuji articulated his stance, even those who harbored dissent would need to weigh their words carefully, pondering whether or not to voice their opinions. Li Jing, what is your perspective? Li Jing, who typically refrained from expressing his views in court, preferring to communicate privately with the emperor, now found himself called upon by Li Shimin. The emperor sought his expert counsel. Knowing well that Li Jing approached matters devoid of personal bias, always prioritizing the welfare of the Tang Empire, a quality that earned him the emperor's respect. Indeed, there had been some unrest in Chang'an recently. Establishing a new office for regulation could be beneficial. However, any rectification must adhere to a structured framework, avoiding arbitrary detentions that would incite public fear. Li Jing's remarks were measured and prudent, reflecting his genuine sentiments without unqualified support for Li Xiang, who was his subordinate. Fang Xianling, Li Shimin began to call on individuals one by one. Cui Yunju had already signaled several others to oppose this proposal, but Li Shimin afforded them no opportunity. General Li speaks wisely. We must prioritize the apprehension of these informants. However, to prevent a concentration of power, multiple offices should collaborate in the pursuit of spies. Chang'an is an exceedingly sensitive region. Should an individual acquire military power, the events of Xuanwu Gate may very well recur. Fang Xianling is acutely aware of this. And while he holds Li Xiang in high regard, he cannot permit him to wield military authority unilaterally. A system of checks and balances among several offices, while effectively addressing the matter at hand, would undoubtedly be the most prudent course of action. Your Majesty, I humbly request to gain experience within this office. Li Tai interjected at last, seizing the opportunity to speak as he stood up. Is this young man attempting to seize the moment for his own advantage? Li Xiang narrowed his eyes, observing his second uncle. After all his efforts, it seems you wish to step forth now. Chapter 67. Dividing military power at this moment. Cui Yunju's face was filled with panic. Was it not agreed that they would jointly confront Li Xiang? Furthermore, they intended to make Li Xiang pay for his misdeeds. Yet now, the tide had turned entirely. There was no longer any indication of making him accountable. And it appeared that he might even gain military authority. The events at the Fuyun Tavern had become common knowledge among the prominent families, and after careful analysis, they recognized that Li Xiang was not to be trifled with. Should someone like him come to possess military power, it could herald the rise of a second Li Shimin. When Li Yuan was selecting his heir, the noble families had unequivocally expressed their support for Li Chengqian, Li Shimin's elder brother. This was due to Li Chengqian's lack of excessive ambition, which made him easier for the families to control. However, the tragic events of the Xiongnu Gate incident ultimately disrupted their plans, marking a significant miscalculation in their political investments. They had concluded that they must never allow the third generation of the Tang dynasty to mirror Li Shimin. If such a scenario were to unfold, their noble clans would find their very existence threatened. Cui Yuzhu, having grasped the gravity of the situation, exchanged glances with his faction. If they could not prevent the establishment of this new office, they must ensure it did not fall into Li Xiang's hands. Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Wei is indeed the most outstanding among the royal offspring. Today, Li Tai found himself in a fortunate position, under Cui Yinzhu's maneuvering. The Deputy Minister of Justice stepped forward to recommend Li Tai. This was an unforeseen twist for Li Xiang, should Li Tai gain favor. His previous schemes would be rendered futile. I second this notion. I too. Following the Deputy Minister's remarks, several officials promptly voiced their support. Li Shimin observed the unfolding drama with amusement, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Initially, he had wished to see how Li Xiang would navigate his predicament. But the developments astonished him, as the introduction of a new office completely captivated everyone's attention, causing yesterday's incident involving Cui Yunqing to fade from memory. Seeing this scene, Master Ma stood quietly in his original position, having no intention of continuing to speak. He had fulfilled the tasks assigned by Li Xiang, and the current developments were no longer of his concern. As Cui Yunzhu witnessed the proceedings in the court, he let out a sigh of relief. As long as the position did not fall to Li Xiang, it would be deemed a victory for them. However, a nagging feeling of unease lingered. Was today not meant to be about impeaching Li Xiang? How had the focus shifted here? The number of officials expressing their stance in the court grew, with the majority supporting Li Tai, especially since the Eastern Palace had dwindled in supporters, largely due to Li Chengqian's previous indiscretions. Emperor Li Shimin observed Li Xiang with keen interest, eager to witness how he would navigate the current predicament. Should the esteemed position today be bestowed upon Li Tai, it would signify Li Xiang's utter failure. However, attempting to alter the dynamics among the ministers was no simple feat. Xiang'er, you captured the Goguryeo spy yesterday. Thus, your voice carries significant weight in this matter. I am keen to hear your thoughts, the emperor proclaimed. Once all dignitaries had voiced their opinions, Li Shimin called upon Li Xiang, and the great hall fell silent. In recent days, Li Xiang had garnered a celebrity-like status, his name echoing throughout Chang'an, as all awaited how the esteemed grandson of the Long Sun would address the intricate situation before him. Li Tai regarded Li Xiang with a smug expression, reveling in having turned the tide. Ever since the near loss of the nine-dragon jade pendant in the Great Hall, Li Tai had found himself at a disadvantage when confronting Li Xiang. Now, however, he relished the prospect of seizing the advantage. In response to grandfather's earlier discourse, I have attentively listened to the esteemed gentleman's comments. My second uncle is indeed capable in this regard, and thus, I endorse him as the inaugural head of the new office. To everyone's astonishment, Li Xiang, much like the others, nominated Li Tai for the position of head of the new office. Had Li Xiang capitulated? This unexpected response bewildered Li Shimin, who had believed Li Xiang to be one who thrived under pressure and would never succumb to defeat. What, then, was the meaning of this situation? Yet, Li Xiang expressed a desire to gain experience under his second uncle's guidance, humbly requesting his grandfather to assign him a position. Even if it were that of a mere subordinate in the new office, he would prefer that over idling at home. Upon hearing Li Xiang's statement, the thoughts of the assembly members diverged. Some, like Li Tai, felt a surge of joy, believing Li Xiang had finally surrendered. Once Li Tai ascended as the head of the office, Li Xiang would be subject to his whims, where any merits would not be credited to him, but all faults would be his alone. In contrast, Changsun Wuji displayed a look of admiration, given the circumstances. Unless the emperor stubbornly appointed Li Xiang as the head of the new office, there would be no hope for change. After all, most officials within the court had already rallied behind Prince Wei, Li Tai, and the emperor could not disregard the sentiments of the officials. In this scenario, Li Xiang's suggestion to serve as a mere subordinate represented a strategic retention of his interests. As the emperor's grandson, it was inconceivable that he would actually become a subordinate. The phrase "a true man can bend and stretch" aptly described Li Xiang at this moment. Li Jing also regarded him with approval. Had Li Xiang rejected this proposal, it would have indicated a lack of maturity in his character development, easily agitated by mere words, which would necessitate further honing of his abilities. Qin Ke, what are your thoughts? Li Shimin inquired, his expression stoic, still contemplating Li Tai's perspective. The young Xiang has already reached the age of 13 and should venture forth to hone his skills, should he continue to confine himself to his studies at home. His intellectual growth may not be as rapid. I, as his younger brother, am willing to take on the responsibility of guiding him. Li Tai spoke with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, believing he could manipulate Li Xiang to his advantage. If that is the case, the new office shall be established under the auspices of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice, with the location to be chosen by you. Expedite the initiation of operations to apprehend spies, with a provisional rank of 4th grade, with Qingke as the chief and Xiang as the deputy. Supported by 800 elite soldiers. In terms of troop allocation, Li Shimin exercised great caution, even for his own son and grandson. He would never permit their forces to exceed 1,000. Upon the conclusion of this discussion, Cui Yinju's face turned ashen. For it was the 5 prominent families who would bear the greatest losses. Chapter 68. The daughter of the Cui clan, the 5 surnames and 7 notables held sway over the lower echelons of officials. However, as Li Shimin began to establish new offices, these individuals aspired to place their own people within them. Yet, despite their fervent hopes, they repeatedly failed to succeed. This occasion was no different. Whether it was Li Tai or Li Xiang, they were ultimately of the Li family. In Li Shimin's perspective, it was akin to meat simmering in a pot. Regardless of which of the 2 uncles achieved merit, the new office would wield considerable power, rendering the interests of the 5 surnames and 7 notables irrelevant. After the court session, Li Shimin inscribed the 3 characters for the imperial city office, a name inspired by Li Xiang's suggestion. He summoned both Li Xiang and Li Tai, ostensibly to mentor them and encourage them to propose a name for this new office. While Li Tai was often regarded as talented, the passage of an incense stick's time yielded no suggestions from him. Instead, Li Xiang promptly voiced his thoughts. Have we selected a suitable location? Li Shimin inquired of Wang De. Both Li Tai and Li Xiang had long resided in secluded mansions and were not well acquainted with the city of Chang'an. Wang De, however, possessed an intimate knowledge of the city. In response to the emperor, there exists an unoccupied office in the southeast corner of the imperial city. Originally a residence for the Northern Guard's military, which has since been vacated and can serve as the site for the imperial city office. Wang De had contemplated this matter during the court session and was prepared to share his thoughts when Li Shimin posed the question. Though the imperial city office was tasked with counter-espionage, it commanded a formidable contingent of elite soldiers that needed to be kept under Li Shimin's watchful eye. Should they be stationed too far away, it would be challenging to maintain oversight. Even when entrusting personnel to his sons and grandsons, vigilance was paramount. Listen closely. Both of you, Li Shimin cautioned. This is not a venue for rivalry or frivolity. It is a significant office of the court, with the eyes of the world upon it, including those of the 5 surnames and 7 notables. You must achieve tangible results. We are planning an espionage offensive against Goguryeo. And before we proceed, you must identify all Goguryeo spies within Chang'an to ensure the feasibility of our strategy. As Li Shimin spoke earnestly, the 2 uncles stood attentively, recognizing that the establishment of the imperial city office was not a mere whim, but a matter of genuine importance. Grandfather, I believe my second uncle should focus on the overall strategy, while I can execute the operations concerning Goguryeo independently. Seizing upon Li Shimin's favorable mood, Li Xiang began to devise further plans in his mind, determined to avoid a chaotic amalgamation of efforts. He understood Li Tai's true nature. Collaborating with someone of his ilk would likely yield no fruitful outcomes, resulting in internal strife within the imperial city office and leaving it open to ridicule. When Li Shimin mentioned the Goguryeo spies, Li Tai had already furrowed his brow, realizing that while he had been preoccupied with military power during the court session, this was no ordinary office. With Li Shimin's scrutiny so intense, any lack of results could transform a promising situation into a disastrous one. Now, Li Xiang has taken the initiative to shoulder this task, which brings immense joy to Li Tai. If this young man can indeed accomplish the task without compromising our authority, it may be wise to entrust it to him. After all, in Li Tai's eyes, capturing the Goguryeo spies is imperative, and he fears failure. This arduous and exhausting task can be wholly delegated to Li Xiang. While you may desire to monopolize this undertaking, it is contingent upon you providing a time constraint. Li Shimin remarked with a smile, appreciating Li Xiang's spirited determination, though he was not one to be easily swayed by mere empty rhetoric. Li Xiang's voice rang out resolutely. I vow that within 2 months, I shall unearth every last spy from Goguryeo. Should I falter, I willingly accept any punishment. In this moment, Li Tai felt like an outsider, observing the theatrical exchange between Li Shimin and Li Xiang. He wished he could utter such words, but he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Given 2 months, he knew he would lack the capability to accomplish such a feat. However, he did not believe Li Xiang could succeed either, so he watched with amusement, thinking to himself that if Li Xiang failed, he would relish witnessing their father's response. A gentleman's word is his bond. I shall not impose excessive punishment, considering you are still but a child. Li Shimin began, but Li Tai interjected, Father, Although Xiang is a child, this matter pertains to state affairs, and I implore you to consider carefully. Upon hearing Li Shimin's inclination to excuse Li Xiang, Li Tai felt compelled to speak up. Li Shimin cast a dissatisfied glance at his second son. He had once held great satisfaction in him, but over time, he had noticed a troubling lack of foresight in Li Tai's actions. You are correct, uncle. Matters concerning the state must be met with clear rewards and punishments. I am willing to accept any consequences from my grandfather, Li Xiang asserted, not one to be easily outmaneuvered. Since the topic of punishment had arisen, rewards must follow. A system of punishment without reward would be untenable, for they coexist in mutual necessity. You speak with remarkable precision. Should you succeed within 2 months? I shall endeavor to arrange a suitable marriage for you, and I will humble myself to seek a union with a lady of the Chui family, Li Shimin declared. At this proclamation, Li Tai was taken aback. Intermarriage between the royal family and the 5 surnames and 7 lineages was a well-known taboo. Yet, if Li Shimin truly humbled himself, the esteemed Chui family of Qinghe would likely not dare to refuse. If this young man gained the support of the Chui family, his future prospects would be formidable. Li Tai had also married into a prominent family, but in comparison to the Chui family of Qinghe, it paled significantly. Should their paths cross in the future, the advantages and external support would be starkly delineated. Father Li Tai hesitated, wishing to inquire about the nature of the punishment. But upon meeting Li Shimin's disapproving gaze, he swallowed his remaining words. I am aware of what you wish to convey. Should you succeed in eradicating the spies of Goguryeo within the span of 2 months, I shall grant you this opportunity to seek a noble lady of the esteemed 5 surnames and 7 prominent families for your son. However, should you falter, my demands shall not be excessive. Akin to the previous occasion, I shall impose a penalty of 100,000 guan. Upon hearing these words, Li Tai truly found himself rendered speechless, for such amounts, exceeding 100,000 guan, were indeed staggering. The two of you are quite mad. Chapter 69, The Minister's Guidance for Royal Offspring. Monetary penalties are not regarded as particularly severe punishments. However, fines that reach into the millions of guan can hardly be perceived as trivial. Do they suppose that wealth is merely conjured within their households? Take Prince Li Tai. For instance, his annual income, when aggregated, amounts to merely a few thousand guan. Even when considering clandestine earnings, the total scarcely exceeds 10,000 guan. Such an income is already among the upper echelons of nobility, a privilege typically reserved for the emperor's progeny, thus illuminating the plight of others. In this context, a fine could represent centuries' worth of income. It is only Li Xiang who dares to confront such penalties. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since capitulated. Father, if my memory serves me right, the primary source of my brother's income is the sale of liquor, which requires an annual remittance of 100,000 guan. Should he incur another defeat, I fear those funds may prove insufficient. Li Tai pondered, ultimately articulating the notion that Li Xiang lacks the capital to undertake this challenge. Speak with your second uncle, Li Shimin remarked with a derisive chuckle. This son of mine is adept only at trifles. In response to his second uncle's inquiries, he elaborated. The sales within Chang'an are predominantly of this nature. However, the vast expanse of our Tang territory means that commerce in other cities has yet to flourish. According to reports from my subordinates, should we expand into those markets, the revenue could potentially be 3 to 4 times that of Chang'an. Thus your second uncle need not fret over my ability to repay, Li Xiang said with a nonchalant air. Li Shimin had already contemplated this matter. Otherwise, he would not have proposed such terms. While other penalties may be severe, they offer little advantage to the Tang court. If he could impose an additional fine of 1 million guan on Li Xiang, myriad opportunities would arise for Li Shimin. At times, he even mused that it would be best if this lad did not completely eradicate the spies from Goguryeo. Capturing a significant portion would suffice. Avoiding major disruptions while simultaneously resolving the espionage issue and securing an additional million guan, a veritable win-win situation. Enough, let us all return. We have toiled throughout the day. Your 800 elite soldiers may recruit independently or select from the barracks. 500 for your second uncle, 300 for you. Despite appearing carefree, Li Shimin was meticulous in his undertakings, even in the allocation of personnel, ensuring that Li Tai and Li Xiang were assigned precisely. Although Li Tai commanded 500 elites, he was burdened with numerous responsibilities. In contrast, Li Xiang, with only 300 at his disposal, focused solely on the Goguryeo front, rendering his task considerably lighter. I take my leave, father. I take my leave, grandfather. Both young men exhaled in relief, having secured military authority for the first time. Yet Li Tai felt a twinge of discomfort. At over 20 years of age, this was his inaugural grasp on military power beyond his original royal guard. Meanwhile, this lad, merely 13, had also attained military command. It was a stark reminder that competition breeds discontent. and the future looms boundlessly ahead for the younger generation. I have heard that you possess a remarkable collection of weaponry. Perhaps you could supply our Imperial City Division with some. For now, you may temporarily release the weapons. And when the Treasury settles the accounts next year, I will provide you with a note. Upon arriving outside the Hall of Diligent Governance, Li Tai began to take advantage of Li Xiang. He had also heard of the formidable weaponry under Li Xiang's command and contemplated having Li Xiang procure these weapons without compensation. A few days ago, someone visited my residence seeking a sword, each priced at 3,500 guan, which is already the lowest price. If my uncle is willing, we can issue a note first, and I will expedite the work thereafter. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Li Tai's expression changed. Although the Imperial City Division is a significant office, it would be inconceivable for them to be equipped with such weapons. If each person costs 3,500 guan, then for 800 individuals, that amounts to several million guan. Surely the court would not hesitate to execute him. Li Tai cursed under his breath and departed in a huff. While Li Xiang could not be bothered to engage with him, this was his second assignment. The first was in the Ministry of War, Liaodong Division. And now he had become the deputy chief of the Imperial City Division. Each department seemed more powerful than the last, and all matters were directly overseen by the emperor, underscoring their significance. In addition to contending with Li Tai, Li Xiang now faced the formidable Cui family from Qinghe, which was indeed a source of great distress. Li Xiang did not wish to confront so many adversaries at this stage, yet some individuals persistently sought him out, necessitating a counterattack. Furthermore, there was the guiding influence of his venerable grandfather. Without the guidance of Li Shimin, Li Xiang would not find himself beset on all sides, as those around him served as testing stones for his mettle, allowing Li Shimin to gauge Li Xiang's capabilities. As Li Xiang prepared to depart, he spotted Fang Xianling approaching from a distance. Your Highness, have you faced disappointment today? Although Fang Xianling had not participated in Li Xiang's recent endeavors, he was astute and perceptive. Nothing in the court escaped his notice. Li Xiang had originally aspired to become the chief, but now he had been relegated to the role of deputy chief, and the emperor had placed him under a stringent constraint. The Eastern Palace is currently weak. I am quite satisfied with our achievements thus far, Li Xiang remarked with a sense of resignation. Had Li Chengqian been able to secure a few allies in the court, Li Xiang would not have faced such a dismal defeat today. After meticulously planning for the Imperial City Division, it was unfortunate that Li Tai reaped the rewards. This was not to say that Li Tai possessed extraordinary capabilities. Rather, it was merely the result of the established family's influence facilitating his success. A true man is capable of both yielding and advancing. If your Highness holds such thoughts, our Tang dynasty is indeed fortunate. I have a piece of advice, though I am uncertain if it should be spoken. Noticing Fang Xuanling's willingness to offer advice, Li Xiang quickly positioned himself to pay his respects. Upon witnessing this scene, Fang Xianling was filled with mixed emotions. When the crown prince was of similar age, he was also courteous to the dignitaries, yet the subsequent events were unforeseen. He could only hope that the crown prince would not follow in his father's misguided path. The situation in Chang'an is tumultuous. Your Highness must not become ensnared in the mire, regardless of how chaotic the circumstances may appear. There is but one principle to remember. It is imperative to apprehend the infiltrators from Goguryeo, for this matter directly influences the fate of the Tang dynasty. After uttering these words, Fang Xianling promptly departed, leaving Li Xiang to ponder his counsel. Li Xiang nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Fang Xuanling's statements. No matter how Chang'an transforms or how Li Tai and the 5 prominent families may act, he must not divert his focus from the primary objective. The Goguryeo spies remain the foremost priority. The destiny of the Tang dynasty is paramount. Chapter 70. The essence of sales in the recent political struggle. Li Xiang witnessed the formidable power of various factions. Despite being a reincarnated individual, he found himself somewhat at a loss when confronted with the vast influence these factions wielded in court. Their strength was exceedingly difficult to shake. Nevertheless, Fang Xuanling's words illuminated a path for Li Xiang. Although the various factions were powerful, the most significant force remained Li Shimin. As long as he fulfilled Li Shimin's tasks, he could stand invulnerable against his numerous adversaries. When Li Xiang raised his head again, his eyes sparkled with determination, and he recognized the course of action he needed to undertake, ensuring he would not lose his way amidst the chaos. After the court session concluded, Li Xiang returned to the Eastern Palace. The young ladies, Meng Ling and Meng Qin, were already awaiting his arrival. Previously, he had entrusted them with the task to receive guests and ascertain how many sought to purchase swords. Are there truly so many wealthy individuals in Chang'an? Li Xiang remarked incredulously as he examined the list in his hand. It was crucial to note that a single sword cost a staggering 3,500 guan. Such a sum could easily crown someone as the wealthiest in a modest locale. Even in Chang'an, producing such an amount was no trivial feat. Yuchi Baolin's savings after many years barely amounted to 4,000 guan. Your Highness, some matters cannot be judged solely by appearances. If we consider mere visible income, it seems the great families could not afford such purchases. However, if we delve into their clandestine earnings, a thorough calculation is warranted, Meng Ling explained. Trained under Empress Xiongsan, she possessed an intimate knowledge of the prominent families in Chang'an. While their apparent income seemed modest, their lifestyles were indeed lavish, as each family had its own means of generating wealth. Although the officialdom during the Jingguan era was relatively clean, the avenues outside of it were far less so. Each family had merchants who depended on them, and these merchants delivered substantial sums annually. Without the backing of one or two influential court figures, sustaining a successful business would be nearly impossible. The Eastern Palace once had such merchants, but unfortunately, due to Li Chengqian's excessive exploitation, they had all gone bankrupt, leaving them struggling to even afford basic sustenance, let alone contribute to the Eastern Palace. Have all the receipts been issued as I requested? Li Xiang inquired, aware that each family had its own methods of revenue generation. However, he was not concerned with their business strategies. They would find ways to earn, while he would devise means to profit from them. Such was the nature of their relationship. In response to His Highness's query, Meng Ling confirmed that everyone who had registered had paid a deposit of 500 guan, with the remainder to be settled upon delivery of the swords. In her hands was a pile of receipt slips, signifying that these individuals had indeed submitted their deposits. From this point onward, we shall no longer accept new customers, she stated. Li Xiang assessed the number of sales made and realized he had misjudged the affluence of Chang'an. Given this revelation, it was time to reassess his strategy. Earning 3,500 guan seemed unattainable now. Shall we forego this profit then? Miss Mingling expressed her concerns, noting that the two individuals dispatched from the palace would be bound to serve Li Xiang for a lifetime. The prospect of a single blade fetching such a substantial sum was unprecedented. Should His Highness cease his endeavors, it would amount to severing a vital source of income. Throughout the day, over 60 deposits had been collected. You are too straightforward. Can our prince truly afford to forego this income? Miss Mingqin chimed in with a smile. If I am not mistaken, His Highness may be contemplating a change in sales strategy, much like the approach taken with that white wine, implementing a limit on quantities. Li Xiang recognized the contrasting natures of the two young ladies. Miss Mingling was pragmatic, while Miss Mingqin was whimsical yet undeniably loyal. From the moment they arrived, Li Xiang had assigned someone to observe them. After days of scrutiny, it became clear that neither exhibited any disloyalty. In these times, it was understood that allegiance to a man often meant a lifetime commitment, as men were deemed the pillars of women's existence. You little rascal, you've perceived everything, Li Xiang remarked. Let us take a moment of respite. Soon, we will release a statement indicating that due to the depletion of raw materials, we will limit our monthly supply to 10 blades. Those wishing to purchase will need to offer a greater sum. He understood that many desired blades but lacked the immediate funds. Their wealth was tied up elsewhere. Thus, he decided to grant them some time to gather their finances. Is there anything else? While we have time today, let us address all outstanding matters. Li Xiang instructed Miss Mingqin to organize the documents on the table. In response to His Highness, the heads of our estates have arrived, waiting for your audience. There are a total of 17. Upon hearing this figure, Li Xiang was taken aback. Besides the recent acquisition of a batch of farms, the Eastern Palace possessed estates of its own, which were not for sale. Consequently, no matter the mischief Li Chengqian engaged in, those lands remained his. Summon them to the courtyard. In the current era of the Tang Dynasty, agriculture was paramount, and grain production was critical. Li Xiang had calculated the acreage in his possession, which now totaled tens of thousands of acres, bolstered by recent purchases. With the new seeds arriving and the farming season approaching, he needed to make arrangements promptly. May I pay my respects to His Highness? After a brief interval, Li Xiang, accompanied by the two ladies, entered the courtyard where the heads of the estates bowed in reverence, appearing quite spirited. These individuals were seasoned caretakers of the land. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been entrusted with the management of the Eastern Palace's estates. Many were inheritors of family farms, with some reporting yields for the first time. Among them were Li Xiang's newly acquired estate heads, led by two notable figures, Tian Kuei, the chief steward of the Eastern Palace's imperial farms, who oversaw several royal estates, and Zhang Shifa, who managed the largest estate, a property Li Xiang had secured from Han Wang Li Yuanchang. Essentially, he was once Li Yuanchang's subordinate. There is no need for unnecessary words. I have summoned you merely to collect the seeds. Once this season's harvest is complete, you are to immediately plant my new crops. I will ensure that you are informed about the planting methods and the appropriate times. Your sole task is to heed their guidance. Upon finishing his words, the attendees could scarcely believe their ears. Could it truly be that His Highness would engage in agriculture? Chapter 71. rectifying the estates according to their original intentions. His Highness summoned them merely for reprimands. After all, the East Palace is now under the stewardship of the Crown Prince, and the profits from the money house comprise a significant portion of the East Palace's income. However, they did not anticipate that the Crown Prince would indeed involve himself in the cultivation of the estates. Is there a problem? In the future, when you follow me, it is best to voice any concerns directly. Once we resolve matters, there will be no further issues. However, should you choose to remain silent while undermining our efforts behind my back, do not blame me for being unkind. Before the gathered individuals, Li Xiang did not exhibit excessive cordiality. He was acutely aware that these estate heads were seasoned manipulators. If one did not adopt a firm stance with them, who could predict the chaos they might unleash? From various dramas, Li Xiang understood that these estate heads were adept at deceiving superiors while oppressing tenants, ultimately enriching themselves at the expense of their masters. Your Highness, our collective estates encompass tens of thousands of acres. If anything were to go awry, the repercussions would not only affect the East Palace's revenue, but could also impact the grain prices in Chang'an. Tian Kuei, a man of integrity who had served Li Chengqian for many years, expressed his concerns after hearing Li Xiang's words. He was deeply loyal to the East Palace and wished to spare Li Xiang from any predicament. The majority of the grain produced by the large family estates is destined for sale. It cannot all be consumed. Take the East Palace. For instance, the grain from these tens of thousands of acres is no trivial matter in Chang'an. Should there be a total loss, it would inevitably influence grain prices. And if ill-intentioned individuals sought to exploit this situation, Li Xiang could find himself in dire straits. Are you implying that His Highness is ignorant of agricultural matters? You are to follow His Highness's directives without question. Do you presume to teach him how to conduct affairs? Whatever His Highness decrees, we shall comply, and your opinions are unwarranted. Zhang Shifa glared at Tian Kuei, a smile plastered on his face as he regarded Li Xiang, revealing his duplicitous nature. Li Xiang recognized the underlying motivations of this character, having transitioned from the Han Wangfu's estates to those of the East Palace. Zhang Shifa was consumed with fear that he might lose his position, especially since he was once a subordinate of Li Yuanchang. To maintain his standing, he felt compelled to demonstrate unwavering loyalty. It mattered not if Li Xiang distributed seeds or left the lands fallow for a year, he would obediently comply, regardless of whether those beneath him faced starvation. Silence. His Highness must not heed him. He is from the Han Wangfu and does not share our interests. Tian Kuei exclaimed, visibly agitated. Damn it. Zhang Shifa intended to retaliate, but upon glimpsing Li Xiang's grim expression, both men fell silent simultaneously. Have you finished speaking? After the words of the solitary prince, he declared that from now on, all of you shall heed Tian Kuei, the chief steward of Tianzhuang, while Zhang Shifa serves as the deputy steward, reporting here once a month. Additionally, you are to register all the tenants below. Past transgressions shall not be held against you. However, from the moment the prince's steward takes charge, it would be prudent to refrain from any dishonorable conduct. Should I uncover any wrongdoing, your dismissal would be the least of your worries. Li Xiang was acutely aware that the individuals before him were far from virtuous. Yet he found himself in a position where he had no alternatives but to temporarily retain them and observe their future conduct. Upon hearing Li Xiang's pronouncement, these men were visibly apprehensive, astonished that the young master, merely 13 years of age, displayed such astuteness in his dealings. It was commonly believed that our esteemed prince had never set foot in the fields, yet he appeared to possess an intimate understanding of the matters at hand. Each servant within the farms had inflated their numbers, seeking to secure a larger share of grain. For instance, if 3 acres required 1 laborer, they would report 2, thereby consuming the surplus grain meant for the second individual. Li Xiang had reviewed last year's accounts from the Eastern Palace, revealing that these individuals had appropriated over 40% of the yield, even after Li Chengqian had executed 2 of the farm heads. Had he not taken such measures, the returns would have been significantly lower. Step forward, he commanded, observing the fear etched upon the faces of those present. Li Xiang gestured for over 30 guards to emerge from the shadows. The farm heads huddled together, uncertain of the guards' intentions. Did this signify a day of reckoning? These guards constituted the inspection team of the Eastern Palace's farmlands. Henceforth, they would operate under the prince's orders, verifying the data you submit across various estates. Thus, do not presume you can continue the previous charade. Even the slightest discrepancy will not escape scrutiny, as you are well aware of the Eastern Palace's protocols. In expressing this, Li Xiang silently acknowledged Li Chengqian, who, in his reclusive nature, had been known to execute anyone caught in deceitful practices without hesitation. Yet, despite this, many still chose to gamble on their luck, for with so many farm heads, only 1 or 2 might face dire consequences while the rest continued to profit. The sight of the farm guards sparked a torrent of frustration within the hearts of these men. In this era, literate and numerate individuals were as rare as jewels. The annual wages of these guards were substantial, rendering their deployment for such inspections an apparent misallocation of resources. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall cooperate fully with the guards. Tian Kuei was the first to express his agreement, harboring no fears, as he had never partaken in dishonest gains. His income, compared to that of the common folk, was already considerable. Others, including Zhangxi Fa, quickly echoed their loyalty, aware that Li Xiang's decisive actions were aimed squarely at them. When the harvest was gathered, the Eastern Palace would always send representatives to oversee the process, ensuring that no grain was pilfered, thus leaving no opportunity for deceit. The only aspect susceptible to deception lies in the number of servants. After receiving the grain, all servants are entitled to claim their rations for the following year. At this juncture, they tend to exaggerate their numbers, casually hiring a group of outsiders, only to return with the grain and line their own pockets. This practice constitutes their most substantial gain throughout the year. Aside from the estate of Tian Kuei, others have tampered with the figures to some extent. Li Xiang's ability to elevate Tian Kuei to the position of chief steward was a result of prior investigation. Naturally, if you meet the required numbers during the harvest season, His Majesty will grant you double the salary. Should you consistently meet this standard for 3 consecutive years, His Majesty assures that your offspring will have a reputable lineage. Upon hearing these words from Li Xiang, those present could no longer contain their excitement. Chapter 72. Digging a pit to offer a slap, followed by a sweet date, is a tactic frequently employed by those in positions of power. And it must be said that this method proves remarkably effective. By stripping these individuals of their illicit gains, their discontent is palpable, and upon returning home, they may very well harbor ill intentions toward Li Xiang. Even with a dedicated team tasked with verifying numbers, they will invariably seek loopholes elsewhere. It is impossible for Li Xiang to confine his scrutiny solely to this matter. Thus, it is imperative to provide them with a glimmer of hope, a prospect that could transform their entire lineage. Should they remain laborers in the fields, no matter how many generations pass, they shall remain mere common folk, managing only to sustain themselves slightly better than their counterparts in the outside world. Each social class, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, yearns to ascend to the ranks of the gentry. Yet, regrettably, many lack the intellectual capacity for scholarly pursuits. Even those who can recognize a few characters find it exceedingly difficult to rise to prominence through the imperial examination. At this juncture, an alternative path emerges, the favor of the master. Take Li Xiang, for instance, whether at the Eastern Palace or other governmental offices. He possesses the capability to place his own people in positions of authority. Once this precedent is established, even the lowest-ranking clerk signifies a fresh beginning for a family. Of course, irrespective of the position one occupies, one will always be viewed as Li Xiang's subordinate. Any act of betrayal against him may yield fleeting success, but will forever brand one with infamy, alienating them from others. Nevertheless, for the current assembly of individuals, such considerations hold little weight. They would rather serve Li Xiang as loyal dogs, provided they are granted the stature of a prominent canine. Tian Kuei. If memory serves me correctly, your eldest son should be nearing 19, yes? In Li Xiang's recollection, Tian Kuei has 4 sons and 1 daughter. Your Highness still remembers my family's affairs. My eldest son is currently tending to the irrigation in the fields. Tian Kuei's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. To have such words spoken by the prince in front of so many signifies a distinction in his standing. Even if others aspire to rival him, they must carefully assess their own capabilities, particularly Zhang Shifa, who stands nearby. With the establishment of the royal city office imminent, I have 300 officials at my disposal, albeit of the lowest rank. Yet, they are still government officials drawing a salary from the court. Have your eldest son prepare himself, He is to come to the palace this afternoon, and I shall have someone instruct him. Li Xiang remarked casually, yet the eyes of those present gleamed with fervor. Many among them possess similarly capable young men, all yearning for such an opportunity. For Li Xiang, a position of the 9th rank is inconsequential, a mere hair plucked from his body. Yet for these individuals, it represents a significant leap across social strata. Were this the 21st century, a single word from Li Xiang might bestow the title of deputy town mayor, a position that would be perceived as nothing short of celestial by these humble farmers. Your Highness, Tian Kuei suddenly knelt before Li Xiang, his forehead striking the ground with a series of resounding thuds. After years of relentless effort, his dedication had finally garnered recognition. In the past, regardless of his hard work, Li Chengqian had only focused on wealth, offering no rewards to anyone. Over time, many had grown disheartened, who would diligently labor without any form of recompense unless they were utterly foolish. Rise, for this is well deserved, including yourself, during this season's harvest. Should you meet the figures stipulated by this prince, all will receive rewards. The two families with the highest yield will be granted noble status. Seizing the moment when these individuals sought to demonstrate their loyalty, Li Xiang preemptively announced the rewards, which were far more valuable than mere gold. Every family has sons and grandsons. Serving beside the prince was akin to striking gold. Just a minute ago, Tian Kuei's son was no different from the rest of us, merely toiling in the fields. Yet now he was elevated to nobility. What of their status in the countryside? Even the local gentry would have to pay their respects. After Li Xiang spoke, he instructed the patrol team to accompany the farmers with seeds, ensuring that they received an adequate supply based on their land, while also supervising the planting process. As Li Xiang turned to leave, he unexpectedly encountered Li Chengqian, who regarded him with an expression akin to that of a curious onlooker. This scrutiny made Li Xiang quite uncomfortable. It was no wonder Li Chengqian harbored such a gaze. What thoughts could possibly occupy Li Xiang's mind? Even as his own father, Li Chengqian felt an urge to pry open his head and see for himself. Father, do you have any teachings? Li Xiang felt a chill run down his spine under his father's gaze, as if Li Chengqian were about to pry open his mind. This matter has been handled well. Li Chengqian struggled to find the right words to evaluate his son, feeling that his own past was far too reckless in comparison. He could only utter these few phrases. What are your thoughts on the matter of the Goguryeo spies? Li Xiang knew Li Chengqian had something to say. Despite rarely venturing beyond the Eastern Palace, he maintained unique insights on various issues, and this visit surely held significance. Follow the trail and strike at the root. Without hesitation, Li Xiang responded, these individuals are parasites within the Tang dynasty. Allowing them to persist will only bring harm to our realm. Have you considered why? Despite their known detrimental impact on the Tang, they continue to survive? Li Chengqian did not comment on Li Xiang's strategy, but instead incisively addressed the crux of the matter. Protected by the powerful. The phrase flashed through Li Xiang's mind, and his expression revealed astonishment. Observing his son's reaction, Li Chengqian felt a sense of satisfaction. His son's cognitive abilities were indeed sharp, as a mere nudge from him could lead Li Xiang to the heart of the issue. Upon reflection, it is indeed true that Zhangsun Wuji is the foremost power broker. Typically, he is entrusted with the task of uncovering these spies. However, his failure to resolve the matter suggests that these influential figures are beyond his reach. Could it be that my grandfather has unwittingly led me into a trap? Li Xiang felt an immediate chill coursing through his limbs, having initially perceived this as a mere endeavor to apprehend a spy, only to find himself ensnared in a far more treacherous predicament. It appears that a pit has been dug for both you and your second uncle, to see which of you, uncle and nephew, can truly serve the greater good. When Li Chengqian uttered these words, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. He should have been competing with Li Tai, yet now his son has been thrust into the fray, a reality that reflects poorly on his capabilities as a father. Chapter 73. The acquisition of treasures. After listening to his father's words, Li Xiang felt that he had underestimated the heroes of the world, especially that grandfatherly emperor. Despite hailing from a modern society a millennium later, there were still aspects he struggled to comprehend. Shall I offend the powerful? With this thought, Li Xiang posed a question. Aware that Li Chengqian likely possessed a far deeper understanding of this era than himself. Upon hearing his son's inquiry, Li Chengqian sighed. This was indeed a conundrum. If he were to avoid offending the influential, the old man would certainly be displeased. Conversely, should he alienate the powerful entirely, even if Li Xiang ascended the throne, his support would dwindle. The father and son remained silent for a while, until suddenly, Li Chengqian slapped his forehead, devising a strategy for his son. Please enlighten me, father, Li Xiang implored, feeling utterly at a loss regarding the matter. You must defend one family, and that family must possess considerable strength, ensuring they submit completely before addressing other affairs. Take us princes, for instance. If you manage to suppress me, the crown prince, would the other princes dare to challenge you? Li Chengqian animatedly expressed. In essence, the message was clear. The one who stands out is the target. Even if Li Xiang were to undertake this endeavor, he could not antagonize the majority of the noble families. Should he do so, even if he were a formidable force, he would encounter troubles everywhere. Thus, it would be wiser to eliminate the prominent target. The remaining families would then observe, by demonstrating his own strength while dealing with the outstanding target. The rest would understand their course of action. If they wished to avoid excessive conflict, they would naturally align with Li Xiang's endeavors. Thank you, father, for your guidance. After absorbing Li Chengqian's insight, Li Xiang felt a sense of clarity. The greatest fear was having one's thoughts muddled, unsure of the next steps to take. Now, he had a clear direction. Despite the inevitable challenges ahead, he knew which path to follow. Moreover, the initial strike was crucial. Both he and his second uncle were stationed in the royal city, and aside from his grandfather's watchful eye, Officials and the populace were also observing. If the first action were successful, it would leave a profound impression in the hearts of the people. Conversely, should the initial attempt fail to make an impact, no matter what he accomplished thereafter, public perception of him would diminish. Li Xiang understood Li Chengqian's words well. The first to take a daring step often reaps the most substantial rewards, while those who follow must rely on their own fortunes. Just as the father and son conspired, a significant development unfolded outside. Qian Ping entered to report the most important news. His Highness the Prince of Jin has visited the residence of the Prince of Wei this evening. Li Xiang's mind conjured the image of the seemingly loyal, yet cunning face of Prince Li Ji. Your ninth uncle, that scoundrel, has been engaging in covert machinations. And now he seems to have discerned where to place his allegiances. In the past, during my conflicts with your second uncle, he always remained aloof from our struggles. However, now that he sees you wielding military power and given your recent conduct, he realizes that aligning with you would prove futile. Thus, he must gravitate towards your second uncle. Should your second uncle emerge victorious, he will undoubtedly secure his own political gains, while if he falters, it is likely that your second uncle's forces will fall under his control. As for his youngest brother, Li Chengqian perceives the situation with clarity. This fellow, though outwardly affable, harbors intentions akin to those of Changsun Wuji. Were it not for such ambitions, the historical figure of Emperor Gaozong of Tang would not have come to pass. There is little to fear from Prince Jin, Li Ji. Even if he harbors myriad schemes, he can be vanquished by a single individual, Wu Meinyang. Historical records delineate how Prince Jin, upon encountering Wu Zetian, found himself utterly captivated. However, at that juncture, he had already ascended to the status of crown prince. And with his brothers eliminated, he pursued Wu Meinyang unreservedly. Following his father's demise, he brazenly brought his mother into the palace. Only someone of such character could dare to undertake such an act. Regarding your ninth uncle, what is it that he truly desires? His machinations appear even more sinister than those of your second uncle. Li Chengqian patted his son's shoulder, bemused by his son's sudden distraction. My ninth uncle is easily manageable. Fear not, father. It merely requires a woman, Li Xiang confidently asserted. Li Chengqian, perplexed, wondered which woman could possibly capture the attention of this ninth child. A fine child, yet he strays from the righteous path. Suddenly, a sharp tap on his head reminded Li Xiang that the person before him was not his strategist, but rather his own father. On the following day, as the sun began to rise, the East Palace was already bustling with activity. News from Chang'an spread swiftly. Li Xiang had assumed the position of deputy commander of the Imperial City Division, commanding 300 elite guards, and households across the city clamored to request positions for their sons. For the legitimate firstborn, there was no cause for concern, as titles and official positions had long been secured for them. The other legitimate sons, however, regarded such lowly positions, ranked at the 9th grade, with disdain. Generally, the matriarchs of various families wielded considerable influence, and with a mere alliance between the families, all legitimate sons could be suitably arranged. In contrast, the illegitimate sons faced a different reality. Their mothers were often mere maids, and their maternal families offered little support. As such, they found themselves vying for positions such as these low-ranking officials, although they were considered illegitimate. Failing to arrange even one position for them would severely impact the head of the household, leading others to believe that they had fallen out of favor in court, unable to secure even a son-as position. Thus, when news of Li Xiang's situation spread, all families responded with urgency. One cannot blame them. The lives of the illegitimate sons in various households are fraught with difficulties, and defending anyone is ill-advised. By the time Li Xiang arose, Li Chengqian had already distributed half of the available positions, allocating 2 to this family and 3 to that, leaving only 150 positions, which proved insufficient for distribution. How could Li Xiang remain oblivious to the fact that he too is of humble origins? Were it not for the connection to the crown princess, the Ho family, and the repercussions of his father's actions, along with the peculiar circumstances of my transmigration, the current situation might have been entirely different. Perhaps he would find himself utterly ineffectual within the Eastern Palace. At home, his father would manage the affairs, leaving him with 100 positions to oversee, while the remainder could be arranged at his father's discretion. Today, however, Li Xiang has a significant undertaking ahead of him, the establishment of a treasure trove. The name Zidabao, meaning to discover treasure, reflects his ambition to open the first boutique in Chang'an, simultaneously fulfilling the role of a pawnshop. This endeavor is a crucial component of his wealth accumulation strategy, necessitating his direct involvement, while he entrusts the minor household matters to his father. Chapter 74. Zhou Huairan, is this still a trivial matter? Observing the retreating figure of Li Xiang, Li Chengqian found himself at a loss for words. What, after all, constitutes a significant matter in this young man's eyes. Today, the heads of various households have gathered. One might as well familiarize oneself with the scene, yet he insists on seeking out a pawnshop. Indeed, Li Xiang had contemplated this as well. He knew that in the forthcoming series of actions, he would inevitably offend the powerful elite of Chang'an. In such circumstances, it would be wiser to avoid meeting them altogether. Whether he familiarized himself today or tomorrow mattered little. Should he establish a presence today only to find himself embroiled in an awkward situation tomorrow, having shielded a Goguryeo spy, it would be all the more embarrassing. Li Xiang had ventured out today for personal matters. Thus he donned attire befitting a noble youth rather than the customary bright yellow robes. Qianping and Zhao Yunwei accompanied a contingent of guards nearby. Aside from the two tigers trailing behind him, the rest maintained a respectful distance of 10 meters, ensuring both Li Xiang's safety and his enjoyment of the outing. How goes the matter of purchasing horses? As the group strolled and conversed, Li Xiang now commanded a retinue of 300 imperial guards, all of whom he intended to equip with war horses. According to court regulations of these, only 15 could be provided with mounts. The remainder would have to be procured at their own expense. Returning to the prince. Regarding your words, I have inquired at the market, and true champion steeds are rather costly, approximately 350 guan each. Chang'an, however, abounds with such stock. Zhao Yunwei remarked with a hint of embarrassment. Naturally, this was in accordance with Li Xiang's orders. If he required his subordinates to ride fine horses, the price would inevitably be steep. Li Xiang's guards had been acquired through the system and came with horses. Yet he scoured the system in vain for a means to exchange for war horses, leaving him no choice but to purchase them. Arrange for 200 mounts and inform the bureaucratic offspring that each must provide 2 war horses. If they cannot secure fine steeds from Dewan, then they must at least offer prairie horses. Otherwise, the imperial city office shall not accept them, Li Xiang stated curtly. Our subordinates are not here to idle away their time. If you wish to join this office, you must be willing to contribute. Though you hail from various noble families, none are lacking in fine horses. If you cannot part with 2 steeds, what merit do you possess for this position? Qianping immediately began calculating costs. Should we purchase 200 war horses, we could negotiate a better price, yet it would still amount to no less than 300 guan. The prince's earnings come swiftly, yet so do his expenditures. This would result in a staggering sum of 60,000 guan spent. The court provides other armor and weaponry, with each set requiring 20 guan for system exchange. However, Li Xiang was hesitant to redeem them all at once, uncertain of the quality of these individuals. He preferred to assess their capabilities first. After all, the armor and weapons obtained from the system could fetch thousands of guan if sold, with a single sword alone worth 3,500 guan. Young master, this establishment is the largest in Chang'an, originally belonging to Prince Li Yuanchang of the Han. And now it is ours. Qianping cheerfully remarked. This establishment is situated in the bustling Dongshu of Chang'an, and it boasts the largest area along the entire street. Typically, it is divided among 3 shops, as no merchant can lease the entirety. Greetings, Your Highness. An elderly man approached and knelt down. Initially, he intended to address him as Your Majesty, but upon noticing Li Xiang's attire and realizing they were in the public square, he awkwardly adjusted his words. This man was Zhou Huairan, the imperial merchant of Empress Chang's son and her steward outside the palace. After the empress passed away, his family fell under the auspices of the Eastern Palace, thus becoming one of the affluent families in Chang'an. Had Li Chengqian remained passive, Zhou Huairan could have submitted an annual sum of 1,500 guan without jeopardizing his business. However, Li Chengqian's incessant demands ultimately led to Zhou Huairan's financial ruin. It would be disingenuous to claim that Zhou harbored no resentment, yet his unparalleled business acumen prompted Li Xiang to summon him back. I have reacquired your ancestral home in the eastern city. However, I shall retain the estate outside the city for my own purposes. Nevertheless, I will compensate you for the estate at market value. From now on, you shall serve as my manager here. I have reviewed your earnings from the past 5 years, which average around 3,000 guan annually, half to the Eastern Palace and half for your household. Henceforth, your salary will be 1,000 guan per year, with an additional 1,000 guan at year's end if your performance is commendable. Aware of Zhou's lingering grievances, Li Xiang felt it necessary to be forthright before delving into serious matters. Zhou Huairan remained incredulous, yet Qianping swiftly presented the deed and an agreement, both bearing Li Xiang's signature. Your Highness. Zhou felt dazed, uncertain of what had just transpired, while Li Xiang had already entered with his entourage. He had heard tales of the Eastern Palace's young prince being different, but after his family was devastated by Li Chengqian, now regaining the grand residence and receiving an annual stipend of 1,000 guan, was this truly the Eastern Palace's manner of doing business? Qianping was still the same. Previously, he had only sought money from Zhou, never offering anything in return. Your Highness, please clarify. I am but a half-buried man, and I am afraid. Zhou rushed into the room, kneeling before Li Xiang, clutching the deed he had just received, his heart racing with uncertainty about Li Xiang's true intentions. You old man. What is there to fear? Have I not made myself clear? You are here to manage the shop, selling rare curiosities while also overseeing the pawn business. What illicit activities could I possibly involve you in? This is the main street of Chang'an, where countless eyes are upon us, Li Xiang retorted with exasperation. Zhou Huairan realized the truth in this. If there were anything deadly afoot, it would be impossible to establish a shop in such a public place, surrounded by astute individuals. What kind of rare curiosities does your Highness refer to? Zhou's heart settled somewhat. If it involved selling goods and managing a store, it posed no challenge for him. Miss Chang's son held a mirror, a blade wielded by my subordinate, and the renowned Tang Dynasty brew currently for sale. These are the only 3 items in our possession. I wonder if they will suffice to establish a thriving stall. Upon mentioning the first item, the old man began to exhibit palpable excitement. Each of these treasures is a rarity in the illustrious city of Chang'an. Should such wares be offered in this shop, it would not only enrich an old shopkeeper like myself, indeed, even a dog appointed as the steward would amass wealth beyond measure. Chapter 75, The Pawn Shop. How remarkable. With these 3 items in hand, not only can I establish a thriving business here, but I can also transform this place into the most bustling locale in Chang'an. Even if we were to sell mere soil, I could tout it as the finest in the city. Zhou Huairan chuckled, a seasoned businessman in Chang'an, well aware of the opportunities that lay before him. Take, for instance, the mirror in Miss Changsuan's possession. It is rumored that only 2 exist in the world, one held by the emperor, a gift from the esteemed Wang Da, and the other belonging to Miss Chang's son. This tidbit has circulated widely among the elite of Chang'an, with whispers that even a price of immense wealth would not deter potential buyers. As for the dagger owned by the young prince, its marketability is even greater. The city is home to numerous martial artists, and the scions of nobility are often well-versed in the art of combat. Moreover, there exists a spirit of competition among them. Recently, the young prince announced that due to overwhelming demand, the Eastern Palace would temporarily cease accepting orders. If we were to sell it here, we would surely attract a multitude of dignitaries daily. However, the famed Tang Brew, Your Highness, I have heard that the Tang Brew has already begun selling at the Changsun family's tavern, and it is currently in high demand. If we were to offer it here, would it not? Zhou Huairan proved to be an astute individual. Unlike most merchants who focus solely on immediate gain, he considered the bigger picture. With this insight, Li Xiang felt assured in entrusting the operation to him. Profit was secondary. What mattered most was having a grand vision. In the future, the Changsun family's tavern would sell 200 jin daily, while we would manage 50. Our price would exceed theirs by a single coin. With 10% of the profits allocated to the Changsun family, Li Xiang was a principled businessman. Disregarding agreements would undermine the spirit of contracts, leading to losses for all involved. This plan is sound, Your Highness. I wonder when we might commence operations. Zhou Huairan, having idled at home for far too long, could hardly contain his eagerness upon hearing of such splendid merchandise, yearning to open for business immediately. Why the rush? First, let us disseminate news throughout Chang'an, and then gather the city's renowned performers to stage a grand show at our doorstep for 3 days. We must invest in the spectacle, even if it costs us 2 carts of silver. Li Xiang, having emerged from modern society, understood the profound significance of advertising. With sufficient funds, people would perceive our strength, fostering future business relations. Beyond the 3 rare items, our primary asset lies in the pawn shop itself. Li Xiang had conducted thorough investigations, discovering that the profits from a pawn shop are remarkably lucrative. An item valued at 100 could be acquired for a mere 15. Later resold for 60 to 101, yielding profits ranging from 4 to 7 times the initial investment. Your Highness, do you intend to operate only this pawn shop, or shall you expand throughout the Tang Dynasty? Zhou Huairan is a cunning individual who must clarify matters at this moment. If it were merely this one establishment, it would be inconsequential. However, if it were to proliferate throughout the Great Tang Dynasty, it would become problematic. The foremost pawnbroker in the entire Tang is the Cui family of Qinghe, a cornerstone of their enterprise. For now, there exists only this one shop. Li Xiang comprehends Zhou Huairan's implications, and upon hearing his words, he offers him a reassuring assurance. Regarding the commercial layout, Li Xiang possesses a comprehensive plan. During this era, the most lucrative businesses, such as pawn shops and silk stores, have largely been monopolized. To venture into this realm recklessly would be akin to depriving someone of their livelihood. Akin to killing their parents, such actions could incite violent confrontations, and Li Xiang has already amassed numerous enemies, preferring not to find himself ensnared in the middle. Thus, Li Xiang resolves to pursue an alternative path, one of financial control overall. The adage that economic foundations dictate superstructures holds true regardless of location. The reason the 5 surnames and 7 clans wield such power is their dominion over the entire economy of the Tang dynasty. To dismantle their influence, Li Xiang must establish a bank a century ahead of time. According to the data he has gathered, banks began to take shape during the Ming dynasty. Currently, during the Jingguan era, they have yet to emerge, only appearing in the Tang Zhongzong period, and even then, merely engaging in exchange services without deposit or withdrawal options, let alone loans. While the public remains unfamiliar with banking, Li Xiang prepares to take action. The pawnshop serves merely as a fade, if profit can be made. One should not hesitate to seize the opportunity. If, as you suggest, opening a pawnshop would elicit their ire, what of establishing a tavern? Li Xiang recalls the recently sealed Fuyun Tavern, allegedly a property of the Cui family, which boasts branches throughout the Tang. Taverns present no significant concern. Firstly, their numbers are plentiful. Secondly, they are frequented by all households. And thirdly, their profit margins are modest. As long as there is no competition with the Cui family in the pawnshop sector, other industries pose no threat, particularly taverns, where an extravagant feast might cost no more than 10 guan. Moreover, esteemed households typically employ chefs and would not casually order dishes from outside. Commercial endeavors will be entrusted to you. This prince shall not neglect those who serve him. Your younger son is no longer a child, is he? Li Xiang commences his strategy to win hearts, focusing initially on establishing a flagship store in the capital. Once the brand is recognized, it can then expand to surrounding areas. In addition to selling unique items, Li Xiang plans to host regular auctions each month to attract rare items from various regions, allowing sellers to gain more money at the auctions, at least significantly more than at the pawnshop, while enabling buyers to acquire exquisite items at lower prices. Naturally, this endeavor is not without its fees. Every penny of the service charge shall be collected, gradually eroding the Cui family's pawnshop empire. The new year will see him turn 17. Zhou Huiran knelt down, bowing his head as he spoke. This is the reward granted by the master. He then turned to report back to the yamen of the imperial city, holding a modest position, ranked at the 9th grade. Li Xiang's words brought tears to Zhou Huiran's eyes. In the past, he had diligently served the crown prince, hoping for a promising future for his sons, yet alas, the crown prince was solely preoccupied with amassing wealth. Now, his son had found his path, and there remained an old maid at home, who was now in her prime at the age of 18. Chapter 76, Offering a Daughter, Your Highness, my humble family's youngest daughter has blossomed quite beautifully. Zhou Huiran boldly stated. It is understood that the daughters of their family are essentially connected to the Eastern Palace. However, over the years, Li Chengqian has shown them little regard, granting them the grace to choose their own spouses. Now that their son has taken up a position in the imperial city's office, it would be advantageous if their daughter could serve as a maid to His Highness, with the hope that one day she might rise to become a concubine, thereby benefiting their son. Li Xiang was inclined to refuse. For life in the palace is not suited for an ordinary girl. Indeed, the young women there lead anything but joyful lives. Yet, observing the subtle shake of Qianping's head beside him, he reconsidered. Given the current circumstances, a refusal from Li Xiang might lead Zhou Huiran to entertain other notions. Let us choose an auspicious day to present her to the Eastern Palace. Li Xiang has finally come to understand the oppressive nature of feudal landlords who exploit the weak. Take the family of Zhou Huiran, for instance. He was originally the chief steward for Empress Changsun, with his entire family serving her. After the passing of Empress Changsun, Li Chengqian inherited this position, and now it has fallen to Li Xiang. Thus, in this era, unless one pursues a scholarly path to officialdom, escaping this vicious cycle seems unattainable. Consider Zhou Huiran's youngest son, although he currently holds a 9th rank official title. It was not obtained through the imperial examination, but rather conferred by Li Xiang. Consequently, he remains a servant within the Li household, and even if he fathers a son, that child too will be ensnared in this cycle unless he succeeds in the examinations. In the Qing dynasty, there existed the concept of Baoyi servants. While the Tang dynasty did not have this terminology, such situations were rampant, and many sought to become servants. For even a servant's life was often more comfortable than that of an ordinary person. Upon concluding matters here, Li Xiang mounted his carriage to venture outside the city and inspect various workshops. He left 10 individuals with Zhou Huiran, who were also exchanged from the system by Li Xiang. In addition to assisting Zhou Huiran, they must diligently oversee the management of resources. Li Xiang's first stop was the distillery, where the fragrant aroma of wine wafted through the air. Your Highness, greeted Niusi and Husi, who were patrolling nearby on horseback. They hurried over to pay their respects upon seeing Li Xiang's carriage. Has everything been peaceful these past few days? Li Xiang was acutely aware of the situation at hand, Nearly half of Chang'an's populace had their eyes fixed upon this place, which functioned like a money-printing machine, generating hundreds of guan in revenue for him each day. In response to the prince's words, he noted that ever since the Chui family suffered a setback here and the prince ordered the closure of the Fortune Wine House, there had been a few clandestine figures lingering in the vicinity, albeit at a distance of 5 li. In accordance with the prince's directive, we have not held it against them. Niusi replied earnestly that they had deployed a substantial number of patrol personnel in the area, and as long as the others did not breach their perimeter, it was as if they had never been there. Upon entering the distillery, Li Xiang observed hundreds of individuals diligently engaged in their work. These individuals are not the artisans redeemed by Li Xiang from the system. Those craftsmen have already dispersed to various locales, each tasked with identifying suitable locations for brewing wine. Li Xiang does not intend to confine his trade to the city of Chang'an. Apart from the 10 artisans who remain in Chang'an, the rest have embarked on their journeys. The individuals presently engaged in wine production are primarily slaves and condemned prisoners purchased by Li Xiang. Your Highness, please halt, cautioned Husi as Li Xiang moved forward. These individuals include war captives and those sentenced to death for their crimes. Thus their safety is questionable. The principle of not standing beneath a precarious wall is one that Li Xiang comprehends. Hence, he clapped his hands to gather everyone, numbering approximately over 100. It seems your enthusiasm for work is rather lackluster. Today, I shall alter the regulations here. From this day forth, you will receive wages. Of course, I am aware that you cannot spend your earnings, confined as you are within these high walls. However, you may register the addresses of your families, and I will ensure that funds are dispatched to them monthly. For those who are alone, the money will be entrusted to you directly. On the last day of each month, whether you wish to purchase wine or seek companionship, your wages will suffice. Yet, no one is to divulge a word of what transpires here. Otherwise, none shall live to tell the tale. Li Xiang recognized that the lack of hope among these workers contributed to the poor quality of the wine produced. Thus it was imperative to instill a sense of optimism. Furthermore, from this moment onward, should you demonstrate commendable behavior over the next 3 months, and with the consent of your families, I shall facilitate a reunion. After 10 years, those who wish to depart shall be granted their freedom. Upon hearing these declarations, the crowd erupted in excitement, their previously dismal existence suddenly illuminated by the prospect of liberation. Who are you? Can your words truly be fulfilled? Someone audaciously inquired, only to receive a swift lash in response. How dare you? This is His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Niusen adjusted his whip, and even the chastised individual bore no resentment. Instead, they all knelt in reverence. The Crown Prince is indeed the grandson of the Emperor, a true scion of the divine lineage, where every word carries weight. Construct individual shelters nearby. Those who exhibit good conduct may reside in these separate quarters. Their meals will also be graded, as will their wages. They must not dwell in a murky state, rather. They should be aware that diligence leads to advancement. Li Xiang gestured towards a vacant area in the distance, and Niusi diligently took note of his instructions. All future slaves and condemned prisoners shall adhere to the regulations I have just outlined. Niusi's quill did not cease its motion, as he meticulously recorded Li Xiang's words. They all understood that with these pronouncements from Li Xiang, the enthusiasm for work in each workshop would undoubtedly surge. The second stop of Li Xiang's inspection was a pig farm, which had also been transformed from a rural estate. It is noteworthy that in the society of the Tang Dynasty, pigs held a lowly status. Only the common folk consumed pork, while the elite indulged in beef and mutton. Coming from the modern world, Li Xiang was well aware of the value of pigs. Hence, he initiated the breeding of pigs, anticipating that by the time our restaurant opened, these resources would prove invaluable. Regardless of the business we embark upon, it is imperative that we strive for excellence on a national scale. Chapter 77. The Attempted Assassination. The third station is a flower garden, currently a barren expanse, where many seeds of vibrant flowers have been exchanged by Li Xiang. Yet they have yet to sprout. This is all part of a plan for creating soap, perfume, and shampoo in the future. The method for production has long been established. Yet the raw materials remain absent. Should Li Xiang venture out for procurement, it might alert those with ulterior motives. Hence a closed-loop management system has been implemented for self-sufficiency. Even if someone seeks the formula, they shall find no entry. After all, the system is equipped with artisans who, even under duress, would remain silent. Li Xiang also selects apprentices from among the condemned and enslaved, a model that proves effective. Although Li Xiang promises freedom after a decade, the outside world offers little sustenance. While life within the high walls is relatively bearable, it is likely that after 10 years, these individuals will have adapted to such a lifestyle, rendering the prospect of starting anew improbable. Who owes you money? What expression is that on your face? After inspecting the flower garden, Li Xiang was preparing to board the carriage when he noticed the pained expression on Qianping's face. Your Highness, it is not that anyone owes me money. but rather your pace of expenditure. Qianping did not deny Li Xiang's formidable ability to generate income, yet his propensity to spend seemed even more pronounced. Take, for instance, the surrounding workshops, each one cost several thousand guan. Even ventures like pig farming and winemaking visibly yield returns. Spending is one matter, as earnings can always be recouped. However, this flower garden lies bare. It may be a year before the flowers bloom. Besides purchasing land and hiring labor, the daily expenses are not negligible. As Qianping meticulously records Li Xiang's accounts, he notes that in just half a month, over 10,000 guan have vanished. When Li Xiang was profiting, Qianping was elated, envisioning a grand residence in the outer city that could scarcely contain the wealth. Yet, money flows in cartloads and out just as swiftly. While the overall sum continues to rise, the rate of increase diverges from their earlier expectations. Spending is merely a means to earn more. Otherwise, what purpose does profit serve? Shall we merely let it gather dust in our homes? Rest assured, one day, the wealth you command will surpass that of the national treasury. Li Xiang, understanding Qianping's sincere concern, patted his shoulder before boarding the carriage. More than the national treasury? Qianping, skeptical, gazed after the departing carriage. Your Highness, you jest. If you ascend to the throne and I still draw breath, perhaps I shall have the opportunity to visit the national treasury with you. How could personal wealth ever surpass that of the treasury? Surely, this is a jest. Moreover, regarding the slaves and condemned, according to the regulations of the Tang Dynasty, once purchased, they must labor diligently for life. How could one possibly grant them stipends? Would this not unjustly inflate expenditures? Furthermore, remuneration would need to align with societal prices. Qianping could not fathom what thoughts lay in the heart of His Highness. In the city of Chang'an, hiring a servant costs approximately 300 yuan per month, while the accountant receives 700. The slaves and condemned prisoners are to be granted 300 yuan monthly, with the prospect of annual increases based on their performance, a truly unprecedented occurrence. Contemplating the fact that there are already over 1,300 slaves and prisoners, the prospect of expending 400 guan each month is enough to induce a pang of anguish. Master Qian, the prince has moved on, kindly reminded Niu San. If you do not catch up now, you will surely face his wrath when he cannot find you. Let us proceed, Qianping urged, hastening his horse to follow. His heart twisted in pain. He found himself wishing to avoid Li Xiang altogether, lamenting the burdens of life. After a long day outside, Li Xiang, along with his subordinates, prepared to return to the city as dusk approached. Suddenly, disaster struck. The carriage was driven by Li San, who, during their journey, heard the ominous sound of arrows slicing through the air. Possessing the prowess of 23 men, his reflexes and eyesight were unparalleled. Li San swiftly discerned the origin of the arrows, throwing himself backward and delivering a powerful kick that deflected an incoming projectile skyward. To the left, 11 o'clock. The people of the Tang Dynasty were bewildered by Li San's words, yet the guards flanking the carriage comprehended immediately. They swiftly unslung their bows and arrows, launching several projectiles towards the left in a seamless motion. Inside the carriage, Li Xiang scoffed, having enjoyed a splendid day until this moment of disruption marred his good spirits. He wondered who possessed the audacity to attempt the assassination of the imperial heir. The assailants' archery skills were extraordinary, having set an ambush with little chance of escape for their target. However, Li Xiang's companions exhibited remarkable prowess, able to intercept the arrows with astonishing speed. Regrettably, the adversaries fled too swiftly for Li Xiang's men to retaliate effectively. Li Wu returned on horseback, realizing that their opponents had pre-planned their escape route, which would take them a considerable time to traverse. Examine this, Li Xiang said, holding the arrow in his hand. The arrows wielded by masters of archery were distinctly different from those of ordinary folk. Both in the material of the arrowheads and the feathers, clearly high-quality items beyond the reach of commoners. How formidable must their adversaries be? Among those present, none had engaged in combat with the attackers, save for Li San, who had made contact with the arrows. He deduced their capabilities based on the force of the projectiles, indicating at least 8 formidable opponents. If one were to consider their archery skills alone, their strength would be no less than that of 15 men. Li San earnestly expressed his feelings of guilt over his past mistakes. Had he been a tad more vigilant, he might have detected the imminent danger before the arrow was loosed. The tall grass in the distance was indeed perilous, yet he failed to dispatch scouts ahead of time. In Chang'an, there were no more than 10 individuals with such capabilities, and throughout the entirety of the Tang Dynasty, scarcely more than 50. Qianping, positioned in the rear, added that while Li San could assess the adversary's strength, he possessed an extensive understanding of the city of Chang'an. Li Xiang still felt the inadequacy of his investigative prowess. Had the Eastern Palace nurtured a cadre of skilled individuals, they could have deduced the situation with considerable accuracy based on the traces left by the recent assailant. However, his subordinates lacked such abilities. as they had never encountered the masters of Chang'an before. Chapter 78. Investigation due to the assassination attempt on Li Xiang. Everyone sought refuge in a dilapidated temple, where they remained for approximately the duration of 2 cups of tea. It was only after a large group arrived outside that Li Xiang decided to resume his journey. Is there any news? Upon reaching the Eastern Palace, Li Xiang discovered that Shu heir had already awaited his arrival. They were tasked with gathering intelligence, and it was clear that their presence here indicated the information was of significant importance. In response to Your Highness, we have discovered that the materials used for crafting the arrows are phoenix tail bamboo, which can grow to heights of 6 to more than 10 meters. This particular bamboo primarily flourishes in the southeastern coastal regions, and transporting it to Chang'an is prohibitively expensive. However, due to its durability, only affluent families can afford it. Based on our suspicions, we have identified a total of 6 dubious families. Although they had not apprehended anyone at that moment, Li Xiang, having exchanged for skilled individuals from the system, understood the necessity of interrogating the objects involved for evidence, no matter how trivial. This was an ability not possessed by the people of this era. Li Xiang examined the list of 6 noble families on the paper, noting that he bore no grievances against them, and some even enjoyed amicable relations with him, such as Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin. What about the arrowheads? In response to Your Highness, the arrowheads are made of copper, but we have not uncovered any significant clues, as there are numerous individuals in Chang'an who utilize copper arrowheads. Shu heir admitted with a hint of guilt. While we did collect hoof prints, they vanished after a few hundred meters, indicating that someone had facilitated the escape. And these were common Longxi horses, abundant in Chang'an. Has anyone been investigated? Li Xiang learned from the earlier report that few possessed such skills. If any of them lacked an alibi, they would become a suspect. In Chang'an, there are no more than 10 individuals with such abilities. And we have inquired about each one, all of whom have witnesses confirming they did not leave the city in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang realized that solving this matter would be exceedingly difficult. Nationwide, about 50 individuals possessed such capabilities. If those 10 were in Chang'an, it implied the remaining 40 could also be potential suspects. Moreover, the 50 were merely those recorded. There could be hidden masters whose absence would complicate matters further. Investigate Hou Junji, Jia Taerk, and the kings of Han, Wei, Jin, and Qi. Li Xiang issued this command before entering, as these individuals temporarily bore a grudge against him. If anyone were to conspire against him, it should logically relate to them, and also the Cui family. Suddenly, Li Xiang recalled his own issues with the Cui family. As he spoke, he felt a headache coming on. It had only been a few days since his rebirth, yet it seemed he was surrounded by enemies. Your Highness, this old servant has remembered a place. As Li Xiang struggled to obtain information, Qianping suddenly recalled a location that might yield some news. Chang'an City stands as the most prosperous locale of the Tang Dynasty, where diverse sects and professions congregate in distinct quarters. In the eastern corner of the city, it is said that whispers of news frequently emerge, and the inhabitants there are solely motivated by wealth. Li Xiang has heard of the place that Qianping spoke of. Yet as the grandson of the Tang Emperor, he tends to overlook such shadowy realms. However, finding himself at a loss, he considers sending someone to inquire further. As Li Xiang turns, he notices that Shu San has vanished into the darkness, which may serve as a channel for information. Is everything all right? Li Chengqian hurriedly strides out, having heard of his son's assassination attempt. Fortuitously, his subordinates have proven effective, alleviating some of his father's concerns. Observing Li Chengqian's anxious demeanor, Li Xiang feels a swell of emotion. Although not his biological son, the sight is nonetheless poignant. One should not be deceived by the serene facade of the Tang Dynasty. Beneath the tranquility lies a myriad of sordid affairs. Perhaps the incident of my fall from grace was not without orchestrators lurking behind the scenes. Li Chengqian, with a hint of resignation, remarks that even as the crown prince of Tang, certain matters remain shrouded in obscurity. Suddenly, Li Xiang recalls a rumor. In his youth, Li Chengqian was both refined and resolute, traits that incited jealousy among the powerful clans. Should the heir of Tang mirror Li Shimin, it would signify an inexorable diminishment of their influence. Might they have a hand in this affair? In contrast to Li Chengqian, while Li Tai and Li Ku possess considerable talents, they harbor intrinsic shortcomings. Li Tai's overzealous ambition is well known, coupled with a lack of decisiveness. Li Ku, though a commendable successor, carries the bloodline of a former dynasty, making his ascension likely to fracture the court. Does father have any leads? Li Xiang inquires, for if that were indeed the case, he would not easily swallow his indignation. First, ascertain the facts surrounding your matter. Mine can wait. Starting tomorrow, we must increase the number of those who accompany you. Li Chengqian clearly wishes to avoid revisiting past events. According to what Li Xiang has gathered, following Li Chengqian's fall, all attending eunuchs and maidservants were executed. Logically, if foul play were afoot, they should have perished collectively. However, Li Xiang understands that the deceased were mere pawns, and the masterminds remain undiscovered. Due to the assassination attempt on Li Xiang, the atmosphere in the Eastern Palace that evening is stifling. In the Tai Chi Hall to the north of the Eastern Palace, Li Shimin is seething with rage. Conduct a thorough investigation, regardless of who is implicated. I demand their lives. The cloaked figure kneels before Li Shimin. Having served loyally for many years, he comprehends the emperor's thoughts. He is aware that the incident with Li Chengqian was not merely an oversight by the maidservants and eunuchs. Yet, at that time, Li Shimin's rule was still precarious. To act against the prominent families recklessly could very well jeopardize the foundations of the Tang dynasty. Thus, in those years, Li Shimin had no choice but to endure, sacrificing one son for the tranquility of the entire Tang dynasty. However, now that his strength has risen to the pinnacle of the Tang, should there exist undeniable evidence implicating the 5 surnames and 7 clans this time, Li Shimin would not hesitate to act decisively. A promising son was rendered powerless by your machinations. At that time, I lacked the strength to retaliate, so I endured. Yet now, as you dare to lay hands upon my grandson, regardless of your exalted status, I shall ensure that you bear the consequences. You shall experience the bitterness of having your descendants diminished, and come to realize who truly wields authority in this Tang dynasty. Chapter 79. The inevitability of the aristocracy in the illustrious family of Cui. Cui Yunzhu has assumed the role of the temporary head in the capital. However, today he stands by obediently, alongside his injured cousin Cui Yunqing, both relegated to the status of mere guests. At the center of the gathering sits a man in his 40s, Cui Shizhu, one of the 4 esteemed elders of the Cui clan. Known colloquially as Cui San due to his rank as the 3rd elder. Is the news credible? Cui San inquired, having just arrived that day. The shocking revelation had struck like thunder. The crown prince had been attacked outside the city, although he had only sustained a minor injury from an arrow. Such an incident was far from trivial. Even if Li Chengqian were to be disposed of, Li Xiang remained the crown prince of the Tang Empire, and an assassination attempt against him was indeed a grave matter. Furthermore, Li Xiang currently enjoys the favor of Emperor Li Shimin, holding the dual titles of deputy head of the Liaodong department and deputy commander of the newly established Imperial City Division. He is not only the foremost among the Tang princes, but is also beginning to overshadow Li Tai's prominence. Reliable. The East Palace has already begun an extensive investigation into the assailant. Cui Yunzhu responded earnestly. As the magistrate of Chang'an, gathering such intelligence was well within his capabilities. Especially since the Cui family, being the preeminent aristocracy, possesses its own intricate network of information. Let us not attract undue suspicion upon ourselves. Have you inquired if those below are truly uninvolved? Cui San said, his voice tinged with anxiety. As the situation in the capital spiraled out of control, the Qinghe Cui family had dispatched him to oversee matters pertaining to the clan in the city, leaving Cui Yunzhu merely as an operative. Rest assured, this incident bears no relation to us, Cui Yunzhu affirmed confidently. The entirety of the Cui family's forces had indeed been mobilized with the intention of confronting Li Xiang. Yet before they could act, misfortune had already befallen Li Xiang. Cui Yunzhu had felt a momentary surge of satisfaction, reflecting on how this young man had made numerous enemies. Even without their intervention, his existence was fraught with challenges. Take my missive and send someone to the East Palace, inviting His Highness for a discussion at our residence. Cui San commanded. The brothers were taken aback by this directive. Initially, they had speculated that Cui San's arrival heralded a means to assert their dominance over Li Xiang, or at the very least, to suppress him. But what could this invitation possibly signify? Senyi, this young man has thwarted many of our endeavors. It has been a month without income from the white wine alone. What is there to discuss with him? Cui Yunzhu lamented. Having been excluded from the line of succession in his youth, his frustrations were not unfounded, in seeing Cui San's anxious demeanor. The elder could only shake his head in resignation. The times have changed. During the early days of the Tang dynasty, the court relied heavily upon us, allowing us to act with impunity, even to the point of overshadowing the emperor. However, now that the Tang dynasty has ostensibly achieved peace and prosperity, any attempt to cause unrest would likely yield little success. Thus, we must adapt our strategies. Cui San expressed, his words reflecting a reluctant acceptance of their diminished power. A transition from bold actions to a gradual submission. For these aristocratic families, the desire for a peaceful societal development is non-existent. As such, tranquility hinders their capacity to enhance their power. Only amidst turmoil can the ruling authorities rely on them, thereby elevating their own status. For years, they have pursued this objective, orchestrating chaos within the Tang dynasty. However, they have been thwarted by the formidable strength of Li Shimin, which has dismantled their schemes, allowing the Tang to gradually improve. Should we simply endure their machinations? Cui Yuzhu expressed his reluctance, for during his confrontations with Li Xiang, he and his brother had suffered humiliation and injury. If they were to acquiesce now, the people would mock the Cui family. Did you not witness the events at the Ministry of War? Cui Sengyi retorted sternly, emphasizing that the family sent him precisely because they recognized Li Xiang's martial prowess. Engaging in a direct confrontation might not yield any advantage. Should Li Xiang strike back, they would inevitably suffer significant losses. What then does it mean to invite him? Cui Yunju was on the verge of exasperation, but a mere glance from his elder cousin, Cui Yunqian, silenced him. Though injured, Cui Yunqian maintained his composure in this critical moment. Since direct opposition was unfeasible, they must seek camaraderie with him. For the Cui family, there are always contingency plans in place. Cui Sanye's words were laced with resignation. In the past, any who defied them would be swiftly eradicated. Yet now they had to recalibrate their strategy. Are we to support his ascension? Cui Yunqian questioned incredulously. Despite having only met Li Xiang once, he understood that this individual was no insignificant player. Should he ascend to the throne, he could prove even more formidable than Li Shimin, leaving little room for survival for families like theirs. The crux lies in his disposition. If he can safeguard our interests, supporting him may be feasible. However, if he were to adopt policies akin to the current emperors, they would be compelled to take risks once more. Upon hearing Cui Sanye's conclusion, Cui Yunqian grasped the situation. This visit to the capital ostensibly aimed to address the aftermath, yet in truth, it was a test of Li Xiang's intentions. Reflecting on past encounters with Li Chengqian, a chill ran down Cui Yunqian's spine. He was unaware of the specifics from that time, but it was well known that Li Chengqian showed no favor to the 5 surnames and 7 clans. Could it possibly relate to his leg? Having spent considerable time within the family, the two had grown accustomed to the belief that no one could oppose their will. Yet, they must occasionally gaze beyond their confines. The Changsun family can forge alliances with him, so too can we. No one would remain indifferent to the political resources of the Cui family. Once he boards our vessel, his fate would be irrevocably intertwined with ours. Cui Sanyi spoke with conviction, though they wielded little power at the court's upper echelons. Their influence across the vast provinces and counties was formidable, and all of it teetered on a knife's edge. Contemplating the immense power of the Cui family, a smile reappeared on Cui Yunju's face. However, Cui Yunqing furrowed his brow, questioning, are you truly certain he will board the ship? Or perhaps he is, in fact, a grand vessel in his own right. Why would he need to join yours? Moreover, the navigable waters are so vast that should your ship obstruct his path, he may very well resort to sinking yours. Aside from Li Yuan and Li Jianqing, the rest of the Tang Dynasty's Li clan are decidedly reluctant to engage in any form of collaboration with them. Chapter 80. The Stratagems of the Cui Family in the Annals of History. Li Shimin, renowned for his military prowess, stood as the favored heir of Li Yuan. However, the influential families known as the 5 surnames and 7 clans recognized Li Shimin's exceptional talents and foresaw that he would not afford them ample room for expansion. Thus, they conspired to elevate Li Jianqing to the position of crown prince, fortifying his powers to ensure he was not merely a figurehead. Furthermore, they facilitated an alliance between Crown Prince Li Jianqing and Prince Qi, Li Yuanji, to collectively confront Prince Qin, Li Shimin. From the prevailing circumstances, their strategy was meticulously calculated, effectively neutralizing Li Shimin's capacity for retaliation. Prolonged, this would gradually erode Li Shimin's advantages. Just as they believed success was imminent, these individuals began to manipulate the military generals under Li Shimin's command, distancing them from him, thereby preparing to strike. While their plan appeared flawless, they underestimated Li Shimin's audacity. At the brink of their anticipated triumph, Li Shimin instigated the Xuanwu Gate incident, eliminating both his elder brother and third brother, thereby severing a crucial limb from the 5 surnames and 7 clans. They had invested considerable resources into these two, resulting in their inability to mount an effective resistance during Li Shimin's ascension. From that moment onward, the rift between the factions became irreparable. Yet, at that time, Li Shimin was too weak and the 5 surnames and 7 clans had suffered significantly in the political struggle, leading to a superficial peace. Now that both sides had recuperated, the stage was set for renewed conflict, albeit with the unexpected emergence of Li Xiang causing some disarray among them. For Li Shimin, this development was fortuitous. He had intended to confront the 5 surnames and 7 clans directly, but now his grandson could take the stage. Conversely, the 5 surnames and 7 clans, who had anticipated a direct confrontation with Li Shimin, now found themselves needing to contend with Li Xiang first. Even a victory over him would come at a steep cost, diminishing their odds against Li Shimin. Consequently, they promptly recalibrated their strategy, hoping to reach an accord with Li Xiang. Even in the event of conflict, they aimed to avoid inflicting serious damage, ultimately preventing Li Shimin or any other princes from seizing the advantage. Chui San believed in his potential for success. If Li Xiang were to mobilize all his forces against the Chui family, what if Li Shimin chose not to support Li Xiang? In such a case, Li Xiang would be left as a mere figurehead, his aspirations for the throne unattainable. Should Li Xiang genuinely prioritize the Tang dynasty, Chui San's plan would falter. However, if Li Xiang entertained even the slightest selfish notion, then Chui San could adapt his strategy to elevate Li Xiang. Throughout the process of promoting Li Xiang's ascension, they could also acquire leverage over him, using it as a form of coercion to ensure the longevity of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. Naturally, while the plan was commendable, its execution posed a different challenge altogether. Upon awakening, Li Xiang beheld the invitation in Qian Ping's hands, his expression one of derision. You, an ordinary commoner, despite being one of the 4 esteemed elders of the Chui family, dare summon me merely through this missive? How absurd! Your Highness, it is not merely Lord Chui San. Even if the summons were to come from Chui Yunqing, the princes within the imperial capital would still attend. Qian Ping lamented from the side, recalling that Chui Yunqing once held authority over the Chui family in the capital. Should he host a banquet, certain noble scions would even attend as mere companions, such as the power of the foremost aristocracy. What you speak of belongs to the past, from this moment henceforth. The rules shall be dictated by me. Nevertheless, their willingness to extend invitations suggests that the assassination matter does not pertain to them. Let us have the investigators return to continue their inquiries into other families. Li Xiang retorted disdainfully, instilling confidence in those around him, though apprehension lingered. This is the illustrious Chui family, reputed to have had their patriarch honored by Emperor Yang of Sui during his reign. It is said he even attended the patriarch's birthday celebration, though such claims remain unverified, perhaps mere fabrications of the Chui family. Xianger, you must go. As soon as Li Xiang uttered these words, the voice of Li Chengqian resonated from outside. Li Xiang, who was enjoying his breakfast, hastily tidied his attire and welcomed his father inside. Despite their familial bond, the royal family adhered to various protocols. Why do you say such things, father? Is your son afraid of him? Li Xiang ushered Li Chengqian to the seat of honor. I wish to convey a matter to you. Your second uncle once found himself in a predicament akin to yours, though he had offended the Chui family of Bowling, a far lesser tier than your current situation. Do you know how they dealt with your second uncle? Li Chengqian sighed. Although he harbored animosity towards Li Tai, this incident represented a moment of submission for the princes of their generation to the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families. Seeing Li Xiang shake his head, Li Chengqian continued. They employed 2 methods. One involved a fatality occurring on your uncle's estate, with tenants committing suicide. The second method involved enlisting a group of esteemed scholars who proclaimed that your uncle defied heaven's will and engaged in nefarious activities, thus incurring divine wrath. Li Xiang listened, somewhat perplexed, yet through Li Chengqian's elucidation, he grasped the generality of the situation. The tenants' suicides were the result of machinations by the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families. Yet Li Tai could not clarify the matter, as he lacked control over the media, although he had also bribed a cadre of scholars. They were merely youthful and lacked credibility. The scholars wielded by the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families propagated tales of supernatural occurrences, claiming that Li Tai's estate was haunted, instilling fear that drove the tenants to take their own lives. While the loss of 1 or 2 might not significantly impact Li Tai, 32 lives. In an effort to quell the uproar, Li Tai was compelled to discreetly approach the head of the Chui family in the capital at that time. The precise details of the transaction remain a mystery, yet the storm eventually subsided. However, those aware of the incident recognized that even as a prince, one could do little against the Chui family, who held considerable sway. I know you are formidable, openly confronting them poses no threat to you. Yet, if they resort to clandestine means, you may indeed find yourself outmatched. Thus, I insist you go. Li Chengqian's tone bore an unmistakable hint of command. Since Li Xiang was reborn, although he holds respect for Li Chengqian, this individual has engaged in some absurd actions, leading to a conversation between Li Chengqian and Li Xiang that carried a hint of negotiation. However, the final statement bore no semblance of compromise. You remain unaware of their formidable nature, so go forth. Li Chengqian spoke earnestly, then struck his own injured leg, harboring a deep wish that no harm would befall his son. Chapter 81. The olive branch of the Chui family on the bustling Chang'an Avenue. Li Xiang pondered a pressing question. What significance did it hold to be the son of an emperor? Without sufficient strength, one would still be disregarded and could even face threats to their safety. Thus, Li Xiang recognized the urgent need to expand his power swiftly. Beyond the support from the system, he must also strategically position himself within the court and the commercial realm. Initially, Li Xiang envisioned a direct confrontation with the esteemed families, the 5 clans and 7 prominents, refusing to yield an inch. However, given the current circumstances, he acknowledged the necessity of understanding their tactics. allowing for a tactical retreat when warranted. Nevertheless, his ultimate objective remained resolute: to eliminate them. The members of the 5 clans and 7 prominents shared similar sentiments. With Li Xiang's rising strength, a straightforward challenge would not favor them either. Thus, both parties engaged in a game of feigned cordiality, each biding their time to see who would ultimately prevail, relying solely on their true capabilities. "Greetings, Your Highness," Cui Yanche greeted cheerfully at the entrance. Despite their earlier confrontation in the court, a veneer of insincerity was essential for the scions of noble families. Without it, one could hardly survive in Chang'an. "Cui Laoge, please, do not stand on ceremony. I apologize for intruding upon your residence today, and I bring only a trifling gift as a token of respect." Li Xiang, shedding his usual cold demeanor, wore a smile that raised questions about its authenticity. The surrounding servants felt uneasy, sensing that their masters might still be in a daze from a prior confrontation. However, seeing both gentlemen in high spirits compelled them to muster smiles of their own. Bystanders observed this scene with intrigue, recalling the earlier reports of a conflict between the royal grandson and the Cui family, which had culminated in the closure of their establishment. What had transpired today to alter the narrative? Were the previous rumors mere fabrications? The earlier rumors were indeed not unfounded. As Cui Yanju spoke, Li Xiang noted the tension in his clenched jaw. The humiliation endured that day in the Grand Hall was indelible for Cui Yanju. Yet, for the sake of his family's future stability, he deemed it necessary to set aside personal grievances. For one never knew how the tides would turn when Li Xiang found himself in a decline. On his part, Li Xiang had no intention of confronting the Cui family until he was fully prepared. Today he sought to gauge the thoughts of the esteemed third Master Cui. Should they align with his own standards, a temporary truce could be feasible. There was no need to create enemies unnecessarily. Naturally, Li Xiang categorized his adversaries. The Cui family, as a formidable clan, represented his most essential foes, an intricate adversary, to say the least. Regardless of any collaboration, one must always remain vigilant. Following them were internal rivals within the Li family, led by Li Tai, who posed significant threats to his ambitions. As for foreign individuals like Zatelka, Li Xiang regarded them as the lowest tier, viewing these individuals merely as monsters to enhance his experience. Given the right opportunity, Li Xiang would undoubtedly lead his troops into battle, confident that the army he had exchanged for within the system would pose no threat to him. Instead, they would serve as stepping stones for his ascendance. Prince Changsun, a paragon of talent, truly embodies the essence of our dynasty's elite. Within the grand gates of the Cui residence, Master Cuisin finally made his appearance. With a radiant visage, he strategized with ambition that spanned miles, serving as a model for us younger generations. The atmosphere was immediately filled with commercial flattery, a customary procedure, since the purpose of today's gathering was collaboration. It was imperative that discussions unfold in a congenial spirit. If the tone were adversarial from the outset, it would complicate further negotiations. "Please, come inside. The food and wine are ready." Cui Yunqing appeared frail, his voice noticeably diminished, undoubtedly a consequence of Li Xiang's influence. Upon seeing this man, Li Xiang heightened his vigilance to the utmost. A person capable of smiling while conversing must possess a terrifying depth of cunning. Since his rebirth, Li Xiang had dined at 2 households, that of his uncle, Changsun Wuji, and the illustrious Cui family, thus affording them considerable respect. The initial 3 cups of wine were filled with light banter about romance and anecdotes from Chang'an, without delving into the substance of the meeting. As the 4th cup was to be raised, Cui Yunju had already caught the discerning glance of Master Cui San, steering the conversation towards white liquor. "Is Master San interested in my white liquor?" Li Xiang thought, weary of the roundabout dialogue, well aware of their past misdeeds which had entangled his father's injury. He had no desire to prolong the interaction. The sooner it concluded, the better, as there was little genuine camaraderie between them, and prolonged engagement would only lead to discomfort. "Your Highness jest. Who does not know that your esteemed Tang Tian Yang is the finest white liquor? To my knowledge, there is no rival within the entire Tang realm. Our Cui family has long operated in this industry and is quite knowledgeable in this regard. If this white liquor were not Li Xiang's, then it should indeed be present at today's banquet. However, if the Cui family is hosting Li Xiang, it would be somewhat awkward to serve his wine. Yet, in Chang'an, any individual of note who hosts distinguished guests would find it unacceptable to lack Tang Tian Yang. If Master San has something to say, please do so directly," Li Xiang declared, setting down his chopsticks, prompting the others to follow suit. This action irked Master Cui San, as it was apparent that Li Xiang, a mere junior, spoke with such audacity. Nevertheless, holding the key to this white liquor, should they fail to procure it, Li Xiang could potentially dominate the entire Tang realm, consequently diminishing the Cui family's profits from this domain. "I have come at the behest of the family head, henceforth. Regardless of the actions your highness may undertake in the Tang, Our Chui family shall lend unwavering support. Master Chui-san is a cunning old fox. He did not explicitly state the desires of the Chui family, but instead revealed their cards first. I would like to express my gratitude to the head of the Chui family. Li Xiang stood up and bowed in appreciation, which was a gesture that honored them. Aligning perfectly with Li Chengqian's expectations, the Chui family indeed sought collaboration, and their actions served to convey to Li Xiang that the assassination attempt on him outside the city was of no concern to them. Furthermore, they expressed their desire to partner with His Highness in the wine trade, as His Highness possesses the renowned Tianyang from the Tang Dynasty. While they have taverns and inns scattered nationwide, should we unite in this venture, it would herald a new era. Master Chui-san lifted the wine pot, causing the younger members of the Chui family to gasp in astonishment. Are you intending to pour wine for Li Xiang? Chapter 82. Market segmentation. Although the Chui family is not royal, it maintains a strict hierarchy, with the younger generation typically serving wine. Elder Chui-san, a patriarch of the Chui family, holds significant influence within the governance structure of the Tang Dynasty, and despite lacking an official title, he is regarded with the same respect as a prince of the realm. Even though Li Xiang is the grandson of the emperor, decorum must be observed. Thus, when Elder Chui-san lifted the wine jug, Li Xiang raised his cup in response, a gesture of respect, albeit one that subtly undermined the Chui family's authority. In Elder Chui-san's view, Li Xiang should have accepted the jug. While opportunities in Chang'an are no longer viable, Li Xiang suggested that discussions could be held regarding certain prefectures in the provinces. This statement immediately alleviated Elder Chui-san's earlier displeasure over Li Xiang's refusal to take the jug. The potential for profit from provincial markets, though inferior to that of Chang'an, was enticing due to their sheer number. Securing these markets could not only offset the Chui family's previous losses but also yield substantial ongoing profits. In light of this, Elder Chui-san's earlier irritation seemed trivial. However, the same could not be said for Chui Yunzhu and his associates, who, witnessing Li Xiang consume the wine poured by Elder Chui-san, were filled with resentment, wishing to chastise him. Yet, they understood the nature of the gathering and recognized that the family's upper echelons had already made their decision. Any act of defiance would result in severe familial repercussions, potentially barring them from re-entering society. Nevertheless, Li Xiang boldly declared, "Let me be clear, the price is 10 guan per jin. Of the 360 prefectures in the Tang Dynasty, your Chui family may only claim 2/3. I shall personally manage the remaining third, and you must assist me in establishing sales points." This proposal was one that they found difficult to accept. It is essential to recognize that within the realm of Baijiu, apart from the Chui family, the Changsun family holds a minor stake. The Chui family dominates nearly 80% of the market, while the Changsun family barely claims less than 10%, with the remainder distributed among various smaller clans. By Li Xiang's assertion, he was effectively reducing the Chui family share to 60%, while seeking to acquire an additional 30%, which indeed seemed excessive. Regarding the price of Baijiu, they had little to fear, as the black market in Chang'an had already inflated prices to around 13 guan per jin. Even at 10 guan per jin, sales would remain viable, ensuring considerable profits. After all, it is merely a matter of sales strategy, a skill the Chui family also possesses. 50 prefectures is the maximum we can concede, excluding the eastern capital of Luoyang and the southern provinces. Elder Chui-san contemplated for a considerable time before articulating this sentiment. Li Xiang had intended to propose an exorbitant price, anticipating a counteroffer. Apart from the eastern capital of Luoyang and the southern regions, I shall select from these 50 prefectures. Li Xiang was acutely aware that the buyers of Tang Dynasty's heavenly brew were predominantly concentrated in affluent regions. Thus, beyond the locales mentioned by the Chui family, there remained only 50 other states, and even with the Chui family's substantial influence, some areas might not sell even a single pound. However, this posed no issue for the trade routes to the western regions. Old Master Chui quickly conceived another lucrative avenue. The trade between the western nations and the Tang Dynasty had been flourishing. If entrusted to them, it could rival the sales in the two capitals of Tang. In contrast to the Tang territory, the western regions still operated under a system of slavery, where many tribal leaders were the sole proprietors of their tribe's wealth. They lived in extreme luxury, whether it cost 10 or 20 guans, as long as one could deliver fine wine to their tables. They would not hesitate to pay for a delightful drink. I say, Third Master, do you also involve yourself in matters of the western regions? Li Xiang retracted his smile, stating that the profits destined for him had already been arranged. If one were to extend their reach too far, it would be rather excessive. Li Xiang operated in some areas himself while delegating others, but that did not imply handing everything over to a single individual, as that could lead to complications. Perhaps I am being overly cautious. Let us drink. From this meal onwards, we are indeed family. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out directly to Yunju, or come to me. I shall be residing in the capital from now on, Third Master Chui said with a cheerful demeanor. Achieving the current outcome was indeed fulfilling their objectives. He was well aware of the immense allure of Tang's heavenly brew. Capturing 2/3 of the market was quite an achievement. If Li Xiang were to be unwilling, he could easily nurture a formidable competitor at any time. Then we must toast even more. I have a matter to trouble Third Master with. You must have heard about the incident I mentioned yesterday. Unfortunately, my subordinates have been ineffectual, and thus far, they have uncovered no leads. I would like to request Third Master's assistance in investigating. Li Xiang would never overlook a capable ally. The investigative prowess of the Chui family was formidable, sometimes even rivaling that of the emperor himself, and thus, Li Xiang directly posed his request. Third Master Chui felt quite vexed. He had assumed it was merely a formality, that their relationship had yet to reach that level. However, since Li Xiang had broached the subject, it would be unwise for him to decline. The partnership was newly established, and if he were to dismiss the request, it might leave a negative impression. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall dispatch my people to investigate immediately. Should there be even the slightest clue, I will send word at once. I have already instructed my men to keep an eye out, although there is no concrete information yet. You may wish to inquire about those foreign individuals. Our experts are well known, but their adept ones remain somewhat elusive. If such words were to be uttered by an ordinary elderly gentleman on the street, they might lack any substantial basis. However, Elder Chui San is one of the 4 esteemed elders of the Chui family, whose leader is highly regarded. Thus, when Elder Chui San speaks, Li Xiang can readily deduce that he is referring to Zitelka. Allow me to express my gratitude to Elder San in advance. Regarding the matter of Baijiu, I shall arrange for someone to liaise with you shortly. We must expedite the process of selling the liquor, for every day we delay is a day of lost earnings. It is only fitting to offer some form of return for the benefits received, as this is a principle Li Xiang upholds. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, the 3 individuals present could not help but beam with delight. Chapter 83, An Unfortunate Choice. Third Master, what merit does Li Xiang possess to claim 50 states? The loss to us would be insurmountable. After bidding farewell to Li Xiang, Chui Yunju found it impossible to contain his ire. Combined with the copious amounts of alcohol he had consumed, his tone became rather harsh. He felt a wave of nausea at his earlier laughter. Facing a man like Li Xiang, he only entertained thoughts of drawing a blade against him. The memory of having slapped himself twice in the Great Hall would forever remain a bitter grievance. Brother, Chui Yunchen quickly intervened, recognizing the folly of his companion. Though the characters for their names are not identical, their relationship with Third Master Chui was tenuous at best. Speaking in such a manner to him was tantamount to courting disaster. Fortunately, Third Master Chui was in good spirits today and chose not to take offense. Had it been otherwise, such insolence would have earned the scoundrel a swift punishment. Your short-sightedness is astounding. Do you believe that if he refuses to cooperate with us, he would be incapable of forging ahead on his own? While we may attempt to undermine him, many others are eager to ally with him. The 5 prominent families may appear united, but when faced with the allure of profit, do you truly think they would heed our call? If Li Xiang were to cast out a bait, numerous clans would flock to him. As Third Master Chui contemplated the other families within the 5 prominent clans, a wave of frustration washed over him. Although the Chui family was the foremost aristocracy, the other clans were not to be underestimated. When confronted with the temptation of Datang Tianyang, they would never side with the Chui family, which was a significant reason for the Chui family's shift in intentions. For a long time, the various families had harbored resentment over the Chui family's monopoly on Baijiu, yet they lacked the means to challenge it, resulting in their prolonged silence. Now, with Li Xiang as a disruptor, even if he chose not to seek their partnership, it was only a matter of time before those families would eagerly approach him. If Li Xiang severed ties with the Chui family, it would likely bring them the greatest joy. Are we simply to let that scoundrel take advantage of the situation? Chui Yunju exclaimed in indignation. Brother, he is not the only one who stands to gain. We too shall benefit, Chui Yunqing replied with resignation. Although his body may have weakened, his mind remained sharp. Third Master Chui nodded in appreciation. Indeed, we have gained considerably. While we previously monopolized the Baijiu market, it was only in terms of market presence. We did not monopolize the product itself. High-end Baijiu emerged from various regions, and in truth, the Chui family's profits were modest, merely maintaining a faade of dominance. Take the noble families of the capital, for instance, each household brews their own liquor. However, the current situation diverges significantly. The Baijiu produced by these households pales in comparison to Datang Tianyang, which is perceived as a luxury. With recent promotions by Li Xiang and the Changsun family, Datang Tianyang has ascended to the status of a coveted brand. Families are now competing to possess it. Without it, one cannot truly be deemed a noble. In this scenario, the Chui family directly intervened, securing both Luoyang and Jiangnan. Their their share not inferior to that of Li Xiang and the Changsun family, even conceding 50 states. When calculating the total economic output, it far surpassed previous figures, marking a mutual triumph. Cui Yunju was cognizant of this, yet he could not suppress his resentment. Whenever Li Xiang's visage crossed his mind, a burning sensation ignited upon his face, the sting of those 2 slaps indelibly etched in his memory. And what of the Tuyuhan people? Were we to simply hand Li Xiang a victory? Would this news be given to him without recompense? Cui Yunju recalled another matter. Their investigation into the assassination had yielded substantial results, nearly 80% certainty pointing to the Tuyuhan. However, divulging this to Li Xiang left him unsettled. You fool, did you not hear what he said later? If I did not present something of value, would he have been so swift to engage in trade for our liquor? His utterance reveals that their production capacity is far beyond the publicly stated figure of 150 jin per day. Their output is indeed formidable. If you do not act soon, by the time you wish to, they will have already secured alternative partners. The third master Cui expressed his irritation, regardless. We have uncovered the truth. This information serves little purpose in our hands. It would be more prudent to extend a favor, establishing a partnership with Li Xiang sooner rather than later, allowing us to reap profits without clinging to useless tidings. Furthermore, by sharing this intelligence with Li Xiang, Third Master Cui aimed to gauge the strength of Li Xiang's armed forces. The Tuyuhan's influence in Chang'an was significant, with numerous merchants alongside their princely warriors. At a mere command from their prince, the merchants' guards could swiftly assemble. If Li Xiang sought to confront them, he would need to muster considerable military might. As long as the Tang dynasty refrained from declaring hostility towards the Tuyuhan, Li Xiang could not employ official forces. This presented an opportunity to observe the true extent of his military capabilities. After absorbing these explanations, Cui Yunju felt somewhat reassured. He harbored various doubts regarding the strength of Li Xiang's forces, wondering how they could surpass those of Ho Junji. Where did these individuals train? And why was there no information available to them? Third Master, regarding the new pawn shop established by the Eastern Palace, I trust you have heard of it. Could it potentially undermine our foundation? Cui Yunqing raised another concern regarding Li Xiang's newly opened pawn shop, speculated to be a widespread establishment, which would directly compete with the core industry of the Cui family. I have already conducted an investigation. It is said that it will not proliferate extensively. Its primary business is not pawn brokering, but rather currency exchange, a modest operation. Moreover, pawn broking is not solely our domain. The Wang family of Taiyuan is also involved. We should observe the developments. The liquor trade remains a monopoly of the Cui family, thus their emergence into the limelight. While pawnbroking serves as a pillar of the Cui family's industry, it is not an exclusive monopoly. Should Li Xiang choose to challenge this, he would need to involve other families, preventing them from engaging in conflict while he reaps the rewards from behind. Moreover, within the pawnshop industry, Master Cui does not believe that Li Xiang possesses the ability to penetrate this realm. Such an endeavor necessitates substantial financial backing. Although Li Xiang has accumulated considerable wealth, the ambition to establish pawnshops across the nation requires no less than several million guan. Given Li Xiang's current financial standing, he is far from achieving this. If individuals were to bring their possessions to him for pawn, and he lacked the requisite funds, would he not be exposing himself to ruin? Chapter 84. Reluctantly making a name for yourself upon departing from the Cui residence, Li Xiang did not return directly to the Eastern Palace. Instead, he sought out Changsun Pingying. The Changsun family had become his most significant ally, and it was far more prudent for Li Xiang to convey certain matters directly rather than relying on hearsay, which could lead to misunderstandings. Thus, he made his way to Changsun Pingying without delay. According to the Changsun family's perspective, they believed that they alone should be the exclusive partners in the white liquor trade. However, Changsun Pingying was no fool. She understood that attempting to confront the Cui family on a national scale, given the Changsun family's current capabilities, would be an unwise endeavor. Securing the agency rights in Chang'an was already a considerable achievement, especially when one considered that daily sales in some provinces scarcely reached 5 jin, or even less. In contrast, Chang'an was akin to a treasure trove. My negotiations with the Cui family have proceeded thus, Li Xiang stated generously. Among the 50 provinces I have acquired, I shall allocate 5 to my esteemed aunt. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter? Li Xiang was quite magnanimous, having secured 50 provinces, and promptly offered 1/10 of that to the Changsun family, fulfilling his obligation to them. His motivations were not without purpose. During a recent court assembly, he had urged Lord Ma to propose the establishment of a new office, and Changsun Wuji had promptly expressed his support. This was the fruit of Li Xiang's investments. If the Changsun family had nothing to gain, why would Changsun Wuji advocate for him in court? He was a figure capable of swaying the tides of the court. And while 5 provinces may seem modest, they were certainly not insignificant. This is the result of your negotiations with the cunning old fox of the Chui family. How could my aunt take advantage of you? Changsun Pingting felt a flush of heat on her cheeks, for the term aunt was endearingly tossed around. And this matter was not originally of the Changsun family's concern. It would indeed be rather excessive to simply seize control of those 5 provinces. Aside from this matter, I have a request, Li Xiang continued. He had nearly confirmed that the assassination attempts against him were orchestrated by Zaturka. Yet he could not reveal the strength at his disposal. The power he had already disclosed was sufficient, thus, he needed to borrow forces from the Changsun family. Visible strength is not true strength, it is merely calculated by others. It is only when one's power lurks in the shadows that it commands fear. As long as no one was aware of the might Li Xiang possessed, they would think twice before acting recklessly. That is not an issue. Anyone daring to plot against you must be dealt with. They cannot be spared. I shall return and inform your uncle, ensuring he brings enough manpower. Shall we take action today? Changsun Pingting was equally incensed by the situation, not only due to her kinship with Li Xiang, but also because she felt the audacity of these barbarians was intolerable. Did they truly believe they could operate with impunity in Chang'an, assuming they would go undetected? Indeed, Zaturka's considerations are not without merit. He has concealed most traces of his actions so well that Li Xiang, after extensive investigation, has uncovered little. The only reason suspicion has fallen upon him is due to the betrayal of the Chui family. Despite Zaturka's intelligence, he could not have anticipated that Li Xiang would form an alliance with the Chui family in such a brief span, especially considering they were at odds just the day before. For now, it is prudent to refrain from making any moves and to maintain a low profile. I shall seek out potential allies. Li Xiang gazed into the distance, fully aware of the adage that a hero is best supported by companions. He understood that relying solely on his own strength would render him vulnerable to encirclement from all sides. Hence, it was imperative to secure allies. Long Sun's family could be one, while the Chui family could be considered half an ally. However, to confront the Tuyuhun people, this handful of support would be insufficient. He needed to seek more allies. Whom do you intend to approach? Long Sun Pingting inquired cautiously. The more allies Li Xiang could gather, the better, yet for the Long Sun family, an excessive influx of allies would dilute their share of the spoils. Furthermore, there were individuals with grievances against the Long Sun family. Incorporating such persons could complicate matters in the future. Blood ties can be trusted. Brothers fight side by side, and sons stand with their fathers in battle. I cannot draw upon my father for assistance, but my second uncle, third uncle, and ninth uncle must not be overlooked, Li Xiang replied with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Long Sun Pingting immediately grasped Li Xiang's intentions. Over the years, Li Shimin has advocated for familial harmony. And now that Li Xiang faces external assassination attempts with evidence in hand, should these individuals refuse to assist, they would find themselves in dire straits once the emperor learns of the situation. You have effectively ensnared them, Long Sun Pingting remarked, playfully tapping Li Xiang's forehead with her slender finger. One must not speak so of my intentions. I am merely presenting them with an opportunity, one that allows for significant display before our esteemed ancestor. Li Xiang feigned innocence, yet his expression belied any semblance of genuine goodwill. In the way Wang Fu, Li Tai expressed disbelief. What did you say? You were attacked? You expect me to send help, and even 30 capable men? Having never visited the Wei Wang Fu before, Li Xiang's presence left Li Tai perplexed. Upon hearing Li Xiang's request, Li Tai's temper flared. Why should I assist you? Are we close enough for such demands? While I am indeed your second uncle, in the context of royal affairs, we are among the most scrutinized rivals. Uncle, you heard me correctly. I indeed require your assistance. Which nephew does not seek his uncle's aid when wronged? Li Xiang poured himself tea, unconcerned. Earlier, Li Tai had dismissed all servants, unwilling to attend to Li Xiang, as they had been embroiled in a fierce rivalry. The notion that Li Tai's servants would cater to him was a fanciful dream. Are we merely ordinary uncles and nephews? Li Tai seethed at Li Xiang's words. Are we not? You are not the second son of the emperor, nor am I the eldest grandson of the current sovereign. Li Xiang understood that Li Tai was not one to exert himself easily. Thus, some pressure was necessary. By common reasoning, when a nephew suffers a beating, it is acceptable to seek assistance from an uncle, and if you refuse to lend your aid, we shall take our grievances to the palace. You. Li Tai glared at Li Xiang, who was reclining with nonchalance, wishing to deliver a sharp slap to him. However, he recognized that such an action was ill-advised at this moment, especially with the emperor's name invoked. Chapter 85. The Heroes. I shall begin by expressing my gratitude to my second uncle. Previously, I had yet to select 10 items. That day in the court. No need for farewells. Before Li Xiang could finish his words, Li Tai promptly closed the door. Li Tai's heart was bleeding. He had allowed this young man to choose 30 capable individuals, and from the outset, Li Xiang had no intention of letting Li Tai assign anyone at random. If he were to choose, he might easily end up selecting the old, the weak, and the sick. What utility would such individuals possess? Thus, upon Li Tai's agreement, Li Xiang immediately insisted on selecting the personnel himself. The ability of each candidate was evident at a glance, particularly since Li Xiang had even taken action himself. Though everyone had been discreet about it, Li Xiang had struck the nail on the head. There was no room for Li Tai's reluctance. Regardless of his disdain for Li Xiang, he had no choice but to obediently listen. As Li Xiang pointed out, they both bore the surname Li. And with Li Xiang coming to his door, should Li Tai refuse assistance, it would not be long before the emperor became aware of the matter. And the consequences would be dire. At the Wu King's residence, it was utterly outrageous. The Tuyuhan people had the audacity to take action against you. What exactly do you wish for my third uncle to do? Wu Wanglike found the situation rather straightforward. Upon hearing of the incident, he was understandably furious. Although he often had conflicts with the crown prince, one could not deny that this third uncle was a man of integrity, much like his grandfather in days of yore. My second uncle has provided you with 30 aides. I shall furnish you with 50, all elite members from my Wu Wang residence. I entrust them to you. As though they have already perished in battle, declared Wu Wanglike with nonchalance. Even the miserly Wei Wang could spare 30 individuals, so naturally, Wu Wanglike could not fall short. Thank you, second uncle. I have heard of your connections with the horse merchants from the frontier. I require the purchase of over 100 renowned Dewan steeds. Might you have any leads? The Wu Wang was remarkably straightforward, and Li Xiang understood he must also contribute. Since he intended to spend money on horses, it mattered not who profited. It was better to have Wu Wang earn that sum. You have indeed come to the right person. Zhao San from my residence is specifically responsible for this matter. I shall have him contact you shortly. Li Xiang's approach was one of self-benefit, yet Wu Wang was a man of honor, conducting matters with integrity and refusing to take advantage of his nephew. Although he had provided 50 individuals, even if he were to make an exorbitant demand, Li Xiang would acquiesce. However, Wu Wang refrained from meddling in the affair. When Li Xiang departed, he instructed Zhao San to accompany him and return only upon the successful completion of the task. On the way, Li Xiang inquired about the prices. And indeed, they were comparable to what he had previously learned, yet the quality here far exceeded that of the horse market. It could be said that he had gained an advantage, and Li Xiang kept his uncle's kindness in mind. Despite their distant familial ties, the assistance was rendered purely out of their shared surname, Li. Historically, this third uncle met his demise at the hands of Changsun Wuji. Given today's circumstances, if this third uncle did not overstep his bounds, Li Xiang was prepared to offer him protection. Prince Li Ji has always been a benevolent soul. Upon hearing Li Xiang's intentions, he first expressed his limitations, attributing his lack of strength to his youth. Although he had established a royal residence, he had not managed to cultivate many followers and could only muster a mere 10 individuals. Observing the humble state of the royal residence, Li Xiang deemed 10 men preferable to none, and after expressing his gratitude, he promptly departed with his entourage. When it came to offering any benefits, Li Xiang made no mention, for this uncle was the most cunning of them all. As for Prince Liu, he was truly beyond redemption. Li Xiang inquired about him, but ultimately left empty-handed, with tensions nearly escalating to conflict. Under normal circumstances, Li Xiang would have been inclined to teach him a lesson. But given that their common adversary was the Tuyuhan, he decided to let it slide for the time being. Upon returning to the workshop outside the city, Li Xiang encountered members of the Changsun family. At that moment, he lamented the lack of more uncles, wishing for a greater number to bolster his ranks. If only he had more uncles, he could have gathered hundreds of supporters. After some reflection, he noted that the Changsun family had sent 100 men. His second uncle contributed 30, his third uncle provided 50, and his ninth uncle added 10, totaling nearly 200 capable fighters, each possessing at least 5 units of combat strength. Contemplating the situation in the Eastern Palace, Li Xiang found himself at a loss for words. Had his father been more astute in his governance, he might have been able to spare 100 men. Unfortunately, Li Chengqian had squandered the years in frivolities, and aside from a few guards meant for display, he could not provide any additional manpower. He received word that the Cui family had dispatched 20 individuals. Just as he was calculating his forces, Qianping entered, bringing news of the unexpected arrival from the Cui family. It was indeed surprising that Master Cui, the third, had shown such consideration by not only providing information but also sending reinforcements, indicating a genuine desire to avoid conflict for the time being. To honor their arrival, Li Xiang decided to send 20 jin of fine wine, expressing his intent to treat Master Cui to a drink on a later occasion. He understood the principle that one must reciprocate kindness. Despite his youth, he grasped this notion well, regardless of whether it was Prince Wei or Prince Wu. Any man bearing the surname Li would be obliged to respond in kind. However, the fact that Master Cui had sent 20 men was a true act of assistance, devoid of any coercion, and thus sending the wine was a gesture of goodwill. This is the first time I've seen the Cui family extend a hand of help. What did you discuss to achieve this? Long Sun Chong entered, having personally brought members of the Chongsun family. These individuals constituted a third of the visible forces of the Chongsun family, necessitating his personal leadership. The secrets of fate must remain undisclosed, Li Xiang remarked, inciting noticeable irritation in Long Sun Chong. It was clear that Long Sun Chong felt the weight of Li Xiang's close relationship with Chongsun Pingying, while his own connection was merely superficial. Are there more coming? Li Xiang heard the sound of neighing steeds outside. I have brought you an ally. Wei Qi Baolin has arrived. Long Sun Chong began to take credit. Brother, have you forgotten about me in such matters? Though I may be lacking in many ways, when it comes to matters of combat, I am more than capable. Wei Qi Baolin waved the knife in his hand, although he had yet to grasp his own blade. Li Xiang had provided him with a substitute. Could such a prized weapon be casually entrusted to another? Such a notion had never crossed Wei Qi Baolin's mind. Thus, when Li Xiang found himself in trouble, Wei Qi Baolin arrived, accompanied by his 10 loyal subordinates. This was indeed the essence of true character. Chapter 86. The choice of Cheng Yaojin. Brother Baolin, I am uncertain about this matter. Perhaps you should. Before Li Xiang could finish his sentence, Wei Qi Baolin interrupted with a wave of his hand. Why are you hesitating like a woman? I have come all this way. If I were to return empty-handed, how would I manage in Chang'an from now on? Among those present, nearly everyone had familial ties or monetary dealings with Li Xiang. It was only natural for them to offer assistance. However, Wei Qi Baolin's motivations were rooted in loyalty, which deeply moved Li Xiang. Since you have spoken so, I shall refrain from pretense. Please allow me to bow in respect. Li Xiang, the esteemed grandson of the emperor, offered a profound salute to Wei Qi Baolin, who received it with a cheerful demeanor. Yet, having received such a gesture, the matter could no longer be brushed aside, for he genuinely sought to forge a friendship with Li Xiang. Observing the entourage brought by Wei Qi Baolin, Li Xiang surmised that it must have been at the behest of Wei Qi Jingda. After all, Wei Qi Baolin was a young commander, likely possessing a few capable subordinates, but not to the extent of commanding such elite forces, each member exceeding a battle prowess of 15. These were truly the Sea Army de la Sea Army of the Wei Qi family. Your Highness, General Qingqian has arrived, announced a voice. Just as Wei Qi Baolin had settled in, this new arrival was none other than Cheng Yaojin's second son. Li Xiang had maintained a distant yet respectful acquaintance with Cheng Yaojin, a stalwart figure of the Tang dynasty who had endured the reigns of 3 emperors, an impressive feat indeed. Thus, although Li Xiang had long wished to cultivate a relationship with him, opportunity had eluded him. Now that his son had come, it was imperative to draw Cheng Yaojin onto the battlefield after resolving the current issue, for he was no ordinary individual in the Tang era. Your Highness, I hear you are gathering men. My father sent me with 20 men, but he has asked me to convey a message. During the busy farming season, when a landlord seeks laborers, the wages are quite substantial, Cheng Chuyang stated boldly. Cheng Chuyang and Cheng Yaojin were both formidable figures, and he entered with an air of confidence, sitting down without pretension and directly demanding benefits, unlike the others. Can you not show some decorum? We did not summon you here. If you cannot accept this, you may leave with your men, Long Sun Chong retorted, unable to tolerate Cheng Chuyang's demeanor. Returning is not an option. I have already brought my men, and I expect compensation, Cheng Chuyang replied, casually picking up fruit from the table and wiping it on his clothing before indulging, as though he were at home. Li Xiang couldn't help but recall his own recent behavior at the Wei Wang, finding a certain similarity with this audacious fellow. Is there anything here that the old general would find worthy? Li Xiang inquired. Although he was of a lower rank, the respect he commanded from those present was evident, as both Long Sun Chong and Wei Qi Baolin leaned back slightly when he spoke. I have long disowned that your Highness is unlike those individuals. Your speech lacks the pretentiousness that they often exhibit. We are akin to a family. And since you referred to Brother Baolin as brother, you may henceforth address me as such as well. I do not indulge in the airs of superiority that some do. As Cheng Chuyang spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Chang Sun Chong, which incensed him greatly. However, considering the formidable axe wielded by Chang Sun Chong had no choice but to endure for the time being. In terms of martial prowess, Cheng Chuyang undoubtedly surpassed Chang Sun Chong by a considerable margin. They had previously engaged in contests, and Chang Sun had not gained the upper hand. My esteemed elder has no particular hobbies. He spends his days practicing with swords and spears, showing little interest in anything else. Yet, the weaponry available here is of the finest quality. I wonder if it might be possible to procure a grand axe for him? Cheng Chuyang, disinterested in locking eyes with Chang Sun Chong, articulated his desire. In truth, as Changsun Chong and Wei Qibao were purchasing swords, Cheng Yakjin felt a pang of envy. The issue, however, was that the vendor only sold swords and had made no mention of axes. This matter lingered in his mind. But while the crafted axe might not be as sharp as a sword, I can assure you it will far surpass the one held by the old general. Li Xiang has already exchanged for the methods of weapon crafting. Although my own creations may not rival those obtained from the system, they will undoubtedly surpass the existing ones. No objections, then. Let it be agreed 2 axes, and tonight, you shall dictate the course of action. Should my elder brother furrow his brow? I shall consider myself raised by a stepmother. This little scamp Cheng Chuyang was eager to embark on his venture, and upon hearing Li Xiang's offer, he promptly requested 2 sets. Once the agreement was made, the elation of the young scamp was palpable as he rushed out to rally his men for preparation. We are making quite the spectacle. I hope the Tiahan do not catch wind of our plans. Chang Sun Chong expressed his concerns. He initially believed that Li Xiang's forces were limited, which made him anxious about a potential fierce battle that night, prompting him to summon all capable individuals from his household. However, seeing the number of allies gathered began to shift his worries toward the Tiahan. Rest assured, though each household may not act in unison. When it comes to our internal disputes, we resolve them behind closed doors. After the dust settles, we remain brothers. But do you consider yourself a brother to Zatelka? Upon hearing Wei Qibao's words, Chang Sun Chong nodded affirmatively. The younger generation does engage in rivalry. It is not uncommon for one to leave the other with blackened eyes or broken noses. However, they all understood that under the rule of the Tang, they enjoyed their current prosperity. Those who sought to overthrow the Tang regime must be dealt with decisively. Thus, even with a substantial number of personnel mobilized, they would ensure that news remained tightly sealed, preventing the Tuyuhan from finding any vulnerabilities. The only potential weakness lay with the Cui family. However, as they had voluntarily provided information and sent representatives, it warranted careful consideration. Who else are we waiting for? As Chang Sun Chong observed the brothers outside, all prepared and awaiting the command from Li Xiang, they would charge directly towards the gathering place of the Tuyuhan. Tonight, it would be a relentless onslaught against any who dared to oppose them, and by dawn, it was likely that only Zachuerk would remain as a solitary commander. Li Xiang noticed figures flickering in the distance, numbering approximately over 200. He awaited the arrival of the people sent by Empress Changsun. Although she had departed ahead, the Empress had also nurtured a contingent for Li Chengqian. These individuals had been mentioned by Li Chengqian, who had assured that they would assist in reaching out to Li Xiang. However, whether these individuals would be inclined to join them remained a matter of uncertainty. Chapter 87. Loyalty to His Highness Xie Gonggong. Upon recognizing the leader among the group, realized that he was a steward from the palace of Empress Changsun. After the Empress's passing, this individual had mysteriously vanished from the imperial court, only to resurface now. When the Empress Changsun departed from this world, she bequeathed a considerable fortune, which was divided among her 3 children, with Li Chengqian receiving the lion's share. However, Li Chengqian lacked the acumen to manage these assets, resulting in the current situation where only around 200 individuals remained, all of whom had severed ties with him. Li Chengqian had previously issued multiple orders to mobilize these 200 people, but to no avail. Having resigned himself to the situation, he was compelled to write a letter this time due to concerns regarding his son, hoping to invoke the memory of the kindness shown by their late mother. Remarkably, this plea proved effective. Your Highness, the late Empress left behind 672 individuals. Due to various circumstances, 410 have perished, leaving a total of 263, including this old servant. Although it would be customary for Xie Gonggong, a mere servant, to kneel before Li Xiang, he remained standing, signifying his incomplete submission. The loyalty of these individuals stemmed from the second chance at life granted to them by the late Empress Changsun. Were she present, they would sacrifice their lives without hesitation. However, their willingness to fight for Li Xiang remained uncertain. Scattered throughout Chang'an, these individuals led their lives. Yet they were united by the memory of a day when Xie Gonggong would call upon them, prompting them to abandon everything without a second thought. However, 2 years prior, Xie Gonggong had ceased such summons, a decision influenced by Li Chengqian's reckless behavior, which disregarded their worth. He recalled the Empress's final words, which warned against dispersing them if Chengqian continued his folly. In recent days, however, the turmoil stirred by Li Xiang and Chang'an had reached Xie Gonggong's ears. If the crown prince proved ineffectual, it was hoped that Li Xiang would utilize their services well. Thus, recalling the Empress's kindness, Xie Gonggong began to gather his former comrades once more. From this day forth, you are to settle here. Regardless of how many family members you have, you may bring them along. Should any of you fall in battle today, I shall bear full responsibility. Heaven above, I swear that I will not betray you. After Li Xiang concluded his speech, he took a sharp blade and cut his wrist, allowing his blood to drip onto the earth. The hearts of those present ignited with fervor. They had been worn down by Li Chengqian's antics, yet this display rekindled their memories of the late Empress Changsuan's benevolence. Your Highness. Xie Gonggang was taken aback by Li Xiang's profound regard for them. It was known that in Li Chengqian's eyes, they had merely been a band of servants, never receiving any genuine acknowledgement. At this moment, Xie Gonggang knelt, leading these individuals in their submission to Li Xiang. Chang Sun Chong and the others exchanged glances, recognizing the undeniable charisma of Li Xiang. For certain imperial princes, even the thought of injuring themselves would be met with reluctance. They lacked the fortitude to undertake significant tasks. Li Xiang's achievements were not mere fortune. They recalled his strategies in Goguryeo. Realizing that his ascendancy in the emperor's favor was indeed justified, titles such as Uncle Changsun and Brother Weiqi felt somewhat awkward to Changsun Chong. Yet the bond he shared with Li Xiang precluded them from addressing each other as brothers, lest he face dire consequences upon returning home. You and your men shall infiltrate from the rear. Master Xie, guide your troops from the right flank. Brother Qing, you and I will proceed through the main entrance. There is water on the left. We need only a handful of archers to ensure that any who fall in are swiftly dispatched. Li Xiang efficiently orchestrated the plan, and his decisive demeanor earned the respect of his companions. Although they had all served in the military, executing such a grand stratagem might have required extensive deliberation. Yet, Li Xiang, with a mere sketch, had completed the task in no time. Rest assured, Your Highness. To my knowledge, the residence of Zaturka does not harbor our Han compatriots. All Han individuals reside in the outer courtyard. Noticing Li Xiang's lingering doubts, Weiqi Baolin discerned his concern about mistakenly harming innocents. After hearing Weiqi's reassurance, Li Xiang visibly relaxed. Your Highness, there may be 200 to 300 individuals inside. Besides Zaturka's men, numerous merchants from Tuyuhan are present. If we eliminate them all, Chang Sun Chong hesitated, recognizing that if the numbers were few, such an action would be feasible. However, if they were numerous, the consequences of discovery could be dire. Those not of our kin harbored different intentions. If he seeks my life, I must give him something to ponder. Aside from Zaturka, all others of foreign descent, regardless of gender, shall be executed. Li Xiang's command reverberated through the assembly, invigorating them. For a long time, no one had dared issue such orders. Ever since Li Shimin was honored as the heavenly Khan by the foreign tribes, the court's dynamics had shifted. However, these tribes had merely conferred a glorious title upon him, with no actual power, leaving a lingering resentment in their hearts. Today, regardless of your allegiance, for every warrior who falls, a compensation of 200 guan will be granted. For those with parents, I shall provide for them until the end of their days. For those with young children, I shall support them until they reach adulthood. For those with female relatives, I shall ensure they are cared for until remarriage. For those who remain loyal, I shall sustain them until the end of their lives. Monthly stipends will be as if you were alive. For the wounded, I shall take responsibility for their healing. Those who cannot be healed shall receive my care until their final days. Victory tonight will be rewarded with 100 guan for all. Li Xiang's voice resonated powerfully, reaching the ears of everyone present. In the era of the Tang Dynasty, even dying in battle for one's country might not afford such recognition. According to the court's compensation standards, a family would receive merely items worth 15 guan if a member perished on the battlefield. Yet, Li Xiang had suddenly elevated this by several magnitudes, alleviating the concerns of all, coupled with the promise of 100 guan reward that night. How could these individuals not strive with all their might? They swore unwavering loyalty to His Highness. It was uncertain who among the crowd first shouted, but soon others joined in, and although they were not originally Li Xiang's followers, in that moment, they genuinely wished to become part of his ranks, motivated solely by the unparalleled rewards he offered. Chapter 88. Winning over Qing Chuang. Brother Qing, are you not afraid today? After all the factions set off, Li Xiang and Qing Chuang formed a pair. Your Highness, when the heavens fall, there is always someone tall to bear the weight. This is a concern I need not trouble myself with, especially since Your Highness is surely well acquainted with the Emperor's intentions regarding this matter. Qing Chuang appeared simple-minded. Yet when he spoke those words, Li Xiang regarded him with keen interest. The Qing family may seem straightforward on the surface, but they are exceedingly shrewd, otherwise. How could Qing Yaojin have become a stalwart of 3 dynasties? What do you mean by that? Everything we are about to do tonight violates the laws of the Tang Dynasty. Can the Emperor truly support me? Li Xiang nudged his horse, hastening their pace slightly. They had departed last, and to minimize casualties, they must launch a united assault. The adversaries they would face were not to be trifled with. The Tuyuhan were a nomadic people, skilled in archery and horseback riding from a young age. A fierce battle was undoubtedly ahead. The Emperor had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the Tuyuhan, yet had been unable to find an opportunity to act. Our sovereign is an unparalleled ruler. appearing tolerant of these foreign invaders, but in times past, our strength was insufficient. Now, with our forces robust, can we allow them to wreak havoc in Chang'an? Your Highness's reasoning strikes at the heart of the matter. Upon hearing Cheng Shuiyang's words, Li Xiang was genuinely impressed. His understanding stemmed from knowledge of historical trends. In the ensuing decades, the Tang dynasty would engage in persistent warfare with the Tuyuan, ultimately leading to their demise. Cheng Shuiyang's insight was undoubtedly a testament to the intellect of their clan. Does second brother Cheng have any official duties currently? Li Xiang was aware that Cheng Chuang was the second son. Even if Cheng Yaojin had resources, they would naturally be allocated to the eldest, Cheng Chumo. I am merely a minor officer in the patrol camp outside the city, much to your Highness's amusement. A glimmer of ambition sparkled in Cheng Shuiyang's eyes. Although he had just reaped certain benefits, to a scion of the bureaucratic class, such gains were trivial. With Li Xiang's rising prominence, aligning with him would undoubtedly be advantageous. The eldest son would inherit everything prepared beforehand. Cheng Yaojin's position would dictate his brother's standing. Yet, Cheng Shuiyang's path would require his own efforts. The newly established imperial city office required a chief guard, although the position might not surpass that of Cheng's elder brother. Li Xiang himself held the rank of a fifth-grade official, and as a deputy general already at this rank, he could not simply transfer positions. He had only one sixth-grade chief guard under his command, limited to mobilizing a mere 300 men. Thank you for your Highness's promotion. As it stood, Cheng Shuiyang had seemingly passed the preliminary interview. Although it consisted of only a few simple questions, his background was paramount. Cheng Yaojin's influence was formidable. Could Cheng Shuiyang's strength be any less? Despite being the second son, one must ponder why the eldest son would choose to align himself with him. Such a large family must rely on multiple legs for support. It is utterly implausible for one individual to bear the weight alone. While the two conversed, they had already arrived at the Tuyuhan Guildhall. Originally granted by the emperor, this place had transformed as the influx of Tuyuhan merchants increased, leading to the acquisition of all surrounding properties, thus establishing a nation within a nation. As night descended, the citizens of Chang'an would steer clear of this locale, for the intoxicated revelers from Tuyuhan were prone to brawls, even daring to confront the patrolling soldiers. The court had attempted to intervene on several occasions. Yet the transgressions committed were not grave enough to warrant severe punishment. Within days, the offenders would be released, emboldening them further in their lawlessness. Moreover, the court's lenient policies towards the surrounding barbarian tribes had persisted since the early years of the Jingguan era. During that time, Emperor Li Chengqian had focused his attention on the Turks, adopting a conciliatory approach towards other nations. Over the past decade, this leniency had only fostered their audacity. Why is there not even a sentry tonight? Upon dismounting, Li Xiang observed the grand entrance ahead. Aside from 2 lanterns, the area appeared utterly deserted. A rather alarming sense of complacency. What you may not know, Your Highness, is that these fellows have enjoyed peace in Chang'an for over a decade, coupled with the city's commendable order, hence they have never regarded it as a concern. Today, it seems fortune has smiled upon us. Li Xiang, unfamiliar with the local circumstances, relied on the insights of Cheng Shuiyang, who had previously patrolled this area. He understood that as long as these barbarians did not instigate trouble, they would be safe. The notion of Han individuals bullying them was preposterous, given that the former were armed and quick to draw their blades at the slightest provocation. Under ordinary circumstances, their current demeanor would suffice for survival. However, given the recent assassination attempt on Li Xiang, they were caught unprepared, and it was only fitting that misfortune befell them today. Is everyone in position? To Cheng Shuiyang's surprise, Li Xiang did not dispatch a messenger to investigate, but instead inquired of his guard, Li San. Li San did not venture to assess the surroundings. He merely nodded affirmatively. Those summoned from the system possessed a certain awareness within a designated radius and could communicate messages among themselves. Li Xiang had previously conducted an experiment confirming that communication was effective within 500 meters, and it was evident they had not exceeded that distance. Prepare to act. Upon Li Xiang's command, all present withdrew a piece of black cloth from their waists, slowly covering their faces. It was imperative to conceal their identities during this operation. Cheng Shuiyang was indeed correct. The emperor had long reached the limits of his patience with the Tuyuhan state. This nation had consistently played both sides, outwardly submitting to the Tang dynasty while secretly operating as an independent entity, obstructing any substantial actions from the Tang. Li Chengqian had long harbored intentions to confront them, which is why this time Li Xiang mobilized a substantial military force. Li Chengqian paid it no heed, merely waiting for the Tuyuhan to provoke trouble. Tonight, we shall annihilate your guild, and if you dare to rise in rebellion tomorrow, I will promptly dispatch troops to obliterate you. Your strength pales in comparison to the Turks. And moreover, the might of the Tang dynasty has multiplied beyond measure. It has been many years since we last engaged in warfare. A skirmish would serve well to hone the skills of our soldiers, lest their weapons gather dust. Chapter 89. Adding fuel to the fire. As soon as Li Xiang's words fell, 20 archers behind him raised their bows, each arrowhead ignited. The surroundings echoed this fiery display. When Li Xiang commanded the archers to shoot, his guards lowered their hands in unison, demonstrating an uncanny synchronicity in their offensive, a feat unattainable by others. In an instant, the vicinity of the Tiahan Guild Hall was engulfed in flames, as countless flaming arrows soared towards it. The structures of this era, predominantly wooden, ignited upon contact with fire. Water. We need water. The alarm was raised by those within, prompting many to flee from the building. Yet, Li Xiang's expression remained unchanged as he continued issuing orders to his men to release their arrows. The entrance was now barricaded. All that was required was to rain arrows upon the interior, compounded by the raging inferno. The survival chances of those inside plummeted below 30%. 2 individuals from the Hu tribe charged towards the entrance, attempting to escape. However, 2 arrows were loosed, one piercing the throat of one man, killing him instantly, while the other struck the shoulder of his companion, who staggered backward, gravely wounded. We can't escape. We are surrounded. Who are these people? Hurry and inform the authorities. We are under attack. Though the individuals inside were initially perplexed, they quickly grasped the grim reality. Escape was impossible. Outside the doors stood a regimented line of soldiers, and anyone daring to show themselves would immediately be met with a hail of arrows. Stay calm. Gather everyone. All uninjured personnel. Heed my command and assemble in the central courtyard. Zaturka, under royal orders of confinement, nevertheless managed to dispatch others to carry out tasks. He was acutely aware that today's events were a vendetta orchestrated by Li Xiang, who had previously embarrassed him outside the Ministry of War. Initially, Zaturka had believed that his skilled subordinates could eliminate Li Xiang under the cover of surprise, yet he was taken aback by the prowess of Li Xiang's men. Though Zaturka had ordered his experts to retreat under the cloak of night, the audacity of the opposing side suggested they possessed damning evidence. Forget about them. Withdraw to the central courtyard. Zaturka's command swiftly disseminated, and many injured individuals crawled from their hiding places. Yet the surrounding soldiers paid them no mind. To them, such figures had lost their combat efficacy. Continuing to attend to their wounds was futile. Better to abide by the prince's orders and retreat, preserving their own lives. Furthermore, they belonged to disparate tribes. Their connections were tenuous, merely sharing a common origin in Tiahan. There was no justification for sacrificing one's life for another. The Tiahan dynasty resembled a loose confederation, encompassing 160 tents beneath its aegis, where cooperation was rare and rivalries were fierce. Your Highness, the perimeter is clear. Shall we charge in? Cheng Chuliang rubbed his hands together, expressing his eagerness to test the might of this treasured blade. It was said that when clashing with others, it could sever their weapons and inflict injuries upon them. Today, it was finally time to put it to use. Do not rush. There is no need for us to enter at this moment. They still possess a degree of combat capability. We merely need to observe from the sidelines. The raging inferno within will take care of them well. Are they not inclined to retreat into the center? Let us stoke the flames further and continue to let loose our arrows. Although some of the brothers were not direct subordinates of Li Xiang, they had come to offer assistance. At this moment, everyone was united as brothers. It would indeed be excessive to risk lives recklessly. Your Highness, why do we not enter and put them out of their misery? Cheng Chuliang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Previously, he had found Li Xiang's command convincing, but now, it was evident that the enemy had suffered significant losses. If they were to enter at this juncture, they could swiftly accomplish their objective. Standing idly at the entrance seemed unnecessary. Brother Cheng, do you believe we are pressed for time? After such a prolonged period with this raging fire, not a single official from Chang'an has dispatched personnel, indicating that they have long been aware of the situation. Why should we send our men into battle? For every casualty among them, a family is affected. We possess the most prudent strategy, and our aim must be to achieve 0 casualties. Li Xiang's reasoning was sound. Yet Cheng Chuliang struggled to comprehend the concept of 0 casualties. After much effort, Li Xiang finally made him grasp the meaning of this principle. The unfolding scene mirrored Li Xiang's expectations. The fire began to converge towards the center, even when they retreated to the innermost courtyard. The abundance of trees therein resulted in the center becoming engulfed in flames. From Li Xiang's vantage point, it appeared as though the sky above was ablaze. Your Highness, your benevolence and the value you place on the lives of soldiers will surely lead to great achievements in the future, Cheng Chuliang sincerely remarked. In this era of cold weaponry, regardless of one's martial prowess, one must confront immense casualties on the battlefield. Li Xiang's sudden introduction of this theory earned Cheng Chuliang's genuine admiration. He recalled vividly the time of the northern expedition against the Turks, despite ultimately achieving victory. They returned with countless corpses from the northern front, and the sight of Chang'an draped in white mourning cloths remained etched in his memory. Your Highness's consideration for the lives of ordinary soldiers will surely benefit the soldiers of the Tang dynasty in times to come. While everyone was engrossed in the spectacle, the distant sound of war horses echoed. Initially, they presumed it to be officials arriving from some department, but upon closer inspection, they discovered it was a group of eunuchs from the Eastern Palace. "What brings you here?" Li Xiang inquired with curiosity. "If anyone were to come, it should be the guards of the Eastern Palace. What can you accomplish in your presence?" In response to His Highness, "The young prince has tasked us with bringing some intriguing items," the young eunuch cheerfully remarked as several horse-drawn carriages approached from a distance, the air becoming saturated with a peculiar scent. Initially, many were perplexed, but it did not take long for them to comprehend the source of the odor. It was entirely composed of lamp oil. It appeared that the old man had anticipated our intention to employ fire as a means of attack. "What are you still hesitating for? Pour in the oil." At Li Xiang's command, his subordinates seized the wooden barrels from the cart, filled one with half a barrel of lamp oil, and began to spin in place. Once they achieved a sufficient velocity, they hurled both the barrel and its contents into the fray, ensuring that you would be thoroughly warmed. Chapter 90. The secret weapon. As the flames reached the central courtyard, their ferocity had notably diminished. Within the courtyard stood a well, and many individuals had commenced efforts to extinguish the fire. However, just as they managed to quell the flickering flames, a crate of wooden barrels suddenly soared in from outside. What could those possibly be? Zaturka's eyebrows had been singed away to half their original length, rendering him utterly miserable. Countless possessions had been reduced to mere ashes, and just as a glimmer of hope appeared, an unexpected barrage of wooden barrels was hurled into their midst, inciting a sense of foreboding among the onlookers. "Damn it! It's lamp oil. Who threw these?" one merchant exclaimed as he climbed up to take a whiff, uttering a rather foolish remark. Who else could it be? If it were not for those outside, who would have the audacity to cast such a large barrel of lamp oil? It is far too precious for anyone to waste unless their intent was to incinerate us. Quickly, douse these oils with water. If the flames spread here, we shall all be consumed. Zaturka issued a rather misguided command. Of course, in this era, it was common knowledge that water could extinguish fires and that lamp oil would intensify them. They believed that washing away the lamp oil with water would prevent the fire from igniting. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that oil would float atop water, and should any sparks arise, the flames would follow the path of the water. Li Xiang, though unaware of the precise circumstances within, had heard from those in the know that there was water in the courtyard, suggesting that the fire might not penetrate deeply. If they could soak the wooden structures, even the oil thrown in would fail to ignite. Thus, Li Xiang prepared to launch another round of fire arrows. Dozens of soldiers ignited the tips of their arrows, and as Li Xiang lowered his hand, these flaming projectiles surged forth, igniting the surroundings anew. Chengqian, watching from the sidelines, felt a deep admiration. In his eyes, there were many skilled warriors in the Tang dynasty, yet Li Xiang had never been among them. However, today's display led Chengqian to believe that even his own father would struggle to match such prowess. The inferno had raged for over an hour. Although the onlookers were eager to venture inside and discern the situation, Li Xiang had already ordered that everyone remain on the periphery. If any civilians emerged, they were to be hastily sent home to avoid the chaos. Now, as the flames began to wane, Li Xiang commanded his men to stand at the ready. The fire had likely claimed numerous lives, and once its intensity diminished further, they could enter. After all, valuables could never be entirely consumed by flames. This evening, they could not return empty-handed. The Tuyuhan had amassed considerable wealth through trade over the years, and this was their stronghold in Chang'an, where much of their fortune lay. The various departments swiftly received Li Xiang's orders to commence the search from the outer courtyard. Should any survivors be present, they were to be eliminated without hesitation. Upon entering, they discovered that everything had been charred, the wood had turned to black ash, and the people were similarly transformed into shades of gray. Initially prepared for a fierce battle, they found, to their astonishment, that after enduring an entire night, there was nothing within. All eyes were fixed upon the central courtyard, perhaps the only place where survivors might be found. Orders were disseminated. Any valuable items discovered would be split equally between the public treasury and personal possession. Some had already emerged with copper coins, albeit singed, while others carried silver, all of which was tossed onto a cloth at the entrance, awaiting designated individuals to tally the spoils. The Tuyuhan people controlled the trade routes between the Tang dynasty and Tibet, allowing them to engage in bilateral commerce. Tibetan merchants were compelled to trade their goods with the Tuyuhan upon arrival, with no option to sell directly to the Tang. Conversely, Tang merchants faced the same restrictions, enabling the Tuyuhan to reap substantial profits from this trade. Consequently, they amassed considerable wealth in mere moments. The entrance was already piled high with a small mountain of copper coins. Your Highness, we have procured the items you requested, but there are only about 20. These are indeed precious. What do you intend to do with such things? Qian Ping gasped as he rushed over, followed by several carts laden with porcelain vases. This was not the 21st century. Such items were not commonly available during the Tang era, found only in the homes of the nobility, and even then. They were primarily white porcelain with slight yellowing due to inferior firing techniques. Pour the remaining barrels of lamp oil into these, then tear the rags, leaving a strip outside. When I give the signal, those with torches should stand clear. I have no desire for my own men to become roasted swine tonight. In this age devoid of glass bottles, Li Xiang was left to utilize these porcelain vessels. As the soldiers approached with torches, Li Xiang was startled. He feared they might inadvertently ignite themselves before harming others, urging them to retreat to a safe distance. Though the situation remained unclear to most, they followed their prince's commands without question. This approach could not lead to misfortune. Various troops surged into the fray with minimal casualties, only a few sustaining minor injuries. The perimeter was now devoid of adversaries, all having retreated inside. They had captured a living prisoner. Approximately 70 to 80 individuals had withdrawn, including archers, necessitating caution in the forthcoming actions. Chang Sunchong dragged a living prisoner over, though he was in a pitiable state. Previously defiant, he now bore the loss of 2 fingers, rendering his bite considerably less formidable. Reveal the circumstances within, Li Xiang commanded. Rest assured, let our men ascend the walls. Li Xiang smiled as he glanced at the porcelain vases. If you dare to resist stubbornly later, do not blame us for being unrefined. He scoffed at the notion of a wall. Look at their state. They have been reduced to rubble. When the house collapsed just now, these walls were left teetering precariously. Chang Sunchong pointed into the distance, and it was then that Li Xiang realized they were merely earthen walls. Many had already crumbled during the collapse, which simplified matters. The central building continued to burn. Soon, we shall charge indirectly. Chapter 91, the regretful Zaturka as Long Sunchong had predicted, with a mere exertion of effort. The walls of the inner courtyard were easily toppled. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Xiang surveyed the scene before him, utterly at a loss for words. Zaturka, devoid of any semblance of intelligence, had gathered everyone in the last building of the inner courtyard, a structure approximately 3 stories high. Despite our clear intentions to employ fire as our weapon, he chose to remain within this wooden abode, effectively crafting a coffin for all. Li Xiang, how dare you assault me today? You must be mad. Do you have any idea who I am? Should anything befall me tonight? My Tijihun will not rest until vengeance is exacted. Soon, 100,000 cavalry will storm Chang'an. Can you bear the weight of such responsibility? Zaturka had spotted Li Xiang and felt a twinge of trepidation himself. He was acutely aware of the reasons behind Li Xiang's intrusion. When he had previously dispatched assassins to eliminate Li Xiang, he anticipated some form of retaliation. But the magnitude of this response was beyond his expectations. Li Xiang's actions were tantamount to declaring war between their nations. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else? Do I bear a striking resemblance to His Highness Long Sun? We are merely here for the treasures within this place. If you surrender the valuables, I shall guarantee your survival. Feigning cowardice served Li Xiang well. He had no intention of confessing his identity, while Zaturka had yet to admit to the assassination attempt. As long as the task at hand was accomplished, that sufficed. The others present had also felt discomfort at Zaturka's threats. How audacious for a minuscule nation to dream of 100,000 cavalry marching into Chang'an. Was he not awake to reality? Who would have thought you to possess fear? I had presumed you to be bold and accountable. If you lack the courage, it would be wise to depart now. Zaturka aimed to force Li Xiang into acknowledgement. Sensing that his men remained defiant, brothers, stoke the flames. Li Xiang observed that the encirclement had solidified, and ceramic vials had been distributed among his subordinates. Once he hurled the first, the rest would know their course of action. You fool! I have drenched the entire building. Do you truly believe it can catch fire? Do you take me for a simpleton? Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Zaturka erupted into laughter. For it was indeed as Li Xiang had claimed, his men had relentlessly doused the structure, rendering it thoroughly soaked. I offer you one final chance. If you descend and surrender, we may yet negotiate. However, should you persist in your obstinate resistance, do not blame me for offering no further opportunities. Soon you shall learn that surrender is a luxury. With a ceramic vial of flame in his left hand, Li Xiang prepared to ignite it with his right. His words were a final appeal, yet it was evident that Zaturka had no intention of acquiescing. In response to Li Xiang, an arrow was loosed. Though its force was far inferior to that of the assassins from before, nevertheless, it was a skilled shot. Li Xiang deftly evaded the projectile, and his men were poised to retaliate. Hold your fire. We cannot afford to squander our arrows. We possess superior methods of attack. Pay close attention. Li Xiang swiftly intervened, halting his subordinates. They were all shielded, and even if arrows were released now, they would scarcely inflict any significant harm. Although everyone grasped porcelain vials, they remained oblivious to their intended use. Witnessing Li Xiang ignite the tattered cloth outside, he summoned every ounce of strength to hurl the makeshift incendiary vial against the wooden structure, specifically targeting the chamber occupied by Zaturka. In an instant, the kerosene shattered, igniting the surroundings. While they had indeed soaked the wood with water, the presence of kerosene ignited a ferocious blaze. Those inside peered out, only to have their hair singed and clothing charred. Many screamed and leapt from the upper floors, preferring the perilous fall to the agonizing embrace of flames. Commands echoed through the units, and the commanding generals began issuing orders, launching over 20 burning vials into the air. The occupants of the small building had believed themselves secure, relying on the cover of night and the sturdy structure, convinced they could endure until dawn when Li Xiang's forces would be compelled to retreat. Yet, this unforeseen turn of events left them dumbfounded. Had they not soaked the wood? Why then did it still ignite? Just moments ago, Zaturka had been defiant. But now he found himself in retreat as flames engulfed many of his soldiers, frantic within the confines of the room. Were it not for the kerosene, the surrounding wood would have remained unlit. However, with the oil present, though the wood contained moisture, the rapid combustion of the oil swiftly evaporated it. Once the moisture fell below a certain threshold, the timber could indeed catch fire. Desperation drove many to leap from the upper floors, unable to withstand the searing heat. Opting for self-immolation, the upper levels contained a limited supply of water, but it was scant. Aside from a few nobles, the soldiers could scarcely access it, leaving them with no choice but to jump to their demise. Some speculated that in their final moments, soldiers might disregard rank and age, fiercely competing for water. Yet such scenarios did not unfold. These individuals were commoners from Tuyahan. Indulging in excess would spell doom for their families upon return. Thus, even in choosing to leap to their deaths, they resolved to protect the lives of the nobles, particularly Zaturka. As Zaturka witnessed his loyal subordinates plummet one after another, he was consumed by anguish. Had he faced defeat once more? The humiliation of that fateful day lingered in his memory, prompting him to orchestrate an assassination against Li Xiang. Believing he could evade the consequences, even if the plot failed, he presumed Li Xiang possessed no evidence to implicate him. Yet today, Li Xiang had arrived with his forces. You may choose to conceal your identity in an assassination attempt against me, but I too can opt for an open confrontation. Naturally, Li Xiang would not allow this man to perish so easily. That would be far too lenient. Instead, he intended to torment him gradually, eliminating every loyal companion by his side, subjecting him to endless fear and sorrow. This, he deemed the ultimate punishment. The individuals present were acutely aware of Li Xiang's actions, each silently resolving to avoid provoking this young man in the future, for the consequences of crossing him were far too grave. Li Xiang had already calculated his plan. Although the wooden structure appeared to be engulfed in flames, once the oil had been consumed, the edifice would remain structurally intact. After all, it had been previously soaked in water, allowing for the potential capture of Zaturka at a later time. Chapter 92. Dividing the spoils as dawn gradually broke. The building stood unscathed, though the number of those capable of movement within was likely scarce. Some individuals, despite possessing strength, had been suffocated by smoke for half the night, and it was probable that they were now on the brink of death. Drag everyone out, commanded Li Xiang. As his words echoed, the surrounding crowd prepared to rush in. But others moved even more swiftly. These were the Eastern Palace Guards. It was only then that Qing Chuyang and his companions noticed the arrival of hundreds of Eastern Palace Guards. I appreciate the goodwill of my brothers, but if any fighting occurs inside, and your men sustain injuries, I would feel rather guilty. Li Xiang explained upon seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces. Hearing his words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Although last night had appeared perilous, apart from a few injuries, no lives had been lost. Li Xiang proved himself a worthy ally. He willingly placed his own men in danger while others, despite bringing their own, faced little risk throughout the night. As sounds of conflict echoed from within the building, Li Xiang's willingness to shoulder the peril garnered him respect from those present. Though a few individuals still possessed some strength, it was only a matter of moments before more were unceremoniously hurled from the upper floors. Most were unrecognizable, their faces shrouded in soot from the smoke. I am Zatek, a prince of Tuan. One individual, however, was carried down, his condition noticeably better than the others, and he was the very person Li Xiang sought. In addition, a considerable amount of gold and silver treasures was retrieved from the upper floors. Get out of my way, Long Sun exclaimed, delivering a kick to the prince, having long harbored disdain for him. What kind of prince are you at a time like this? Your Highness. After preliminary assessment, the total value amounts to approximately 130,000 guan, reported one of the guards. The figure left everyone astounded. They had heard tales of Tuyahan merchants amassing wealth, But this was beyond their expectations. It was known that they transported vast sums of money monthly. This was merely a month's profit. If one were to calculate the annual earnings, it would amount to millions of guan in Chang'an City alone. Nearly a tenth of the Tang dynasty's treasury. Brothers, let us simply divide it among ourselves, Li Xiang stated, remaining indifferent to the riches. Although the sum was substantial, to him, it was merely a number. He could earn money whenever he desired. Your Highness, you jest. We merely waved flags and shouted from the back, exerting little effort. I shall take this box as our share, proposed Yu Qi Baolin, dismissing the treasures. While others dreamed of wealth, Yu Qi Baolin's actions set a precedent, making it difficult for the rest to covet the remaining riches without appearing greedy. Observing that Li Xiang had gained control of the situation, Yu Qi Baolin decided it was time to depart, for their identities were that of bandits. As I walked alongside Brother Baolin, I also took a box. Cheng Chuliang brushed off the dust from his clothes, casually picked up a box, and strode away. This fellow possessed considerable strength. That box must weigh at least 70 or 80 pounds. With this box in tow, we proceeded. Long Sun Chong, being somewhat greedy, selected the largest box among them. However, upon our return, this lad would lament, for although the first two individuals carried smaller boxes, theirs were filled predominantly with gold and silver ingots, while Long Sun Chong's box contained solely copper coins. Your Highness, I shall serve you from this day forth, said the old servant. We have no need for money. With that, the old servant stood obediently beside Li Xiang, exhibiting no desire for wealth. They were all loyal retainers of Empress Changsun and found greater joy in Li Xiang's utility than in any monetary gain. Qianping, distribute the items here, sending 2,000 guan to each household. After all, this money isn't ours. They seek no riches, and we cannot hoard it all. Considering that they brought people here last night, we must ensure they do not suffer losses. Rest assured, it will be delivered before nightfall. Although Qianping was somewhat avaricious, he understood which funds were appropriate to accept and which were not. The current wealth must be shared, or who would assist us in the future? Once these trivial matters were settled, Li Xiang approached Zitelka. If you intend to kill, do so. I shall not flinch. Just a moment ago, Zitelka had appeared as a tough man, eager to assert himself before Li Xiang, yet in the next moment, he let out a wail. For Li Xiang had stepped upon the wound on his foot. If one is not made of the right stuff, there is no need to feign toughness. Clearly, you are merely a coward. What purpose does your pretense serve? You sent assassins after me, and I uprooted your stronghold in Chang'an. There are consequences to your actions. What have you gained from this assassination? Aside from the loss of numerous lives, you have achieved nothing. Li Xiang spoke with a sneer, intent on psychologically dismantling this man. Having already discerned that Zitelka was not the hardened figure he pretended to be. To speak candidly, Zitelka had felt fear earlier, yet did not wish to lose face in front of Li Xiang. At that moment, hearing Li Xiang's words, he felt a pang of bitterness. Indeed, he had initially sought vengeance, but ended up with nothing but a trail of death in his wake. Execute him by dismemberment. I shall bear any consequences. Li Xiang noticed a glimmer of fear in Zitelka's eyes and deliberately spoke loudly. A man afraid of death would never willingly face it, perhaps in the final moments. Unexpected outcomes might arise. Wait. I have something to say. I possess wealth, an abundance of it. You cannot take my life. I have numerous assets at my disposal. As long as you spare me, I shall offer you everything. Additionally, I possess incriminating evidence against Hou Junji. Evidence of his illicit activities. Li Xiang was astute in his observations. Zitelka is merely a coward. When he realized the fate that awaited him, his mind was consumed with a singular thought, to demonstrate his worth to Li Xiang, in hopes of securing his own survival. Throughout the night, the number of dead has escalated dramatically, and a pervasive stench of blood now fills the air. Zitelka is acutely aware that Li Xiang is a man of his word. He must seize this final opportunity. Chapter 93. The traitorous Prince Hou Junji. I had long heard rumors of the collusion between Hou Junji and Zitelka, yet no concrete evidence had ever surfaced. Should this opportunity present itself to topple Hou Junji, it would undoubtedly serve Li Xiang's interests. Thus, he urged hastily, speak quickly. Your life hangs in the balance. While my interest still lingers, divulge all that you know. Should my interest wane, even the most formidable revelations will not spare you from demise today. As Li Xiang spoke, he brandished a dagger across Zitelka's face. Although no tangible harm was inflicted, the chilling sensation instilled profound fear within Zitelka. Despite hailing from a warrior lineage, as a prince accustomed to luxury, he was particularly averse to death. Those who live in comfort often dread mortality the most. Thus, when confronted with the specter of death, such individuals are the first to betray. I possess numerous estates and shops throughout the Tang realm, all acquired for rental income. My land deeds reside in the countryside, since my arrival in Chang'an a decade ago. I have relentlessly extorted funds from merchants. Should they refuse me benefits, I employ intimidation tactics. Trembling, he began to reveal his secrets. It soon became apparent that the wealth he possessed was but a fraction of his total assets. Over the past 10 years, he had employed every means necessary to amass riches, extorting merchants, some of whom hailed from Tuyuan, while others were traders traveling to Tuyuan from the Tang, alongside Tibetan merchants. As he confessed, Li Xiang ordered his subordinates to collect the dues, discovering that this seemingly inconspicuous individual was indeed a formidable magnate. Li Xiang had considered himself a landlord with 40 to 50,000 acres of land, but this young man surpassed him considerably. He had enlisted numerous individuals to act as nominal owners, circumventing Tang regulations that prohibited non-Han people from acquiring land. Thus, he sought out local citizens to hold titles, amassing tens of thousands of acres around Chang'an alone, and totaling several 100,000 acres across the Tang, an undeniable landowner. In addition, he possessed numerous shops bought for rental income, a notably reliable means of profit in this era. With every coin he acquired, he invested it back into land and businesses. After a lengthy recounting of his assets lasting over 10 minutes, Li Xiang was left in awe. A decade prior, this young man had still been a mere child, already scheming to accumulate wealth. His ambition was palpable, yet now all of it belonged to us. Your Highness, I have roughly estimated that his total assets amount to at least 1,500,000 guan, remarked an elder servant. Following the young man's disclosures, Qianping commenced calculations, astonished at the capability demonstrated in amassing such wealth over a mere decade. Please, spare my life. I am but a worthless being, and I offer you everything I possess. If it is still insufficient, I can write home for more funds. At this moment, the man resembled a mere dog, utterly stripped of his former prowess. Li Xiang understood that once one relinquishes such a mindset, regaining it is a formidable challenge. Speak of your dealings with Hou Junji. The extortion matter has temporarily reached a standstill. Li Xiang knew this fellow had certainly not divulged everything, yet his curiosity now lay more with Hou Junji. The crown princess had no hope of reconciling with Hou Junji, and the emperor also harbored intentions of dealing with him, albeit without a suitable opportunity thus far. If he could procure any information from this source, it would be tantamount to indirect assistance. In years past, Hou Junji was stationed at the southwestern border, engaging in various trade with us. As long as we provided ample funds, he would procure any goods for us, including salt and iron. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang was infuriated. According to the regulations of the Tang dynasty, salt and iron were deemed vital resources, strictly prohibited from circulating outside, especially to the surrounding nomadic tribes. The Tuyuhan's metallurgical technology was relatively primitive, and salt and iron were scarce within their territory. Each year, the Tang court allocated them a specific quota to control their stock, a strategy essential for maintaining peace along the border. If Hou Junji were to sell these resources privately, enabling them to amass substantial reserves, they would eventually gain the audacity to oppose the Tang, a grave offense. Upon returning to the capital, Hou Junji still wielded influence within the military. With his minions at his disposal, I spent 150,000 guan to acquire the troop deployment maps of the southwestern border. Hearing this, Li Xiang was enraged and kicked the man. Hou Junji had gone too far. If his previous dealings were merely driven by greed, now he had directly disclosed the military arrangements of the southwestern frontier. Thankfully, the Tuyuhan lacked formidable strength. Had they been more powerful, our southwestern border could be breached at any moment. Selling the maps for 150,000 guan was truly audacious. Of course, Li Xiang looked down upon this sum. Yet for Hou Junji, it could represent a fortune, indeed, a considerable amount for all prominent families. Every consignment entering the Tang was subject to General Huo's intervention, demanding a cut each time, a stipulation he imposed. Should anyone refuse, they would be denied access to the deployment maps. Li Xiang realized the situation was far from simple. Besides the initial payment, the subsequent cuts constituted a significant source of income. Annual trade between the two nations amounted to millions, and even a small percentage of that would yield substantial returns. Your Highness, the expenses of the Huo household are not that exorbitant each year, Qianping interjected. As the chief eunuch of the Eastern Palace, he was familiar with the Huo family's expenditures due to frequent interactions. Should this matter be reported, it might implicate the crown prince, considering Hou Junji had previously aided him in rebellion. Wouldn't these funds be connected? Recalling the frugal elderly Xiang, he found himself hesitant to guarantee anything, for historically, Li Chengqian had rebelled, and Hou Junji had been a pivotal figure in that turmoil. Should such an event transpire again, it might very well implicate him. With this thought in mind, Li Xiang ordered for Zitelka to be brought along, while he resolved to incinerate the dilapidated building, ensuring it was reduced to ashes. Soon, the officials would arrive. He decided it prudent to return and consult with the elder before proceeding further. Chapter 94. A sin of enormous proportion in the grand hall of the crown prince, a sense of dread loomed as a voice lamented, "What are we to do? My child, you truly have a knack for attracting calamity. That place is a stronghold of the Tuyuhan. How could you have set fire to the entire region while simply seeking vengeance? Who could possibly come to your aid now?" Li Chengqian, upon hearing of Li Xiang's actions, found himself in a state of unease. Although he was aware that Li Xiang had ventured out for retribution, he had not anticipated such a reckless approach. In the whole of Chang'an, Li Xiang was indeed unique. One could not find another like him throughout the vast Tang dynasty. Initially, Li Chengqian believed that the matter concerning his son would involve the influential clans, as only they possessed the audacity to act so boldly. To his astonishment, it turned out to be the Tuyuhan prince. Although Li Chengqian harbored resentment towards this audacious individual for committing such acts within the territory of Chang'an, the implications of external relations weighed heavily on him. If mishandled, this could ignite conflict across the southwestern frontier, and should the emperor's ire fall upon Li Xiang, the consequences could be dire. "Father, this is not the time to discuss such matters. Did I not inform you? I have seized a ledger belonging to this scoundrel," which he presented as a tribute to Ho Junji. However, the funds were acquired through the betrayal of military secrets. Our dealings with their family have been murky for years. Reflect carefully. This matter does not concern you, does it? Li Xiang, indifferent to the situation, felt that whatever the emperor chose to do was his prerogative. Moreover, he surmised that the emperor had long harbored discontent towards the Tuyuhan. Otherwise, he would not have dealt so harshly with Jia Taerk previously. The primary concern now was to ensure that his father remained uninvolved in the matter of military betrayal. Any connection to such affairs could spell absolute ruin. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, a contemplative expression crossed Li Chengqian's face, while Li Xiang's heart raced with anxiety. Previously, his father had squandered money without care, seeking to utilize funds from any source he could find. It was imperative to avoid entanglement in this predicament. Is there truly a connection? Observing his father's silence, Li Xiang grew increasingly anxious. If there were indeed ties to this affair, no matter Li Xiang's capabilities, Li Chengqian's position as crown prince would be jeopardized. However, based on Li Xiang's understanding of Li Shimin, he believed that the emperor would extricate Li Xiang from this predicament. Yet, should Li Chengqian lose his title, it would signify peril for Li Xiang's prospects as the crown grandson. The promising situation they had recently secured could crumble at any moment, especially considering the formidable uncles involved. Our dealings with the Ho family were managed solely by your legitimate mother. I am entirely unaware of these matters. However, I wonder if any of these funds have ever reached the Eastern Palace. Li Chengqian hesitated in his inquiry. In the past, whenever there was money involved, he would find a way to acquire it. He vaguely recalled Ho Junji reporting to him while intoxicated, yet the specifics eluded him. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang promptly rose to depart, realizing that clarity from his father was unlikely. He would have to seek answers from the crown princess, Lady Ho. Li Chengqian was acutely aware that he had once again landed himself in trouble, hastily following his son to listen in. While other families grappled with sons who caused them grief, the crown prince's residence was burdened by a father who brought misfortune upon his son. If Li Xiang had been blessed with a worthy father, one could only imagine how many troubles might have been averted. Since the crown princess had been confined, the courtyard had become overrun with weeds. The servants of the Eastern Palace were adept at discerning the tides of favor. Once, she had been the esteemed daughter of a duke, the mistress of the Eastern Palace, and thus they dared not speak ill of her. Yet now, cast aside and confined by the crown prince, any hopes of retaining her former privileges were mere fantasies. At that moment, the crown princess was seated before the hall, gracefully playing the guzheng. Upon seeing the father and son storm in, she made no move to rise and pay her respects. She had long since realized that the crown prince held her in disdain. Even if she accompanied him cautiously, there was no escaping her predicament. Although she had dispatched someone to convey a message to Ho Junji, it was evident that he had abandoned her cause. Ho Junji was as venomous as a viper. He could easily forsake not only a daughter but even a son, especially when faced with the might of the Eastern Palace, a realm ruled by a prince. Li Xiang harbored no affection for the crown princess. In fact, this body had narrowly escaped death at her hands on several occasions. Are you aware of your father's betrayal regarding the military affairs of the Southwest? Li Xiang uttered this with piercing intensity, his gaze fixed on the crown princess, hoping to glean some insight from her expression. Although she endeavored to maintain her composure, upon hearing his words, her playing abruptly ceased. Observing her rapid breathing and pale visage, Li Xiang pressed on, "Do not falsely accuse my father. He is a significant minister of the court. Should you speak recklessly, you shall face the consequences." The crown princess retorted fiercely, her expression still twisted in anger. Yet to Li Xiang, she resembled a toothless tiger, a mere shadow of her former self. "Speak quickly. Do you wish to see the Eastern Palace fall? And your son?" Li Chengqian urged, knowing that this matter was far from trivial, with so many involved last night. Suppressing the news was an impossible task. In the capital of Chang'an, nothing could remain hidden from the emperor. The crown prince recognized that the crown princess had resigned herself to despair. If she still clung to any concern, it was solely for her legitimate son, Li Ju. Li Xiang observed his father, who appeared disorganized yet was methodically calculating how best to threaten the crown princess. Li Chengqian's mind was as clear as day. The Eastern Palace's reputation hinged on Li Xiang. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Xiang must remain untainted. If past financial dealings were implicated in this affair, Li Chengqian would personally approach the emperor to assume full responsibility. As long as Li Xiang remained unharmed and this incident did not ensnare him, there would be a chance for their lineage to rise again. However, should Li Xiang be punished alongside them, the crown prince's line would face annihilation. When the topic turned to the crown princess's own son, the coldness in her demeanor began to dissipate. As the crown princess nodded emphatically, Li Chengqian and Li Xiang exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. The audacity of this woman was truly astonishing. She dared to demand any sum of money without hesitation, should this matter reach the ears of the emperor. Even if Li Xiang had performed numerous virtuous deeds, it was unlikely the emperor would show him any mercy. This incident could very well mark the gravest political crisis in the history of the Eastern Palace. The crown prince of a nation betraying the military secrets of the Southwest. Surely, no number of deaths could atone for such a transgression. Chapter 95. A temporary alliance with the crown princess. Alas, it is all over. Li Chengqian sat despondently on the ground, while the crown princess wore an expression of deep concern. She understood that this situation was unlike any other. However, when the money was accepted, the Eastern Palace was indeed in dire straits. Without this sum, even the daily expenses of the Eastern Palace would be at risk. The blame cannot rest solely on the crown princess. Rather, it is Li Chengqian's penchant for indulgence that led to this predicament. In his eagerness to please, he recklessly bestowed one estate after another, oblivious to the financial state of the Eastern Palace. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall write to my father immediately to ensure he does not implicate you. The crown princess suddenly recalled, prompting her attendants to prepare ink. Do not dwell on these matters. They are futile, Li Xiang retorted, shaking his head in disbelief, questioning how she had come to be the crown princess. What do you know, being of such tender years? You have now established your own court and title. What concern do you have for the Eastern Palace? The crown princess exclaimed defiantly. I am connected to the Eastern Palace by blood. What kind of man is your father? Do you not know him better than I? How long have you been here? Has your father even sent someone to inquire? Li Xiang questioned sharply. If the emperor begins to investigate this affair, do you truly believe your father would not drag more individuals into the mire to secure his own survival? The crown prince is the most vital pawn. He would not hesitate to ensnare him, for in a crowd, the law punishes none. If the emperor chooses not to penalize the crown prince, by what right would he punish me? Just as with the matter of deposing the crown prince, in the end, all will be well. Li Xiang, weary of the conversation, hastened to leave, while Li Chengqian quickly followed, eager to discern Li Xiang's plans. Let Hou Junji memorize it. That should be the most prudent solution. But all who are aware must be silenced. We can identify all those in the Eastern Palace who know. But can we do the same for those in Hou Junji's circle? Thus, he must also be involved. But can he assist the Eastern Palace now? As Li Xiang pondered various possibilities, he found himself returning to his great hall without a clear course of action. Your Highness, a note has been delivered from the princess, Qianping announced, presenting a slip of paper sealed with wax, indicating it was meant solely for Li Xiang's eyes. Typically, if the message bore no additional remarks, it was from the crown princess of the Eastern Palace. Number 12, Jike Street. The note contained but these few words, leaving Li Xiang perplexed. He promptly snapped his fingers, summoning Shulu from behind. He handed the note to Shulu, who understood precisely what was required of him. In less than half an hour, Shulu returned. Your Highness, there is only a young boy and a few wet nurses here. If our assumptions are correct, this boy is connected to the Ho family. In merely half an hour, they managed to gather such intelligence, which speaks to their investigative capabilities. Li Xiang has discerned the identity of the young boy. Further inquiry is unnecessary, as this must be the illegitimate son of Hou Junji. With this knowledge in hand, we possess a bargaining chip, ensuring that Hou Junji will undoubtedly shoulder this matter. Son? The crown prince gazed at Li Xiang in silence, his heart racing with anxiety, uncertain of Li Xiang's thoughts. Shouldn't there be a course of action at this juncture? If the silence persists, time will slip away inexorably. Once the emperor receives word, we shall all face dire consequences. Li Xiang observed his father's anxious countenance. Recalling the individuals from the Eastern Palace and contemplating his own future, he resolved to act decisively. Father, for now, let her go. In this matter, her interests align with ours. She must locate everyone and ensure they are all sent to the distillery outside the city. Initially, Li Xiang had considered eliminating these individuals, yet, having come from the modern world, he still held a respect for life. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never resort to indiscriminate slaughter. These people were merely following their master's orders, left with no choice at that time. I shall go at once. I shall go at once. Li Chengqian felt a surge of fear. Any task assigned to him would alleviate some of his dread. As for how to resolve this predicament, he chose to leave it entirely to Li Xiang. Secure the people of Zhuke Street and find a location even I cannot trace. Li Xiang turned his face to issue the command, and Shulu promptly vanished into the shadows. Prepare the carriage. We are heading to the Ho residence. Though night had fallen, Li Xiang could afford no delay. Despite potential flaws in the plan, he must act. Only through effort would the outcome reveal itself. Waiting at home would yield no favorable results. Your Highness, 2 groups have attempted to assassinate Zatelka. We followed them out of the city, but we cannot ascertain their origins. On the journey, Hui reported to Li Xiang that the location guarding Zatelka had faced 2 attacks within a single day. Fortunately, their local allies had intervened. Or else Zatelka would have already lost his head. Zatelka has made numerous enemies, yet even those wishing for his demise would not emerge at this time. It is evident to any observer that a storm looms over Chang'an, and one would do well to avoid being ensnared. If someone were to approach, it would likely be those genuinely intent on eliminating Zatelka, not out of vengeance, but to safeguard their own lives. These 2 groups need not be investigated further. They must be affiliated with Ho Junji. What is the strength of the assailants? How many are there? Li Xiang suddenly contemplated the purpose of this substantial sum of money. Since Qianping could not fathom where Ho Junji had allocated these funds, Li Xiang speculated that Ho Junji might be using it to raise a contingent of elite warriors. After all, it was indeed a considerable amount. With 2 groups totaling over 70 individuals, each possessing a combat capability of around 8, Li Xiang's conjecture was increasingly plausible. Among the prominent families in the capital, guards with a combat strength of 5 were already regarded as commendable, thus maintaining over 70 elite warriors. Each with an 8 in combat prowess would undoubtedly entail exorbitant expenses throughout the year. Chapter 96. The transaction before death. The news that Li Xiang was expecting had arrived ahead of time, yet a steward stood at the entrance, with not a single young master in sight. Given Li Xiang's current status, it would not have been unreasonable for even Ho Junji to come out personally. Under normal circumstances, Li Xiang would have sought a confrontation at the door, but today, with life and death hanging in the balance, he had no time for frivolities. The matter at hand required resolution, especially considering that the cunning Ho Junji was not to be trifled with. Mishandling the situation could spell disaster for the entire Eastern Palace. My old ailment prevents me from coming out to greet you. I hope your Highness will pardon me, Ho Junji remarked, a smirk gracing his face as he observed Li Xiang's entrance. I do not go out to welcome you, yet here you are, dutifully entering. In the past, Li Xiang would have engaged in a verbal spar with him, but now his thoughts were elsewhere. There was no need for circumlocution. Since you have sent someone to eliminate Zatelka, you must be aware of certain matters. Let us save time. Dismiss everyone, Li Xiang said, taking a seat for himself. Is there something urgent for you, Your Highness? Ho Junji feigned indifference, believing that no one in the residence could survive this ordeal. To him, this situation was a crime of treason against the emperor, but dragging someone like Li Xiang down with him was a worthy endeavor. I certainly have urgent matters. We are all reasonable individuals here. Let us speak plainly. If you are not concerned about these matters becoming public, I shall speak freely, but you too must exercise caution. Li Xiang placed a note before Ho Junji, whose expression shifted dramatically upon reading the words. This ungrateful wretch. Li Xiang understood that Ho Junji's ire was directed at the crown princess, for he recognized the handwriting as that of his own daughter. Get out, all of you. By my command, anyone who dares to approach within 10 paces shall be executed. Upon seeing the words Zhuqiu Street, Ho Junji comprehended the gravity of the situation. Further manipulation could lead to chaos. You need not speak of her. You are anxious for your son, and she too must be concerned for hers. Let us strike a deal. Li Xiang leaned closer to Ho Junji, wary of eavesdroppers. Why would you need to negotiate with me after eliminating Zatelka? Ho Junji replied slyly. Indeed, if Zatelka were to be killed, the matter might remain concealed for the time being. However, the news had already spread. Should Li Xiang kill Zatelka, it would implicate him in the affair, a futile attempt to cover up the truth. Otherwise, shall I deliver him to your doorstep, and you can personally finish him off? Li Xiang was reluctant to engage in such fruitless banter, yet Ho Junji's demeanor was infuriating. What is it that you desire? Upon witnessing the furious countenance of Li Xiang, it became evident that should matters escalate to a calamitous end, Ho Junji would gain little advantage. His presence here was sustained by the existence of an illegitimate son, alleviating his concerns over the potential annihilation of the Ho lineage. Yet, with the betrayal of his own daughter. Huo Junji was compelled to suppress his indignation and engage in dialogue with Li Xiang. You must shoulder the consequences yourself. All those privy to this matter have been eliminated. I wish for no connection between this incident and the Eastern Palace. Li Xiang articulated his perspective, only to be met with a hearty laugh from Huo Junji. You are naively simplistic. Even if I were to heed your counsel, do you truly believe the emperor is a fool? He cannot be convinced that the Eastern Palace has no ties to me. Huo Junji scoffed, recognizing that since the previous night, the news had undoubtedly spread. If his conjecture were accurate, the emperor would have been informed almost immediately. The lack of any imperial decree was rather intriguing. Will you proceed with your plan? If you do, I can assure you that your son will continue to thrive. However, should you choose otherwise, your lineage may face obliteration. Throughout history, men have placed immense value on their progeny. The reason Huo Junji raised this illegitimate child outside was to prepare for such a day. He was not alone. Many officials placed their eggs in multiple baskets, fearing a total eradication. What if I desire mutual destruction? Huo Junji retorted with a cold smirk. Had it been anyone else, he might have acquiesced, for preserving even a branch of his family amidst such calamity could be deemed a fortunate misfortune. Yet, he had always harbored animosity towards Li Xiang, wishing to dismantle him entirely, making collaboration unthinkable. Then I shall eliminate you first, even if the emperor were to hold me accountable. Do you truly believe he would seek justice for you, given our current standings? The chill in Li Xiang's gaze indicated the gravity of the situation. This was a pivotal moment, the outcome of which he dared not contemplate. Such audacity, yet you are not of my blood. Were my grandson to inherit even a fraction of your resolve, perhaps the outcome would differ. Until the final moment, one must never relinquish hope. You possess the capability to achieve great things. As Huo Junji spoke, Li Xiang felt a pang of discomfort. Recognizing the valor of a man who had once served the Tang dynasty, now facing a tragic denouement. If this matter is handled adeptly, in time, the crown princess may be relegated to commoner status, yet she would undoubtedly care for her half-brother, for the Huo family bears but this sole descendant. I swear by the heavens to protect them as best I can, provided they refrain from involving me. Li Xiang understood that Huo Junji was not a trustworthy individual. It was imperative to clarify certain matters. Only by ensuring that Huo Junji held some concern in his heart could this endeavor be deemed successful. To possess sustenance, shelter, and garments suffices for an ordinary existence. The relentless pursuit of fame and fortune over half a lifetime often culminates in familial ruin. I shall pen a letter to my daughter. You must convey it back. You must safeguard Li Ju's throne, for one day you shall ascend and reign as emperor. Should he refrain from rebellion, spare his life. Huo Junji is no fool. If his grandson's position is secured, even if his daughter becomes merely a commoner, she and her younger brother will still have guardians. A valiant man is supported by 3 allies. I too require assistance to sustain me. I reiterate, as long as they do not involve me in their affairs, I shall strive to preserve the throne. Through a combination of coercion and persuasion, Huo Junji ultimately capitulated. Although it may not satisfy the emperor, at the very least, there will be no overt evidence. Next, Li Xiang must take a gamble, approaching Li Shimin for a wager. Chapter 97. The son and the grandson in the Hall of Diligent Government. Emperor Li Shimin had been attentively observing the unfolding situation. Although his grasp of the details may not have been entirely precise, he was acutely aware of every step taken by his grandson, Li Xiang. In his heart, he silently calculated the extent of this young man's capabilities. As long as his actions remained within the bounds of his control, he would allow this lad to navigate his own path. After all, what future could a child who refrained from mischief possibly hope for? Father, could you kindly speak? This boy dares to undertake any venture. He even has the audacity to challenge foreign princes. Li Tai and Li Ji had been present for quite some time, intent on reporting Li Xiang's transgressions. Yet, Li Shimin remained stoically silent, unaffected by Li Tai's incessant complaints. Even after multiple discreet signals from Li Ji to his elder brother, urging him to limit his tirade, Li Tai remained oblivious. He believed that the emperor would undoubtedly punish Li Xiang for such egregious behavior, and thus felt compelled to escalate matters, ensuring that Li Xiang was thoroughly trampled, leaving no chance for redemption. Though Li Shimin's countenance betrayed no emotion, he felt profound disappointment towards Prince Li Tai. Once his favorite son, Li Tai's perspective had soured since Li Xiang's rise, revealing an utter lack of foresight. He was consumed with petty rivalries, and if such a character were entrusted with the future of the Tang dynasty, all of Li Shimin's past efforts would have been in vain. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince Li Xiang seeks an audience, announced Wang De. Upon hearing this, Li Tai quickly shut his mouth, excitement flickering across his face, eager to see how his brother would respond to the scandal that had become common knowledge throughout Chang'an. The Emperor commands the Crown Prince to enter, Wang De proclaimed, and upon receiving a nod from Li Shimin, he raised his voice, prompting the young eunuchs to echo his words as Li Xiang approached from a distance. "Greetings to your majesty. Long live the emperor." Li Xiang knelt, and upon surveying the room, he noted the absence of outsiders. Only Li Shimin sat in the center, flanked by his 4 sons. Aside from the crown prince Li Chengqian, the rest of his siblings were present, while others of lesser stature remained absent from the court. "Have you completed your tasks for the night? If not, must I continue to wait for you?" Li Shimin's tone was laced with irritation. Li Tai's face brightened at this, but Li Ji perceived the situation differently. Typically, had Li Xiang committed such an act the previous night, the emperor would have dispatched someone to apprehend him, rather than allowing him to present himself voluntarily. "What is this talk, grandfather?" Upon hearing that several uncles were in attendance, I presumed there were pressing matters to discuss, which is why I refrained from coming sooner. Now, I believe the discussions have concluded, hence my hasty arrival. Listening attentively, Li Xiang could discern that Li Shimin was not genuinely enraged. It was quite natural, for Li Shimin had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the Tuan. The reason he refrained from taking extreme actions was due to his inappropriate status. After all, he was merely a 13-year-old boy. Should he err, would the world truly hold a child accountable? Li Shimin possessed room for maneuver. Moreover, Li Xiang, well-versed in history, understood that the relationship between the Tang dynasty and Tuyahan would soon deteriorate. Although there were no hostilities during the Jingguan era, there was mutual vigilance, and their actions were in accordance with the currents of the times. Even if Li Shimin felt some dissatisfaction, it was merely with certain methods, not the entirety of the situation. "Are you aware of the intentions behind your uncle's visit?" As Li Shimin posed this question, an air of tension enveloped the room. The attendees had come to lodge complaints, albeit discreetly. Should Li Shimin expose their grievances, the uncles would be left in a most embarrassing position. Yet one individual stood tall and unwavering: "Princely Ku. Your uncles hold esteemed positions and must surely toil daily for the welfare of our Great Tang. As a grandson still in his youth, I am yet to grasp the depth of their concerns, but today I truly felt their affection for me." Li Xiang was acutely aware of the uncle's purpose for being there. It was no surprise. However, in the presence of Li Shimin, he could not act like them. They sought to gain his favor, while he aimed to cultivate goodwill. "Oh, pray tell, what assistance have your uncles rendered?" Li Shimin knew that Li Xiang had visited several royal estates, but the specifics eluded him. His spies could gather information, yet certain details remained elusive. It was merely a trivial matter. "I faced bullying outside, nearly losing my life. My uncles, unable to contain their indignation, dispatched the most formidable individuals from their households to ensure I reclaimed my honor. They spent the entire night attending to this affair." Li Xiang understood Li Shimin's desires. Since Li Shimin ascended the throne, familial affection had waned significantly. Even conversations within the family were conducted with sternness, and various rituals bound individuals uncomfortably. Thus, Li Xiang endeavored to speak plainly, aiming to instill a sense of familial warmth in Li Shimin. Cheng Yaojin employed a similar approach, and it seemed to bear fruit. "Huh. I did not anticipate that your uncles would possess such conscience. They dispatched individuals to assist you, only to return here to report on you. That hardly exemplifies the conduct expected of uncles, does it?" Li Shimin remarked with a cold smirk, unaware of the underlying duplicity. As long as one was adept in their dealings with others, one could be as cunning as they pleased. After all, as a member of the Tang royal family, being a mere bookworm would jeopardize the stability of the Tang dynasty. However, what Li Shimin desires is your loyalty towards others, not the duplicity displayed towards your kin. If you are capable of being two-faced even to your own nephews, what value do you hold in the future? Following the Xiongnu Gate incident, Li Shimin harbored a profound disdain for familial strife. Yet today, these individuals have unwittingly placed themselves in the line of fire. In Li Shimin's eyes, you are nothing but treacherous ingrates. While Li Xiang praises your achievements, you come before me to denounce him. In comparison, you truly exemplify the essence of a dutiful son. Haha. The cold laughter of Li Shimin sent a shiver down the spines of several princes. Chapter 98, The Iron Cage Chike. Were you not the one who spoke the most just now? I never anticipated that you would even send troops for Xiang. Why did you not mention this earlier? Li Shimin first pointed at Wang Wei, noting that 80% of the dialogue since their arrival had emanated from this individual's lips. Yet, he only voiced statements that served his interests, suppressing anything that might be unfavorable to him. In response to Father Emperor, this matter does not pertain to me. It was this rascal who intruded upon my royal residence and coerced me into dispatching men. Wang Wei, Li Tai, misinterpreted Li Shimin's words, fearing that the emperor would pursue the matter with severity. Having already contributed numerous individuals to the cause, he felt the need to distance himself from any potential blame, as a conviction could arise from such scrutiny. Prince Jin, Li Ji, sought to intervene but found himself thwarted by Li Tai's rapid-fire speech. leaving no room for others to interject. The only option was to disassociate from such a foolish ally, for aligning with such a companion could lead to his own downfall in due time. And what of you? Were you also compelled by this scoundrel? Li Shimin's countenance had grown cold. When his younger kin were bullied, it was only natural for their uncles to provide assistance, even if it meant transgressing certain protocols. He would not pursue the matter too rigorously, valuing the unity of family. Regrettably, Wang Wei did not grasp this and had instead exacerbated the situation. Father Emperor, I do not share that sentiment. The audacity of the Tuyuhun prince to send assassins after the eldest grandson of the Tang dynasty is a grave offense warranting death. Since Xiang has opted for such a resolution as his third uncle, I cannot turn a blind eye. Should there be repercussions, I am prepared to bear them. Prince Wu. Li Ke stepped forward. Having remained silent until now, he was uncertain of Li Shimin's thoughts. However, regarding the matter of Li Xiang, he believed that action was warranted. If the prince of such a minor nation dared to commit such treasonous acts in Chang'an, failing to teach them a lesson would undermine the prestige of our Grand Tang. Third brother speaks rightly. Prince Jin, Li Ji, immediately expressed his agreement, leaving Wang Wei astounded. Are you not supposed to be on my side? You truly are a master of political maneuvering. As for Prince Qi, Li Yu, he was entirely oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, lacking sufficient influence. Even if Li Xiang sought his aid, he could scarcely muster a few men. Thus, he sat back, amused, observing how this would all unfold, knowing it involved countless lives. Oh, second uncle, how can you be so duplicitous? When I sought your assistance before, you made no such claims. You even stated that the Tuyuhun people were audacious and deserved to be tested against our blades. What has changed here in front of our grandfather that you now speak differently? Wang Wei frequently concocted troubles for Li Xiang, and if an opportunity arose to undermine him, Li Xiang would not remain idle. You speak nonsense. When have I ever uttered such words? Wang Wei protested defiantly. The nephew dares to swear to the heavens that just yesterday evening at the Wei Wangfu, did not my uncle express his hopes for my success in completely annihilating Zitelka? Indeed, as he departed yesterday, Li Tai uttered some perfunctory remarks, yet they were far from his genuine sentiments. However, now, before the emperor, Li Xiang raises his hand to swear, fearing divine retribution should Li Tai retract his words. I. This brief pause made it clear to all present that Li Tai must have spoken those words yesterday. The other two princes in attendance had also made similar statements. Yet Prince Jin, Li Ji, faltered and did not speak ill of Li Xiang here, while Prince Wu, Li Ke, had no such intentions. Thus, only he bears the brunt of the misfortune. Enough, as an elder, to act in such a manner warrants your punishment. Return and contemplate your actions for half a month. Li Shimin slammed the table in fury, prompting Li Tai to kneel instantly. This scene felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of when that elder brother was confined to the East Palace. Could it be that he too would endure a monotonous existence within the Wangfu? Half a month is, in truth, a brief span, easily passed for individuals of their stature. Yet, the implications are profound. Should the court and commoners perceive that the Wei Wang has fallen from favor, not a single official would dare to approach him, including those in his service, who might seek alternative paths. The intricate system Wei Wang had built over the years could very well crumble. Father, Li Tai wept, recalling that this tactic had always proven effective in the past, hoping for Li Shimin's compassion. Leave this hall at once. I do not wish to see you, Li Shimin declared. Upon hearing these words, Li Tai recognized the gravity of the emperor's wrath. After so many years as father and son, if he could not discern the seriousness of this matter, he should reconsider his position in the court. Li Tai fled the Qingjin Hall in a desperate scramble. Yet Li Xiang felt no relief. The earlier confrontation was merely an appetizer, and now the main course had arrived. The turmoil engulfing the city of Chang'an must yield satisfaction to Li Shimin, else he too would find it difficult to endure. Is it true that Zitelka attempted to assassinate you? As a sovereign, even if one shows favoritism, appearances must be maintained. Li Xiang's egregious actions, taken without sanction from any official bureau, necessitate accountability to the realm. In response to my grandfather's inquiry, 2 of Zitelka's subordinates have confessed, and a substantial cache of similar weaponry was discovered at his residence. He has also admitted his guilt. As one who hails from modern society, Li Xiang understands that such matters must be resolved with irrefutable evidence, particularly those that could impact relations between nations. Mere words will not suffice. Tangible proof is imperative. And the perpetrator? In reply to my grandfather's question, according to Zitelka's confession, the assassin has hastened towards Liangzhou and is expected to emerge from the pass shortly. I beseech my grandfather to grant a golden plaque and imperial decree to intercept him at the borders. Although Zitelka's men departed a day early, they may be unfamiliar with the roads within the Tang territory. Our messengers have chosen the best routes, and even if they are a day late, with swift pursuit. We could still arrive ahead of them. Moreover, the court has implemented two systems of communication. One is the rapid relay on horseback, covering 600 miles. And the other is the messenger pigeon system. Whichever method is employed, there exists the possibility of reaching the other party first. It now hinges upon how Li Shimin intends to address the situation. Li Xiang, feeling somewhat apprehensive, slightly lifted his head to ascertain the true thoughts of Li Shimin. Chapter 99. Another fine of 1 million coins. After a brief interval, Li Shimin picked up his command token from the imperial table and handed it to Wang De, confident that the latter would know how to proceed with the remaining matters. Below, Li Xiang exhaled a sigh of relief. Under Li Shimin's governance of the vast Tang Empire, affairs could not be handled with the same casualness as his own. Every action must be meticulously considered, for the repercussions could affect hundreds of thousands of common folk. Something is amiss, Your Majesty. Just as Wang De had stepped out to convey the imperial decree, he returned almost immediately, holding a white memorial. Typically, ministers would submit yellow memorials, and the sight of a white one was rare, as it indicated the posthumous reports of officials. Li Shimin furrowed his brow. Within the Tang Empire, few were eligible to present such memorials. Each time one arrived, it signified the loss of yet another comrade. Now that the empire had settled into peace, it was time to enjoy the fruits of their labor, yet he witnessed the departure of his brothers one by one. Upon reading the name Huo Junji, a pang of discomfort struck Li Shimin's heart. Although Huo Junji had committed numerous transgressions, and Li Shimin had contemplated his demise on several occasions, the reality of his departure stirred memories of their shared past. For he too had contributed to the glory of the Tang. Li Xiang felt a knot tightening in his throat, uncertain of what Huo Junji might have disclosed in the memorial. Unlike ordinary individuals who would act with restraint for the sake of their children, Huo Junji was unpredictable. Despite their prior agreement, any sudden shift in his disposition could lead to revelations that might jeopardize the Eastern Palace. Please, you may leave, Li Xiang implored. The day's events had been overwhelming. Initially believing it was a matter of revenge for Suanzi, he found himself entangled in the affairs of Li Tai and now Huo Junji. Even as an emperor accustomed to the intricacies of governance, he felt a throbbing tension at his temples. We take our leave, Your Majesty. The princes bowed and exited. Yet aside from Prince Li Ku, the gazes of the others bore a venomous intensity toward Li Xiang. You are merely a grandson. Even with the eldest and second eldest fallen, we remain. Why should you be spared? Was it not a bit too coincidental? Just as the Turka spoke of the issues in the southwest, Huo Junji chose to end his own life at home. Could it be mere chance? Li Shimin's eyes resembled those of a hawk, fixated intently on his own grandson, causing Li Xiang to feel increasingly uneasy. This scenario had originally been part of Li Xiang's strategy, yet upon hearing Zaturka's revelations regarding Huo Junji's treachery, he sensed a loss of control. My grandson was about to report. Zaturka had previously confessed that General Huo Junji, while stationed in the southwest, had engaged in multiple transactions with them, divulging the complete arrangements of our southwestern defenses. This man is indeed a malignant tumor in our Tang Empire. Li Xiang endeavored to maintain a sense of openness, striving to dissociate himself from the matter at hand, primarily to safeguard the sole heir of Huo Junji. After all, Huo Junji had acted in accordance with his directives, and Li Xiang was a man of principle. Are you suggesting that Huo Junji, fearing the ramifications of this affair being made public, took his own life before the truth could be uncovered? Li Shimin pondered over all these matters. If that were the case, it could be construed as an effort to preserve his family's lives. Yet, a nagging sense of unease lingered within him, possibly linked to the grandson before him. It seemed plausible enough. Li Xiang lowered his head to his chest. Was there any flaw in this narrative? If there were, not a soul would remain in the Eastern Palace. Unbeknownst to him, Li Shimin had descended silently, and as he uttered these words, he stood beside Li Xiang, who was taken aback, realizing that Li Shimin was privy to everything. Grandfather, you. This form of address felt appropriate. Common folk employed such terms, far more pleasant than imperial ancestor. The demise of Huo Junji's entire family was inconsequential, as was the fate of his father. However, the loss of a promising grandson was something he could not bear. Li Shimin chuckled, giving Li Xiang's shoulder a reassuring pat. In truth, Li Shimin had been testing Li Xiang. Had he faltered and divulged information, it would have indicated his immaturity. Now, regardless of who questioned him, it was likely that Li Xiang would resolutely keep this matter to himself, revealing not a single word. My father was unaware of the purpose of that money. It was entirely the crown princess who procured it. Nevertheless, Li Xiang felt compelled to clarify this to Li Chengqian. As Li Shimin had always been aware of his son's mischief and generally overlooked the affairs of the Eastern Palace, which rendered the explanation plausible. Your father would have been exiled to Liangzhou long ago, were it not for you. When discussing Li Chengqian, Li Shimin's gaze grew cold. Li Xiang, too, contemplated that if he were deemed ineffectual, he might share the same fate as those uncles from earlier. This old man before him was both his grandfather and the emperor of the Tang Empire, a duality of roles that was both profound and complicated. Return and inform your father that within 1 year, he must amass 1 million guan. Failing to do so will result in the same fate of exile to Liangzhou on this day next year. Upon hearing Li Shimin's proclamation, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over Li Xiang. Although he bore a debt of 1 million guan himself, the additional burden placed upon his father seemed inconsequential. After all, was it not merely money? Grandfather, you know my father well. What capability does he possess? I implore you, you cannot simply depart. Li Xiang feigned urgency, akin to a merchant seeking to ensure customer satisfaction despite already having profited, lest the buyer feel cheated. At this moment, Li Shimin had no intention of pressuring Li Chengqian to earn money, fully aware of his son's limitations. In truth, the burden of responsibility was being placed squarely upon Li Xiang's shoulders. Li Shimin was aware that Li Xiang had allied with the Cui family. The grand venture of the Tang Dynasty, Tianyang, was poised to expand nationwide, promising an astronomical profit. Li Shimin sought merely a sum of 1 million guan, a figure that Li Xiang could indeed procure. In contrast, if it were the likes of Wang Wei and his associates, even if they sold their estate, they would scarcely gather half of that amount. Chapter 100. A million coins is indeed not expensive. Li Shimin was well aware that the crown prince could not produce such an amount. He fully understood his son's capabilities. However, his grandson was a different matter entirely. Just the enterprise of Datang Tianyang alone had proven to be exceedingly lucrative, rendering 1 million coins merely a trifling sum. As they approached the palace gates, Li Xiang observed several generals' carriages coming to a halt, likely summoned by the emperor. It was rather late in the day, and it seemed improbable that they would choose to enter the palace at such an hour without royal summons. Pay your respects to the esteemed lords, Li Xiang instructed. He could afford to show little respect to Hou Junji, as the latter was already marked by the emperor and could be eliminated at any moment. Yet, the elder generals before him were different. They had played significant roles in Li Shimin's ascension to the throne. Should Li Xiang fail to honor them, he would surely incur the emperor's wrath. Your Highness, it appears we have been entrusted with a fine task. It has been quite some time since we old fellows have gathered in such numbers. It seems the emperor is contemplating something, remarked Cheng Yaojin, famed as the first warrior of Datang, unafraid to voice his thoughts about the emperor in public. Were it a private conversation, he would have refrained from such boldness. But expressing it in front of so many signified his clear conscience. His reputation as a formidable figure was not to be trifled with. Your loose tongue will inevitably lead to trouble, cautioned Li Jing, the military deity of Datang, whose authority among the generals was unrivaled. Had anyone else spoken thus, Cheng Yaojin would have immediately wielded his axe, yet before Li Jing, he was filled with respect. Your Highness, might you reveal the emperor's stance on Tiyuhun? Cheng Yaojin inquired. Having approached Li Xiang, who had just exited the hall of diligent governance, the emperor had summoned them, undoubtedly regarding matters of Tian. I sincerely apologize, but I am not privy to the formulation of national policy and thus refrain from speculation. The esteemed generals will soon glean the details within, Li Xiang replied. Cheng Yaojin may have dared to speak at the palace gates, but that did not imply Li Xiang possessed the same audacity. Should he utter words displeasing to Li Shimin, he could only dread the consequences. How cunning you are, Cheng Yaojin jested, gesturing at Li Xiang. The political atmosphere of early Datang indeed permitted such banter. Even as the emperor's grandson, Li Xiang remained a junior in the presence of these seasoned generals. Enough, enough. Your Highness has toiled throughout the night. We must hasten into the palace and not squander any more time here, Li Jing interjected, aware of Li Xiang's discomfort in answering questions. He swiftly ushered the group inside. For if they continued their discourse, Cheng Yaojin's unrestrained tongue might conjure unforeseen complications. Li Xiang had contemplated inquiring about the handling of Zaydiurg, but the emperor's silence indicated a lack of resolution on the matter. Thus, he opted to withhold his question, deciding instead to detain the individual. Should the emperor reach a decision, they would execute it without delay. In the Eastern Palace, the conversation echoed. What did you say? Another 1 million coins? Upon hearing this figure, Li Chengqian felt as if his heart might cease to beat. It seemed the emperor had developed an insatiable craving for gold. After all, neither he nor his father possessed the means to conjure such wealth. Just days prior, they had been penalized 100,000 guan, and now another 100,000 was demanded. Where could they possibly procure such a sum? The previous fine had been imposed on Li Xiang, and now it was Li Chengqian's turn. Father, do not worry. I shall take on this burden, for it is I who have brought about this predicament, Li Xiang assured. Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian felt a surge of relief. It was precisely this affirmation he had awaited. Should Li Xiang deny this debt, even if they sold the Eastern Palace, they would scarcely be able to repay a fraction of it. Li Xiang recounted the events of the Grand Hall, while Li Chengqian contemplated each detail with care. Although his son had demonstrated commendable behavior, there remained numerous aspects that required his oversight. Your third uncle, though previously enigmatic to me, is certainly not a villain. At a crucial moment, you may engage him in dialogue. He has not wronged you in this matter, and he possesses considerable wisdom and reputation. Many say he resembles your grandfather closely. If you can win him over, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. In discussing his brothers, Li Chengqian expressed admiration for Wang Liku, while harboring no fondness for his own blood siblings. During the years of decline in the Eastern Palace, none of his brothers had offered assistance. Instead, they had continually sought to undermine him. Were it not for their machinations, Li Chengqian would not have found himself in such a predicament. Given his father's counsel, he resolved to visit his third uncle in the near future to discern his true intentions. The sons of the emperor were not to be underestimated. Although Wang Liku had performed commendably in this collaboration, Li Xiang needed to confirm his loyalty, as historical evaluations of this individual were not insignificant. While the father and son conversed, Qianping hurriedly entered, suggesting that the Ho family's fate had been determined. Speak, Li Chengqian commanded, maintaining an air of dignity before his attendants. He straightened his posture, embodying the essence of the crown prince of the Tang dynasty. In response to the crown prince, both young masters of the Ho family and 6 young gentlemen have been executed, while the female relatives have been sent to the marketplace. All family assets have been confiscated, and Our Lady remains unscathed. According to the customs of the era, the misfortunes of a woman's family would not implicate her, unless there were concrete evidence against her. Just before his demise, Ho Junji had taken measures to eliminate anyone related to his daughter. Even if the emperor wished to act against the crown princess, a valid reason would be necessary. Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian felt a chill run down his spine. For him, this was a grave crisis. Should Ho Junji have uttered even a word to the emperor, it would have been beyond Li Shimon's control. Could one still deem 100,000 guan excessive? Li Xiang gazed at his father's demeanor and inexplicably uttered those words, feeling a sense of relief within himself. If this matter were to involve the Eastern Palace, the emperor would undoubtedly be compelled to provide an explanation to the realm. No matter how talented Li Xiang might be, it seemed unlikely that Li Chengqian and his associates could maintain their positions in the Eastern Palace. How foolish I was in my younger years. Li Chengqian struck himself sharply across the face, realizing the gravity of his misjudgments. Had he continued to associate with Ho Junji, the consequences would have been dire. A graveyard of chaos would surely have awaited him. Chapter 101. Master Chui's business philosophy. Li Xiang was unaware of the discussions that transpired within the imperial palace that evening, nor did he possess the leisure to concern himself with such matters. The following day marked the grand opening of Jidao Bao, and as the proprietor, Li Xiang was eager to witness the splendor of the occasion. A substantial sum had been invested in advertising, resulting in throngs of people gathering daily before the establishment. On the day of the grand opening, Li Xiang was keen to observe the fruits of his labor. In the days leading up to this event, the citizens of Chang'an had been captivated as if witnessing a dramatic performance. Initially, news circulated that the crown prince had vanquished the Tuohan people, followed by the impending opening of Jidao Bao. While for many commoners, Jidao Bao seemed somewhat tangential to their lives, the allure of spectacle drew them in. For 3 days, grand operatic performances had echoed from the establishment's entrance, and now, the much-anticipated opening had arrived. The townsfolk were eager to behold the legendary treasures, particularly the mirror heralded as the clearest in history. For the average citizen, mirrors were a rarity. The affluent utilized bronze mirrors, while the elite might possess glass ones. Yet, regardless of type, none offered a true reflection. Jidao Bao, however, claimed their mirrors could render an exact likeness, even revealing the minutest details such as a beauty mark. Initially met with skepticism, many had since glimpsed the mirror during the promotional period. Reports suggested that hundreds of residents had seen their true selves, and today presented an opportunity to witness this marvel. After breakfast, the citizens of Chang'an flocked towards the establishment. Having engaged in commerce for many years, Li Xiang was witnessing such a scene for the first time. The secrets surrounding the crown prince were likely beyond their reach to uncover. Across from Jidao Bao, Master Chui had secured an advantageous position in a tea house, enviously observing the bustling crowd. The Chui family was firmly rooted in trade and held a significant inventory of goods. Yet such fervor was a rarity, perhaps only a figment of imagination. Master, my wife had the fortune to see this mirror in the possession of the young lady from the Longsun family. It is clearer than any mirror available on the market. Without exception, remarked Chui Yincheng. Given his wife's honesty, the assertion carried weight. I have never doubted the authenticity of this mirror. Have you inquired about its price? Many dignitaries in the capital had witnessed it. Even if Chui Yuncheng's wife had not laid eyes on it, others would not fabricate lies. Representing esteemed families, they would not speak frivolously. Not less than 1,000 guan, Cui Yanqing replied. Upon hearing this figure, Master Cui's eyes narrowed. While there were numerous valuable items in Chang'an, few surpassed the threshold of 1,000 guan. What is the quantity available? When Master Cui-san uttered these words, Cui Yuncheng immediately comprehended his intent. He was certainly contemplating the acquisition of all the goods at once. Such items could be considered heirlooms for certain mid-sized families. And if they were entirely under our control, we could dictate their price as we pleased, provided their quantity remained scarce. Should they be abundant, however, it might prove troublesome. No fewer than 10 pieces must be secured, while the future remains uncertain. The steward sought by His Highness the Crown Prince had previously served the Empress and is known for his discretion. The mere thought of Zhou Huairen unsettled Cui Yanqing. Though Master Cui-san might not be acquainted with Zhou Huairen, Cui Yanqing was well aware of his prowess in business, once deemed obsolete. He now has the potential to become a commercial titan if he assists the Crown Prince in managing his affairs. The Empress left behind many capable individuals, and the inability of our Crown Prince to win them over does not imply that His Highness the Long Sun lacks the capability. Should he successfully rally them, he could become a formidable force in Chang'an. With a hint of envy, Master Cui-san remarked on his own remarkable journey, yet when compared to Li Xiang, he felt a sense of disparity. Perhaps Li Xiang truly is the favored one. Nevertheless, after reconciling with Li Xiang, Master Cui-san felt a considerable alleviation of his burdens. It is best not to have such a formidable adversary. Should one find themselves in opposition, the outcome could be dire. Fortunately, the Cui family has adjusted their strategies. Otherwise, this situation would be quite vexing. Master, have the other prominent families experienced changes as well? Might they collaborate with His Highness the Long Sun? Cui Yancheng did not articulate his thoughts, but Master Cui-san understood. Regarding the Zatelko affair, had it not been for Master Cui-san's assistance, Li Xiang would not have received information so swiftly, with even the Emperor's faction being informed only after the Cui family. Thus, upon witnessing the Cui family revise their plans, the other families will undoubtedly follow suit. That is beyond our control. To seek wealth, one must embrace certain risks. Our gains have not come without effort. Do you suppose every household is as progressive as we are? They guard their coffers jealously, unwilling to concede anything, given their demeanor. Do you believe Li Xiang would take an interest in them? The reason our family has maintained its position as the foremost among the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families for so many years is not without cause. Master Cui-san spoke with pride, fully aware of the true nature of the other families. Over the years, it has not been that the Cui family has advanced rapidly, but rather that the others have stagnated, unable to adapt to the changing circumstances, thus allowing the Cui family to firmly secure a transparent position. Shall we wait then? Cui Yancheng found himself perplexed by Master Cui-san's mindset. Acquire as much as possible, regardless of the price. Your only task is to ensure a complete takeover. Do not fret over the expenditure, for it will be recouped in time. Even if the price is exorbitant, the Cui family must commit fully. Cui-san resolutely declared that in such a venture, if one is reluctant to spend money, then it is likely that one will miss the opportunity to gain an advantage. Of course, Cui-san's actions are far from reckless. A mere glance at the remarkable success of Tang Dynasty's Tianyang illustrates the point. Initially, the price was 7 guan per gene, yet the black market price soared to 12 guan. Had one seized the opportunity to purchase at the original price, within a mere fortnight, one would have reaped a profit of 100%. One must ponder, is there any trade in the world more lucrative than this? Thus, Cui-san had resolved that regardless of the cost, he would ensure the acquisition of as many mirrors as possible on the opening day. Chapter 102. The New Curiosities of Zhidao Bao. As the steward of Zhidao Bao, I anticipated a considerable influx of visitors today. Yet I was unprepared for the overwhelming crowd that actually materialized. Within the inner sanctum of Zhidao Bao, we had arranged 3 tiers. The lower level featured 100 meticulously placed chairs, each priced at 100 won, with the front row offering 10 slightly more spacious seats at 300 won apiece. The first tier comprised 90 ordinary chairs and 10 premium seats, yielding an entrance fee of 12 guan, and as per our esteemed lord's directive, we plan to host such events weekly, resulting in 4 opportunities for revenue each month. The second tier was divided into 10 private boxes, each commanding a fee of 10 guan. Notably, if the items up for auction exceeded 500 guan, the box fee would be waived. Furthermore, should one prepay 400 guan, the box would be reserved for them throughout the year, regardless of their attendance, thus creating what is colloquially known as a VIP private box, aptly named Mimin Box by Li Xiang. Additionally, the boxes on the second tier could be transferred, although such transactions required Zhidao Bao's approval and a handling fee of 300 guan. The specifics of the transfer price would be left to the discretion of the parties involved, with Zhidao Bao remaining uninvolved. Li Xiang recognized the abundance of prominent families in Chang'an, Thus it was evident that the 10 boxes would be insufficient, prompting some individuals to devise alternative plans. Rather than engage in clandestine machinations, it seemed prudent to open up the transfer rights. The third tier was even more exclusive, featuring only 3 boxes. The central box had already been reserved by Li Xiang, designated as the emperor's private chamber and not available for public sale. The 2 adjacent boxes, slightly lower in stature, commanded an annual fee starting at 1,000 guan. Securing them would depend upon each family's financial prowess. After nearly an hour of discourse, Zhou Huiran had elucidated the details of all the boxes, and the attendees had gathered in significant numbers. Many began to understand that the fees they had paid were merely for this occasion, with future events requiring additional payment. You at Jidao Bao are rather unscrupulous. One voice echoed through the crowd. Let me be clear. Should the auctioned items fail to meet our expectations, it would be best to shutter your doors. Do not expect to operate again, lest you be met with rotten eggs. Indeed, we have paid 101 to witness a spectacle, and we expect to see one. Otherwise, we demand a refund. Another voice chimed in, reflecting the sentiments of many who, despite being indifferent to the monetary sum, were eager to witness the promised excitement. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, I'm acutely aware of your thoughts, Zhou Huiran replied. Thus, let us dispense with further ado and commence with the intriguing offerings. He understood the imperative of making a striking first impression. Only with a successful opening would Jidao Bao's reputation flourish across the region, securing its foothold in other cities. Should the initial display falter, it would be prudent to close our doors before awaiting the Lord's command. After Zhou Huiran finished speaking, a dozen beautiful women instantly approached from behind. The social atmosphere of the Great Tang was relatively liberal, with the attire of young ladies and maids exhibiting distinctive characteristics. Unlike the subsequent dynasties where not a hint of flesh could be revealed, these young ladies were the finest courtesans of Chang'an, and many in the crowd had previously frequented their company. My heavens, is that not Miss Changxi of Tsuihua Tower? She commands a staggering 15 guan for a single night. And what of this? Behold, the leading star of the Tianhe troupe, who has always prided herself on selling her talents rather than her body. Yet today she has come to support Jidao Bao, which has evidently cost a pretty penny. Let us not merely gaze at the ladies. If one seeks to admire beauty, the flower streets and willow lanes would be far superior to this place. What are those black jars that some are clutching? Could they possibly contain the legendary Tang brew? If so, it merely adds another avenue for the sale of white liquor, nothing particularly noteworthy. Some keen observers noticed that each of these ladies held a jar, seemingly modest in size, approximately 2 jin. If they were indeed selling liquor here, it would certainly be quite a spectacle, though it would not quite match the expectations of the crowd. Gentlemen of all ages, you may have surmised that there are 15 jars of liquor, totaling 30 jin. You might think this is the famed Tang brew, but allow me to clarify. This is a superior liquor, which His Highness dubs the star-class Tang brew, starting at 15 guan per jin. As for the taste, I shan't boast like an old merchant. We have prepared 20 samples for you to savor free of charge. As Zhou Huiran spoke, he felt a twinge of anxiety. For all this had been entrusted to him by Li Xiang. After some improvements, the distillery had produced better liquor, as the previous Tang brew was merely a rudimentary concoction. Bring it forth, let me be the first to taste. Upon hearing that samples were available for free, the crowd eagerly leapt to their feet, calling out. Thankfully, Li Xiang's subordinates were diligent, preventing a potential stampede. They all recognized the high price of this liquor. Even a single sip would justify the cost of their seats today. Please, do not rush, as our supply of white liquor is limited. We shall employ a game of passing the flower while drumming. Remain seated, and I shall personally beat the drum. When the drumming ceases, the one holding the flower will be our fortunate recipient, continuing until we reach the 20th person. This was also a means to enliven the atmosphere, and although many had never participated in such a game, they found it intriguing after hearing Zhou Huiran's words. Once the first participant was chosen, they quickly grasped the concept and played fair. Many observed the fervent game of passing the flower below, pondering why the noble patrons on the second and third floors seemed indifferent to the liquor. How could they possibly lack interest? Premium liquor corresponds to an elite clientele, and these individuals constitute the primary patrons of Li Xiang. Should they refrain from purchasing? The mere presence of the clientele on the ground floor would likely fail to cover costs. Thus, a complimentary glass is served in each private room, underscoring the exclusivity of the upper-level suites, which do not need to compete with the patrons below. As a modern individual, Li Xiang is acutely aware of the significance of social stratification. It is imperative to afford these affluent individuals the sense of superiority that accompanies their status, ensuring their fondness for this establishment. Chapter 103, Monopoly. As Zhou Huiran spoke on stage, both the common folk on the first floor and the dignitaries on the second floor found it hard to believe. The renowned Datang Tianyang was already considered exquisite, and in their understanding, no other liquor could surpass it. Yet now, they were hearing of a spirit that could outshine even Tang Tianyang. Delicious. A resounding crash echoed from a VIP room on the second floor. The crowd below could hardly contain their excitement, urging Zhou Huiran to proceed. Eager to savor the fine wine, the lingering fragrance on their lips confirmed its quality. Was there a hint of concealment in the beginning? In the central private room on the third floor, Li Chengqian savored a sip. Unlike those below who had only a taste, he had an entire jar at his disposal. Grandfather, you have wronged me. You know that brewing is no simple task. It is not merely a matter of lips meeting to create wine. The processes involved are extensive. And I have been continuously refining the production techniques, which led to the creation of this one-star Tang Tianyang. Li Xiang wore a face of grievance. Yet Li Chengqian recognized his grandson's cunning nature and chose not to pursue the matter further. However, he noted another concern. If you are calling this one-star Tang Tianyang, does that imply there will be 2-star and 3-star versions in the future? Be cautious. Overindulgence in the liquor business may lead to unforeseen troubles. Your uncle is not one to be trifled with, and displeasing him could spell more complications for you. Having tasted the spirit, Li Chengqian found the price of 15 guan per pound indeed reasonable, particularly for the nobility. However, for the common people, such a price might equate to a perilous choice. Rest assured, grandfather, I understand how to navigate this matter. I have already secured a share for uncle, and additionally reserved 30% for you. Everyone relishes the prospect of profit. Even Li Chengqian, despite his wealth, found his purse lacking. Should he be deprived of profits? It would ultimately be Li Xiang who would face the consequences. You may handle it as you see fit. Though Li Chengqian maintained a composed exterior, his heart brimmed with joy. What splendid wine, even surpassing Tang Tianyang. The praises from below cascaded in waves. And Li Xiang felt a sense of relief. He had feared criticism for pricing too high, but it seemed that the cost would not be contested. Let us commence the auction. Today, we have a total of 30 pounds available. Currently, no other suppliers in Chang'an have begun distribution. We, at Zitabeo, are the only ones with stock. We will provide 30 pounds every morning, auctioning 6 portions, each consisting of 5 pounds. For a total of 150 pounds of wine, starting at a bid of 2,000 guan. Upon hearing Zhou Huiran's words, everyone finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Li Xiang's ambitions were substantial, and it was implausible that he would auction merely 2 jin of liquor. In truth, he intended to auction 150 jin in a single event, albeit supplying it over a span of 30 days. On days of significant consumption, it might well be depleted in one sitting, leaving patrons to await the morrow for further libations, thus heightening the anticipation among them. Moreover, allow me to succinctly outline our new auction system. For instance, if the initial batch of Baijiu sells for 3,000 guan, then the starting price for the subsequent batch will also be 3,000 guan. Zhou Huiran added a brief clarification. Yet this very addition caused many faces in the crowd to pale. Initially, numerous individuals had harbored hopes of acquiring a bargain, believing that the earlier lots would witness fierce competition. They anticipated that once the affluent households secured their purchases, they could then acquire the remaining lots. However, Zhou Huiran's strategy thwarted their speculative aspirations. We now commence the auction for 5 jin of Yixing Tang Tianyang, with a supply period of 30 days. Zhou Huiran did not permit any comments from the audience, but instead immediately struck the gong, declaring that this was merely an appetizer, with much more to come. For 1,000 guan. Just as the crowd prepared to bid, the price from the private room on the second floor had already been announced. This was indeed a considerable gesture, as the price had been raised to double from the outset, unveiling the competitive spirit. Zhou Huiran had already indicated that supply would not be forthcoming in the immediate term, prompting everyone to desire a taste, for it seemed unlikely that other sources would be available within the month. Even if they could, the quantities would likely be meager. The non-starred Tang Tianyang had been on the market for a month, yet the supply remained limited. Whispers among the crowd suggested that such exquisite liquor was not readily available, given the complexity of its production and the rarity of its ingredients. Master Cui bids 4,000 guan. Is there any further bidding? While others were unaware of which family occupied the private room, Zhou Huiran was well informed. Master Cui? Is it from the Qinghe Cui family or the Bowling Cui family? Many below murmured in hushed tones. Regardless of the family, none could contend with them. Do you think the Cui family is foolish to bid this high? In Li Chengqian's mind, the liquor was indeed remarkable, even for 150 jin. A price around 3,000 guan was already at the pinnacle. Why had the Cui family suddenly escalated the price to 4,000 guan? Grandfather, they are not foolish. They have effectively intimidated many competitors. Li Xiang privately admired their boldness, realizing that in this era, such audacity could indeed achieve monopolization of goods. Once the goods were monopolized, the future pricing would likely be dictated by the Cui family. Of course, Li Xiang would cooperate. At least for the duration of this month, he would refrain from casually adding to the supply. Should he indiscriminately increase the quantity, the auctions would inevitably falter. As Li Chengqian pondered over this statement, the first bottle of white liquor was already sold, and Cui Yunqing had completed the handover with Zhou Huairen. We now commence the auction for the second bottle, starting at 4,000 guan. Having concluded the handover, Cui Yunqing did not return to the second floor. Instead, he shouted from the audience, leaving those around him in stunned silence. You have already purchased one bottle. Shouldn't you afford us some opportunity? Yet, unexpectedly, you seem intent on pressing your advantage. Could it be that the Cui family intends to monopolize this liquor? Many faces revealed a grave expression. Could the Cui family truly possess such prowess, perhaps genuinely aiming to secure it all? Chapter 104. Reputation is paramount. Cui Yunqing. Do you not think you are being a bit excessive? Surely you cannot expect us to relinquish all the wine deal. A young master emerged from a private room on the second floor, a member of the Wang family from Taiyuan. Li Chengqian observed from the third floor that, at this juncture, the nouveau riche had no opportunity to bid, as they could not mobilize such substantial funds. Even if they could, they would not dare display their wealth openly, primarily out of fear of antagonizing the prominent families. If young Master Wang feels I am being unreasonable, he is more than welcome to descend and compete. If your wealth surpasses mine, then this fine liquor shall rightfully belong to you. Cui Yunqing cleared his throat. Ever since his injury, his health had been deteriorating day by day. Nevertheless, he had to make an appearance. It was unthinkable to let old Master Cui take the stage. For 1,300 guan, he declared. Young Master Wang gritted his teeth and increased his bid by 300 guan, not that he truly lamented the increase, but rather because he had built a foundation on 4,000 guan. 5,000 guan, Cui Yunqing stated with ease, leaving the assembled crowd dumbfounded. The Wang family, though a prominent lineage, only dared to make modest raises, unlike the Cui family, who boldly increased the stakes. This was no trivial sum, it was 5,000 guan. The young master of the Wang family, witnessing this spectacle, felt his pride wounded, yet he dared not raise his bid further. Despite being a scion of a noble family, he understood the importance of prudence. He would never allow his vanity to bring disgrace upon his clan. Zhou Zhonggui, I believe aside from my bid, there should be no further offers. Might I acquire the remaining 3 portions as well? Cui Yunqing proclaimed, his confidence palpable. He had the means to be audacious, and anyone wishing to challenge him would need to possess sufficient funds. Otherwise, they were better off standing aside. Zhou Huairen, hesitant to make decisions, initially intended to entice the crowd with appetizers to invigorate their spirits. However, instead of excitement, he found himself overshadowed by Cui Yunqing's assertiveness. From the third floor, Li Xiang signaled to Qianping, who nodded in understanding, prompting Zhou Huairen to realize how to proceed. Our lord does not intend to obstruct the flow of wealth. What began as a bid of over 3,000 guan had now escalated to 5,000. If you do not sell now, what are you contemplating? If there are no objections, I shall sell the remaining 3 portions to young Master Cui. Having received the directive from above, Zhou Huairen knew precisely what to articulate. Cui Yunqing surveyed the crowd with an air of superiority, his heart brimming with triumph. On the surface, it seemed they were the ones being outmaneuvered, yet unbeknownst to them, countless inebriates would soon seek his wares. These were not ordinary individuals. The Cui family could negotiate with them and even raise prices. Many could not afford to purchase 10 jin at once, but what if they bought 1 jin at a time? Except for the first purchase, which was acquired for 4,000 guan, the subsequent 5 transactions were all conducted at 5,000 guan each, amounting to a grand total of 29,000 guan. Cui Yunqing successfully procured 900 jin of wine, with an average cost of 32 guan per jin. While this may seem somewhat pricey, if he were to encounter those fond of drink, selling them 2 jin for 100 guan would likely attract a considerable number of buyers. Thus, the Cui family's business is assuredly profitable. Regrettably, most others fail to recognize this reality. Even if they did perceive it, they lack the sales channels that the Cui family possesses, rendering the wine unsellable. Cui San gleefully examined the transaction receipts. His philosophy is rooted in superiority. These individuals aspire to compete with them, utterly oblivious to where their profit margins lie. Should a fierce competition ensue, it would ultimately be them who suffer the consequences. At his side, Cui Yunju offered a rather unrefined compliment. Under normal circumstances, Cui San would likely disregard this individual, given his lack of intellect, yet today, he found himself in high spirits. Yunju astutely noted that their family has been engaged in the sale of white liquor for an extended period, and they are acutely aware of who enjoys drinking and possesses wealth. With a mere hint of information, those 30,000 guan could swiftly transform into 100,000 guan. Cui San chuckled, as others erroneously believed their family was incurring losses, when in fact, they were profiting to the point of waking from dreams with laughter. On the third floor, Li Chengqian also grasped the entirety of the situation, feeling a profound admiration. The Cui family has indeed maintained their premier position for many years. showcasing a remarkable talent pool that other families cannot rival. Li Chengqian sincerely lamented that though he had engaged with the Cui family numerous times over the years, his imperial prestige only allowed him a slight edge in each encounter, further illustrating the Cui family's prowess. Why not randomly increase the supply of white liquor and cause the Cui family to suffer a loss? Li Chengqian remarked, somewhat vexed. Over the years, he had experienced considerable setbacks at the hands of the Cui family, and if an opportunity arose to place the old Cui family beneath his heel, he would not hesitate to act. Grandfather, that may not be advisable, Li Xiang interjected. In the grand scheme, 30,000 guan is but a trifling sum for the Cui family. However, if I were to arbitrarily augment the white liquor supply, it would be my credibility that suffers, jeopardizing my future prospects for profit. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiang rejected the notion. For him, such matters were no trivial matter. The establishment of Zhaogang was still in its infancy, and he aspired to expand it nationwide. Losing credibility would render future endeavors nearly impossible, especially considering the Cui family's formidable presence. Should he proceed down that path, he would undoubtedly become their sworn enemy. From the investigation into Zaturka, Li Xiang discerned the extraordinary investigative capabilities of the Cui family, rivaling those of the emperor's own personnel. At this stage of his development, antagonizing such individuals would be exceedingly unwise. Fortunately, the arrival of Master Cui San from the Cui family provided a path of retreat for Li Xiang. Had Cui Yunju been in charge, a conflict between the two parties might have already erupted. While Li Xiang was unafraid of open confrontations, he felt overshadowed in the shadows. Li Chengqian, with a hint of reluctance, nodded in agreement. His grandson's words indeed held merit, as it seemed excessive to act thus for merely 30,000 guan. Nevertheless, Li Chengqian was not disheartened, for the subsequent auction was about to commence once more. Chapter 105. Saving and borrowing. The next item to be auctioned had not yet arrived at the mirror. Instead, it was something that had never existed in this world before. Namely, the interest on deposits. Zhou Huiran exerted himself for half the day and finally managed to make the attendees comprehend that what was about to be auctioned were 5 slots, each allowing a deposit of 1 million guan. By this time next year, one could withdraw 1,050,000 guan from the treasury. Young man, have you lost your senses? Li Chengqian exclaimed, perplexed. People deposit their money with you, and should you not charge a custodial fee? How can you afford to pay them? By this time next year, you would be at a loss of 50,000 guan. Li Chengqian, initially believing his grandson to be astute, now questioned his intellect. It was understandable, however, the concept of a money house had yet to emerge. Even when it does, one would still be required to pay a fee for depositing funds. And it was unheard of to withdraw more than was deposited. Of course, I will not incur a loss. Opening a business is solely for profit. Who would contemplate losing money? Li Xiang replied. You perceive the 50,000 guan in interest I must pay next year, but during this year, I can utilize that 1 million guan, potentially multiplying it. As long as the profit exceeds 50,000 guan, I will have gained significantly. As he spoke, Li Xiang sketched diagrams on the table. While Li Chengqian grasped his words, he remained incredulous. 50,000 guan was not a trifling sum, and the risk of mismanagement loomed large. Should a loss occur, he might not even be able to return the principal. Upon hearing his grandfather's concerns, Li Xiang knew how to respond. You are right, grandfather. There is indeed a possibility of loss. However, it is improbable that I will suffer total losses. I may only incur a partial setback. As long as the bad debt ratio stabilizes below a certain threshold, I can still earn a considerable amount each year. Despite Li Xiang's explanations, the people of this era remained oblivious to such concepts, and Li Chengqian was equally bewildered, making it even more difficult for those below them to comprehend. Will anyone even come to deposit money? Li Chengqian asked skeptically. Certainly, they will, Li Xiang replied confidently. For instance, you, grandfather. The National Treasury receives an annual income of 12 million guan, transported to the capital twice a year. When the court's coffers are full, would you prefer that the money languish in the treasury, or would you choose to deposit it with me? Li Xiang began to weave his persuasive narrative. If the Ministry of Revenue were to deposit funds with him, it would encourage many others to follow suit. Li Chengqian calculated in his mind. The treasury always maintained a reserve of 2 million guan. If all were entrusted to Li Xiang by the following year, it would grow to 210 million guan. Nevertheless, Li Chengqian remained apprehensive. Even if deposits were to be made, they could only amount to 1 million guan, as the remaining sum must remain in the treasury for unforeseen contingencies. In order to support your endeavor, grandfather has decided to deposit 1 million guans with the Ministry of Revenue, but it is imperative that the principal and interest are returned to me upon maturity next year. Should the deposit amount to 2 million guans, there would be no funds available when needed. Li Chengqian had also incurred considerable expenses with Li Xiang. Thus it is only fitting to extend assistance when required. Moreover, this sum in the state treasury yields little return. It would be wiser to keep it with Li Xiang, who could potentially generate substantial profits for me. Should funds be scarce, one could always borrow from the treasure. For instance, if the court requires money and the Ministry of Revenue's funds fall short, they may seek a loan from me, for which I would only charge a nominal fee. Upon hearing this explanation from Li Xiang, Li Chengqian found himself intrigued. The court is perpetually in need of funds, and whenever there is a deficit, they would not hesitate to sell even the palace. What is this fee? Li Chengqian inquired, aware that this grandson would not rise early without profit, and it was essential to clarify certain matters. Not much at all, for borrowing 1 million guans. Simply return to me 1,115,000 guans next year, Li Xiang replied. At this, Li Chengqian slammed the table, exclaiming, this is akin to extortion. When people deposit their money with you, you offer them a mere 50,000 guans in benefits. Yet now you are tripling the amount they owe you. Why don't you simply rob them? Grandfather, do not say such things. Consider the urgency of needing money. If someone is willing to lend you funds for a mere token fee, would you not seize the opportunity? Conversely, should no one be willing to lend, even if you desire to repay the fee, the matter would be delayed. In comparison, what is the fee against your ambitions? Li Xiang cheerfully began to persuade. Individuals of this era might find it arduous to accept such novel concepts, yet Li Xiang remained unperturbed, focusing solely on substantial clients, as he had little interest in smaller ones, given that the common folk lacked ample funds. 5,000 guans. As the two men debated, the auction commenced below, with Cui Yunshan as the leading bidder, eager to secure the first position. The Cui family possessed ample wealth, and depositing with Li Xiang allowed them to accrue interest. It was a win-win situation. They perceived Li Xiang as a fool, untroubled by the prospect of repayment, for he was the grandson of the emperor. And the Eastern Palace remained firmly established. Would anyone truly fear his escape? 7,000 guans. No sooner had Cui Yunshan spoken than young Master Wang of the Wang family from Taiyuan stepped forward. Although the prominent families varied in strength, their capacity for deposits was comparably similar. If the Cui family could produce 1 million guans, so too could the Wang family. Furthermore, this wealth had been accumulated over many years, resting idle at home. As envisioned, keeping it at home would not yield any new funds, yet next year, they could expect to receive 50,000 guans in interest, a not insignificant sum, indeed, capable of facilitating numerous endeavors. 8,000 guans. Bids escalated one after another, and the Longxili clan also joined in. Although Li Chengqian claimed to hail from the Longxili family, the members of the Li clan did not acknowledge this. Thus, upon witnessing these individuals stepping forward, Li Chengqian felt a sense of disdain. After all, as the emperor, he declared himself of their lineage. Yet they dared to undermine him publicly. However, Li Chengqian was preoccupied with more pressing matters, contemplating whether to have someone from the Ministry of Revenue intervene to secure a position. For the actions of the 5 surnames and 7 influential families in recent years had indeed been commendable. Chapter 106. The Kunlun Mirror. As the bidding intensified, the expression on Li Chengqian's face grew increasingly grim. Li Xiang, of course, understood the underlying implications. An uptick in bidders signified that they possessed a substantial sum of 100,000 guan in cash. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in vying for such an opportunity? For some landowners, hoarding wealth was the safest approach. However, for these affluent families, their financial resources likely exceeded that mere amount. Li Xiang could yield them an annual interest of 50,000 guan, which they were eager to reap. Moreover, after investing 100,000 guan, their regular operations would remain unaffected, revealing the formidable nature of their economic standing. Beyond merely seeking interest, various clans harbored ulterior motives, namely, to bolster Li Xiang's ascent. It was evident to all that Li Xiang was poised for meteoric success, continually innovating and generating substantial profits, if they could lend their support. Even if it did not secure them the endeavor, at the very least, it would establish familiarity. You have navigated these individuals adeptly. Yet allow me to impart a word of caution. Do not become overly complacent. These individuals are seasoned foxes, and even I exercise utmost caution when engaging with them. Li Chengqian observed his modest grandson, feeling a mix of pride and envy. Despite his own strenuous efforts, the noble families had not rallied to his side, while his 13-year-old grandson had already begun to attract the elite of the realm. Thank you for the reminder, grandfather, Li Xiang responded earnestly. As the auction downstairs approached its conclusion, all 5 slots had been sold. The Qinghe Cui family acquired 2, the Longxili clan 1, the Taiyuan Wang family 1, and the Zhao Jun Li family 1. The average price was 10,000 guan each, indicating that these individuals received not a single coin in interest. Instead, they first expended 10,000 guan to secure their positions. Zhou Huiran was utterly astounded by Li Xiang's acumen. How could a mere prince possess such a plethora of innovative business insights? Not only had he mobilized these individuals, but there was also a deeper significance. Once they deposited 100,000 guan with him, would they dare to engage in reckless ventures should conflicts arise? Those who grasped this nuance elevated their estimation of Li Xiang considerably. The depositors could potentially transform into Li Xiang's allies, and his resources at that point would be astonishing. Yet, some only perceived the immediate interest. Envious families who secured these slots, by merely placing their funds without action, would reap considerable annual returns. Even after investing 10,000 guan for this opportunity, they would still enjoy a profit of 40,000 guan. In the 21st century, a mere 5% interest rate on such a substantial deposit would likely deter many individuals. However, in this contemporary era, the concept of a moneylender or bank is virtually non-existent. If one seeks to entrust their funds to someone, they must compensate the individual for safeguarding their wealth. Undoubtedly, this auction holds profound significance today, as the newly minted nobility, including figures like Li Chengqian, bear witness to the prowess of the 5 surnames and 7 aspirations. While these new aristocrats may believe they have achieved considerable success, the true display of wealth reveals their relative shortcomings, as none can produce a surplus of 1 million guan. Is it not time for the auction of the mirror? Voices have already begun to rise from the crowd. The previous 2 items were firmly in the domain of the 5 surnames and 7 aspirations, leaving most new nobles without an opportunity to showcase their abilities. Primarily due to their economic limitations. Do not be impatient, esteemed guests. We shall now present the highlight of the day, our most treasured artifact, which we have named the Kunlun Mirror. Zhou Huiran cheerfully commenced his introduction, noting that the Kunlun Mirror is a treasure of the primordial supreme. Although that belongs to the realm of mythology, should an ordinary mirror bear such a name, it would likely evoke skepticism. Nonetheless, this mirror indeed merits the title. As Zhou Huiran concluded his remarks, 10 youthful maidens gracefully ascended the stage, bearing the Kunlun Mirror. The onlookers, including those in the private boxes on the 2nd floor, leaned eagerly over the railings to glimpse this extraordinary object. It is said that, apart from the emperor and the esteemed Miss Chang's son, no other mirror of its kind exists among the populace. To possess such an item would undoubtedly place one ahead of all others. Enough with the unnecessary embellishments. Simply disclose the starting bid for this item. Someone interjected impatiently. They were eager to proceed, their eyes set on this coveted treasure. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. This is my first time auctioning such an item, and since you seem disinclined to endure my lengthy exposition, I shall reveal the starting price, 10,000 guan, with increments of no less than 1,000 guan. The opening bid for the 2nd mirror will match the final price of the first. Upon hearing Zhou Huiran's announcement, many in attendance were taken aback. They had prepared themselves mentally for the auction, yet the price had soared to 10,000 guan, a sum beyond the reach of ordinary affluent families, reserved solely for the most elite. Cui San furrowed his brow upon hearing the price, however. Unlike others who reacted with dismay, he found the amount surprisingly reasonable. How could such a remarkable treasure be valued at merely 10,000 guan? Does this truly reflect the essence of those 4 characters? 50,000 guan. Cui Yunqing, adhering to his customary approach, began to quote prices before anyone else had regained their composure. Once the figure was announced, the first tier of bidders fell silent. Many landlords, who had prepared 1 or 2,000 guan in hopes of acquiring this treasure, now realized they had no chance at all. Even Li Chengqian was taken aback by the boldness of the Cui family, as a total of 10 mirrors were up for bid. And with the first one already reaching such a price, what could the final piece possibly fetch? Chapter 107. The Rift once again. The Cui family is engaging in their usual tactics. Do we not find ourselves without opportunity once more? And if opportunities elude us, what then? They possess substantial wealth. They have an abundance of money, and we cannot possibly compete with them. The murmurs of discontent echoed throughout the hall, yet these individuals had no alternative means. Auctions are fundamentally reliant on personal financial strength. Merely in the past 2 years have we experienced a stroke of fortune, allowing us to possess a modicum of wealth. While the Cui family has enjoyed their good fortune for centuries, how can we possibly measure ourselves against them? 50,000 guan, first call. 50,000 guan, second call. Zhou Huiran was about to bring down the gavel. The first mirror had garnered no bids, which was detrimental to the auction. He hoped someone would step forward to raise the price, but alas, the Cui family's offer was exceedingly high. To surpass that price would prove a formidable challenge. 50,000 guan, third call. Silence enveloped the entire hall. The Cui family had seized the spotlight today, and with their formidable financial resources, they had acquired the majority of the items on offer, earning the respect and acceptance of all present. As the bidding for the 2nd mirror commenced, a voice echoed from the Wang family's private box, offering the same initial bid of 50,000 guan, echoed by several other boxes. We now begin the auction for the second mirror, starting at 50,000 guan. The transaction proceeded swiftly, as the prominent families had not come unprepared. They had their funds readily available for exchange. 50,000 guan. Mr. Li from the Zhao County Li family was the first to rise. The young heirs from other distinguished families were prepared as well, yet they were a moment too late. Zhou Huairan felt a pang of discomfort. Should the second mirror sell at this price, it would likely set a precedent for the subsequent mirrors. 51,000 guan. Just as Zhou Huairan's spirits began to wane, Cui Yunqing once again took the stage. Everyone had anticipated that no further bids would emerge, allowing Mr. Li from the Zhao County Li family to win a mirror, thereby achieving a temporary consensus. However, Cui Yunqing shattered that hope, and it was no wonder that during their earlier exchange of glances, he had not even bothered to acknowledge them. Boss Cui bids 51,000 guan. Is there anyone else? Zhou Huairan exclaimed with delight. This slight increase signified that the bidding was not stagnant, and this was merely the second mirror. Cui Yunqing, must you pursue such relentless competition? Your family already possesses one. Do you truly intend to acquire them all? The Zhao County Li family enjoyed a cordial relationship with the Cui family, as both were related by marriage. However, to openly disregard their dignity was somewhat excessive. Brother Li, you exaggerate. What merit do I possess? How could I possibly buy them all? Yet, one can only accomplish as much as their resources allow. Cui Yunqing's response seemed to address the query, yet it left many apprehensive, given the Cui family's capabilities. It was indeed plausible that they could acquire everything, leading to a potential monopoly. 55,000 guan. Li Xiang gritted his teeth and spoke. This item, aside from clearly revealing a person's visage, also served as a symbol of status. Moreover, with both families already embroiled in dispute here, should Li Xiang retreat, the Zhao Junli clan would suffer irreparable loss of face. 56,000 guan. Cui Yunqing remained unperturbed, his countenance still adorned with that cheerful smile. However, his subsequent bid was only a modest increment of 1,000 guan. Just as Li Xiang was about to make his offer, a cough emanated from his private room, indicating the presence of an elder. Frustrated, Li Xiang had no choice but to return to his chamber, relinquishing the contest with Cui Yunqing. The second Kunlun mirror thus belonged to the Qinghe Cui family. Zhou Huairan called out 3 times, yet no one dared to bid, as the price had already reached exorbitant heights. While everyone could afford it, they remained uncertain of Cui Yunqing's intentions. This man was akin to a madman. Had it not been for their previous conflict with Li Xiang, they might have believed that the Qinghe Cui family was merely inflating the prices without genuine intent to purchase. But Cui Yunqing was indeed offering real gold and silver. Father, why can't I contend with him? Li Xiang's return was also influenced by his father, Li Chengqian, a prominent figure within the Zhao Junli clan and the overseer in the capital, ranking among the top 3 within the clan. Can you not see? No matter how much you bid, Cui Yunqing will always outbid you by 1,000 guan. In the end, it brings us no advantage. I do not believe he would acquire all 10 mirrors. As long as he refrains from bidding, it will be our turn to compete. There is no need to enrich that little scoundrel, Li Xiang. At the mention of Li Xiang, Li Chengqian was indeed infuriated. In his view, Li Xiang's organization of such an auction was nothing short of bloodsucking. Regrettably, although the various families recognized the exploitation, they found themselves irresistibly drawn to Li Xiang's enticing offerings. Akin to moths drawn to a flame, ultimately straining inter-family relations. Li Chengqian also harbored another concern. The 5 surnames and 7 clans needed to unite to effectively constrain the court. Should a rift emerge among them, the court would swiftly seize the opportunity, potentially dismantling the protective edifice erected by the noble families. In the past, the court had not possessed such an opportunity. But with Li Xiang's emergence, it appeared imminent. This was why he forbade his son from further contesting with the Cui family. While he fretted over these matters, the upstairs Li Shimin was in high spirits. You truly are a clever one. The allure of this item is compelling. I never anticipated that 2 great families would engage in such fierce contention over it. How many years has it been since Li Shimin ascended the throne? He had never witnessed open rivalry between 2 noble families. Typically, in the event of a disagreement, the families would convene and discuss matters quietly, never allowing their conflicts to surface. Yet now, in front of so many spectators, Cui Yunqing and Li Xiang were on the verge of a quarrel. Grandfather, it seems that I have gleaned some insights regarding this matter, and I humbly seek your guidance. Is it true that the Cui family intends to seize everything? Just a moment ago, Li Xiang had yet to discern this, but now he has come to recognize the formidable prowess of Grandfather Cui. What has enabled the Cui family to ascend to the pinnacle of esteemed noble families? It is the culmination of centuries of accumulation, the emergence of exceptional talents within the clan, and they stand as our greatest adversaries in the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin struck the table with his fist. responding to Li Xiang's query in such a manner. Chapter 108. The calculated schemes of the Cui family. Li Xiang could discern that Li Shimin harbored an intense animosity towards the prominent clans. Yet he currently lacked the capacity to confront them directly, resorting instead to a gradual erosion of their influence. As Li Shimin's ire flared, the sixth mirror had already been auctioned off, with the buyer being none other than the Cui family, albeit at a staggering price of 61,000 guan. The Li family of Longxi and the Wang family of Taiyuan had made tentative bids, but alas, Cui Yunqing was resolute, declaring that regardless of their offers, he would merely outbid them by a mere 1,000 guan. Should they wish to continue raising their bids, the Cui family was prepared to engage in a protracted contest. Conversely, if they opted not to increase their offers, the mirror would belong to the Cui family. Li Xiang could not help but admire the business acumen of the Cui family. In any commercial endeavor, monopoly proves to be the most lucrative strategy. However, this approach carries inherent risks, particularly with Li Xiang's ongoing increase in the number of mirrors. After conducting due diligence, the Cui family concluded that Li Xiang would not issue a substantial quantity in the near term. Beyond concerns regarding materials and craftsmanship, they believed that as the price of the mirrors escalated, it would indeed align with Li Xiang's interests. Should he attempt to flood the market with a large number of mirrors, the prices would plummet, adversely impacting the Cui family's profits. In truth, it was indeed improbable for Li Xiang to release a large number of mirrors in a short span. Following the initial round of auctions, even at the next month's event, he would only dare to present 2 or 3, for an excessive quantity could precipitate a drastic price drop, jeopardizing his long-term interests. A person of vision would never engage in such short-sighted folly as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. 65,000 guan. To the astonishment of all, during the auction for the 7th mirror, Cheng Yaojin boldly stepped forward. "Dear nephew, might you allow me to acquire this piece? It is intended as a gift for your aunt." He boomed from the hallway on the 2nd floor. Some attendees grasped the implications while others remained oblivious. Those who understood were the distinguished officials and nobles of Chang'an. Cheng Yaojin had married into the Cui family of Qinghe, making him a generation higher than Cui Yunqing. Thus, when he referred to himself as Cui Yunqing's uncle by marriage, he was not overstepping his bounds. "Since my uncle has such intentions, I shall refrain from bidding," Cui Yunqing retorted, humorously hinting that should he challenge his uncle, he might find himself without a seat at the next family banquet. Laughter erupted around them. But they also discerned an underlying truth. Cheng Yaojin's privilege stemmed from his familial ties, a courtesy not afforded to others, as the Cui family of Qinghe had few relatives. "Then I thank you, dear nephew. I shall treat you to a drink on another occasion." Cheng Yaojin basked in the admiration of the crowd, garnering favor from the Cui family akin to receiving a royal decree of commendation. He quickly instructed his servants to finalize the transaction. The onlookers on the 1st floor recognized that they were unlikely to have any connection with the mirror, thus they relaxed their spirits. However, for the prominent clans, a sense of discontent lingered, their faces clouded as though touched by frost. The 8th and 9th mirrors were also sold at exorbitant prices, and the members of various esteemed families refrained from bidding. "We are now auctioning the final Kunlun mirror, with a starting price of 65,000 guan. Zhou Huiran glanced at the mirror on the display. Only one remained. In previous instances, Cui Yunqing had been the first to call out the base price. Yet at that moment, Zhou Huiran noticed that Cui Yunqing had retreated to his private box. What could this mean? Li Xiang, observing from the 3rd tier, was equally perplexed. While beside him, Li Shimin seethed with frustration. The Cui family's tactics were indeed formidable. This last mirror was bound to ignite fierce competition among the clans. Upon hearing Li Shimin's remark, enlightenment struck Li Xiang like a thunderclap. The Cui family already possessed 9 Kunlun mirrors. Whether they acquired this last one mattered little to them. However, witnessing Cui Yunqing's withdrawal, the other families would inevitably vie for the position of the 2nd family. The strength of the Cui family was beyond question. With no clan capable of surpassing them, their supremacy was as solid as a rock. Yet, with only one mirror left, the individual who secured it would undoubtedly claim the status of the 2nd family. While it was not an absolute certainty, possessing a mirror besides the Cui family would significantly elevate one's standing. 80,000 guan. The Longxi Li clan, which had previously remained silent, now appeared to grasp the situation. Immediately after Zhou Huiran's pronouncement, they raised their bid significantly above Cui Yunqing's offer. 100,000 guan. Unfortunately, this price could not halt the momentum. As only one mirror remained, many in attendance regretted not having competed more fiercely against Cui Yunqing earlier, perhaps saving themselves some expense. 120,000 guan. 131,000 guan. The bids soared higher and higher, as Cui Yunqing and Old Master Cui exchanged knowing glances, reveling in the desired outcome. This Kunlun mirror was indeed remarkable, Yet if it could not be transformed into profit, it would merely be an ordinary treasure. The Chui family was not in want of such items. Retaining one or two sufficed. There was no necessity to keep all 9. Their average cost per mirror was around 50,000 guan, and now the price had escalated to 14,000 guan, nearly tripling their profits. This was not the end, as many of Chang'an's powerful elites had joined the auction, seeing as only this last mirror remained. With enough effort, they might secure it. Li Xiang was poised to be the greatest beneficiary of this auction, yet upon realizing the entirety of the situation, he found himself potentially outpaced by Cui Yunqing in terms of profit. Without increasing the number of mirrors, Cui Yunqing's final profit would surely exceed Li Xiang's. Although Li Xiang felt a pang of discomfort, he could only resign himself to fate. A short-term increase in issuance could jeopardize the credibility of the auction. 17,700 guan of money. Masterly from the Li family of Zhao County successfully acquired it, and no one else dared to bid higher, making this the highest price at today's auction. Amidst the flattering remarks from the audience, Masterly took the stage to finalize the transaction. Yet, whether he truly felt joy in his heart remains known only to him. Chapter 109. Economic Foundations. The auction has finally concluded, yet the hearts of all present remain unsettled. On one hand, they marvel at the formidable power of the Chui family. On the other, they perceive the chasm that separates them from the great noble houses. Most significantly, Li Xiang has been thrust into the spotlight, and it is evident to all that this young prince may soon become a luminary in the city of Chang'an. When he was last conferred the title of prince, many sought to familiarize themselves with him, viewing him merely as a potential asset. However, their perceptions have since transformed. A man capable of amassing such wealth in a single day highlights the age-old adage that the economic foundation dictates the superstructure. Though no one has yet uttered this phrase in this era, the majority understand that money wields the power to influence politics. If one claims otherwise, it is likely due to insufficient funds in their possession. For the majority, the auction has drawn to a close. Yet for Li Xiang, a significant act remains on the horizon, as those he has arranged are now making their entrance. I say, Master Zhou, your auction may have concluded, but I have heard whispers that you still offer loans? A middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, stepped forward, his voice booming, capturing the attention of many who were poised to depart. Indeed, we also provide savings and loan services here. What are your thoughts, Master Wang? The two had rehearsed this exchange thoroughly the previous night, and now they merely performed it before the audience. Master Wang is a friend of Zhou Huairen and is considered a notable figure in Luoyang. Is it true that I can simply complete some paperwork and walk away with the funds? Observant individuals would notice that every query posed by Master Wang resonates with the concerns of the crowd. You're jesting, Master Wang. Such fortune is rare in this world. We do have conditions for our loans. Firstly, collateral is required, akin to a pawnshop arrangement, though our interest rates are significantly lower. For instance, the jade ring you possess, valued at approximately 30 guan, could secure you 20 guan here. Repay within a month, and we would only require 21 guan. Zhou Huairen chuckled. This translates to an interest rate of merely 5% per month. In contemporary society, one might deem this usury. However, in this era, such interest is remarkably low. In fact, true usurers might demand returns that multiply several times within a year. Consider the current marketplace in Chang'an. An item valued at 30 coins would yield only 20 guan, and upon retrieval after a month, one would expect to pay between 23 to 25 guan, possibly even reaching 30 guan. Such is the exorbitant profit margin of pawnshops in this age. If one is unwilling, no one compels them to enter. Thus, Zhou Huairen's interest can indeed be considered modest. Upon hearing Zhou Huairen's words, many individuals present began mentally calculating their options. Each of them was engaged in commerce, and during lean times, as long as they possessed assets, they could procure funds from this location with relatively low interest rates. The elderly Chui Sand, descending the stairs, also caught wind of this conversation, his expression instantly tightening with concern. This was a matter that threatened their family's cake, as they owned the most pawnshops. Yet, as Chui Sand remarked, there were countless pawnshops in the world that could not take the lead in this venture. Is it true that the savings quota you mentioned earlier is funded by their money, serving as collateral for the pawnshops? Li Shimin observed this scene and couldn't help but applaud his grandson inwardly. Frankly speaking, the economy of the realm was largely controlled by the powerful families, which posed significant disadvantages to the court. Li Shimin had attempted several times to alter this situation, but his power was limited. The affluent families held too much wealth. Administrative orders could temporarily circumvent market regulations, but over time, this would undermine the court's authority. Therefore, certain actions were best avoided, allowing the market to self-regulate or introducing fresh blood to diminish their monopolistic hold. Li Xiang's current actions aligned perfectly with Li Shimin's intentions. Grandfather's explanation encapsulated this operational mode. I, too, lacked capital, and they were enticed by the prospect of 50,000 guan. Otherwise, such outcomes would be improbable. Of course, Li Xiang was treading a risky path. Should the various families retract their commitments, he might find himself with scant funds. If they were to demand pawning something, and he lacked sufficient resources, his reputation would suffer greatly. Li Chengqian was at a loss for words regarding his grandson. Having just engaged in business with the 5 surnames and 7 clans, he was now attempting to seize opportunities from the jaws of the tiger. Exhibiting far greater audacity than himself. You, young lad, possess remarkable courage. Li Chengqian had always believed himself bold, yet compared to his grandson, he felt a significant disparity. He would never dare confront the 5 surnames and 7 clans, especially not by encroaching upon the pawnshop domain. If his grandson were to fail, it would merely be a setback. He could return to a leisurely existence as a prince, living comfortably on the court stipend. Thus, indulging his whims was acceptable, surely. It wouldn't cost him his head. Li Xiang's words brought comfort to Li Chengqian, as the lad viewed him as a pillar of support, and he spoke truthfully. Business competition should operate within the bounds of rules. Had everyone adhered to the regulations, Li Chengqian would not intervene. However, if they chose to disregard the rules. The example of Zatelka loomed large. Keep a close watch on Zatelka. We failed to intercept the assassins at the border. I've dispatched someone to Tuyuhan to ascertain their constance. Reflecting on this matter, Li Chengqian felt a twinge of discomfort. Tuyuhan had never behaved honorably along the southwestern border, and this incident served as a lesson for them. Nevertheless, Li Chengqian had issued orders for all troops stationed on the southwestern frontier to remain vigilant against any desperate maneuvers from Tian. Recalling this matter, Li Xiang was filled with fervor, hoping that some incident would arise, allowing him to don his armor and engage in battle. The system housed numerous soldiers, and if they were not permitted to stretch their limbs, it would indeed be an affront to the very essence of that system. Perhaps fate smiled upon him. For just as the grandfather and grandson were deliberating, flames of conflict ignited in the southwestern frontier as the 20,000 troops of Tian breached the borders. Chapter 110. Financial strain. The news arrived in Chang'an late that evening, just as Li Chengqian was lost in slumber. The officials from the Ministry of War had already reached the imperial city. According to the customs of the Tang Dynasty, the palace gates would remain closed at night unless troops were entering the capital or a calamity had befallen the frontiers. Now, with the Tuyuhan army advancing upon Liangzhou, reports from the frontline defenders indicated that the Tuyuhan forces were wreaking havoc, resulting in the disappearance of hundreds from our Tang merchant caravans. Li Chengqian, known for his decisive nature, immediately summoned all generals and princes to the Hall of Governance to deliberate on the matter. To speak candidly, since the defeat of the Turks, the Tang dynasty had enjoyed a rare period of peaceful development. During this time, neighboring nations were astonished by the might of the Tang, concealing their fangs for fear of becoming the next target. Perhaps the duration of peace had dulled their memories of how sharp the Tang's blade truly was. Li Jing, the Minister of War, began by outlining the situation at the borders. The vanguard of the Tuyuhan army numbered over 20,000, whereas our own forces in Liangzhou amounted to 8,000 defenders, although there were tens of thousands of soldiers stationed in nearby cities. Most were unable to provide effective support to Liangzhou. The most pressing issue was that the Tuyuhan troops were well acquainted with the local terrain, having severed communications between our cities. Should they encircle the heartland of the Tang, the time lost would be intolerable. These scoundrels should have been dealt with long ago. I had always said they needed to be eliminated first. Whenever our imperial army marched forth, they would retreat far away, yet now, seizing upon our weakened borders, they dare to send troops to Liangzhou. It seems they are courting death. In the eyes of Qing Eugene, there was no task too daunting, if there were. His great axe was not for mere show. While Qing's bravery was commendable, he must also recognize that the Tang treasury was nearly depleted. To engage the Tuyuhan would require at least 50,000 troops, and the expenses in personnel, provisions, and resources would be staggering. Tang Jian, the Minister of Revenue, quickly interjected, insisting that they could not simply initiate hostilities. While others might be unaware of the Tang's financial state, he was acutely aware. Recently, the Crown Prince had paid a fine of 100,000 guan, which had afforded him some leeway, but if a large army were to be dispatched, the funds were simply non-existent. You scholars are always fretting over money. The enemy is at your doorstep. Do you wish to abandon Liangzhou? Cheng Eugene retorted sharply. The military general shared Cheng's sentiments, yet the civil officials were preoccupied with the state of their coffers. The debate escalated, leaving Li Chengqian with a headache. Both sides presented valid arguments, yet if war were to ensue, lacking funds meant they could not even mobilize troops. Conversely, if they chose not to fight, what would become of the Tang's reputation? They had boasted of their might, and now they could not even confront a single Tuyuhan soldier. How would they command respect in the future? Qingke, it seems you have something to say? Li Chengqian observed Li Tai's eager demeanor. Perhaps these sons could offer a solution. I, as a loyal subject, believe that this matter arises from a personal vendetta between Xiongnu and Zaturka. It would be prudent for us to compose a letter, release Zaturka, and dispatch a well-spoken official to bestow a marriage upon him, thereby ensuring the tranquility of our borders. After Li Tai concluded his remarks, although the military officials present expressed their dissatisfaction, the civil officials were notably in support of his proposal. Throughout the more than 2 centuries of the Tang dynasty, marriage alliances have remained a prevailing strategy. Whenever disputes arise in border regions, the first solution considered by the higher-ups is often a marriage alliance, as it presents the least costly option for the nation, sacrificing merely a woman in the process. Indeed, I too find the idea of a marriage alliance agreeable. My cousin from my uncle's side should be around 15 this year. Perhaps she could serve as the bride for this arrangement. Li Xiang, serving as the deputy commander of the imperial city, consistently aligned himself with the ministers rather than the princes. Upon his rebirth, he resolutely decided against using a woman as a bargaining chip for peace. Thus, when Li Tai voiced his suggestion, Li Xiang could not contain himself. What nonsense are you spouting? How has your cousin wronged you? To suggest sending her to a place like Tuyuhan, do you consider that a fitting home for anyone? Although this cousin was Li Tai's illegitimate daughter, being his firstborn, she was cherished beyond measure. Typically, she could have anything she desired, but upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Li Tai lost his composure and erupted in anger within the grand hall. However, after speaking, Li Tai suddenly felt he had misspoken. It was, after all, his own proposal for a marriage alliance. Yet, when it concerned his eldest daughter, he instinctively retracted his statement. Tuyuhan is a desolate place, and if his daughter is unwilling to go, then whose daughter would agree? After Li Tai finished speaking, he noticed Li Xiang standing silently, and he realized he had been trapped. Li Chengqian shot a glare at Li Tai, who was at a loss for words and could only awkwardly retreat to the front of the assembly. With Li Chengqian absent from court, Li Tai had inadvertently found himself in a favorable position, though as he was not the crown prince, no one was required to pay him respects. Old Ninth, speak. Li Chengqian began calling on his sons. In matters of state, he often tested his sons and grandsons. When he called upon Li Ji, Li Xiang felt that his turn was imminent. In the emperor's mind, there were only a few worthy of inheriting the throne, though many sons stood before him. Most were merely present for appearances. With Li Chengqian's position supplanted by Li Xiang and Li Tai's disgraceful behavior, only Li Ji and Li Ku remained viable candidates. With Li Ku dispatched on imperial orders to inspect the provinces, the focus shifted directly to Li Ji. Son, Li Ji, though somewhat cunning, lacked the acumen required in such matters, particularly in times of crisis. This deficiency was evident during his reign, as he relied heavily on Wu Zetian. Had he possessed any fortitude, she would not have wielded such significant power in the court. Useless fool. Observing his younger son's cowardice, Li Chengqian felt a surge of frustration. Your Majesty, I humbly submit that I concur with Prince Wei's perspective. I too am inclined to mobilize troops against the Tuyuhan. However, the state treasury is regrettably lacking in silver, and should we engage in such a grand endeavor, we would require no less than 1,500,000 strings of cash in the initial phase. Changsun Wuji, unwilling to incur disgrace for the nation, thus took the initiative to voice this concern. Upon hearing this figure, the expressions of the military officials exhibited a hint of wavering. Chapter 111. Warfare as a means of profit. Ultimately, the root of the problem lies in financial constraints. Modern individuals might not comprehend the rationale behind the Tang dynasty's alliances through marriage, given its robust national strength. It was only after arriving in this era that Li Xiang began to grasp the situation. The annual tax revenue of the Tang dynasty totals approximately 12 million guan, which may sound substantial. However, when distributed across various needs, it likely leaves only a few 100,000 guan each year. The cost of mobilizing troops against the Tuyuhan alone would exceed 150,000 guan, while the total expenditure for the entire campaign could soar into the millions. Your Majesty, I believe this incursion by the Tuyuhan is unlike any we've faced before. Should we resort to matrimonial alliances, it would undermine the prestige of our Great Tang. After much deliberation, Li Jing finally stepped forward. Since the conclusion of the war against the Turks, he had refrained from speaking in court, primarily out of fear of being accused of seeking power. With the resurgence of conflict, he could potentially rise in authority, which might lead to a situation where his accomplishments overshadowed the emperor. However, the current circumstances differ significantly from the past. In times when alliances were feasible, it is now that their forces stand at the doorstep. To propose marriage under such duress would surely invite ridicule from the realm, casting the impression of being compelled against one's will. What do you think, Li Xiang? Emperor Li Chengqian had anticipated Li Xiang would voice his thoughts independently. But to his surprise, the young man stood silently, showing no inclination to speak. Thus, the emperor had to call upon him directly, noting how this cunning lad had grown increasingly slippery. In response to your majesty, Li Xiang articulated with clarity, when friends arrive, we offer fine wine. However, should wolves and tigers approach, our Great Tang shall annihilate them completely. He cleverly paraphrased a phrase familiar to modern ears, earning resounding applause from the martial generals. Well said. This is the spirit of our Tang, exclaimed Prince Chang's son, invigorating the atmosphere. What is Tuyuan, that they dare to threaten us? Observing the fervor of the generals, Li Chengqian felt somewhat at a loss. If only the treasury were more abundant, he would gladly dispatch them to the battlefield, allowing them to demonstrate their prowess. Yet, alas, a skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. The treasury now held a mere 200,000 guan. It was sheer posturing. Beyond mere proclamations, did they possess any other capabilities? Were they aware of the current state of the treasury? Did they understand the full financial implications of resorting to military force? Li Tai, unable to tolerate Li Xiang's display, promptly interjected, his demeanor lacking the grace befitting a prince. I am unaware of the exact costs, but our family has prepared the vehicles. Recently, the emperor levied a fine of 100,000 guan on my father. I have just managed to earn some funds, and all has been loaded and awaits only your majesty's command to be dispatched to the treasury. Li Xiang spoke languidly, yet his words bore considerable impact. Hanging in the balance, Li Tai suddenly felt his earlier brashness rebuked. Had he not just resolved to maintain silence? He ought to have mentally rehearsed his retorts before voicing them. Yet, the sight of Li Xiang's triumphant expression had incited his ire, prompting an impulsive response that led to his own humiliation. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, the crowd began to murmur once more. The emperor had indeed been harsh with the crown prince, imposing fines amounting to 2 million guan. Could it be that this son and grandson were not of his blood? Some entertained such thoughts, believing that the long-son prince amassed considerable wealth, only to have the bulk of it claimed by the emperor. This suggested that the enterprise belonged to the emperor. Should one become envious in the future, they ought to consider whether their neck was sturdy enough. Did they dare covet the emperor as treasury and wish for their own demise? Your Majesty, is there not sufficient wealth at hand? What are we waiting for? Shall we allow these buffoons to ride upon our necks and defecate? Some exclaimed. With the trivial forces of the Tuyuan, they are hardly a match for our provinces. We must take action. Old Shang's words rang true. In this day and age, how could the Tuyuan dare to threaten them? The emperor appointed me as the commander and old Xiang as the deputy. Thus, we shall set forth and ensure their downfall. Wei Qi immediately joined in, asserting that with the promise of riches, this conflict was inevitable. They felt restless within the capital, yet they were acutely aware of a harsh reality. With so many generals, it was unlikely they would be chosen to march into battle. Old Wei Qi spoke rightly. However, he protested, why should I be a deputy? What makes me inferior to you? Shall we not settle this outside? Sheng Yaojin nearly stumbled into a pit, and Li Xiang was taken aback. These warriors, who typically concealed their ambitions, were now eager to compete for the chance to fight. No wonder the military strength during Li Chengqian's reign was formidable. With generals of such caliber, the soldiers beneath them could hardly falter. Coughing softly, Li Chengqian brought silence to the room, prompting everyone to return to their places. Had he remained silent, several would have engaged in a contest, particularly Qing Yaojin and Wei Qi. Xianling. Fang Xianling stood quietly, and Li Chengqian began to call on him. Even with the 100,000 guan from the Long-Sun Prince, I believe we must not act rashly. Fang Xianling was not verbose, yet his words solidified a conclusion. While 100,000 guan may sound substantial, it must be assessed in relation to the proposed endeavor. If it were to engage in war with the Tuyuan, such funds would indeed be insufficient. Did you hear that? Li Chengqian shared this sentiment, had he followed his instincts. The Tuyuan would have been vanquished long ago. Yet, with no funds at hand, war was not feasible. I am addressing you, Li Tai interjected sarcastically. But upon meeting Li Chengqian's gaze, he quickly recoiled. Your Majesty, I believe this 100,000 guan is ample. The combat capability of the Tuyuan army pales in comparison to ours. In the border regions of the Tang, there are numerous capable young men. We can easily conscript locally. Once we invade Tuyuan territory, will we even need to spend? Perhaps we could even profit. Did General Li Jing lose money during his campaign against the Turks? Upon hearing Li Xiang's statement, those present suddenly grasped the truth. Warfare was not a losing venture, but rather, it was an opportunity for profit. Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji exchanged glances, reflecting on the tranquility that had enveloped their times, which had led them to forget many of the conflicts of the past. In the days when the valiant General Li Jing marched northward against the Turks, he returned with countless cattle, sheep, and fine steeds, along with treasures from the Turkic royal court. Not only did he spend not a single coin, but he also reaped substantial profits. The Tuyuan people, who controlled the trade route between the Tang dynasty and Tibet, could hardly be deemed impoverished. Chapter 112. Never marry for peace, Your Majesty. This matter cannot be compared in the same breath. The events of the past cannot possibly recur in the present. Should we embark on a military expedition, it would entail the mobilization of tens of thousands of troops. Without adequate logistical support, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus I implore Your Majesty to deliberate carefully. Minister of Revenue, Tang Jian, spoke in trepidation, acknowledging that while the scenario described by Li Xiang is plausible, it may also not come to pass. Should it fail, it would precipitate a monumental upheaval for the entire Tang dynasty, potentially undermining its very foundations. Your Majesty must consider the northern nomadic tribes, who remain insatiable. Should we falter at the borders of Tuyuan, they will undoubtedly return, leaving our empire besieged on all sides. Several officials rose to voice their concerns. In their eyes, Li Xiang's words were mere opportunism. How can we ascertain that we would emerge victorious from every battle? Moreover, the circumstances surrounding Tuyuan differ significantly from those of the northern steppes. The elevated terrain poses a considerable risk. A single misstep could lead to our utter defeat. The current state of the Tang has been hard-won. How can we be swayed to action by the words of a mere child? Your Majesty must reflect deeply. All the civil officials stood united, ultimately kneeling before Li Chengqian. Although the military leaders supported a proactive stance, they too hesitated to claim assured victory. Even the great General Li Jing faced dire peril during his northern campaign against the Turks. Only in hindsight does victory appear effortless. At that time, it was a perilous journey fraught with danger. Father, this matter requires thorough deliberation. We must not rush to conclusions. Seizing the moment, Li Tai positioned himself assertively before the civil officials, as though leading them. The Tang dynasty, as the celestial empire, should not be humbled by a mere 20,000 soldiers from the insignificant nation of Tuyuan. To do so would be a disgrace to our illustrious name. Furthermore, we must not entertain the prospect of marriage alliances. If we concede even a little, no number of princesses would suffice. Seeing Li Chengqian's resolve wavering, Li Xiang stepped forward from the ranks. His demeanor no longer as calm and collected as before. Should Li Chengqian endorse a marriage policy, it would have repercussions for the Tang dynasty for the next 2 centuries. Your words are alarmist. You are wholly ignorant of the surrounding circumstances and the realities of our empire, merely spouting rhetoric in the court. If you possess such prowess, lead troops to Tuyuan yourself. Can you conquer it? Li Tai recalled how Li Xiang had previously dismissed his proposal for a marriage alliance. I cannot claim that I would prevail. But as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow my aunts and sisters to be wed for peace. A man must be self-reliant. Peace bought with the exchange of women will earn us scorn in history, branding the men of the Li family as lacking in fortitude. Did the marriage alliances of Gaozu of Han bring lasting peace? Did the unions of emperors Wen and Jing? The men of the Tang should emulate Emperor Wu of Han, whose divine mandate commanded obedience. Upon the conclusion of Li Xiang's impassioned speech, a profound silence enveloped the court. It is worth noting that Li Xiang is but a child. How could he possess such profound understanding? As Li Xiang spoke, he discreetly observed Li Chengqian, fully aware of the precise words to provoke him. Li Chengqian, a sovereign of unparalleled renown, would never allow himself to be tarnished by infamy in the annals of history, should any emerge. He would go to great lengths to conceal it. Upon hearing Li Xiang's declaration, Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji understood that war was now inevitable. Well said. This is the essence of my Li family's gallant son. Henceforth, I decree that anyone in the Great Tang who dares to propose a marriage alliance shall face execution. In truth, Li Chengqian was also reluctant to pursue a policy of marriage alliances, yet the inadequacy of national strength left him no choice but to resort to such measures. With Li Xiang articulating these sentiments, if Li Chengqian were to remain silent, he would surely be condemned by history. To a ruler's eyes, sacrificing 1 or 2 women is an acceptable price for the empire's security. Li Xiang understood that Li Chengqian's words were forced by his own provocation. Yet it mattered not the reason behind their utterance. What was spoken was now a decree that the Great Tang would henceforth have no more marriage alliances. Long live the emperor. Although many present believed that his majesty had been manipulated by Li Xiang, the court of the Great Tang had cultivated a commendable ethos. When Li Chengqian resolved upon a matter, regardless of the private thoughts harbored by others, they adhered faithfully to his wishes. Li Tai and the other princes seethed with indignation, for Li Xiang's counsel was promptly enacted. What did this signify? It exemplified that Li Xiang had begun to influence the imperial policies. Should this trend continue, the princes would find themselves increasingly marginalized. The foremost concern resided with the courtiers. Once they perceived that Li Xiang could determine the empire's trajectory, they would naturally gravitate towards him. If the princes aspired to stir dissent, the opportunity might soon elude them. As for the Tuyuan, it was imperative to engage them in battle. Regardless of the challenges, war must be waged. Henceforth, expenditures within the palace and beyond shall be curtailed. And both the Ministry of Revenue and the Internal Affairs Office must concurrently raise funds, ensuring the assembly of 200,000 guan for military expenses. In that moment, Li Xiang comprehended why Li Chengqian was dubbed a man of extraordinary talent and vision. Beyond mere intellect, his audacity surpassed that of others. With only 200,000 guan in the treasury, Li Chengqian dared to commit it all, a boldness not possessed by the ordinary individual. Naturally, Li Xiang recognized that this was also due to the Tuhun's persistent provocations. In recent years, they had shown considerable disrespect towards the Great Tang, and Li Chengqian could no longer endure it. Now, at last, it had reached a breaking point. Qin Shubao and Cheng Jijie, you two shall serve as commander and deputy commander. Li Chengqian refrained from deploying General Li Jing, firstly due to his significant achievements, and secondly, to ensure that the capital remained defended. Thus, he appointed Qin Xiong as the commander and Cheng Yaojin as the deputy to lead 30,000 troops to reinforce Liangzhou, supplemented by over 30,000 local garrison troops. Provided the funding was sufficient, they would undoubtedly compel the Tuyuhun to surrender. I wish to dispatch a member of the royal family to accompany the army. Who among you has suggestions? Grandson is willing to go. As soon as Li Chengqian's words fell, the eyes of his other sons flickered. None of them eager to venture to the front lines to endure the harshness of battle. Yet, Li Xiang immediately stepped forward, questioning, "Are you fools still hiding? Do you not realize how rare this opportunity is? The chances for princes and grandsons to lead troops into battle are scarce. With such a military record, the prospects of ascending to the throne in the future would significantly increase. With your limited intellect, how can you not comprehend this? What will you rely on to compete with us in the future? I, too, am willing to go. Is there yet another?" Chapter 113. Military training. Not only Li Xiang himself comprehended the situation, but also Prince Li Ji had come to an understanding. When Li Ji finally stood to speak, the other princes were slow to realize. However, should they choose to step forward now, it would appear somewhat contrived. And it certainly would not leave a favorable impression on the emperor. Initially, Li Ji too had not grasped the essence of the matter. Yet he recognized that whatever Li Xiang intended to undertake was worth following, or at the very least, observing. Over the course of the past month, Li Xiang had not suffered any losses. Thus, if Li Ji opted not to align himself with Li Xiang's endeavors, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Though he generally did not appear as one skilled in martial affairs, it was unexpected that in a critical moment, he would demonstrate concern for the emperor's burdens. Therefore, it was decreed that the two of them, uncle and nephew, would proceed to the battlefield together, with one crucial stipulation: they were to merely observe and inspire morale, not interfere in military command. They were to heed the orders of the two generals. Was this understood? Emperor Li Chengqian was not a foolish monarch. He was acutely aware of the potential awkwardness of having his son and grandson on the battlefield. Aside from dispatching troops to protect them, their presence could very well influence the dynamics of the conflict. Thus, in front of all the officials, Li Chengqian first retracted the authority of his son and grandson. Upon reaching the front lines, they would merely be spectators, with no involvement in affairs of state. Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin breathed a sigh of relief. Historically, royal family members remained in the capital. The notion of sending them to fight in distant lands was fraught with complications. They were not inclined to lead two inexperienced individuals into battle. While Li Xiang could be reasoned with, given his rational disposition, Li Ji had never ventured beyond the capital nor collaborated with other ministers, leaving them somewhat uncertain. With the emperor's declaration, they understood their course of action to ensure the safety of the two princes. Keeping them nearby during the great battle to broaden their horizons, could one truly expect royal offspring to engage in combat? Thus, the significant matters were settled, and those present returned to prepare. Li Xiang, occupied with the transfer of funds to the officials, was delayed for a moment. When he finally intended to depart, Wang De had already approached his side. It had been a while since they last met, and Wang De appeared even healthier than before. One wondered what remedy he had consumed. Perhaps he could share some with me later. Wang De relished compliments regarding his health, a fact Li Xiang had long since discerned. Thus he knew how to converse. "The old mountain ginseng sent by your highness is truly a remarkable item. I have been following your instructions to steep it in water, and I have felt quite invigorated these past few days." Speaking of this, Wang De expressed his gratitude to Li Xiang. Previously, serving in Li Chengqian's presence, he would often awaken in a daze, suffering from poor rest. However, since receiving the old mountain ginseng from Li Xiang, his condition had markedly improved. At Wang De's age, he yearned for moments of respite, yet he was equally wary of being undermined by other eunuchs. It is imperative to understand that those who serve as eunuchs in the palace are not naive. A moment's inattention could lead to someone else rising in prominence, leaving one with regret too late to mend. Thus, despite his frail constitution, he musters the strength to endure. For losing the emperor's favor would mean resigning oneself to a fate of obscurity in some forgotten corner of the palace, where sentiment holds no sway. I happen to have 2 of those left. I can arrange for someone to deliver them to you. Does Master Wang require my personal oversight for the inspection? We certainly wouldn't neglect the treasury's funds, Li Xiang jested. Wang Du expressed his gratitude once more, well aware that Li Xiang was unlike others. Those who promised delivery often forgot, yet Li Xiang's words were always fulfilled. Your Highness, how could I presume such audacity? It is the Emperor's command that sends me here. After Your Highness concludes the handover with the Ministry of Revenue officials, the Emperor awaits you in the Imperial Garden, Wang Du replied cheerfully. As lunchtime approached, the Emperor had summoned his meal to the garden, clearly wishing to share the repast with His Highness. Li Xiang issued a few instructions to his subordinates before accompanying Wang Du to the Imperial Garden. The Tang Dynasty's palace, vast in expanse, was a testament to grandeur despite Li Shimin's emphasis on frugality. It had been constructed during the reign of Emperor Yang of Sui, and later lavishly refurbished under Li Yuan's rule. Even through modern eyes, it remained an exquisitely magnificent royal abode. Greetings, Your Highness. As they passed through the corner gate of the Imperial Garden, they encountered 5 or 6 elegantly attired palace maidens, no doubt attendants of the court. In subsequent dynasties, Li Xiang would have to tread carefully, as these women belonged to Li Shimin. However, the Tang society was relatively open, allowing Li Xiang to walk past them with confidence. Unbeknownst to Li Xiang, his first encounter with Wu Manyang transpired in this manner. No introductions were made, and she kept her head bowed. At that moment, Li Xiang harbored no particular thoughts regarding women, thus the allure that captivated the other protagonist was fleeting for him. Grandfather, what is this spread? This table of delicacies is hardly fit for nobility, let alone the fare of common landlords. I understand our treasury is depleted, but surely we haven't sunk to such depths. Upon arriving at the pavilion in the Imperial Garden, Li Xiang surveyed the dishes before him, at a loss for words. Not only was the food unpalatable, but there was also a conspicuous absence of meat. By modern standards, it was excessively health-conscious. Come, accompany me for a meal. Consider it a small trial. Once on the front lines, the hardships there will far exceed those here. I see you have much to express in court. Surely, a mere visit to the front lines won't suffice? Li Shimin gestured towards the adjacent seat, having discerned long ago in the court that Li Xiang had something to express. However, in the presence of the assembled officials, Li Shimin could not quite grasp Li Xiang's intentions. Thus, after the court session concluded, he summoned Li Xiang to this private setting. Nothing escapes the keen eye of a grandfather. I too aspire to achieve merit in my grandfather's name. I am earnestly contemplating the prospect of leading troops myself. I have heard that the Zhejiang prefecture in our border regions has languished in neglect for many years. Perhaps, if my grandfather could grant me 2 battalions for training, I assure you that I would not expend a single penny of the imperial treasury. By the time I return from the south, these areas will be fully staffed. Li Xiang knew precisely where to begin, as long as it incurred no cost. Li Shimin would undoubtedly be amenable. Chapter 114. Releasing the crown prince during the Tang dynasty. The military system was based on the conscription of local militias, where common folk engaged in their daily livelihoods and only took up arms during times of war, often at their own expense for weapons and armor. Besides the professional army stationed in Chang'an, most regions operated under this system. While this arrangement ensured social production, the military's combat effectiveness was rather lacking, particularly in economically underdeveloped areas where the local forces were largely ineffective. Given the current circumstances, the border regions could scarcely spare troops, a situation exacerbated by an extended period of peace and the court's debts. Li Xiang's thoughts were straightforward. With so many soldiers at his disposal within the system, acquiring a few local militias would allow him to mobilize them instantly. He was indifferent to who would command these forces or where they would be deployed, as he was confident in their unwavering loyalty being drawn from his own system. If the emperor doubted his intentions, he could always appoint others to lead them. But in times of need, Li Xiang could summon them at will. You truly are extravagantly wealthy. Do you have any idea how much it costs to outfit a militia of 1,200 men with armor and weaponry? Li Shimin remarked, aware of Li Xiang's newfound riches but intending to temper his enthusiasm. According to my grandson's investigation, outfitting them to the standards of the Northern Guard in Chang'an would require 60 guan, not including horses, which could bring the total to 400 guan. With a grin, Li Xiang responded, and Li Shimin felt a sense of relief. Many of his sons indulged in literary pursuits, which Li Shimin found rather futile. Can literature enable one to rule the world? It was merely a fabrication of the ruling class. The royal offspring's primary duty should be to govern. If one lacked even the most fundamental knowledge, what merit was there in entrusting an empire to them? Have you considered how much it would cost for 2 local militias? Li Shimin questioned, knowing Li Xiang had wealth, yet he believed such expenditures were excessive. Grandfather, have you forgotten? Zaturka left behind a considerable fortune. which now lies in my hands. Technically, we should divide it equally, but the whole of the Tang belongs to you. I have just submitted 1 million guan. You wouldn't demand this sum from me, would you? I intend to use it to arm the troops, Li Xiang boldly stated. At that moment, Li Xiang and Li Shimin shared a camaraderie previously unseen among the descendants. Such candor from Li Xiang struck a chord with Li Shimin, who felt a sense of familiarity. Moreover, the lad's reasoning was sound. As the emperor, he possessed the wealth of the realm and could not fixate on trivial amounts. Furthermore, arming these soldiers would greatly benefit the entire Tang dynasty. Concerning military authority, Li Shimin approached the matter with caution, especially in the capital. Li Xiang, holding an official position within the imperial city, commanded only a few hundred soldiers, primarily out of concern for potential insurrections from his progeny. However, if one ventures outside the capital, the scenario alters significantly. Far removed from the city, should you wish to lead troops back, you would encounter an unknown number of checkpoints along the way. Before you even contemplate rebellion, you might find yourself detained. Thus, in terms of military deployment beyond the capital, Li Shimin harbored little concern. I shall inform General Qin that upon arrival, I will allocate to you 3 Zhicheng prefectures for you to manage diligently. This is no trifling matter. Should you achieve success, I shall certainly reward you, but if you fail, return with caution, for I shall have no hesitation in reprimanding you. Li Shimin declared sternly. 3 Zhicheng prefectures are not in abundance, cumulatively housing only a little over 3,000 troops. If he intends to cultivate his grandson, he must grant him authority. Tethering him to his side daily would render him ineffectual. A young sapling cannot grow into a towering tree without enduring the storms. Thank you, grandfather. However, I hope you can acquiesce to one more request. Upon my departure, someone must be appointed to oversee the Eastern Palace. My father has nearly completed his reflection at home. If you continue to confine him there, he will inevitably revert to his former self. Before departing, Li Xiang must ensure that Li Chengqian is released. He has various connections within the capital, and relying solely on Zhou Huairan may prove inadequate. Li Chengqian's support would facilitate matters. However, Li Xiang harbored reservations about him and deemed it necessary to keep someone watchful over Li Chengqian, given his previous transgressions. Return and inform him that his release is permissible, but should any further issues arise, I shall banish him to Minwei, never to return to the capital. With this assurance from Li Shimin, Li Xiang felt a heightened sense of security. His father possessed a propensity for folly but was greatly intimidated by Li Shimin. With these two statements and the recent changes, Li Xiang was confident that Li Chengqian would manage to conduct himself properly during his absence from the capital. As Li Shimin concluded his words, a figure clad in black suddenly emerged from behind, startling Li Xiang. There had been no obstructions nearby. From where could this person possibly have come? In terms of prowess, Li Xiang surmised this individual ranked among the top 3 in the realm. Summon a couple of disciples to accompany this young man southward. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Merely ensure his safety, he instructed. Upon hearing these words, the cloaked figure bowed and retreated. Li Xiang's countenance brightened, yet internally he felt a sense of unease. Surrounded by formidable warriors, how could there be no one to safeguard his security? If these 2 were to accompany him, he would need to devise a means to extricate himself from their presence. Life would certainly become more complicated. Do not feign ignorance. I am well aware of your thoughts. These individuals are here solely to ensure your safety. If your life is forfeit, all else is rendered meaningless. On the battlefield, swords and daggers are indiscriminate. Do not engage in bravado. Comply with what you are instructed. For if upon your return the 2 generals report against you, I shall confine you in a temple. When Li Shimin uttered these words, the regal authority of an emperor had vanished from his countenance, replaced instead by the tender affection of a grandfather. After all, it was his beloved eldest grandson who was about to depart the capital for the battlefield. It would be utterly implausible for Li Shimin not to harbor concerns. Despite having numerous grandsons, few were truly capable, and even fewer aligned with his own aspirations. Chapter 115. The role of the auction. Li Xiang initially intended to discuss the matter of gunpowder, having prepared thoroughly for it. However, since Emperor Li Shimin did not inquire, he chose to remain silent, deeming it more prudent to reserve this as his secret weapon for the battlefield. After departing from the Hall of Diligent Governance, Li Xiang first made his way to Shidaobao, which had now become his stronghold outside the palace. Previously, when matters needed deliberation, he would seek the counsel of Miss Sun, but now she had come directly to him. Child, could you not contemplate your actions beforehand? Do you truly believe that the battlefield is a simple affair? The chaos of war spares no one. Should anything go awry, how will you return? Li Xiang summoned Changsun Pingting to discuss business matters that would arise in his absence. Before he could utter a word, he was met with a reprimand from his aunt. Although Changsun Chong remained silent, he shared the sentiment that it would be wiser for Li Xiang to stay in Chang'an. Changsun Chong himself yearned for glory on the battlefield. Yet, Regrettably, the emperor had chosen Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin for this campaign, leaving him with little opportunity. It was customary for every military leader to bring their younger relatives to gain experience in combat, while Changsun Wuji, being a civil official, rendered Changsun Chang's chances of going to war exceedingly rare. And, let us not dwell on this. Since the decision has been made, let us discuss the Detang Tianyang. Upon my departure, there will be someone designated to deliver wine to you, adhering to the previous arrangements, along with an additional monthly supply of 50 jin of star-rated Detang Tianyang. As Li Xiang spoke, a spark of excitement seemed to ignite in Changsun Pingting's eyes. She had witnessed the uproar caused by this wine at the auction, and the price had skyrocketed to 32 guan per jin. However, recent rumors from the black market suggested that without 60 guan, one could scarcely hope to procure even a single jin. Initially, it seemed that the Chui family had suffered a loss, yet given the current pricing, they had, in fact, doubled their profits in a remarkably short span. In light of this, Li Xiang proposed an adjustment. Changsun Pingying would receive 50 jin each month, while Shi Daobao would continue to auction off another 50 jin monthly, ensuring a total supply of 100 jin for Chang'an. As for regions beyond the city, quantities would remain undetermined until negotiations with the Chui family were finalized. You cannot possibly sell to us at 30 guan per jin, can you? Changsun Chong interjected, bluntly aware of the black market prices, eager to ascertain his potential profit. Uncle, surely you jest. If I were to offer you that price, we might as well be family, Li Xiang replied with a smile. The starting bid at the auction was 15 guan per jin, and you are well aware of market prices. Would 20 guan be acceptable? Though Changsun Wuji had not yet aligned himself with Li Xiang's ambitions, Changsun Pingting was undeniably committed. Changsun Chong remained in a state of indecision, but as time progressed, securing his allegiance would pose no challenge. Excellent. Compared to his father, Changsun Chong lacks the cunning. The moment Li Xiang announced the price, this fellow was nearly ecstatic. Beside him, Changsun Pingting let out a sigh of relief, knowing that they could secure a profit of 10 guan, amounting to 500 guan over the course of a month. Of course, this is merely a financial perspective. The paramount advantage lies in the social arena. While others lack access to such exquisite wine, with the ability to procure 50 jin, one could wield this wine as a tool to forge connections with the illustrious figures of the world. When the time comes for others to seek wine, will they not first strive to curry favor with you? This intangible asset could far exceed the worth of 500 guan. The two were aware that Li Xiang had other matters to attend to, so they refrained from lingering further. After confirming their respective shares, they departed from Zidabao, and Li Xiang promptly summoned Zhou Huiren. In the ensuing period, Zidabao would host a small auction weekly, alongside a grand auction monthly. The small auctions would feature 10 jin of Yixing Detang Tianyang each time, while the grand auctions would offer 50 jin. In addition, mirrors could only be sold once a month, and the price must adhere to the previous base price. Should the Chui family choose to monopolize, we would not interfere excessively. Ultimately, these items are alluring, with the most lucrative aspect being the loans. In recent days, individuals have begun to engage in this business, whether it pertains to real estate, estates, or valuable items in one's possession. Provided they pass the review, one could secure a loan from Zidabao, with an interest rate of 5% per month. Already at its nadir, many have come to test the waters. Some, not in immediate need of funds, only borrow 100 guan simply to gauge the process. When the time comes for actual monetary needs, what procedures does Zidabao entail? It is crucial to clarify to these individuals that should they fail to redeem their items upon maturity, those items would become ours. They would be granted a grace period of half a month, during which the price would increase by 10%. Should they still not arrive within that time frame, the items would be promptly auctioned. When Li Xiang articulated this, Zhou Huiren finally grasped the essence of the auction. It turns out that many pawnshops have accumulated collateral, yet they privately seek channels to sell, unable to command high prices. Our auction, drawing such a crowd, would naturally attract eager participants, ensuring that our selling prices soar. Your Highness, I now comprehend the situation. Besides selling ourselves, can others also participate in our auction, allowing us to collect a certain fee? Zhou Huiren, a veritable paragon of commerce, quickly discerned Li Xiang's intentions. I said to Lao Zhou, your mind seems to be on the right track now. Do make sure to inform the pawnshops in the vicinity. Should any items in their possession be presented at the auction, we shall establish certain boundaries. Regardless of what they choose to auction, a preliminary fee of 20 taels must be submitted, known as the entry fee. Once the items are sold, we will also collect a commission of 15% of the total value. If they are agreeable to this arrangement, we shall proceed. If not, then so be it. The embryonic form of the auction has now begun, with Li Xiang's resounding success attracting a multitude of clients. While others may aspire to replicate this endeavor, it ultimately depends on their capabilities. Chapter 116, preparations before war have you purchased the porcelain vases I requested? Li Xiang suddenly recalled another matter. In this era, although porcelain vases are costly, with a substantial investment, they can still be acquired. Moreover, Li Xiang intended to use them for storing explosives and kerosene to fabricate rudimentary weaponry. Thus, the exterior quality was of little concern, they merely needed to be watertight. All have been procured and are currently stacked behind our warehouse. Additionally, we have ordered several large crates, lined with soft grass to ensure they do not shatter during transit, although some corners may still incur damage. Zhou Huiran, though unaware of Li Xiang's true intentions, recognized that Li Xiang was about to head to the front lines, and these items were likely destined for the Tuyuan. Furthermore, after acquiring the kerosene and similar supplies, they were all transported to Liangzhou City, where our men organized a shipment to bring them into the city. Li Xiang possessed a visionary perspective. Although Liangzhou City was not yet bustling, merely a border town, it was certain to transform into a significant hub for trade following the war. Rest assured, the personnel have already been selected, and we can soon dispatch the shipment. As for the inns and taverns you mentioned, I have also considered suitable locations, right around our Jidaobao. That day, Li Xiang had introduced Zhou Huiran to the concept of a commercial complex, and today, Zhou Huiran had meticulously devised all the plans. According to Li Xiang, Jidaobao would become the heart of this city. Anyone seeking meals or lodgings would first think of Jidaobao. Essentially, this is the gist. However, you must double the budget. Based on your proposed plan, the total investment for a county-level Jidaobao is conservatively estimated at 300 guan, which is far too modest. It must be increased to over 500 guan, ensuring that within 2 years, it stands as the epitome of luxury. For instance, all furniture and drinking vessels must be the finest available, creating an immediate association with opulence in the minds of all who visit. Though Zhou Huiran's ideas were commendable, he still faltered on certain details. In this age, it was more about purchasing the expensive rather than the right. There was no issue with that. Every city harbored affluent individuals eager to spend extravagantly to showcase their uniqueness. If one failed to provide such opportunities, how could they engage in the business of catering to the wealthy? Your Highness, your intellect is truly remarkable. I have spent a lifetime in commerce and yet overlooked this fundamental aspect. Please rest assured, I will ensure that our accommodations and taverns thrive vibrantly. Zhou Huiran spoke with unwavering confidence, for he was once among the wealthiest in Chang'an and understood the nuances of indulgence exceedingly well. In any case, the funds rest in your hands. It is upon you to devise a means to expend them. Let us first establish our foundation. I have already conferred with the prominent families regarding the matter of Zitabeo, and they will not interfere with our endeavors. We shall commence with one establishment in each city. Should any city prove substantial, we may expand further. However, for the time being, our priority is to saturate each city with our presence, ensuring we secure the most advantageous locations, even if the land prices are steep. To the esteemed families, Zitabeo is merely a single entity. Even if we were to proliferate across the nation, it would still be considered a modest venture, particularly in the realm of inns and taverns, which they hold in little regard. Rest assured, Your Highness, by the time you return from the southwestern frontier, our Zitabeo will be ubiquitous across the land. Nevertheless, do exercise caution on the battlefield. It is imperative to avoid unnecessary perils. With genuine concern, Zhou Huiran remarked that had it not been for Li Xiang's appearance, he would still be oblivious to the tribulations at hand. It is crucial that Li Xiang remains unharmed. Should he return safely, his illustrious journey would merely be commencing. Conversely, if anything were to befall him, could the ineffectual Li Chengqian possibly manage the situation? Li Xiang silently nodded. In the past few days, while delegating responsibilities, he had indeed felt the weight of his burdens. Many depend on him for sustenance. Thus, he must not falter. If misfortune were to strike, the futures of these individuals would be irrevocably altered. When he initially brought them aboard, he painted a vision of a resplendent future, and it is imperative that this vision not be interrupted, for he is a man of integrity. Upon returning to the East Palace, the Emperor's decree had already been issued. Both Li Xiang and Li Ji held identical military ranks, serving as military aides, classified under the 5th grade. The Emperor's reasoning was sound. Although both had been apprised of the situation, their noble titles could pose complications should discord arise within the military ranks, hence the assignment of military positions. According to the regulations of the Tang Dynasty, once one enters military service, adherence to military discipline is obligatory, regardless of one's royal status, even as the crown prince. Upon entering the military camp, one must dutifully heed commands. Have you prepared the items I requested? Miss Mengqin inquired while assisting Li Xiang in changing his attire. As Qian Ping listened attentively, the preparations for His Highness are complete, including General Cheng's great axe. Once Li Xiang confirmed his intent to deploy, he had ordered the swift completion of Cheng Yaojin's axe. Additionally, from the Qin family, both father and son are renowned generals of the Tang. Each shall receive a steel blade. Of course, whether they receive them depends on your disposition, for these blades must not be distributed indiscriminately. As for Cheng Chuliang, he has suffered greatly this time. Li Xiang had intended to extend a helping hand by assigning him to the imperial city office, yet unexpectedly, he would not accompany the army into battle, as he is the younger brother of Cheng Yaojin, Cheng Chumo. This evening, under the moonlight, let us deliver the provisions, along with 2 jin of fine wine to Cheng Chuliang, so he may make arrangements prior to the expedition, and I shall have the opportunity to meet his elder brother. The members of the Lao Cheng family are quite cunning. Outwardly, they appear carefree, yet they possess a keen understanding beneath the surface. For Li Xiang to thrive on the battlefield, he must navigate this intricate web. In contrast, the Qin Xiong family is more amiable, with each member embodying integrity. Your Highness, the old servant has gathered intelligence indicating that after the court session, Prince Jin visited the residence of Prince Wei. It seems they are indeed connected. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Ping reported another matter, and Li Xiang is certainly aware that these 2 rascals are related. The alliance of 2 nefarious individuals can only lead to mischief. Chapter 117. You need only to remain passive. These 2 individuals have clashed within the court, yet for various reasons, they ultimately must choose to walk together. King Wei, Li Tai, is acutely aware that he cannot accompany the army into battle, and he belatedly realizes he has relinquished a significant opportunity. However, he must create trouble for Li Xiang. Thus, despite his disdain for this underhanded subordinate, he must invite him to the Wei royal residence for a drink. Li Ji understands that his strength is insufficient. At this stage, he can only endure. Yet, within the court, he finds himself in a dilemma. Seeing Li Tai remain hidden, he recognizes this opportunity is rare for him. Therefore, even while standing in opposition to Li Tai, he feels compelled to accompany Li Xiang to the front lines. When King Wei Li Tai summons him, he is cognizant that his elder brother possesses a temperamental disposition. He knows he will likely face reprimands upon arrival. But he has no other choice. His time outside the palace is limited, and he lacks a capable following. If he is to head to the front, he must borrow some manpower from his elder brother. Thus, he must endure whatever scolding awaits. Li Xiang is disinclined to involve himself in the affairs of these 2 men. Their abilities are limited, and even if they were to create turmoil, it would hardly trouble him. Before departing, Li Xiang wishes to meet with Master Cui-san, who remains in the capital and may pose a threat to his safety. Therefore, it is imperative to secure this individual before his return. The last time they dined at the Cui residence, this time Li Xiang has come to pay a visit, for their influence is considerable. Following the recent auction, the first thing everyone remembers is the acquisition of treasures, but the second is certainly the Cui family. In the auction of several key items, the Cui family emerged victorious, gaining prominence before all, which inevitably created a host of potential adversaries, such as the Longxi Li clan and the Taiyuan Wang clan. Nonetheless, the Cui family has little to fear, for they understand these noble families all too well. While there may be public disputes, privately they are bound together. Your Highness visits. It truly brings honor to this humble abode. Please, come inside. This visit is markedly different from the last, as Master Cui-san awaits in the inner chamber rather than the parlor. Such a transformation in a brief span of time is a testament to Li Xiang's control over substantial assets. Your Highness, what is your intention? Master Cui-san casually glances back and is taken aback to see several individuals carrying numerous items. The most conspicuous being 2 small mirrors and 3 steel blades, rare treasures from the Eastern Palace, worth a fortune in the marketplace. A small token of appreciation. Not meant as a formal gift. I hope Master Cui-san will graciously accept it. Such words are uttered to Master Cui-san hundreds of times a year. Yet those who present gifts often harbor ulterior motives or seek collaboration with the Cui family. Master Cui-san contemplates deeply, unable to ascertain Li Xiang's true purpose for this visit. We are straightforward individuals. It is best for your Highness to clarify your intentions. I prefer not to receive gifts under ambiguous circumstances, as I believe in earning my keep. Cui-san gazed enviously at these items. To speak candidly, although Cui-san occupies a prominent position within the Cui family, standing at the pinnacle of society, the treasures presented by Li Xiang possess an equally compelling allure. Sanyi must have already caught wind of the news regarding my impending military expedition southward. Thus, during my absence, I hope he can maintain the status quo and refrain from taking any actions against my associates. Upon uttering these words, Li Xiang left those present in a state of astonishment. Indeed, this fellow is quite generous, willing to bestow such an exquisite gift to ensure the Cui family remains passive. The mirror is undoubtedly a rare artifact, the last one having fetched over 100,000 coins at auction. Rumors now circulate outside, with reports of bids reaching 200,000 coins. If that is the case, then the two small mirrors gifted by Li Xiang would be valued at 400,000 coins. In comparison, the steel blades hold a slightly lower price. Yet these four swords could still command 15,000 coins. In Chui Sanye's understanding, no one has ever offered such lavish gifts, and even if someone did, it would typically be for a favor. Li Xiang undoubtedly has his own motives, yet merely seeking their inaction seems an extravagant request. If His Highness has but this one desire, is it not a tad excessive? Chui San mused, stroking his goat beard. Not at all, Li Xiang replied. In the entirety of Chang'an, only a handful can threaten my enterprises, and while I can manage their impacts, it is solely your Chui family that poses a unique challenge. Another flattery from Li Xiang elicited satisfaction among those present, although they are accustomed to such praise. Li Xiang is no ordinary figure. His recent prominence in Chang'an renders such sentiments particularly gratifying. Does His Highness truly desire nothing further? Chui San remained somewhat skeptical. Li Xiang has always been astute in his dealings. Could it be that he genuinely wishes for the Chui family to remain tranquil for a spell? That is indeed the case, Li Xiang affirmed with a respectful gesture. Rest assured, I, Chui San, declare that until His Highness returns, we shall take no action against you. In truth, even without such gifts, we would not consider you an adversary. Did we not just speak of peace? Chui San chuckled amiably, and Li Xiang nodded in agreement. However, Li Xiang naturally harbored doubts regarding Chui Sanye's assertions. The old Chui family would certainly engage in various clandestine maneuvers to preserve their standing. Now that this matter has been laid bare, Li Xiang surmised that the Chui family would still undertake certain actions, albeit in a more discreet manner. Collaboration breeds mutual benefit. Our partnership has yielded considerable profits for both sides. Thus we should strive for common ground while respecting our differences. At the recent auction, did Chui Sanyi truly intend to observe the competition among families without intervening? Li Xiang's scheme of sowing discord was rather unremarkable, easily discernible by anyone. However, he astutely timed his words. Previously, all prominent families held the Chui clan in high regard. Yet, following a recent auction, the allure of profit transformed the allegiances of these individuals, which is a point of contention for many within the Chui family. We shall wait for His Highness's return to deliberate thoroughly on whom to deal with and whom to spare. After all, it is merely a matter of our discretion. Old Fox Master Chui, with his ambiguous remark, incited hearty laughter between the two. The coalition of the old and new dominant powers will inevitably seek to reallocate the entirety of the market. Chapter 118. The numerous rivals of Tuyuhan at present. The majority of Tang's interests have been largely divided. If Li Xiang seeks to expand, he will inevitably pose a certain threat to others. Should he ally with the Chui family, then the territories of their rivals would become insignificant. Over the years, the Chui family has also aspired to broaden its influence. Yet they find themselves constrained by existing ties with various prominent families. To directly confront them would be somewhat unreasonable and could invite ridicule from the world. However, if they were to join forces with Li Xiang, both parties could fortify their positions, leaving the territories of other families to be divided between them. Third Master, do you genuinely wish to collaborate with him? He is no ordinary individual. His ambitions surpass even those of his father in his prime. If we were to ally with him, our own circumstances might not fare any better. Once the other families are subdued, we could very well find ourselves next in line. Chui Yunqing expressed his concerns. Li Xiang's carriage had already departed from the Chui residence, and no one could have anticipated that his visit was merely for these few words. A cost not to be taken lightly. At this juncture, we have no alternative. This young man currently possesses the advantages of time, location, and popular support. Should he return from Tuyuhan with military accolades, his momentum would become even more formidable. We cannot act against the tide of circumstances, sighed Third Master Chui, fully aware of Li Xiang's ambitions. If Li Xiang were to ascend to the throne, the existing equilibrium among the prominent families would inevitably be disrupted, with the possibility of confiscation of properties and annihilation of clans. Yet, Third Master Chui lacked the power to alter fate. In the absence of a viable option to reverse their predicament, they must choose a relatively safer path. Chui Yunqing refrained from further discussion. In the past, he might have persuaded Third Master Chui to meet with the leaders of various families to devise a strategy to curb Li Xiang's growth. But now that Li Xiang had directly entered the military camp, which lay beyond the influence of these families, the situation had changed. The military camp represented a domain where their power could not reach. Additionally, at the recent auction, Chui Yunqing discerned that there were few among the families who possessed a broader vision. Nearly all were solely fixated on immediate gains. Thus, negotiating with them to restrain Li Xiang was fundamentally an unattainable endeavor. As war looms, the court's military provisions and resources are intertwined with our interests. Are all arrangements in place? The Chui family's position within the Tang dynasty is unparalleled. For instance, they supply one-third of the military provisions, making them particularly prosperous whenever there are conflicts. Everything is ready, and we have already established communication with the Tuyuan. When Chui Yunqing uttered these words, an unusual glimmer shone in his eyes. They had no ties with Goguryeo, but their connection with Tuyuan remained significant. The war must persist for individuals like them. Regardless of victory or defeat, only through its continuation could they reap continuous profits. Thus, when the might of the Tang dynasty was formidable, they would relay messages to Tuyuan. And when the Tang strength waned, they would sell information about Tuyuan to the Tang. They notified the relevant officials along the route to meticulously document the progress of the Tang army. The disparity between Tuyuan and the Tang was vast, with the court dispatching 2 formidable generals this time. If they failed to send some intelligence, the war would likely conclude within 6 months. Although the Tang had not engaged in foreign warfare for years, Chui San was acutely aware of the combat prowess of the Chang'an army. Should these forces charge forth, Tuyuan would possess little resistance unless they penetrated deep into Tuyuan's territory, which would afford them a chance at victory. However, if they were to proceed cautiously, Tuyuan could only await its inevitable defeat. News had also reached them from Tubo, who seemed intent on encircling Tuyuan. Chui Yunqing recalled another matter. Tubo maintained connections with the Chui family as well. Tuyuan had it coming. They occupied a precarious position between 2 nations, lacking sufficient strength while unwilling to relinquish their lucrative trade routes, consistently reaping substantial profits. Should their fortunes decline, neither of the 2 great powers would spare them. It appeared that even if the Tang did not annihilate them, Tubo would not tolerate their existence. Chui San let out a cold laugh. While engaging in trade with Tuyuan, the Tuyuan people took advantage of exorbitant profits, leaving even the Chui family at a disadvantage. Observing their impending downfall, Chui San felt no discomfort. Instead, he pondered how to prolong the conflict. Only with an extended war could they exploit opportunities both domestically and abroad. With supplies strained at the front, they could profit, and by seizing resources from the rear, their gains would multiply. Li Xiang, unaware of the Chui family's thoughts, returned to count his system soldiers. During this period, he had continuously received rewards, and his elite forces had nearly reached 50,000. If unleashed, he believed he could vanquish Tuyuan. Yet the challenge lay in gradually revealing his strength. The emperor had only granted him 3 Zhicheng fuss, which meant he could deploy only 3,600 men, with a portion needing to be allocated to the locals. Otherwise, they would be blind and deaf. Managing to muster 3,000 was already commendable. Li Xiang glanced at his points in the marketplace. He now possessed several million. Having refrained from spending these points with battle imminent, it was time to redeem what was necessary. My son. Li Xiang was preparing to browse some items in the mall when Li Chengqian's voice echoed from outside. Li Chengqian had received news that Li Xiang had already interceded with the emperor. Since the day Li Xiang set out for battle, Li Chengqian was now permitted to venture beyond the palace walls. Observing his son's joyful demeanor, Li Xiang felt assured he had made the right decision. Keeping such a spirited individual confined would surely lead to madness sooner or later. I shall say no more. During your absence, I will ensure that the city of Chang'an is managed with utmost diligence. Should any matters arise, you may write to me without hesitation. I assure you, nothing will be neglected. Li Chengqian spoke with sincerity. These days spent penned up in the East Palace, while his surroundings were relatively accommodating, had begun to weigh heavily on his spirit, as prolonged confinement could lead to mental distress for any adult. At that moment, as his son requested such a significant favor, tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Indeed, my son has something of importance to ask of his father. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Li Chengqian promptly assumed a serious posture, cherishing this rare occasion when his son sought his counsel. Chapter 119. The acquisition of land in abundance. What purpose lies in acquiring such vast tracts of land? Do we not possess enough as it stands? Moreover, with the considerable wealth you have amassed through your ventures, it would be prudent to manage your business astutely. Cultivating land and collecting rents yields the least profit. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Li Chengqian found himself at a loss for response. Li Xiang had generously provided Li Chengqian with 400,000 guan, specifically designated for the purchase of land. As war looms on the horizon, fluctuations are inevitable should anyone wish to sell their land. It would be imperative to acquire it at any cost, not solely within the vicinity of Chang'an, but across the entire realm. Li Xiang was at a loss for words regarding Li Chengqian's perspective. In this era, it is customary for those with means to invest in land. Yet, Li Chengqian's approach was counterintuitive. One must acknowledge that his thoughts were somewhat progressive. Nevertheless, Li Xiang recognized the prevailing agrarian nature of society. Possessing substantial land equates to wielding significant control over grain, thereby granting one ample influence. Does your father comprehend why the 5 surnames and 7 clans dared to challenge the imperial authority? Li Xiang refrained from directly answering Li Chengqian's inquiry, instead posing a question of his own. Are you suggesting that they wield vast landholdings? Li Chengqian, not lacking in intellect, after all, such acumen was necessary for his position as crown prince, understood the implications. Throughout the Tang dynasty, at least 40% of the land was under their control. The profits from grain trade may not be substantial, yet this very fact is why the court hesitates to confront them. Should we gain control over the grain trade? When you and I assume command of the realm, we could undermine their foundation. Li Xiang's words were audacious, considering the emperor was not merely his father. Nevertheless, Li Chengqian received the sentiment with great enthusiasm. Upon reflection, he found Li Xiang's assertions to resonate with his own thoughts. The 5 surnames and 7 clans possessed extensive landholdings, their annual grain harvest serving as a crucial leverage point. Should their demands within the court remain unmet, they could incite turmoil through their control of grain. In the early days of Li Shimin's reign, the court faced numerous calamities as a result. Consequently, Li Shimin invested heavily in constructing large granaries across the empire. While this mitigated the grain strategy of the 5 surnames and 7 clans to a degree, the court's overall grain reserves remained relatively scant, primarily due to insufficient revenue to procure large quantities. At this juncture, the Tang dynasty's tax revenue derived from 3 primary sources: copper coins, grain, and textiles. This diversification was intended to alleviate the court's dependency on a singular revenue stream. During the early years of the Zhenguan era, the 5 surnames and 7 clans engaged in economic contention with the court, necessitating a tripartite tax system to stabilize the national economy. While this strategy obscured their adversaries, it simultaneously diluted the power held by the court, preventing a concentrated effort towards any singular objective. Thus, a precarious equilibrium was established. Li Xiang's current endeavors to acquire land herald a renewed call to arms. You are not wrong. However, you have only provided me with 400,000 coins. Even if you were to grant me 4 million coins, the land we could acquire would still pale in comparison to theirs. In the end, we would be unable to compete with them, Li Chengqian remarked with a hint of perplexity. He recognized that his son possessed a sharp intellect and would not engage in futile endeavors. Yet, despite racking his brain, he could not discern the breakthrough point his son was alluding to. We currently hold several tens of thousands of acres. But do you have any idea how much land they possess? Over 10 million acres. How can we possibly compare? While it may seem theoretically impossible to contend with them. Have you forgotten that I have access to new seeds? Li Xiang replied. Our seeds have already been sown. If each acre yields between 1,300 to 1,500 pounds, what do you think, father? Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Li Chengqian found himself at a loss for words. It was common knowledge that most land yielded around 500 pounds, which was already considered quite good. Many fields, due to natural disasters, produced as little as 300 pounds. If they could indeed achieve a yield of 1,300 pounds, it would shatter records. If our 1 acre is equivalent to their 3, then truly, our single acre would equal their 3 acres. In that case, we would possess the strength to engage in a contest of strength. Moreover, this was merely the first phase of our project. Once we accumulate enough funds, we can embark on subsequent phases, and when our holdings reach 1/3 of theirs, our capital would essentially match theirs. Li Xiang, being a product of modern society, often infused his speech with contemporary elements. Li Chengqian had grown accustomed to this, and where he once required explanations, he had now achieved a level of understanding that was commendable. In truth, the system contained even superior seeds. However, Li Xiang could not access them as they remained classified. He anticipated that by achieving various military feats, he would eventually unlock them. Rest assured, my son, I will handle this matter. By the time you return, I will have spent every coin you entrusted to me and procured some prime land, Li Chengqian asserted with unwavering confidence. Given the strategic implications for the entire Tang dynasty, there was little more to discuss. He felt a profound sense of duty, especially with his son fighting valiantly on the front lines, having sacrificed so much for their freedom. If he failed to assist his son in this endeavor, he would rather find solace in an ant-hole. Additionally, there was a pressing need to acquire a substantial number of slaves for future land reclamation efforts. There remained a plethora of uncultivated land within Tang territory. Li Xiang was aware of many prime agricultural areas from the 21st century, currently left fallow due to a sparse population. If they could be cultivated, it would undoubtedly boost food production. This matter requires your assistance. At the conclusion of each war, a significant number of slaves emerge, predominantly consisting of soldiers from the defeated enemy nation. You should engage in discussions with them on the front lines. The acquisition of slaves in Chang'an City is not only costly, but the availability is also limited. If Li Xiang were to procure them at the front, many matters would become considerably more manageable. Chapter 120. Cheng Chumo, the father and son, engaged in earnest discussions until the midnight hour before retreating to their respective chambers for rest. The following day, while Li Xiang remained in slumber, Cheng Chuliang had already arrived with his elder brother, Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chuliang harbored aspirations of joining the front lines. Yet the court adhered to its own protocols. Although your father served as the deputy commander this time, he was permitted to take only one son with him. Other families had also made their arrangements. If every family were to bring their kin, your father would miss the opportunity to advance to the front. And your family's children would have no chance of joining him. Upon seeing Cheng Chumo, Li Xiang instantly recognized their fraternal bond. The two were indeed brothers, both possessing robust physiques and bushy beards. Were they to don bear pelts, they would undoubtedly resemble wild beasts. Your Highness, we have met. Cheng Chumo greeted with a respectful fist salute, signifying their acquaintance, for formality was scarce in this era. Cheng Chumo's stature appeared to surpass that of Cheng Chuliang, prompting Li Xiang to inquire, what are you two consumed to achieve such formidable physiques? One punch from you could fell a tiger, no doubt. Li Xiang chuckled, noting that Qing Yaojin was already quite imposing, and his son seemed to embody an even greater vigor. It was no wonder that the entire family flourished within the military. Had they pursued civil service instead, their mere presence would likely instill fear among the populace, let alone adjudicate cases. Your Highness jokes, Cheng Chumo replied modestly. Our father instilled in us the importance of eating well to grow strong. One must possess a robust body to avoid being bullied. We have simply heeded our father's advice, and now we can consume 5 or 6 steamed buns per meal, which has increased to 8 or 9. Cheng Chuyang, standing beside him, rubbed his belly, feeling the pangs of hunger from a hasty morning. Since I have yet to partake in breakfast, why don't the two of you join me for a meal? Li Xiang suggested, leading them to the nearby flower hall, where Miss Mengqian promptly served an array of delicacies. Delicious, while Li Xiang found the pastries of the Tang dynasty rather unremarkable. He took the liberty of crafting his own recipes, instructing the household chefs to prepare them. The two brothers, feeling quite at home, consumed the pastries with abandon. By the time Li Xiang finished a piece, the other platters on the table were already devoid of their contents. He hastily waved his hands, signaling Miss Mengqian to bring forth more. I truly apologize, Your Highness. These pastries are simply too delectable. I have never tasted anything quite like this in my life. Cheng Chuyang remarked as he stuffed the last morsel into his mouth. The brothers, not only resembling Cheng Yaojin in stature, also demonstrated a similar lack of decorum when in the company of others. Allow me to bring some for you both. Next month, the Xi Daobao will be selling these pastries. If you're interested, you may send someone to procure them. However, I fear Qingdage may not have the opportunity to enjoy them, as we must prepare to depart shortly. Regarding the timing of their departure, the emperor had instructed the two generals to decide, a detail of which Li Xiang remained unaware. Last night, my father mentioned that we would set off in approximately 3 days, as the troops from Tuyuhan have begun their provocations. Even if we hasten our pace, it will still take us over 10 days to reach the border. Cheng Chumo clapped his hands, and when the matter turned serious, both brothers adopted a solemn demeanor, which was characteristic of Cheng Yaojin. The three young men became acquainted after a brief conversation, primarily because the Cheng brothers were broad-minded and upright individuals. Though they might indulge in minor schemes, their values were unequivocally sound, and Li Xiang was pleased to associate with such individuals. Do you two brothers have something to discuss? Li Xiang noticed the exchanged glances between them, indicating they had a request. Regardless of the impending frontline deployment, their bond suggested a mutual willingness to assist one another. I shall speak on behalf of my elder brother, who is rather bashful. He wishes to procure a steel blade from you, though it is certainly not for free. My brother has never been one to save money, and currently, he can only offer 2,500 guan, with the remaining 1,000 guan to be settled once the war concludes. You are aware that we all stand to gain wealth on the battlefield. Cheng Chuyang quickly conveyed these words upon witnessing his brother's hesitance. Li Xiang assumed it was a trivial matter, merely a steel blade. Isn't it rather presumptuous to speak of such things? We are brothers now. I would simply gift a blade to Brother Cheng. Who knows? It might even save my life in battle, Li Xiang replied nonchalantly. That cannot be. The price stands as stated. This blade involves both labor and time. If you refuse to accept my payment, it would be as though I never came, Cheng Chumo insisted with a stern expression. It was already quite a feat to acquire the blade on credit. Accepting it without payment would tarnish his integrity. Most importantly, Li Xiang was conducting a business. And if others caught wind of this arrangement, how could he continue his trade? Your Highness, let us proceed as my elder brother suggests. Otherwise, it would place you in a difficult position, and as brothers, we cannot allow that. If we were to meet again, it would be with a sense of shame. Cheng Chuyang said earnestly, sensing Li Xiang's reluctance. Li Xiang reflected on their camaraderie. They were all men of honor. And if he were to give away a steel blade without charge, it might leave Chengqian uncomfortable in the future. Thus, he agreed to settle the payment. Let us share a drink here at noon, a toast to our impending journey. That should pose no issue, correct? Li Xiang observed that merely nibbling on snacks was insufficient, especially since it was already 10 in the morning, and the brothers had no intention of leaving, clearly wishing to stay and drink. That is indeed favorable. Just moments ago, when discussing the funds for purchasing a sword, Chengqian was exceedingly earnest. However, now, as the conversation shifts to drinking, his interest seems to wane. It is important to note that Li Xiang surely possesses the finest Tang heavenly brew, and the Cheng family has procured several pounds of it. Alas, that belongs to his father, and should the two brothers wish to indulge, they would likely face a severe reprimand from him. Li Chengqian initially had matters to discuss with his son, but upon learning that Cheng Yaojin's two sons were partaking in revelry, he decided against joining the fray. Although he and Cheng Chuyang belong to the same generation, Li Xiang has forged brotherly bonds with these individuals, making it somewhat inappropriate for Li Chengqian to intervene. After all, how would it appear for both father and son to refer to each other as brothers? Chapter 121. The Scheme of Discord according to Li Xiang's thoughts. Since they were to embark on a military campaign, a ceremonial send-off was in order. After all, it was a customary process he had seen on television in the past. Little did he know that 2 days after partaking in that banquet, Cheng Yaojin sent word for Li Xiang to assemble his men at the west gate at the stroke of midnight. Brother Cheng, what are we about? We are not bandits. Why must we proceed with such caution? Upon arriving at the west gate, Li Xiang was nearly taken aback by the scene before him. It appeared less like a noble expedition for the nation and more akin to a stealthy raid under the cover of darkness. Everyone was striving to minimize their noise. Was there something clandestine at play? What your highness may not realize is that it has been several years since our last conflict. In the eyes of the common folk of the Tang dynasty, any military endeavor we undertake is bound to be victorious. Hence, we must exercise prudence. If we leave the city under the veil of secrecy, even in the event of defeat, the populace will remain oblivious to our true intentions. Should we emerge victorious, then we can proclaim our triumph far and wide, Chengqian articulated cautiously. This is also an art of governance. If our campaign is widely publicized and we suffer defeat at Tuyuhan, how shall we justify it to the people? You scoundrels, release me at once. I cannot return in chains. Let me go, and when the Tuyuhan army arrives, I may yet find a way to spare your lives. As the two conversed, an incongruous voice interrupted from behind. Li Xiang had brought Zaturka along for this expedition. I must ask, why did you bring this fellow? Tuyuhan has publicly declared his disgrace. He has lost his standing in Chang'an, and they no longer recognize him as a successor. I say we should simply put an end to him, Chengqian inquired, perplexed. If he is no longer Tuyuhan's heir, what purpose does he serve on the battlefield? He will merely consume our provisions. My brother, you're mistaken. Even though he is not the crown prince of Tuyuhan and has no claim to the throne, he is of age, and many depend on him for sustenance. If we engage him in discussion along our journey, he may yet help us muster a force. After all, Tuyuhan has abandoned him. Will he continue to support them? Li Xiang replied, blinking thoughtfully. This plan has been meticulously considered. Although he professes unwavering loyalty to Tuyuhan, we have mastered the art of sowing discord. As long as he possesses any vulnerability, we shall eventually uncover it. You speak wisely. General Qin shares your sentiment. Since you have little else to occupy your time, converse with him as you travel. We have recently acquired information regarding Tuyuhan. His half-brother has been named the new crown prince. Cheng Yaojin approached with the intention of organizing matters, only to find that Li Xiang had already taken the lead ahead of everyone. This lad is indeed worthy of instruction. He possesses the potential to achieve remarkable feats in military affairs. Rest assured, General, he continued, while we may not measure up to you in the art of battle, lacking the requisite prowess, I believe my aptitude for intrigue and strategy is more than sufficient. Li Xiang's flattery brought Cheng Yaojin great comfort. Although he was initially reluctant to accompany these young nobles, given their myriad flaws during the journey, Li Xiang's punctuality was a most pleasant surprise. There was also Prince Li Ji, who seemed to be testing the limits of patience, nearly exceeding the allotted time. The Emperor has assigned you threefold troops. Upon your arrival, you must expedite operations. You may be unaware of the local military situation. Currently, it is but a mere shell. You will likely find it challenging to command anyone effectively. I will arrange for 10 seasoned soldiers to assist you. Let them serve as your foundation. Every compliment holds value. And Li Xiang firmly believed this. Hadn't Cheng Yaojin just granted him 10 veterans? Although Li Xiang's system was abundant with personnel, none were familiar with the local terrain. The synergy of system soldiers with real veterans would unleash their full potential. I have indeed struck gold. The people of Chang'an speak highly of the veterans under the general's command, seasoned in countless battles, adept in both warfare and the training of new recruits. Li Xiang's assertion rang true. Veterans are the most invaluable asset on the battlefield. They had fought alongside Cheng Yaojin for many years, and entrusting them to Li Xiang was akin to providing them with a brighter future. Without this opportunity, in a few years, these soldiers might find themselves destitute on the streets. Cheng Yaojin wished to care for a few, but his capabilities were limited. He could not possibly take all the veterans into his home as guardians. Consider these men entrusted to your care. Should any issues arise, I ask that you regard my goodwill. Their families are in dire circumstances, so please endeavor to secure favorable outcomes for them. As he spoke of this matter, Cheng Yaojin's eyes glistened with emotion. On the battlefield, he had many brothers with whom he shared life and death, yet many lacked military achievements, ultimately facing a hasty retirement without proper arrangements from the court, leading to dismal lives for numerous veterans. Rest assured, General, Li Xiang responded, expressing his willingness to shoulder this responsibility. Just as he was about to elaborate further, a sedan chair appeared in the distance. Surely, Prince, you jest? Cheng Yaojin pondered, at a loss for words upon witnessing the scene before him. We have traveled great distances to engage in battle. Do you truly intend to arrive in a sedan chair? Are you aware of the distance we must cover? The great general, Cheng Yaojin, was just about to approach and speak when Li Xiang abruptly restrained him, urging him not to involve himself in this matter. Upon seeing the look in Li Xiang's eyes, Cheng Yaojin instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The two of you, uncle and nephew, had clashed from Chang'an to the front lines. Should the emperor become aware of this scene, it would likely mean that Li Ji had already lost half of his standing. Li Xiang had no intention of sabotaging others, yet if one were to court disaster themselves, one could hardly blame him for the ensuing consequences. Li Xiang had been quietly observing his ninth uncle and discerned that he was not the benevolent figure depicted in history. Rather, he was a wolf cloaked in sheep's clothing. Thus, Li Xiang felt compelled to regard such a person with utmost vigilance. For a moment, as carelessness could unleash a far greater threat than that posed by Li Tai. Chapter 122. Incitement. The general's ascendancy as a small group engaged in discussion. The proceedings had already commenced nearby, with General Qin Xiong present. The atmosphere was rather informal, as he was only to exchange a few words before departing. There were merely 2 chairs on site, occupied by Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin, leaving the others to stand. Li Xiang had little impression of Qin Xiong. He was the antithesis of Cheng Yaojin, who was known for his flamboyant demeanor. In contrast, Qin Xiong appeared as a humble veteran, devoid of the authority typically associated with a general, making it difficult for anyone to perceive his rank. After deliberating over some intricate matters, the entire army was soon mobilized. Li Xiang observed keenly, recognizing that during the reign of Li Shimin, the bureaucratic realm was characterized by integrity, and the military was formidable, establishing the Tang dynasty as a global powerhouse. This was no mere coincidence. The upper echelons were filled with diligent individuals. Despite some underlying personal grievances, few chose to voice them openly. Conversely, many were willing to make sacrifices for the greater good, justifying the rise in national strength during the Jingguan era. Your Highness, you must not. Li Xiang seated himself upon the prisoner cart of Zitelka. In this era, such an act was considered taboo, and many would refrain from doing so, even avoiding the driver's seat. Mind your own business and continue your journey. Forget everything you hear here, he admonished, tossing a small silver coin to the driver, equivalent to a month's wages. Understanding the implication, the driver promptly dismounted and took his place at the horse's head, rendering Li Xiang and Zitelka's conversation inaudible to him. Do not overthink it. I know what occupies your mind. I am aware that I may never return, but if you expect me to betray the Tuyuan, that is utterly impossible, unless you were to kill me. Upon seeing Li Xiang approach, Zitelka instinctively displayed a look of disdain. He had suffered greatly at the hands of Li Xiang. At times, he contemplated how much better his life might be without Li Xiang's interference. At least within the confines of Chang'an. You may be overthinking the situation. I have something to inform you. We have just received intelligence that your brother has arrived at your home. You understand your relationship with him better than I do, and you must be aware of his feelings for your wife, Alatan Ula. It is not news when a younger brother and sister-in-law become entangled. I merely wish to know, can you endure it? Li Xiang presented a stack of intelligence documents, though verifying the specifics of his claims proved difficult, as few possessed knowledge of such matters. You speak nonsense. How could Alatan Ula, my childhood companion, possibly have any dealings with my brother? We swore an oath before the snowy mountains. Zitelka, filled with indignation, gripped the bars of the prison carriage with both hands. Had the wood not been so robust, he might have plunged forward to deliver a beating to Li Xiang. In this current age, the most unreliable of all things are oaths. Since you two share a childhood bond, what brings you to Chang'an? Is it not to seek the hand of a princess from the Tang dynasty? Yet now, you conveniently forget about your childhood connection. Have you truly cast it aside? It appears you are a traitor to your own affections. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, several soldiers around could not suppress their laughter. Our esteemed prince is unlike others. Even the minor officials in the army speak in flowery language that is incomprehensible to us. Yet our prince expresses himself in a manner relatable to the common folk, which brings us joy. Zitelka found himself at a loss for words. As Li Xiang pointed out, on one hand, you proclaim your childhood bond, while on the other, you venture to Chang'an in pursuit of a princess. Is this your steadfastness in love? To marry the princess is for the sake of diplomatic relations between our nations, Zitelka retorted, each word dripping with ire. As if he might bite his own teeth in frustration, he had resolved never to engage in dialogue with someone like Li Xiang, whom he regarded as a devil. Yet, at that moment, he could not contain himself any longer, for Li Xiang knew precisely how to provoke him without pushing him to madness. It is evident that your affections for our Tang princess were never genuine. Thankfully, she was not wed to you. Otherwise, it would have been a stroke of misfortune for her. You, a wretched creature, still harbor thoughts of our princess. By what right do you presume to claim her? It is no surprise that your wife has strayed from you. Li Xiang spoke with a calm demeanor, capable of both inciting Zitelka and preventing him from losing complete control. For utter madness would serve no purpose for himself. Leave me be. What is it that you truly wish to convey? Zitelka seethed, wishing he could sink his teeth into Li Xiang, but alas, he lacked the power to do so, his frustration merely resulting in self-inflicted harm. We shall each benefit from this arrangement. I seek to discuss a transaction with you. At last, they had arrived at the crux of the matter. Li Xiang had successfully disoriented Zitelka, making this discussion of commerce most advantageous for them. Do not harbor such delusions. It is impossible for me to betray the Tiohan. Upon broaching this topic, Zitelka suddenly regained his composure. He was acutely aware of the cunning schemes of the Han people, and during his years in Chang'an, he had been careful not to agree to their propositions without thorough contemplation. His earlier outburst had merely been a reaction to Li Xiang's provocations. Very well. If that is the case, then we have nothing further to discuss. Soon, we shall take a turn and have this man disposed of. There is no need to waste resources on one who serves no purpose to us. It is indeed a pity for your beautiful wife and the vast treasures in your home, now destined for your half-brother. What merit does that child possess? Moreover, your father is hardly a figure of esteem. A child orphaned by his mother is left uncared for. Why was your brother not sent to Chang'an? It is evident that you were deemed of lesser importance. Perhaps your father relishes the current predicament. Do not allow yourself to feel distressed. Soon it will all culminate in a single stroke. As Li Xiang spoke, he descended, brushing off his garments, seemingly having resigned himself to fate. Chapter 123. The disgraced Li Xiang's decision to employ such drastic measures upon his arrival was a testament to the thorough investigation he had conducted on this individual. If such an approach failed to elicit compliance, it would be futile to invest further time in him. Li Xiang disembarked with deliberate slowness, fully aware of the internal struggle that beset Zitelka at this moment. As anticipated by Li Xiang, Zitelka, within the span of mere minutes, traversed the entirety of his life from childhood to adulthood, reflecting on the perceived favoritism his father exhibited towards his younger brother. In truth, his father favored him. However, Li Xiang had planted a psychological suggestion that skewed Zitelka's perception, leading him to unconsciously incorporate Li Xiang's assertions into his thoughts. Even if he later sought to amend these reflections, it would be too late, a phenomenon commonplace in modern psychology, albeit seldom acknowledged in this era. Zitelka contemplated his contributions, recognizing that had it not been for his extensive networking in Chang'an over the years, coupled with his relentless efforts, the wealth of the Tiohan would not be what it is today. The intricacies of trade were far from simple. Numerous tasks required diligent hands. Yet, ironically, the fruits of his labor had been appropriated by his brother. Instances like this were all too frequent. For example, the eldest of their village had been away for 2 months, and upon his return, he discovered his younger brother in bed with his sister-in-law. As Li Xiang moved several paces away, the soldiers escorting Zitelka began to exchange idle chatter, their words reaching Zitelka's ears and conjuring a vivid image in his mind. I will kill you. Perhaps too immersed in his thoughts, Zitelka shouted, despite being confined within the prisoner cart. He shook the cart violently, prompting nearby soldiers to rush over and secure it, knowing that should he manage to escape, they would bear the responsibility. Li Xiang, come back. Zitelka exclaimed loudly, realizing that if he did not call Li Xiang back, he might never have another chance to reclaim his standing. Once they rounded the bend ahead, following Li Xiang's orders, Zitelka would be dealt with. As a noble prince of Tiohan, he could not resign himself to a quiet demise in such a manner. Upon hearing Zitelka's voice, Li Xiang understood that victory was his. While he could have coerced Zaturka, the latter was devoid of any means or resources, irrespective of the methods employed to exert pressure. The desired results would likely remain unattainable. Only when Zaturka was genuinely inclined to collaborate would the outcome be most favorable. After a lengthy discussion, Zaturka abandoned all previous thoughts. His mind now consumed by a singular image, that of his wife and brother. Surely, that scoundrel of a brother must have coerced her. Repeatedly. Zaturka echoed this sentiment, while Li Xiang merely scoffed, pondering the ambiguity of the situation. Some matters, he deemed, were better left unspoken. The truth would ultimately reveal itself. Of course, Li Xiang had no desire to provoke him further, as both parties had reached an agreement. Zaturka assured he would reconnect with his former followers. After all, having been a prince for over a decade, he would be remiss if he possessed no such capability. Li Xiang consented to establish a new alliance on the lands of the former Tuyuhan, offering Zaturka a significant position. Yet, both harbored ulterior motives. Li Xiang aimed to stabilize the situation, while Zaturka sought freedom, leaving the future to the cunning of the two men. "Will you not hasten to release me?" Zaturka exclaimed in anger, unwilling to endure another moment in the confines of the prison cart, which was drafty and disorienting. He felt as though he might retch at any moment. "Is your mind in disarray? You are still a prince of Tuyuhan. If I were to release you now, how many secrets would be leaked along the way? Your subordinates may have already caught wind of your predicament. Bear with it a little longer. Think of your brother and that woman." Li Xiang whistled and stepped aside, and indeed, Zaturka fell silent. Each recollection of that scene igniting a fervor within him. Given the choice, he would endure this hardship, awaiting the moment to dismantle his brother piece by piece upon his return. "Impressive. You've tamed that mad dog in just 2 days?" During their meal, Chengqian recognized Li Xiang's prowess. The brothers had traveled for a day and night and would rest for a couple of hours now. It's merely a matter of subtle tactics. Everyone has someone or something they care about. Once we identify the right leverage, that person can become our asset. Li Xiang stated simply, refraining from boasting of his achievements. "And where is Prince Jean?" Li Xiang queried, perplexed. This was the assembly of vice-generals. Could it be that Li Ji had ventured to the general's quarters? Surely, he wouldn't be so foolish, for the general would not reserve a place for him. "Your little uncle is indeed putting us through the ringer. On this journey, there is always some issue cropping up, and just now, he brought along 2 women." At the mention of Prince Jean Li Ji, Chengqian's expression lost its mirth. "Then enforce military law," Li Xiang remarked with an air of relish, as though eager for the unfolding drama. "You speak so lightly, but though the emperor has stated that the 2 generals possess the authority to restrain you, we still have to navigate the capital S intrigues. Some actions cannot be excessively reckless. Your 9th uncle is currently 20 miles behind us. Who knows if he will catch up by tomorrow?" Chengqian expressed his exasperation, while Li Xiang found himself at a loss for words regarding Li Ji. Initially, he believed this fellow to be capable and competent, yet to his dismay, upon departing from Chang'an, he faltered. Just the other day, in the court, he had fervently vowed to serve the nation through military service, but now, having barely left the city, he seemed to abandon that resolve. If the Tang dynasty were to rely on such individuals, its downfall might well be inevitable. Of course, historically, the Tang did have its share of military leaders. "Has your servant not prepared anything substantial?" Chengqian observed as Li Xiang picked up a few pieces of flatbread. Although made from white flour, the bread was exceedingly tough. He had anticipated that Li Xiang's attendants would have arranged something more delightful, allowing him to partake in the bounty as well. Was it truly Li Xiang's intention to dine alongside the soldiers? Chapter 124. Li Ji's trouble. "I am not one of those who indulge in comforts. I partake in the same sustenance as you do. If I were to receive special treatment, what purpose would my presence in the military serve? Would it not be more advantageous for me to remain in the capital?" Upon uttering these words, Li Xiang immediately bit into the flatbread before him. The surrounding soldiers, having heard his remarks and contrasting them with the esteemed Prince Jean, naturally understood the implications. Chengqian, standing nearby, raised his thumb in admiration. He had encountered numerous royal offspring, yet few possessed the fortitude to endure hardships within the military. This young man before him certainly did. "There is something I wish to inquire about. I have perused the intelligence reports as well, yet I have not heard any mention of Zaturka's wife and his brother being involved. From where did you acquire such information?" Chengqian suddenly recalled another matter. Could it be that Li Xiang has access to a specialized intelligence network? If it were in Chang'an, it might be plausible. But delving deep into the entirety of Tuyuhan seems rather far-fetched, does it not? Who informed you that his wife and brother were entangled? Li Xiang took a bite of the flatbread and swallowed it with some water. Are you deceiving him? Chengqian's understanding dawned upon him. He had found it peculiar that Li Xiang, being merely a teenager, could possibly possess his own intelligence sources in Tuyuhan. What other option is there? Li Xiang responded nonchalantly. showing no signs of remorse. Warfare is, after all, a game of deceit and stratagem. Your audacity is astonishing. What if he were to discover this? It would surely complicate matters, and he might retaliate against you in secret. Chengqian exclaimed in alarm. Zaturka is a cunning individual. Employing such ruses against him will inevitably lead to repercussions. What does it matter? Even if I do not deceive him. Do you truly believe he would wholeheartedly cooperate with us? We each seek our own interests. He is clever, and I am not a fool. I cannot allow him to gain the upper hand unchallenged. Li Xiang glanced in the direction where Zaturka was situated, and Chengqian pondered, realizing there was some merit to his words. Even without deceit, such a person would not offer us his unreserved collaboration. The army prepared to depart. After resting for approximately an hour, an order was relayed from the command tent. Under normal circumstances, today's march would have covered a certain distance, but now, the pace was to be hastened, requiring an additional 2 hours of travel. You cannot leave. Just as they were preparing to depart, over 100 farmers appeared from the northeastern direction. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be local citizens. All troops, remain vigilant. We are far removed from Chang'an, and due to our rapid march, we have had no communication with the local populace or officials. The sudden arrival of these individuals caught General Qin Xiang off guard. Reporting to the general, they are villagers from Kaoshan village, through which we have passed on our journey. They request your intervention. A junior officer approached for inquiry and returned with an awkward expression. What am I to do for them? Is there some sordid affair involving local officials? Let them report to the higher authorities. We still have to engage in battle with the Tiohan. General Qin Xiang, adhering to the principle of minimizing unnecessary complications, recognized the urgency at the border. Delaying matters of the frontier would indeed be of grave consequence. The response from the general was not straightforward. It involved His Highness Prince Jin. Through the explanation provided by a junior officer, those present began to understand the situation. It turned out that Prince Li Ji of Jin had left the capital, indulging in feasts along the way, only to arrive at this impoverished locale where they found no inns. How could this be acceptable? Just then, there was a small village nearby, and Prince Li Ji dispatched someone to procure provisions. However, what could such a destitute mountain village possibly offer? If Li Ji were to leave without sustenance, the current predicament would be futile. Unfortunately, a few overzealous guards within the entourage rashly decided to slaughter the village's plow oxen. Although killing an ox in this era was a serious crime, they presumed the villagers would be intimidated by the imperial troops, rendered speechless by fear, and thus would not retaliate even after losing their livestock. Consequently, after the butchery, those guards brazenly prepared beef soup on the spot, injuring over a dozen young villagers in the process. The remaining villagers, incensed by the incident, sought retribution. With both their oxen slaughtered, they felt their livelihoods were irreparably damaged. Aware of the formidable nature of Li Ji's entourage, they reasoned that since their means of survival had been severed, they had little to lose and dared to confront the emperor's son. This was utterly outrageous. After hearing this, Qin Xiang struck the camp gate in frustration. Had it been anyone else, he would have bound the offenders immediately. However, this was Prince Li Ji, the emperor's son. Although the emperor had stated that in case of trouble, one should act as if dealing with one's own child, could they truly strike? Brother Qin, the soldiers are already prepared. Why not lead them out? Chanyu Modun observed Qin Xiang's dilemma. This matter required intervention, yet the primary focus remained on the front lines, which bore immense significance for the fate of the Tang dynasty. Aware of Cheng Yaojin's astuteness, Qin Xiang recognized that this situation was quite delicate. He would not navigate it as adeptly as Cheng Yaojin could. Li Xiang, you stay behind and assist General Cheng. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang understood the gravity of the situation. He had no intention of shirking responsibility. This was a matter that required direct involvement. It was truly astonishing that this seemingly timid ninth prince could instigate such turmoil. I shall obey. Li Xiang responded decisively, which relieved both Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiang. Had this young man chosen to neglect his duties, it would have posed a significant challenge for both of them. Matters of the imperial family were best handled by those of royal blood. Outsiders like themselves ought to tread carefully. We implore General Cheng to intervene on our behalf. The common folk flocked over in droves, for the two axes of Cheng Yaojin were indeed too conspicuous. If one fails to recognize them, they can hardly be considered a true citizen of the Tang dynasty. Your Highness, do you see? That old sly fox Cheng Yaojin, who just moments ago called Li Xiang by name, has now taken a step back and refers to him as Your Highness. It is evident that he positions himself as a subordinate. Should matters require handling, it would be Li Xiang who must step forward. No wonder this old fellow remains an unyielding pillar of the court. Chapter 125. The crowd is quite large. What does the general mean? Li Xiang cannot foolishly bear the blame. Even if this matter must be addressed, it is essential to ascertain the intentions of the two generals. They undoubtedly possess a boundary, and one must not exceed it in their endeavors. The issue is straightforward. Avoid delays in important matters and ensure that minor issues do not escalate. Sheng Yaojin gestured towards the distant farmers, and his meaning was clear. Our army has just embarked on a campaign, and we cannot allow any unfavorable news to circulate regarding this incident. Furthermore, these farmers must be pacified. His subordinates understood and requested the general to delay for a moment, at most an hour, to attend to this matter. After Li Xiang concluded his words, he mounted his horse and, accompanied by 30 guards, headed northwest towards Kaoshan village. Return. Someone will handle this matter for you. If you do not trust it, leave a portion behind to observe. I shall remain until this issue is resolved before I depart. Sheng Yaojin noticed that the common folk were still waiting, realizing that they might only trust him, given his esteemed reputation among the people of the Tang dynasty. Initially, few villagers chose to leave, but soon they recognized that Sheng Yaojin had no intention of departing. Perhaps the individual who had just left was indeed going to resolve their issues, prompting groups of villagers to head home. Upon Li Xiang's arrival at Kaoshan village, he was immediately astonished by the scene before him. Li Ji and his entourage had occupied the two largest residences in the village, while the remaining villagers had been driven outside, as though they were the rightful masters of the place. Boldly, who approaches? This is the temporary encampment of His Highness, the Prince of Jin. Dismount at once. The two soldiers guarding the entrance were staggering in their stance. Given their condition, should a thief appear, they would merely serve as a meal for the intruder. What punishment awaits for drinking on the march without permission? Li Xiang, witnessing the bruised and battered villagers, felt a surge of anger. Some villagers were lying in the arms of others, clearly suffering from serious injuries. These are the subjects of our Tang dynasty. You may not possess such prowess on the battlefield, yet you act as tyrants in your own homes. To the military, 30 strokes. To wantonly plunder the possessions of the common people, 20 strokes. To unwarrantedly injure the innocent, 30 strokes. Take them away and administer punishment. Li Xiang's voice resonated loudly, and the surrounding villagers heard every word clearly. Who are you indeed? We are the personal soldiers of the Prince of Jin. We are not common folk. Open your eyes and behold, we bear official titles. To assault court officials without cause, do you comprehend what that entails? It is a death sentence. The two individuals, thoroughly inebriated, were acutely aware that binding them would certainly lead to a beating. This realization swiftly diminished their intoxication. In the past, their manner had seen errant servants. Even a punishment of 80 strokes would have left them teetering on the brink of death, let alone 50, which would have undoubtedly claimed half a life at the gates of the underworld. Ah, my lord. A cry of despair erupted instantly. The occupants of the room had just heard it, but dared not emerge, for the men outside exuded a palpable aura of menace. Now, Li Xiang had directly ridden into the courtyard, daring anyone to hide for long. Has Uncle Zhou dined well? Your nephew has come to summon you back to the ranks. Though Li Xiang spoke with utmost respect, he remained perched on his steed, casting a cold glance toward the door. I could have sworn I heard your voice just now. I did not expect you to have fallen behind. The army's pace is indeed swift, and it is only natural we cannot keep up. For we are not like those common soldiers. I happen to have prepared a pot of tender beef soup. Do come inside and indulge. Li Ji emerged from the room, accompanied by several guards still able to stand, their alcohol-laden presence unmistakable. Relying on such individuals to fight at the front lines would surely herald the downfall of the Tang dynasty. I shall forego the beef soup, dear nephew. I am not so fortunate. However, do you know that the cow you have feasted upon is a plow ox from this village? The villagers have reported you to the general, who has dispatched me to resolve this matter. Li Xiang was not easily deceived, should he desire to partake. The affair would inevitably involve him. Oh dear, what a ruckus. How was I to know this was a plow ox? It is the fault of those rascals beneath me. You lot should get out here at once. Li Ji's acting prowess was commendable, yet Li Xiang understood that aside from his duplicitous nature, he was a man of indulgence. Were it not for his own gain, would his subordinates dare to slay a plow ox? Such an act was a grave crime in the Tang dynasty. When everyone from the house emerged, Li Xiang was genuinely startled. He had assumed that, like himself, they would number no more than 30 guards. Instead, there were over 100 individuals present. Had there been fewer, Li Xiang would have employed one approach. But with such a multitude, including some borrowed from Li Tai, he would have to adopt an alternative strategy to seize this opportunity to incapacitate them, ensuring they would not return to the capital to cause him trouble in the future. Young ones, you were mistaken. A group of intoxicated revelers, while ostensibly seeking forgiveness, were no trace of remorse on their faces. Among them were numerous scions of the noble families of Chang'an, who perceived the consumption of a cow as a trivial matter, believing that laws were meant to restrain the impoverished, not themselves. Who struck the villagers? Li Xiang summoned several villagers from a distance. although they had gone to lodge complaints. Facing these noble youths directly filled them with trepidation. They could only muster the courage to point from behind Li Xiang's guards. Hurry, hurry. Whoever struck the villager, step forward at once. Those who have been punished, let us be on our way. Li Ji, aware that this matter had escalated to the two esteemed generals, felt a sense of frustration towards the villagers. He was eager to resolve the situation swiftly and catch up to the two generals, hoping to provide an explanation. Upon hearing Li Ji's command, over 30 reluctant guards stepped forward. Take them away for punishment, 80 strokes of the rod each, Li Xiang stated with an impassive demeanor. The onlookers were taken aback. Such a punishment could prove fatal. Li Ji was equally astonished, having anticipated a minor reprimand merely to set an example for the villagers. He had not expected Li Xiang to be so severe. Chapter 126, The Severance of Li Ji's Wings, Your Highness. We all bear the imperial decree upon our shoulders, boasted a burly figure, who was no ordinary man but a nephew of Li Shimin, born of his paternal cousin. Such relatives were plentiful in the capital. Your Highness, the two men at the entrance have just been slain, he reported. The remaining individuals, emboldened, did not regard Li Xiang as a threat. After all, was he not merely a child? However, upon hearing this proclamation, their expressions fell. This audacious youth truly dared to take a life. No wonder they had not encountered the two guards earlier. It turned out that Li Xiang had dispatched them. Those two were also guards of the Jin Wangfu, holding an 8th rank official title, and they had been so easily eliminated. Let the dead remain dead. I am executing the laws of the court. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall face the consequences. Seize them, Li Xiang commanded, waving his hand. Instantly, over 20 guards surged forth. I dare you. With the sight of Li Xiang's guards approaching, the others hastily unsheathed their blades. They were well aware of the fate that awaited those who were defeated. They would surely lose their lives. Thus, they had no choice but to fight for survival. Hoping to emerge unscathed. Draw your blades, brothers. We have nefarious intentions. Let us slay them. Following Li Xiang's gaze, Li Si was the first to draw his weapon. The others, undaunted, followed suit. They were all warriors of 10-man strength, while the strongest among their opponents barely possessed 5-man strength. A few, though of 8-man strength, were hindered by their inebriation, unable to muster even 30% of their capabilities. Please, some of them belong to my second brother. You must grant him some face. Li Ji, scrambling to Li Xiang's side, observed the chaos erupting behind him. In the brief moment of his arrival, 2 lives had already been extinguished. If my uncle's face matters, it pales in comparison to yours, Li Xiang replied dismissively, closing his eyes in anticipation of the impending clash. The surrounding commoners were rendered speechless with fear. They had initially hoped for compensation for their lost cattle, believing that would resolve the matter. If they encountered an honest official, perhaps they would receive some medical expenses, and the entire village would be grateful. Little did they know that the situation would demand adherence to the law. They had previously warned this unruly group that the arbitrary slaughter of farm cattle was a capital offense, yet they dismissed such warnings. Claiming to be guards of the princely household, immune to the laws of the court, many villagers resigned themselves to their misfortune, thinking they would not face further surprises, only to find that death had now entered the equation. Alas, a drop of blood, seemingly from nowhere, splattered onto Li Ji's shoe, causing him to recoil in terror. He now regretted his earlier desire for beef soup. He could not fathom which of his subordinates had concocted such a scheme. Now, it appeared that this young man had found leverage against him, contemplating a thorough reckoning. The time that Li Ji spent outside the palace was brief, and his entourage was limited. This time, due to his advance to the front lines, he had brought most of his men with him, all of whom represented his painstaking efforts, now tragically lost. Additionally, 30 men had been borrowed from his brother, Li Tai, who was notoriously stingy. Had he learned of the demise of Li Ji's men, he would surely have held him accountable. The crux of the matter lay in the loss of his subordinates, rendering him ineffective upon arrival at the front. Even if he had intentions of taking action, it was unbecoming for a prince to act alone. Put away your blades. Li Xiang's men examined the scene and confirmed the absence of any survivors, each sheathing their swords in unison. Your Highness, all rebels have been eliminated. Upon receiving this report, Li Ji was at a loss for words. When had his men transformed into rebels? This accusation was utterly unfounded. Uncle, do not harbor doubts. Those men drew their weapons in my presence, clearly intending harm against me. You are not well acquainted with them, I presume. I suspect they were infiltrators from the Tuyuan. Given the circumstances, I had no opportunity to inquire further and had to respond in kind. Fortunately, my capable subordinates prevented disaster for both of us today. Li Ji trembled with fury at Li Xiang's explanation, yet he found himself unable to refute it, as all his men had fallen, leaving him with only 2 covertly brought maidservants. Dispose of the bodies and compensate their families. I, your uncle, shall cover the costs, if funds are lacking. I shall lend them at a monthly interest of 3%. Li Ji nearly fell from his horse at this pronouncement. Yet his concern for money was now overshadowed by the grief for his fallen comrades, the culmination of years of effort extinguished in one day. After attending to these matters, Li Xiang departed with Li Ji, fully intending to report the incident without concealment. Later that evening, Li Xiang pursued Li Ji. While the sedan chair he had brought from Chang'an was left behind due to a lack of bearers, gifted instead to the local villagers. The two maidservants were also abandoned in the village, as Li Xiang aimed to leave Li Ji isolated, ensuring that future military endeavors would remain unaffected by his presence. Upon hearing Li Xiang's report, the two generals felt a chill rise within them. Was this truly a mere child of barely a decade? His decisiveness in matters of life and death was remarkable. Even in their youth, they had not possessed such a mindset. However, no sympathy was afforded to Prince Li Ji. The generals were deeply concerned for the common people, especially after learning of his merciless actions that had left many youths from a village injured, with reports of several likely to suffer permanent disabilities. Their disdain for Li Ji only intensified. Escort His Highness to rest and assign 30 of my men to protect him. Qin Xiong, with a stern expression, remarked that upon noticing Li Ji still had something to say, he promptly instructed his subordinates to escort him away. You may feel some grievances in this matter, but it is a private affair between you and your uncle. You may return and submit a memorial to your father, but do not speak of it here. I cannot take responsibility for this. If you must assign blame, direct it towards your own subordinates for their lack of strength. Chapter 127. The breath of freedom to speak candidly. Both Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin found Prince Li Ji to be reasonably dependable. At least he was less troublesome than Prince Li Tai and far more so than Li Chengqian. However, to their astonishment, only a few days into the expedition, unforeseen events had unfolded. While they were astonished, Li Xiang remained unfazed. He had a deep understanding of the young prince. Within the capital, various regulations govern behavior, with the emperor above and numerous officials below. Therefore, even if the young prince harbored intentions, he would suppress them, striving to project the image of a wise ruler. Yet, outside the capital, such constraints vanished, revealing a youth of less than 20, eager to relish life unencumbered. This carefree existence held immense allure for him. As for the nature of Li Ji, Li Xiang was already well aware. If this individual possessed even a modicum of rationality, how could he possibly contemplate handing over the entire Tang Empire to Wu Zetian? Even if it were for a beloved, one could not simply bequeath an empire. Such thoughts indicated a profound lack of judgment. Only this once, and never again, Qin Xiong stated, jolting Li Xiang to realization. Had Li Ji been present in the tent, this would have served as a warning to him. However, since the prince had already been led away, it transformed into a caution directed at oneself. Though Qin Xiong did not gaze at Li Xiang, the words were undeniably meant for him. Do not presume we are oblivious to your ulterior motives. Your uncle indeed erred. But there was no need to eliminate his subordinates. It is evident you seek personal retribution. This matter also bears some fault on the subordinates. Please, General. Cheng Yaojin, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood he could no longer remain passive. Originally tasked with this responsibility, he had delegated it to Li Xiang. Now, as Qin Xiong reproached Li Xiang, remaining idle would only offend him further. Tomorrow we shall arrive at the domain of Wu Qingfu, which falls under your jurisdiction, General. Is there any assistance you require from us? Qin Xiong did not rebuke Cheng Yaojin, although he held the position of commander and Cheng Yaojin was his deputy. Their strengths were comparable, both being seasoned veterans in the service of Li Shimin. If Cheng Yaojin maintained his composure, he was more than capable of fulfilling the role of commander. In truth, Qin Xiong had no obligation to oversee Li Xiang's jurisdiction. But considering Li Xiang was merely a 14-year-old boy, there were matters he could scarcely grasp. The governance of a region was of paramount importance, should any complications arise. He could not absolve himself of responsibility, especially since Li Xiang had accompanied him out of the capital. Reporting to the general. I have already dispatched personnel to inform the 3 prefectures. All have gathered at Wu Qingfu. We kindly request the general to allocate provisions. Li Xiang did not truly require these provisions. However, certain necessities must be acquired. Regardless of the opulence of your resources, if one were to refuse all requests, it would be challenging for others to demonstrate their significance. Without the cooperation established between you, how could your camaraderie flourish in the future? Tomorrow, go to the quartermaster to procure supplies. You shall have 10 days. After this period, lead your troops to Liangzhou. Should there be any delay, military law will be enforced. Qin Xiong did not trouble Li Xiang. He facilitated all necessary arrangements. Yet, there was a hint of displeasure in Qin Xiong's words, largely due to Li Xiang's audacity. The individuals surrounding Li Ji were indeed capable and might prove invaluable on the battlefield, yet they had been eliminated by Li Xiang, which weakened their own side's strength. I shall obey your orders, Li Xiang replied, and after his response, the two generals permitted him to depart. Brother Qin, I understand your discontent, however. This matter pertains to their familial ties, and we ought not to involve ourselves. If we cannot extricate ourselves from this situation, we may suffer significant losses. Besides, this lad seems relatively obedient. Have you ever encountered a prince who listens so dutifully to your admonitions? Chanyu Modun recognized Qin Xiang's unease, and once Li Xiang had left, he promptly poured a cup of tea for him, aiming to alleviate the general's spirits. Upon hearing Chen Yaojin's words, Qin Xiang's brow relaxed slightly. Chen Yaojin was correct. Li Shimin frequently assigned members of the royal clan to gain experience within the military, yet these individuals were often of little merit. Even those with some capability tended to be unmanageable. This individual might achieve greatness in the future, yet his decisiveness belied his youth. Without proper guidance, he might tread the path of Emperor Yang of Sui. Qin Xiang voiced his concerns, acknowledging that such temperament was typical for one born into royalty. If one does not consume others, one might be consumed in turn. However, possessing such a nature at this age raises the question of whether others can coexist peacefully. It is imperative that the general provides ample guidance. Chen Yaojin expressed this sentiment, though internally he held reservations. After all, Qin Xiang's background differed from his own, leading him to perceive matters with a broader perspective. On the following day, Li Xiang sought the quartermaster to requisition his provisions and then bid farewell to Qin Xiang. Marking his inaugural independent command, General, should we assign him a deputy? Chen Yaojin inquired hesitantly. Although he recognized Li Xiang's capabilities, the nature of military affairs warranted caution. If any mistake were to occur, their amicable relationship might suffer, and Chen Yaojin feared for Li Xiang's future. You still do not understand this lad. If we appoint a deputy, he may become hesitant and falter in his duties. Only by managing matters independently can he achieve success. If you had accompanied him yesterday, would he have been able to perform as he did? Qin Xiang remarked with a smile that although his relationship with Li Xiang was not particularly profound, he had discerned the true nature of Li Xiang. Despite his youth, Li Xiang exhibited remarkable prudence in all his endeavors, ensuring that nothing would go awry. At this moment, Li Xiang felt an overwhelming sense of ease. It was no wonder that Li Ji was capable of such actions yesterday, without the weight of burdens pressing down on him. He felt like the sovereign of his own domain. Thus, Li Xiang also sensed the refreshing breath of freedom. However, he quickly recalibrated his mindset. If he could not even master this sense of freedom, he would merely become another Li Ji, of little value and utility. Chapter 128, The Shortcomings of Wuqing Prefecture. After approximately an hour's journey, Li Xiang arrived at the training grounds of Wuqing Prefecture. Observing the emaciated soldiers before him, he began to grasp the dire circumstances in this region. The era of Zhenguan marked a time of prosperity for the Tang dynasty. And while Li Xiang noted that the common folk in the vicinity of Chang'an were faring relatively well, the situation was starkly different in the impoverished southwestern borders. Many individuals here had never experienced the taste of staple food, existing on a meager diet of thin gruel twice daily since childhood. This lack of nourishment rendered them frail, and any strenuous labor could easily incapacitate them. With insufficient sustenance, their resilience was severely compromised, leading to a grim reality where those who collapsed often did not rise again. Upon reviewing some records prior to his visit, Li Xiang discovered that the average life expectancy in this area was a mere 38 years. In the 21st century, 38 would be considered the prime of life, a time when careers are just beginning to flourish. Yet here, at least half of the populace had already been laid to rest by that age. The scarcity of food was a significant factor hindering population growth. By this age, one often became a burden on society, relying on the younger generation for support, thus stifling local development. Having met with the prefect, Li Xiang observed the sparse and lackluster salutes from the soldiers, prompting him to allow them to rise. Initially, he had presumed these individuals lacked combat effectiveness, but he was taken aback by their evident frailty. Are all the soldiers of the three prefectures gathered here? Li Xiang inquired with a furrowed brow. According to the imperial roster, the three Zhejiang prefectures should comprise a total of 3,600 soldiers. Yet could these weary souls before him even muster 360? In response to your excellency, an elder, presumably the secretary, replied, placing a document before Li Xiang. Since the 6th year of Zhenguan, the military has never been at full strength. This is not due to a lack of effort from local officials, but rather the scarcity of eligible individuals. Most have become fugitives. To speak candidly, during the Zhenguan era, enlisting in the army was not a mere whim. It was a desirable occupation, as one would receive land from the government. Thus, soldiers in various regions generally lived relatively well. However, the harsh local environment did not yield enough food to sustain its inhabitants, resulting in families having few children. Even when children were born, many were sold to traffickers rather than endure the hardships of life here. Over time, the local military recruitment dwindled, and there was no means to bring in young men from other regions, exacerbating the manpower shortage. Had it not been for the incursions by the Tuyuhan army, this dire situation might have remained unnoticed. Have you conducted a physical assessment? Li San, who had arrived before Li Xiang, was instructed to carry out such evaluations. Those unable to meet the physical standards were to return home, so as not to diminish their combat effectiveness on the battlefield. Aside from the 12 individuals over there, none of the others passed the physical tests. Li San pointed to a group of a dozen individuals standing in the distance, appearing relatively robust. Li Xiang felt at a loss for words. In the entire realm of the 3 prefectures, only a handful of capable individuals had been identified, while the rest lacked the requisite physical fitness. It was no wonder that whenever a crisis arose, the emperor would dispatch troops from Chang'an. Relying solely on these local forces would jeopardize the defense of the nation's southwestern gateway. Although those individuals appeared strong, why had they not enlisted in the provincial army? Li Xiang observed some climbers on the distant mountains, recognizing their superior physicality compared to his own subordinates. In response to your inquiry, those individuals are the offspring of affluent merchants and bureaucrats. Each year, during the selection for the provincial army, they ensure to offer substantial gifts in advance. The elder spoke awkwardly. Naturally, those who engage in warfare are the children of the impoverished. How could the offspring of the wealthy and officials possibly serve? Although the law mandates their inclusion in the ranks, they possess numerous means to evade conscription. It is utterly outrageous, Li Xiang scoffed. The court stipulates that only those with official titles are exempt from military service. Do they truly possess such titles? He had initially considered leveraging local merchants for support, but given the current circumstances, he felt no obligation to extend them any courtesy. Your indifference to local military conditions is alarming. Should the Tuyuhan invade, will your fortunes remain intact? My lord, as you are new to this region, any friction with the local gentry may hinder their assistance when the time for battle arrives. Cautioned the elder, whose name had faded from memory, simply referred to as Old Zhao, a clerk of the local provincial army. Even if I were to cultivate good relations with them, do you think they would come to our aid? They have long distanced themselves, believing that repelling the enemy is the court's responsibility, not theirs. If that is the case, why should I spare them any dignity? Bring those few individuals to me. I wish to see why, if they possess such strength, they do not serve their country. Old Zhao understood the validity of Li Xiang's assertions. Yet he was unaware of Li Xiang's true identity, merely knowing that a new officer had arrived in their midst. After all, they had been without a single officer for the past year. Li San, accompanied by dozens of cavalrymen, charged forward, leaving his subordinates in awe. They had not witnessed such elite cavalry in a long time. The sheer stature of the horses was beyond their reach, leading them to believe that brighter days lay ahead, especially with this young general's decisive manner. You rascals, from whence do you hail? Do you not know who I am? My uncle is the county magistrate here. Release me at once, lest I take your lives. As Li San returned with the captured individuals, they sprinted a considerable distance, their spirits still high. Observing their impressive physiques, he pondered the futility of their mountain climbing. Surely, they ought to serve their country instead. Let them learn some discipline. Li Xiang displayed a remarkable disinterest in engaging in futile discussions with these individuals. As soon as he uttered his words, Li San and his companions swiftly withdrew their whips, caught off guard and bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Before they could unleash a torrent of curses, they promptly sealed their lips. For Li San and his cohort raised their hands once more, implying that any further utterance would be met with the swift retribution of their whips. Chapter 129. Taking aim at the bureaucrat's offspring indeed, as the saying goes. Without rules, chaos ensues. You rascals have been running amok, and that is solely because there has been no one to rein you in. Since my arrival here, you shall henceforth conduct yourselves according to a new order, otherwise, do not blame me for extinguishing your entire lineage. Upon witnessing the silence that fell among them, Li Xiang stepped forward to speak. When he uttered the words "this prince," the assembly of individuals looked up in terror. May I inquire, is His Highness the Gene Prince present? Their elders had warned them not to cause any disturbances during these days, as formidable figures from the capital had arrived, particularly the emperor's son and grandson. Should they provoke either of these illustrious individuals, they would not only jeopardize their own lives but also risk the entire fortune of their families. Thus, when Li Xiang spoke those words, a chill ran down their spines. How unfortunate, they thought, after being cooped up at home for so long. They had finally ventured out only to cross paths with a royal presence. I am Li Xiang, though this place may be remote. The offspring of bureaucrats had heard of some of Li Xiang's deeds. Hence, when his name was proclaimed, they were left speechless. For the ongoing border conflicts were ignited by none other than this esteemed grandson of the royal family. Your Highness, we pay our respects. Only moments ago, these individuals had shown defiance, but upon hearing Li Xiang declare his identity, They hastily knelt, for while they considered themselves prominent young masters in Wuqing Prefecture, compared to Li Xiang, they were utterly insignificant. Let us dispense with the trivialities. I wish to know one thing. Why have you not enlisted in the military to serve your country? The Tuyahan army is pressing upon us. And per the edict issued by the court, all eligible men must report to the barracks. How can you still find time for leisurely pursuits? Li Xiang, disinterested in exchanging pleasantries with these individuals, went straight to the point. Had the inquiry been of a different nature, they might have offered excuses. But regarding this matter, they were at a loss for words. It was not merely their locality that was remiss, this was a universal issue. Who among the aristocracy would willingly send their kin to the battlefield? Unless one belonged to the esteemed generals of the capital, who sought advancement through military service. The rest of these third-rate young masters lacked the capability, rendering the military a distant realm for them. Struggling for a response, they remained silent. No need to fret. Li Xiang continued. However, as I am new here, I trust you have observed that the expected contingent of 3,600 has dwindled to a mere handful of you. It is rather disheartening. I cannot possibly lead just these few into battle, can I? With a shift in tone, despair flickered in the eyes of those present. They had heard of Li Xiang's methods, and if this investigation were to continue, it could very well implicate their families. They were apprehensive about how to navigate this crisis when, unexpectedly, Li Xiang made his remarks. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall take care of this matter. We will gather these over 3,000 individuals. It is imperative that Your Highness does not venture into battle with merely a handful of people. The leader among them, a young nobleman, hastily proclaimed, and the others nodded in agreement. Their households possessed an abundance of private slaves. By selecting a few robust individuals, Li Xiang could lead them into battle, perhaps absolving themselves of any responsibility. Of course, they would have to bestow significant gifts upon Li Xiang as well. Li Xiang was fully aware of their intentions. Could they truly deceive him? Their slaves harbored deep resentment, and on the battlefield, rather than fighting valiantly, they might inadvertently sacrifice their own lives for the nobles. Would they dare send him those individuals without a second thought? I believe it unnecessary for you all to trouble yourselves with this matter. I shall enlist soldiers myself. However, each soldier's armor and weaponry would require at least 60 coins. Li Xiang intentionally elongated the final syllable, hoping these nobles would acknowledge the financial burden. Yet, they refrained from responding to him. They were not lacking in manpower. As their households brimmed with slaves, selecting a few sturdy ones to send forth would suffice. However, the prospect of contributing such a sum was daunting. 60 coins per individual amounted to over 20,000 coins for 3,600 people, for even the wealthiest families in the capital. This was a considerable sum to procure, and extracting it would undoubtedly cause significant strain. They were merely minor landlords, and even if they sold their entire households, they would likely struggle to amass such an amount. What would be the point of surviving under such circumstances? It appears that none of you wish to collaborate with me. Did we not share a certain rapport moments ago? Why does the mention of money render you all silent? Li Xiang scoffed coldly, his voice sending chills down the spines of those present. Your Highness, it is not that we are unwilling to contribute. It is merely the enormity of this sum. The leading young nobleman stammered. Their family held the distinction of being the foremost in the locality, yet their annual income barely reached 900 coins. A figure already substantial. The individuals surrounding him were even less affluent, and if they were to be asked for 20,000 coins, it would be as though their entire family were being condemned. I must say, dear sir, your statement is rather unjust, as if I were extorting you. You must understand. This money is not intended for my benefit. You should be serving in the army, yet you choose to indulge in leisure pursuits. Should this be reported, not only would you face imprisonment, but your forebears as well. I am taking a considerable risk by offering you this opportunity, which circumvents the laws of the Tang Dynasty. You ought to cherish this chance. Li Xiang patted the young nobleman on the shoulder, donning the facade of a benevolent figure. Nevertheless, the others could not bring themselves to believe that he genuinely cared for their welfare. The figure he demanded was simply too exorbitant. Even if they were to scour the very depths of Wuqing Prefecture, they would likely fail to unearth 20,000 coins. Your Highness, we truly cannot produce it. We beseech you to show mercy. The crowd, upon witnessing that Li Xiang was not jesting, fell to their knees before him, hopeful that he might grant them clemency. Those surrounding him, including the old man Zhao, observed with keen interest every time a new official arrived. It was customary for them to exploit the common folk for wealth. However, our esteemed prince is different. While he diligently extracts resources from those in power, we, the common people, find ourselves in a position to reap the benefits. Chapter 130. The autumn wind. Enough. Let us not linger here in sorrow. Fetch paper and pen for them, and write to the elders in your homes, urging them to arrive here before sunset today. Should anyone fail to come, I shall enforce the penalties dictated by the laws of the Tang Dynasty. Li Xiang observed that none among these individuals possessed the authority to make decisions. Thus, he grew weary of their delays. It was imperative for their family elders to come forth to negotiate, for this sum of money must be procured, regardless of whether they sold their houses or land. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, they hastily took up their pins, hoping their families would swiftly rescue them. The pressure in Li Xiang's presence was indeed overwhelming. When his gaze swept over them, they felt as though they had lost a few ounces of flesh. Li Xiang had already inquired about their identities, discovering that nearly all were the legitimate eldest sons of prominent families. Hence, it was unnecessary to wait for the sun to set. Scarcely an hour had passed when a multitude of carriages arrived outside, evidently sent for their children. Your humble servant. The inspector of Wuqing Prefecture, Tang Wuli, pays his respects to your highness. A man in his 50s dismounted swiftly from his carriage and hurried to Li Xiang. Leading the way was his son, who had ventured out with friends that morning, expected to return by afternoon. Little did they know, upon the family's return, the report stated he had been captured by a military force. Tang Wuli felt a surge of anxiety, hoping fervently that his son had not fallen into the clutches of bandits. With the military presence in the area recently increasing, he wondered if a conflict had arisen with the imperial troops. Just as he hesitated at home, a letter from his son arrived, indicating they had offended an individual they could ill afford to displease. Upon kneeling, Tang Wuli anticipated that Li Xiang would bid him rise, yet Li Xiang remained silent, compelling him to continue kneeling. Around him, several other officials also knelt, and Li Xiang calculated that they were still awaiting a few more individuals, preferring to address them all at once to avoid wasting his breath. In the Tang Dynasty, a man over 50 was considered elderly. After enduring the kneeling for nearly the duration of an incense stick, Tang Wuli found himself struggling to maintain his position. Just as he was about to falter, Li Xiang glanced around and noted that the assembly was finally complete. I did not foresee our meeting to occur in this manner. I had hoped to find a fine tavern where we could dine together, but alas, your sons have denied me that opportunity. Li Xiang succinctly recounted the matters at hand, ultimately posing a critical question. Do your sons hold any official titles? In response to your highness, my son is a newly appointed scholar of our prefecture, replied a minor official of the 7th rank. Is he your sole offspring? Asked Li Xiang. Indeed. He is my only son. Take your son home and ensure he diligently pursues his studies. We cannot neglect the mandates of the court. This matter no longer pertains to you. Li Xiang upheld a sense of decorum in his dealings, adhering to the current laws of the Tang Dynasty, which stipulated that once one attained an official title, they were exempt from military service, taxation, and grain levies. Apart from the minor official of the 7th rank, no one else uttered a word, indicating that everyone else, aside from that young man, bore no official title. Lord Tang, I have a question. Do you still consider these individuals as subjects of our Great Tang? Li Xiang remarked, observing the visibly trembling Lord Tang. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Who else would I target but the head of the local officials? Your Highness, I accept my punishment, Lord Tang replied. Indeed. The elder was far more astute than his son, who indulged in daily mischief without grasping the family's financial situation. In an instant, the elder comprehended the gravity of the matter. If Li Xiang were to escalate the situation, the entire family would be at risk, potentially facing confiscation of their assets and loss of position. A substantial sum of money was required, and even if it meant selling everything they possessed, it had to be procured. I too accept my punishment. Several individuals hastily knelt, gravitating towards Li Xiang. They recognized that there was no room for negotiations. Li Xiang had detained everyone, and their sons, indeed, bore no titles, engaging in reckless behavior daily. Finding witnesses would be exceedingly simple. Please do not feel compelled. If your family's finances are insufficient, I can consider a lesser amount. Li Xiang, taken aback by the ease with which he achieved his aim, felt compelled to exchange a few courteous words. The elder gentlemen were remarkably cooperative, sparing him the need to waste his breath. Serving the nation is our duty. According to your highness's stated amount, we kindly request some time to gather the funds. Some individuals, momentarily delighted, anticipated a lesser sum. But Lord Tang immediately obstructed their hopes, exclaiming, Do you wish for your own demise? Since the highness has quoted a figure, we must earnestly deliver the funds. To navigate this crisis, we ought to seek divine assistance. If you still hesitate over money now, prepare to report to the King of Hell next year. Lord Tang proved to be quite capable. However, aside from the financial demands, the decrepit state of the military barracks was alarming. If his subordinates were to reside there, it would be intolerable. Might you arrange for better accommodations for me? Li Xiang inquired, surveying the dilapidated barracks, which, if not for the words that Chanyu emblazoned above, could easily be mistaken for a beggar's den. Rest assured, I shall make immediate arrangements. I am willing to contribute 200 laborers to your highness's service. Lord Tang pledged. Not only did he promise funds, but he also offered manpower. This Lord Tang was indeed extraordinary. An ordinary person would never act in such a manner. Li Xiang found himself increasingly appreciative of Lord Tang, who, while perhaps lacking in familial matters, proved competent in military affairs. However, the others around them were less pleased. Casting resentful glances at Lord Tang, "You have already made your position clear. We too must declare ours." In a short span, Li Xiang managed to gather over 1,400 servants. "Esteemed lords, I shall forever cherish your unwavering support for the court. When the day arrives that I return victorious, I will certainly relay your esteemed contributions to His Majesty. However, how I convey this will ultimately depend on your actions moving forward. Our journey together is far from over. Today is merely a preliminary affair. I urge you, noble lords, to return and gather your resources and allies, while the young gentlemen shall remain here to serve at the front lines." Li Xiang's words carried an implicit warning, reminding these individuals that today's matter cannot simply fade away. "As long as I remain stationed at the southwestern border, your cooperation is imperative. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take matters into my own hands." Chapter 131. The audacious young man Lord Tang and his colleagues felt a profound bitterness in their mouths. After expending so much money and so many resources, they found themselves unable to bring the child back. This indicated that the leverage remained firmly in Li Xiang's hands. As for when this matter could be resolved, it would likely depend on Li Xiang's mood. "Your Highness, the young master is in poor health and has been consuming nourishing herbal medicine these past few days. Might it be permissible for him to return home with me for a brief respite?" Lord Tang was astute enough to grasp the situation, yet not everyone shared his clarity. One local governor, still hopeful, attempted to test the waters, wishing to see if he could reclaim his son. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiang's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Did this man truly consider himself an outsider? Although he had agreed to the terms of money and personnel, he had yet to see any tangible results. Did this governor presume he could simply take his son away, as if all matters were at his discretion? "What you say is indeed true. Your son requires medication. However, I have significant matters to entrust to him. I have observed him closely, and he appears to be a valiant warrior. Thus, I intend to recommend him to the vanguard camp." At this proclamation, both father and son were rendered speechless. Remaining here would mean merely a loss of freedom, with safety unlikely to be compromised. Yet, being dispatched to the vanguard camp meant leading the charge, where reports indicated a mortality rate exceeding 30%. "Your Highness, I have erred. I beseech your mercy. Please do not send my son to the vanguard camp." The governor finally comprehended his mistake, realizing he had misjudged the current circumstances. Despite Li Xiang's seemingly amiable demeanor, he was not to be trifled with. In a mere exchange of words, he could send your son to the front lines. And this was a direct order from the prince himself. Even if the governor offered bribes to secure his son's release, the officers above would not dare to intervene. "Am I not showing leniency? Have you forgotten your earlier words? You proclaimed that your entire family would serve the court. Now, you have an opportunity to fulfill that promise. You must maintain your stature as a local magistrate and refrain from easily stepping onto the battlefield. Hence your son shall serve in your stead at the front lines. Guards, escort this young master to the vanguard camp." Li Xiang offered them no time for contemplation, immediately instructing his subordinates to act. The surrounding officials wiped the sweat from their brows. Though the prince was young, he was astute and decisive in his dealings. Who else could he target if not those who dared to stick their necks out? "Do your sons wish to join the vanguard camp?" Li Xiang's sudden remark startled them, prompting awkward laughter as they hastily retreated, eager to gather funds and personnel. Should they provoke the prince's displeasure, their children could very well find themselves on the front lines, where swords and blades show no mercy, and no one could guarantee their safety. "You may take a break. Once they send reinforcements, ensure the area is prepared." Once the officials departed, tranquility enveloped the barracks, leaving only a handful of individuals under Li Xiang's command. Were these matters to be reported to his grandfather? At that moment, Li Xiang noticed two unfamiliar figures among his ranks, clad in black attire, presumably dispatched by the enigmatic figure beside his grandfather. Since their arrival, these two had been diligently recording events, likely documenting Li Xiang's actions. In accordance with our duty to His Highness, the two young men, appearing scarcely 17 or 18, rose to speak. They seemed out of place amidst the others, yet Li Xiang discerned that their capabilities were formidable, indicating that his grandfather commanded a potent force. "You may ride as you please. I shall not interfere. However, let me be clear, it must be an accurate account. Should anyone attempt to distort my image, a few lives lost on the battlefield would be of no consequence. Do not presume that simply because you were sent by my grandfather, I shall acquiesce to your demands." Li Xiang's words struck fear into the two young men, for they were emissaries of the emperor, akin to imperial envoys. Such threats from Li Xiang were a grave affront. Nonetheless, the reality mirrored Li Xiang's assertions. In Chang'an, all imperial edicts must be adhered to, yet amidst the chaos of war, a mere misstep could cost them their lives. with no one to hold accountable. "We understand, sir," they replied obediently, having anticipated Li Xiang's interference in their documentation. To their surprise, he merely requested that they refrain from fabricating details. Compared to some previous operatives, Li Xiang exhibited a commendable sense of reason. By noon on the following day, the record had reached the Hall of Governance, transmitted solely by carrier pigeons. "What do you think of his handling of the matter?" In the room, apart from the emperor and the cloaked figure, stood Wang De at the door. The emperor's tone suggested he was not inquiring of Wang De. His actions did not adhere to the laws of the Tang dynasty. They were rather reckless, the cloaked figure replied, uncertain of the emperor's intent. The laws of the Tang were designed to govern all under heaven, including royal offspring. Any disregard for such order could precipitate chaos. You are correct. The actions were indeed reckless, yet they aligned most closely with the circumstances at hand. Li Chengqian, a seasoned commander, understood the realities of the battlefield. While Li Xiang's decisions may have contravened Tang law, they yielded significant advantages, particularly in securing the necessary funds for the 3 troops. "And what of my youngest son?" Li Chengqian's brow furrowed at the mention of his youngest, whom he had thought reliable, only to discover his transgressions beyond the walls of Chang'an. "In response to your majesty, my subordinates have also been eliminated, and since then, there has been no word from Prince Jin." The man in black spoke with a peculiar expression on his face. Perhaps Li Xiang was aware that those 2 individuals were emissaries of the emperor, yet he still chose to eliminate them together. Wasn't that rather excessive? Aha. This lad truly possesses audacity, daring to slay anyone. Although Li Chengqian's words seemed to convey reproach, both the man in black and Wang De discerned an undertone of admiration. Chapter 132. The 3rd Battalion, you should dispatch 2 individuals anew, placing them beside the 9th, and deliver this letter on my behalf. This young man ought to have matured within the military. Li Ji, though one of the heirs, has deeply disappointed Li Chengqian. Nevertheless, he deserves a modicum of opportunity. For no one can achieve victory from the outset. The opponent we face this time is rather formidable, and before the battle has even commenced, Li Ji has already squandered all his resources. Your Majesty, my disciples are few. Might you convey a message to His Highness, advising caution for the next encounter? The man in black hesitated. All those capable of accompanying the prince were his own subordinates, yet Li Xiang's methods were excessively ruthless. Should such a scenario arise again, would it not render his disciples expendable? It is also a fault of your subordinates for failing to gauge the situation. Why did they not retreat promptly in such circumstances? Li Chengqian's response to Li Xiang had reached a disconcerting severity. Even in the face of losses among his own men, he showed no inclination to shield them, instead reproaching their inability to assess the shifting tides. The man in black gazed at Li Chengqian in silence, resigned to deliver the orders. The directive you issued, whether for those following Li Ji or Li Xiang, stipulated that they must remain within sight at all times, even amidst peril, and could not flee unilaterally. Did they dare to depart under such conditions? It was said that the 2 had revealed their identities to Li Xiang. Yet he did not even bother to open his eyes, permitting his men to continue their slaughter. What has the crown prince been engaged in these past few days? Li Chengqian suddenly recalled another matter. The 9th and Cha's son had gone to the front lines, releasing the eldest in their absence. Li Chengqian was curious about the eldest's activities during this time. Although Li Chengqian had lost his standing with Li Chengqian, he remained his firstborn and once held great significance. Li Chengqian feared he might stray once more. In response to your Majesty, the crown prince has been exceedingly occupied, traversing between the 2 capitals. It is said that he has purchased all the lands slated for sale, and even those reluctant to sell found him resolute, acquiring them at exorbitant prices. Vowing not to relent until his objectives were met, Wang De hurriedly approached, having kept his distance during Li Chengqian's conversation with the man in black. Some matters were not meant for his ears. Should he overhear anything, he might find himself in dire straits come morning. Is there a hint of coercion in these dealings? Li Chengqian furrowed his brow, pondering the true intentions behind this father-son duo's actions. In response to your Majesty, no coercion has been detected. Yet the prices have already exceeded the normal rates by 20%. Upon hearing Wang De's words, Li Chengqian chose to dismiss the matter. After all, his son was adept at generating profit. If he was willing to bear the losses, so be it. In this era, purchasing land and becoming a landlord was considered a relatively conservative endeavor, and as long as the crown prince did not engage in past mischief, Li Chengqian felt little inclination to intervene. Wuchengfu. After a full 9 days, they finally managed to gather all the necessary funds, allowing the local officials to report back. Those 9 days were among the most unforgettable of their lives, memories they would rather not revisit. In order to amass this sum, they sold off nearly all their assets, including a significant portion of their primary possessions. Many endured sleepless nights, shedding blood and tears, yet they felt compelled to proceed. Failure to do so could lead to dire consequences, far beyond mere financial loss, endangering the lives of their entire families. The loyalty of these gentlemen to their country was palpable, and His Highness reassured them that they could reclaim their children. When Li Si nodded, Li Xiang understood that the total amount of money was accurate. The young masters had little purpose remaining here, merely wasting provisions, and it was best they return home promptly. Your Highness, thank you, thank you. The group exhaled in relief, as the purpose of gathering such funds was simply to bring their sons back. Should Li Xiang cause any further complications, it was likely that their hearts would not withstand the strain. Your Highness, given that the troops from the 3 provinces have not yet assembled, should we send a few men to encourage the populace to enlist? Minister Tang observed the camp's tranquility. Although 100 or so more individuals had arrived, it still paled in comparison to the over 3,000 needed. Surely, His Highness could not lead just 100 men into battle. You, old fellow, still possess a conscience. Thinking of my interests, Li Xiang replied. However, you need not worry about the military affairs. I have already taken care of it. The troops are currently training outside and will return shortly. Tomorrow morning, I shall mobilize the forces, and you will need to transport provisions from the rear, ensuring there are no delays. As everyone lamented Tang Wuli's meddling, Li Xiang's unexpected words left them bewildered, as they had not heard of any recruitment efforts for His Highness. Were the 3,600 already complete? Just as questions arose, a tremor rippled through the ground. Some veterans recognized the signs of galloping hooves, an unmistakable indication of cavalry. A young master was the first to spot the cavalry approaching from the east, and he was nearly rendered speechless by the sight. The cavalry, unlike any they had encountered, rode on steeds towering above their own, clad in gleaming black armor that shimmered under the sun. This is the Black Flag camp under my command, comprising 1,200 cavalrymen. Beside them is the Pudane, also with 1,200, as well as another 1,200 archers, perfectly assembling 3 regiments. As Li Xiang concluded, they noticed 2 additional regiments flanking the cavalry. Encountering troops in border regions was not uncommon, but witnessing such well-trained soldiers was extraordinary. In their lifetimes, none had ever laid eyes on such elite warriors, and even from over 100 meters away, they could sense the palpable aura of impending conflict. Li Xiang selected the most exceptional individuals from a pool of 3,600. Long live the Tang Dynasty! Drawing his sword from his waist, he witnessed over 3,000 soldiers raising their arms in fervent cheers. The officials experienced a peculiar illusion. Even the elite guards of the northern Yamen and Chang'an seemed inferior to the formidable army before them. Yet, why had they never heard of such a force? Was this truly a newly recruited battalion? Chapter 133. Arrival at Liangzhou. Li Xiang did not have the time to elucidate matters to them. With merely 1 day remaining until the deadline set by the Grand General, he urged his subordinates to make diligent preparations. Although they had been exchanged from the system, once emerged, they were no different from ordinary individuals. Should they fail to prepare adequately for battle, they risked their lives on the battlefield. However, upon conducting a random inspection, Li Xiang found that most possessed combat capabilities exceeding 5 men. It was no wonder they were selected from the most elite troops in history. A minority even boasted strength surpassing 10 men. How could such an army not triumph on the battlefield? The local officials had retreated, still hoping to exert some final influence. Having been thoroughly drained by Li Xiang, they pondered that if they could somehow board his ship, their expended resources would not be in vain. Regrettably, even though they were prepared to make sacrifices, Li Xiang had no intention of bringing them aboard. Their morale had deteriorated to such an extent that including them would ultimately lead to regret. The renowned General Huo Qubing, commander of the Black Flag camp, the illustrious General Ma Chao, commander of the Broadsword camp, and the esteemed General Li Guang, commander of the Bow and Arrow camp, were all acquired by Li Xiang at a significant cost, 3,000 guan for Huo Qubing and 2,000 guan each for the other 2. This expenditure pained Li Xiang greatly. Yet he understood that valiant leaders were essential for fine soldiers, thus the investment was necessary. With only around 3,000 men at his command, and the Tuyuhan forces mustering tens of thousands, the prospect of conflict posed risks of significant losses. Comprehensive preparations were imperative, especially considering that Tuyuhan had a populace ready to take up arms. Should nearby residents come to their aid, the number of troops could be staggering. Historically, the Tang Dynasty had encountered conflict with Tuyuhan, initially assessing the opposing force at 20,000, only for it to swell to 80,000 as 60,000 were merely local citizens who, upon mounting horses, transformed into soldiers, inflicting considerable losses upon us. Your Highness, the entire army is prepared and ready to depart at any moment. As the first rays of morning sunlight graced the military camp, Huo Qubing had already assembled the entire force. At just 19 years of age, this marked the pinnacle of his glory. In this era, free from the plagues of the grasslands, Huo Qubing could serve Li Xiang for a longer duration. Li Xiang nodded, and Huo Qubing immediately took his leave. 8 soldiers around him began to convey orders using flag signals, a method Li Xiang had recently taught them. He had also selected a group of specialized soldiers for training. In this age, flag signals represented one of the swiftest means of communication. Watching Li Xiang's army depart, the local officials breathed a sigh of relief. This little scourge was no trifling matter. After 9 days of staying, he had thoroughly extracted wealth from every gentry household, leaving them no better than the impoverished. However, at least they had preserved their lives, a small mercy amidst their misfortune. Liangzhou City. As the specter of war loomed, the entire city seemed to be lashed awake. With its inhabitants gripped by tension, many affluent individuals began to flee inland, laden with gold and silver, while a multitude of merchants ventured forth from the interior, bearing various goods. They adhered to a certain philosophy: the more perilous the environment, the greater the potential for profit. Fortune, they believed, favors the bold. How could one amass wealth while remaining confined within the walls of Chang'an? After a lengthy journey spanning several hours, Li Xiang arrived in Liangzhou City. Accompanied by his men, Generals Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin exchanged glances, refraining from inquiring about Li Xiang's recruitment efforts, for they had already learned that the youth of the surrounding prefectures had fled. Even if Li Xiang possessed the ability to summon men from the heavens and the earth, he could not possibly gather his 3,000 troops in full. Thus, they chose not to press the matter, sparing Li Xiang any discomfort. Your timing is impeccable. This morning, we received news of the battle report. Our forces have been stationed in Liangzhou City for 4 days, while the Tuyuhan army has retreated 30 miles, Qin Xiong remarked, gesturing to a map laid upon the table. This map, generously termed, appeared as incomprehensible as celestial writing, filled with chaotic markings. It took Li Xiang a considerable amount of time to decipher its meaning, and he thought it would be better to be put to death than to have to wage war based on such a document. What do you surmise? Cheng Yaojin inquired, as the two generals had deliberated for some time without reaching a conclusion. With Li Xiang's arrival, they were eager to hear his perspective. Although young, he possessed unique insights on various matters, having assisted the emperor in resolving numerous challenges. This time, they sought to utilize his intellect. From my humble perspective, I believe they intend to pursue diplomacy before hostilities, Li Xiang stated, quickly discerning the Tuyuhan stratagem. If they were truly intent on warfare, they would not be retreating. They would likely seize the opportunity to strike at Liangzhou City while the Tang forces were still settling in. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, admiration glimmered in the eyes of the two seasoned generals. They were veterans of the battlefield, capable of recognizing such intentions with ease. Yet, this was Li Xiang's first foray into combat, and his ability to perceive the enemy's motives indicated that he had not idled away his time. He possessed a profound understanding of martial affairs. And what do you believe their demands entail? Qin Xiong pressed on. Essentially, they seek the release of Zait Urk and an apology concerning this matter. Additionally, they wish for a reduction of our garrison in Liangzhou City, and ultimately, compensation for their losses, which may even include a request for a princess to be given in marriage, Li Xiang replied nonchalantly. The demands of these nomadic tribes lack novelty. For years, they have relied on the same few stipulations, threatening war to subjugate the agrarian peoples of the Central Plains. Do they truly possess such audacity? After all, Tuyuhan is but a diminutive nation, attempting to achieve such ends with a mere 20,000 men. Their boldness is rather excessive. Cheng Yaojin expressed his disbelief, remarking that although he had long been aware of the audacity of these nomadic tribes, if what Li Xiang described were true, then these individuals were not merely bold. They were imbued with an overwhelming audacity that rendered them almost fearless. What did they think of our Great Tang dynasty? If the general doubts my words, would he dare to wager with me? Cheng Yaojin, valiant in battle, perhaps lacked the insight into nomadic cultures that Li Xiang, having traversed through time, possessed. For he had witnessed numerous historical dramas. Chapter 134. Preemptive strikes stop this nonsense. How can we gamble recklessly on matters of great importance to the army? Qin Xiong exclaimed as he observed Cheng Yaojin's eagerness to wager against Li Xiang. He swiftly intervened, for the two were of vastly different ranks, and regardless of the outcome, it would not bode well for either party. You mentioned that Tuyuhan intends to negotiate with us, yet it has been 3 days since their retreat, and no one has approached, Qin Xiong remarked with a hint of confusion. They had dispatched scouts continuously over the past few days, but none had detected any new movements from Tuyuhan. General, who does not wish to elevate their own standing? If they were to approach us in such a desperate manner, could we possibly regard them with any seriousness? They will leave us to languish for a few days, allowing us to expend our resources. The daily expenses of our army are not insignificant. Once we can no longer sustain ourselves, they will surely send someone to seek us out, Li Xiang articulated, illuminating the situation for the two. The two immediately grasped the implication of Li Xiang's words. No wonder the Tuyuhan people were not in a hurry. Their home was right here, and as nomads, they lived in such a manner that their expenses were minimal. In contrast, we had journeyed a considerable distance from Chang'an. and the local provisions were insufficient for our needs. All our supplies were transported from Guangzhou, and the cost of transport alone was staggering. Thus, with each day's delay, we not only incurred financial losses but also risked diminishing our morale. Those scoundrels are indeed clever. We cannot afford to seek them out first. Doing so would place us at a disadvantage, Cheng Yaojin grumbled, scratching his head in frustration. The army had only been here for a few days, and they had already spent an exorbitant sum of over 100,000 guan. As the troops grew in number, if the enemy continued to retreat, we might find ourselves unable to pursue them even if we exhausted our finances. Speak up if you have a strategy. Can you not see how anxious both Qin and I are? Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, slapping Li Xiang's shoulder with such force that it nearly shattered his bones. This old fellow possessed an extraordinary strength. It was no wonder that the generals of the Tang dynasty were formidable, helping Li Shimin conquer the world and trample numerous heroes beneath their feet. Have all those outside the city retreated? Before formulating any plans, Li Xiang could not afford to act rashly, as this matter pertained to the lives of hundreds, if not thousands. While Liangzhou City was indeed the Tang dynasty's most entrenched position within Tuyuhun territory, many temporary markets existed outside the city, populated by numerous Han people. When Tuyuhun raised their forces, the Han populace outside the city had already begun their retreat, and most had since returned. Could this be relevant to the current situation? Cheng Chimo was responsible for this matter. There is no longer any cause for concern. If we had allies outside, this strategy might encounter complications. However, with no one remaining beyond our walls, our course of action becomes considerably easier. To the south and southwest of Liangzhou City, there exist a total of 25 tribes of the Tuyuhun, of whose locations we are well aware. At this moment, our grand army has yet to depart from Liangzhou City. While they remain stationed in their original positions, we need only dispatch a select few elite troops to execute precise strikes against these 25 tribes, and their mighty forces will be unable to sustain themselves. Whether through diplomacy or combat, the outcome will favor us. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, the individuals present collectively gasped in astonishment. Could this youth truly be in his teens? To casually propose the annihilation of 25 tribes is audacious. While the Tuyuhun tribes may not be vast, each consists of hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals. If we were to consume all 25 tribes in one fell swoop, the Tuyuhun people would likely be driven to the brink of despair. The generals in the tent exchanged glances. Although Li Xiang's strategy was indeed bold, it was undeniably pragmatic. If we could act according to this plan, the current situation could shift dramatically in our favor. However, deploying our forces to eliminate these 25 tribes over a distance of approximately 200 miles would inevitably create considerable noise. Liangzhou City might not be devoid of their spies, which could significantly undermine our operations and diminish our achievements. Qin Huayu expressed his concerns, recognizing Li Xiang as a pragmatic individual, while everyone else was lost in contemplation. He had already marked the locations of the 25 tribes, their placements resembling a constellation in the southern and southwestern regions of Liangzhou City. Brother Qin, what you say is rather misguided. Must we ensure absolute success with every plan we devise? If that were the case, we should abandon all undertakings. For every endeavor carries inherent risks. As long as the odds are in our favor by more than 50%, we should proceed, Li Xiang argued. Disregarding generational hierarchies and addressing the second-generation commanders of the Tang dynasty as brother, everyone was aware of the stories surrounding Qing Shuang and Yuqi Jingda. So there was no discomfort in his words. There was no need to feign elder status. I relish this sentiment. In our early years, when we fought alongside His Majesty to carve out our empire, we always charged forward when there was profit to be gained. In recent years, with our reputation preceding us, meticulous planning has only served to bind our hands and feet. We may not be able to conquer all 25 tribes, but if we can dismantle a dozen of them and instill panic along the borders, their forces will be unable to remain stationary, Cheng Yaojin declared. Thumping the table with enthusiasm, he was eager to leave the confines of the city. Having finally secured an opportunity for battle, he found remaining within the city walls unbearable. If he were to linger there, he might as well return to Chang'an, rather than cling stubbornly to this mission. Qin Xiong nodded in agreement, affirming the words of Cheng Yaojin. Indeed, over the years, the Tang dynasty had garnered increasing prestige, yet during battles, the apprehensions had multiplied, and the audacity of yesteryears had faded. Do you have any further opinions? If not, we shall proceed with our plans later today, each leading a unit of soldiers, departing the city at midnight and returning by dawn, striking as many foes as we can. General Qin Xiong contemplated for the span of an incense stick, meticulously weighing each detail before resolutely making his decision. The humble general accepts the command. The assembled generals knelt in unison. The first battle between the Tang dynasty and Tuyuhun was on the verge of commencing. They had never anticipated taking the offensive, originally believing they were to defend the city of Liangzhou, only to find themselves led by Li Xiang to advance toward the grasslands. Chapter 135, The Perilous Prairie. This time you need not lead the expedition, for your men have just arrived in Liangzhou. Why not take a leisurely stroll nearby? There are some border specialties that you cannot find in Chang'an. Once the others had departed, Qin Xiong suddenly realized that he had yet to assign any tasks to Li Xiang. General, I did not come here merely to sightsee. Like everyone else, I am here to serve the nation. Moreover, I have exerted immense effort to recruit the troops from the 3 prefectures. If there are no tasks assigned, how can I return and face these soldiers? Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin exchanged glances, both astonished to learn that Li Xiang had indeed gathered over 3,000 men. Had he included the elderly, the weak, and the infirm? If that were the case, it would be even more imperative to prevent Li Xiang from leaving the city. Warfare here differed from that in the interior. Without cavalry, no endeavor could be accomplished. Relying solely on one's legs would surely exhaust even the strongest, making any attempt at a surprise attack futile. Are your troops fully assembled? Cheng Yaojin questioned skeptically. Throughout their journey, he had dispatched scouts, and the surrounding villages were nearly devoid of inhabitants. The land was barren, incapable of sustaining such a multitude. Those with any skill had long since fled to other regions. Even with the most enticing offers, it was unlikely anyone would enlist. I humbly request the general to inspect the troops under my command, Li Xiang replied earnestly. It became evident to Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin that Li Xiang was not jesting. Could he be about to present them with a surprise? Qin Xiong gestured for Li Xiang to lead the way. As there were no pressing military assignments at present, they might as well observe Li Xiang's forces. At the western parade ground, the 2 generals beheld Li Xiang's troops. Both Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin instinctively swallowed hard, setting aside the question of the army's combat prowess. The sight of their armor and steeds was enough to stir envy in the hearts of these 2 seasoned commanders. With such equipment, the Northern Guard cannot possibly rival you. If their fighting ability is lacking, then they squander the magnificence of their attire. Thousands stood in formation. Not a sound escaped their lips. The palpable atmosphere of solemnity was enough for the 2 generals to discern that the combat capabilities of this army were no trifling matter, likely surpassing even their own elite guards. They could hardly believe that this was the army recruited by Li Xiang and Wucheng Prefecture. Yet neither was inclined to unravel the origins of these troops, for it might unveil royal secrets. Knowledge of such matters could spell trouble rather than fortune. Tonight, you will lead an assault on the 3 divisions. Do you possess confidence in your ability? Qin Xiong, observing the formidable army before him, felt compelled to act. Allowing such a force to languish within the city would indeed constitute a dereliction of duty. I am willing to sign a military pledge. Li Xiang confidently declared that. Although he was aware of the formidable combat strength of his troops, it was prudent to exercise caution during their inaugural military engagement. Otherwise, it would not be a stretch to conquer not just 3 tribes, but even 10. Do not fret, with the capabilities of your men. Attacking several tribes is a trivial matter. You could even emerge unscathed from their encampments. When you strike under the cover of night, have your archers unleash a volley of flaming arrows. You are well versed in this approach. After all, didn't Ti Chang'an burn Zaturka to the ground? Once chaos ensues among their ranks, your cavalry can sweep through swiftly. In no more than half an hour, a tribe could be dealt with, Cheng Yaojin remarked cheerfully, enthusiastically patting Li Xiang on the shoulder. If not for his resolve to maintain composure, Li Xiang might have jumped back several paces. Feeling a deep sympathy for the brothers Cheng Chumo and Cheng Yaojin, he wondered how they had endured such a tumultuous upbringing, perhaps even being knocked senseless by their father. Essentially, as Ji Jie had mentioned, it was imperative to position an adequate number of scouts on the periphery. Should any disturbance arise, it was essential to retreat safely. For Li Xiang represented not merely himself, but also the majesty of the Tang dynasty. Qin Xiong reiterated a few points, emphasizing that Li Xiang was no ordinary junior general. Should any unforeseen incidents occur, the loss of troops would be minor compared to the wrath of Li Shimin. If the eldest grandson of the Tang emperor were captured, even if they conquered the entire Tuyuan, it would hardly be regarded as a victory. At that point, regardless of whether Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin escaped severe punishment, their prospects for advancement would be irrevocably dashed. While other smaller detachments consisted of over 1,000 men, Li Xiang was tasked with leading his contingent of over 3,000. The Tuyuan forces numbered approximately 20,000. As long as Li Xiang did not stray too far into the depths of the grasslands, his forces would ensure his safety. Furthermore, it was certain that Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin would dispatch hundreds of personal guards to follow closely behind. Should any misfortune befall Li Xiang, these guards would swiftly engage the enemy, regardless of the situation. Ensuring his safety was paramount. Rest assured, esteemed generals, I will surely return in triumph, Li Xiang confidently proclaimed. After all, he had come to the front lines to earn military accolades. Presently, not only were the grandsons of the emperor lacking any notable achievements on the battlefield, but even the adult princes had not distinguished themselves in any significant manner. If he were to return with commendable achievements, it would mark a substantial advance in his standing. In the distance, Li Ji gazed enviously, longing to lead troops into battle himself. However, he lamented the loss of his own guards. And though the emperor had bestowed upon him a title, he found himself devoid of funds and personnel to carry out any endeavors. Left with nothing more than an empty title. He pondered internally why Li Xiang seemed adept at everything, while he struggled to accomplish even the simplest tasks. It appeared that this young man had seized every opportunity to eliminate his subordinates. Could it be that the empire of the Tang dynasty was solely his? As a descendant of the emperor himself, what advantages did Li Xiang possess over him? The high-ranking officials of the Tuyuhan army were taken aback by the fact that the general of the Tang dynasty had resorted to what appeared to be a daring strategy by employing Li Xiang. It is noteworthy that throughout history, the two nations have experienced numerous frictions. Most Tang generals preferred to remain passive, consolidating their forces within the confines of their cities. The notion of taking the initiative to strike had never crossed the minds of the Tang commanders. This reluctance stemmed primarily from the unpredictable dangers lurking deep within the grasslands. Once they ventured beyond their fortified cities, they would be at the mercy of the nomadic tribes. Thus, the Tuyuhan people had always felt a sense of security until this very night. Chapter 136, From Stealth to Aggression. The Tuyuhan people indeed harbored the notion that the Tang army, having traversed great distances, would inevitably struggle to acclimate upon their arrival. They believed that each additional day spent here would cost the Tang court vast sums of money. If we could prolong this delay sufficiently, we could eventually draw the Tang into a profound abyss. At that juncture, the outcome would be determined by fate. Even if the Tang possessed formidable national strength, they would likely find themselves ensnared by the Tuyuhan. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere within the city walls, the Tuyuhan tribes continued their daily lives on the grasslands, albeit ceasing to send merchant caravans to Liangzhou. Given the semi-hostile state between the two nations, any attempt to conduct trade could result in confiscation by the Tang military, leading to a lamentable outcome. While the cessation of trade would diminish their income, the previous prosperity allowed them to sustain themselves for months without commerce. Thus, as night fell, the various tribes were enveloped in a sea of song, reveling as they had before. Evenings remained dedicated to merriment. Although the tribes had received directives from the Tuyuhan Khan to monitor the Tang army's movements, the entire Tang force was confined within Liangzhou. How could they possibly observe their movements on the vast plains? Consequently, they continued their revelries, sending only a select few elite warriors to the military camp, while the rest remained unconcerned, as though this conflict bore no relevance to them. Li Xiang surveyed the tribe he was poised to attack. If it were not for his thorough confirmation, he would have doubted his location. From the hillside, he beheld scattered cattle and sheep, with only a few individuals on the periphery keeping watch, while no herders were in sight. In the central area, several bonfires flickered, around which the common folk sang and danced, their lives evidently vibrant. Yet, did they not consider that merely 100 miles away lay the Tang army's Liangzhou, where tens of thousands had already gathered? Were they truly unafraid? Had they behaved similarly during previous conflicts? Li Xiang summoned the old man Zhao from the barracks. While perhaps no longer fit for battle, he remained a capable guide, having navigated the tumult of the grasslands for many years. In response to His Highness, Zhao explained that although tensions with Tuyuhan had persisted, they did not confront us directly. When our forces departed Liangzhou, these people would swiftly retreat, widening the gap between us. As we withdrew, they would reclaim lost territory, leveraging their superior mobility to engage in a game of hide and seek across the plains. We, too, were not born on horseback. Capturing them would prove elusive. Moreover, spies within Liangzhou would alert them to any movement of our troops. Zhao was acutely aware of the Tuyuhan's mindset. It was not that they lacked fear of the Tang army, but rather they believed they had everything under control. While the Tang forces approached from the north, as long as they remained within the city, life on the plains would continue as it always had. Could it be that we shall cease our daily lives simply because the Tang army approaches from the north? Upon hearing this remark, Li Xiang could not help but smile bitterly. Indeed, the advantages of the nomadic tribes over the agrarian peoples are numerous. Our production and livelihood have nearly ground to a halt. The common folk in the border regions have sacrificed immensely for this war, while these nomads continue to revel in their merry existence. If this persists, their potential will far surpass ours. Your Highness, all preparations have been completed. Huo Qubing approached from behind, reporting that a total of 3,600 men from 3 battalions had arrived at the designated location. Excellent. Let us proceed with a full frontal assault. Li Xiang nodded in agreement. At this pronouncement, Zhao Laotu was taken aback. According to our previous battle plan, should we not be undertaking a surprise attack? How has it transformed into a direct assault? It is crucial to note that a strong offensive and a stealthy strike are entirely different matters on the grasslands. They are the kings of this terrain, while we are but outsiders. Executing a surprise attack is already a daunting task, let alone a full frontal assault. Huo Qubing paid no heed to Zhao Laoda's astonishment, turning to command the troops. In his eyes, only Li Xiang's orders mattered. The reactions of others were inconsequential, a hallmark of a system soldier. Your Highness, might you reconsider? Zhao Laodu persisted, somewhat unwilling to yield. The youth's fervor is understandable, yet one must not jest with matters of state. This tribe boasts over 1,800 warriors. Even accounting for the elderly, infirm, and weak, there remain 1,000 capable fighters. Moreover, we have 2 other tribes' tasks at hand. Should we suffer significant losses here? How would we contend with the other tribes? Look at how inebriated they are. If we cannot even subdue this lot, I shall return to the capital at once. For it would indicate my unsuitability for achieving merit on the battlefield. Li Xiang gestured toward the distant tents. The flickering campfires revealed that many could scarcely stand. Faced with such a disorganized force, Li Xiang was determined to resolve the matter swiftly. There was no time for elaborate ambushes. Brothers, charge forth. Huo Qubing mounted his horse. And behind him, over 1,200 black cavalrymen unsheathed their steel blades in unison, surging forward like arrows released from a bow. Following them was Ma Chao's broadsword battalion, tasked with executing the second wave of sweeping strikes. The archers were positioned at the rear, required to advance merely 80 paces beyond the camp before unleashing their arrows. There was no need for them to enter the fray. Li Guang, the leader of the archers, examined the bow and arrows in his hands. They appeared identical to those he had previously used, yet the arrowheads were affixed with gunpowder, an unfamiliar sight to him. This was a new provision from His Highness. Reputed to possess tremendous power, they required no additional training. They would shoot as they always had, with the caveat that these arrows must not come into contact with fire. We have been discovered, Your Highness. The old man Zhao heard the sound of the horn, the very signal of alarm from the Tuyuan army. Had we known we would be detected so swiftly, we ought to have executed a surprise attack. How much better it would have been to stealthily advance. Now, we are still several hundred meters away from their encampment. If they manage to establish a defensive line, we shall face a fierce battle tonight. Though the Tuyuan forces may be few in number, their combat readiness is not to be underestimated. They stand no chance now, Li Xiang remarked with a cold sneer, as Li Guang's men began to string their bows and ready their arrows. Chapter 137. Courageous warriors. Li Guang and his comrades had arrived at their designated position, the foremost line where all archers could charge forward. Upon halting, they promptly retrieved the fuses from their arrows, adhering to their prior training. At the front of the flanking formations, 2 soldiers wielding torches commenced their gallop. As these torchbearers surged ahead, the fuses of the archers were ignited, and with their fuses aflame, their mission was to unleash their arrows toward the distant encampment. Li Guang drew back his bowstring, uncertain of the true potency of these arrows. However, due to the added weight, their range had significantly diminished, which explained why they had advanced to this position. Otherwise, they could have shot their arrows earlier. Our cavalry was poised to charge, and by the prince's command. The archers had but a single opportunity. Once their arrows were loosed, they were to remain at the ready, for any further shots could endanger their own ranks. Li Guang aimed his arrow at the distant camp gate. Though shrouded in darkness, he could still sense the formidable reputation of a renowned general of the Han Dynasty. Several soldiers of the Tuyuan tribe, upon observing the sporadic sparks in the sky, recognized them as the arrows of the Tang archers. However, they were puzzled as to why the Tang archers did not unleash a volley but instead opted for this scattered approach. Could it be a secret tactic? In truth, there was no such clandestine strategy. Previously, arrows were shot dipped in oil, but now, with gunpowder affixed to the arrowheads, torches had become strictly regulated items. If care were not taken, they risked harming their own instead of the enemy, leaving them with no time for lamentation. Charge forward and block them, bellowed the chieftain of the Tuyuan tribe, who, having indulged too much in drink, stumbled slightly despite his armor. As the camp gate swung open, they beheld the formidable cavalry surging forth. Though the Tang army was well trained on this vast plain, the Tuyuan were the true sovereigns. Even with fewer than 400 cavalrymen assembled, they gallantly charged toward the camp gate, roaring defiantly as they prepared to engage the Tang cavalry in a fateful battle. At the height of their fervor, the sky erupted with descending fire arrows. With the explosion of the first rocket, the entire encampment was engulfed in flames. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Previously, fire arrows merely ignited surrounding tents. Yet these projectiles, upon landing, emitted a dazzling array of light and smoke. If one were caught in their vicinity, the shockwave could even knock them off their feet. The wounded have finally emerged. Outside the gunpowder lies a small cylindrical porcelain vial, meticulously crafted by Li Xiang. Without these tiny vials, the mere explosion of gunpowder would not suffice to inflict casualties upon the soldiers. Only at the moment of detonation, when the force shatters these vials, do myriad shards launch towards the surrounding troops, resulting in significant harm. Although it pales in comparison to the iron grenades employed by modern armies in this era, it stands as one of the foremost innovations in weaponry. Many Tiyuhan soldiers, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, found themselves pierced before they could comprehend the situation. They had been too close, and now were unable to react. Some steeds, startled, galloped uncontrollably throughout the camp, causing further unnecessary casualties. Do not panic. Remain composed and hold your ground. The leader, nearly intoxicated with fear, had no knowledge of the advanced weaponry wielded by the Tang army. He only recognized that his men were faltering. Just moments ago, they had gathered a force of several hundred, but now these men were scattering throughout the encampment. A gash appeared on his own forehead, yet he could not afford to dwell on the pain. If the Tang cavalry breached the gates amidst this turmoil, it was likely they would be defeated before long. The leader had just rallied a handful of soldiers, hoping to consolidate further, when a barrage of rockets disrupted his plans. After 2 deafening explosions, the small group dispersed in panic. Each soldier, being flesh and blood, found the pain of the blast unbearable, while not immediately fatal. It was evident that those injured in such a situation could hardly contend with the formidable Tang soldiers, who marched in disciplined ranks as elite heavy cavalry. Kill them. Spare no one. Huo Qubing led the charge, raising his gleaming blade. A Tiyuhan soldier swung at him, but Huo Qubing did not flinch. He met steel with steel. To the astonishment of onlookers, it seemed as though a war deity had descended. Huo Qubing's blade cleaved through his opponent's weapon, penetrating shoulder to armpit, cleaving the man in 2. Inspired by their commander's valor, the soldiers behind him began their own assault. Initially, there were still a few dozen fearless Tiyuhan warriors, but witnessing such a scene utterly crushed their fighting spirit. The enemy charged on horseback, and their weaponry far surpassed theirs. Shadows loomed outside, leaving them unaware of how many foes they faced. What hope did they have against such an onslaught? Your Highness, look. Some are surrendering, Zhao, the elder, exclaimed joyfully. In just the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, have we already taken this encampment? Though the Tiyuhan had over 160 tribes, each tribe possessed its own formidable strengths. To conquer a tribe within such a brief span of time would undoubtedly mark a historic first since the establishment of the Tang dynasty. There would be no acceptance of surrender. Their annihilation was imperative. Li Xiang was acutely aware of the purpose of today's endeavor. Should he entertain their capitulation, it would ensnare them in this predicament. Resolving 3 tribes in a single night was no trivial matter. Moreover, Li Xiang aimed to instill fear across the vast grasslands, leaving no survivors to bear witness. He intended for them to witness a distinctly formidable Tang army. Old Zhao swallowed hard, reflecting on the resolute nature of the young prince. His heart was undeniably steely. Chapter 138. Modern warfare. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, the old man Zhao would scarcely have believed the scene before him. In just a short span, the flames from a tribe began to fade, while the distant herds of cattle and sheep scattered in terror. Li Xiang had no time to concern himself with them, as he hastened towards the next tribe. Reluctant, Zhao observed Li Xiang glancing back repeatedly. Aside from removing the gold and silver from the tribe, he seemed indifferent to the remaining treasures. It was essential to recognize that other possessions held considerable value, particularly the livestock grazing on the distant hills, thousands of them. If they were to be brought back, it would not be a trivial sum. These were spoils of war. Your Highness, did you not mention earlier that our military funds are insufficient? We could round up those livestock within an hour. Imagine the fortune if we were to sell them. Zhao lamented, aware of his own petty mindset. The border areas had grown impoverished, often struggling even to feed themselves. Now that they had a rare opportunity for wealth, it seemed foolish for the commander to disregard such assets, insisting instead on hastening towards the next tribe. Did we harbor a grudge against riches? What we forsake now could eventually be reclaimed 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Were these items even considered valuable within the Tiyuhan? Even if they scattered, they would ultimately migrate to other Tiyuhan tribes. Today, we must act swiftly in warfare if we steadily advance southward in the future. No treasures from any tribe will elude us. For now, let them nurture these assets for us. In due time, they shall be reclaimed. Li Xiang felt no anxiety. The expanse of the Tiyuhan grasslands was finite. Regardless of where the cattle and sheep fled, they would inevitably converge at various tribal camps. Until the Tiyuhan was decisively defeated, they would not relent. Thus, no matter their destination, it merely meant that the Tiyuhan people were tending to our livestock. And soon this land would transform into an imperial pasture. The surrendering individuals should be kept, Zhao continued. If we transport them back, even if we do not sell them, Your Highness could have them till the land for you. They would belong to you as slaves. Zhao recalled the more than 100 individuals they had executed. These were able-bodied workers. While their deaths could instill fear across the grasslands and diminish the Tiyuhan's military potential, would it not be more beneficial to keep them for labor? With food to sustain them, they could work tirelessly throughout the year. With millions of people on the vast Tuyuhun grasslands, would there ever be a shortage of slaves? Their slaughter now served as a bloody declaration to all. Our Tang dynasty is no longer what it once was. Our victories in battle will differ from those of the past. Should they dare to resist, this shall be their fate. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Zhao appeared bewildered. It was indeed a challenge for someone like him to grasp the intricacies of Li Xiang's thoughts. However, as the war unfolded, it was likely that Zhao would gradually come to understand. In addition to instilling an atmosphere of terror, Li Xiang sought speed. The recent conflict may have allowed some to flee, and if these individuals spread the word, our time would dwindle rapidly. The remaining two tribes were not insignificant in size, and they were situated several miles away. We must hasten our efforts. If we manage to subdue this tribe, daylight would likely break, rendering our overnight mission unachievable. True to Li Xiang's suspicions, upon their arrival at the second tribe, the inhabitants had already begun to organize. Unlike the first tribe, there was no drinking that evening. Over 300 cavalrymen surged forth. Fortunately, we arrived promptly. Had we delayed for even half an hour, the 600 cavalrymen within the tribe would have been fully mobilized. Escalating our peril, Li Xiang signaled, and Huo Qubing immediately grasped the situation. Our fewer cavalrymen would not engage in a direct charge, not out of fear, but because we needed to employ more innovative tactics in this nascent conflict. With only over 3,000 of us, preserving our strength was imperative. Otherwise, we could not endure until the end. Suddenly, over 100 spearmen emerged from the ranks. In addition to their long spears, they had affixed ceramic vials filled with lamp oil to the shafts. Once these spearmen had thrown their weapons, the rocket troops under General Li Guang commenced their assault. Their objective was not to strike down the distant charging soldiers, but to launch flaming arrows into the scattered lamp oil on the ground. A broad area of ignition was all that was required. Precision was unnecessary. The Tang soldiers appeared rather foolish earlier when we refrained from charging. They had hurled spears at us, and now they sought to ignite us. Did they not realize it had rained heavily just yesterday? In this vibrant grassland, how could they possibly ignite a fire? Brothers, charge forth and cut them down, commanded the chieftain of the Tuyuhun tribe, laughing heartily. If the Tang army chose to fight in such a manner, they believed victory was already tilting in their favor. Hundreds of cavalrymen charged into the area, laced with lamp oil. Although the pounding hooves caused some of the oil to evaporate into the air, they caught a whiff of an unusual scent. Yet, at that moment, the speed of the war horses surged, leaving them no time to ponder this strange odor. Even if they had, they would attend to it only after the battle. The flames ignited, just as he had claimed, despite the recent heavy rain. Igniting the scattered lamp oil proved challenging. However, lamp oil is lamp oil. Once their numbers reached a critical mass, a belated inferno erupted. No matter how swiftly the war horses galloped, they could not outpace the flames. Many horses were splattered with lamp oil, ensuring that wherever they fled, they could not escape the fiery grasp. Moreover, the rapid charge of the steeds only intensified the blaze, ensnaring soldiers who had previously been unscathed in a sea of flames. Old Sun helplessly slapped his forehead, lamenting the reckless extravagance of the prince in battle. Each of these splendid steeds, valued at no less than 350 coins, had been incinerated in an instant, resulting in the loss of hundreds of fine horses. Yet, at this moment, Li Xiang chuckled. Are we truly wasteful? Each soldier that falls, depending on their background and abilities, bestows upon Li Xiang a distinct score, which includes the horses, all returned to him in the form of points. Not a single coin has been lost. Chapter 139. The retreat. Having gained experience from their initial encounter, the brothers found it considerably easier to proceed this time. Thus, without awaiting orders from General Li Xiang, they commenced their pursuit of the remaining members of the tribe. We are Han people. We are Han people. As Li Xiang closed his eyes, trusting his comrades to carry out their duties, a sudden cry resonated from the distance. Was it not said that all had returned to the city? What are these individuals? General, I implore you, spare our lives. We are Han people. We never sought to surrender to the Tujue. They abducted us, and we have endured years of servitude here. Look upon our scars. We do not betray the Tang dynasty willingly. It is they who deny us our return. When these individuals were brought before Li Xiang, they knelt in desperation, lifting their garments to reveal the marks of their suffering, a testament to their dire existence. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that they were farmers from the borderlands, frequently raided by Tujue cavalry. Eventually, with nothing left to plunder, they were reduced to mere slaves. Did you come as a family? Li Xiang felt a pang of sympathy as he observed their wounds. My parents could not endure such a life and perished from their brutal treatment. I do not know where my children have been sold. It is just my wife and me left, but my wife. The middle-aged man faltered, struggling to articulate his sorrow. Since their arrival, his wife's safety had been in jeopardy. Though she was no longer young, her well-preserved beauty attracted the attention of Tujue men, who sought to humiliate her. Should he dare resist, they would hang him and leave him to freeze overnight. During the initial attack, his wife had been in the Tujue camp, and upon learning of the Tang forces' advance, one of them struck her, severing her left arm, leaving her fate uncertain. Kill them all, leave no man or woman alive. Upon hearing this man's harrowing tale, Li Xiang could no longer contain his rage. In the previous tribe, women and the elderly had been spared, but since they disregarded such principles, they could not expect mercy. You shall await your demise with utmost resignation. Your Highness, what of the children? Li Guang pointed toward a group of children in the distance. In the flickering light, one could discern the hatred etched in their eyes. Wildfires may not be extinguished, but spring winds will give rise anew. Kill. Li Xiang recalled the child of his fallen comrade. If they regarded our children as inconsequential, then their offspring too had forfeited their right to existence in this world. Let it be known, from this day forth, should we encounter similar tribes, not a single creature shall be spared. The various tribes of the Tiahan differ significantly. Some tribes are not as ruthless in their actions. Li Xiang is willing to afford them a chance for continuity. However, should they treat us Han people with such disdain as this particular tribe does, then they may as well seek repentance from the King of Hell, for I do not deem them worthy of such an opportunity. The cries of slaughter echoed for half an hour, yet the soldiers present bore no semblance of compassion upon their faces. If blame were to be assigned, it would be directed solely at their own excessive actions. Had they not overstepped their bounds, we might have left them a way out, preventing the annihilation of their entire tribe. As Li Xiang prepared to launch a surprise attack on a third tribe, the sound of galloping hooves resonated from afar. It was likely a messenger dispatched by the Tang Dynasty, indicating a change in circumstances. The messenger reported to Deputy General Li that the Grand General commanded all troops to swiftly retreat to Liangzhou City, for an army of 20,000 Tiahan was approaching. The messenger conveyed Qin Xiang's orders to Li Xiang, which was entirely reasonable given the commotion that had unfolded throughout the night. Were the Tiahan to remain unresponsive, they could have been encircled by nightfall. Li Xiang's 3,000 soldiers were utterly fatigued after a night of relentless assaults on two tribes. And as this was their inaugural foray into battle, it was prudent for Li Xiang to grant them a moment to recuperate. Thus, he chose not to press forward towards the third tribe, but instead immediately sounded the retreat. Along the way, Li Xiang encountered several other assault teams, all of whom had failed to complete their missions, suffering considerable losses primarily due to their less versatile tactics and lack of the secret weaponry that Li Xiang possessed. Well, my brother, you have certainly taken the lead this time. The elder siblings have been outdone by you. As they neared Liangzhou City, Chengqian and Qin Huaiyu regrouped with them. According to the current regulations of the Tang Dynasty, one must collect an ear from each enemy slain. Li Xiang had amassed over 2,000 ears, far surpassing the total of both Qing and Qin combined, as well as exceeding the tally of all other generals engaged in similar endeavors. Surely, my brothers were delayed by those matters, Li Xiang remarked, gesturing towards some supplies in the distance. Chengqian and Qin Huaiyu felt somewhat abashed. They realized they had been somewhat short-sighted, having allowed themselves to be distracted by trivialities while Li Xiang, a newcomer to the battlefield, remained solely focused on military objectives, leading to their own inefficiency and the resolution of only one tribe throughout the night. These 150 slaves belong to you, my brother. I still owe you a portion of the payment for the blades. I shall send these 150 slaves to Chang'an, and we shall consider our accounts settled. Chengqian recalled his steel blade, remembering that he had yet to pay the full amount owed. They had agreed to settle the payment on the battlefield, and now, after their first engagement, he had captured over 800 prisoners, some of whom were to be handed over to the court, while others were to be distributed among his subordinates. These 150 were precisely what he owed. Upon hearing these words, Old Sun felt a profound sense of frustration. Had we captured prisoners last night, we could have easily taken 2,000, rather than being reduced to merely accepting 150 now. It seems our Highness looks down upon these individuals, leaving us to merely watch as they prosper. Such matters are trivial, easily settled. Li Xiang waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that we all share the same fate. So why bother with such meticulous calculations? Who knows what the future holds, and who might one day seek assistance from whom? What are we to do? Can prisoners be exchanged for weapons? At this moment, Qin Huaiyu, overhearing the conversation, erupted in indignation, asserting that he too possesses captives. Chapter 140, the Chancellor of Mida when it comes to Qin Huaiyu and his son. Li Xiang also thinks of the phrase a sword gifted to a hero. However, this father and son maintain a certain distance from others in all their endeavors, far from the closeness exhibited by Cheng Yaojin and his offspring. Li Xiang, disinclined to press his warm face against their cold backs, allowed matters to linger unresolved. As for the price, it remains unchanged, although the use of slaves is permissible, provided one is responsible for transporting them to Chang'an. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Qin Huaiyu was exceedingly pleased. It is well known that Li Xiang's weapons sell themselves, with long queues forming in Chang'an. Were it not for our joint mission and the camaraderie developed on the battlefield, it is unlikely we would have been afforded such an advantage. Just now, I heard that your subordinates significantly enhanced their reputation last night by engaging the enemy head-on, did they not? As Qin Huaiyu spoke, he rose on his toes, eager to discern the weapons employed by Li Xiang's men. Yet, relying solely on sight would yield little insight. Nevertheless, Li Xiang's resounding victory was indisputable, as evidenced by the numerous ears they collected, far surpassing our own efforts. Although they did not complete the mission involving 3 tribes, they certainly dealt with 2. Indeed, they charged in with unwavering resolve. Our strength is formidable. Had we resorted to ambush tactics, we would have wasted considerable time. Are the Tuyuhan preparing for a decisive battle against us? Li Xiang then recalled their earlier return. They had arrived before him, and their father was the main deputy commander, thus privy to more timely intelligence. The Chancellor of Midu from Tuyuhan has arrived, reportedly to negotiate with us. I suspect he has only emerged due to the recent turmoil. Had there been no crisis, he would likely be off enjoying himself elsewhere. In just one night, he lost over a dozen tribes. And while we did not achieve our original strategic goals, we certainly inflicted significant damage, particularly due to your actions. When Chengqian made this remark, Qin Huaiyu, standing nearby, found himself somewhat puzzled by Li Xiang. Both were offspring of military families where killing in battle was commonplace. Yet, Li Xiang had grown up in the palace and was merely in his teens. How could he exhibit such decisive ruthlessness? I must ask, dear brother, what made you consider eliminating all members of their tribes? Qin Huaiyu's curiosity was piqued. One would expect someone like Li Xiang, a scholar by nature, to embody the qualities of a cultured general. So how could his actions align so closely with our more brutish instincts? What is there to ponder? Those who are not of our kind are bound to harbor different intentions. If you do not strike first, they will assuredly strike you. In such borderlands, if we do not instill fear in them, our common folk shall suffer the consequences. We cannot possibly remain stationed here indefinitely, can we? Li Xiang's demeanor suggested that this was a matter of course. Both of his elder brothers raised their thumbs in approval, recognizing that even a young lad like Li Xiang could grasp such fundamental truths. Yet, within the court, many civil officials frequently criticized military leaders, accusing them of leaving behind a legacy of bloodthirst for the Tang dynasty. Reporting to the 3 generals, the Grand General requests your presence. The 3 were just preparing to change positions to bask in the sun when Cheng Yaojin as personal guard approached. They quickly adjusted their attire. Among brothers, casualness was acceptable. But entering the Grand General's tent required a degree of solemnity. Upon entering, they discovered that the other generals had yet to return, indicating that their mission had been the most swiftly accomplished. Had Li Xiang not dispatched 2 tribes, but merely engaged with the same tribe as the others, he would have been the first to return. Did he vomit? Qin Xiong observed Li Xiang with keen interest. It was common for first-timers in such situations to expel the contents of their stomachs, with some even retching their bile. Qin Xiong was eager to witness how Li Xiang had fared. Chengqian and Qin Huaiyu stood to the side, appearing earnest, though young. They were not novices on the battlefield, thus this inquiry was certainly not directed at them. In response to the Grand General, Li Xiang replied honestly, stating that he had not vomited. This revelation startled the seasoned veterans in the room. This lad was indeed born to be a general. Chanyu Modun, recalling his own initial experience of taking a life, had been deeply shaken, yet Li Xiang had surpassed them all. The events of last night had already been documented in a memorial by the general, which would be dispatched to the capital today. The merits of your achievements have been duly noted, marking a promising beginning. However, this initial success shall henceforth be set aside, and you must now embark on the journey of establishing further accomplishments. General Qin Xiong recognized the merits these individuals had earned and offered them a brief commendation before redirecting their focus. The vast army of Tian was advancing upon Liangzhou City, having retreated several dozen miles previously. Following the events of the previous night, the Tuyuhan forces dared not stray far, wary of being caught unprepared should further incidents arise. At your command, the 3 responded in unison. Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin exchanged glances. It was natural for their sons to possess such mental fortitude. But Li Xiang's composure was equally impressive. It was noteworthy that last night marked his first achievement on the battlefield, yet he exhibited no desire to boast, displaying a disregard for such minor accolades. Having met with the 2 generals, as Qin Xiong prepared to speak, Prince Li Ji entered from outside. The sin of alcohol was evident, suggesting he had been indulging elsewhere while others engaged in battle. In the minds of Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin, the contest between Li Xiang and Li Ji had long concluded, with no opportunity for reversal for Li Ji. Were it not for the emperor's decree, they would not have summoned him for deliberations, as his presence here was, in their view, a form of insult. Everyone has gathered, and the Prime Minister of Tuyuhun has arranged to meet outside the city. Who among you dares to accompany this general? Qin Xiang primarily directed these words towards Li Xiang and Li Ji. Since the emperor has permitted members of the royal family to accompany the expedition, how could such an occasion possibly lack the presence of royal representatives? Chapter 141. Negotiation outside the city. The humble general expressed his willingness to accompany the esteemed general. Before Li Xiang could voice his thoughts, Li Ji stepped forward, having received a letter from Li Shimin. In the correspondence, Li Shimin admonished him to take more initiative on the battlefield and not merely follow in the footsteps of others. He warned that should Li Ji return to the capital without any accomplishments, he would be held accountable. Thus, upon hearing of the impending meeting with the Prime Minister of Tuyuhun, he immediately volunteered to step forward. Li Ji was acutely aware of the risks involved. However, he discerned that the perceived danger was negligible. The meeting was to occur just outside Liangzhou City, and it was unlikely that a substantial military presence would accompany them. Their own army would remain in the background, serving as a deterrent, and Tuyuhun would likely refrain from any excessive actions. All that was required was for the esteemed general to take a brief excursion, and accolades would surely follow. What Li Ji understood, others also perceived. Many felt that he was being somewhat opportunistic, having been absent during earlier battles, yet now he was eager to claim credit faster than anyone else. Consequently, he garnered some disdain from his peers. In stark contrast, Li Xiang had distinguished himself during this mission, leading from the front lines. His bravery had earned him the respect of the majority within the ranks, particularly among the younger generals. Is anyone willing to accompany? When General Qin Xiong posed this question, Li Ji felt a flush of embarrassment. He had already volunteered. Was his commitment not enough? The question seemed directed at Li Xiang. If there was a preference for Li Xiang, why ask before others? I am willing to lead my men to ensure the safety of the esteemed general, Li Ji asserted. Although he had indicated his intent to participate, it did not preclude Li Xiang from taking charge. Li Xiang had resolved to fundamentally alter the foreign policy of the Tang dynasty, believing that his presence was essential at every pivotal moment. The previous strategies must be overthrown, giving rise to a formidable Tang dynasty, necessitating a more aggressive stance in negotiations. Your 3 battalions performed commendably last night. Such a force should accompany the esteemed general. Chen Yaojin nodded in agreement. Although the meeting would occur just outside Liangzhou, the Tuyuhun delegates were not to be trusted, and thus thorough preparations for security were paramount. Li Xiang's 3,000 troops were the ideal choice. While Chen Yaojin had not witnessed their combat style, their ability to launch consecutive assaults on 2 major Tuyuhun tribes within such a short time frame was indicative of their formidable combat prowess. Should any unforeseen events arise, they would be well equipped to handle the situation. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's displeasure deepened as he recognized the disparity between himself and Li Xiang. They had both originated from Chang'an, yet he now found himself reduced to a mere figurehead, reliant upon the 2 esteemed generals for his retinue, including the guards surrounding him. Li Xiang, this individual, has seized the opportunity to bolster his own army, which now boasts over 3,000 men. Although he suffered a loss of more than 300 last night, his combat effectiveness remains intact. Regardless, the fundamental disparity between myself and Li Xiang has become increasingly apparent. Initially, when I first arrived, there was a semblance of competitive parity. However, I have come to realize that the chasm separating us will only widen. By the time I return to Chang'an, I can only speculate on the extent of this distance. The meeting was swiftly arranged, with General Qin Xiong leading Li Xiang and me to the conference. Meanwhile, Cheng Yaojin stayed behind with the remaining generals to fortify Liangzhou City, ready to support General Qin as necessary. General Qin is known for his straightforward approach, though he possesses a certain rigidity. It would be prudent for you to navigate the situation with discretion. Should you find yourselves in peril, remember the adage, to capture the leader is to capture the bandits. As we parted at the city gate, Cheng Yaojin jested with others, but leaned in to whisper his counsel to Li Xiang. Unlike the other generals, who adhere to various codes of conduct and shy away from ignoble actions, Cheng harbors no such reservations. If victory is attainable, he is willing to undertake any measure. Thus, he remains ever vigilant against potential threats. Rest assured, General, I shall ensure the safe return of all. Though Li Xiang is not particularly cunning, he is hardly a paragon of integrity, especially in times of conflict. One must consider all circumstances. When survival is at stake, one may resort to any means necessary. The grandeur of a great nation holds little value in such dire moments. Survival is paramount. It is time to depart. I felt a pang of discomfort witnessing Li Xiang and Cheng Yaojin engaged in hushed conversation. It seemed rather indiscreet. Had they already chosen sides? I had assumed that my mere presence would curtail their private discourse, yet Li Xiang, without so much as glancing my way, continued his deliberations with General Cheng. Once they concluded, Li Xiang turned his horse to rejoin the main contingent, scarcely uttering a word to me, which left me seething with indignation. However, I recognized that the root of this situation lies in my own shortcomings. Who could blame him for belittling me when I had lost my men upon leaving Chang'an? Had I proven more capable, perhaps he would not regard me with such disdain. 10 miles from the city, Li Xiang waved a small flag, signaling over 60 cavalrymen to disperse into 6 squads, each equipped with carrier pigeons. Should they detect an ambush by the Tuyuhan forces, messages would swiftly be relayed back. General Xiong, witnessing this scene from horseback, felt a deep admiration. At such a young age, Li Xiang demonstrates remarkable military acumen, with further refinement. He may well surpass even the current emperor. As I observed the troops following Li Xiang, each individual was remarkably disciplined and uniformly aligned. Such a result could only be achieved through extensive training. It is a sight I have never witnessed in the armies of the Tang dynasty. Although Grand General Qin Xiong was filled with curiosity regarding the methods employed by Li Xiang in his training, he would never voice such inquiries. To the general, the paramount concern was the utility of this army in the impending battle. All other matters paled in comparison. A report arrived, announcing the presence of the Tuyuhan army 10 miles ahead. As Grand General Qin Xiong pondered these developments, he finally received news regarding the Tuyuhan forces. Chapter 142. The initial negotiations. Indeed, the cavalry of Tuyuhan was spotted on the distant hillside, presumably serving as the advance force of the opposing side. As anticipated, they were from the Midu tribe. General Qin Xiong had previously been assigned to garrison Liangzhou City, thus possessing considerable knowledge about various Tuyuhan tribes. Noticing that Li Xiang was somewhat oblivious, General Qin took the time to enlighten him. The Tuyuhan Confederation comprises over 100 tribes, each leading their lives within their designated territories. Some tribal leaders command within their tribes, while others serve at the royal court of Tuyuhan. Take for instance the chancellor of the Midu tribe. He employs individuals exclusively from his own tribe, and this delegation to Liangzhou City for negotiations consists of his own subordinates. After all, during these times, one's own people are deemed the most trustworthy. Whenever the Khan of Tuyuhan assigns a task, tribal leaders will bring their own men to fulfill it. Success brings rewards from the Khan, while failure results in punishment for the entire tribe. The Midu tribe is not an ordinary small tribe. In addition to having a chancellor, it boasts several generals from Tuyuhan. Thus, this tribe is exceptionally elite. If one were to rank them, they would likely stand second only to the royal tribal court. General Qin holds the Midu tribe in high regard. While the royal tribe is undoubtedly the foremost, the Midu tribe ranks prominently thereafter, with their warriors equipped with comprehensive weaponry and formidable combat prowess. The small tribes that Li Xiang ambushed last night comprised merely around 1,000 men, essentially insignificant border tribes, and thus had little impact on the entirety of Tuyuhan. However, the Midu tribe is vastly different, with a total population exceeding 80,000, nearly half of whom are battle-hardened warriors, making them a pivotal force on the entire Tuyuhan grasslands. According to the terms agreed upon by both parties, the armies halted 10 miles apart, with only the commanders accompanied by 10 guards permitted to advance. The visitors displayed a degree of decorum, comparable to our own, but instructed their men to circle behind for reconnaissance. General Qin estimated that the opposition numbered around 2,000 to 3,000, yet he remained uncertain whether they harbored concealed forces in the rear. Li Xiang turned back and waved his command flag, and 30 cavalrymen swiftly vanished into the expanse of the grassland from the rear of their formation. Li Ji observed this scene with great envy, yearning for the day when his own subordinates would possess such capabilities. "Your Highness need not accompany me. It would be best for you to remain in the central command," suggested Qin Xiong. However, as Li Ji prepared to spur his horse forward, General Qin promptly obstructed him. Leaving Li Ji flushed with indignation, he had eagerly volunteered to venture out from Liangzhou City, only to find himself barred from participation at the critical moment. This was a tangible achievement, one he could boast about upon returning to Chang'an, yet he was denied the opportunity. Li Ji wished to voice his grievances, but General Qin afforded him no chance. When Li Ji lifted his gaze again, the general and Li Xiang had already mounted their horses and departed, accompanied by 20 guards. In the central position between the two armies, the Tuyuhan people had erected a tent. To ensure visibility for both sides, the tent's flaps had been raised, allowing the soldiers to observe the interior, with only the top providing shade from the sun. "General Qin, it is a pleasure to see you well," spoke the Tuyuhan Prime Minister, Midu, a robust man in his 50s, his skin darkened by the abundant sunlight of the region. "Your Excellency," General Qin Xiong acknowledged, recalling his past stationing in this area and previous meetings with the Prime Minister, which had revolved around trade discussions rather than the current state of warfare between their nations. "You must be aware of the reason for our meeting today. According to our reports, the Tang army crossed the border last night and launched attacks on several of our tribes, resulting in the loss of thousands of lives. Were you informed of this?" "Midu," a man of decisiveness, wasted no time in attributing the incident to the Tang forces. I was unaware of this. However, the discipline of the Tang army is well known. If you possess evidence, I shall promptly interrogate the responsible parties to provide you with a satisfactory explanation. General Qin had instructed his subordinates to leave no evidence of their involvement, thus he felt no fear regarding any proof the Tuyuhan might possess. Indeed, as anticipated, Midu's expression darkened at Qin's words. Are you suggesting that I am falsely accusing you? Within 500 miles, aside from your Tang forces, there are no other armies present. Do you imply that our own people would turn against one another? Midu's anger was palpable. He had anticipated the Tang army's denial but was taken aback by their complete disavowal. Such matters are delicate. From what I understand, the Tuyuhan tribes are not entirely at peace with one another, often engaging in conflicts of their own. Might there have been internal strife last night? If so, it would be prudent for you to investigate upon your return, as our Tang army had no part in this. General Qin, with righteous conviction, asserted, while Li Xiang, observing silently, marveled at the general's unwavering demeanor, realizing that even in deception, he remained composed, firmly detaching the Tang from the incident. Let us dispense with this idle chatter. Midu proposed bluntly. You have traveled from Chang'an, not to admire our grasslands, and we have assembled our forces not merely to behold the walls of Liangzhou. Let us speak plainly. How do you wish to resolve this matter? Recognizing the futility of further circumlocution, Midu opted for a straightforward approach, understanding that reaching an agreement would benefit both parties. The Prime Minister of the State of Mi, known for his forthrightness, spoke plainly. In light of this, I, Qin, shall speak directly. According to the imperial edict of His Majesty the Emperor, your crown prince has assassinated our imperial grandson, and the evidence is irrefutable. We demand that your Khan travel to the capital to pay his respects to the Emperor and offer an apology, as well as open the trade route from Liangzhou to Tubo, and permit us to construct a new city on the southwestern side of Liangzhou. General Qin began to articulate his conditions. Chapter 143. A clash of titans. What is General Qin implying? Have we truly suffered defeat? Prime Minister Midu interjected, halting General Qin Xiang's discourse, for his remarks were rather excessive. Even if the Tuyuhan had indeed been vanquished, some of the conditions presented were hardly negotiable. Firstly, demanding their Khan travel to Chang'an to issue an apology was utterly absurd. Should their Khan be detained in Chang'an, Tuyuhan would be left without leadership. Furthermore, the second stipulation regarding the opening of trade routes was particularly egregious, as these routes constituted the primary financial backbone of Tuyuhan. If they were to be freely opened, the fiscal revenue would plummet by over one-third, potentially more, leaving Tuyuhan in dire straits. Most alarmingly, the proposal to construct a new city posed a substantial threat, as the existing Liangzhou city already loomed large. If they were compelled to build a new city in the southwest of Liangzhou, it would be akin to hammering a nail into the heart of the grasslands. They would be forced to deploy countless troops to safeguard this new establishment, resulting in a perpetual drain on resources, not to mention the pervasive anxiety that such a situation would instigate among the Tuyuhan populace. This was not a treaty of defeat, but rather a proclamation meticulously crafted by the Tang court, which Prime Minister Midu was urged to ponder deeply. With a wave of his hand, General Qin Xiang signaled for his aides to present the imperial edict. Such nonsense! How dare you, the Tang dynasty, claim to be a celestial empire while imposing such indignities upon our small nation? In addition to the conditions previously stated by General Qin, there were further terms that they could not concede. Upon perusing these terms, Prime Minister Midu's ire was palpable, his beard nearly bristling in indignation. My lord, we bear no responsibility for this predicament. Your crown prince, during his assassination of our esteemed Lord Changsun in Chang'an, ought to have anticipated these outcomes. Had your actions not been so egregious, our nations might have coexisted peacefully. However, given the current circumstances, the Tang must impose penalties upon Tuyuhan, proclaimed General Qin Xiong with righteous fervor. To speak candidly, the Tuyuhan had grown accustomed to their arrogance, mistakenly believing that the Tang would never truly engage in warfare. Yet, upon receiving this imperial edict, they realized that the Tang had long endured their provocations and had finally seized an opportunity to retaliate. To fabricate charges is to find an excuse, they retorted. How can you substantiate that our crown prince assaulted your esteemed Lord Changsun? This claim rests solely on your assertions. And as of now, your crown prince remains in your custody. To my knowledge, you possess no evidence, do you? Prime Minister Mida had already noticed Li Xiang, who, clad in black armor, bore a resplendent yellow garment beneath, signaling his affiliation with the Tang royal family. Yet, the identity of this prince remained a mystery. Is evidence truly of such paramount importance? Li Xiang finally interjected, his voice slicing through the tension. What do you mean by that? The Prime Minister of Mido furrowed his brows and remarked, how audacious it is for a young man to speak so arrogantly. Even if you are a member of the Tang royal family, this is not a place for you to speak freely. The Tuyuhan tribe is but a trifling jester. Should the Tang desire to take action against you, it is merely a matter of utterance. If we are pleased, we may seek evidence, and if not, we shall strike regardless of evidence. Li Xiang boldly stepped forward, exuding pride as he spoke these words, while General Xiong beside him chuckled and shook his head, recognizing the youthful bravado, yet appreciating the spirit of his proclamation. What qualifications do you possess to utter such words? The Prime Minister of Mido was nearly apoplectic. Yet he deemed Li Xiang not to be of significant importance. After all, how could a crucial figure be dispatched to the front lines? Even as a member of the royal family, he was merely a peripheral character. Allow me to introduce, this is His Highness, our Crown Prince. General Xiong stood up to declare, acknowledging that although Li Xiang was his subordinate at home, he must accord him the respect due in the presence of others. Is this indeed the Li Xiang? The Prime Minister of Mido had recently received numerous secret reports from Chang'an City, most of which bore direct relevance to this very individual, sparking his considerable interest. Now, upon laying eyes on the imposing figure before him, he felt an irksome frustration, pondering why the Tuyuhan lacked such promising youth. Does His Highness believe we in Tuyuhan can be easily subjugated? The Prime Minister of Mido made a slight bow, acknowledging the necessity of civility. The Tang is as vast as an ox, while your Tuyuhan is as diminutive as a mouse. Regardless of any temporary advantages you may possess, your disadvantages shall swiftly manifest when faced with the Tang. We need only designate the southwestern provinces as a war zone. Other regions may continue their stable development, merely requiring the influx of food and soldiers. But your Tuyuhan, the entirety of your territory becomes a battlefield, leaving you with no respite for recuperation. In 3 months at most, or 6 at the very least, I ask, can Tuyuhan endure? Li Xiang articulated these thoughts with ease. Yet the Prime Minister of Mido was rendered speechless. Previously, while the disparity between the Tang and Tuyuhan was well understood, no one had articulated it so succinctly, leading them to believe that danger was a distant concern, entirely unaware of how the Tang would counter them. However, upon hearing Li Xiang's words, the Prime Minister found himself at a loss for retort. Tuyuhan boasts hundreds of thousands of valiant warriors under the leadership of our Khan. As long as we do not surrender, your southwestern borders shall never know peace. Our cavalry strikes like shadows, eluding your grasp. As the two sides engaged in diplomatic negotiations, even if the opponent had seized upon a critical vulnerability, the Prime Minister of Mido could not reveal the slightest hint of trepidation. To display even a modicum of fear at this juncture would invite the adversary to press their advantage. Why should we ever apprehend you? This vast grassland has long been your home, and your familiarity with this land far surpasses ours. As Li Xiang spoke these words, Prime Minister Mi and the individuals behind him nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with an air of smugness. It is good that you can comprehend this. Perhaps your Tang dynasty excels in other realms, but should you set foot on the steps of Tuyuhan, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must either coil or lie low, for you shall find it difficult to conjure any tricks. General Xiong was also perplexed. Why would you bolster another's spirit while diminishing your own prestige? Chapter 144. The Might of the Great Tang, observing the smug expressions of those around him. Li Xiang let out a cold snort. It was as though they were reveling in their triumph when suddenly they were struck by a whip. Their eyes wide with anticipation for Li Xiang's next words. Since you are aware of our strengths, do you still possess any means to counter us? The cunning Prime Minister of Mida contemplated this exchange, eager to discern the sentiments of the Great Tang, so that they might respond aptly. Now that we have arrived, we have myriad ways to deal with you. You are indeed correct. Your forces appear as phantoms on the vast grasslands. However, the expanse of these plains is finite, and the lush pastures are scarce. We need only to send troops to seize these vital territories, and I trust that the remaining lands will not sustain you. As Li Xiang concluded this portion of his discourse, the laughter of Prime Minister Mitu and his followers faded. Li Xiang was right, while the grasslands seemed boundless. The fertile areas were limited, and it was here that their livestock thrived most rapidly. The Great Tang had long been aware of this. Should they occupy these regions, it would spell a devastating blow to the pastoral economy of Tuyuhan. You claim that Tuyuhan boasts tens of thousands of valiant warriors. I do not contest this. I recognize their ferocity. But do you know how many people the Great Tang possesses? The population along our western borders surpasses yours. Perhaps our martial prowess does not match yours, but we can engage 2, even 3 or 4 of your warriors for every one of ours. In such a scenario, our population remains ample. A loss of 100,000 or so would hardly cripple the Great Tang. Can Tuyuhan endure such losses? Li Xiang's voice grew increasingly forceful, his tone more severe. The expression of General Xiong shifted dramatically. For the Great Tang, sustaining casualties in the hundreds of thousands would likely be untenable, but for Tuyuhan, it would be even more dire. With only a few million souls, they could not afford such a toll in a battle of attrition. They were not on equal footing with the Great Tang. The Prime Minister of Midu's breath quickened, embodying the stark disparity between the two nations. If the conflict continued along this trajectory, Tuyuan might gain the upper hand in a year or two, but once their elite forces were exhausted, the Great Tang would emerge as the dominant power. Do not be hasty, my esteemed Prime Minister. I have not yet finished my discourse. To your south lies the territory of the Tubo Empire, does it not? I have heard that relations between you are strained. The Tubo monarch Songzhan Ganbu has long harbored grievances regarding your control over trade routes, resulting in ongoing friction. However, he has held the Great Tang in high regard for some time. Should we dispatch envoys to forge an alliance with them? Launching a coordinated assault from the north and south, what avenues would remain for Tuyuan? Li Xiang's words were spoken lightly. Yet who could dismiss the potential for such scenarios to materialize? Should these circumstances come to pass, Tuyuan would find itself devoid of escape. Even if faced with the full might of a single empire, Tuyuan would stand powerless. Should we, the Tuyuan, cease to exist, you will inevitably confront the formidable kingdom of Tubo to the south, which is no amicable adversary. Are you not apprehensive about the specter of war looming ahead? What Prime Minister Midu articulates is indeed a truth. The Tang dynasty has preserved the Tuyuan realm primarily to avoid a direct engagement with Tubo. That ambitious entity on the plateau, despite continually dispatching envoys to the Tang, harbors intentions well understood by the upper echelons of our dynasty. This understanding is a significant reason for the continued existence of Tuyuan. The esteemed Prime Minister jested, but a decade ago, we indeed shared that sentiment. At that time, our court was newly established, and many matters had yet to stabilize, so we might have relied on your Tuyuan. However, over these intervening years, you have rendered us little assistance and instead sought conflict along the borders. Presently, the comprehensive power of our Tang dynasty has multiplied exponentially. Should we not seize this opportunity to eradicate your presence? Shall we leave it for our descendants? As for your assertion regarding the Tubo kingdom, do you truly believe it to be a rival to the Tang? As Li Xiang spoke, a spirit of audacity emanated from him. And the soldiers of the Tang straightened their spines, as Longsun had proclaimed, no nation stands a chance against us. Prime Minister Midi aimed to underscore the might of Tubo. Yet the words faltered upon his lips. Regardless of Tubo's strength, your immediate concern should not be with them, but rather with the survival of Tuyuan. There is no need for you to emphasize any nation. Simply remember this. Any who dare to obstruct the celestial army of the Tang shall face annihilation. Li Xiang slightly bent forward, allowing his words to resonate more clearly. At that moment, Prime Minister Midi glanced at him and found him to be as fearsome as a specter from a religious tale. Humph. We shall depart. Tuyuan shall never yield. Prime Minister Midi found himself at a loss for words, his entourage now devoid of morale. Should the discussion persist, it might invoke a sense of trepidation among the opposing side. Prime Minister, do keep a vigilant watch tonight. The army of the Tang favors nocturnal ambushes. As General Qin Xiong rose to speak, he inadvertently acknowledged that the events of last night were indeed orchestrated by us. Yet, what does our admission change? Under the overwhelming force of our collective might, Tuyuan stands powerless. The grandeur of the Tang resonates. As General Qin Xiong stood, Li Xiang drew his blade in an instant. The grandeur of the Tang resonates. Behind them, thousands of soldiers brandished their weapons, while the Tuyuan forces began to regroup, their earlier exuberance now diminished. Their morale shattered by the outcome of these negotiations. Returning to the camp, General Qin Xiong burst into hearty laughter, a sound that resonated clearly among the troops of the Tang dynasty. To the soldiers of Tuyuan, however, it felt like mockery, leaving them at a loss for how to counter the words of the imperial grandson. Minister Mi Du turned back, glaring indignantly at Li Xiang, who was retreating. Chapter 145, Betrayal and Isolation orders were disseminated that evening, mandating all tribes to designate personnel for vigilant patrols in the vicinity. The prior night had inflicted substantial losses upon the Tuyuan, and although a command had already been issued today, the ominous remarks made by General Li Xiang and General Qin Xiong suggested that further incidents might ensue. Thus, Prime Minister Midi felt compelled to instruct the surrounding tribes to adopt stringent precautions, ensuring that no second opportunity would be afforded to their adversaries. Should we not consider a southward migration for these tribes? A general proposed. He argued that despite their heightened alertness during the night, the area remained within the operational radius of the Tang army. While the Tang forces lacked agility on the steppe, they could still launch a sudden assault in this region. Relocating the tribes southward appeared to be the most prudent course of action. Do you think I'm not inclined to see them migrate south? Replied Prime Minister Midu, his tone tinged with exasperation. That scoundrel was correct. Although our Tuyuan territory seems expansive, only a scant portion is truly fertile. Should we all relocate southward? The inherent conflicts among the tribes would inevitably erupt into violence, allowing the Tang army to effortlessly reap the benefits of our disarray. Midu expressed his frustration, revealing that his original strategy was quite effective. He intended to lead an army of 20,000 to patrol the vicinity of Liangzhou City. Knowing that the Tang forces had previously refrained from venturing onto the steppe, by holding the Tang army in check, the rising costs of war would eventually dissuade the Tang emperor, paving the way for a peace treaty ensuring the security of the border regions. However, the current situation was starkly different. The Tang army had adapted and dared to infiltrate the steppe with formidable agility, annihilating several tribes in a single night. If this trend continued, the Tuyuan forces would be utterly outmatched. In warfare, regardless of the point of origin, the defending side invariably suffers the greatest depletion of resources, particularly across a front stretching hundreds of miles, where the entry points of the enemy remain unknown. What strategy should we adopt? The generals were equally at a loss. Previously, their tactics involved constant movement and unexpected strikes, keeping the Tang forces bewildered. Yet now, the Tang army had learned and exploited the vulnerabilities among the Tuyuan tribes. Seizing numerous opportunities, divide our forces into 3 contingents, positioning them in the southern sectors of Liangzhou City. As soon as our scouts detect their movements, we shall converge and eliminate them. In a moment of desperation, Prime Minister Midu issued this command. Nevertheless, his subordinates doubted the viability of this approach, arguing that with only over 20,000 troops assembled, they should communicate with the rear for additional reinforcements. Relying solely on this contingent would not only fail to vanquish the Tang army, but might even jeopardize their own survival. The decision to fragment their forces was a grave tactical error. Although others harbor their doubts, it is well known that the Chancellor is exceedingly proud. Once he has made a decision, no one dares to question it. Should you confront him directly, prepare to face his wrath? For he holds the utmost authority on the front lines. In the city of Liangzhou, after Li Xiang reported for duty at the military camp, he proceeded directly to Zaturka. The time has come for you to prove your worth. Otherwise, consuming my provisions daily might lead one to think this is a charitable establishment. Upon Li Xiang's entrance, Zaturka was visibly disdainful. Despite their established collaboration, the memory of how Li Xiang had previously deceived him stirred a desire to eliminate him. Do not regard me with such disdain. Today I am to meet with your esteemed chancellor alongside the general. Are you aware of how they perceive you? Li Xiang settled into a comfortable position. Do not attempt to sow discord between us, Zaturka replied coldly. They did not even mention you. Do I need to instigate anything? If they deemed you inconsequential or spoke ill of you, at least you would have some semblance of relevance. The truth is, they did not utter a single word about you. I brought you up, yet they disregarded my mention entirely. How have you squandered these years? Li Xiang's words infuriated Zaturka, for they rang true. Regardless of the slander directed at him, he had once held a position of esteem. Now, however, he had been rendered invisible, treated as if he were mere air. You are mistaken. Such a scenario is impossible. I would stake my life on it. At this proclamation, Zaturka's expression turned vacant. Despite the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He had contributed so much to the Tuyuan, only to become an afterthought. The highest negotiations had failed to acknowledge his existence, signifying his abandonment. Do not be disheartened. Did we not agree? Regardless of the fate of Tuyuan, you will eventually find your place. I assure you of that. Let not your countenance betray despair. Having breached the psychological defenses of Zaturka, Li Xiang promptly poured him a drink and clinked his cup against Zaturka's. Curiously, Zaturka, who had previously refused to share a toast with Li Xiang, now lifted his cup and drank deeply, recognizing that even an adversary like Li Xiang was preferable to his own kin. I will compose several letters for you. Find someone to deliver them. These individuals can serve as your inside contacts. Li Xiang had awaited this moment for quite some time, having brought Zaturka from Chang'an precisely for this purpose. Had he failed to write those letters, Li Xiang would likely have had him dealt with. Are these individuals trustworthy? When Li Xiang posed this question, Zaturka displayed a clear expression of discontent. Nevertheless, Li Xiang felt compelled to inquire further. In your land of Tuyuan, there are countless ungrateful individuals. Is your current counsel still of any value? This is of utmost importance. I cannot permit my subordinates to take unnecessary risks. Thus, he decided to dispatch someone to the Duosi tribe, whose leader happens to be his maternal uncle. Zaturka, however, could not assert this with certainty and could only select the tribe that was closest to him. Chapter 146. Deliberations on Strategy 3 days after the conclusion of the negotiations. The two esteemed generals convened once more to consult with their senior commanders. In previous gatherings, Li Xiang typically stood at the rear of the assembly. Mindful of his novice status on the battlefield, he felt no need to push forward, as it might evoke disdain among the seasoned warriors. However, this time, the ranks naturally afforded him a position in the front row. It is a well-established tradition within the military to honor the strong. As long as one demonstrates capability in combat, a place is secured within the ranks. Conversely, should one rely solely on their title, even if space is granted, respect remains elusive. During earlier deliberations, Prince Li Ji sought to position himself at the forefront, yet despite the deference shown to him, genuine respect was lacking. Now, having earned the esteem of his peers through merit, Li Xiang stood at the front without inciting any resentment. Those who might harbor discontent were reminded that they could lead their own troops into a skirmish to test their mettle. Failure to achieve success would leave them no choice but to remain at the back. Generals, we have engaged in discussions with the Tuyuan. Yet the outcomes are far from promising. I have summoned you today to gather your insights, as our forces are encamped here at considerable expense, 80,000 guan each day. The court cannot sustain this for long, lamented General Chengqian. Although merely 3 days had passed, the quartermaster had already made several visits. While the court was resolute in its intent to wage war, such protracted delays would inevitably provoke dissent among the bureaucrats. General, I believe we should pursue a swift resolution and dispatch scouts to locate the main Tuyuan forces, suggested one of the assembled commanders. The atmosphere was charged with military fervor, as none wished to linger in the city of Liangzhou. Nevertheless, amidst the vast expanse of the grasslands, pinpointing the Tuyuan's main contingent was no simple task. One by one, the generals articulated their perspectives, yet many of their suggestions were mere platitudes, simple to speak but challenging to actualize. Given the current circumstances, orchestrating a decisive battle proved arduous, with the potential for disastrous consequences should the execution falter. Report to the general. Urgent news from the front. Suddenly, a messenger burst through the door, bearing crimson feathers, an indication of pressing intelligence. Within a mere span of a tea break, word arrived that Tuyuan forces had been sighted at 3 different cities. They were beginning to enact their familiar stratagems. Historically, the Tuyuan army had employed such tactics, fragmenting their forces to assault multiple frontier cities of the Tang within a single day, igniting widespread alarm. This orchestrated chaos instilled a false sense of vulnerability among the Tang populace, creating an illusion that the Tuyuan possessed the capacity to strike at all border cities, compelling the Tang forces to disperse their defenses and ultimately diminishing their strength, thwarting any chance of decisive action. Although this strategy may seem cliché, it proves remarkably effective for the Tang army. Li Chengqian, driven by a desire for glory, refuses to allow the loss of any border city. His generals comprehend his intentions, and thus, even though they recognize the folly of dividing their forces to guard various cities, they feel compelled to comply. After a month or two, the Tuyuan have not invaded any cities, yet they have depleted the Tang treasury. By that time, the Tang will be obliged to send envoys to negotiate a new agreement with Tuyuan. While this may not lead to territorial concessions or reparations, any hope of reprimanding Tuyuan will likely dissipate. Generals Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin are acutely aware of this predicament. They exchanged glances, cognizant that they must still disperse their troops among the cities, perhaps resigning themselves to yet another fruitless campaign. Hold on, General, I have something to express. Qin Xiong hesitated to issue the command. However, he knew that if they did not bolster the defenses of each city, a cunning Tuyuan might seize one, leaving the Tang in a state of disgrace. Just as he was about to give the order, Li Xiang stepped forward. General, I assert my thoughts plainly. Over the course of their interactions, the two generals had come to realize that Li Xiang was not one to engage in idle rhetoric. He either remained silent or spoke with a purpose that could herald change. To divide our forces would merely replicate past failures, leading to a depletion of resources without the ability to chastise Tuyuan, compelling us to retreat in disgrace to Chang'an. Thus, I believe we must instigate a transformation, otherwise we shall be unable to alter the circumstances along the southwestern frontier. Li Xiang's words resonated with those present, though some, like Li Ji, remained unconvinced. General, we seek solutions, not mere commentary. Should we need to discuss this? Must we rely on you? Surely the local officials possess understanding, Li Ji retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Li Xiang sensed that Li Ji had been influenced by Li Tai. Back in Chang'an, he exhibited some restraint, but here, he seemed completely transformed. Others shared this sentiment, recognizing that while Li Ji had an air of strategic acumen in Chang'an, he was now overwhelmed by Li Xiang's decisive demeanor. With his subordinates purged by Li Xiang, it was not surprising that he lacked composure. Present any strategies you have. None shall hold you accountable for your suggestions. Let us deliberate collectively. Cheng Yaojin dismissed Li Ji, knowing his only prowess lay in internal discord. The general pondered, realizing that the enemy's assaults on their cities merely sought to create chaos. Might we not turn the tide against them? Much like that night, we struck at their vital points. If we persist in this manner of attack, they are bound to falter eventually. Li Xiang's approach is remarkably straightforward. It involves taking the initiative to strike. By employing this strategy, we can compel them to the negotiation table. However, the losses we have inflicted upon them thus far are insufficient to yield a successful agreement. Nevertheless, if we persist in this manner, we are certain to alter the current predicament. Yet, Your perspective is merely theoretical. What if we deplete our elite forces and leave our rear vulnerable? What will happen if they seize our cities? Will you be prepared to account for this to His Majesty? Li Ji's words abruptly grounded everyone in reality. Although Li Xiang's proposition is undeniably enticing, the loss of a border city would incur a grave responsibility for territorial loss. According to the court's regulations, such a failure would warrant execution as a public example. Chapter 147. Triple Assault. To be candid, both generals were in agreement with Li Xiang's proposal, having previously witnessed its effectiveness. However, their unfamiliarity with the circumstances on the grasslands rendered them wary. The loss of troops along with the city would be a burden they could not bear. Every endeavor carries inherent risks. Continuing along the original course might mitigate immediate hazards. Yet it would squander the court's considerable financial resources, leaving no means to impose sanctions on Tuyuan. This would create a vicious cycle, rendering the Tang dynasty incapable of exerting authority in the region, allowing Tuyuan's audacity to swell unabated. Upon Li Xiang's conclusion, the attendees nodded in agreement. Tuyuan, though a mere speck on the map, lacked the comprehensive national strength to rival the Tang dynasty. Yet, their strategic maneuvers had temporarily stymied Tang efforts, inflating their arrogance. Do you possess a specific strategy? General Xiong, ever concerned for the state and its people, lamented the toll that each campaign exacted in terms of lives and resources. Should this endeavor fail to conclusively address the Tuyuan threat, he would bear the weight of culpability. In response to the general, Li Xiang proposed deploying small elite contingents centered around Liangzhou, engaging in skirmishes to the south. Only by inflicting significant losses would they instill a genuine fear of Tang might in Tuyuan. Even if some cities fell to their assaults, these units would not retreat but rather persist in their incursions, rendering the enemy disoriented and unable to mount a coherent response, essentially engaging in a war of attrition. Li Xiang succinctly outlined his strategy, leaving the assembly in astonishment. They recognized the validity of his approach, yet the prospect of sacrificing lesser cities loomed large. The resilience of the court in such an eventuality was uncertain. All present understood the soundness of Li Xiang's plan. In a contest of attrition against Tuyuan, they would be at a disadvantage, even if one or two cities were lost. The vast Tang Empire would continue to function, albeit with some discomfort among its leaders. However, engaging in relentless skirmishes on Tuyuan soil would inflict catastrophic repercussions upon them. Eliminating several tribes at a time would culminate in a cessation of hostilities once they could no longer muster forces. What, in your opinion, is the optimal number of detachments to compel their surrender? When General Xiong posed this question, it signified a shift in his stance. Though Li Xiang's strategy was fraught with risk, its sustained execution would likely lead to Tuyuan being the first to falter, thus enabling a transformative resolution to the dire situation at the southwestern frontier. At least 3 armies, each comprising approximately 5,000 to 8,000 elite soldiers, must be equipped with double steeds. Within the forthcoming fortnight, they shall have no respite, engaging in relentless combat to inflict a substantial wound upon the Tuyuan, thereby precluding them from launching assaults on our cities. Once the enemy reallocates their forces to besiege these 3 battalions, our grand army shall surge forth to annihilate the Tuyuan forces in a concerted effort. Li Xiang delineated 3 lines on the map, representing the routes of these elite troops as they clashed. If executed swiftly, within a maximum span of 2 weeks, the Tuyuan will be compelled to make significant strategic adjustments. Should our scouts prove adept, they may seize the opportunity to capture their main force. This audacious plan is unprecedented in our military engagements with the Tuyuan. Historically, we have never taken the initiative to strike first. Even in cases of proactive attacks, specific targets were predetermined. This time, however, there are no fixed objectives, merely a strategy of picking the softest fruit. General, I believe this plan is feasible and I am willing to lead a contingent southward. Xiongnu, although silent, was deep in thought. After conducting a simulation on the map, he concluded that this strategy could indeed materialize. If this plan astonishes us, it will bewilder the Tuyuan even more. The battlefield fears such unexpected stratagems. I concur as well. The 3 armies we deploy will not operate in isolation. They can maintain communication through various means, with only 100 miles separating them. Should mutual support be required, it would merely take 2 hours to converge. While each army might consist of only a few thousand, together they would total nearly 20,000. Even if confronted by Tuyuan forces, we could endure for a time, awaiting the arrival of our main army. Yu also grasped the situation. Their earlier silence stemmed from uncertainty on how to command this force. After extensive deliberation on the sand table, they recognized the plan's viability. Though it carries risk in the current circumstances, it may represent the sole solution to the challenges at the southwestern border. It is evidently unrealistic to expect to eliminate the Tuyuan without incurring any losses. As the other generals began to debate, Li Xiang appreciated the atmosphere. If dissenting voices fail to emerge, it signifies our inability to identify shortcomings within the plan. Prior to departure, the louder the opposition, the better, for it allows us to rectify any potential flaws. Should we resolve all issues, we would then possess a formidable force capable of penetrating the grasslands. King Jin, Li Ji, felt a profound sense of frustration. Initially, he sought to oppose Li Xiang's bid for prominence, but as the discourse unfolded, he realized his military knowledge was insufficient. Even his attempts to interject met with a lack of theoretical grounding, leaving him to stand indignantly to the side. Qin Qiong and Qing Yaojin also participated in this debate. After an hour and a half of discussion, the issues that could be resolved were addressed, while those that could not be resolved were left to the improvisation of the generals. Essentially, the feasibility of Li Xiang's plan was established. Qin Huayu, I command you to lead 8,000 elite troops to launch an assault along the left flank, maintaining communication with Li Xiang's forces in the center. Li Xiang, I command you to lead our elite troops, supplemented by 3,000 cavalry under General Cheng, to strike through the center while keeping in touch with both the left and right flanks. Cheng Chimo, I command you to lead 8,000 cavalry along the right flank to launch an assault and maintain contact with the central forces. Chapter 148. The reconnaissance mission. General Qin Xiong swiftly organized the military assignments, dispatching only the finest troops across 3 divisions. Since Li Xiang commanded merely over 3,000 soldiers, he allocated an additional 3,000 of Qing Yaojin's cavalry to him. Had it been anyone else, Qing Yaojin might have been reluctant, however. Given that Li Xiang was a quasi-ally, involved in various collaborations within Chang'an, it would have been rather petty for Qing Yaojin to refuse. Listen here, young man. These comrades have been by my side for quite some time. Do take good care of them on the journey. This is my first time entrusting my elite forces to another, Qing Yaojin expressed, a hint of discomfort lingering in his heart as he prepared for departure. Although these troops belonged to the Tang Dynasty and Emperor Li Shimin had strictly forbidden any factions from forming, it was inevitable that divisions would arise among the ranks. If Li Xiang suffered substantial losses among Qing Yaojin's men, it would be a source of deep regret for him. Rest assured, General, although this is our inaugural battle, I guarantee no losses will be incurred. Your troops will return from the battlefield with ample accolades. Just prepare for a celebratory feast, Li Xiang jovially reassured, patting Qing Yaojin's shoulder in an overly familiar manner. Cheng Yaojin, finding comfort in this camaraderie, would rather not engage in formalities that might exhaust him. Many of these men have served me for years, and some are indeed due for promotion. I hope this venture allows them to earn merits worthy of a dignified conclusion to their service, Qing Yaojin reflected, observing the older soldiers in the distance. The Tang Dynasty possessed only a small fraction of professional soldiers, most were militia. At their current age, lacking achievements meant returning home to tend to the fields. A fate Qing Yaojin wished to avoid for these lifelong companions. General, please wait. I shall return shortly, with the other 2 divisions already en route. Li Xiang promptly mounted his horse after exchanging a few words with Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin, though reluctant, watched his 3,000 elite troops depart with Li Xiang. General Qin Xiong had no time for farewells, with nearly 20,000 elite soldiers having left, although he still commanded tens of thousands. Most were merely there to fill ranks. Should the elite forces of Tuyuhun launch an assault, the Tang border would undoubtedly erupt into flames of war. Beep. A system prompt announced the availability of a deployment gift pack, unlocking reconnaissance balloons at 1,000 points each. Just as Li Xiang exited the confines of Liangzhou City, he suddenly heard this notification. During this period, numerous system prompts had appeared, most lacking significance, but this particular sound piqued his interest. What is this? My heavens! What on earth is this? Eager to discover the nature of the reconnaissance balloon, Li Xiang promptly exchanged for one. To his astonishment, it soared abruptly to several dozen meters in altitude. What a waste! Li Xiang discerned that this contraption was merely a hot air balloon, capable of lifting a solitary individual into the sky. Regrettably, he had neglected to secure the ropes, resulting in the balloon drifting aimlessly into the depths of the prairie. 1,000 points equated to a fortune of 1,000 coins. Would it truly vanish just like that? With a sense of exasperation, Li Xiang gazed at the balloon as it soared into the distance. In this era, retrieving it would prove to be no trifling matter. He promptly orchestrated arrangements for his subordinates, instructing them to gather all available ropes. It was imperative that the balloon be tethered upon its return, should it ascend once more. He could ill afford to lose another 1,000 points. As the second balloon was exchanged, Li Xiang's team swiftly seized it, hastily securing the ropes. A dozen individuals clutched the balloon, preventing it from escaping again. Those with keen eyesight and lighter physiques were urged to step forward, tying one end of the rope to a cart, particularly one of substantial weight. Li Xiang immediately commanded his subordinates, noting that the balloon's lift was minimal. Once secured to the cart, there would be little to fear from it taking flight. At most, it might only carry a lighter individual aloft. In this age, locating a corpulent individual was no easy feat, considering the hardships everyone faced. However, finding a slender person proved to be a trivial task. They soon enlisted the aid of a diminutive individual, barely 5 feet tall, binding him with a rope. Gradually, they began to loosen the line, sending the lad skyward for the first time, eliciting jubilant cries of excitement. "You fool! Keep your body as straight as possible with the rope. And do not open your mouth while in the air. We plan to elevate you further to observe the signals below." Upon hearing Li Xiang's admonition, the lad promptly closed his mouth, knowing that once he ascended to several dozen meters, the winds aloft would be considerable. Should he continue to shout, he might very well become incapacitated before gathering any useful intelligence. Li Xiang recalled a document he had perused, which stated that an individual standing at a height of 6 feet could discern events up to 4 kilometers away in an unobstructed environment. However, if one were to ascend to 20 meters, visibility would extend to over 20 kilometers, provided one's eyesight was sufficiently sharp. At present, the individual had risen to a height of 30 meters. Those below were straining against the effort of holding him aloft, as the winds at such elevations were formidable. Communication had become inaudible, relying solely on signals for interaction. Today's weather was favorable, with the sky clear and unobstructed. The individual above could see events unfolding over 30 kilometers, a marked improvement over previous conditions. Even if scouts were dispatched, it would be improbable for them to ascertain developments over such a distance in a short span. To the left lay a tribe, approximately 25 li away. Li San cautiously observed his comrade in the sky, and upon receiving the information, he promptly relayed it to Li Xiang. The tribe is of moderate size, approximately the size of a palm. Li San, feeling somewhat disheartened, continued his report. The others were unaware of the tribe's scale. But Li Xiang calculated in his mind. At an altitude of 30 meters, a palm-sized entity suggested a population of around 2,000 to 3,000 individuals. This is not a small tribe, yet it is manageable for us. Thus, our first objective has presented itself. Chapter 149 Blitzkrieg Crossing the Left Hillside. My comrades charged forth. Having assessed the surrounding situation and confirmed that there were no other targets within a 30-kilometer radius, Li Xiang felt no need for restraint. His over 6,000 cavalrymen surged wildly to the left. Accordingly, he promptly organized several smaller groups to monitor the area within a 10-mile radius. Li Xiang also procured 3 additional balloons, equipping each group of 15 men with a 4-wheeled cart. It is noteworthy that in this era, all carts typically had 2 wheels. Yet Li Xiang had begun designing 4-wheeled carts and had crafted several in Liangzhou City. The 4-wheeled carts offered greater stability and capacity, making them the optimal mode of transport in a time devoid of automobiles. Li San immediately commenced the allocation of personnel, each member being a product of the system, allowing them to communicate mentally within a range of several hundred meters, an ability beyond that of ordinary individuals. Unfortunately, communication at high altitudes posed a challenge. For if there were a method to communicate effectively in the skies, there would be no need for flag signals. The royal court of Tuyuhun had issued orders for the surrounding small tribes to retreat southward, except for the larger tribes with over 1,000 cavalry. The other tribes were prohibited from operating within a 200-mile radius of Liangzhou City. The heavy sound of a horn reverberated through the air. Li Xiang observed that the cavalry had barely surged 500 meters before the enemy had discovered our presence. It appeared that following our previous assault, the various Tuyuhun tribes had dispatched their scouts, ensuring that they were not unguarded within a 10-mile perimeter. "Accelerate the assault," commanded Huo Qubing, aware that the enemy had fortified their defenses. However, with our rapid advance, they had less than 5 minutes to react. As long as our speed remained swift, the enemy had little recourse beyond fleeing. Indeed, Huo Qubing's assessment proved accurate. Although the tribe initially boasted over 1,000 cavalry, upon witnessing the mass of our horsemen descending from the hillside, the tribal leader, not lacking in intelligence, promptly ordered a retreat southward. The fate of the elderly, sick, and weak left behind was no longer a priority. Some cavalrymen mounted their horses and quickly followed their leader southward. Many of them were solitary figures within the tribe, devoid of familial ties, and they recognized that remaining would not only be futile against the Tang army's advance but could also lead to their demise in the wake of the initial onslaught. Conversely, another faction was quite different. They had wives and children within the tribe, and they were acutely aware of the previous slaughter inflicted upon their kin by the Tang forces. Abandoning their families was not an option. Yet, as they brandished their weapons to defend their tribe, the arrows of the Tang army were already upon them. They had never witnessed such a meticulously arranged formation of archers, particularly as the opposing marksmen mounted their assault. Under such circumstances, the accuracy of their shots would undoubtedly falter. Yet, the archers before them were unlike any they had encountered previously. Thousands of arrows soared through the sky, and astonishingly, over 70% found their mark within their encampment. Akin to a stroke of unprecedented fortune. The people of Tuyuhun were oblivious to the rigorous training of Li Xiang's archers, but Li Xiang himself was acutely aware. These archers hailed from the renowned Qin arrow formation, having played a pivotal role during the conquest of the 6 states. After the third volley of arrows, more than 200 cavalrymen had been poised for battle, yet at that moment, half of them lay fallen within the tribe. By the time the remaining warriors drew their curved blades, the first wave of cavalry, led by Huo Qubing, had already surged into the fray. As the two sides clashed, the Tuyuhun warriors quickly discovered the inadequacy of their swords. Each powerful strike resulted in their blades being severed. Following this, the enemy did not relent. Instead, they harnessed the momentum of their strikes to cleave through the warriors' armor. What manner of weaponry possessed such extraordinary sharpness? When Li Xiang descended from the hillside, the battle within the tribe was drawing to a close. The report to the general indicated that no Han were found. His subordinates had thoroughly scoured the tribe, suggesting that they had conducted themselves with a degree of decorum, refraining from raiding Han individuals for slavery. Aside from the able-bodied men, others were to be spared. Instructed to immediately prepare a meal. Whether roasting or boiling mutton, the aim was to ensure that all soldiers enjoyed a hearty repast. Moreover, all jerky was to be confiscated, and the tents set ablaze. In essence, all supplies vital for their survival were to be destroyed. Rather than extinguishing their lives, they were to be allowed to flee into the steppes. Li Xiang knew precisely what needed to be done, although he had not slain these individuals. The remaining populace consisted of the elderly, infirm, and weak. Wandering the steppes, they would become a burden to any tribe that might take them in. Should they be turned away, they would perish from hunger or fall prey to wolves, thus indirectly inciting discord within Tuyuhun. Over 600 able-bodied men were gathered and confined in a designated clearing, while the women of the tribe hastily prepared a warm meal. Once the soldiers were satiated, the fate of these young men was sealed. They would be executed, for there was no alternative. If they were to be taken back, the time wasted would be considerable. What other tribes dwell nearby? Although the tribal chief had fled, some advisors remained. Li Xiang summoned them forward and commanded them to kneel before him. The first man uttered not a word, and with a swift motion, Li Xiang's blade fell, since they showed no desire to forge an alliance with him. There was no reason to spare their lives. It must be said that the individuals within this tribe are quite particular. They continued their hunt until they reached the 7th victim, at which point someone gestured towards the southeast, nodding to indicate the presence of another tribe with which they were more acquainted. The two tribes frequently engaged in the exchange of resources. Chapter 150. The repeating crossbow, a reconnaissance team swiftly made its way southeast. After half an hour, the intelligence officer of the team returned with news of a tribe discovered in that direction, approximately 20 miles away. However, this tribe had already prepared for battle. Likely startled by the sounds of our earlier skirmishes. Gather all the jerky, burn down all the tents and supplies here, and then retreat southwest, Li Xiang commanded. Our purpose on the prairie is to conduct our operations stealthily and without a trace. If the enemy is already on high alert, it does not mean we cannot launch a full assault, but it would defeat the very essence of our strategy on the prairie. Engaging in a protracted battle could invite other tribes to converge upon us, thus eroding our mobility. We cannot afford to be encircled so swiftly. Many of his subordinates immediately began to relocate, yet the 3,000 men under Cheng Yaojin were somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, they maintained their commendable military discipline, adhering to Li Xiang's orders on the battlefield. Your Highness, even if they are prepared, we have no reason to fear them. At most, a tribe consists of just over 1,000 individuals. With our current strength, we could easily overpower them, General Lu Guihu, a seasoned veteran under Cheng Yaojin, remarked. At 42 years of age, he felt this might be his last opportunity to lead troops into battle. Our numbers are limited. We total just over 6,000. If the tribe is unprepared, we might only suffer a loss of 30 to 40 men while capturing them. However, if they are ready, our casualties could soar to 300 or 400. The outcome remains the same, but our losses would increase tenfold. Do you believe this is a worthwhile venture? Moreover, there are over 100 tribes on this prairie. Not all are prepared. Many remain unsuspecting. Why should we engage in a futile struggle with a ready tribe? Are our brothers' lives not valuable? Li Xiang's reasoning was novel to Lu Guihu, though he initially struggled to comprehend. He grasped the essence of the argument. Facing a prepared tribe could indeed result in losses magnified tenfold, making it an unwise endeavor. Beep. The Kambei tribe has been successfully defeated, earning a reward of 100,000 points and unlocking wartime rations, with 10 portions available for each point exchanged. As Li Xiang departed the tribe, the system granted him a substantial reward along with a portion of wartime rations. At a moment when others were distracted, He exchanged for 10 portions of these rations. Fortunately, they were not in iron containers, which would have raised questions regarding their origin. Wrapped in paper. The provisions included a 400-gram can of beef, 250 grams of compressed biscuits, 5 grams each of sugar, salt, and butter, a 25-gram chocolate bar, and a 250-milliliter packet of milk. Li Xiang was truly at a loss for how to express his gratitude towards the system. Such a portion of wartime rations, if used sparingly, should adequately sustain an individual for an entire day. Currently, the troop supplies were abundant, particularly after recently pillaging this tribe, where each soldier had stowed away a considerable amount of jerky. There was no immediate need for the wartime rations, and they could be addressed when the time arose. Furthermore, the cost of these rations was astonishingly low. For a mere single point, one could exchange for 10 portions, with around 6,000 individuals present. If each consumed 2 portions daily, that would amount to 12,000 portions, requiring only 1,200 points. The bounty from slaying a single foe yielded over 100 points, hardly a depletion of resources. Earlier, the system had generously rewarded them with a total of 100,000 points, along with various other scattered rewards, bringing the total to approximately 170,000 points. A tribe of 1,500 could yield such a bounty, averaging over 100 points per person. Capturing the tribal leader would likely result in additional rewards, thus alleviating any concerns regarding points for the time being. As long as one took action, the points would never run dry. Moreover, Li Xiang currently possessed over 6,000 worship points, each convertible into 10 ordinary points, a veritable perpetual motion machine. Regrettably, individuals exchanged through the system did not contribute to his worship points. Otherwise, the accumulation would be even greater. Reflecting on his rebirth until now, with over 6,000 individuals idolizing him, Li Xiang felt a sense of accomplishment, deeming it a considerable success. The second tribe was far less populous, comprising only around 800 souls and considerably impoverished. Not a trace of gold or silver was found here, unlike the previous tribe, which had yielded several thousand taels of gold. This tribe was so destitute they were on the verge of selling their trousers. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Capture of the Tuyuhan princess, reward of 200,000 points, unlock weapon, repeating crossbow. The exchange price stood at 5 points each, with arrows costing merely 1 point for 100. Just as Li Xiang sought a moment of respite, this announcement jolted him. The Tuyuhan princess? Halt. In the distance, his men were preparing to execute the captured foes, having discovered 30 Han slaves among the tribe. Originally, there had been 110 Han slaves, but now only 30 remained, for in such a tribe, no living soul was permitted to survive. Search immediately. There is a Tuyuhan princess among them. Upon hearing this, Chang Yaojin's subordinates expressed skepticism, questioning how he could ascertain the presence of the Tuyuhan princess without her having come forth. However, Li Xiang's own men harbored no doubts. They began to sift through the gathered individuals. Naturally, the men were swiftly dispatched, for the princess could not possibly be male. The women required careful scrutiny. Those with coarse features and rough hands were surely not of royal lineage. Conversely, those with delicate and tender appearances were set aside for further examination. Ultimately, 7 individuals were selected, all appearing to be of noble descent, yet none stepped forward to claim their identity. Li Xiang must locate the grand princess. Aside from the 200,000 points, the most crucial item is the repeating crossbow. This remarkable device boasts a range of 50 meters and can consecutively launch 10 concealed darts, akin to a semi-automatic pistol. With this weapon in hand, our combat capability will undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. Even if it requires skinning all of you, I shall find the grand princess. Chapter 151. The Merciless Prince. Your Highness, after inquiring for quite some time, it appears that all the women bear a distinct scent reminiscent of manure, rendering it impossible to discern any differences among them. Each of these individuals meets Your Highness's criteria. Li Si had previously scrutinized all of them, and according to Your Highness's specifications, as long as their hands were clean, the delicate and tender-skinned ones would undoubtedly be the princesses. However, to his astonishment, 5 princesses emerged, all possessing soft hands that suggested they had never engaged in labor. This cannot be, Li Xiang scoffed. The system indicated there was only 1 princess. If there were indeed several, it was unlikely the system would allow me to select just one. It appears the genuine princess has concealed herself, however. Managing these 5 would ensure my position remains unassailable. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Xiang, reminiscent of a drama he had once watched, and he discerned how to proceed. Let these women run. Unless I command them to stop, no one is permitted to halt. Anyone who dares to pause shall receive a lash from me. At that moment, Li Xiang felt no inclination to show pity. Witnessing the plight of the common folk at the Tang border, he found it impossible to feel compassion. You people treat our citizens like swine and dogs. No matter how lovely your appearance, I am devoid of such sentiments. Upon uttering these words, those around him comprehended the situation. If all were delicate and tender-skinned, it indicated that some among them were likely attendants to the princess. However, these individuals were accustomed to labor, suggesting they could endure for quite a stretch, while the princess, unaccustomed to toil, would likely falter after a short distance. Before the duration of a tea break had elapsed, one of the young women lagged behind. The others, despite their desire to slow down, were clearly still vigorous, prompting Li Si to wield the whip as a threat, thus quickly widening the gap between them and the last girl. Ding! Task of locating the Grand Princess completed. Upon hearing this notification, Li Xiang instantly recognized that his strategy had proven effective. Other captives could be disregarded. To maintain the momentum of the procession, most were released on the spot. However, if the Grand Princess was among them, she must be captured, as she represented a significant prize. Release me at once, or my father shall not spare you. In her attempt to evade capture, the Grand Princess had coated herself in manure, a clever ruse from someone accustomed to luxury. Yet, she was up against Li Xiang, a more cunning fox. Even with her willingness to smear her visage, he still managed to uncover her. Whether your father possesses the capability to intervene remains uncertain. However, upon our Tang army's arrival at your Tiahan, many rejoiced and willingly allied with us. If no one had betrayed you, how could I have possibly known of your presence in such a tribe? Li Xiang's voice was not subtle. While capturing the Grand Princess, he also aimed to disseminate unfavorable rumors about them. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding herdsmen displayed expressions of incredulity. The Grand Princess had not come to their tribe of her own accord. Rather, she had found herself separated from her hunting party and the larger troop, leading her to their village in a moment of desperation. They had been pondering how fortuitous it was for the Tang army to arrive so coincidentally. Could it be that someone had betrayed them? How despicable. The Grand Princess, possessing unparalleled intelligence, quickly discerned the implications of Li Xiang's words, recognizing that he had merely stumbled upon the situation and was utterly unaware of her whereabouts. However, his earlier remarks would undoubtedly instill panic throughout the entire grassland, sowing distrust among the various tribes. It was merely a tactic of war. If the roles were reversed, she believed they would not hesitate to leave them no avenue for survival. The Grand Princess remained unperturbed, for she knew that Zitelka was still in her possession. Were the two of them born of the same mother? Zitelka was the former prince of Tuyahan, and the Grand Princess belonged to the same lineage. Thus, if she were to return the Grand Princess, Zitelka would no longer be so bored. What have you done to my brother? Upon witnessing the Grand Princess's evident concern, it was clear that they shared a maternal bond. Your brother is living quite well. You shall hear more upon your reunion, he replied. The brothers then commenced their labor, intending to swiftly relocate to the next tribe, incinerating everything and exterminating all inhabitants. Had the situation not been so urgent, Li Xiang might have engaged in further conversation. However, they had to hasten their departure to evade the clutches of Tuyuhan's army. This was the second time Li Xiang had committed such actions, and he was certain that the Tuyuhan forces were already in pursuit of his whereabouts. Thus, they could not linger in one location for too long. Despite the presence of reconnaissance balloons, caution was paramount. In this tribe, due to the presence of Han Chinese slaves, Li Xiang resolved to eliminate everyone. They could only blame their past cruelty. They were merely exacting revenge, and the fault did not rest upon their shoulders. Elderly, weak, and infirm individuals began to cry out for help. But alas, the vastness of the grassland rendered their plight nearly invisible. When one tribe met its demise, neighboring tribes would take at least 2 days to discover it, provided they had prior dealings with the fallen tribe. If there was no interaction, it could take as long as 2 weeks to learn of the events, and word of the happenings here would be even less likely to spread. You are nothing short of a devil. Do you not see that those people are frail and helpless? Your Tang Empire professes to uphold righteousness. Is this truly your interpretation of benevolence? As the Grand Princess witnessed the slaughter from afar, she rushed forward in a frenzy, but alas, she was still 10 meters away when Li San's blade was already poised at her throat. If you dare to advance any further, this blade shall sever your head from your body. To safeguard the safety of our Lord, in these times, the title of princess holds no merit. All must perish. Having now embraced the concepts of benevolence and righteousness, to whom shall we turn for justice regarding the lives that have been unjustly taken? Initially, there were over 100 souls, yet now only 30 remain, with more than 70 having fallen victim to the cruelty of these individuals. Can you enlighten me as to who shall compensate for their lost lives? Li Xiang's words plunged the Grand Princess into deep contemplation. Chapter 152. To inflict pain until you yield. After more than half an hour, the tribe descended into a profound silence. Apart from the eldest princess, every individual had been eliminated, including several of her handmaidens, as Li Xiang had no intention of leaving any survivors. As they traversed the path, you observed her, ready to act decisively should anything seem amiss. Li Xiang entrusted the eldest princess to Li Si beside him and continued to advance with his forces. The eldest princess quickly discerned the reason for their inability to locate Li Xiang despite deploying multiple search parties. His group moved with extraordinary swiftness, leaving no traces in their wake. They were not beguiled by the cattle, sheep, and slaves. Their sole purpose was to execute their strategic mission with utmost efficiency, rendering this army exceptionally formidable. Among the nomads of the grasslands, speed was the highest virtue. During their confrontations with the Tang army, they could traverse the borders overnight, striking several cities in a single night. This would ignite chaos along the Tang borders, obscuring the location of their main forces, plunging the entire region into the throes of war and exerting immense pressure on the Tang troops. However, the Tang army had now mastered this tactic as well, and with even greater finesse. Take Li Xiang, for instance. He had led his troops on a long-distance campaign, eliminating 4 tribes along the way, resulting in the demise of over 8,000 commoners from the Tuyuhan, including more than 3,000 capable cavalrymen. This was merely 2 days into their campaign, averaging 2 tribes per day. If they continued at this pace, the Tuyuhan would find it impossible to endure. By the evening of the 2nd day, Li Xiang finally commanded his forces to rest and began to strategize their next moves. "Why do you not interrogate me?" The Grand Princess sat not far from Li Xiang. Over the past couple of days, she had exhausted every conceivable method to engage him. Yet, regrettably, Li Xiang remained utterly uncommunicative. Thus, in this stifling atmosphere, the Grand Princess yearned to converse with him, hoping to glean insights into his innermost thoughts. "Interrogating you serves no purpose. Firstly, you would not divulge the truth, and secondly, it would squander my time. Hence, it is far more prudent for me to rely on myself. Moreover, this region is abundant with lush pastures, and not far away lies a tribe, making it unnecessary for me to interrogate you. You need not harbor such concerns. I shall not resort to torture, for I do not strike women." Without lifting his gaze, Li Xiang replied, his attention fixed on drawing incomprehensible lines in the dirt. "You do not strike women. You merely slay them." The Grand Princess silently repeated this thought. Over the course of these 2 days, they had traversed 4 tribes, and in every tribe where Han slaves were present, regardless of age or gender, all were mercilessly slaughtered. Such was the decree of Li Xiang. In the past, during the conflicts between the Tuyuhan and the Tang dynasty, it was predominantly the common folk of the Tang who bore the brunt of the losses. The Tang forces refrained from penetrating deep into the grasslands, which spared the Tuyuhan populace from significant harm. Even though military personnel suffered considerable casualties, they could be swiftly replenished, ensuring that no conflict inflicted grave damage upon the Tuyuhan. However, the current situation is markedly different. After this individual emerged from the city of Liangzhou, he relentlessly advanced southward, leaving devastation in his wake. The land was rendered barren, and nearly all, including the children of the tribes, were mercilessly slain. The Tuyuhan, already a small population, faced the grim prospect of losing 1/10 of their numbers within a fortnight if Li Xiang continued his campaign. This would equate to the annihilation of their lineage. I implore you to cease this slaughter. The Tuyuhan are not as numerous as your Tang dynasty. Should you persist in this manner, our people may not survive to see another generation. Our numbers are too few. Release me, and I shall seek my father, the Khan, to negotiate with you. You may stipulate any demands. If you doubt my sincerity, I can compose a personal letter for you to send." The Grand Princess speaks the truth. Throughout her time accompanying Li Xiang, she has been filled with trepidation by the actions of his subordinates. Upon arriving at each location, they seemed devoid of compassion, incinerating all resources necessary for survival and slaughtering every able-bodied individual, leaving behind only the elderly, infirm, and the weak. Should there be any Han slaves within the tribes, even these vulnerable souls would be spared no mercy. The Tuyuhan have but a scant population, unable to withstand such fundamental devastation inflicted by Li Xiang. Even if hostilities were to cease now, these tribes might still face obliteration on the plains, some of which have endured for centuries. Do you take me for a fool? Or do you regard your father as one? You have merely lost a few tribes thus far. Can the Tuyuhan truly engage in negotiations with us? When I last spoke with your prime minister, my terms were made clear, yet you showed no respect for my words. I shall grant but a single opportunity for dialogue. Thus, I must continue my campaign until you feel the weight of your losses. At that juncture, regardless of my demands, you may find yourselves compelled to acquiesce. Li Xiang's assertions hold merit. Although a few tribes were attacked previously, the overall impact on the vast steppes was minimal, leading Prime Minister Mi to underestimate their significance and believe his side still possessed the strength to continue. Therefore, Li Xiang must orchestrate a larger calamity to draw forth more blood, compelling the Tuyuhan to truly comprehend their suffering. Your Highness. A report. Torches have been sighted 35 miles ahead, advancing towards us. While the two were conversing, a scout hastily approached with intelligence. Although night has fallen, our scouts remain vigilant. They excel in nocturnal operations. In the pitch darkness of the plains, the flickering flames serve as the most reliable indicators. 15 miles ahead, a line of torches has been spotted, likely belonging to the cavalry of the grasslands. Prepare for battle. Silence this woman, should she dare utter a sound. We shall send her on her way. Li Xiang bit into the beef jerky he held, washing it down with a sip of cool water. The eldest princess observed closely, initially believing that members of the Tang dynasty were indulgent and could not endure such hardships. However, after 2 days of observation, she discovered that Li Xiang possessed a resilience that surpassed even some of those from her own grasslands. No wonder his soldiers were so devoted to him. Indeed, they faced a formidable adversary from the steppes. Chapter 153. The Iron Cavalry of the royal court. Li Xiang promptly ordered an ambush on both sides of the hillside. These cavalrymen, marching under the cover of night, likely emerged from the depths of Tuhan and seemed to possess a clear objective, their pace unhurried despite the late hour. While others may have been unaware of the identity of this force, the Grand Princess was acutely aware, as this army belonged to the Tuhan royal tribe. Having lost contact with the royal court for 2 days, the Tuhan Khan dispatched his most elite cavalry to follow the Grand Princess's hunting route northward in search of her. 2 days prior, this army had received the last known whereabouts of the Grand Princess, prompting them to forego rest and hasten their journey towards her encampment, eager to retrieve her before the forces of the Tang army could intervene. In the darkness, Li Xiang estimated the length of the formation to be approximately 1,500 meters. Calculating 3 riders per row, this cavalry consisted of over 2,000 elite horsemen. Tears welled in the Grand Princess's eyes as she beheld these formidable warriors of Tuyan. Regrettably, they paled in comparison to Li Xiang's troops. Foremost among their disadvantages was their inability to perceive events beyond 35 li, whereas Li Xiang's men could discern the movements of all around them. Additionally, the disparity in weaponry was glaring. Li Xiang had distributed repeating crossbows to every soldier. At the moment of assault, a mere command from Li Xiang would unleash a barrage from his thousands, each soldier capable of launching 10 bolts in rapid succession. Penetrating all objects within 50 meters, these foes would stand no chance of survival. At present, Li Xiang lamented the condition of the horses, as many of his own steeds required replacement. Capturing these horses intact would represent a significant boon, yet time was of the essence. As the enemy drew nearer, Li Xiang readied his forces, awaiting the opportune moment to initiate the attack and overwhelm the elite cavalry of Tuyan. Commence the assault, with all adversaries within the trap. Li Xiang issued his command and unleashed the first volley from his repeating crossbow. A mere 10 meters ahead, a cavalryman, startled, surveyed his surroundings. Unfortunately, he could utter not a word before Li Xiang's bolt pierced his body. The surrounding soldiers soon realized they had fallen into an ambush. Yet they had no time to react. The sheer volume of arrows was overwhelming. Li Xiang, a man from modern society, understood the concept of a saturation attack. He had positioned 4,000 men, each equipped with a repeating crossbow. In approximately 20 seconds, they could unleash over 40,000 arrows upon the enemy. A grim fate awaiting the fewer than 2,000 opponents caught in their deadly barrage. A soldier, unable to contain himself, succumbed to the horror surrounding him. Although it was not his first battle, the scene before him was so grotesque that he felt the contents of his stomach churn. Before his eyes lay a soldier of the Tuyan, riddled with 9 crossbow bolts, 2 of which pierced his face, rendering him nearly unrecognizable, even to his own father. The sight was truly dreadful. Search for usable steeds, he commanded. For those still alive, deliver a finishing blow and check for any valuables. Take everything that can be carried. And for those who cannot be moved, let them remain here. We lack sufficient lamp oil to waste on them. We cannot leave a single soul alive. Our movements must remain concealed. As Li Xiang extracted the arrowheads from the corpses, he issued orders. The repeating crossbow was indeed a formidable weapon, yet it consumed arrows excessively. Despite the system offering 100 arrows for a single point, Li Xiang was reluctant to foster a habit of wastefulness among his subordinates. The quality of the arrows provided was commendable. They could withstand 3 or 4 uses without issue. There was no need to squander them here. Should he find any arrows rendered unusable, he would never compel his men to employ them. However, if there was an opportunity to conserve, it was imperative to avoid instilling a culture of wastefulness within the ranks. The cries of the wounded echoed around him. Some had been struck in the thigh and had collapsed, seeking refuge behind their horses. Regrettably, during the search, they were discovered. Our hearts bore no compassion. War is merciless. It is a matter of survival. Either you perish or I do. If I spare your life today, can you assure me that you would do the same if the roles were reversed tomorrow? The gag that had muffled the Grand Princess's cries had been removed. If left for too long, it would have obstructed her breathing. Yet now, despite her longing to scream, no sound escaped her lips. The previous scene had left her profoundly shaken. This army comprised the finest troops of Tuohan, the royal cavalry that served at her father's side. In the past, should rebellion arise, this formidable force could quell 10 foes single-handedly, swiftly annihilating rival tribes. Thus, tales of their prowess were woven into the fabric of the steppes. Yet, astonishingly, this renowned army had succumbed in less than half an hour to Li Xiang's forces, with 2,000 soldiers. The entire contingent fell to Li Xiang's men within the span of a mere incense stick's burn. However, Li Xiang afforded the Grand Princess little time to grieve. He swiftly pulled her onto a four-wheeled cart, and with the remaining troops, they departed, leaving behind 2,000 corpses that gradually grew cold. If the Grand Princess were to regain her freedom, a singular thought consumed her: to return to her father at the utmost speed and persuade him to hastily forge a peace treaty with the Tang dynasty. This army was terrifyingly formidable. Although it numbered merely over 6,000, it was far beyond what Tuohan could withstand. Even the royal cavalry had met such a fate before them, let alone the other armies. 7 days later, on a sunlit morning, Li Xiang awoke from his slumber, having traveled over 100 miles the previous night to finally shake off the pursuing cavalry. Presently, he felt as if his body were in disarray. However, the thought of today's objective invigorated him. His goal for the day was the Rongong tribe, the third largest tribe of the Tuohan. Chapter 154. The imperial uncle Yu Dan. A few days prior, during an assault, Li Xiang gleaned intelligence from the lips of a tribal chief, revealing that they had encroached upon the territory of the Rongong tribe, the third largest tribe of the Tuohan. The chief had initially intended to intimidate Li Xiang, urging him to refrain from excessive actions, yet this inadvertently sparked a new scheme in Li Xiang's mind. Over the course of 7 days, Li Xiang had obliterated 11 tribes, resulting in the deaths of over 13,000 individuals and the exile of more than 9,000. While this was no small feat, it did not satiate Li Xiang's ambitions. Thus, he resolved to launch a surprise attack on the Tuohan's third largest tribe, the Rongong tribe, which belonged to the imperial uncle of Tuohan. The foremost tribe was naturally the royal court, where the Khan resided, and the second was the Mido tribe, home to the chancellor. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the Rongong tribe boasted a total of 70,000 infantry. Even after detaching 8,000 cavalry for the royal court's endeavors, there remained over 60,000 fighters within the tribe. Should Li Xiang succeed in conquering this tribe, it would undoubtedly catapult him to fame. Irrespective of the outcome of the Tuohan battlefield, his contributions would be indisputable. Last night, Li Xiang conducted a thorough assessment of his forces. Initially, he had over 6,600 soldiers, but after days of combat, he had suffered 700 casualties, leaving him with approximately 5,800 capable fighters. Facing 60,000 adversaries, their numbers were tenfold greater. However, among the enemy forces were over 30,000 elderly, weak, and infirm, leaving only around 30,000 combat-ready warriors. Moreover, with the introduction of the repeating crossbow, Li Xiang noted a significant enhancement in his troops' combat effectiveness. If managed astutely, overcoming the Rongong tribe should be feasible. Upon completing his morning ablutions, Mouse 3 and Mouse 4 returned, having tirelessly scouted the Rongong tribe throughout the night. As seasoned scouts, they provided a wealth of detailed intelligence. Allow me to elucidate the situation. The Rongong tribe is fortified by a mountain backdrop, with encampments situated on either flank, each housing approximately 3,000 soldiers. A direct assault would likely result in immediate detection by the personnel stationed in these camps. Mouse 3 and his companions dedicated the night to thoroughly understanding the surrounding conditions. As Tuohan's third largest tribe, the Rongong tribe was distinctly fortified, with 2 satellite camps each hosting 3,000 cavalry. Even if an attempt at a surprise assault were made, the chances of success would be negligible, as evasion was virtually impossible. As soon as Mouse San noticed Li Xiang's intent to speak, he immediately grasped what Li Xiang was about to inquire. Last night, they had circled around the 2 military camps for nearly 2 hours, only to discover that circumventing them was utterly impossible. When they initially set up camp, they had certainly surveyed the surrounding conditions thoroughly. If one wished to bypass these camps, it could only occur in a dream. It was inconceivable to resolve the situation at the 2 watchful military encampments without being detected. However, if they charged recklessly, reinforcements from within the main camp would undoubtedly intervene, and they would be ill-equipped to handle such overwhelming numbers. To secure victory, an element of surprise was imperative. Facing the enemy head-on would yield little chance of success. After meticulously analyzing all available data, Huo Qubing arrived at this conclusion. This brash youth often sought glory through reckless endeavors, yet at this moment, he too began to falter, primarily due to the vast disparity in strength between the 2 factions. Your Highness, we might consider an alternative strategy, just as Li Xiang wavered in his resolve. The seasoned General Li Guang suddenly conceived an idea. Li Xiang nodded encouragingly, eager to hear the thoughts of this esteemed warrior. The disparity in our strengths is indeed considerable. We cannot hope to eliminate them all at once. However, we can encircle and strike at the left flank of the Rongong tribe, located 60 miles away. Intelligence has revealed the presence of another tribe in that vicinity. We can swiftly launch an assault on this tribe and intentionally allow a few to escape. This would compel them to seek assistance from the Rongong tribe. We can then set ambushes along the route. Regardless of how many from the Rongong tribe emerge, we will first eliminate this contingent of reinforcements before devising our next steps, which is far more advantageous than facing an army of 60,000 head-on. Li Guang sketched several circles on the ground, representing different territories. Upon hearing his proposal, the gathered individuals were struck with enlightenment. They had previously approached the situation too rigidly, fixating solely on annihilating the Rongong tribe, unaware that their thinking needed to be more adaptable. If they continued to confront challenges with sheer force, how would they manage when they reached the Wangting tribe? Would they also charge in blindly? Were it not for the 3,000 troops under Cheng Yaojin, Li Xiang could have readily deployed more from his own ranks. However, with Cheng Yaojin's forces now accounted for, he could not afford to do so without risking untenable explanations upon their return. Thus, Li Xiang resolved to hone his skills with this 6,000-strong force. Then what are we waiting for? After breakfast, let us mount our horses and swiftly obliterate this tribe. But do not be overly ruthless, allow 100 or so to escape, and then assign vigilant surveillance on the Rongong tribe. Time was of the essence on the plains. Establishing a battle plan could be a matter of mere moments, leaving the enemy little opportunity to react. Should they manage to keep pace with their strategic maneuvers, disaster would befall them. Conversely, if they lagged behind, they would face annihilation. It was a contest of speed and cunning in warfare. The Grand Princess observed from a distance as Li Xiang and his companions concluded their brief meeting, her heart aching as if it were being cleaved by a blade. Over the past few days, she had grown accustomed to the methods employed by Li Xiang and his cohort. Each time this succinct military conference reached its conclusion, it became increasingly likely that the Tuyuhun tribe would soon face dire consequences. In the past, the Grand Princess had regarded the soldiers of Tuyuhun as valiant and formidable. However, since encountering Li Xiang and his group, it seemed that none from any tribe within Tuyuhun could unleash their full capabilities. The ferocity of Li Xiang's blitzkrieg was truly terrifying, as he would strike and then withdraw instantaneously, leaving no time for his adversaries to analyze his tactics, akin to a demon haunting the grasslands. Chapter 155. Striking at the heart of the enemy in the tent of Prince Yudan, he indulged in grapes, a delicacy rare even in the bounteous central plains, let alone the Tuyuhun grasslands. Yet, for the Tuyuhun's esteemed prince, such luxuries were not out of reach, with a mere desire for these fruits. Swift riders would traverse vast distances to procure them. Despite recent turmoil across the plains and the relentless annihilation of various tribes, Prince Yudan remained unperturbed. His tribe boasted considerable strength, and their distance from Liangzhou city was formidable, over 800 li. Did the Tang forces dare to penetrate so deeply into hostile territory? Furthermore, when establishing his encampment, he had prudently considered the possibility of surprise attacks, constructing his stronghold against the mountains, thereby eliminating the threat of descending enemies. Flanking his position were 2 military camps, ensuring that any approaching adversary would be detected from any direction, rendering the stronghold nearly impregnable. Moreover, based on historical precedents, regardless of the Tang army's ferocity, their capacity for sustained engagements on the grasslands was limited. Typically, if a conflict could not be resolved within 3 months, the Tang forces would likely retreat. Though appearing invincible, their resources dwindled under the demands of prolonged warfare, leaving their troops ill-prepared for the local conditions, beset by myriad challenges, with disease alone proving a formidable adversary. Your Highness, we have received correspondence from our spies in Liangzhou city. They report that another army has returned, having suffered a devastating defeat. Originally comprising over 8,000 soldiers, only about 3,000 have made their way back. As Prince Yudan savored this delightful news, his subordinates brought tidings that further elevated his spirits. In recent days, 2 armies had retreated, and reports indicated that the Tang had dispatched 6 forces to harass the grasslands. With 1/3 already vanquished and 4 remaining hidden deep within the plains, the situation appeared promising. It had only been a month, perhaps by the next, the remaining forces would falter, for life on the grasslands posed challenges to Han soldiers. Have the Great Khan's cavalry been located? Yudin suddenly recalled another pressing matter. Despite the Tang army's setbacks, the immediate circumstances would not transform overnight. Days prior, the Great Princess had vanished from sight, prompting the Khan to dispatch elite troops for her recovery, enlisting the aid of other tribes. To everyone's astonishment, the Khan's cavalry had also gone missing. No news had yet emerged. However, Yudan felt assured. The Khan's cavalry were the most formidable horsemen on the grasslands and were unlikely to encounter dire straits. They were likely ensnared by unforeseen circumstances, as the plains were rife with warriors and many tribes had begun their migrations, making the search for the great princess all the more challenging. His subordinates consoled him, aware that the cavalry under the Great Khan was the most formidable. If even they were to encounter misfortune, the morale of the entire grassland populace might shatter. Until concrete evidence was uncovered, no one would dare proclaim that this cavalry had been vanquished, despite the ominous premonitions lurking in their hearts. To voice such fears would undoubtedly undermine the resolve of the troops. A certain girl, rather than remaining dutifully within the royal court, incessantly sought opportunities to hunt. Particularly at this critical juncture, one could only imagine the trouble she had brought upon us, the Tiahan. Should she be captured this time? I wonder if her father would still shield her? When the elder princess was mentioned, the royal uncle's disdain was palpable. As the grand princess of Tiahan, did she not comprehend her precarious situation? If she wished to hunt, it could only be in the southern pastures, never carelessly venturing near the northern battlefield. If she were to be seized by the Tang army, it would deliver a devastating blow to the entire Tiahan forces. Do not linger in inaction, he commanded. Calculate the days. They have already penetrated deep into the grasslands. From today onwards, everyone shall take 1,000-strong contingent in patrol. If the Tang army is spotted, raise the alarm on the plains at once. No one is to engage them. I shall personally deal with them. The royal uncle surveyed his subordinates, who were considered the elite of the grasslands, yet had been idling in the tent for far too long without any skirmishes. He was uncertain of their current capabilities. Thus it was imperative to send them out to hone their skills. Should they encounter the Tang forces, it would afford them the chance to earn merit. Even if they did not, at least the troops would have the opportunity to stretch their legs, lest they be annihilated while cooped up in the encampment. Yes, his men recognized that the royal uncle's patience was waning. It was better to take their men out for a stroll rather than risk his ire by remaining idle in the tent. Urgent news. Urgent news. A messenger burst in. Breathless. We have received word that the Kayan tribe on our western flank has been attacked by the Tang army and they seek our assistance. Before the soldiers could even set out, the messenger arrived with alarming tidings. Upon hearing the news, the royal uncle's face betrayed no sign of panic. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. After such a long wait, the moment had finally arrived. Regardless of which faction of the Tang army it was, he was determined to lead his men to annihilate them. How many Tang soldiers? With a thunderous crash, Yudan sprang to his feet, overturning the table before him, sending rare fruits scattering across the ground. However, he had no time to concern himself with such trivialities. All he wished to ascertain was the size of the Tang force. If their numbers were not substantial, he would seize the opportunity to claim glory. Report to the royal uncle. They claim there are at most 7,000 men. Upon receiving this news, Yudan was elated beyond measure. What are you waiting for, my children? Swiftly don your armor and mount your steeds. For today I shall lead you to vanquish this Tang army, and tomorrow I shall present your merits before the Khan. The imperial uncle, Yudan, exclaimed with fervor. For it has long been said among the people of the steppe that they are ineffectual, relying solely on their noble birth for their current standing. Today, I shall engage in a grand battle to demonstrate my prowess to you all. Chapter 156. The crossbow chief the Khan has instructed us to remain steadfast and refrain from engaging if we encounter the Tang army. We must notify the surrounding tribes to gather their forces, ensuring an overwhelming advantage before launching an assault. An elder, hailing from the Rongong tribe, expressed his concerns, advocating for a cautious approach. He believed that the news from the royal court indicated that this Tang army was unlike any before, and a careless mishap could lead to dire consequences. Like his father, he urged restraint. However, Yudan, of the Rongong tribe, felt otherwise. Our tribe boasts formidable strength, and to simply remain idle in the encampment in the face of such an army is an affront. Should word spread, others would label me as lacking courage. My father faced similar accusations, yet it was he who ascended to the position of Khan. Now, I refuse to follow his path of inaction. I shall demonstrate that I, Yudan, am no less capable than the two of them. The memory of past grievances ignited a fierce indignation within him. Why should he be condemned to sit idly by while others reap the glory? His lineage would only diminish in stature if he continued to do nothing. Chief. The elder attempted to interject, but Yudan's resolve was unshakable. He perceived the demand for inaction as a cunning ploy by the Khagan, fearful of Yudan's potential achievements. Should he gain renown, his authority on the steppe would solidify, threatening the Khan's position. Dispatch a messenger to the 15 tribes nearby at once. Summon them to assemble their forces at my uncle's encampment. The elder, recognizing the futility of his opposition, instructed his confidant to carry Yudan's seal for the summons. The surrounding tribes were indeed robust, and their support could tip the scales should misfortune befall Yudan. Meanwhile, Li Xiang and his subordinates were well prepared. Having swiftly subdued a minor tribe without effort, leaving them an escape route to inform the Rongong tribe. Along the crucial path leading to the Rongong tribe, Li Xiang had his men lying in wait. If any dared approach, they would ensure a return was impossible, as all were poised for action. A trio of low rumbles resonated from the skies behind them, the scouts confirming sight of the Rongong tribe's forces emerging. They were still 40 miles away, positioned such that they remained oblivious to Li Xiang's presence, while he remained acutely aware of their movements. Truly, this royal uncle is quite arrogant, Li Guang mused, spitting out a tuft of grass. In typical circumstances, even upon discovering our forces, he would not rush into confrontation without first sending scouts. His recklessness is evident. He pondered how to address Yuden's impulsive nature as he charged forward, oblivious to the reality that this was warfare, not mere hunting excursions. Yudan, the prince, had long been suppressed by the Khitan Khan, finding himself with little opportunity to command troops, gradually weakening on the steppes. Now, having finally obtained a chance, it would be remiss not to demonstrate his prowess, for it would betray his esteemed title. He informed his brothers to prepare for battle, aiming to decisively crush the enemy. Li Xiang, having gathered insights from Zayturk regarding the situation on the grasslands, learned that Prince Yudan had long been dissatisfied with the ruling structure of the steppes. However, the Khitan Khan's grip was exceedingly strong. Even though Prince Yudan harbored grievances, he had no choice but to endure. With such an opportunity at hand, it would be unthinkable to remain passive. The Rongong tribe, indeed, lived up to its reputation as the third largest tribe of the Khitan, evident from the disciplined formation of their cavalry, which suggested rigorous training. Fortunately, we were executing an ambush. Facing them head-on might have led to victory, but at a significant cost. Huo Qubing, from his elevated position, spoke a truth. The efficacy of cavalry depended on the stability of formations and combat skills honed through practice. Although neither side had yet engaged the other, Huo Qubing, revered as a god of war, was not merely adorned with a glorious title. He could genuinely perceive the disparities in combat capabilities among cavalry units. Do not underestimate Prince Yudan. He was once a formidable contender against the Khitan Khan. Unfortunately, in his youth, he fell prey to his brother's schemes. Nevertheless, he inherited a substantial portion of his father's elite cavalry, and when compared to the royal court's forces, his were by no means inferior. When Zayturk conversed with Li Xiang, he specifically outlined the advantages of several tribes, including the Rongong tribe, which was a legacy from his grandfather. Over the years, Prince Yudan had meticulously managed the tribe, rendering it as robust as a fortress. Despite some shortcomings in command, their combat prowess was indeed commendable. Are the crossbows ready? Upon Li Xiang's inquiry, some were unfamiliar with this novel weapon. In truth, it was not a new invention. It was an antiquated war crossbow that Li Xiang had reconfigured into the existing form of an PAL. Originally designed for direct fire, it was essentially a large bow, effective when mounted on walls or targeting fortifications. However, in open-field combat, its utility was limited. Thus, Li Xiang transformed it into a projectile-launching device, affixing 2 ceramic vials filled with gunpowder at the base of the crossbow's arrows, akin to a mortar. In recent days, Li Xiang had conducted trials with his subordinates, grasping the range and power of this weapon under various conditions, against the wind, with the wind, and in still air, before bringing it to the battlefield. Your Highness, can that contraption be relied upon? If we are to consider the unreliable nature of our situation, it would be prudent for me to lead the cavalry into a fierce charge. Although we may not be able to annihilate them entirely, we could inflict considerable damage. Should your contraption prove ineffective, they will undoubtedly become wary. With such a large cavalry force, we have no option but to retreat. Huo Qubing expressed his concerns. Despite having a formidable cavalry at his disposal, numbering only 2,000 to 3,000, the opposing force boasted an overwhelming 30,000, presenting a stark contrast in strength. Chapter 157. The power of new weapons in warfare. Valor alone is insufficient. One must also place faith in technology. You need to steel your resolve. For once my crossbow artillery has unleashed its third volley, I assure you that chaos will ensue within their ranks. At that moment, it will be your turn to charge forth from 3 directions with your men, disregarding the surrounding circumstances. Your sole task is to advance relentlessly, cleaving through their formation, and then swiftly pivot to return and strike again, continuing this onslaught until they can no longer mount a formidable defense. Li Xiang spoke with unwavering confidence, fully aware of the remarkable achievements that gunpowder could attain on the battlefield in this era. His previous encounters had yielded commendable results with gunpowder, and the quantities used had been modest. Presently, the potency of the crossbow arrows was substantial, necessitating the use of larger ceramic vessels filled with gunpowder, which, upon detonation, could threaten an area of approximately 30 meters. Li Xiang doubted that the opposing army had ever encountered gunpowder before. With the aid of the repeating crossbows, we could charge thrice without issue. The primary concern now lay with His Highness's artillery, as long as they could disrupt the entire formation. Our assault would be as effortless as dining. Li Guang, however, harbored skepticism regarding Li Xiang's newfound contraptions. He reasoned that if 30 such devices could indeed disarray tens of thousands of troops, then the battles fought in their past would have been in vain. According to the mindset of these military leaders, victory on the battlefield depended on the courage of their comrades, not on some so-called technology. What, after all, was this technology? Following this battle, you will undoubtedly be intrigued by my innovations, and in the future, I will not hesitate to equip your forces. Li Xiang rolled his eyes at his subordinates. Although they emerged from the system, some of his weapons were of his own design, rendering them unfamiliar to these men, who remained skeptical of his inventions. As Prince Yudan exited the encampment, he felt as liberated as a bird from its cage, incessantly urging his men to hasten their advance. His troops rode the finest steeds, and for them, the journey of several dozen miles was but a fleeting moment. Soon, their vanguard breached the range of Li Xiang's artillery. Prince Yudan envisioned the taste of victory. After all, they were merely 6,000 or 7,000 Tang soldiers. Their audacity was astonishing, daring to encroach upon the vicinity of my Rongong tribe. Today, let these ruffians experience the might of my people. For we are not easily subdued. Capturing these 6,000 or 7,000 would bring great glory on the steppes. Leader, what is that? Just as Prince Yudan was lost in his reverie, one of his men interrupted his thoughts, much to his displeasure. Had it not been for the ominous dark cloud looming ahead, he would have lashed out in frustration. I was daydreaming here, and you have the audacity to disturb me. The subordinates halted in their tracks, their gazes fixed upon the sky where dozens of small dark dots emerged, seemingly approaching their direction. They did not resemble arrows being shot. If they were indeed arrows, the sheer number would be insufficient to inflict significant harm on such a vast expanse of grassland. In their estimation, upon discovering such a sizable army, the Tang forces should have retreated instead of launching an attack, as such aggression would only reveal their position. Moreover, even if they were to attack, this method appeared far too dismissive of their capabilities. Finally, someone discerned the nature of the objects. These were crossbow bolts, familiar to them from their own territory of Tuyuhan, where they were employed during assaults on the cities of the Tang. However, these devices bore little practical significance unless aimed with precision, for only then could they penetrate the soldiers stationed on the city walls. If aimed inaccurately, their impact on the walls would be minimal. The Tang soldiers were likely bewildered, mistakenly believing these bolts to be as effective on the grassland as they were in urban warfare. Yudan, the royal uncle, recognized the situation and chuckled to his subordinates, who also regarded the bolts as a negligible threat. In such a vast grassland, how could a mere dozen crossbow bolts possibly kill more than a few of them? Ha ha. Chief, observe. One of the bolts landed 200 meters to the left of Yudan. The soldiers had already noted the landing spot, allowing them to evade potential danger. However, what was that spark? Just as Yudan was about to speak, he noticed that the bolt was tethered to a rope that was also emitting sparks. The soldiers had never encountered such a device, but there was no time for contemplation. As they were encircled by over 100 soldiers, the landing spots of the other bolts were similarly surrounded. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, the gunpowder at the tail end of the bolts exploded. 2 ceramic vials contained a total of 4 kilograms of explosives, and with the added thickness of the vials, the force of the explosion shattered them into hundreds of tiny shards, which flew wildly in all directions. In an era where individuals lacked substantial protective armor, even those who wore some could not withstand such might. Those standing in the center were reduced to a state akin to a beehive. The penetrating power of the shards was not particularly strong. While they could pierce through 2 individuals, the third would merely sustain cuts. Yet, the sheer number of surrounding bodies was overwhelming. Taking the 2 bombs that had landed to Yudan's left as an example, they accounted for the demise of over 20 individuals, with several others gravely injured and many left disfigured. What on earth were these devices? At this moment, Prince Yudan was in a state of panic. Over 30 crossbow bolts had rained down around him, and explosions began to erupt in rapid succession. The soldiers, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, found themselves caught in a maelstrom of destruction, as if they had been transformed into a hive of bees. Some steeds, startled by the commotion, galloped frantically within the camp, heedless of the individuals they might collide with. These war horses could not find solace, their only instinct to flee across the grasslands, believing that such a desperate escape would alleviate their terror. Another wave approached, and yet another. Many were so preoccupied with their immediate surroundings that they failed to notice the ominous shadows looming above, unaware that a second assault was already en route. Chapter 158. To live is a luxury, my heavens. Do not scatter. You have not been obliterated by their bombs, but rather trampled underfoot. Control your steeds. Yuan Dan, the royal uncle, exclaimed loudly. Just moments ago, The cavalry had been in perfect formation, but now chaos reigned, all due to the raining crossbow bolts from the sky. These projectiles landed indiscriminately, creating a death zone within a radius of several meters upon impact. Panic ensued among the crowd, as they instinctively sought to flee this hellish scene. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare defy the chief's command, as doing so would signify a desire for death. Yet, amidst the tumult, who could hear? The clamor of voices, the pounding of hooves, and predominantly, the thunderous explosions frayed the nerves of all present, regardless of who issued orders in that moment. It was likely that no one could comprehend them. Protect the chief. Yuan Dan heard his guard cry out. The man staring blankly at a crossbow bolt that had just struck down a soldier nearby, sparks igniting dangerously close to them. In a frenzy, several guards threw themselves over Yuan Dan, their fates irrevocably intertwined with his. As his personal attendants, their survival hinged upon his, should harm befall him while they lived. Their families would surely pay the price for their failure to protect him. This was the law of Tuyuhan, and these men, even at the cost of their lives, had to ensure the safety of their royal uncle. The explosions drew nearer, and Yuan Dan felt the ground tremble beneath him. It was the first time a crossbow bolt had detonated within 30 meters of him, and the weight of the guards pressing upon him made it difficult to breathe. He struggled to turn, only to discover that the men shielding him had succumbed. Take care, chief. One guard, resigned, closed his eyes, unaware of how many shards of ceramic had pierced him. Had they not formed a thick barrier, Yuan Dan would have already met his demise. None of the 6 guards had survived that explosion, along with numerous other soldiers. The weaponry of the Tang army was indeed formidable. Yuan Dan gasped for air, each breath a luxury in that moment. Had it not been for the valor of his subordinates, he would likely have already stood before the king of hell. The backs of those around him were mangled, and the air was tainted with the nauseating scent of charred flesh. The assault continued. Yuan Dan glanced skyward, spotting yet another swarm of dark dots approaching, indicating the relentless bombardment of the enemy. When had the Tang forces acquired such weaponry? We have suffered greatly at their hands. Quickly, protect the chief and retreat. The group of subordinates finally came to their senses. They understood that they must facilitate the escape of Prince Yudan. The chaos at the scene was overwhelming, and if they remained there any longer, they would find it impossible to flee once the entire army descended into disarray. In truth, the damage inflicted by the crossbow bolts was limited, resulting in the loss of perhaps 2,000 or 3,000 lives. Yet, none had ever witnessed such a scene. As the bolts detonated, both men and horses lost their sanity, consumed only by the desire to gallop wildly across the plains, leading to countless trampling deaths along the way. At this moment, Prince Yudan no longer considered staying on the battlefield. He had recognized the peril of the day. Had there been a chance to turn the tide, he would never have abandoned his beloved troops, for they were the foundation of his existence on the grasslands. However, he now saw clearly that even if he remained, it would be futile. The army of tens of thousands was in utter disarray, and no one could restore order. Moreover, the Tang army was likely to have further strategies at hand, and they would not allow for any regrouping. My prince, someone urged, look at the chaos. We must quickly order them to halt. We should conserve our remaining gunpowder. Earlier, these individuals had doubted the modified crossbow bolts that Li Xiang had devised, believing them inferior to their cavalry. Yet now, they regarded them as treasures, although their cavalry was formidable. Charging against a formation of tens of thousands would surely incur significant losses. With the aid of the prince's invention, however, this task became markedly easier. Rest assured, Li Xiang replied, I have an abundance of these. Your soldiers are precious. I cannot allow them to take unnecessary risks. When the situation deteriorates further, you can lead your men into the fray. According to Li Xiang's prior battle plan, there were still 3 rounds of bombardment to execute. The soldiers under his command were not yet fully trained, resulting in numerous errors during the loading of the crossbow bolts. Once they were adequately prepared, their rate of attack could potentially double, turning it into a truly lethal weapon. The generals under his command nodded subtly. The prince's concern for the lives of his soldiers was not merely rhetorical, since the onset of their campaign on the grasslands. Every word and action of his had been guided by the welfare of his men. Everyone felt reassured following such a leader. In total, approximately 700 crossbow bolts had been prepared, and now they had all been expended, primarily due to the limited quantity of battle crossbows. Had there been sufficient numbers, Li Xiang could have deployed hundreds, achieving true saturation bombardment. Nevertheless, even in this instance, the battlefield was riddled with devastation. It was now time for their cavalry to advance. The opportunity for glory lay before them. Whether they could conquer the 3rd major tribe of Tuyuhan depended upon the blades and repeating crossbows in their hands. Brothers, charge with me. Fight valiantly and slay the enemy. Long live the Tang dynasty. With that rallying cry echoing through the air, thousands of cavalrymen surged forth from the 3 battle lines. Had they rushed out like this from the very beginning, Even if they had executed a surprise attack, it would have been impossible to penetrate the multitude of cavalry from the Rongong tribe. They would undoubtedly have devised a strategy to counter the assault. However, at this moment, regardless of the number of individuals charging forth, the tens of thousands of cavalrymen resembled ants on a hot skillet, with soldiers unable to locate their commanders and commanders unable to find their soldiers. Their sole focus was on fleeing for their lives. Oblivious to the number of cavalry approaching in the distance, fixated solely on galloping away from the Tang army. Chapter 159. A resounding victory when the cavalry charges. As long as they form a conical formation and maintain their relentless momentum, victory can be secured even against a numerically superior foe. Huo Qubing and Li Guang led their troops in flanking assaults, while Li Xiang, accompanied by Ma Chao and others, spearheaded an assault from the center. The three cavalry units maneuvered through the ranks of the Tuhan army like three lethal arrows. Despite some soldiers attempting to establish a defensive line, they were met with the relentless volleys of Li Xiang's crossbowmen. Whenever they detected a gathering of over 100 soldiers, a barrage of arrows would rain down upon them. Over time, Tuyahan soldiers came to realize that their best chance of survival lay in fleeing. For assembling into a formation would only attract the attention of the Tang forces, a disastrous fate, as they would spare no gathered soldiers from their onslaught. The ground lay strewn with the bodies of those who had attempted to unite. Li Xiang and his men were executing their mission with fervor, surpassing even their own expectations of victory. The battlefield was littered with corpses, and many Tuyahan soldiers, devoid of spirit, knelt in despair, praying for mercy from the Tang army. They lacked even the strength to flee. After 4 relentless charges, Li Xiang finally paused, his cavalry having rendered the Tuyahan forces incapable of mounting any counteroffensive. Aside from those kneeling in surrender, most were simply awaiting their grim fate. After a brief respite, they began to assess the battlefield and capture any survivors. Li Xiang's throat was hoarse from issuing commands at the top of his lungs during the fray. "Your Highness, the royal uncle Yudan has fled," came the report. During the initial assault, Huo Qubing had aimed to capture the leader first. Regardless of Yudan's location, he had pressed forward with his men, only to find that Yudan had already made his escape. Despite the conspicuous yellow chariot in their midst, it was utterly devoid of occupants. "Smart fellow," Li Xiang mused. "Though his retreat is of little consequence now, he has led his elite forces into battle, and after this defeat, his remaining troops will likely number no more than 10,000. Given such a catastrophic loss, it is improbable that the Tuyahan Khan will show him any mercy, as his forces have been severely diminished." "The prince speaks wisely," another chimed in. "That man was merely a deputy under Yudan. I personally lashed him twice, and he divulged everything he dared to reveal. The Tuyahan Khan has barred Yudan from leading his troops into battle. Upon discovering our presence, he will likely summon the surrounding forces. I estimate that warriors from 15 tribes are now converging upon this location." Li Guang rode in, pulling along a man who was a deputy general under Yudan. In a desperate bid to preserve his life, he divulged everything he knew. According to his account, Yudan had mustered nearly 40,000 troops. Aside from 6,000 cavalry from the main unit, the rest had not managed to escape, primarily because his forces were positioned at the core. At the onset of the artillery bombardment, his men were still able to remain cohesive, while the other troops had already descended into chaos. "How many individuals remain in your tribe?" Li Xiang inquired, surveying the multitude of captives surrounding him, suspecting that the Rongong tribe must be dwindling in numbers. In response to the prince's question, "Our tribe still boasts nearly 40,000. Though 30,000 of them are women, the elderly, and children, possessing little combat capability. However, the inhabitants of the 15 nearby tribes have likely congregated within our territory, totaling nearly 30,000 able-bodied soldiers." The man spoke candidly. He was a straightforward fellow from the grassland, and betrayal of his tribe seemed implausible. Yet, the staggering loss of life today had instilled in him a sense of futility against the might of the Tang army. Even if he continued to resist with his men, the outcome appeared grim. In essence, his faith had crumbled, particularly when the Tang forces charged forth. They had never witnessed such ferocious cavalry. Although some warriors from their tribe had charged with their blades, as echoed by the fleeing soldiers, their weaponry was entirely inferior to that wielded by the Tang soldiers. Regardless of their strength, they could not withstand the steel swords of the Tang army, which could easily sever their weapons with a single blow. How could they hope to resist such a formidable force? Consequently, under these dire circumstances, even the most valiant of the Tuyahan warriors began to harbor doubts. Was it truly as the Tang army proclaimed, that they were the Celestial Empire's people, while they were mere southwestern savages? If they were to confront the denizens of the Celestial Empire, the only inevitable conclusion would be death, a fate seemingly preordained by the heavens. During this era, superstition was rife among the populace. Before the Tang army even reached the grasslands, such doctrines had begun to circulate. Coupled with the continuous victories of the Tang, Disbelief became untenable, contributing to the multitude of captives that day. Li Xiang contemplated the situation. The enemy had once again amassed 3,000 cavalry. Engaging in battle was feasible. Yet the presence of over 20,000 captives posed a moral conundrum. Killing them would be too heinous an act. Previously, a mere 1,000 or 2,000 captives felt insignificant. But now they stood before him as a substantial force. Taking these captives into battle was impractical, so Li Xiang resolved to return to Liangzhou city. To fight with them in tow would necessitate dividing his forces to guard them, an undeniably poor strategy. Dispatch men to organize our troops. Secure these captives. Bind them in groups of 10. Should anyone dare to flee, execute 10 of their compatriots as punishment. After a brief contemplation, Li Xiang swiftly identified the most advantageous course of action for himself, to return to Liangzhou city with these individuals at the utmost speed. Are we no longer engaging the Rongong tribe? The countenance of Huo Qubing bore the weight of disappointment. He had been sharpening his blade for quite some time, poised to strike at these captives. If he were to eliminate them all, they could resume their battle. Chapter 160. Harvesting the prairie. Do not rush into slaughter, my friend. Do not overlook the gravity of our present circumstances. Should we annihilate these 30,000 souls, the enmity birthed from such an act would linger upon the prairie indefinitely. Regardless of our endeavors thereafter, our actions would forever be marred by this bloodshed. While taking lives may be feasible, fostering enmity is not a prudent course of action. Li Guang, possessing the wisdom born of age, comprehended the thoughts swirling in Li Xiang's mind. The previous killings, executed in batches of hundreds, could be easily forgotten within a few days. However, to eradicate 30,000 individuals would etch this deed into the annals of the prairie, ensuring that the resentment against the Tang dynasty would echo through time. Consequently, any future endeavors on the prairie would be met with hostility, rendering our efforts futile. Moreover, our brothers have been engaged in combat for over a month. It is high time for them to return and recuperate. Even the most resilient among us cannot sustain this relentless pace of slaughter indefinitely. During our assaults on various tribes, Li Xiang had merely collected valuable items. One tribe possessed but a single cart. Yet, after a month of conflict, our spoils have accumulated significantly. If we do not expedite their return, a single misstep could result in our losses being handed over to the enemy. Thus, from every conceivable perspective, it is imperative for Li Xiang to retreat. Prolonging our stay in battle would only heighten the soldiers' anxieties, potentially culminating in a disastrous defeat, an outcome that would be wholly unfavorable. I pondered whether we might falter, but perhaps the enemy is equally weary. If we can merely endure, greater victories await us. Indeed, Huo Qubing, true to his historical reputation, has drained his soldiers of their last reserves of strength. This commander, who once pursued the Xiongnu for over 2,000 miles, is a formidable figure. However, we have yet to reach that critical juncture. There is no need to gamble the lives of our brethren. Heed my counsel, inspect these captives. If any are unable to traverse the distance, let them remain here, but do not permit them to rejoin the fight. Li Xiang rose to survey the throng of captives, many of whom would become slaves upon our return. Yet, some bore injuries that would preclude them from enduring the arduous journey ahead. Li Xiang also dispatched 1,500 cavalry to establish a defensive line towards the Rongong tribe. Should the Rongong tribesmen emerge, this precaution would afford us valuable time to prepare. According to the previous report, warriors from 15 surrounding tribes have converged. We must remain vigilant in our approach. As dawn broke the following day, the majority had completed their selections. After a night of meticulous preparation, Li Xiang set forth with 24,000 captives, leaving behind those who could only await their grim fate. They bore not only the scars of severed ears but also the debilitating injuries that rendered them incapable of standing tall again. In this modern era, such an action is indeed a manifestation of great mercy. Had it been another general, it is likely that your lives would have been forfeit. While you are fortunate to still draw breath, the prospect of continuing to fight in the future appears bleak. The distance to Liangzhou city measures approximately 700 miles, posing a significant challenge for the remaining individuals. Li Xiang has gathered all the war horses, resolutely forbidding the captives from riding. Whether you can reach Liangzhou city hinges upon your own fortitude. Li Xiang stationed 1,500 cavalrymen 20 miles behind the retreating column to serve as a rear guard. Should any captives lag behind, these horsemen would claim your lives. Thus, it is imperative for you to run for your lives. Any delay would mean an audience with the King of Hell. According to Li Xiang's orders, a minimum advance of 50 miles each day is mandated, with the journey to Liangzhou city estimated to take half a month. However, this route is fraught with peril, as Li Xiang's movements have been revealed, and one can only hope that no military forces will obstruct their path on the return journey. On the fourth day of their march, the troop encountered a sizable tribe, which Li Xiang commanded to be thoroughly plundered, taking along the 2,500 inhabitants. As we make our way back to Liangzhou city, all encountered tribes, regardless of size or the ages of their members, must be brought along. Those who cannot be transported will face execution at the hands of Li Xiang's men. Traversing the grasslands complicates the situation as we strive to maintain our vigorous momentum. Carrying captives would undoubtedly slow our pace. And should we fall into the encirclement of the Tuyuhan army, it would spell disaster for us. Our initial course was a straight line north, collecting everything we could along the way. This was our method of reaping the spoils of war. On the 8th day, we encountered our first intercepting force, comprising approximately 12,000 Tuyuhan cavalrymen. Regrettably, this group was a disorganized rabble rather than an elite contingent from a major tribe. After 2 rounds of cannon fire from Li Xiang's forces, the cavalry quickly disbanded. The skirmish inflicted minimal damage, claiming only a few captives. Yet it yielded nearly 3,000 horses, a significant windfall. Throughout the journey, we gathered a considerable number of cattle and sheep, but in terms of value, horses are the most prized. Each batch transported to Chang'an could fetch at least 3,000 guan. As our numbers swell, the daily advance of 50 miles becomes increasingly ambitious. Nevertheless, Li Xiang urged his soldiers to persevere, with whips cracking from dawn till dusk. Those captives reluctant to walk were met with swift punishment. The elderly, infirm, and weak faced the greatest difficulties, and ultimately, Li Xiang consented to allow them to ride in carts. Forcing these individuals to walk would likely delay our arrival at Liangzhou City by a month. Yet, Li Xiang could not leave them behind. Their return would devastate the productivity of the grasslands. A vast expanse devoid of human presence would herald the imminent demise of their nation. In the city of Liangzhou, Ma Chao, leading the vanguard, finally caught sight of the distant city walls, where the prominent Tang character flag fluttered in the breeze. We have returned. The soldiers under his command were filled with exhilaration. In stark contrast, the nearly 40,000 captives surrounding them wore expressions of despair. Upon reaching Liangzhou, their fates were irrevocably entwined with that of slavery for the remainder of their lives. Chapter 161, The Meritorious Minister Upon the Walls of Liangzhou City. The onlookers were struck with disbelief at the unfolding scene. Had it not been for the advance notice sent by Li Xiang's emissaries, they would have surely assumed that the forces of Tuyuhan had commenced a ferocious assault on the city. Gazing into the distance from the ramparts, one could see a vast throng of dark figures. Aside from a smattering of Tang cavalry, the remainder were unmistakably clad in the attire of the Tuyuhan plains. I had anticipated a fierce contest between us, and for the past few days, I had harbored a quiet sense of triumph. However, witnessing this spectacle, it became evident that we were leagues apart from this young man. Cheng Chumo, feeling somewhat envious, remarked that since departing from Chang'an, he had believed himself more capable on the battlefield than Li Xiang. Yet, upon observing the current scene, he realized that none of the younger martial generals of the Tang dynasty could rival this individual, whose accomplishments were undeniably substantial. Who could argue otherwise? It is often said that a tiger begets no dog. How could a prince, described as timid, beget such a son? Qin Huayu, too, was deeply vexed. He had captured over 5,000 prisoners, while Cheng Chumo had brought back more than 4,000, achievements that would surely be noted in the annals of Tang history. Initially, they had reveled in their successes, but this display left them with a profound sense of inadequacy. Both men shared this sentiment, not to mention Li Ji, who stood nearby. His fists clenched, lost in thought. Although victory belonged to his nephew, it seemed he felt no joy for him at that moment. Given the young man's methods, it was likely that the death toll was far greater. Had the retreat not occurred, capturing such a multitude of prisoners would have been implausible. General Qin Xiong sighed, recognizing that while the outcome of the battle remained undetermined, the scene before them was nothing short of staggering. It was certain that the higher echelons of Tuyuhan had received word of their significant losses this time. It seems I haven't lost many of my own soldiers, he mused. When I lent them to him, I harbored some trepidation, but it appears he has reciprocated fairly. Cheng Yojin chuckled, having kept a vigilant eye on his subordinates, fearful that Li Xiang might consider them expendable. After all, there exists a hierarchy even in the chaos of war. If Li Xiang would not sacrifice his own men, it was plausible that he might regard Cheng's soldiers as mere fodder. Do not concern yourself with your men, General Qin Xiong interjected. Those who have fought alongside him on the steppe are likely to be akin to Liu Bei's borrowed troops, taken with no intention of return. At this remark, Cheng Yaojin felt a chill run through him. Indeed, such a scenario was entirely plausible. If Li Xiang employed our 3,000 elite troops with ease, would there be any hope of their return? Yet, recalling that Li Xiang was a man of principle, he reasoned that even if he were to retain these 3,000 elites, there would surely be a rationale behind it. Ultimately, the terms of any negotiation would rest in our hands. Li Xiang's reputation was that of valuing people over wealth. Open the city gates. I shall personally lead the sortie. Upon observing that the vanguard was less than 3 miles from Liangzhou City, General Qin Xiong issued a direct command. The other generals nearby felt somewhat envious, as they had returned with only a few subordinate officers, and their merits paled in comparison to those of Li Xiong. As for Li Ji, he had already retreated to his own camp, not wishing to witness Li Xiong basking in glory. Li Xiong, upon spotting figures emerging from the city, recognized that the foremost among them were Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin. He promptly spurred his horse forward to greet them, for they were his superiors. What have you decided? As Li Xiong advanced, he caught sight of Lu Guihu, a commander under Qing Yaojin, who had fought valiantly alongside him. However, upon returning to the city, he would undoubtedly have to report back to Qing Yaojin's tent. Your Highness, I wish to follow you. It is exhilarating to battle alongside you. But General Qing is my old commander, and I find it difficult to voice my intentions, Lu Guihu expressed with concern. He was a man of great integrity. Had he been less scrupulous, he might have swiftly aligned himself with Li Xiong, eager to seize the opportunity to associate with the imperial heir. Yet, he hesitated, unsure of his choice. Put your mind at ease. I shall handle the negotiations, Li Xiong reassured him. In the future, you and your thousands of men will follow me. Whatever conditions General Qing presents, I shall accept. However, do clarify with your comrades. Should anyone wish to continue serving General Qing, I shall not compel them to stay. Li Xiong adopted a policy of freedom, allowing his men to come and go as they pleased. After all, these individuals were valuable assets to Qing Yaojin, and he would not force anyone who was unwilling to join him. The performance on the battlefield reflected their training. While they were somewhat inferior compared to the soldiers exchanged through the system, their level of training in this era indicated Qing Yaojin's dedication. Li Xiong contemplated how he might successfully negotiate with Qing Yaojin. As he pondered this, he soon found himself in close proximity to the two great generals. Approximately a bowshot away. Dismounting swiftly, he approached them with purpose. The two generals nodded in acknowledgement. This young man displayed a commendable humility. Despite his significant victory and status as the imperial heir, he adhered to the decorum expected of him, which endeared him to many. I am overwhelmed. How could I ever deserve the honor of your personal visit, esteemed generals? Li Xiong proclaimed, though he stood tall, a swell of pride within him. Our Tang dynasty has been engaged in battle against Tuyuan for over a month, and it is only now that we harvest the fruits of our labor. With the capture of these tens of thousands, the entirety of Tuyuan is restless. How could we not emerge from the city to welcome our greatest contributor? General Qin Xiong was equally elated. In the past, he often spoke with half-hearted words, but today his joy was genuine. After all, it had taken less than 2 months to achieve such a remarkable victory, and for the first time, they had penetrated the vast grasslands of Tuyuan, discovering the winning strategy to confront them. In the ensuing period, they had seized the initiative in the entire conflict, leaving no doubt that Tuyuan would ultimately surrender. I did not come to welcome the heroes. Rather, I came to check on my subordinates. You better not exhaust all my men. They are the fruits of my labor, Qing Yaojin said, sporting a miserly expression that amused everyone. Yet, he was sincerely pleased with Li Xiong's triumph. Chapter 162. Urgent news of 600 miles arrives in the capital. The two esteemed generals briefly assessed the scale of the captives. Yet what astonished them most was not merely that these individuals had been captured, but rather the revelation that Li Xiong had once defeated a battalion of the royal cavalry. Did the generals doubt this claim? Observing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Li Xiong understood their skepticism. It was not that we disbelieved you. The royal cavalry of Tuyuan is renowned across the realm, not only on their own steppes, but also holds significant prestige within the borders of our Tang dynasty. Previously, we had engaged them in battle and suffered numerous defeats. What proof do you possess, young man? Qing Yaojin, ever the quick-tongued, spoke before General Qin Xiong could thoughtfully navigate the conversation without bruising Li Xiong's pride. Aside from severing some ears, I have obtained nothing else. Did you not assert that an ear could suffice as a testament to military merit? Li Xiong felt a sense of foreboding. Although he had annihilated an elite force, he had no tangible evidence to present. He had left the bodies on the grassland without securing any tokens of victory. Would his achievements go unrecognized? The two generals found themselves at a loss for words. Clearly, it was a commendable feat, yet without any proof in hand, they could not readily confer accolades, especially since these captured individuals were the finest warriors of Tuyuan. Mere words would not suffice to convince anyone, not even if you were the crown prince. In the military, belief is anchored in evidence. Your Highness, we may indeed have proof. After the battle, many of our soldiers were taken with the fine blades wielded by the enemy. Some of your men may have overlooked their weapons, but I have several of my own soldiers who collected them. I shall retrieve them now. Lu Guihu suddenly recalled that after the clash, they had thoroughly searched the belongings of the fallen. While the other items were rather mundane and could not substantiate their identity as royal cavalry, the weapons certainly could, as they bore unique insignias. Quickly, Go and bring them. General Qin Xiong felt a surge of excitement. This was the most elite force of Tuyuhan. Even if they had merely vanquished 2,000 troops, it would mark the first such triumph in the annals of Tang history. If negotiations were to occur, showcasing these artifacts would surely challenge the boastful claims of Prime Minister Midu, who proclaimed Tuyuhan as invincible. Are they still invincible now? Your men truly lack foresight. Anything used by the royal cavalry is of exceptional quality. How could you not have retrieved these items? Sheng Chimo remarked in frustration, contemplating that if his own forces had encountered such an army, they would have undoubtedly stripped them bare. Yet, if his men had faced them, it would have been a fierce battle. Survival would have been a concern, let alone bringing back all the enemy's weapons. As a few individuals engaged in conversation, Lu Guihu approached from behind, pulling along a four-wheeled cart laden with items confiscated on that fateful day. Many of these items bore the insignia of the Tuyuhan royal court, sufficient to attest that these individuals were the elite of Tuyuhan. General, behold these weapons belonging to them, along with a portion of their armor that we have reclaimed. Although we could not retrieve everything, we have over 200 blades here, which should suffice to validate our claims, Lu Guihu stated, somewhat anxiously. The recognition for this achievement would largely rest upon Li Xiang, whose status as the imperial grandson would guarantee him accolades upon returning to the capital, regardless of the specifics of this accomplishment. However, for the ranks beneath them, the stakes were different. Many were of an age to retire, and this success would enable several to remain in service, thus determining their fates. Therefore, during the collection of items, regardless of their value, nearly everything seized from those individuals that day was dutifully submitted. Indeed, these are the weapons employed by those individuals. It is said that the Tuyuhan Khan spared no expense in gathering a cadre of blacksmiths to forge an arsenal for his cavalry. Who would have thought they would fall to your hands? The Tuyuhan cavalry, once idolized, has now suffered the loss of 2,000 man units today. Let us see how they boast henceforth, General Qin Xiong remarked with a sense of reflection. Frankly speaking, even if he had personally led a charge against these foes, he doubted the outcome would have been so decisive. His own troops could have easily found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. He proceeded to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Li Xiang's actions. Li Xiang attributed the triumph to the knight's tactics, along with the advantageous ambush, and the bravery of his comrades, which ultimately led to their success. As for the crossbows and similar devices, he had no intention of revealing them just yet. Their conversation eventually turned to the Tuyuhan princess, whose capture was unexpected. The two veteran generals were elated. They had already seized the initiative. And now with so many important figures in custody, along with a significant defeat inflicted upon the Rongong tribe, Tuyuhan was likely lamenting their misfortunes. This is not a place for idle chatter. Tonight, we shall host a banquet to honor Li Xiang and his valiant soldiers, General Qin Xiong exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Over the past month, Prime Minister Midu had led tens of thousands of troops in a vigorous offensive against the cities of Yanbian, resulting in considerable losses on their side. However, thanks to Li Xiang's resounding victory, they had withstood the pressure and dealt even greater damage to the enemy. In the coming days, it was hoped that the Tuyuhan royal court would arrive at a judicious decision. The entire populace of Liangzhou was utterly elated. Although they resided on the fringes of the Tang Empire, they had never witnessed such a monumental victory. The mere sight of the captives outside the city was something many had never encountered in their lifetimes. Numerous individuals made a special trip to the outskirts to behold this astonishing sight. Tens of thousands of captives, a notion previously deemed unfathomable. It was rumored that the Grand Princess of Tuyuhan had been captured as well, marking an unprecedented achievement in history. Meanwhile, General Qin Xiong issued a command for an urgent dispatch, ordering the news to be sent to the capital at a rapid pace of 600 li. It was high time for the people in the capital to share in this jubilation, lest they continue to lament the nearly 2 million guan spent over the month without tangible results. Now, they could clearly see that our efforts here were not in vain. How could one possibly explain the presence of these tens of thousands of captives? Chapter 163, The Art of Politics in the Court of the Tuyuhan, the Great Khan, Bagunaluo, gazed furiously at his uncle, unable to fathom how a defeat of such magnitude could transpire, resulting in the loss of tens of thousands of cavalry valiant sons of Tuyuhan. In just a few days, the Great Khan had been inundated with reports from across the nation. Although Li Xiang had inflicted considerable losses upon him, even claiming many of his elite guards, it was the catastrophic defeat of the Rongong tribe that truly alerted him to the looming crisis. Did I not instruct you on that fateful day to tighten your defenses upon spotting them, and to await the gathering of forces from the surrounding tribes? Why did you disregard my command and insist on launching an attack? Look at the outcome now. How will you explain this to me? And to the subjects of the realm? Bagunaluo seethed, fully aware of the Rongong tribe's crucial position within Tuyuhan's territory, second only to the Royal and Mido tribes. If a grand army were to be summoned, the Rongong tribe could have contributed at least 20,000 troops. Now, however, They were left with nothing but the frail and infirm, their ability to defend their territory in doubt. "Please, Great Khan, spare me," pleaded his uncle, Yudan. Now gripped by fear. Previously fearless, he had always believed such matters were distant. Yet, having decimated his own tribe's elite forces, he now sensed the murderous intent in his nephew's eyes. Was it possible that this young man intended to eliminate him? Indeed, the Great Khan harbored such thoughts. His uncle had long expressed dissatisfaction with him, often insinuating that the position of Khan was not rightfully his. Seizing this opportunity to diminish his uncle's power seemed plausible. However, upon glancing at the Medo Prime Minister beside him, he swiftly dismissed the idea. Historically, the three major tribes maintained a delicate equilibrium. And with the Medo tribe's rapid development in recent years, the absence of the Rongong tribe would render the royal tribe incapable of curbing Medo's influence. Had it not been for the late emperor's legacy, I would have taken your life by now. Return to your tribe at once and guard your territory. You shall not set foot outside without my command. After a long pause of 5 minutes, Bagunaluot finally uttered these words. Yudan, relieved, thought that as long as he could preserve his position, he would endure any scorn. After all, this debacle was his own doing. Upon hearing this, the Medo Prime Minister's expression remained neutral, yet he felt a twinge of discomfort. How could such a grave error on the part of the Khan's uncle be dismissed with mere reprimand? How would he command respect in the future? Great Khan, this situation may prove untenable. The reason Tuyuhun has endured for a century lies in its clear delineation of rewards and punishments. Your uncle has squandered tens of thousands of troops without any gain. If this matter is allowed to pass without consequence, it may lead to discontent among the subjects. Narut was aware that Prime Minister Mida had something to convey, yet he did not anticipate its prompt revelation. With the Tang army's resounding victory, our primary focus should have been on strategizing our response, rather than dwelling on the faults of the emperor's uncle. Regrettably, Prime Minister Midu articulated his thoughts openly. In the presence of the Tuyuhun lords, should the Khan refrain from expressing his stance, the assembled individuals would undoubtedly feel disheartened. If we are to be punished for our mistakes, must not your uncle also bear the consequences for his egregious error? O Khan, please do not be swayed by this rogue's words. The balance of power among the three great tribes was established by your grandfather. Without the Rongong tribe, this individual would seek to rival the Wangning tribe. He does not share our interests. Although Yudan may falter in warfare, he excels in political maneuvering, deftly striking at Narut's most sensitive nerve. Regardless of the rivalry between the uncle and nephew, they are still of the same blood. The throne shall not pass to another. However, if Prime Minister Mida becomes involved, the potential for significant power shifts looms ominously. Yudan, you have committed a grave error. Is it not just to punish you according to Tuyuhun customs? As the Prime Minister of Tuyuhun, I am obliged to uphold our laws. Since you failed to heed the Khan's orders, you must bear the weight of this catastrophic defeat, rather than indiscriminately lash out like a rabid dog. The image of Prime Minister Midu was one of righteous indignation, and in the eyes of all present, his assertions were deemed correct. If rewards and punishments are dictated solely by the Khan's whims, who will strive to fight valiantly in the future? Narut's mind raced through the implications of Prime Minister Midu's public accusation. He was compelled to provide an explanation to the gathered assembly. Although he yearned to maintain Yudan's position as the tribal leader, it appeared increasingly untenable. Sanjier, Narut spoke, and the atmosphere within the tent shifted to silence. This individual was the current prince of Tuyuhun, Narut's youngest son. Following the mishap involving Zatelka, he had ascended to the status of Tuyuhun's prince. I am here, father. This young man felt a surge of anticipation, uncertain of his father's intentions, but sensing that he might soon be tasked with overseeing his uncle's tribe. Despite the significant losses incurred during the war, it remained a major tribe within Tuyuhun. Although he was a prince, his command of troops was limited, and his strength was lacking. Like his elder brother Zatelka, having been a prince for over a decade had proven inconsequential, as a mere word from their father had stripped him of that title. In the realm of Tuyuhun, one must possess military strength to thrive. Without it, one is perpetually vulnerable. From this moment forth, the Rongong tribe shall be entrusted to your stewardship, along with an additional 5,000 elite soldiers. Yudan will remain at the royal court to recuperate. When the great Khan of Tuyuhun uttered these words, the attendees internally applauded the astuteness of this move, as it not only punished the disobedient uncle, but also provided clarity and reassurance to all present. The foremost concern lies in the preservation of the royal family's power. You urged me to punish Yudan, and I have stripped him of all his official positions. However, the governance of the Rongong tribe remains a matter of my decree. Even Prime Minister Mida did not anticipate this outcome. Had he foreseen it, he would have allowed Yudan to continue in his stewardship. This truly is akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot, thereby inadvertently fortifying the Khan's grip on authority. Chapter 164. the helplessness of a weak nation. Although Yudan felt a sense of indignation within, he found himself in a situation devoid of opposition, forcing him to swallow his pride for the moment. Nonetheless, he held firm in his conviction regarding the takeover of the Rongong tribe. After all, he had spent decades among them. Despite no longer being the chieftain, his sons and grandsons had matured into adulthood. A mere young prince would find it a daunting task to usurp the Rongong tribe. Let him await his downfall. The purpose of gathering everyone today extended beyond punishing Yudan. There was a matter of paramount importance to address. Our military actions against the Tang forces have met with failure, and it is imperative that we openly discuss our next course of action. After resolving this matter, Nullit spoke with a sense of futility. In former times, he believed in their capability to contend with the Tang army. Yet, following the calamities wrought by these individuals, the grasslands had suffered a loss of over 100,000 warriors, many of whom were valiant fighters. This was undeniably a grievous blow to the Tuyuhan, particularly the losses incurred by the Yudan tribe, which would likely take years to recover from. He also harbored a piece of information that he chose to keep under wraps. The 2,000-strong contingents of the Wangting tribe had vanished, presumably annihilated by the Tang forces. Nullit could not disclose this. He merely claimed they were on special missions. Were the assembly to become aware, their morale would undoubtedly plummet. And then there was the matter of the Grand Princess. The very thought caused Nullit's head to throb. Had he made different choices earlier? Perhaps they would not be entangled in such troubles now. Alas, regret is not a commodity available in this world. When he severed ties with the Tang, he should have anticipated this outcome. Chancellor, what is your perspective? 5 minutes elapsed with no voice raised in the tent, compelling Nullit to call upon someone directly. Chancellor Midu, besides his formidable strength, had always been the intellectual backbone of the Tuyuhan. In response to the Khan's words, I believe we should pursue negotiations, Midu stated earnestly. I have previously articulated that we are not the Tang's equals. Our past victories stemmed from the Tang not viewing us as a primary adversary. Should they regard us as such now, we possess no means of achieving success. Chancellor Midu spoke candidly, reiterating his earlier stance. Unfortunately, their leaders had been intoxicated by past triumphs, mistakenly believing this time would mirror previous encounters. When they launched their assault on Tang's border cities, they anticipated that the Tang commanders would buckle under pressure and withdraw, allowing them to claim victory once more. Regrettably, this time unfolded differently. The Tang commanders not only held their ground, but also sent forces deep into the grasslands, inflicting significant losses. If negotiations were to commence now, their demands would likely be even more exorbitant. They had already presented unacceptable conditions previously. Would they concede this time? The young Prince Sangjir expressed his concerns, acknowledging that despite his opposition to Midu, both shared a united front against the Tang. Your Highness, you surely understand that if victory is within your grasp, would you then take a step back? After Minister Midu's words were uttered, a myriad of discussions erupted among those present. They were all acutely aware that none of the demands previously put forth by the Tang army were acceptable to them. Yet, if the Tang army remains steadfast, how can we engage in negotiations? Why should we even consider negotiating with them? Sangjir expressed his confusion, stating that since we cannot acquiesce to the Tang's terms, we ought to continue fighting. Although the struggle may be arduous, it is far preferable to capitulating to those humiliating conditions. Your Highness, it would be prudent to examine the military reports from recent times. Over the past month, our losses in the Tuyuhan have reached a staggering 150,000, among which over 100,000 are young men. On our Tuyuhan steppes, this accounts for nearly 1/10 of our population. This is merely the toll from 1 month. If we persist in this manner, Tuyuhan cannot sustain such losses. The devastating defeat of the Rongong tribe has already undermined the very foundation of our realm. Midu's words made Sangjir's face flush. After all, he had only recently ascended to the position of crown prince and had not yet perused many military reports. His grasp of the overall situation was not particularly profound. However, the urgency of the matter left little room for concern regarding the crown prince's inexperience. The figures were alarming, a loss of 1/10 of our able-bodied youth in merely a month. If this continues, Tuyuhan faces not just national ruin, but the potential extinction of our people. Midu's implication was crystal clear. If we do not seek peace now, the Tang army will continue its advance. While it is possible we could annihilate a portion of their forces, one must ponder, would this truly inflict significant damage upon the Tang? They can readily assemble another army at any moment. Yet for us in Tuyuhan, can the lives lost be restored? What if we were to withdraw 300 miles into our own territory? The Great Khan, reluctant to concede, replied, such an action would only play into their hands. If we were to retreat in this manner, I assure you, they would advance their walls of Liangzhou city by 300 miles, thereby diminishing our living space even further. Minister Midu expressed his anguish. A small nation confronting a great power, regardless of the cunning strategies at one's disposal. Can only employ them when the great power is unaware of your presence, when a great power concentrates its full might upon you. Such schemes are rendered futile in the face of overwhelming strength. Great Khan, do you not yet perceive the determination of the Tang army? A month prior, we successfully breached 2 of their county cities. However, upon entering, we found no civilians apart from the station soldiers. Their capability to evacuate the entire populace from both cities signifies their determination to resist us to the bitter end. What benefit do we derive from occupying these empty cities? Ultimately, we would be compelled to withdraw. Burning the entire city would prove futile. The vastness of the Tang Empire affords them ample space for retreat, whereas we possess none. The realm of Tiyuhan spans merely 1,000 miles from south to north. If we delay our negotiations, by the time they arrive here, we may find ourselves bereft of any opportunity to converse. The Prime Minister of Middenelt, imploring that this represents our final chance to preserve Tiyuhan. Chapter 165. The restlessness of Tubo. Many around felt that Minister Midu's outlook was excessively pessimistic, a sentiment stemming from their inability to analyze the situation from a broader perspective. The intelligence that Minister Midu possessed was beyond their reach. Aside from the forces stationed in Liangzhou City, reliable reports indicated that the Tang dynasty had dispatched an additional 20,000 soldiers for support. In contrast, the Tuyuhan side had suffered significant losses, with numerous tribes having been annihilated, including the Rongong tribe. Even if the Khan wished to assemble a grand army, he would likely struggle to muster many troops now. Our only recourse, aside from humbling ourselves to seek peace, is bleak, unless the Khan disregards the plight of the Tuyuhan populace and gathers his forces at all costs. He would be gambling with the fate of the nation. A loss would spell the end for Tiyuhan. While others vehemently countered Minister Mida's assertions, Narut remained silent, contemplating the current predicament. Should the conflict persist, he truly would find himself devoid of soldiers to deploy. In previous wars, he had mobilized the Rongong and Mida tribes equally. However, if he were to summon only the Midu forces now, it was unlikely they would respond, effectively turning them into cannon fodder. Should matters reach that dire stage, he would have no choice but to call upon the soldiers of the Wangting tribe, his last reserves of strength. After a day filled with deliberation, no resolution emerged. That evening, Narut hosted a banquet in honor of Minister Midu. As the wine flowed and dishes were savored, Minister Midu sensed that the Khan had something significant to convey. What do you think they will demand? He inquired. With the tent cleared of all but 2 personal attendants, Narut felt no need for restraint. In response to the Khan's directives, it is certain that our people will be prohibited from grazing within a 200-mile radius of Liangzhou City. They also intend to construct a new city to the southwest and require us to open trade routes. Furthermore, we must make a pilgrimage to Chang'an to offer our apologies. Although the Khan himself may not need to go, the Crown Prince. Minister Mida's estimations were largely accurate. Having dealt with the Tang forces, he was well aware of their demands. While these conditions posed a dire threat to Tuyuhan, acquiescing to them would at least ensure their survival. Refusal would lead to inevitable displacement, for the Tang was resolute in its intentions this time. All demands could be conceded, save for the construction of the new city, which would have a profoundly detrimental impact on Tuyuhan. This new city would serve as a hub, enabling them to spread their influence outward, posing a grave threat to our dominion, like a dagger thrust into the heart of Tuyuhan. Narut, being a shrewd ruler, was reluctant to accept the other terms, yet recognized their necessity for the preservation of Tuyuhan. However, the stipulation regarding the new city was one he found utterly unacceptable. The Great Khan. A saying among the Han people goes, one is the knife and the other is the fish meat. Such is the scene we find ourselves in now. The knife is no longer in our hands. If we persist in our resistance, the conditions we will face in the future will be even more severe. I have made an estimation. Should we engage in a decisive battle now, our forces would need to muster nearly 200,000 cavalry. Even if we were victorious, we would suffer the loss of almost 200,000 young lives. What value does such a victory hold? Chancellor Mida spoke with heartfelt gravity, noting that the youth of the Tuyuhan nation number only around 1 million. Should we lose 20,000 men, the hope for this nation would vanish entirely. Furthermore, to the south, the Tibetans would take advantage of our plight. According to reports I have received, Tibetan reconnaissance cavalry have already appeared near the southern border. As Chancellor Midu spoke, he produced a confidential report from his hands, for the Midu tribe resided in the south, and thus had a clearer understanding of the situation there. Damn those Tibetans, Narut muttered through clenched teeth. This was precisely the scenario he dreaded. Tuyuhan had always existed in a precarious position, sandwiched between the formidable Tang to the north and the Tibetans to the south, both of which possessed far superior national strength. Although Tuyuhan had consistently provoked these 2 great powers, both had their reasons to maintain Tuyuhan as a natural buffer. Hence, life had been bearable. However, If a great power were resolutely intent on annihilating us, Tuyuhun would indeed be incapable of withstanding such a force, as is evident in our current predicament. With each day we hold out, Tuyuhun faces significant losses. I understand. You shall be in charge of the negotiations, striving to secure space for Tuyuhun's survival. Additionally, you must retrieve both of them. Upon uttering this, Nurit noticed Chancellor Midu's astonishment. Retrieving one person was understandable. He knew that referred to the former Crown Prince Satelka, but now he was tasked with retrieving two. Could it be that the rumors were true? In recent days, whispers had circulated throughout Tuyuhun that the Grand Princess had been captured by the Tang army. Great Khan, could it be the Grand Princess? Chancellor Midu questioned, unable to believe his ears. While others may not comprehend the significance of the Great Khan's children to him, Midu, having served alongside him throughout their lives, understood the importance of his only son and daughter, children born of his first wife and his most cherished offspring. They must have already fallen into the hands of the Tang army. Moreover, the 2 battalions that were searching for them have been completely annihilated. My men have discovered their remains and buried them, the Great Khan declared, draining his cup of fine wine imported from Chang'an, the fiery spirit awakening him considerably. Then we must make even greater concessions, Chancellor Midu replied, raising his cup in solidarity, though his words left an uncomfortable weight in the air. The Great Khan understood that. Given the current situation, this was no longer a matter that could be remedied through negotiation. The Tang army had achieved significant victories, and it was impossible to expect them to settle for peace now. Inform those within the realm of the Tang dynasty that they must, at all costs, instigate some form of action. The Khitan Khan, in a moment of desperation, declared that over the years, they had dispatched numerous spies into the Tang territory. After nurturing their forces for 1,000 days, it was time to employ them. If they were not utilized now, what purpose did their upkeep serve? The Minister of Military Affairs, Mi Du, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that in this critical moment, any means necessary must be employed to safeguard the integrity of the Khitan. Chapter 166, to strike or to compromise at the Qingjin Hall of Chang'an City. Laughter resonated through the court as Emperor Li Chengqian heard the news of victory during the morning assembly. Since the commencement of the war against the Tuyuhun, he had been brooding, but now, at long last, he could breathe a sigh of relief, and smiles adorned the faces of all the officials present. Congratulations to your majesty. Joyous tidings from the southwestern border. Our forces have decisively defeated the Tuyuhun Rongong tribe, annihilating over 40,000 enemy troops, indeed, a fortuitous event for our Great Tang dynasty. Minister of War Li Jing had received the urgent report from the frontier early on and sent it to Li Chengqian. However, as there were still many officials unaware of this development, he deemed it necessary to present it during the morning assembly. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, a wave of relief washed over all present. This war had been waged in haste, unlike the protracted preparations for the previous campaign against the Turks, which had seen the Tang dynasty meticulously ready itself for many years. In contrast, this time the mobilization had been rushed, and resources, both financial and moral, were likely not even a tenth of what had been amassed previously. All ministers, please rise. This victory is the result of our collective dedication, and the valiant soldiers at the front have fought with unwavering resolve to secure today's triumph. Let it be known that I shall reward all officers and soldiers on the front lines with a promotion of 1 rank. Li Chengqian's countenance was filled with delight, and those gathered felt fortunate, particularly the soldiers engaged in battle, who were acutely aware of the risks involved. They had not anticipated a promotion for all. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Though the officials in the court did not receive titles or ranks, they were compelled to chant praises in such a jubilant atmosphere. Li Chengqian's gaze fell upon the crown Prince Li Chengqian. And unlike in the past when such a sight might have stirred discomfort, the recent victories achieved by Li Xiang at the front softened his heart. To disregard Li Chengqian would mean to slight Li Xiang, and that was a slight not to be taken lightly. Regarding the next steps in the southwestern campaign, what discussions have you had in the Ministry of War? Li Chengqian, a sage ruler of the ages, swiftly shifted from the momentary joy to contemplate the subsequent strategies. The court officials were momentarily taken aback. In their minds, a grand banquet for the ministers was in order, yet discussions of future plans had already commenced. While many present were perplexed by Li Chengqian's intentions, a few ministers understood well. The treasury had been nearly depleted due to the war. And though Li Xiang had contributed some funds, those resources had long been exhausted. Seizing the momentum of this victory, a dignified conclusion to the conflict would be immensely beneficial for the entire Tang dynasty. Continuing the fight risked the potential collapse of supplies, leading to uncertain outcomes in the future. Your Majesty, I respectfully submit that we should capitalize on our recent victories. The Tuyuhun are currently in a state of decline. In the past, they have troubled us over trade routes. Now is the opportune moment to decisively eliminate them, ensuring that the southwestern frontiers of our Great Tang dynasty remain peaceful for decades to come. although His Majesty inquired of the Minister of War. Li Tai interjected at this moment. Feeling unwell since morning, Li Tai, aware that the southwestern front is dominated by Li Xiang, sought to assert himself, fearing that all favor would be bestowed upon that young man. I beseech your majesty, the Prince of Wei is indeed correct. Over the years, Tuyuan has maintained a facade of cordiality while continuously encroaching upon our Tang's interests. Given the present circumstances, they are unlikely to recover. It is imperative to urgently command our 2 generals to march south and eradicate this malignant threat. The junior official of the Honglu Temple, a close confidant of Li Tai, immediately rose to endorse his conclusions upon receiving a glance from him. Moreover, I concur with the Prince of Wei's assessment. Our dynasty expends vast sums, millions of guan, on the southwestern front each year. If we could eliminate the Tuyuan in one fell swoop, these resources could be redirected towards various other endeavors, alleviating the fiscal strain on the court. Officials from the Ministry of Revenue also voiced their support. Not out of allegiance to Li Tai, but due to the severe financial constraints the court has faced in recent years. Natural disasters have plagued us, forcing the Treasury to divert funds for relief efforts, thus exacerbating our financial woes. If we could save the millions spent on the southwestern front, it would provide much-needed relief for the Ministry of Revenue. Upon hearing his subordinates speak out, Minister of Revenue Tang Jian furrowed his brow. These individuals seemed to have been influenced by Li Tai, even if they were not currently affiliated with the Prince of Wei's residence. They might very well align with it in the future. As the Minister of Revenue, he had yet to express his stance, yet they hastily proclaimed theirs. For the court officials, each holds their own sphere of influence. The fierce competition among the princes does not concern them as long as they remain unscathed. However, should their hands reach too far, they risk losing their very fingers. Listening to the chorus of support from the court officials, Prince Li Tai felt a sense of elation, oblivious to the discontent simmering among certain ministers. Xianling, what say you? When Emperor Li Shimin uttered these words, Li Tai tensed, realizing that the opinions of a select few, those who had remained steadfast over the years, held paramount importance. Though the Prince of Wei's proposal is commendable, I cannot concur. Moments ago, Li Tai was buoyed by his supporters, but hearing Fang Xuanling's words plunged him into despair. Had he misjudged the situation? Did his father not desire to resolve the Tuyuan issue decisively? What was Fang Xianling playing at? Your Majesty, while I comprehend the court's desire to address the issue of Tuyuan, we must also consider our own circumstances. Presently, the treasury holds less than 800,000 guan, and we are struggling to resettle over 200,000 displaced individuals from the plains. Should we persist in our endeavors, unforeseen calamities may arise. Fang Xuanling's words fell upon the exuberant ministers like a cold shower, dampening the spirits of those, including Prince Wei, Li Tai, who were fervently zealous. Chapter 167. The unfortunate Li Tai. Once Fang Xianling concluded his remarks, the enthusiasm of the court officials and military personnel noticeably waned. Prince Li Tai of Wei felt compelled to ensure that this matter did not fade into oblivion. This was his inaugural opportunity to express his opinions on military affairs within the court, and allowing it to slip away would deal a significant blow to the morale of his subordinates. During Li Xiang's tenure in the capital, Li Tai found himself unable to hold his head high, thoroughly suppressed by Li Xiang. With that troublesome fellow now dispatched to the front lines, Li Tai had begun to cultivate his own territory, the Great Wall, which was now taking shape. A disastrous outcome in this affair would further erode the confidence of his followers, and some might even consider switching allegiances upon Li Xiang's return. Your Majesty, I have heard that during the recent campaign against the Tuyuan, our troops have seized a considerable amount of their treasures. If we were to convert these spoils into military funds, would it not allow us to save a substantial sum? This would alleviate the financial burden on the Ministry of Revenue, enabling us to sustain our efforts more enduringly, Li Tai proposed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the military generals present shifted dramatically. Such a proposition threatened to disrupt established protocols. According to the regulations set forth by Emperor Li Shimin, any spoils acquired on the battlefield were to be divided equally, half for the victor and half for the state. Li Tai's suggestion implied that future victories would yield no rewards for the soldiers. Everyone understood the allure of wealth. Despite the court's rhetoric of serving the nation and its people, only those who had fought on the battlefield comprehended the true significance of these spoils, which could bolster the morale of the troops. Should these treasures be converted into military funds and confiscated entirely, it was likely that the soldiers would lack the motivation to fight fiercely in subsequent battles. It was universally acknowledged that enhancing benefits was well received, but any reduction, even slight, would breed discontent among the ranks. These individuals were not idling in the rear. They stood at the forefront of the empire. The time for bestowing rewards had not yet come, so how could they be expected to relinquish their share? Your Majesty, this cannot be allowed. What Li Tai did not anticipate was the immediate opposition from General Li Jing, a figure revered in the court akin to a deity of war. Although he was no longer commanding troops in the field, his words were seldom contested by the other generals. Li Tai was taken aback. Had he inadvertently offended the military leadership with his remarks? In the past, Crown Prince Li Chengqian had been regarded as a promising talent, well-liked by the court officials. Yet his inability to connect with military leaders ultimately led to his demise during the Xuanwu Gate incident at the hands of Li Shimin. This underscored the paramount importance of commanding military power. As Li Tai witnessed Li Jing's opposition, a sense of panic gripped him. If he were to alienate all the military leaders now, no matter how prosperous his future endeavors, his position would remain precarious. I comprehend. There is no need for further discussion on this matter. The rules of the battlefield are immutable, and I have no intention of altering them in any way. I beseech all the generals to refrain from harboring any misguided notions. With this statement, Li Shimin effectively dismissed the proposal put forth by Li Tai. His gaze firmly fixed upon him, conveying a clear message. Should you have any thoughts, express them. Do not speak carelessly. For you nearly sowed discord among the court and these generals. Li Shimin's assent was built upon the support of these military leaders, and he understood the significance of their allegiance. They are not accustomed to commerce. Their wealth predominantly derives from the spoils of war, which constitutes their primary economic foundation. To restrict them would jeopardize their livelihoods, and consequently, their loyalty to you would be in question. The Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War shall convene to deliberate. A report will be presented at tomorrow's South Morning Court session. What should have been a joyous occasion was marred by Li Tai's actions. He could not fathom why the military officials reacted so sensitively to the issue. Even if he had misspoken, there was no need for such disdainful glances, as if he had desecrated their ancestors' graves. After Li Shimin concluded his remarks, the assembly dispersed. Li Tai raised his gaze and met the eyes of his uncle, Changsun Wuji, standing nearby. Do not speak on matters of the military if you lack understanding. Did you not notice my silence? Changsun Wuji admonished softly. Certain matters cannot be imparted. You must grasp them independently. If you rely solely on others, you shall never mature. Take the time to familiarize yourself with military affairs upon your return. Shaking his head, Changsun Wuji perceived his nephew as one who merely sought to amuse the emperor, neglecting the necessity of critical thought. Moreover, despite his attempts to please, he had failed to garner the emperor's favor, nearly jeopardizing the legacy left to him. Should a rift develop between the emperor and the military leaders, Li Tai could forget about enjoying a tranquil existence. As he watched Changsun Wuji depart, Li Tai felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. After rehearsing at home for so long, he finally believed he had an opportunity to articulate his thoughts, convinced that his proposal could alleviate the court's financial crisis. The advisors had praised his ideas, yet now, instead of pleasing his father, he found himself in a precarious position. Upon exiting the main hall, Li Tai noticed several esteemed courtiers being summoned by Wang Da. Suddenly, he recalled Li Xiang's previous treatment, realizing that the latter had been granted the opportunity to discuss matters with the emperor. Why was he denied the same privilege? As Li Xiang departed the capital, Li Tai lamented his inability to seize military power while simultaneously feeling a twinge of satisfaction. After all, Li Xiang was now distanced from the core of authority. With nearly 2 months since Li Xiang's departure, all of Li Tai's endeavors had been dismantled this morning, and ironically, it was by the very emperor he sought to curry favor with. Reflecting upon the present, it seems more prudent to refrain from any action at all. At least in inaction, there is no room for error. Now, the situation has escalated to a point where all the esteemed officials are consumed by feelings of inadequacy. Particularly figures like Wei Qijingde and Li Shaogong, whose gazes are laden with disdain, as if they wish to strip me of my very essence. What exactly have I accomplished? Chapter 168, The Challenges of the Tang Dynasty upon the arrival of several esteemed ministers in the rear hall. They had yet to cross the threshold when the audible sigh of Emperor Li Shimin reached their ears. It was evident to all present what weighed upon his mind. Each harbored hopes that their own progeny would flourish, yet fate is impartial, never granting any family undue advantage. Li Tai, possessing a remarkable talent for literature, should have honed this skill, but previously, Li Shimin had instilled in him aspirations of ascending to the throne, leading the young man to forsake his strengths in favor of a broader pursuit. Alas, he lacked aptitude in certain areas, as demonstrated by the notion he proposed earlier that morning, a matter too consequential to be altered with ease, as it pertained to the very essence of the military. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea, Li Shimin urged, mustering his composure to welcome his guests. Though the hierarchy between sovereign and subjects was distinct, years of collaboration had fostered a certain familiarity, permitting them to convene in discussion unless the occasion demanded strict formality. Qingke did not intend that implication. You two must clarify his meaning, Li Shimin remarked, feeling the weight of the situation. The suggestion proffered by Li Tai, if uttered by an ordinary citizen, would likely evoke little concern among the Tang officials, for all possess the right to voice their thoughts. However, when such words emanate from the lips of a royal prince, the implications shift dramatically. It could easily be construed as the emperor's endorsement, thereby unsettling the morale of the troops. Your Majesty need not worry. We shall certainly elucidate matters to the lower ranks. As long as we refrain from planting ideas among the soldiers on the southwestern front, this rumor shall soon wither away. We kindly request that Your Majesty advise Prince Wei to refrain from such statements in the future. Li Chengqian, a prominent figure within the military ranks and a member of the Li family, articulated, though it was not fitting for Li Jing to voice such criticisms. His royal status afforded him the liberty to address Li Tai's shortcomings as one with their own kin. Let us set aside this matter for now. I shall address him more thoroughly at another time. Has the Ministry of War conducted any simulations? Should we persist in combat, how much longer might it take? Li Chengqian swiftly pivoted to the next topic. Yet, the palpable shift in his demeanor regarding Li Tai did not escape the notice of those present. It was clear to all that the young prince was distancing himself from the coveted position, and any further missteps would extinguish any remaining hope. These ministers, being pragmatic individuals, were not swayed by Li Tai's predicament. Upon hearing the latter part of Li Chengqian's statement, they comprehended his underlying intentions. Indeed, he harbored aspirations of swiftly resolving the conflict with Tiyuan, though regrettably, the timing was not yet propitious. Had there been no eastern expedition against Goguryeo a few years ago, the treasury of the Tang dynasty would not be in such a state of emptiness. A mere conflict with Tiyuan would be inconsequential. Yet now, we find ourselves unable to even procure next month's military funds. Should we continue to order our soldiers to engage in battle, it would indeed pose a considerable risk. It is not that victory is unattainable, but rather that we cannot afford any missteps, which is an exceedingly high demand for the nature of warfare. In response to the emperor, I, an old minister, have conducted some assessments of the situation, coupled with the reports from the front line. If we are to decisively resolve the issue with Tiyuan, we would require all the troops stationed at the southwestern front, totaling at least 60,000 men. This campaign would necessitate a duration of 3 to 6 months, assuming all factions proceed smoothly. The reason Li Chengqian has retained General Li Jing in the position of Minister of War is because he understands that military affairs are not trifling matters. General Li Jing has never sought to interpret the emperor's will, but instead speaks candidly, which allows Li Chengqian to grasp the national military status accurately. Were another to assume this role, they might echo the emperor's sentiments, resulting in a fleeting moment of satisfaction but ultimately a calamity on the front line. Upon hearing this, the others ceased to interject, aware that the emperor's intellect is far superior, capable of drawing inferences from a single instance. Although General Li Jing's assessments may vary slightly, they would not diverge significantly. Minister of Revenue Tang Jian had initially contemplated voicing his concerns, given that the treasury was depleted, but after hearing General Li Jing, he opted for silence. We could manage to scrape together funds for 1 month, perhaps 2 if we halted all other expenditures, but for 3 to 6 months, we might as well concede defeat. Evidently, you have all come to a consensus that negotiations are the only recourse, Li Chengqian remarked with a hint of reluctance. The war against Tiyuan had begun with great promise, with hopes of swiftly resolving the conflict. However, the expenses have proven exorbitant, with the army incurring nearly 100,000 coins daily at the front line, compounded by the plight of countless displaced citizens. It is indeed imprudent to prolong this endeavor. Your Majesty is wise, the assembly echoed in unison, confirming that they had reached a collective agreement. Li Chengqian understood their apprehensions, that they feared his ambition might compel him to insist upon an assault, which, even if victorious against Tiyuan, would lead to the bankruptcy of the court's finances. Should Tiyuan be a land of prosperity, the wealth obtained might revive the court. But aside from a few cattle and horses, it holds little in the way of riches, and even then, it is uncertain if such spoils could be transported back. Thus, let us pursue negotiations and strive for the most favorable terms for our Tang dynasty. Though reluctant, Li Chengqian, a ruler of enduring renown, would not allow personal preference to cloud his judgment. He remained cognizant of the realities at hand, leading him to the decision to engage in dialogue. Your Majesty, this is a message sent back by His Highness the Crown Prince, who wishes for the court to undertake certain actions prior to the negotiations. In order to facilitate discussions at the southwestern front, Changsun Wuji has presented a letter from Li Xiang containing numerous critical elements. As Changsun Wuji perused the letter, he could not help but express his admiration. Now that Your Majesty has resolved to proceed with the negotiations, it is imperative to present this letter for Your Majesty's review. Once Your Majesty grants approval, we shall orchestrate a series of movements nationwide, allowing our spies in Tiyuan to catch wind of this information, thereby influencing the negotiations along the southwestern border to secure the maximum advantage for our side. Chapter 169. National mobilization, what cunning scheme does this little rascal have now? Bring it forth for me to see. When Li Chengqian spoke of Li Xiang, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This scene did not escape the notice of those present. If all goes according to plan, Li Xiang is the one closest to that esteemed position. It is noteworthy that this lad is merely 14 years of age, and his future prospects are limitless. Crucially, it is not only Li Chengqian who harbors such thoughts. The other ministers are equally eager to discern the contents of the letter. Unconsciously, they entertain the notion that the Crown Prince's ideas are fantastical yet immensely beneficial for our Great Tang, infusing a sense of novelty into our endeavors. This young man has indeed ensnared everyone in his calculations. At such a tender age, one wonders how his mind operates. Fortunately, he is my own grandson. Otherwise, I would have commanded his confinement. After perusing the letter, Li Chengqian promptly handed it to Fang Xianling. Given that Chang's son Wuji had previously overseen the national espionage, it was fitting for Li Xiang to deliver the letter to him. The emperor's decision to entrust the crown prince with the responsibilities of the capital command was indeed wise. Although the crown prince has yet to provide any guidance regarding the capital command's duties, based solely on the contents of this letter, I am confident he will excel in the future. Upon hearing this, the attendees were further astonished. Fang Xianling, unlike others, does not flatter based on status. Even the former crown prince Li Chengqian would not escape his candid judgment. Competence is recognized and incompetence is met with distance. This temperament is one that Li Chengqian greatly admires. To extol Li Xiang in such a manner certainly sets a new precedent. Others hurriedly seized the letter from Li Xiang to unveil its contents. The primary message conveyed was a request for the court's assistance during negotiations. Firstly, a thorough investigation of the national militia was to be conducted, counting the number of soldiers in various regions and enhancing their training. In essence, it was a declaration that the Tang court was poised for military engagement and the scale of deployment would be substantial. Otherwise, there would be no need for a nationwide census of soldiers, nor to root out insidious elements, particularly those who prey upon the blood of soldiers, who should face execution. Secondly, a comprehensive reorganization of the troops surrounding Chang'an was necessary. Whether the emperor's elite forces or the ordinary city guards, all must undergo a rigorous half-month training outside the city. The citizens of Chang'an must be made aware that these forces may soon be dispatched to the southwestern front to launch a full-scale assault on Tian. The third directive involved a nationwide inventory of grain reserves to ascertain the quantities available, alongside procuring a substantial number of wagons. Furthermore, rumors should be disseminated in the Jiangnan region about a forthcoming 20% increase in taxes to fund this grand campaign. In the imperial court, generals of various ranks ought to express their thoughts freely, devising a multitude of strategies against Tian. They should maintain frequent correspondence with the frontline commanders, ensuring that everyone perceives the court's unwavering resolve to eradicate Tian. Even amidst ongoing negotiations, the court's initial intent remains steadfast. Furthermore, the court must issue a mobilization order, preparing all eligible young men, even though conscription has not yet commenced. It is imperative that they are made aware of the possibility of being summoned to serve at any moment. What do you think of this impudent lad's assertions? As Li Chengqian spoke, it was evident to all that the emperor exhibited a sense of pride. Indeed, your grandson is quite remarkable. But is it necessary to be so ostentatious? The ministers nodded in agreement, though internally reluctant, realizing that among their own offsprings, they would be hard-pressed to find anyone who could rival Li Xiang. From the initial strategies against Goguryeo to the subsequent campaigns in the southwest, coupled with this letter, it is clear that this young man has outpaced many. Congratulations to the emperor. What more can be said at this juncture? All one can do is bow respectfully and extend their felicitations to the emperor. Although no one declared Li Xiang a suitable heir, was such a statement truly necessary? Everyone present, astute individuals, understood the implications. Had they not observed the emperor's smile nearly splitting his face? Let it be decreed that Li Xiang shall serve as the deputy envoy for the upcoming negotiations, and once successful, he shall affix the imperial seal on my behalf. As soon as Li Chengqian uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The idea of appointing Li Xiang as the deputy envoy was inconsequential, for once negotiations commence, many can claim a title. This is a common practice of the court, ensuring that all partake in the benefits of the endeavor, especially if it involves the emperor's eldest grandson. Sharing in the accolades is of little consequence. However, should he be tasked with affixing the emperor's seal, the implications are far more significant. Typically, when two nations forge a treaty, it is expected that the emperor himself would affix his seal. However, given his absence from the front lines, he would dispatch the crown prince or other esteemed members of the royal family. At this juncture, the position of the imperial grandson seems somewhat inadequate, as it is a rank lower. Moreover, there is another royal prince at the front, albeit the ninth in line, Yet he is also a legitimate offspring of the empress. In terms of qualifications, he indeed holds precedence over Li Xiang, who, while the emperor's eldest grandson, is not the crown prince. At this moment, there is a hint of sympathy for Prince Jin, Li Ji, clearly a prince of the court and a legitimate offspring of the empress. He has accompanied the expedition alongside Li Xiang, yet has made no notable impact, seemingly absent from the proceedings. This would be tolerable, but ultimately, during the negotiations, he could not even secure the role of deputy envoy to garner recognition, leaving him with no opportunity to claim any merit. Most significantly, when the emperor affixes the seal, he finds himself entirely uninvolved. What was the purpose of his presence at the front lines? You may all return now. It has been a long day for me. Upon your return to your respective offices, expedite your preparations, ensuring that by tomorrow, our spies observe our unwavering resolve to confront Tuhan to the end. Li Shimin understood that expedience was paramount. Without swiftness, support for the front lines would falter. Those present were all individuals of action thus. They respectfully took their leave from the emperor. Upon their return, they were to promptly orchestrate a plan to mobilize the entire Tang dynasty within a single day, making it abundantly clear to the spies of Tuyuhan that a grand battle was imminent. Chapter 170, The Peril of Tuyuhan upon rising the following morning. Many citizens of Chang'an rubbed their bleary eyes as the sound of hoofbeats echoed outside, creating a cacophony that began as early as 4 o'clock. The commotion left many bewildered, and it wasn't until dawn that they dared to venture forth to seek news. Have you heard? We have achieved a resounding victory over Tuyuhan, nearly annihilating their third tribe. Now the emperor intends to bolster our forces and seize this opportunity to eradicate Tuyuhan once and for all. In the alleyways, those well-versed in the latest tidings began relaying information to those just emerging. We must act swiftly to eliminate them. These Tuyuhan folk are utterly lawless, wreaking havoc in Chang'an. Audacious enough to attempt to assassinate Prince Changsan. Do they truly believe they can ascend to the heavens? They are but a small foreign nation. Indeed, I have also heard that they frequently raid our Tang frontier citizens. They have truly become brazen. Now is the time to exact retribution. The citizens of Chang'an were remarkably belligerent, largely due to the recent series of victories achieved by the Tang, which instilled in them the belief that vanquishing Tuyuhan would be a straightforward endeavor. Despite the court facing setbacks in its campaign against Goguryeo, the government adeptly controlled the narrative of the era, leaving the populace unaware of the true extent of the losses, naively believing it to be yet another grand triumph. Old Li had lived in Chang'an for over a decade, leading a solitary existence as he tended to the refuse of households. Collecting and carting it outside the city, sewer systems were non-existent in those times. To the casual observer, he appeared no different from the ordinary citizen. Yet he alone harbored the knowledge of his origins from the southwestern Tuyuhan. As he listened to the discussions around him, he meticulously absorbed all the information. However, he could not base his judgment solely on the words of the crowd. He possessed his own discernment. In just the brief time it took him to transport his cart, several contingents of cavalry had already departed the city. Having resided in Chang'an for a decade, he was familiar with the city's dynamics. Were it not for significant upheaval, these individuals would not be galloping through the streets. Some were the emperor's elite guards, who would not act unless absolutely necessary. It appeared that the Tang was indeed preparing for a grand maneuver. Come forth, all individuals aged 18 to 38, report here for registration. Just as Old Li turned a corner, officials from the magistrate's office approached. This matter did not concern him directly, yet he was keen to listen and glean the unfolding situation. Move your cart away, the stench is unbearable. At your age, you need not fight on the front lines. What business do you have here? The foul odor of the refused cart displeased the officials, who directed Old Li to distance himself. I beg your pardon, my lord. I have not caught my breath all morning. Allow me a moment to recover. Are we indeed conscripting troops? Did we not just claim victory in the southwest? Why are there still so many soldiers? Old Li muttered to himself as he slowly harnessed his cart, wishing to engage in a few more words with those around him. You really are a fool, completely oblivious. Victory must be pursued with vigor. The vast expanse of the Tuyuhan grasslands cannot be ignored. The court has already issued orders to eradicate them entirely this time. We are merely here to take stock. It does not necessarily mean we will head to the front lines. However, should the need arise, we must assemble without delay. Why am I even wasting my breath explaining this to you? Hurry and get your cart out of here, said the constable, pinching his nose. Old Li chuckled and nodded, hastily guiding his cart towards the outskirts of the city. Along the way, he noticed that the entirety of Chang'an was in motion, with various military units scattered about, their fierce countenances suggesting they were preparing for a journey, many cavalrymen laden with baggage. Finding a deserted alley, Old Li quickly parked his cart and, with the agility of a young man, scaled the adjacent wall. If anyone who knew him were to witness his acrobatics, they would be astounded. He hardly resembled an elderly man, as even the sprightliest of youths could not match his prowess. These individuals typically disperse throughout Chang'an, gathering intelligence, and upon acquiring significant news, would promptly report it to their superiors, who would then relay the information to Tuyuhun through various means. Upon reaching the rendezvous point, Old Li found 5 or 6 others already present. He often delivered messages here but had never encountered others before. Each person concealed their face, adhering to the local protocol. As no one was permitted to inquire into another's tasks, one was only required to report to their superior, a measure taken for everyone's safety. If one were to be captured, it could lead to the arrest of all. Today's intelligence was rather consistent. Chang'an was fervently conscripting soldiers, with all military forces appearing to commence training. Even the private troops of former generals were now gathering outside the city with their weapons in hand, indicating that action against Tuyuhun was imminent. You stay here and document the details of these individuals. I shall return before nightfall. The Tuyuhun embassy has been destroyed, and I must find alternative means to relay this crucial information back. Delays are unacceptable. We must shift from reporting every 3 days to every single day, instructed the superior, a middle-aged man in his 40s, as he led Old Li into his quarters before slipping out through the back window. Old Li was his longest-serving informant. Thus he possessed a level of trustworthiness. As evening approached, Old Li finally recorded all the pertinent information. The back window opened once more, and the middle-aged man returned. What is the situation in various locales? Old Li inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone. He understood that each person had their rank. He could only glean the information relayed by those under his intelligence point, while this man had access to the reports from other points throughout Chang'an. The entire city of Chang'an has come alive. One might say the whole Tang dynasty is in motion. We have dispatched a message via carrier pigeon to Prime Minister Mi, urging him to prepare in advance, for the Tuyuhun tribe is in peril this time. The middle-aged man wore a grave expression, and even Old Li began to worry about his family. Chapter 171. Forcing you to seek peace 5 days later. 150 miles outside of Liangzhou City, Prime Minister Midu of Tuyuhun bore a countenance so furrowed that it could crush a fly. He had already dispatched messages to the 2 generals within Liangzhou, subtly conveying Tuyuhun's willingness to cease hostilities. However, the response remained conspicuously absent. To compound his concerns, he received clandestine reports from Tuyuhun spies within the Tang territory, indicating that the entire Tang Empire was mobilizing for war. Did they truly seek no negotiations? Your Excellency need not fret, interjected one of his advisors. I believe the Tang merely wish to project an image of strength. Their financial situation is precarious. The campaigns against Goguryeo in the past 2 years have nearly depleted their treasury. To continue this conflict would be detrimental to them. Observing the Prime Minister's despondency, the strategist hastily articulated his analysis. Prior to receiving these intelligence reports, Mida shared the same belief as his advisors. The Tang appeared formidable only on the surface. Their extensive expenditures during the eastern campaigns had significantly drained their resources. While Tuyuhun could withstand the current pressure, the Tang needed at least 5 years to recuperate. Yet, the intelligence he had received was irrefutable, originating from multiple regions within the Tang territory, suggesting a vast mobilization across thousands of miles. If this were merely bluster, it was exceedingly extravagant. Moreover, the indifference displayed by the 2 generals in Liangzhou towards his overtures only deepened his suspicions. Had Emperor Li Chengqian resolved to pursue this war to its bitter end? Was the annihilation of Tuyuhun his ultimate goal? Should this be the case, it would undoubtedly inflict indelible scars upon Tang society. Yet the vastness of the Tang, straddling the north and south, would allow it to gradually recover. If they could endure this momentary pain, Tuyuhun would surely face obliteration. This encapsulates the distinction between great powers and smaller states. Regardless of how robust a smaller nation may be, it cannot contend with the true might of a larger one. Bring me ink and parchment. After much contemplation, Prime Minister Midu felt compelled to compose another missive. Though doing so would diminish Tuyuhun's standing, no one desired to take the initiative at this juncture. If the Tang were resolute, this letter was imperative. Before the Tang forces could extend their support to the southwest, he must secure the peace agreement. Your Excellency should deliberate carefully. The individuals present in the tent, possessing remarkable intellect, understood the gravity of Midu's sentiments. As the ink was ground, the Prime Minister remained resolute, disregarding the counsel of those around him. Deep within, he possessed an innate sense of balance. In the present circumstances, should he let this opportunity slip away, he would surely face profound regret in the future. The Prime Minister found himself reflecting nostalgically on a prior encounter. Had the previous negotiations yielded a favorable outcome, perhaps the losses on the grasslands would not have been so severe. Entrusted by the Khan, he assumed full responsibility for this matter, bearing all consequences himself. The Prime Minister was acutely aware of the apprehensions of those beneath him. They feared accountability. After all, the signing of this agreement was a perilous venture. Whether they advanced or retreated, they would face dire consequences. If he appeared overly eager, the repercussions from the Tang would be particularly grave, and at that moment, the expressions on their faces would be anything but pleasant, as they also feared the Khan's scrutiny. Having spoken, the Prime Minister turned his attention away from their reactions, pouring his utmost effort into composing a second letter. This missive was more proactive than the first, even bearing hints of humiliation and a plea for peace. He understood well that negotiating before hostilities commenced might preserve the Tuyuhan, whereas once the Tang army arrived, even if one wished to endure the impending strike, the opportunity would likely vanish. Reflecting on the fate of the Turks from years past, the outcome became evident. On the surface, Emperor Li Chengqian maintained a facade of unity with the tribes beyond the frontier. However, the defenses along the Tang border had never wavered and were continually reinforced. This clearly indicated that Li Chengqian had not relaxed his vigilance. It was merely a matter of maintaining appearances. Furthermore, with the emergence of the new crown prince adopting a stringent policy towards foreign nations, the prospect of the Tang extinguishing the Tuyuhan had become a tangible threat. In such a precarious situation, hesitation was a luxury the Prime Minister could ill afford. A single day of indecision could allow the Tang to assemble tens of thousands of troops, placing the Tuyuhan in jeopardy. Once the letter was finalized, the Prime Minister entrusted it to a reliable subordinate, urging him to hasten to Liangzhou City. He hoped fervently that it would not arrive too late, affording the two generals some opportunity for response. The distance between Liangzhou and Chang'an was considerable. A round trip would consume several days. A few hours later, General Qin Xiang received the letter, and laughter erupted within the room. Everything unfolded according to Li Xiang's intricate plan, assuaging their concerns. Initially, there had been fears that the Prime Minister might discern Li Xiang's stratagem, compelling them to genuinely mobilize troops, a daunting prospect for the Tang at this juncture. Although the generals in the field had returned with considerable spoils, these paled in comparison to the overwhelming military expenditures, merely offsetting a fraction. Should a campaign be launched, the Tuyuhan must be vanquished, which would necessitate more than 3 months. The court's finances could scarcely endure this reality, a truth known to all. Moreover, apart from Li Xiang's forces, which required no logistical support, all other armies needed supplies transported from Liangzhou City. In such scenarios, each soldier in combat would necessitate the assistance of 2 logistical personnel, and the local populace along the borders would inevitably suffer the ravages of war, having lost their homeland. Compelling them to enlist would likely incite civil unrest. Thus, after weighing various factors, the only feasible course is to stage a performance for the Tuyuhan people, allowing them to humbly seek peace while we pursue our utmost advantage. Calculating the days, I should respond to him in 10 days. Qin Huaiyu counted on his fingers, estimating that the letter would reach Chang'an, linger there for 2 days, and then return to us. Responding to him in 10 days would be considered swift. Any response too early or too late could provoke unforeseen changes, and Prime Minister Mi is indeed a cunning individual. Chapter 172, The Demands on Tuyuhan. Let us discuss matters of significance. This time, the court has entrusted us with considerable authority. As we engage in negotiations with Tuyuhan, we must meticulously contemplate our terms, ensuring that we do not embark on any ventures without certainty, nor allow Tuyuhan to gain an undue advantage. Although we have not annihilated them, we must guarantee several years of security in the border regions. As General Qin Xiang articulated this sentiment, the others seated around him adopted serious expressions, recognizing the gravity of the situation concerning the border. The previously jovial group began to offer suggestions in earnest. Foremost among these concerns was the construction of a new city. While the geographical position of Liangzhou is indeed strategic, it is regrettably too distant from the core territories of Tuyuhan. Our forces cannot be stationed on the grasslands. Should we attempt to do so, we risk being swiftly overwhelmed. Thus, the establishment of a city is imperative. Although the treasury of the court is currently depleted, the imperial edict from Li Chengqian has been issued. And regardless of the cost, be it selling pots and pans, we must proceed with the construction of this new city. According to the plans devised by the officials of the Ministry of Works, the construction will span 3 years, with the first year requiring approximately 1 million guan. Clearly, we cannot muster such a sum independently. We must compel the people of Tuyuhan to contribute financially. The second issue pertains to trade routes. Tuyuhan has monopolized the commercial pathways among the 3 kingdoms, reaping substantial profits in recent years at the expense of the 2 neighboring states. While we shall not interfere in their dealings with Tibet, it is imperative that we impose no heavy taxes on goods from the Tang dynasty. Our officials have previously negotiated with them numerous times, but at that time, the 2 nations enjoyed an equal standing, and Tuyuhan's representatives outright refused our requests. They earn a yearly income of 1 million guan merely from these dealings. Why would they willingly forfeit such a revenue stream? Now that Tuyuhan has been vanquished, we find ourselves presented with an opportune moment to assert our demands. The third matter naturally concerns territorial concessions. The original border between our two nations lay 50 miles beyond Liangzhou, yet due to the reluctance of the Tang populace to venture outside the city, Tiahan has extended the border to encompass the vicinity of Liangzhou. This time, we must negotiate to push the border outwards to over 300 miles beyond Liangzhou, extending it by an additional 100 miles beyond previous agreements, thereby granting the new city a strategic buffer. The fourth issue revolves around reparations. Following the conclusion of war, all nations face significant fiscal deficits. The victorious party must seek compensation from the vanquished. Should the defeated refuse to comply, we have no choice but to continue the conflict. In any case, this financial burden must not fall upon us. After deliberating these central issues, Li Xiang raised an additional concern. If we are to secure the grasslands extending several hundred miles beyond Liangzhou, it is essential that we establish a governing body. Merely possessing nominal rights to the territory would render it vulnerable to encroachment. After all, the Tuyuhan people are a pastoral nation, inhabiting these expansive grasslands. In contrast, we are an agrarian society. Our common folk may venture into the steppes for trade, but they would never consider establishing their homes here. The land that our valiant soldiers risked their lives to reclaim must be managed diligently, or else it may slip from our grasp in a few years. A betrayal to those who fell in battle. It is easy for you to speak. Can you truly oversee the distant grasslands daily? Our people seldom venture out to graze. And even if a few did, they would not require such vast expanses of land. Li Ji had been silent for quite some time, having not received any inquiries regarding his thoughts, but upon hearing Li Xiang's words, he finally found an opportunity to assert his presence. Although Li Ji's remarks were not well received, the others nodded in agreement, fully aware of how the previous 50 miles of grassland had been lost, due to our citizens' reluctance to leave the city. Initially, the Tuyuhan people tested the waters, but soon realized that no one was governing this land, and over time, it became their grazing ground. I have a bold idea, Li Xiang declared. He understood that the antiquated management methods must change. If we continue with the previous approach, no matter how much grassland we reclaim at the negotiating table, it will ultimately be taken back by the Tuyuhan. Thus, Li Xiang had devised a plan to support Zaturka. Upon voicing this suggestion, the expressions of those present were quite revealing. Some were skeptical of Zaturka's reliability, while others thought Li Xiang was indulging in fanciful notions, and few supported the idea. When Li Xiang first brought Zaturka to their attention, they believed he sought merely information about the grasslands. In truth, Li Xiang had long envisioned that beyond needing intelligence from the steppes, they required a proxy to support. Zaturka had already fallen out with his father over the crown prince and harbored deep resentment towards the Tuyuhan elite. Appointing him as the local administrator outside Liangzhou would allow us to safeguard our territory while keeping the Tuyuhan occupied. Isn't this a bit too risky? After all, he is of Tuyuhan descent. As you once said, those not of our kind must have different intentions. Cheng Yaojin expressed his concerns, recalling how many feudal dynasties relied on foreign tribes only to face betrayal from them in the end. Our current path may lead to nurturing a hidden threat. Cheng, you are right, but I have devised a comprehensive plan. Zaturka will only control civil affairs. All armed forces will remain firmly in our hands. This vast expanse of grassland necessitates a dedicated military presence. Everyone understood Li Xiang's reasoning. If this land were reclaimed without a garrison, it would easily revert to Tuyuhan's control. However, the court is currently facing financial constraints, and if we were to allocate additional funds for garrisoning, it could lead to fiscal strain. You are well aware of our financial circumstances. How many troops are we required to station outside? If it is merely 3,000 to 5,000, it would scarcely prove beneficial. However, if it amounts to 20,000 to 30,000, what would be the cost incurred over the course of a year? Qin Xiong expressed his concerns, as he harbored no desire to relinquish the reclaimed land back to Tuyuhan. Yet, given the current state of the court, where funds are in dire scarcity, and although we stand on the front lines, the emperor does not intend to allocate excessive resources here. This notion is one that General Qin Xiong comprehends all too well. The sound of Li Ji's cold laughter echoed once more. Chapter 173. Fiscal Land. Li Xiang gazed at Li Ji with a sense of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the thoughts swirling in the mind of such an individual, while everyone else was fervently brainstorming solutions to the pressing issue at hand. Even those without concrete ideas were palpably anxious. Yet here was Li Ji, nonchalantly suggesting the demolition of walls. The presence of a prince like him in the Tang dynasty was indeed a grave misfortune. General, in fact, the court could consider leasing this area, Li Xiang proposed, eliciting a collective expression of astonishment among the attendees. They were baffled by the notion of leasing, but given their acquaintance with Li Xiang, they recognized that his suggestions often bore an air of innovation and could yield certain benefits for the court. Please elaborate, Qin Xiang said, visibly intrigued. for he had never encountered such a proposition before. Although the assembly did not grasp Li Xiang's full intent, they understood the significance of the land outside the city. If they could harness and manage it effectively, it would serve as a strategic depth against any potential hostilities from Tuyuan, preventing them from easily advancing their forces towards Liangzhou and thus safeguarding the borders of the Tang dynasty. The court is currently in need of warhorses, primarily due to the lack of suitable breeding grounds. If we were to designate this area as a royal stud farm, we could invite prominent families from across the nation. In exchange for a nominal annual fee paid to the court, they could claim ownership of the pastures, with the stipulation that they ensure the land's security and gather intelligence on Tuyuan's movements. Should Tuyuan mobilize their army, the court would provide protection. Yet minor skirmishes would be their own responsibility. This arrangement would not only supply the court with a substantial number of warhorses but also generate additional income, while simultaneously keeping watch on Tuyuan's activities. Li Xiang's proposal was somewhat intricate, and initially, many struggled to comprehend it. After several clarifications from Li Xiang, the assembly finally grasped the concept, leasing the land to various families, allowing them to train their own soldiers at their own expense. While each year they would remit a portion of their horses and wealth to the court, any surplus would constitute their family's profit. This is an excellent suggestion. If the court truly implements such a policy, our Chung family would undoubtedly seek a share of the land. The value of the horses is not trifling, Cheng Yaojin remarked. Engaged in commerce, he quickly recognized the lucrative prospects within this scheme. Though the current situation in the Tang dynasty had yet to reveal itself, should stability prevail, the imbalance of population and land would soon manifest. Securing this land would undoubtedly yield immeasurable future revenues. It does sound promising. Yet what if this area transforms into a nation within a nation? The court might find itself unable to exert control, thereby failing to maintain a defensive barrier in the southwest, potentially leading to a troublesome scenario. Qin Qiong expressed his concerns, well aware of the ambitions harbored by the powerful families. Although they appeared to submit to the imperial court, they were far from genuine in their allegiance. While such ambitions might remain concealed within the vast expanse of the Tang realm, the situation could become precarious in more remote areas. His subordinate concurred, suggesting the establishment of official institutions in Liangzhou City to meticulously inspect the military forces at their disposal. Additionally, periodic changes in the inspecting officials would thwart any attempts at bribery. Furthermore, the grazing lands they controlled could be subject to irregular rotations each year to prevent any consolidation of power in the region. Upon hearing Li Xiang's proposal, the assembly silently acknowledged his astuteness. He had deftly calculated the sentiments of the populace. According to his strategy, these families would only be able to profit from the grasslands, leaving any aspirations of establishing a personal kingdom utterly implausible. If executed appropriately with his subordinate Xi Daobao overseeing the auctions, the proceeds from the grazing lands alone could potentially cover military expenses. From the following year, they could expect to receive both cavalry mounts and financial support, perhaps even securing a budget for the troops stationed in Liangzhou City. Li Xiang had contemplated this plan for quite some time, yet it required someone else to voice it, as it would appear rather excessive for him to approach the emperor directly, given his position as the principal beneficiary. He had already dispatched individuals to survey the lush pastures, confident that he could transform them into a royal ranch. At that juncture, if any of the other prominent families harbored ambitions, could they truly contest with the emperor for benefits? This matter was of great significance, and there was no immediate need for them to finalize anything. The general would promptly compose a memorial, detailing all aspects of the proposal for submission to Chang'an, allowing Qin Qiong's grandfather to take charge. After a moment's hesitation, General Qin acknowledged this as the most viable solution. Otherwise, the court would bear the entire financial burden, which was beyond its current fiscal capacity. This approach would not only eliminate the need for such expenditures but also generate annual profits. If the emperor was in his right mind, he would undoubtedly approve this plan. He decided to include a clause in the memorial, asserting that the soldiers accompanying the campaign should have the right of first choice. After most had departed, Cheng Yaojin interjected with a remark, to which General Qin nodded in agreement, smiling. Though Qin Qiong was not particularly skilled in commerce, he believed that adding this stipulation was prudent, as it would enhance the living conditions for his brothers in arms, and he saw no reason to oppose such an improvement. Li Xiang would not intervene in the clandestine machinations of these individuals. He had thoroughly investigated the vast expanse of the grasslands. This territory is substantial, stretching 300 miles south from Liangzhou City and extending at least 1,200 miles in length, with 1 mile equating to 500 meters. It encompasses nearly 100,000 square kilometers. It is impractical for us to possess it all. It must inevitably be divided into smaller parcels. Only by uniting our efforts can we effectively counter the threat posed by Tuyuan. After the meeting concluded, Li Ji did not linger excessively. Sensing the immense profits that lay within, he felt compelled to hasten the dispatch of a letter back to Chang'an. Regardless of the financial requirements for procurement, he must collaborate with Li Tai to amass the necessary funds. Unlike Li Xiang, who amassed wealth effortlessly, they might even need to liquidate a portion of their assets to proceed. Chapter 174. The benefits of the victors. General Qin Xiong was deeply invested in this matter. After the meeting, he hastily penned a memorial. Unlike others who were concerned solely for profit, his focus lay on the refugees in Liangzhou City. Due to the ravages of war, many who once thrived on the grasslands had lost their means of livelihood and were now reduced to seeking refuge in Liangzhou. Should this situation be resolved, the powerful families, regardless of how many pastures they acquired, would undoubtedly have to employ locals, thereby providing a semblance of stability for the tens of thousands of displaced individuals. Although the daily rations consisted merely of 2 bowls of thin porridge, this was a considerable strain on the military finances. Yet, neglecting these people was not an option. Allowing them to perish from hunger could very well incite rebellion, as it is often the case that the oppressed rise against authority when faced with starvation, in stark contrast to the situation in the Tang Empire. Since the day the secret report was delivered, Prime Minister Mi Du had been as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. On one hand, he dispatched individuals to meticulously gather intelligence regarding the circumstances within the Tang territory. On the other hand, he imposed strict confinement on his subordinates, locking them within the military encampment to prevent any potential provocation of the Tang forces, which could reignite the flames of war. In recent days, the Tang army had been incessantly deploying patrols, albeit in modest numbers, drawing ever closer to Prime Minister Mi Du's encampment. Observing that Mi Du forbade his troops from venturing out, the audacity of these patrols grew bolder, now encroaching within 300 meters of the camp. Prime Minister Mi Du recognized this as a profound humiliation. However, given the current circumstances, regardless of how provocatively the Tang forces behaved, they had no choice but to swallow their pride. Should the Tang army seize even the slightest opportunity, it could potentially reignite hostilities. Given the present state of Tuyuan, could they withstand another conflict? On the 13th day, Prime Minister Mi Du finally received a response from the general, bringing him to the brink of tears. This was a masterful application of psychological strategy. Throughout these 13 days, all of Tuyuan had been living in a state of acute anxiety, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter, uncertain of the Tang's intentions. At last, a reply had arrived. The letter was exceedingly vague, neither confirming nor denying the possibility of negotiations. It merely stated that the Tang army desired meat and requested 5,000 cattle and sheep from Tuyuan. In the grasslands, cattle and sheep were of little value. Even a large tribe could readily supply them. Yet, the question remained, why should they yield such resources to the Tang? This was utterly outrageous. None of the issues they had raised were addressed, and they were simply demanded to provide 5,000 livestock. If they complied, would the next request be for 8,000? Were they truly being treated as fools? His subordinates immediately expressed their discontent. While the livestock held little worth to them, there had to be a rationale behind such demands. The matters they had previously proposed were ignored entirely. Yet they were met with a direct request for 5,000 cattle and sheep. What was the meaning of this? My esteemed Chancellor, this may well be a test from the Tang Dynasty, an attempt to gauge the depth of our desire for negotiation. During our last encounter, our stance may have displeased them, leading them to believe that this time, even if negotiations were to commence, they would falter midway. Thus, the offering of 5,000 cattle and sheep seems more a reflection of their assessment of our position. Among the strategists, there are dissenting voices. Chancellor Mi aside. Regardless of whether his subordinates agreed or opposed, they had no choice left. The entire prairie had been rendered chaotic by Li Xiang, and each tribe was nursing its wounds. Therefore, whatever demands the Tang might present, we must endure for the sake of initiating this negotiation. Otherwise, we may not even secure a place at the negotiating table. Arrange for the complete gathering of the cattle and sheep, then send word that we will deliver them to Liangzhou City in 5 days. I shall compose a third letter. Chancellor Mi felt his pride wounded, yet he had to endure this affront. He understood the grim reality, when one's nation loses its capacity for resistance, personal dignity must be cast aside. To cling to individuality in such times would only invite further loss of life on the prairie. In recent days, it has been evident that many across the plains are in mourning, engaged in various forms of funerals. Although the Tang forces also suffered casualties, their losses pale in comparison to ours. In truth, the visible losses are not the most significant. What weighs heavily is the psychological fear that is settled in. The formidable cavalry of the royal court has been located. Although the Khan strives to suppress this matter, the truth cannot be concealed indefinitely. The common folk have come to recognize the combat prowess of the Tang army, which they once scorned but has now undergone remarkable transformation. Many can hardly suppress their fear when discussing the Tang forces. When Chancellor Mi announced his decision, although many of his subordinates were reluctant, They could propose no alternative. Ultimately, the strategy for negotiations was determined by the Khan, and they needed to find a way to execute it. On the walls of Liangzhou City, one could say your demand was indeed astute. Had we known better, we should have demanded 20,000 cattle and sheep. Cheng Chimo remarked with a furrowed brow. Initially, when this condition was proposed, many deemed Li Xiang mad, believing he was playing with fire. Now, they finally comprehend that he has not only played with fire but has emerged triumphant and resplendently so. You narrow-minded individuals, as the saying goes. To the victor belongs the spoils. Regardless of how illustrious Tuyuhun once was, they now dare not continue their conflict with us. Thus, no matter how excessive our demands may be, they will find a way to acquiesce. If I am not mistaken, Chancellor Midu has a third letter forthcoming. Li Xiang cheerfully remarked that the generals atop the city walls held him in the highest esteem. When we boldly requested cattle and sheep, we initially presumed that Tuyuhun would decline our request. To our astonishment, they promptly delivered the livestock, and by their appearance, they were far from sickly. All were in their prime. We found ourselves somewhat reluctant to partake in the feast. Indeed, the third letter from Prime Minister Midu had arrived, prompting the Grand General to summon all the young commanders to the main tent for deliberation. Consequently, these individuals would no longer be observing the cattle and sheep from the city walls, but rather eagerly anticipating roasted leg of lamb for the evening, a true reward for the victors. Chapter 175. Military exercises. You have all witnessed the cattle and sheep outside. The third letter from Prime Minister Mi is imbued with sincerity and earnestness. Let us deliberate on the strategies we should adopt, for the Emperor has delegated authority to us. If we succeed, we shall bask in collective glory. However, should we falter, our good intentions may devolve into calamity, and we must brace ourselves for the consequences. General Qin Xiong placed the letter within a wooden box, instructing his soldiers to relay it to their comrades below. This matter indeed presents both opportunity and peril. If managed adeptly, we could all ascend in rank and fortune while resolving the crisis along the southwestern frontier of the court. Yet, should we mismanage it, having already humiliated ourselves in seeking peace, we could find ourselves embroiled in conflict, rendering our efforts futile. The Emperor may very well chastise us for our incompetence, regardless of our titles, be it general or royal descendant, potentially leading to our disgrace. Is it not evident? We must seize the advantage in their vulnerability, continuing to demand concessions from them. Only when our needs are sufficiently met shall we consider reopening negotiations. They currently possess little courage, and we must not let this opportunity slip away. Li Ji, this fool, speaks without thought. Previously, when Li Xiang sought resources, he was vehemently opposed by him. Now, upon seeing the livestock, he appears somewhat disoriented. Indeed, 5,000 heads of cattle and sheep is no trifling matter for the Tang dynasty. I dissent. We must exercise restraint. We have already approached their limits, and should we persist in our demands, we risk driving them to desperate measures. This situation is akin to drawing a bowstring to its utmost tension. Further pressure could lead to a catastrophic unraveling. The two, uncle and nephew, have opposed each other throughout the conflict. When Li Ji speaks, all eyes instinctively turn to Li Xiang, and likewise, when Li Xiang addresses the assembly, attention shifts to Li Ji. It has become apparent to all that Li Ji is inept in every endeavor. Although younger, Li Xiang's insights have proven remarkably prescient. If reliability is to be judged, Li Xiang far surpasses Li Ji. I too believe certain matters should be concluded favorably, although we have inflicted considerable losses upon them. The Tuyuhun are formidable. Should they be pushed to desperation, we may incur significant costs. We are likely nearing a nadir, and it serves no purpose to seek the lowest point. Engaging in negotiations under the present circumstances is preferable. Cheng Yojin promptly expressed his stance, already contemplating the acquisition of pasture land. Should this situation be mishandled, his aspirations for pasture land would be indefinitely postponed. Cheng Yojin has always opposed the established aristocratic families. Despite marrying into one, he continuously seeks to surpass them, which has driven his commercial pursuits. What do you think? After Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, General Qin Xiong also expressed his agreement. However, he had become accustomed to consulting Li Xiang on any significant decision, while Li Ji found himself increasingly overlooked. Upon hearing General Qin Xiong's statement, an expression of indignation surfaced on Li Ji's face. If circumstances permitted, he would have departed immediately. Among the two generals present, Cheng Yaojin was clearly aligned with Li Xiang, and now General Qin Xiong had also turned against him. What was the point of his continued presence on the front lines? In truth, ever since the imperial edict was issued, it became evident to discerning minds that the emperor had effectively sidelined Li Ji. This was particularly clear in the signing of the final agreement, where the emperor permitted Li Xiang to use the imperial seal on his behalf, clearly indicating that when a son is available, there is no need for a grandson. What then remains of the grandson status? If Li Ji were to persist on the front lines, he could only continue to suffer humiliation. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to return, still harboring hopes of gaining a reward. Once the contract was signed, the emperor would certainly bestow honors, and as a prince of the court, Li Ji would inevitably rank among the foremost. Thus, even in the face of disgrace, he would not return prematurely. He was determined not to forfeit the opportunity for recognition, even if it meant remaining in Liangzhou City. He intended to claim his share of the inevitable accolades, a calculation he had made with utmost clarity. The general could respond. But the timing must be set for 5 days hence. During this interval, we would conduct a military exercise on the grasslands. Li Xiang introduced a novel term to the assembly. Military what? Chengqian, seated at a distance, failed to catch the essence of Li Xiang's words. And the others present wore expressions of confusion, unsure of his meaning. Their collective thought was singular. The cake was about to be within reach. And they must not let it slip away. Otherwise, their efforts would amount to naught. They had labored for so long, and this was not the outcome they sought. The plan was to stage a mock conflict, demonstrating our strength to the Tuyuan people, drawing our most formidable troops out from the city to execute a series of armed maneuvers on the grasslands, conceiving an enemy to showcase our might. In communicating with these ancient individuals, it was imperative for Li Xiang to elucidate the concept thoroughly. The attendees were relatively astute. Had it been a gathering of less capable minds, they might not grasp his explanation even after a long discourse, for some ideas were simply too advanced. In modern society, employing military exercises to intimidate adversaries is a universally understood concept. Yet in this era, Li Xiang had to articulate it clearly. After nearly a cup of tea's worth of time, he finally succeeded in ensuring that everyone comprehended the true meaning behind the military exercise. I have come to comprehend this matter. In my former days as a bandit, my words seldom captured the attention of others. However, when I brandished my 2 mighty axes, a portion would dutifully heed my utterances. For those who remained obstinate, employing my 3 signature moves would swiftly command their compliance. Although Cheng Yaojin's remarks may have been somewhat coarse, they conveyed the essence of the situation, leaving Li Xiang with a look of exasperation. It seems my lengthy explanations were rendered futile compared to your succinct statements. Had I known, I would have let you speak from the beginning, thus sparing myself the effort of so many words, as half the audience still failed to grasp my point. Your elucidation was indeed spot on. Chapter 176. Li Ji's despair having established a course of action, the subsequent tasks became considerably more manageable. A propitious day was chosen, and the assembled troops in Liangzhou City began their march out. Since the army had descended southward, many had been stationed to defend the city, deprived of the opportunity to traverse the grasslands. Now, with Li Xiang's forces assuming control of the city's defenses, the other troops finally had the chance to gallop freely. Prime Minister Mida received reports from his subordinates and rode his horse to the city's vicinity. Upon witnessing the impeccably organized ranks of the Tang army, a grimace of frustration twisted at the corners of his mouth. This was a blatant display of military might. Yet what could be done? The Tang army was robust and victorious over our Rongong tribe, now gaining momentum as reinforcements flowed in from across the nation. In stark contrast, the situation in Tuyuan was dire, with Li Xiang leaving devastation in his wake, particularly in the 3rd largest tribe, the Rongong, which could not muster even 10,000 cavalry at this moment. The most alarming news was the report of the Grand Princess's capture, which sent shockwaves through the tribes of the grasslands. Reflecting on these critical matters, Prime Minister Mida could only helplessly shut his eyes. Tuyuan had once appeared formidable, capable of causing considerable troubles for the Tang, yet those troubles were merely nuisances. In a direct confrontation, Tuyuan was undeniably outmatched. Prime Minister, the Tang army's actions before negotiations have deeply impacted us. We should devise a counter-strategy, expressed some anxious generals. I noticed many of our soldiers could not stand tall in formation. The pressure from the Tang is overwhelming. Should we deploy our forces to confront them? All our capable warriors are present, yet the Tang army continues to arrive in droves from all corners. If we resort to force, by this time next month, their numbers could swell tenfold. We did not come to provoke. We are here to negotiate an end to this conflict. As he spoke, Mida gritted his teeth, nearly shattering his own molars. He was loath to accept such humiliation, yet the circumstances were beyond his control. The disparity in comprehensive national power between the 2 states was immense. Moreover, the numerous reports from spies within the Tang territory underscored their resolve for a decisive confrontation. Could Mida afford to act impulsively? While it might provide a fleeting sense of comfort to position his cavalry in defiance, what would happen when the Tang's tenfold reinforcements arrived tomorrow? Order the entire camp to dismantle and retreat 30 miles, he commanded. Witnessing the continuous emergence of troops from the city, better to not see than to distress the heart. Upon receiving this news, Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin both recognized that Prime Minister Midu was no ordinary man. In such critical moments, he could swallow his pride and endure. They were not afraid of those who brandished their threats openly. Such individuals wore their intentions on their faces. The true danger lay in those who were cunning and subtle. It appears that when the time comes for an envoy to the capital to offer apologies, this esteemed chancellor of Midu must accompany the delegation. Cheng Yaojin stroked his beard and remarked, "You and I share the same thoughts. Their Khan will certainly not attend, but rather summon a prince to represent them. And it would be prudent for our chancellor to join." Although Qin Xiong conducted his affairs with utmost integrity, matters concerning the livelihoods of the border populace necessitate long-term planning. Should any complications arise with this chancellor of Midu, it is unlikely that another statesman from Tuyuhun would possess his acumen, thus sparing us much trouble. Such individuals are often patient, and we must not afford them the luxury of time. Otherwise, we may face another great conflict in the future. Cheng Yaojin squinted as he spoke, recognizing that eliminating a foreign chancellor within the Tang realm would be a most audacious act. However, given Tuyuhun's recent defeat, the risk remains manageable. If this individual continues to wield power in Tuyuhun, we can anticipate a major war within the next decade. There is no need to report this to His Majesty. We shall bear the burden ourselves. Qin Xiong understood that such matters should remain undisclosed to Li Shimin, for revealing them could entangle the emperor in their schemes. Engaging in this endeavor, Li Shimin would undoubtedly impose punishment upon them, as he must provide accountability to the realm. However, in the aftermath, those who are most heavily penalized often find greater rewards. Li Shimin is a shrewd leader. If you bear the blame for the Tang shall not forsake you. This is a foregone conclusion. As per our usual arrangement, I shall defend the city while you and that scoundrel Li Xiang engage in negotiations. Cheng Yaojin recognized that he was ill-equipped for deceitful stratagems. Despite Qin Xiong's upright nature, he possessed a far keener intellect. The responsibility of negotiation must rest with him, especially as Qin Xiong is the commander of this campaign. We must increase our patrols and ensure that no mishaps occur during our most glorious moment, for Tuyuhun still possesses the strength to fight. Although Qin Xiong acknowledged the slim odds of such an occurrence, it is imperative that we remain thoroughly prepared. Should we display arrogance at the negotiation site, the adversary might exploit our vulnerabilities, leading to a significant humiliation. 3 days later, Liangzhou city was fully prepared, and the negotiation venue was set 20 miles beyond the city. Li Xiang and General Qin Xiong set forth with their troops, comprising 6,000 soldiers under Li Xiang's command, who had already validated their position on the grasslands, indeed deserving the title of imperial warriors. On the city walls, Li Ji observed Li Xiang's departing figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. The night prior, he had even contemplated sending a message to Tuyuhun, informing them that the Tang had no genuine intention to engage in battle. Yet, as a member of the Tang royal family, he could not take the step of betraying his own nation. Even though he regarded Li Xiang as an adversary, he had not descended to that level of madness. Your Highness, urgent correspondence has arrived from the court. The Emperor requests your immediate attention. As Li Ji found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, Cheng Chimo, who stood beside him, presented a letter. It was not in the form of an imperial decree, indicating it was a personal correspondence from the royal family. Although penned by the Emperor himself, it did not cause much commotion among those present. The letter was addressed to the Prince of Jin. Perplexed, Li Ji cast a bewildered glance at Cheng Chimo, questioning why he would receive a handwritten letter from his father at that moment. However, he had little time for such musings. He accepted the letter and sought a secluded spot to unfold its contents. What? How could this be? The contents left Li Ji in a state of stupor, overwhelming him with a profound sense of despair. Chapter 177. Li Ji returns to the capital. Cheng Yaojin had just bid farewell to General Li Xiang and General Qin Xiong when he was to send off Prince Li Ji. Following Emperor Li Shimin's orders, Prince Li Ji was to return to the capital ahead of schedule, without waiting for the signing of the agreement. This indicated Li Ji's desire to garner merit on the front lines, a prospect that had now vanished entirely. Father, the Emperor is rather ruthless, isn't he? With such significant achievements, does it truly matter if he has one more or one less? In the end, he could merely record a note of it. Who could possibly be wronged? Cheng Chimo, standing beside his father, expressed his confusion, though he harbored little fondness for Li Ji. Witnessing his current predicament evoked a sense of pity within him. The young man had traveled all the way from Chang'an, only to see the war nearing its end while others could claim some measure of glory, yet he returned empty-handed, ahead of the grand conferral of titles. This reflects the emperor's sagacity, Cheng Yaojin replied. Had he allowed Li Ji to remain on the front lines until the agreement was signed, what rewards could be justly bestowed upon him? He possesses no military achievements, having not even set foot outside the city gates. And as for military advisory roles, there would be discontent among those who actually contributed. Upon hearing his father's words, Cheng Chumo came to a realization. Indeed, Li Ji could not remain at the front. Others might have had the opportunity to secure some accolades, but Li Ji found himself devoid of any accomplishments, save for perhaps complicating matters further. Moreover, as negotiations progressed, there was a possibility that he might stray from the right path. Chang Yaojin did not elaborate further, yet his son was no fool. Li Ji had harbored such thoughts the previous day, but lacking capable allies and possessing a semblance of rationality, he refrained from taking that step. However, in the days to come, various provocations could easily lead him astray. Should he indeed take that step, even with the emperor's favor, he might still face military law. The emperor's decision to summon him back to the capital was, in some respects, a form of protection. Each of the 9 sons of the dragon is distinct. Cheng Chumo mused, then turned to gaze southward, pondering that the negotiations there must have commenced as well. As Cheng Chumo surmised, both parties had taken their respective positions. And compared to their previous encounter, their attitudes had shifted significantly. Li Xiang and Qin Xiong were somewhat haughty, while Prime Minister Mi Du displayed humility. In their last meeting, the balance of power had been ambiguous. This time, the victor and the vanquished were unmistakable. Are we discussing a ceasefire? Upon expressing his thoughts, Prime Minister Mi Du found that Li Xiang had not proposed any conditions, but rather discovered an opening concerning the ceasefire. Indeed, upon hearing these 4 words from Li Xiang, Prime Minister Mi Du felt a tightening in his chest. The Tang dynasty was evidently not inclined to a ceasefire. Yesterday's display of military might was not mere bravado but a genuine preparation for battle. It was highly likely that the flames of war would soon be reignited. The Tuyuhan people harbor no animosity towards the Tang dynasty. The current situation arises from our mutual miscommunication. For the sake of the harmonious lives of our citizens, it is imperative that we resolve this issue rationally, rather than resorting to violence. Prime Minister Mi Du gestured towards the distant lush pastures, expressing his desire to engage in dialogue with General Qin Xiao. Regrettably, General Qin, upon taking his seat, closed his eyes in meditation, delegating all matters to Li Xiang. Previously, Prime Minister Mi Du had already witnessed Li Xiang's formidable prowess. Negotiating with such a person could very well be a taxing endeavor. If the esteemed Prime Minister were to advocate for armed confrontation, he must acknowledge that it was your forces that advanced upon Liangzhou City, creating an illusion of war, compelling us to journey from Chang'an. Why did you not speak of the citizens' harmonious existence then? Why did you not call for a rational resolution? Li Xiang swiftly seized upon Prime Minister Mi Du's inconsistency. Now that you have suffered defeat, you seek peace. Had you emerged victorious, you might have already been within Liangzhou City. Circumstances have shifted. We did not consider our actions thoroughly at that time, and this oversight belongs to Tuyuhan. Therefore, if His Highness the Crown Prince consents to a ceasefire, we, the Tuyuhan, are willing to offer certain reparations. Prime Minister Mi Du understood that at this juncture, empty rhetoric would serve no purpose. If he continued to repeat himself, he risked provoking the other party, jeopardizing any potential gains and possibly inciting a larger conflict, which would be detrimental to Tuyuhan. Thus, he deftly steered the conversation towards reparations. Our Tang dynasty requires no compensation. What we seek is a century of tranquility along the southwestern borders. Under ordinary circumstances, one would expect negotiations over compensation. However, Li Xiang was not one to conform to such norms. You propose reparations, do you possess the authority to do so? Have I consented to this? Though General Qin remained with his eyes closed, he nearly chuckled at Li Xiang's audacity. Indeed, he had the right to speak thus, for with his thousands of soldiers, he had turned Tuyuhan upside down. Without such military achievements, Prime Minister Mi Du would not have been able to engage him as an equal, considering their difference in seniority. A century of peace along the southwestern borders? Prime Minister Mi Du repeated this phrase in his mind, interpreting it as a demand for the complete subjugation of Tuyuhan. Tang youth, do not overstep your bounds. We still possess an army of 1 million elite soldiers. Should you refuse to comply, we shall meet you in battle. As Prime Minister Mi Du contemplated his response, a foolish remark from behind interrupted his thoughts, prompting him to inwardly curse his misfortune. Li Xiang also looked up, surprised to find someone so reckless among the Tuyuhan ranks. It seemed dissent lingered within their army. In light of this, he resolved to teach them a lesson today. They would pay for such audacity. Impudent fool, know your place and withdraw at once. Upon seeing this individual, Prime Minister Mi Du was immediately taken aback. This person was Zhejuoji, the beloved nephew of the Khagan of Tuyuhan, a distinguished figure among the younger generation of Tuyuhan. His remarkable prowess and martial skills had earned him the reputation of being the future renowned general of Tuyuhan, also known as the Eagle of the Steppe. Prime Minister, leave me be. Mi Du exclaimed in fury, having already reassigned several youthful subordinates, yet he had forgotten about this young man. Is this a place where you can speak freely? Your words could pose a significant threat to Tuyuhan. just as Zhejuoji, with a dejected expression, prepared to retreat. Li Xiang interjected. Chapter 178. Homicide, Your Highness. This individual is notoriously indiscreet. Upon my return, I shall administer a proper lesson to him. I implore you not to take offense. The Prime Minister of Mida spoke with urgency, fully aware of this man's abilities. If he could temper his temperament over the course of 2 years, he would undoubtedly become a loyal minister of Tuyuan. Thus it was imperative not to let this opportunity slip away. What do you intend to do? Zhejuoji, fearful of the Prime Minister's authority in Tuyuan, nonetheless felt no trepidation towards Li Xiang, particularly in light of the misdeeds Li Xiang had committed on the grasslands, which had left many factions eager to exact vengeance upon him. Kneel before me. The Prime Minister commanded furiously, exasperated by the sheer foolishness of the situation. Can you not discern the reality before us? You are but a lamb on the butcher's block, and yet you dare to act so audaciously. Do you wish to return home alive today? Although Zhejuoji knelt, his gaze remained fixed defiantly upon Li Xiang, revealing his underlying insubordination. Secretary. What penalty should befall one who dares to insult this prince within the realm of the Tang? The Prime Minister sought to interject with conciliatory words. Yet Li Xiang afforded him no opportunity, instead straightening his posture to face the sunlight. Report to His Highness, the Long Sun, 40 strokes of the cane, followed by exile to the borderlands. And if he were a barbarian? Report to His Highness, the Long Sun, death by the cane. Listening to their exchange, the Prime Minister felt a throbbing in his temples. This man was indeed serious. Was it not merely a few careless words? Did it necessitate a death sentence? Your Highness, this individual is the beloved nephew of our Khan, and on the grasslands. The Prime Minister attempted to provide an explanation, but Li Xiang abruptly gestured for him to cease. I have come to learn of an event from the capital. When individuals from the Midu tribe opposed your father and openly insulted him, how did your father respond? According to your Tuyuan customs, the entire family was fed to the wild wolves of the grasslands. Is that not so? As Li Xiang invoked the history of Tuyuan, the Prime Minister momentarily faltered. This was a well-known tale among many on the grasslands, illustrating that Tuyuan's laws were often more severe than those of the Tang dynasty, with rigid class distinctions. To challenge the hierarchy was to invite collective punishment upon one's entire family. However, the Prime Minister, usually quick-witted and capable of navigating any scenario, found himself at a loss for words. Was he to assert that his deceased father had acted wrongly? Do you believe, Prime Minister, that I am inferior to your father in status? Li Xiang's piercing gaze betrayed a hint of lethal intent. And no. Your Highness Long Sun is the grandson of His Majesty the Emperor of Tang, your status. As he spoke, the Prime Minister abruptly found himself unable to continue. If status was the measure, then it would be permissible to execute Zhejuoji and his entire family. It appears there is a lack of consensus within your ranks. Let our negotiations conclude here. Upon our return, we shall regroup our forces, and we shall meet again on the battlefield. Li Xiang refrained from excessive chatter and did not explicitly state his intention to eliminate Zhejuoji. However, he wielded his most formidable weapon, the termination of the negotiations, plunging both parties back into a state of war. Your Highness, General, you cannot act in such a manner. As Li Xiang turned away, the Prime Minister of Mida grew increasingly anxious. At that moment, General Qin Xiong opened his eyes. The Prime Minister hoped that he would interject, should the negotiations collapse. The Tang army would undoubtedly divide into multiple factions and invade the vast steppes of Tuyuan. The current state of the prairie resembled a landscape riddled with wounds. How could it withstand such an onslaught? The losses would be catastrophic. Though I am the commander of the army, His Highness Changsun holds the highest rank among us. The Emperor has issued a decree granting His Highness the authority to act on his behalf. There is no need for further words. For the Tang shall not negotiate with those who do not respect us. We shall reclaim our dignity with the steel in our hands. General Qin Xiong understood that now was not the time to undermine their position. If both parties exhibited unwavering resolve, Tuyuan would have no choice but to retreat, unless they were prepared for battle. Yet, based on our intelligence, Tuyuan lacked the will to fight. Wait. Someone, bind Zhejuoji. The Prime Minister of Mida found himself in a desperate situation. He could not allow these two to depart. The last time they were allowed to leave, Tuyuan suffered the loss of over 100,000 lives. If they were to leave again, who could predict how many more souls would be lost upon the prairie? At the Prime Minister's command, a slight smile crept onto Li Xiang's lips, though his pace did not falter. Is binding him all you intend to do? Do you take me for a child? Even when deceiving a child, one must invest some effort. Furthermore, I intend to use his blood to consecrate our banner, shattering the resistance within the Tuyuan army. Your Highness, Zhejuoji protested, indignant. Have I truly said anything so grievous? Must I pay with my life? Nearby soldiers, fearing he might utter something further to incite the ire of the Tang, swiftly gagged him with a rag. Well aware that angering the Tang could lead to rivers of blood upon the prairie, Your Highness, please, wait. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, the Prime Minister hurriedly approached, disregarding the sharp blades of Li Xiang's guards, and grasped at his garment. Prime Minister, I commend your dedication to Tuyuan, but my reputation is at stake. If we cannot reach a resolution, remaining here will subject me to ridicule upon my return to Chang'an. Li Xiang spoke coldly, and the Prime Minister knew that decisive measures were necessary. Otherwise, this young prince would prove to be quite formidable. I am willing to surrender him to your Highness for your judgment. Whether to execute or torture him is entirely at your discretion. I shall not interfere. The Prime Minister, with a swift turn of his eye, conceived a clever plan. After all, this young man had offended the grandson of the Tang Emperor. Handing him over to the Tang people would provide a satisfactory explanation to the Khan should the young man meet his demise. Moreover, this youth wielded considerable renown on the grasslands, and any ensuing troubles would not fall upon the shoulders of the Prime Minister. If Prime Minister Mi could grasp such a notion, could Li Xiang be any less perceptive? The adage to kill a man is to strike at his heart resonates deeply with us. If I were to wield the blade against him, it would only unite your enmity, but should you employ your own weapon, it would surely dishearten the youthful faction within your ranks. Chapter 179. Hatred and Regret. My lord, this individual is a general from your Tuyuan tribe. Should I take action, it would indeed be quite inappropriate. It seems that you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Let him don his armor. Tomorrow I shall lead an assault on Tuyuan, and it will be on the battlefield where we shall determine our fates. In that moment, I shall claim his head openly and without shame. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, General Chengqian comprehended the underlying meaning. He had long perceived Li Xiang as a rogue, but he never anticipated such treachery. You intend to have Prime Minister Mido slay Zhejuoji, inciting your own kin to turn against one another. This is indeed the most effective means to dismantle your greatest weapon. When your soldiers witness such a scene, their spirits will surely plummet. Zhejuoji hails from a great tribe. Should Prime Minister Mido kill him, it would undoubtedly sow discord between the two major tribes. However, that is a matter for another time. Take him away and execute him. Prime Minister Mido stamped his foot in exasperation, finally issuing the command. Though he was loath to do so, he recognized that if Li Xiang were to mount his steed, and these two were to return, tomorrow would ignite the flames of war. The Tang dynasty, vast as it is, could withstand such a conflict, but Tuyuan, already ravaged, could not bear the burden. In comparison to the safety of Tuyuan as a whole, Zhejuoji's life was of little consequence. Zhejuoji could scarcely believe his ears. Prime Minister Mido had always treated him with great care, viewing him as a star of tomorrow. Yet now, he was to be slain by the very hand he admired. The disparity was unbearable, yet with his mouth silenced, he could utter no words of protest. My lord. The soldiers remained motionless, instead kneeling before Prime Minister Mido. They held great respect for General Zhejuoji, and the thought of killing their esteemed commander was beyond their capacity. He was the eagle of their plains. If they were to slay their eagle, what hope would remain for their land? Kill him. Prime Minister Mido did not even glance at the soldiers. He was a man of utmost rationality, synthesizing the current intelligence. The Tang dynasty had no interest in negotiation. Perhaps they sought to reignite the flames of war. Thus, he could not afford to provide them with any pretext. As long as Zhejuoji was eliminated, the crown prince would lose the justification to wage war, allowing both parties to return to the negotiating table. Before all the Tang soldiers, this general, facing death, did not utter a word of defiance. Prime Minister Mido's soldiers, obedient to his command, approached and swiftly severed the man's head. My lord, Prime Minister Mido lamented, surely, you must be satisfied now. The eagle of the plains has perished, not on the battlefield resisting the Tang, but rather in the arena of negotiation. This, without a doubt, is a bitter irony. In the distance, the soldiers of Tuyuan clenched their fists, yet upon seeing the banners of the Tang army fluttering in the northern winds, and reflecting on the recent tribulations in the plains, a profound sense of helplessness washed over them. Your Highness, since this individual has already faced justice, should we not take a moment to pause? For every villain, there must be a hero, and at this juncture, Li Xiang requires a means of retreat, which General Chengqian has providently provided. I shall take a brief respite and return after the burning of an incense stick. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Prime Minister Mido heaved a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that, despite the execution, Li Xiang would still return to Liangzhou with his entourage, leaving us with nothing but despair and the looming threat of the Khan's wrath. In truth, Li Xiang did not require the duration of an incense stick. This time was granted for Prime Minister Mido at this moment. Mido was somewhat agitated, grappling with numerous perplexities. Initiating negotiations under such circumstances would yield no benefit for the Tang dynasty. Li Xiang discerned that Mido was a rational man, willing to sacrifice anyone for the safety of Tuyuan. Thus, it was essential to afford him a moment to regain his composure, the more rational he was. The greater the advantage for the Tang. Could you not have forewarned me? You nearly frightened me to death with your reckless maneuver. General Qin Xiong remarked candidly upon returning to his camp. The previous situation indeed presented an excellent opportunity, if executed well. It could demoralize Tuyuhan's forces and bolster our own morale. However, a misstep could lead to dire consequences. I am left with no alternative. We must present ourselves as ready for battle. If a mere child from the opposing side emerges and we fail to eliminate him, we risk exposing our vulnerabilities. It would be an affront to the honorable Changsun family, and failing to take his life would suggest that the Tang lacks resolve. Li Xiang's assessment was astute. From the outset, we have been resistant to negotiations. Continuing talks in the previous context would have allowed the astute Prime Minister Midu to discern the underlying issues. Should this cunning old fox recognize our predicament, all our preparations would have been in vain, resulting in a complete failure. Thus, this performance must proceed as planned. I should not have accompanied you to negotiate. I ought to have sent old Qing instead. My heart raced with fear, and upon my return to Chang'an, I expect you to procure 30 pounds of the finest Tang wine to soothe my nerves, General Qin Xiong expressed with irritation. He was grateful that this fellow was typically reticent. Had he been more talkative, we might have easily compromised our position. As the incense stick burned down swiftly, both parties reconvened at the negotiation table. General Qin Xiong held a newfound admiration for the young Li Xiang, only 14, yet astutely calculating every detail. Prime Minister Midu, previously in a state of agitation, had now regained his composure, rendering the present moment more suitable for discussions. My esteemed Prime Minister, upon careful reflection, I find myself deeply impressed by your sincerity. Although I cannot dissuade my grandfather from his intention to embark on a full-scale war, I am willing to listen to your terms in hopes of persuading him and diverting this conflict. However, I cannot guarantee success. For the armies of our Tang dynasty are gathering in southern prefecture. I can only exert my modest influence to spare the common folk of both nations from the calamity of war. As Li Xiang spoke these words, his gaze was imbued with profound sincerity, to the extent that the esteemed General Qin Xiong beside him was nearly moved to tears. Chapter 180. Unalterable conditions. General Qin Xiong maintained a stoic demeanor, yet internally, he found himself at a loss for words. This young man, despite his tender age, possessed a theatrical prowess that surpassed even that of his grandfather. His remarks were astutely articulated, revealing a natural aptitude for negotiation. The proceedings were remarkably effortless. It felt as though we had exerted minimal effort, yet managed to elicit all of the opposing parties' fundamental stances. In due course, we could merely sit back and sift through the offerings. General Qin felt assured that he had chosen the right ally, significantly alleviating his burdens. Prime Minister Midu meticulously pondered each word spoken by Li Xiang, realizing that the Tang dynasty was indeed intent on warfare, driven by the resolute will of the emperor. He recalled the legends surrounding Li Shimin, who, after being besieged by the Turks, had rallied his forces and subsequently captured the Turkic Khan following years of preparation. In recent years, he had commenced campaigns against Goguryeo, undeniably a belligerent figure. The recurrent provocations from Tuyuhan had likely reached a threshold intolerable to the emperor. Li Xiang's assertions were grounded in truth. After all, he was merely the grandson of the emperor and lacked the authority to dictate the overarching policies of the Tang dynasty. I express gratitude on behalf of the prince for the endeavors made for the benefit of both our nations. Tuyuhan is willing to retreat 120 li, dedicating this expanse of grassland to the Tang dynasty, compensating with 5,000 warhorses and 50,000 cattle and sheep, along with the marriage of our grand princess to your highness, to foster a bond akin to that of Qin and Jin. Without hesitation, Prime Minister Midu presented the offerings he had prepared. However, this was far from their ultimate concession. It merely represented the initial phase of their negotiations. Had these terms been proposed during the previous discussions, Li Xiang might have acquiesced, but presenting them now seemed rather excessive. Your conditions appear somewhat outdated, esteemed Prime Minister. If these are the sole terms you offer, I need not even speak. Not only would I find it impossible to persuade my grandfather, but I, myself, am unconvinced. Let us continue our conflict upon the battlefield. Li Xiang took a sip of tea, clearly unimpressed by their proposals. If your highness finds our offer unsatisfactory, please feel free to articulate your concerns. Tuyuhan approaches this matter with utmost sincerity. We are committed to averting war, provided it is within our means. Prime Minister Midu was merely testing the waters. He was unafraid of Li Xiang's bargaining tactics, but feared that Li Xiang might not engage at all, which would lead to complications. The Tang dynasty requires grasslands extending 400 li beyond Liangzhou city and intends to construct a new city in the southwest. Tuyuhan herdsmen shall henceforth be barred from entering this region, as we will dispatch troops to garrison there. In light of the losses sustained by the Tang dynasty during this conflict, Tuyuan is to compensate us with 2 million guan in one lump sum. Furthermore, the trade route to the Tubo kingdom must entail equal taxation for merchants from both our realms. Should you disagree with any of these stipulations, I will find myself unable to mediate this affair. You are aware that the Tang forces are gathering towards Liangzhou city, and once a sufficient number is amassed, even if you are willing to concede these terms, I doubt we would still have need of them. Li Xiang was acutely aware that the Prime Minister of Midu and his associates were already pushed to their limits. He decided to lay out all their demands, albeit some were exaggerated to leave room for negotiation. As for the so-called Grand Princess they mentioned, he found little appeal in her. Were there not enough beautiful women in Chang'an? Upon hearing Li Xiang's demands, the Prime Minister felt somewhat dazed. The requests were indeed excessive. Nearly the 400 li of grassland was an insurmountable burden, compounded by the taxes from trade routes, which threatened the very lifeblood of the Tuyuan economy. Your Highness, these conditions are exceedingly difficult to accept. Should we agree, Tuyuan would cease to exist, and how would our nation survive? That 400 li of pasture sustains a third of our population, the Prime Minister exclaimed, visibly agitated. Prime Minister, you are a wise man. You must grasp the reality of the situation. I am not coercing you into agreement. Even if you acquiesced, I cannot guarantee that war would not return. I can only promise to convey your position to my grandfather, but that does not imply I can dictate the outcome. Should you choose to decline, it would simplify matters for me. I hold you in high regard, and I shall remember your decisive act against Zidoji today for the rest of my life. You acted to preserve my dignity. This evening, let us indulge in merriment and not politics. After we finish this banquet, we shall meet on the battlefield tomorrow. The Prime Minister had anticipated that Li Xiang would negotiate the terms, yet to his surprise, Li Xiang showed no inclination to bargain. If the Prime Minister was unwilling, so be it. Tonight was for revelry, not discourse. After the feast, he would wield his sword to claim what was rightfully theirs. And it might not just be 400 li of grassland. It could very well encompass the entire expanse. The Prime Minister found himself at a loss for words. Agreeing would make it difficult to report back to the Khan, while refusing would invite the peril of annihilation upon Tuyuan. I have also heard that Tuyuan's roasted lamb is unparalleled. I wonder if you have brought a chef, Prime Minister. If so, we must enjoy a splendid feast tonight. General Xiong, half awake, stepped in to ease the tension. The negotiations had reached an impasse, and prolonging the discussion would only lead to embarrassment for both parties. Yes, there will be roasted lamb. The Prime Minister nearly wept. In such dire times, who could think of feasting? A single misstep could lead to the obliteration of Tuyuan, yet he dared not voice his frustrations. He could only arrange for the meal, postponing the matter of negotiations until after the evening's revelry. Li Xiang gave a thumbs up to General Xiong, appreciating his timely intervention. Throughout the earlier exchanges, General Qin had remained silent, but when the Prime Minister was to make a decision, he stepped forward, offering him a moment to contemplate. This was a matter of utmost importance, one that would determine the fate of Tuyuan. Do not fear the swift demise of the steed. Hasten to the royal court with utmost speed. As the preparations for the roasted leg of lamb commenced, Prime Minister Mi summoned his most trusted subordinate. This note encapsulated all the terms of the negotiations. Although he was the plenipotentiary representative, it was imperative that the Khan be informed. Chapter 181. Living for oneself. At the bottom of the note, Prime Minister Mi left a message. If a reply from the Khan is not received within 3 days, it signifies the Khan's acquiescence. This grants a modicum of dignity to their Khan, sparing him from the necessity of personally issuing a command to sign this humiliating treaty. During the evening banquet, the emotions of both parties diverged significantly. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were relaxed, reveling in their victory on the battlefield. In stark contrast, the people of Tuyuan found it nearly impossible to savor the sumptuous dishes before them. When the army first approached Liangzhou, there were those within Tuyuan who had prophesied that resorting to force against the Tang would thrust them into perilous circumstances. Yet at that time, the entirety of Tuyuan disregarded this warning, believing that their previous tactics of intimidation would yield success once more. Little did they anticipate that the Tang dynasty would alter its strategy, unleashing unparalleled devastation upon the steppe. In a certain corner of Liangzhou, the cacophony of celebration rang painfully in the ears. Jate Erku was treated relatively well, ever since he forged an alliance with Li Xiang. His needs were met in accordance with the standards befitting a deputy general. Thus, after the Grand Princess was brought here, her circumstances were not entirely bleak. Apart from being unable to step beyond the confines of the door, her restrictions were minimal, and her maidservants had been returned. Yet, a question lingered in her mind. How did we suffer such a catastrophic defeat? In the past, we were not inferior to the Tang, and during confrontations, we had claimed the majority of victories. But now, the Grand Princess gazed at her brother, tears brimming in her eyes. Although Jia Taeyerke stood with Li Xiang, the failure of his nation weighed heavily on his heart. Despite harboring resentment towards his father and brother, deep within, he still yearned for Tuyuhan's triumph, a wish that now felt utterly unattainable. Having come from Chang'an, I am acutely aware of the reasons behind our downfall. It is all due to that wretched anomaly. Others might attribute our defeat to the disparity between the Tang and Tuyuhan or the resolve of the Tang's ruling class. However, Jia Taeyerke focused solely on Li Xiang, believing that Tuyuhan's current dire straits were directly tied to him. But how could the influence of a single individual be so profound? The Grand Princess recognized Li Xiang's formidable prowess, for she had herself been captured by him. Yet, when considering the broader context of warfare between their nations, Li Xiang's impact should be minimal. Among all the people of Tuyuhan, I ought to understand this young man better than anyone else. Moreover, the extraordinary armies he commands are unlike anything I have ever witnessed in the Tang. The greatest losses we endured on the steppe were inflicted by the very troops under his command. It is conceivable that, without him, while we may have still faced defeat, the Tang would not have triumphed so effortlessly. Zitok drank from his cup, the contents not being celebratory wine but rather a bitter brew. He had learned from the guards that Li Xiang had ventured beyond the city walls to negotiate with General Xiang. Given the current state of the battlefield, it was anticipated that this negotiation would conclude within a fortnight, resulting in the Tuyuhan losing vast expanses of northern grasslands, henceforth becoming vassals of the Tang dynasty. After articulating these thoughts, the Grand Princess pondered the army she had witnessed that fateful day, an experience unlike any she had known before. Particularly during the assault on the Rongong tribe, the explosive devices employed were astonishingly formidable. The cavalry of the Rongong had not even managed a threatening charge. Following the devastating defeat of the third largest tribe on the grasslands, a pall of despair swept across the plains, with even smaller tribes losing their will to resist. If the Rongong tribe could be vanquished so thoroughly, how could they, the lesser tribes, hope to stand firm? Should the Khan compel them to march into battle, many might preemptively surrender to the Tang, leading to a catastrophic collapse of authority across the grasslands. Was there a chance that these negotiations could falter? Perhaps the terms proposed would be deemed excessively harsh, prompting a rejection of the talks once more. The Grand Princess felt a pang of resentment. It was no small feat for Tuyuhan to survive in the narrow space between two great empires. Having painstakingly attained their current standing, the thought of losing it was daunting. Especially for a weaker nation, which might struggle indefinitely to regain lost ground, while stronger nations often had ample opportunities. Prime Minister Mida was a shrewd individual, adept at weighing advantages against disadvantages. This was Tuyuhan's final chance for peace. Should they forsake it, the Tang would likely march southward, resulting in widespread suffering for Tuyuhan. The fate of the Turks served as a cautionary tale. Zitok bitterly reflected on his time in Chang'an, where he had encountered the Turkic Khan and nobles. Following their defeat, all were taken to Chang'an, where, although Li Shimin did not mistreat them, their confinement was stringent. They were restricted from wandering beyond their own quarters, and should Tuyuhan fall, their existence might mirror that of the Turks in the latter years of their lives. Then, brother, you. The Grand Princess hesitated, wrestling with her thoughts before deciding to seek clarity. Ever since her arrival, myriad questions had plagued her mind. After all, she had been a prisoner of war during her journey here. Although Li Xiang had not acted excessively, her treatment was hardly favorable, akin to that of other captives. Yet upon reaching this residence, not only had her maidservants been assigned to her, but the daily provisions had improved significantly. While it could not compare to her previous life, it was a veritable paradise in contrast to the conditions faced by other prisoners. The Grand Princess, being astute, had not made any concessions to Li Xiang, thus, it fell upon her brother to make the necessary compromises. I am not a warrior of the grasslands. When my father relinquished me, I resolved to live for myself. For over a decade, I have resided in Chang'an, undertaking numerous endeavors for the Tuyuhan. Yet in the end, what have I gained? Betrayal from all sides. Therefore, regardless of the choices I make, no one has the right to cast judgment upon me. Zatirk declared with unwavering conviction. Deep within, he was acutely aware of his own treachery, yet he felt compelled to fortify his beliefs, articulating such sentiments to others, and, indeed, to himself, as a means of justifying his actions. Chapter 182. The depletion of Tuyuhan. 3 fleeting days passed, during which Li Xiang and his comrades enjoyed an unprecedented respite in the military camp. Everyone was exceedingly relaxed, for we were now the victors, regardless of Tuyuhan's potential machinations. There was little to fear. Merely 10 miles north of the negotiation encampment, thousands of cavalry stood poised. Should Prime Minister Mida make any move, we would swiftly eradicate the threat. Standing at the southern gate of the tent, Prime Minister Mida slowly closed his eyes. This was the agreed-upon final moment, yet the Khan lacked the resolve to issue a command. This indicated our obligation to unconditionally accept all humiliating terms of surrender. According to the stipulations outlined by Prime Minister Midu, if the Khan were unwilling, he would send a messenger with a simple statement. Conversely, if he were amenable, he could choose to send a messenger or refrain from doing so. The absence of a messenger signified the Khan's reluctance to leave behind a tarnished reputation. The report to the Prime Minister arrived via carrier pigeon. Upon hearing this, Midu's expression remained inscrutable. It was not an edict from the Khan, but rather news relayed by his own contacts within the royal court. A man of meticulous nature, Prime Minister Midu feared unforeseen occurrences, such as a mishap among the Khan's envoys preventing timely communication. Thus, he had devised a contingency plan, instructing his subordinates to promptly inform him once the Khan reached a decision. The message received was brief and clear. Upon receiving the news, the Khan refrained from making any declarations, secluding himself within his tent for 3 days without sustenance. It was evident that if he intended to convey a message, yesterday at noon would have been the final opportunity, yet he remained silent, tacitly endorsing Prime Minister Midu's actions. Aside from the Prime Minister's personal guards, all other generals were strictly forbidden from approaching the tent. The sun had risen in the east, signaling that negotiations were imminent. Time slipped away inexorably, and Prime Minister Midu, wishing to safeguard his generals, anticipated that today's discussions would be even more intolerable. Should any general speak out of turn, a repeat of previous bloodshed could ensue, which Midu was determined to avoid. After breakfast, Li Xiang and General Xiang returned to the tent. Prime Minister Midu approached from the opposite side, and they appeared almost simultaneously. Observing the pallor on the Prime Minister's face, Li Xiang quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and steeled himself for the impending ordeal. Esteemed Prime Minister, he began, we have lingered too long. Let us cut to the chase. We must reach a conclusion by noon today. My Tang army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, has assembled at the southern city. A single day's delay incurs an expense nearing 200,000 guan. Before Minister Midu could speak, Li Xiang took the initiative. This time, in contrast to our previous encounter, we are far more eager. Of course, we are not pleading with you. Should you utter a negative word, we shall immediately engage in battle, claiming everything that belongs to your Tujue. Let us commence with the first agenda regarding the pastures. 400 li, extending south of the Liangzhou city for 400 li, is non-negotiable. In this expanse, we shall exercise all rights, including the construction of fortifications. From the onset of negotiations, Li Xiang adopted an aggressive stance, fully aware that he must shatter their resolve and leave them no room for a lingering existence. Your Highness. Long Sunday. Minister, by noon today, we must reach an agreement. Should such an accord fail to materialize, both parties will revert to a state of war post-noon. I implore you to acquiesce. Li Xiang did not afford his counterpart an opportunity to respond. Naturally, he possessed the confidence to do so. Having ravaged the plains to this extent, their support has crumbled. Although there remain numerous troops on the grasslands, the question is, do they retain their confidence? If battle were to ensue again, these men would likely flee swifter than hares. Can Tujue truly rely on them? Your Highness, are you truly denying them the chance to speak? Minister Midu, though well-tempered, found himself incensed today, having not uttered a complete sentence since the beginning. When has the Tang dynasty been so aggressive? Minister, there are but two options, to agree or to disagree. Li Xiang leaned over the table. His piercing gaze fixed upon Minister Midu. You have exhausted your bargaining chips, and judging by your countenance today, it seems Tujue has no intention of resisting. Under such circumstances, should I still extend courtesies to you? Minister Midu's lips twitched. His subordinate generals could no longer endure, and he himself was approaching his limit. Yet, even in his agitation, Minister Midu would refrain from extreme actions, for every word spoken could profoundly impact the future of Tujue. Minister need not express a stance. As long as you refrain from uttering a negative response, this clause shall be accepted. Li Xiang understood the difficulty of eliciting a declaration. Thus he simply required Minister Midu to remain still. If you do not oppose this clause, we shall proceed to negotiate the next term. Waiting for this old man to nod in agreement might take an hour. Minister Midu felt as though his heart were bleeding, the sound of it dripping faintly audible. Was this not the very tactic he employed against the Khan? To his surprise, the opponent had turned it back upon him. The second clause involved compensation of 400,000 guan, which could be settled with war horses, cattle, sheep, and other livestock, though pricing would require unification by both parties' officials. Upon hearing this figure, Prime Minister Mi nearly fainted. Over the years, Tujue had maintained a firm grip on bilateral trade, amassing a considerable fortune. However, the Tujue nobility led an exceedingly extravagant lifestyle, depleting a significant portion of their wealth. Presently, although Tujue still possesses some funds, surrendering 4 million guan would feel akin to severing a piece of their flesh. Meanwhile, General Xiong had once again succumbed to a state of tranquil contemplation, though his ears remained alert. A single war had emptied the coffers of the Tang dynasty, yet if they were to receive this 4 million guan in reparations, it would be as if this conflict had incurred no cost at all. Chapter 183, Consular Jurisdiction. Your Highness, Long Sunday. My Lord Prime Minister. Although the compensation is substantial, it can procure a momentary peace. Should we refuse to pay this sum, we would be compelled to retrieve it ourselves. Do you recall the last war and the spoils we acquired? We merely dispatched a few small detachments, yet the wealth and personnel we gathered were quite considerable. Coupled with the losses suffered by your Tuyuhan, can this truly be equated to 4 million guan? General Xiong silently mused. You truly are insufferable, interrupting twice without allowing the other to finish. However, the general found a sense of satisfaction in this predicament. Tuyuhan, once so formidable, now faced a formidable challenge. Particularly in genuine diplomatic negotiations. Our side would yield not an inch. The terms articulated must be adhered to, or I shall personally claim what is owed, resulting in even greater losses for you. Prime Minister Midu was nearly suffocated by frustration. Countless words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yearning for expression. Yet the opposing side afforded him no opportunity. They could muster the 4 million guan, but following this fierce conflict, their own circumstances had become dire, necessitating funds to appease the various tribes. Should they find themselves financially bereft, numerous tribes may commence their migration. Yet, as Li Xiang articulated, should you refuse to acquiesce, we shall undoubtedly engage in warfare once more. What we would seize then would far exceed 4 million guan. In the previous arduous campaign undertaken by Li Xiang, if all were quantified in monetary terms, it would likely amount to several multiples of that sum. Originally, there was a third stipulation regarding the construction of a new city. However, Li Xiang integrated this into the first clause. Across the vast expanse of grassland, we can erect a new city wherever we please, entirely unrelated to your Tuyuhan. For from the moment the agreement is signed, this land becomes the territory of the Tang dynasty. Must we seek your consent to develop our own domain? This clause is thus settled. Li Xiang awaited approximately 3 minutes, yet Prime Minister Midu remained silent. Upon articulating this point, the Prime Minister's countenance grew even grim, resembling a dying elder. Yet, he found no rebuttal to offer. This was not a negotiation, but rather an extortion, and the extorted party was left utterly powerless. The third clause pertained to taxation. Previously, Tuyuhan imposed exorbitant taxes on our Tang merchants, greatly inconveniencing trade relations. Thus, from the date of the treaty signing, taxes levied on Tang merchants in Tuyuhan shall be equivalent to those imposed on Tuyuhan merchants. While this clause does not require Tuyuhan to expend money or land, it would significantly diminish their revenue. If Li Xiang's assertions hold true, they would lose at least 1,500,000 guan annually, a considerable blow to Tuyuhan's finances. Li Xiang was fully prepared, eager to see what the Prime Minister of Midu might say next. However, he was taken aback by the Prime Minister's ashen expression, which reflected a complete lack of intention to refute the matter at hand. For the Prime Minister, while this point was undeniably critical, it seemed comparatively less severe than the previous two. The fourth point introduced a novel proposal, consular jurisdiction. The Tang dynasty intended to establish liaison offices within the territories of the Tuyuhan, asserting that any of their personnel who committed offenses within the local realm should be handed over to these offices for unified management. This was the first time Li Xiang had introduced consular jurisdiction in the Tang dynasty. When he articulated this notion, others regarded it with indifference, as the concept of judicial sovereignty was yet to emerge in this era. However, the Prime Minister of Midu was no ordinary individual. He discerned the inherent danger within this provision. If a Tang citizen were to commit heinous acts within their domain, and the local authorities were powerless to interrogate him, would this not ultimately undermine the authority of the local government? Pray tell, Your Highness, what if your liaison office were to harbor criminals? In posing this inquiry, the General Xiong was also roused from his thoughts. Admittedly, he too was unfamiliar with the concept of consular jurisdiction. Although there were numerous explanatory clauses, he had little inclination to peruse them, as it was a common shortcoming among military leaders to shy away from such textual matters. Yet, upon hearing the Prime Minister's words, General Qin grasped the significance of consular jurisdiction. I cannot deny that such scenarios may arise. You have your own guild in our city of Chang'an, and you may lodge protests through it. We can certainly re-examine the cases and provide clarity. When Li Xiang made this statement, it seemed somewhat evasive, for Chang'an and Tuan were separated by great distances. If every matter warranted a protest, the unfortunate victims would likely have long since perished. Then do we, the Tuyuhan, possess any rights in the Tang? The Prime Minister inquired anxiously. Alas, that is unlikely, for such privileges belong to the victors. Should your army ever encroach upon the walls of Chang'an, I would gladly concede consular jurisdiction to you. However, I suspect that day may never come, Li Xiang replied, eliciting laughter from the General Xiong at his side. You truly have a knack for jesting. Never missing an opportunity to tease others, yet this banter is quite delightful. Thus, on our own land, must our own people show deference to you? The Prime Minister felt a sense of incredulity wash over him. Minister, as a learned individual, do you believe there exists any fairness between victors and vanquished? Li Xiang refrained from elucidating this question, instead posing another. The Prime Minister felt a wave of shame, realizing that had he known this, he would never have dared provoke the Tang. Alas, there were no remedies for regret. He could only remain steadfast in his current situation. Upon hearing the mention of a fifth clause, Prime Minister Mid nearly fainted. The imposition of these stipulations upon Tuyuhun has rendered it devoid of its sovereign rights. Even if the nation itself has not been annihilated, in such dire circumstances, Prime Minister Midu lacks the courage to resist. Initially, there was a belief that Tuyuhun possessed the capability to fight. Yet the absence of correspondence from the Khan made it clear to Prime Minister Midu what the domestic sentiment was. It appeared that the majority of the tribes opposed warfare and harbored a profound fear. If the Khan were to compel them to take up arms, it is likely that Tuyuhun itself would be the first to crumble. Chapter 184. The dust settles within 5 years following the cessation of hostilities. The Tuyuhun tribe is required to deliver 2,000 fine steeds annually to the Tang court. A dedicated team shall inspect these horses. Should you attempt to deceive us, it will be deemed a breach of contract. And the consequences of such a breach are well understood by the esteemed Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, acknowledging the gravity of this clause, remained silent. After all, having relinquished treasures of greater worth, what fear could there be of mere war horses? For Tuyuhun, such horses are abundant. In Chang'an, each steed can fetch over 300 guan. Whereas on the vast steppes of Tuyuhun, one can procure a horse for merely 80 guan. Noting the Prime Minister's silence, Li Xiang continued to expound upon the subsequent clauses, most of which were trivial but would nonetheless cause discomfort to Tuyuhun in the future. General, His Highness Longsun, might I request some time? These agreements are of paramount importance, and I fear I cannot decide unilaterally. I wish to deliberate on these matters. The Prime Minister of Midu was clearly apprehensive. He once believed himself to possess authority, but now realized the gravity of the situation and hesitated to shoulder this burden alone. Esteemed Prime Minister, we have already been quite clear. By noon today, we must finalize this accord. However, I neglected to mention that at the commencement of our negotiations this morning, our 6,000 cavalry departed from Liangzhou City, their destination being the 400-mile border. Li Xiang was resolute in denying any opportunity for delay. Upon hearing that the Tang forces had exited Liangzhou, the Prime Minister of Mida comprehended the implications. Currently, it was merely 6,000 soldiers, and they were still affording you face. Should further trickery ensue, it could escalate to 60,000 cavalry. Please, His Highness Longsun, quell your anger and restrain your troops from inciting turmoil upon the steppes. We shall retreat southward in the shortest possible time, yet this will require 3 months. The Prime Minister of Midu lamented, his lack of agency painfully evident. Regardless of grievances, they would proceed according to their own plans. If blame were to be assigned, it lay with your former crown prince, who foolishly attempted to assassinate His Highness Longsun, and your Khan, who hastily dispatched troops to Liangzhou. Do you possess the capability for such endeavors? The Prime Minister of Mida felt profoundly trapped by the folly of this father-son duo. The son's mischief in Chang'an and the father's inability to discern the disparity between the Tang and Tuyuhun had culminated in this predicament. The Prime Minister harbored other concerns as well. The southern regions had long been the domain of the Mida clan, and should the northern herdsmen descend, it would undoubtedly disrupt their way of life. Thus, once the contract was signed, the Prime Minister needed to return swiftly to his tribe, where he would likely face a new challenge, leaving him no time to linger in this negotiation, for a span of 1 month. The esteemed Chancellor has decreed that no individuals from the Tuyuhun shall be permitted upon our lands. Should our Iron Cavalry encounter any of them, it is likely that their fate would be dire. Furthermore, regarding your outstanding debts, I expect you to deliver the owed sums to Liangzhou City within this month. Should you fail to do so, I reiterate, we may have to procure it ourselves, and the amount may become unquantifiable. Li Xiang organized the documents on his desk, unwilling to grant the Tuyuhun any further time. In his perspective, these matters must be dealt with swiftly. He had been away from Chang'an for an extended period and felt it was time to return. Who possesses the leisure to linger in such negotiations? Moreover, in the upcoming period, Li Xiang must also oversee the auction of the grasslands. The court is unlikely to allocate funds, leaving us with no choice but to sell the pastures, inviting merchants from Chang'an and beyond to invest in the local economy. Once this land transforms into the pasture of the Tang dynasty, prosperity shall naturally follow. Your Highness has indeed showcased the grandeur of a great nation today. I shall endeavor to arrange matters upon my return. The Chancellor of Mida found himself at a loss for words, as the individual before him exhibited no mercy in his dealings. A master in both warfare and negotiation, Li Xiang left no room for resistance. Should this man assume control over the Tang dynasty, the Tuyuan would undoubtedly find no respite. Not only the Tuyuan, but all neighboring nations would likely face a similar fate. The Chancellor recognized and admired the wisdom and dedication of the esteemed Chancellor towards the nation, anticipating that they might frequently engage in dealings henceforth. Li Xiang understood that. Following this conflict, the Tuyuan would surely become unstable, with numerous northern tribes descending southward, inevitably causing clashes with southern tribes. At that juncture, with funds from land sales, the Tang dynasty would not remain idle, further squeezing the Tuyuan's living space. I would prefer not to engage with your highness, the Chancellor of Midu candidly admitted. Each encounter with Li Xiang left him feeling powerless, a sentiment he could not escape. Despite possessing great talent, he felt stifled in the negotiations. Initially anticipating a battle of wits, but finding himself unable to articulate his thoughts clearly. Your Excellency jested. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Who can predict the future? Li Xiang imparted a profound remark before preparing to depart. With all terms having been settled, remaining here seemed unnecessary. Who could tell if the Chancellor of Mida had further matters to address? Now that the war has concluded, may we invite our great prince and princess back? The Prime Minister of Mida had refrained from mentioning these two individuals, primarily out of concern that the Tang dynasty might leverage them as bargaining chips to further extort Tuyuan. Given that all agreements had just been signed, any subsequent attempts at extortion would indeed tarnish the dignity of the Celestial Empire. As for this matter, I am not in a position to make a decision. If the esteemed Prime Minister is willing to wait, perhaps it would be prudent to remain here for half a day. This afternoon, I shall dispatch someone to bring Jatirk. Ultimately, the choice of whether to depart or stay rests with him. Li Xiang's words left the Prime Minister of Mida wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the reality of the situation. Chapter 185, The Severed Bond of Father and Son. According to the thoughts of Prime Minister Midu, if a meeting were to take place, it would signify the most favorable outcome. However, could the individual before us truly facilitate such a meeting? Li Xiang's declaration hinted that the other party was amenable to the encounter, leaving Prime Minister Mida momentarily perplexed, unable to discern the true intentions behind Li Xiang's actions. Are you genuinely intent on arranging their meeting? If Zaturka wishes to return, would you truly permit his release? General Xiong expressed his concerns on the journey back. Although Zaturka may seem of little use now, he remains a valuable bargaining chip. The thought of relinquishing him to the Tuyuan people left General Qin feeling somewhat disadvantaged. Moreover, Li Xiang was no fool. The entire situation seemed inherently suspicious. If he wishes to return, I would unconditionally allow it. Yet, Zaturka is an astute individual. The Tuyuan people no longer provide him with a viable future. Rather, aligning with me offers him promising prospects. He undoubtedly comprehends the choice before him. The reason I am facilitating his meeting with Prime Minister Midu is deliberate. I aim for him to disseminate the sentiment of failure. As the former Crown Prince of Tuyuan, he possesses the capability to do so. When Li Xiang articulated this, General Xiong grasped the implications. The fact that your Crown Prince chooses not to return signifies what? It indicates that Tuyuan has lost all prospects. Although Prime Minister Mida may attempt to suppress the news, the truth cannot be concealed forever. Eventually, the word will spread across the steppes, and all will recognize that the Tang dynasty is the land of promise. What of the Grand Princess? I have heard she remains unwed. General Xiong jested, as it is the prerogative of the victor to seize the princess of the vanquished nation. A notion that transcends mere political marriage. Spare me, I am only 14 this year, Li Xiang retorted with exasperation. General Xiong burst into laughter. For the Grand Princess of Tuyuan was already 19, 5 years Li Xiang's senior. Moreover, the emperor had undoubtedly contemplated Li Xiang's matrimonial prospects. General Qin was merely teasing him. Upon returning to Liangzhou City, urgent correspondence was dispatched to the capital, and orders were issued for our forces to prepare for battle. Though an agreement had been signed, precautions were necessary to prevent Tuyuan from acting rashly. After our extensive preparations, we could not afford a last-minute calamity. The two generals expressed their concurrence with Li Xiang's proposal. As for the matters of defense and warfare, I would leave those entirely to the two generals. I needed to focus on completing a course of treatment and then present it to the emperor for approval. We must commence our land sales. Upon uttering this, the eyes of those present sparkled with anticipation, for they understood that the more land we sold, the greater the rewards from the emperor would be. This rare victory must ensure sustenance for years to come. In the vast expanse of grassland spanning over 100,000 square kilometers, aside from a portion of the contact zone, the remaining areas must be sold entirely. For the people of the Tang dynasty, this represents an extraordinarily monumental transaction that necessitates nationwide sales efforts. If the number of prospective buyers is insufficient, selling this land could prove exceedingly challenging. As twilight descended upon the negotiation camp, others had already departed, yet Prime Minister Midu and several officials from the Tang dynasty remained. This evening marked a significant meeting, as Prime Minister Midu was to confer with the former Crown Prince Zitelka. Throughout the day, Midu was plagued by unanswered questions. Why had Li Xiang made such statements? Did our Crown Prince truly wish to refrain from returning? Initially, he struggled to comprehend the situation, but soon clarity dawned upon him. The Tuyuhan had already appointed a new Crown Prince. Should Zitelka return, his position would be rendered quite awkward, for as the eldest son, his lack of power would cast a shadow over his status. Furthermore, following this transition, Tuyuhan's overall strength would significantly diminish, potentially leading to domestic instability. Even the Khan would likely prefer his son to remain away, as external affairs had already become burdensome. Should both sons engage in rivalry, it would undoubtedly escalate into a dramatic spectacle. Prime Minister, I trust you are well. Just as Mida pondered these matters, he heard his name called. Raising his gaze, he recognized the face before him, a visage he had not seen in approximately 8 years. I have met His Highness the Crown Prince. Upon uttering this title, Midu sensed an incongruity. When the Khan decided to replace the Crown Prince, he had felt the decision was rather hasty. However, as the Khan had made his choice, Midu had refrained from significant opposition, especially since they all believed that after the change, the Tang dynasty's leverage would be rendered ineffective. This title felt strikingly foreign. From the day of his birth, Zitelka had been the Crown Prince of Tuyuhan, and he had always believed he would ascend to the position of Khan. Yet, fate had played a cruel trick. After his demotion, many around him continued to refer to him as the Crown Prince, but upon hearing Midu's words, a chill enveloped Zitelka. This was a person from his homeland, someone he had not encountered in years, and the remark had left him feeling profoundly unsettled. Your Highness, please forgive me. Our choice was made under duress, and I hope you can understand. His Highness the Long Sun has already consented. If you are willing to accompany me back to the royal court, it would be prudent to set forth without delay. Might I inquire about the whereabouts of Her Highness the Grand Princess? Midu, having grasped the nuances of the situation, preferred to avoid reminiscing in such a state, especially with Tang archers not far off. Should any complications arise, his life could be forfeit. Moreover, conflict was imminent on the grasslands, and he must return to the Mida tribe with utmost urgency. I have resolved never to return to Tuyuhan, and this life shall bear no further connection to it. I shall return this item to my father. Zitelka forcefully removed the chain from around his neck, a possession he had carried for a lifetime. Retaining it would serve no purpose any longer. Chapter 186. Chang's son Wuji arrives in Liangzhou. What does it signify when an individual descends into decline? What does it entail when a nation and its people experience a downward spiral? The Prime Minister of Midu harbors a profound understanding of these sentiments. At this moment, witnessing Zitelka depart without a backward glance fills him with a tinge of sadness. Although their prior acquaintance was not particularly deep, the emotions he grapples with are beyond verbal expression. May the Crown Prince journey smoothly, the Prime Minister silently conveys in his heart before mounting his steed. While the war may have concluded, the scars inflicted upon Tuyuhan linger on. Numerous disputes are only just commencing. He finds no time for sorrow. He must quickly regain his composure to confront the challenges posed by Tuyuhan. Why not return? You may go back, Zitelka muses as he observes this scene from a distance, with Tuyuhan's Grand Princess seated behind him. Despite being a victor, Zitelka finds no joy in his triumph. The fate of Tuyuhan is sealed in failure. Even though he has discovered a new realm under Li Xiang, he remains an emblem of defeat. I shall remain by your side, the Grand Princess contemplates aloud. Upon returning to Tuyuhan, perhaps life could resume as it once was, but her father does not particularly require her presence. In contrast, her elder brother is left in solitude. Zitelka remains silent, guiding the carriage toward Liangzhou. From this moment forth, this expanse of grassland shall belong to the Tang dynasty. In stark contrast to the desolation enveloping this area, the Tang army celebrated fervently that very night, with many indulging in revelry until the midnight hour, the aroma of alcohol permeating the entirety of Liangzhou. Naturally, General Qin Xiong, not one to be foolish, ensured that sufficient troops were stationed for the night watch. In the subsequent fortnight, the Tang army remained industriously occupied, dispatching forces to the border, for 100 li away, erecting boundary markers near the frontier. Though merely stones, they serve to inform all Tuyuhan people that their borders have shifted southward by 400 li. Any transgression beyond this boundary would be deemed an infringement upon the Tang's territory, subject to the laws of the Tang dynasty. All Tuyuhan herders residing on this land received the same decree. They must vacate Tang territory within a fortnight. The notion of continuing residence was rendered impossible. Perhaps they could return in the future, but for the next 2 years, no Tuyuhan individual could cross the border. Initially, many herders were incredulous. How could this land possibly transform into Tang territory? It had nurtured generations of their families, and the abrupt declaration of it becoming Tang land was met with disbelief. Thus, they journeyed toward the remnants of their memories, hoping to find answers within their former tribes. However, upon arriving at the site of their original settlement, they discovered that the tents had been dismantled and everything had been removed. Many herders gazed upon this scene in confusion. Could it be that the proclamations of the Tang army were indeed true? In addressing the concerns of the herdsmen, Li Xiang exhibited a degree of mercy, refraining from ordering his subordinates to assault them. Instead, he merely imposed a final deadline for their departure. These individuals were merely ordinary folk, whose lives had never been abundant, and there was no need to exert undue pressure upon them. With the official forces of Tuyuhun having retreated, these people were akin to water without roots in the locality, unlikely to endure for long. 1 month after the treaty was signed, the general ascended the platform. As the personal guards of General Xiong declared this announcement, the commanders at the front bowed in respect. Throughout this month, none had idled. They had traversed the vast grasslands, hastily securing the assets of the territory. Should anyone dare to resist, it should be noted that the blades in our hands are not to be trifled with. Fortunately, the edicts of the Tuyuhun court still held sway. Otherwise, another tumult would ensue. As the commanders lifted their heads, they were surprised to see an additional figure at the main seat. Previously occupied by only 2 generals, today the presence of Changsun Wuji graced the dais. Greetings to Lord Changsun were exchanged, and the attendees bowed once more, for it seemed he bore the imperial decree from the court. Generals, you may rise. I have come to Liangzhou City to proclaim His Majesty's sacred edict. Please, present the decree. Changsun Wuji spoke succinctly, and once this was uttered, Cheng Yojin and Qin Xiong quickly took their places below. When the decree was in hand, no matter one's rank as a general, sitting was not permissible. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees several grand edicts followed, primarily commending the generals who had participated in the conflict. First, Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin were elevated to the rank of duke, effectively reaching the pinnacle of civilian honor, hence there was little further reward for them. Aside from the delineation of land on the new grasslands and additional honors, both men had anticipated such an outcome and thus refrained from contesting it. However, their sons had garnered notable achievements, with Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu each ascending 2 ranks, attaining the esteemed position of 4th rank at such a young age, making them quite remarkable figures among the scions of the bureaucratic elite in the capital. The sacrifices made by Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin on the battlefield were not driven by personal ambition for wealth or advancement. Their positions had reached a ceiling, as one could not be granted a princely title in this era due to the prohibition against bestowing such honors upon those of different surnames. Therefore, their strenuous efforts were solely for the benefit of their progeny. Observing their sons being rewarded, they felt a sense of contentment. The 3rd edict pertained to Li Xiang. As Changsun Wuji read this decree, the atmosphere grew tense among the attendees. For those who fought on the front lines were acutely aware of the true merits of their exploits. Li Xiang, of noble status, had earned the greatest accolades, and they were eager to witness how the emperor would bestow rewards upon him, including Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin. Both were eager to ascertain the rewards bestowed upon Li Xiang, for he had already established himself as the foremost among the imperial grandsons. It was indeed a perplexing matter, as any form of reward would present certain challenges. Upon hearing of Li Xiang's esteemed position as a general of the left divine martial army, both Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin were taken aback. It is well known that the emperor has traditionally refrained from granting military authority to princes and grandsons, typically reserving such privileges for those stationed in distant lands. Yet, astonishingly, this honor had been conferred within the capital, as the left divine martial army is one of the 6 military divisions under the Northern Yamen, with the grand general of the divine martial army being none other than Li Shaogong. Chapter 187. The Alliance of the 5 Clans in accordance with the military system of the Tang Dynasty. The 6 armies of the Northern Guard and the 16 guards of the Southern Guard jointly protected the capital, totaling approximately several 100,000 troops. The scale of the 6 armies of the Northern Guard was slightly larger, while the Divine Martial Army ranked behind the Feather Forest Army and the Dragon Martial Army, remaining understated. This arrangement allowed Li Xiang to hold military power without drawing excessive attention. The emperor truly demonstrated his meticulousness on the battlefield. Li Xiang commanded merely 6,000 subordinates, perfectly suited to accommodate all these troops. In the eyes of the 2 great generals, Li Xiang was indeed favored, even managing to bring his own soldiers back from the front lines, a historical precedent for the Tang Dynasty. As for Li Xiang's title, the emperor did not elevate it, leaving him as a prince of the county. After all, Li Xiang was a royal grandson, and promoting him to a prince would necessitate the establishment of a crown prince. Yet, The emperor refrained from taking such steps this time, hinting at deeper implications. However, Li Xiang did not dwell on this, compared to the hollow title of crown prince. The army in his command was of paramount importance, particularly the 6,000 seasoned soldiers who could match the strength of tens of thousands in critical moments. Gratitude was expressed for the emperor's benevolence. Everyone received what they desired, resulting in a harmonious conclusion. While combat on the battlefield was perilous, a victorious outcome signified a significant advancement in life, and the generals present were immensely pleased. Some were assigned to local garrisons, others were to return to the capital, while some would be dispatched to different locations. These decisions were made after careful consideration by the Ministry of War and subsequently approved by the emperor. After enduring the trials of war, deep bonds formed among these individuals, and it was prudent to separate them to prevent the emergence of factions. Thus, farewells commenced. In accordance with the imperial decree, each person was granted a 3-month leave. During this period, they hurriedly returned to their homes, scattered across distant lands. They were expected to depart in a day or two. Opportunities for reunion might arise, but they would be few and far between. Uncle, on the walls of Liangzhou City, Li Xiang finally had the chance to converse with Changsun Wuji. Both were individuals sought after by the generals for visits, with Changsun Wuji being the emperor's most trusted confidant. For any general wishing to cultivate a relationship with him, it would ensure their standing in the court. Li Xiang's position had become even more prestigious, as the emperor appointed him as the general of the Left Divine Martial Army, an extraordinary promotion. The emperor, having risen from military ranks, had bestowed this significant command upon Li Xiang, making him the first among the royal offspring to wield such power. The implications of this should be abundantly clear. Failing to grasp them would indicate a severe decline in intellect. Even those generals who had never exchanged words with Li Xiang felt compelled to introduce themselves to forge a semblance of familiarity. Should Li Xiang ascend to the throne, they could claim to have fought alongside His Majesty, thus enriching their own histories. Consequently, both sought an opportunity to converse, yet regrettably, their surroundings were crowded. After a considerable passage of time, they finally found a moment to engage in dialogue. Having been battle-hardened, one has become considerably more composed. I have heard of your exploits. Your performance on the battlefield was commendable, and upon your return to the capital, your prospects appear exceedingly bright. Gazing at Li Xiang before him, Changsun Wuji was filled with reflections. While Changsun Wuji had initially been a staunch supporter of Li Chengqian, the latter's own missteps had led him to lose his position. Consequently, Changsun Wuji shifted his allegiance to Li Tai and Li Ji, yet both of these individuals left him in a state of indecision. However, with the emergence of Li Xiang, Changsun Wuji adopted a stance of cautious observation. Nevertheless, Li Xiang did not afford Changsun Wuji the opportunity to hesitate. Rather, he ensnared him with business dealings. From that moment onward, even though Changsun Wuji refrained from overt declarations, the majority recognized that he had effectively allied himself with Li Xiang. I am merely following the teachings of the two great generals. As for the intricacies of military affairs, I still have much to learn upon my return, Li Xiang humbly remarked. Changsun Wuji nodded in agreement, pondering that had Li Chengqian possessed such an attitude in the past, circumstances might have unfolded quite differently. Achieving such remarkable accomplishments on the battlefield, even someone of Changsun Wuji's age might have felt a hint of arrogance within. Yet Li Xiang maintained an astonishingly grounded demeanor for a mere 14-year-old. We must take the time to resolve matters here. It is essential to return to the capital. No matter the magnitude of your achievements abroad, prolonged absence from the heart of the court equates to a detachment from the center of power. It is imperative to remain vigilant. Being away from the locus of authority for too long is hardly advantageous, Changsun Wuji advised, patting Li Xiang on the shoulder. Li Xiang wholeheartedly agreed with his counsel. His time away from the capital had not been insignificant. A myriad of events had transpired, with some speaking favorably of him, while others cast him in a negative light. Following the emperor's decree, reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others regretted. Li Xiang was eager to return to the capital to discern the true nature of these individuals. As for the auction concerning the grasslands, Li Xiang had already devised a plan, intending to have Ji Dao Bao undertake this task. However, upon observing the expression on Changsun Wuji's face, it seemed this endeavor had not been secured. I have reviewed your letter and have also advised the emperor, hoping we might obtain this assignment, but regrettably, our influence is still insufficient, Changsun Wuji expressed with a tinge of remorse. Although Li Shimin held the title of emperor, the power of the prominent families was formidable. Without a delicate balance, myriad complications would inevitably arise. Thus, it appeared that Li Xiang would likely be unable to engage in the auction concerning the grasslands. Cui family, Li family, or Wang family. Li Xiang pondered the 5 surnames and 7 noble families, recognizing that if anyone could snatch the opportunity from him, it would indeed be them. The alliance of the five surnames, Changsun Wuji declared, leaving Li Xiang momentarily speechless. Had these families been embroiled in a fierce struggle when he departed from Chang'an? At that time, I regarded it as an auspicious sign, believing that upon returning, I would be able to dismantle their alliance. However, to my astonishment, just a few months later, they had managed to regroup. Reflecting on it, it is understandable, given Li Xiang's current overwhelming victory. It is evident that even such matters eluded him, highlighting the formidable strength of the opposition. While Li Xiang had anticipated their power, he did not foresee their ability to unite. Chapter 188. The boiling of blood. Changsun Wuji meticulously elucidated to Li Xiang the reasons behind the convergence of several prominent families. It became evident that all threats emanated from Li Xiang himself. Indeed, internal discord had arisen among them, largely instigated by Li Xiang's innovations. However, the leaders of these illustrious families possessed intellect. Their ability to unite was pivotal. Their conflicts could not jeopardize their overarching solidarity. Should these families fragment, the entire Tang court could easily dismantle them. Hence, during Li Xiang's absence from the capital, these factions reconvened, perceiving Li Xiang as their paramount threat. Do you feel frightened? Changsun Wuji inquired with keen interest. After all, being regarded as a threat by these families was a privilege that only Li Shimin had experienced since the establishment of the Tang dynasty. Fear is not my sentiment. Though I do sense a degree of complication. Life mandates continual strife. Their alliance has indeed provided me with renewed purpose. As my uncle once stated, stories abound in Chang'an daily. Should I remain away for too long, the city will undoubtedly astonish me upon my return. Li Xiang replied, a hint of exhilaration in his voice. This was not a mere fade of calm. He genuinely felt the pulse of his revived existence. If rebirth rendered him stagnant, he would find little joy in life. Only true strength could render his existence worthwhile. Rest assured, your return to Chang'an will not be in vain. We cannot entirely relinquish control to them. Have you not left behind a strategic peace? The emperor has sanctioned the establishment of the Shiliang Protectorate outside Liangzhou, with his appointed official as the protector and Zaitlek to serve in the inner court. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Although it diverged somewhat from his original plans, the overall direction remained unchanged. The emperor's representative would oversee the protectorate, yet his unfamiliarity with the region would necessitate reliance on Zaitlek. While Zaitlek could not be directly appointed, wielding power from behind the scenes would suffice. If that young man could not manage even this, he certainly did not deserve to accompany Li Xiang. Is my uncle intrigued by the grasslands here? Are the ministers and wealthy merchants of Chang'an curious? Li Xiang pondered, having been away from Chang'an for an extended period, thus unfamiliar with the current circumstances. Although he had devised an excellent plan to auction the grasslands, a lack of interest could render his efforts futile and diminish his accomplishments. It's a 50-50 chance. However, entrusting this matter to these prominent families will undoubtedly prompt them to devise strategies to promote it. If my intuition serves me correctly, they will dispatch envoys to ascertain the true situation here. Should there be benefits to reap, they will not hesitate to monopolize them. Changsun Wuji replied with resignation. The current era was no longer the early days of the Tang dynasty. The court's power had reached its zenith, yet when confronting these influential families, an ineffable sense of impotence lingered. Thus, the court must concede in certain aspects, for these families had long been entrenched, their influence permeating every facet of society. If they truly wished to consume it, then let them do so. Such a vast expanse of land, the court would never relinquish it without compensation. They would need to mobilize substantial funds. When they relinquish certain industries, we can seamlessly step in. Li Xiang's mind immediately wandered to other matters. The prominent families are not merely printing money. If they desire to acquire the pastures here, they must divest some of their other enterprises. While they may possess some reserve silver, it is unlikely they can procure the pastures. Li Xiang has been waiting for quite some time. Even if the prominent families sell off unprofitable ventures, with Li Xiang's ability to turn stone into gold, they will surely regret their decisions. You speak truthfully. The prominent families have already begun to engage domestically, yet what they are selling are mostly inferior plots of land, alongside some mountainous areas. What utility is there in purchasing such places? Changsun Wuji inquired with some perplexity. If they were selling good farmland, there would be no need to rally anyone. Others would have already seized the opportunity. Yet, all that is available are barren fields that cannot be irrigated. Who would desire such things? Of course, there is utility in them, but I shall not make a purchase just yet. Their prices are not sufficiently low at present. Once they find themselves in dire need of funds, I am confident the prices will decline again. At that point, I shall acquire them all. Regardless of the type of land, as long as there is soil. Li Xiang displayed a confident smile. Changsun Wuji regarded this fellow as somewhat reckless. Understanding that while making money is easy for him, Acquiring a multitude of wasteland seemed senseless. Moreover, regarding his father, during Li Xiang's time on the front lines, no matter where the land was released, he relentlessly scavenged it for the Eastern Palace, exhausting the savings Li Xiang had accumulated. The two discussed various other matters, and Li Xiang prepared to return. According to the edict, he had merely 3 days to prepare. The remaining time must be spent returning to the capital. Long's son Wuji had other affairs to attend to, and thus would not accompany Li Xiang. At the Tuyuan Guild, before departing, Li Xiang felt it necessary to meet with Jia Taerk. After all, without the favorable circumstances of the past, he needed to first pacify this individual. This is the reply. Your uncle has rejected you. Jia Taerk had once mentioned sending a letter to his uncle, expecting someone to come to his aid. Unfortunately, this fellow was overly confident. Upon sending the letter, a prompt response arrived. Jia Taerk swiftly opened the letter, confirming it was indeed his uncle's handwritten note. Before Li Xiang, Jia Taerk felt a renewed sense of embarrassment, unsure of how many times this had occurred. He had thought himself to possess some authority on the plains. Yet now it seemed utterly insignificant. During his time in Chang'an, his father had consistently worked to diminish his influence. It appeared there had been plans in place all along. It matters not. The circumstances have shifted. Fortunately, Zitelka did not summon individuals from the plains. Had he attracted several large tribes? Even if Li Xiang were merely to serve as an aid to the protectorate, it is likely that this individual would not have been amenable. At that time, a promise was made to the protector, yet now, the role has diminished to that of an aide. Everyone is aware of the disparity between these two positions. However, should you find yourself devoid of leverage, you must acquiesce to whatever duties are assigned to you. Chapter 189, Sending off the sister to speak candidly. Had it not been for the letter instructing Li Xiang to appoint him as an aide, Zitelka would have leapt to his feet in indignation. Such a slight was utterly intolerable. Yet now, although discontent simmered within him, he could only clench his fists, unable to unleash his ire. For he had no avenue of retreat left. Had it been a day earlier, perhaps this fellow would have returned alongside Prime Minister Midu. Even if he were to return as a languid prince, it would surely be preferable to serving as an aide here. For he had once held the title of Crown Prince. To be so thoroughly cast down was an excessive fall from grace. I understand your discomfort. I too share in this unease. However, you are well acquainted with the circumstances in our Great Tang dynasty. At times, the court lacks the final say, as the influential clans have conspired to seize control over certain matters, leaving us with no choice but to endure for the time being. It was unprecedented for Li Xiang to pour wine for Zitelka. This was a first. Zitelka could hardly believe it. From the moment he had met Li Xiang, this fellow had always exuded arrogance. How could he possibly serve him wine? The newly appointed protector was unfamiliar with the local dynamics, and as his aide, you possess an intimate understanding of the situation here. I shall leave you with 500 men. With your intelligence and cunning, you should know how to seize power for yourself. Seeing that Zitelka refrained from erupting in anger signified to Li Xiang that his plan had taken root. As for the subsequent tasks, Zitelka had no choice unless he wished to abandon his post. He had already rejected Prime Minister Midu, should he attempt to return. Li Xiang would never allow it, nor would he wish to endure the humiliation. Zitelka drained his cup in one gulp. If only he possessed the strength, he would relish the opportunity to pummel Li Xiang into a pulp. This man had made him acutely aware of the world's harshness. Moreover, he harbored a deep-seated resentment toward his uncle, who had received countless benefits from him, which had allowed the tribe to flourish. Yet when Zitelka found himself in dire need of assistance, that old wretch had abandoned him. After 2 cups of wine, Li Xiang took his leave. That night, Zitelka drank to excess, perhaps believing that only the embrace of intoxication could dull his pain. Everything had unraveled differently than he had envisioned. Even as a trader, life was far from easy. 3 days later, Li Xiang's forces were fully prepared to set forth. Their objective in Chang'an was a most honorable task, to present captured foes. Li Xiang was well versed in this procedure. Following the conclusion of external conflicts, it was customary to select a portion of the surviving enemy soldiers, transporting them to the capital for the emperor to personally receive their surrender. This served to satiate the emperor's vanity and showcase to the citizens along the route that our Tang dynasty had triumphed abroad, boasting of the multitude of enemies captured as a display of military prowess. All these men are under your command. Do not hastily resort to violence. Consider this carefully. Should you act recklessly, the one who ultimately suffers will be yourself. Cheng Yaojin patted his forehead and remarked that since Li Xiang was able to return to the capital ahead of them, there was little for them to say. After all, he was the emperor's grandson. No matter how close their relationship with the emperor might be, it could never rival that of Li Xiang. They would need to remain here for a while longer, as this moment of honor was rightfully his. Although some younger generals harbored discontent, they dared not voice it. Who among them could claim greater merit on the battlefield than Li Xiang? Even if he were not a royal descendant, such a glorious moment belonged to him. Expressing gratitude for the general's admonition, the others realized that their time here was limited, and they would soon return to the capital. At that time, Li Xiang promised to host a grand banquet to welcome the generals back. He understood that he had benefited from this circumstance. After all, everyone had played a part in the war, but leading captives to the capital was a particularly honorable task. Local officials along the way would extend warm hospitality, and the citizens of the capital would regard Li Xiang as a great hero. In essence, it was an affair that bore nothing but advantages. Let us ensure that the fine wine of the Tang dynasty flows freely at the feast, he said, and do not be stingy. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten our departure. He then reminded his officers to properly instruct their soldiers upon their return to the capital, emphasizing the need for a transformation. The capital was their home, and they should not bring back the habits of the grasslands. In previous years, a few soldiers had succumbed to their impulses, ultimately losing their lives. General Chengqian glanced at the sun, noting that it was crucial to set off early. Once darkness fell, they would need to find a place to rest, especially since there were no pressing combat duties. There was no necessity for a continuous march, as it would deplete the army's strength excessively. Li Xiang took these words to heart. Upon returning from the battlefield, soldiers often experienced a form of battlefield syndrome. During their time on the vast grasslands of Tuyuhun, disagreements could lead to deadly confrontations. Although they were now in the capital, many could not shake the mindset of the plains, and conflicts could easily escalate to violence. General Chengqian's warning highlighted the peril of soldiers failing to adjust upon returning from campaigns, while killing on the battlefield might be seen as valorous. Resorting to violence in the capital would lead to dire consequences, regardless of past bravery. Li Xiang, not wishing for his men to lose their lives in the capital, instructed his officers to ensure proper guidance for the soldiers. Let us focus solely on this matter during our journey, so that no one meets an unfortunate end through ignorance upon our return. Are you here to see me off? Upon leaving the walls of Liangzhou City, Li Xiang noticed a carriage ahead. It was Zaturka. Ever since their last discussion, Li Xiang had dispatched 500 guards to assist and keep an eye on him. Take my sister with you to the capital. She will be yours from now on. Zaturk's words left Li Xiang utterly perplexed. What do you mean? As the victor, one indeed possesses the right to marry the princess of the defeated, yet the considerable age disparity between them dampens Li Xiang's aspirations. What scheme does Zaturk have up his sleeve? Chapter 190. Emotional entanglement. I wish to bind our fates together. You need not offer me any promises. The better I perform, the better you shall treat my sister. All I ask is a single assurance. Should my sister bear a son in the future, you must grant him an equal opportunity. Li Xiang could scarcely fathom that Zaturka would utter such words. What on earth are you talking about? He found it difficult to accept the notion, especially since he was merely 14 years old. Though his sister was a jewel of the grasslands, he had no intention of marrying. You must either agree to this arrangement or our collaboration ends here. Even if I return home humiliated, I shall bring my sister back to the court of Tehugu. Or you may choose to terminate my life right now. To Li Xiang's astonishment, Zaturka had become obstinate. Did we not reach a satisfactory agreement before? Why are you now introducing such complications? Li Xiang instructed his subordinates to continue onward. He needed to reach an understanding with this individual, as Zaturka was pivotal within his domain. Despite their previous enmity, the necessary matters were now behind them, and Zaturka had become Li Xiang's most significant piece on the board in this region. We trust in kinship. I do not believe you will remain consistently loyal to me. However, if my sister were to give birth, I would become the uncle of your child. In a decade or two, you would not wish for your offspring to suspect that their uncle was once exploited by their father and met a tragic end, would you? Upon hearing Zaturka's statement, Li Xiang found himself at a loss for words. He had initially thought Zaturka lacked long-term foresight, yet here he was, contemplating events that lay a decade or two ahead. It was no surprise that Zaturka perceived Li Xiang as a ruthless individual, one who could easily discard another without special ties. Do you think this relationship changes anything? Li Xiang retorted, utterly speechless. I suspect you will not mistreat your woman. Zaturka's words left Li Xiang utterly exasperated. Make your decision swiftly. Your people are already departing. He gestured toward the crowd in the distance. Li Xiang had fallen to the rear of the procession, and further hesitation would mean chasing after the main group. Load the wagon. We return to the capital. Li Xiang glared at Zaturka for a full 3 minutes before finally issuing the command. Li Xiang cautiously boarded the wagon and urged the horses to catch up. The occupants of the wagon were no longer the princess of Tehugu. Yet Li Xiang's demeanor toward them was tenfold more respectful, for now, they were our matron. You've finally revealed your vulnerability to me, Zaturka exclaimed with delight. He had always believed Li Xiang to be devoid of any weaknesses, but today he understood that as long as this fellow fathered a child with his sister, he would never be cast aside. The grand princess in the carriage was rife with anxiety. As a woman, Even in her royal status, her autonomy was severely limited. She could be married off at any moment to someone she had never even met. Zaydyurk did not seek the princess's consent, for in this era, decisions lay in the hands of fathers and elder brothers alike. In order for the two siblings to survive, the Grand Princess recalled Zaydyurk's words. She must bear a child for Li Xiang, for only then could they hope for a better life. Li Xiang glanced at the carriage, somewhat at a loss for words. When they were on the grasslands, he often conversed with the Grand Princess, but now, the shift in their circumstances left him uncertain of how to speak. Nevertheless, he understood that a girl far from home must be experiencing profound fear. So he dismounted from his warhorse and took the reins of the carriage. Do not take your brother's words to heart, as long as he performs his duties well. I assure you, you shall not be wronged. I presume you have yet to visit Chang'an? Allow me to take you on a tour. It is the largest city in the Tang dynasty. Once you have had your fill of Chang'an, I shall ensure your safe return. Li Xiang's willingness to engage in conversation with the Grand Princess did not seem amiss to her, as they had often conversed on the grasslands. Confident in her beauty, she recalled how numerous young men had fought for her affection. However, upon hearing Li Xiang's subsequent remarks, she felt a twinge of injustice. Am I truly so unappealing to you? Or are all the maidens of the Tang as ethereal as celestial beings? Being a child of the grasslands, the Grand Princess was unburdened by excessive decorum. With a decisive motion, she tore down the curtain of the carriage door. Li Xiang, taken aback by the formidable presence of this bold grassland maiden, found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he could not help but admire her striking features. A proximity to her beauty he had never experienced before. That is not what I meant. What then do you mean? Am I unworthy of you? The Grand Princess accentuated her words by puffing out her chest, leaving Li Xiang speechless. In terms of social standing, they were indeed well matched. Though Tuyuhun was slightly lesser in stature, it was still a nation, and in terms of appearance and form, there was no disparity. In the Tang dynasty, we value mutual affection. I will not heed your words. My brother has declared that if I were to return alone, it would be as good as death. There are customs on our grasslands as well. A woman scorned by men is destined to be devoured by wolves. Instantly, the light faded from the Grand Princess's eyes. Should any harm befall her, Li Xiang would feel unbearable guilt, and it would jeopardize his collaboration with Zaydyurk. There are no wolves in Chang'an, but there are wells. You do not want me? Then I shall jump into the well. I will. This cascade of dialogue left Li Xiang breathless, and the space between them grew ever smaller. Enough, enough. Let us set this aside for the moment. I shall take a sip of water. Li Xiang promptly raised his hands. Yet the water pouch extended towards him by the Grand Princess bore a faint, delicate fragrance. You drink, commanded the Grand Princess with an unmistakable tone. The soldiers surrounding them kept their distance, for in their eyes, these two were inseparable. Chapter 191. The father and son reunion. Concerning the unexpected presence of this woman, Li Xiang felt somewhat helpless. Fortunately, she adhered to propriety, seldom appearing in public, which alleviated Li Xiang's concerns to some extent. Unlike their arrival, which was marked by a relentless march, striving to avoid disturbing the common folk, their return this time was triumphant. Thus they chose to march during the day. This served as an excellent form of national defense education, allowing the populace to witness the illustrious reputation of the Tang dynasty. Local officials along the route fervently promoted their achievements, rendering their journey a path to fame. As they neared Chang'an, each soldier indulged in the thrill of celebrity. Outside the city of Chang'an, at the 10-mile-long pavilion, the Crown Prince Li Chengqian was tasked with welcoming the victorious soldiers home. Among all of Emperor Li Shimin's sons, Li Chengqian was known for his emotional restraint. Yet, upon catching sight of his son's figure, he felt a twinge of sorrow. If he were truly worthy, how could he allow his son to risk his life on the battlefield? Although they returned victorious, which was a boon for the Eastern Palace, the thought of any harm befalling his son on the battlefield weighed heavily on him as a father. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. The soldiers returning from the front bowed in respect under Li Xiang's lead. Observing the numerous officials nearby indicated that Li Chengqian's position in Chang'an had become increasingly secure, a direct correlation to the victories achieved on the battlefield. In the past, during significant events, the emperor would have sent Li Tai, deeming Li Chengqian's presence a source of personal shame, rarely allowing him to leave Chang'an. However, now Li Chengqian represented the emperor in welcoming the returning victors, signifying a shift in perception. Please rise, esteemed soldiers. Li Chengqian, his eyes brimming with tears, was overwhelmed with emotion, partly from seeing his son, and partly from witnessing the might of the Tang army. These brave men, who had fought fiercely, brought immense honor to the Tang dynasty. Foreigners residing in Chang'an, regardless of their nationality, had begun to tread more cautiously, fearful of the Tang's formidable power. Although the nation of Tuyuhun was not large, its strength was formidable, and the populace of various nations understood that the Tang dynasty had swiftly quelled Tuyuhun's arrogance. This demonstrated the Tang's growing might over the years, showing no signs of diminishing its power in the name of peace. Consequently, many nations kept a low profile, reluctant to be the next to provoke the Tang. By the decree of the emperor, Li Chengqian ascended the platform to announce several decisions made by Li Shimin regarding the returning soldiers, who would henceforth be stationed with Li Xiang at the left divine martial army, marking a significant advancement in their careers. However, the soldiers Li Xiang had redeemed felt little exhilaration. Their loyalty resided solely with Li Xiang. Regardless of their location, the moment Li Xiang issued a command, they would return to their ranks without hesitation. However, the individuals recruited from Cheng Yaojin's circle were of a different ilk. They could scarcely fathom that they would ascend to become one of the 6 armies of the Northern Guard, a force emblematic of the pinnacle of the Tang dynasty's military prowess and one of the most privileged branches. It was evident to all that this was solely due to Li Xiang's regard for them. Had he not taken a liking to them from the outset, such favorable circumstances would have been inconceivable. Thus, when they gazed upon Li Xiang, the fervor in their eyes intensified. Previously, on the battlefield, they had admired Li Xiang's actions, and now, with this splendid future laid before them, their resolve to follow him unwaveringly solidified. After the ceremonial proceedings concluded, the troops reformed their ranks and marched toward Chang'an. To the northwest of the city, a military camp had already been prepared for them. The emperor would review the troops in a few days, and in the interim, they would enjoy a respite. How has father been of late? After attending to various tedious matters, the father and son finally found a moment to converse. Li Xiang, observing Li Chengqian's concerned expression, felt a profound sense of emotion within. The populace of Chang'an often chided Li Chengqian for his antics. Yet since Li Xiang's rebirth, he had not once erred, and Li Chengqian had indeed lived up to the honor of being a son. Ah, it is truly wonderful that you have returned, in the presence of outsiders. Although Li Chengqian was known for his mischief, he was by no means a weakling. He had never shed tears, yet within the confines of the carriage. As he patted his son's shoulder, tears flowed unbidden. The bond of blood was undeniable, and during the tumultuous days on the battlefield, Li Chengqian had been consumed with worry, particularly when he learned of Li Xiang leading troops deep into Tiohan territory. The days that followed were fraught with anxiety, rendering him unable to eat. He had presumed Li Xiang would merely accompany General Xiong to collect accolades, never imagining he would take the helm in battle. Yet, Li Xiang was not one to shy away from such responsibilities. To effectively counter the nomadic tribes nearby, he needed to devise a practical offensive strategy on the plains. Delegating this task to another might yield subpar results. How fares Chang'an these days? Li Xiang found it difficult to endure Li Chengqian's concerned gaze. After all, 2 grown men need not indulge in such emotional displays, especially now that he had returned. Since your departure, Chang'an has been rife with tumult, with various factions asserting themselves. However, our position remains secure. I have adhered to your counsel of avoiding disputes over profits and have instead focused on acquiring land in abundance. As for their internecine conflicts, we in the Eastern Palace have chosen not to engage. Though it was customary for Li Xiang to report to Li Chengqian, he had grown accustomed to this conversational style. Having mapped out a strategy prior to his departure, upon his return, he felt compelled to update Li Xiang. Meanwhile, he harbored a sense of trepidation, uncertain if he had erred in his actions before his son, for during the period of reduced favor, his confidence had waned, leaving him uncertain of the correctness of his decisions. Father, you have worked hard. The brief words from Li Xiang brought a sense of comfort to Li Chengqian, affirming that his recent endeavors were not in vain. He harbored a concern that during his son's absence from Chang'an, missteps might have occurred, perhaps necessitating his son's return for rectification. This thought further deepened Li Chengqian's feelings of inadequacy. Yet he felt a slight solace in knowing he had been of some assistance to his son. However, the situation with his other brothers lingered in his mind. Chapter 192. Return to Chang'an. What transpired with your 9th uncle on the front lines? He returned a few days earlier than you, yet after his arrival, he visited the Hall of Governance and then promptly went back to the residence of Prince Jin. No visitors have been granted entry since his return. Your 2nd uncle has made daily attempts, yet he hasn't even crossed the threshold of the palace gates. Li Chengqian recalled another matter. Given the communication limitations of this era, there was little knowledge of the events occurring at the front. His 9th brother had also been deployed there, initially brimming with ambition. Why then had he returned before the military rewards were distributed? Naturally, Li Chengqian was pleased with his return. All the accolades would belong to his son. He deemed this distribution of merit entirely justifiable, as his son had brought back numerous captives, a testament to his accomplishments. In contrast, Li Ji had returned empty-handed. Having even lost his personal guards, such a figure hardly warranted any reward. He was, quite frankly, a failure. Let us refrain from discussing the minor complications faced by 9th uncle on the front lines, as he and my son are at odds. Since my son has returned today, It would be prudent to send someone to present him with gifts, thereby acknowledging the bond between us on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian understood that there were many matters better left unspoken. However, it was indeed commendable for Li Xiang to send gifts, regardless of the quarrels between the two. He remained your blood relative. A visit from the front lines warranted acknowledgement, and whether or not they met was of no consequence to you. As for your second and fifth uncles, they both suffered significant setbacks. Shortly after your departure, those two were in a frenzy, nearly turning Chang'an upside down. Your fifth uncle faced an immediate downfall, and your second uncle had not fared much better, being confined by your royal grandfather for a month, only recently released. As Li Chengqian recounted these events, he gesticulated animatedly. Previously, among all the princes and grandsons, he had often been the one subjected to confinement. As the eldest among them, this was a source of considerable embarrassment, often ridiculed by his younger brothers. Now, however, he relished the opportunity to turn the tables, particularly with regard to Prince Wei. Li Tai. In truth, for Li Xiang, these princes lacked the capability to pose any real threat. They were merely a troop of buffoons. Initially, he might have dealt with them, but after this great victory, should they seek trouble, Li Xiang would ensure they had no chance of rising again. And what are the other prominent families? As Li Xiang posed this question, Li Chengqian's smile faded. The influential families were not to be trifled with. During Li Xiang's absence from the capital, they had swiftly gathered intelligence from the front lines and organized it with remarkable efficiency, positioning themselves to adapt to the shifting tides of the Tang dynasty, all in pursuit of maximizing their own gains. Our money house is now nearly depleted. They have brought forth a plethora of collateral, intent on securing vast sums of money from us. In the forthcoming auction, I firmly believe that each faction will vie with fervor, eager to claim the prairie of Tuyuan. Speaking of this matter, Li Xiang's mind is somewhat unsettled. Much of this prairie was rightfully captured by us, yet at the culmination of the division, it appears that these individuals will seize it. Of course, Li Xiang understands the underlying dynamics. Li Shimin likely does not wish to concede to them, but the coalition of families is formidable, and unless Li Shimin opts for a confrontation, he must endure for the time being. It seems, however, that their unity is not as steadfast as I presumed. I had thought they had reached a consensus, only to discover that the ultimate beneficiary is still the court. When Li Shimin issued the imperial edict, Li Xiang believed that the families had indeed united, for a single family could scarcely compel Li Shimin to alter his stance. Yet, after listening to Li Chengqian, it became evident that the families were merely amassing funds to pressure Li Shimin into concessions. As for the division of the land on the prairie, that would require each family to employ their own means. Your grandfather has not merely been a passive observer. Over the years, he has firmly established his foothold among the various families. Naturally, he will watch them entangle themselves in chaos. If they were to convene and equally divide the entire prairie, would that not mean that the valiant soldiers of our Tang dynasty perish for the benefit of these individuals? Li Chengqian knows his father, Li Chengqian, all too well. Though he resides daily within the palace, he possesses an acute awareness of the affairs of the Tang dynasty, understanding precisely when to act without needing reminders from others. This also accounts for the stagnation in the development of the families in recent years. We shall refrain from participating in their internecine strife. Since grandfather has already given his consent, should we intervene, it would only appear as if there is discord within our royal family. It is merely a prairie. We can afford to yield it to them. Li Xiang's words astonished Li Chengqian. When did you become so accommodating? Not to mention the money that has already entered our coffers. Even if it is in others' pockets, with your temperament, you would typically scheme to extract it. After a visit to Tuyuan, have you truly altered your disposition? No. Li Chengqian shook his head. His son has never been one to suffer losses. If you do not provoke him, he will surely provoke you. Now that the families have pushed their advantage to the limit, can this lad truly swallow his pride? If he can, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Do you have a hidden agenda regarding the prairie? Li Chengqian patted the carriage, and the guards surrounding it immediately dispersed. One must exercise caution in conversation, especially in the city of Chang'an, where ears may lurk behind every wall. Now that I have returned to Chang'an, what hidden agenda could I possibly possess? Li Xiang smiled wryly and said, yet Li Chengqian remained unconvinced. It is often said that no one knows a child better than their father, and Li Xiang undoubtedly had his own hidden strategies. However, under such circumstances, he had to keep them buried deep within his heart. Even in the presence of his own father, he could not voice these thoughts. The grassland will be entrusted to you all to divide. Zaturka is not idly wasting his time there, should anyone oppose us. The cavalry of Tuyuan could very well pay your grasslands a visit, and as for how these people arrived, I fear you may find it impossible to uncover. Chapter 193. Paying respects to His Highness at the entrance of the imperial palace, Wang De had long been awaiting. As the most distinguished grandson of the Great Tang dynasty, it was only natural for him to align himself with Li Xiang. This individual, seasoned and astute, had observed the various princes and grandsons, frequently finding himself in the company of Li Chengqian, thus possessing an acute awareness of the true dragon of the Tang dynasty. Wang Gonggong, in remarkable health, was still clad in light attire despite the advancing months. With great courtesy, Li Xiang patted Wang De's shoulder, a gesture that profoundly touched Wang De. Despite his status as the chief eunuch, conversations with noble scions often left him feeling the sting of disdain, as these individuals, while feigning warmth, frequently wore expressions of disgust. This aversion stemmed from the belief that eunuchs were of a lower class, and their presence often carried an unpleasant odor, prompting others to maintain a distance, lest they tarnish themselves by mere contact. My lord has certainly developed a formidable grip from his experiences on the front lines. Indeed, it differs vastly from our life in the capital, Wang De remarked cheerfully. It was true that Li Xiang returned from the battlefield with noticeably increased strength, having taken lives and encountered myriad sensations unique to warfare. To Wang De and his peers, aside from his newfound strength, Li Xiang now exuded an air of grimness. Today seems to favor me. I need not linger here, Li Xiang observed, noting the absence of any attendants outside the Qingzheng Hall. Typically, a few young eunuchs would be present, indicating the presence of other dignitaries within. However, the current emptiness suggested that aside from Li Chengqian, no one else was inside. Indeed, my lord speaks wisely. Having anticipated your return, His Majesty cleared his schedule for this afternoon, completing his tasks in the morning. He has also invited you to dine in the palace tonight. Wang De's words conveyed multiple implications. Notably that the emperor held Li Xiang in high regard and was pleased with his endeavors. Otherwise, such an invitation to a banquet would be unlikely. I hear that Wang Gonggong has recently purchased a residence in the southern part of the city, given the distance yet to cover. Li Xiang felt compelled to engage in conversation, lest the silence become awkward. In response to your highness, my family still has nephews and nieces. They have sought refuge with me, and I must find them a place to stay. Wang De's tale was one of sorrow. Once, he had 4 or 5 siblings. Yet his parents had sent him to the palace while the others thrived at home. A subsequent flood had decimated his family, leaving only his nephews and nieces to seek solace with him, as the rest of his kin perished. Originally, Wang De was reluctant to involve himself with these 2 individuals, as the Wang family had previously treated him poorly. However, they are his own blood relatives, and thus he had no choice but to purchase a residence in the southern city to settle them down. This matter was conducted with utmost secrecy, and very few outside were aware of it. How did the prince come to know? Suddenly, Wang De recalled that the prince held a position within the imperial city office. Although he had not exercised his authority in the capital, his subordinates had remained vigilant, indicating that they were well informed about matters, including the acquisition of a new residence. On this occasion, I returned from Tuyahun with numerous fine steeds, which I have already sent to you. A newly purchased home deserves some good livestock, along with 20 slaves from Tuyahun. You may handle them as you see fit. Should they prove disobedient, you are free to discipline them as you wish. The items dispatched by Li Xiang may not hold great value, yet Wang De wore a broad smile. It is worth noting that Li Xiang has become quite influential, not only among the imperial heirs but also within the royal court. The fact that such a prominent figure would send gifts through a eunuch is indeed a cause for joy. That is delightful. I must thank His Highness in advance. Wang De remarked as he walked, nearing the Hall of Governance, where both men fell silent. There exists an ironclad rule against personal connections between internal and external ministers, which has nearly become a mere formality, as they might as well be seated at the same table. Emperor Li Chengqian wished to address this issue, but after so many years of practice, it was challenging to intervene. His Highness, the Crown Prince, ascends the throne. Wang De entered to deliver his report, and within 2 minutes, the young prince hurried out to announce the news. Li Xiang adjusted his purple golden crown and checked his attire, ensuring everything was in order before casually making his way into the Hall of Governance, having been away for over a few months. Emperor Li Chengqian sat upon his throne, having just reviewed memorials. Upon seeing Li Xiang enter, the old man nodded with satisfaction. Li Xiang sensed that Li Chengqian regarded him with the perspective of a successor. Yet the warmth of paternal affection that he shared with Li Chengqian was notably absent. This dynamic was entirely understandable. Li Chengqian had spent more time with his father, while Li Chengqian prioritized the greater good of the Tang dynasty. He was first and foremost the emperor, and only then Li Xiang's grandfather. Any disruption to this hierarchy could lead to chaos in the realm. Long live our emperor, forever and always. Li Xiang did not intend to perform the traditional 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations, yet with Chancellor Feng Xianling present, he felt compelled to act with decorum to avoid drawing the chancellor's ire. The recent southern campaign was commendable. Qin Xiong had already returned the memorials, and I am well aware of your actions on the grasslands. You have certainly upheld my imperial dignity. Li Chengqian's elation carries a deeper significance. It harkens back to his days of conquering the world from horseback, a time when he was undeniably among the most formidable generals. However, once he ascended the throne, neither his sons nor his grandsons proved capable of engaging in battle, a situation he found untenable. Over time, this became a source of inner turmoil for him. While it was not imperative for the emperor to take to the battlefield, it was essential for the royal family to possess a capable warrior. Otherwise, it would invite criticism that the Tang dynasty was in decline. The emergence of Li Xiang served to alleviate this persistent concern. Chapter 194, Bloodletting the Tiger. After exchanging pleasantries with Fang Xianling, Li Xiang took a seat beside him, a privilege he technically did not possess. However, Emperor Li Shimin was not one to adhere strictly to formalities. As long as the occasion was not overly grand, those present could find a place to sit. This informality was one of the reasons for the harmonious relations between the ruler and his ministers during the Jingguan era. Are you somewhat disheartened by my decision? You have successfully secured the grasslands at the front, yet I have lost them here in the court, Li Shimin remarked, a tinge of discomfort evident in his heart. As a sovereign, and indeed the ruler of the realm, he was not without his tempers. Yet, faced with a coalition of powerful families, he was reluctant to confront them directly, knowing that while a confrontation might yield a 40% chance of success, victory would plunge the entire Tang dynasty into chaos. Reminiscent of the tumultuous final years of the Sui dynasty, Fang Xianling observed Li Xiang with keen interest. The emperor's query, though seemingly straightforward, held the potential for an answer that could leave an indelible impression on the sovereign. Your Majesty stands in a position of great authority and foresight. Having made such a decision, it must be grounded in sound reasoning. While the Tang dynasty appears prosperous and stable on the surface, the common populace remains oblivious to the underlying complexities, which may lead to various criticisms. I hope your Majesty will not take such sentiments to heart. Li Xiang's response was measured and conventional, lacking in flair yet sufficiently acceptable. You speak wisely. Although these prominent families outwardly submit to the court, they are undoubtedly akin to wolves and tigers. For now, the court maintains its dominance, preventing them from revealing their fangs. However, should the court suffer defeat against the Tiyuan, it is likely that they will be emboldened. The reason the war had not escalated was due to Li Shimin uncovering certain truths, particularly regarding the essential military provisions. The Tang court was unable to provide full support, necessitating negotiations with the influential families, a substantial vulnerability. Should the Tang forces advance southward without adequate supplies, the Tiyuan might dictate terms, potentially resulting in the loss of vast territories. The outcome of battles is precariously fragile. Therefore, even though Li Xiang commanded troops, he considered the wisdom of retreating while ahead, aware that an unstable rear could jeopardize the entire court should the front line stretch too far. Has your grandfather discovered anything? Li Xiang noted Li Shimin's firm conviction that the Tang would emerge victorious. Having returned as the general of the left divine martial army with his formidable troops, it was inconceivable that Li Shimin would maintain them without purpose. He must have some inkling of who was obstructing matters. The Wang family of Taiyuan has been colluding with the Tiyuan, Li Shimin said through clenched teeth. While it was possible for various families to harbor such individuals, others had not been implicated. The correspondence from the Wang family remained in Li Shimin's possession, containing discussions of treachery. Upon learning it was not the Cui family of Qinghe, Li Xiang felt a sense of relief. In the course of dealing with Master Cui, Li Xiang came to realize the formidable nature of this family. If he were to stand opposed to them, he currently lacked the confidence to do so. However, when it came to the Taiyuan Wang family, matters would be considerably more manageable. Intriguingly, Li Xiang harbored a peculiar notion. Perhaps the Cui family's vulnerabilities lay in the hands of the emperor, who, aware of the complexities involved with the Cui family, chose to target the softer fruit first, thus prioritizing the Taiyuan Wang family. Did his grandfather intend to take legal action against them? Li Xiang struggled to decipher Li Shimin's intentions and decided to cautiously explore his own potential role in the matter. Although there was evidence, it was insufficient to secure a solid case. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Li Xiang understood the situation. The evidence might have been pieced together from various sources, coupled with human reasoning. While they could discern the truth, articulating it clearly would be a challenge, as mere reasoning cannot constitute evidence. The Taiyuan Wang family had existed for centuries as a substantial aristocracy, and relying solely on inference to dismantle them was an insurmountable task. Do you have a solution? Li Shimin inquired, his gaze fixed on Li Xiang. The Taiyuan Wang family had already transgressed Li Shimin's limits, and if they were not dealt with, he feared he would be unable to sleep soundly. The fact that enemies were continuously being informed of their moves from so close was alarming. Has your grandfather considered forming alliances? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin immediately grasped the implication. The Taiyuan Wang family had adversaries even among the 5 surnames and 7 noble families. Li Xiang suggested that they unite with these factions, as a well-coordinated effort could lead to the downfall of the Taiyuan Wang family. However, if that were to occur, The spoils would be divided among the court and other collaborators, which might inadvertently strengthen the other prominent families. Your proposal is akin to negotiating with a tiger for its skin. The various families have already reached their limits. Allowing them to continue their expansion could lead to a situation where they become unwieldy, Li Chengqian countered, shaking his head in disapproval of Li Xiang's suggestion. He had initially anticipated a more insightful proposal from Li Xiang, but it seemed he was no different from others, lacking constructive ideas. Perhaps still unfamiliar with the intricacies of court affairs after returning from the front lines. Rest assured, even in negotiating with the tiger for its skin, I will seize the opportunity to draw blood from it, Li Xiang asserted. At this moment, Fang Xianling exchanged a glance with the emperor. Today, Fang Xuanling's role was that of an attentive listener, without interjecting his own opinions. He was there to glean Li Xiang's thoughts. If they proved practical, he would begin to identify flaws, and once they were addressed, action could be initiated. How do we draw blood from them? Li Chengqian spoke with a hint of urgency. He considered himself the mightiest tiger of the Tang dynasty, yet there were smaller tigers surrounding him, some even lurking within his own courtyard. These smaller tigers were exceptionally fierce and had begun to threaten his very existence. Although, for the time being, they still respected him as the king of tigers. The future held uncertainties. Should hostilities arise, he might not escape unscathed from the onslaught of the pack. The Tuyuhan have given us vast grasslands. Li Xiang's words left both the emperor and Fang Xianling perplexed. So, how do you plan to extract concessions from their respective clans? Chapter 195. The prairie is their grave. Li Chengqian cast a glance at Fang Xianling, only to find a look of bewilderment mirrored on his face. Among all the officials of the Tang dynasty, Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling possessed the sharpest intellects. If even Fang Xianling struggled to grasp the intricacies of the matter, it indicated that Li Xiang's plan remained elusive to all. Having just returned from the vast expanse of the Tuyuhan grasslands, while they might accept the territory, the prospect of shedding blood over it seemed fraught with difficulty. Li Chengqian mused. Perhaps my grandfather is unaware of the true enormity of this pasture. Abundant in lush water and grass, we could arrange for them to send representatives to survey the land. Once they comprehend the pasture's potential, the price will undoubtedly escalate. My bank has already dispersed all available funds, indicating they are prepared with substantial capital and are ready to engage in fierce competition over this matter. Li Xiang's strategy was remarkably straightforward: to acquire the pasture at an exorbitant cost. Naturally, once secured, they would not let the land lie fallow. They would surely employ personnel to manage the herding and ensure the area's safety, incurring considerable expenses in the process. When their development reached a certain stage, Li Xiang would personally visit the prairie, for he had acquaintances among several prominent families there. Should the circumstances align favorably, the bloodshed from these families would be significant. Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian and Fang Xianling were left agape, astonished by Li Xiang's audacity. They could scarcely fathom such a bold scheme, and if it were to leak, it could spell disaster for the entire court. Moreover, could the Tuyuhan people be trusted? This plan is exceedingly reckless. A single misstep could lead to total ruin. Li Chengqian shook his head, expressing his skepticism. Furthermore, various families have their own representatives among the Tuyuhan. If they were to learn of our intentions, we would find ourselves in a precarious position, conspiring with outsiders to exploit our own kin's resources. Would that not render the court complicit in the very actions of those families? Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have already tasked Zait-Erk with orchestrating this endeavor, and there shall be no chance of any information leaking, Li Xiang stated, though his words were somewhat vague, indicating that plans had been set in motion long before now. Your Highness, allow an old minister to speculate. You must have made thorough preparations. Should any possibility of a leak arise, you would bury all involved in the Tuyuhan grasslands. Fang Xianling remarked, sensing the gravity of the situation. It was hard to believe that such a scheme originated from a mere 14-year-old. If true, it would indeed be immensely beneficial for the Tang dynasty, which required a ruler of such ironclad resolve. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Li Chengqian realized, understanding that Zait-Erk was merely a tool in this grand design. No wonder Li Xiang was so insistent on bringing him along. He had foreseen this very scenario. This is merely a preliminary plan. After all, once they conquer the vast grasslands, any large-scale investments there will not materialize until 3 years hence. During this span, we must exercise great restraint and avoid rash actions. If the various families in the interior do not relinquish their enterprises willingly, it will be challenging for us to inflict harm upon them. The Tuyuhan grasslands represent a burgeoning industry, and this is our sole opportunity. Li Xiang's words received the endorsement of Li Chengqian and Fang Xianling. Indeed, as he indicated, the prominent families have flourished in the interior for many years, inundating the regions with a plethora of officials and wealthy magnates. Regardless of the court's intentions, these individuals are always the first to receive word, thereby intertwining their fates with that of the court. it becomes difficult to discern who is friend and who is foe, leading to the possibility that the court may ultimately face defeat, as these figures operate from the shadows. However, the Tuyuhun grasslands are entirely different. They currently resemble a blank canvas. The establishment of the protectorate serves as a sieve, meticulously recording anyone departing from Liangzhou City. By cataloging all individuals, we can analyze them and easily differentiate between friend and foe. Furthermore, their substantial investments in this region will inevitably lead to a diminishment of their enterprises in the interior, presenting us with a chance to encroach upon their holdings. Yet, what if they thrive in the Tuyuhun grasslands? Would that not grant them an advantage? Although the emperor has decreed that the Tuyuhun grasslands be entrusted to the prominent families, he is internally grappling with the implications. If this truly serves as an opportunity for them to flourish, he could very well become the architect of the Tang dynasty's downfall. The emperor's concern is indeed a source of confusion. To elevate a region requires immense human and material resources, while the opposite is far more easily achieved. Li Xiang's remarks nearly elicited a laugh from Fang Xianling, for this young man certainly stands apart from the rest. Moreover, in the past, their enterprises were dispersed throughout the interior, making it difficult for us to strike. Yet, they have unwittingly provided us with an opening by uniting to exert pressure on the court, compelling it to assign the Tuyuhun grasslands to them. This necessitates that they concentrate a quarter of their financial resources on the acquisition and development of the grasslands. Should we deliver a decisive blow? How significant would their losses be? Upon concluding his statement, a smile graced Li Shimin's face. Indeed, as Li Xiang analyzed, had the prominent families remained docile in the interior, it would have been challenging for us to find an opportunity to act. However, now that they voluntarily invest heavily in an unfamiliar territory in pursuit of prospects, the potential for missteps increases. We merely need to observe patiently. Should they reveal even a hint of complacency, we shall strike with considerable force. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Fang Xianling had already risen to express his congratulations. His task was to formulate a comprehensive plan, and now, with Li Xiang's insights, he had to begin devising the entire strategy. He might encounter some formidable obstacles along the way, and at that point, he may need to consult Li Xiang. It is easier said than done. This fellow could casually utter a few words, leaving many people overwhelmed with work. The emperor also breathed a sigh of relief. Although this approach might not necessarily succeed, it at least offered a viable direction for development. Indeed, this grandson is quite capable. Chapter 196. The matter of gunpowder. The conversation amongst several individuals swiftly led to the dinner, and naturally, Fang Xianling remained in the palace, which was not an uncommon occurrence for a prime minister. I have heard that you have utilized a new substance on the grasslands. Is it the gunpowder you mentioned before? After addressing serious matters, the emperor began to inquire about gunpowder. Originally, Li Xiang intended to present it to the emperor, but due to the situation with the Tuyuhun, this matter was postponed. Moreover, at that time, the emperor did not regard it with much seriousness, believing that its power was not as formidable as Li Xiang had claimed. Li Xiang had his own thoughts regarding his grandfather's intentions. Gunpowder, in this current era, was a monopolized commodity. Although Li Xiang wished to improve the fortunes of the Tang dynasty, it was not yet his to command, thus he must retain control over gunpowder. Indeed, it is the gunpowder I previously spoke of. According to Li Shimin's thoughts, he believed Li Xiang to be cunning. Even if he were to ask earnestly, Li Xiang would never concede. To his surprise, Li Xiang admitted it so readily, leaving Li Shimin at a loss for words. I have also heard that this gunpowder possesses tremendous power, which is one of the reasons for your highness's victory on the grasslands. If all of our Tang forces were equipped with such gunpowder, the national strength of the Tang would surely at least double. Would neighboring nations dare to engage in conflicts with us upon witnessing the might of such weaponry? Fang Xianling was well aware of Li Shimin's thoughts and promptly steered the conversation in that direction. Indeed, the minister was correct. However, gunpowder is as precious as gold. Equipping all of the Tang's forces with it would entail considerable expense. With a single statement from Li Xiang, the fervor of their discussion was instantly extinguished. If the value of gunpowder were to equal that of gold, it would be impractical to equip on a large scale. Both men had speculated on the value of gunpowder. Undoubtedly, it was quite expensive, but certainly not on par with gold. Yet, without the secret formula, which was solely in Li Xiang's possession, they could only defer to his words. However, according to reports from spies on the front lines, gunpowder was indeed exceedingly rare. Officers at all levels strictly mandated their subordinates to weigh all gunpowder, and any loss, no matter how slight, required a written explanation. Failure to provide a satisfactory account would result in severe punishment, regardless of one's background. Grandfather, do not doubt my words. I speak nothing but the truth. Here are the materials for gunpowder. Li Xiang promptly produced a piece of paper from his pocket, detailing the components of gunpowder. Of course, The information was a mix of truth and fabrication, with some elements added by Li Xiang himself. Li Chengqian hurriedly instructed Wang De to take it, cherishing it as a treasure. Though he was unfamiliar with certain materials, he recognized that the known components were indeed very costly. If this formula were to be utilized, while it may not equate to gold, it would be quite close. Among these materials, there are several exceedingly rare substances. Even with our utmost efforts to procure them, it is unlikely that we will acquire a substantial amount. Thus, in the matter concerning Tuyuan, Xuanzi agrees to engage in negotiations. Should there be an ample supply of gunpowder, Xuanzi would undoubtedly lead his troops southward to obliterate Tuyuan without hesitation. Li Xiang's words are a blend of truth and deception. In reality, he possesses sufficient gunpowder. However, as various prominent families seized the fruits of Li Xiang's efforts in Tuyuan, he had already begun to orchestrate this affair. Since you wish to claim this apple for yourselves, I shall ensure that it becomes a poisoned apple instead. You should safeguard this substance for now, as the artisans of the court are unlikely to recreate it. Nonetheless, it must remain confidential. Given its rarity, it is best to temporarily retain it within your army. As for what has already been consumed, report it directly to the Ministry of Revenue. Is it possible to install some around the palace walls? Li Chengqian recalled the incident at the Xiongnu Gate. Should anyone dare to instigate another coup, he is confident he could suppress it. However, possessing such a potent material would undoubtedly enhance his odds. Positioning forces on the walls to shoot down from above is indeed an excellent strategy. Xuanzi promptly arranged for the procurement of gunpowder at critical locations along the walls but insisted that his grandfather appoint trustworthy guards, especially for such volatile materials. If their weight is not monitored daily, should they fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, the safety of the palace would be jeopardized. Gunpowder is a double-edged sword. If Li Xiang entrusted entirely to the system soldiers, there would be no concern about it leaking, not even a gram. However, once it enters the hands of Li Chengqian's men within the palace, the situation becomes precarious. For the time being, proceed with preparations. I shall arrange the remaining matters. Although Li Chengqian has yet to witness the full extent of gunpowder's capabilities, he has received several reports and can surmise its potential. Naturally, placing such materials within the palace requires utmost caution. Only those who are loyal may be permitted access. Fang Xianling stood nearby, somewhat disheartened. He was aware that Li Xiang might be scheming, yet any other individual would likely do the same, as this is no trifling matter. If it could facilitate the entirety of the Tang dynasty, then the garrison at the borders could be reduced by more than half, thus diminishing the treasury's expenditures. Currently, Li Xiang's institute is situated within the imperial city, granting them an opportunity. If the artisans from their faction can successfully develop it, the costs may significantly decrease. Certainly, Li Xiang is cognizant of their intentions, which is why he has only presented a basic form of black powder. This substance has limited power, and even if they manage to develop it, it would take a decade or two. By then, we will have already transitioned to smokeless powder, rendering us unafraid of their technological advancements. In terms of science, we shall undoubtedly lead the world, with control firmly in our own hands. Although the meal did not meet their respective expectations, it was nonetheless quite satisfactory. Li Xiang was granted a 30-day leave, which includes his soldiers, after which they are to report to the northern garrison for duty. Your Highness, Li Xiang and Fang Xianling departed from the Hall of Governance together. Although Fang Xianling typically refrained from initiating conversation, he nonetheless called out to Li Xiang after descending from the Grand Hall. Do you have any guidance, Minister Fang? In the presence of this esteemed advisor of the Tang dynasty, Li Xiang humbly bowed and sought counsel. For this individual had profoundly influenced nearly all policies during the Jingguan era, and was certainly no ordinary figure. Chapter 197, The Council of the Minister. Your Highness, you are exceedingly gracious. I dare not presume to offer guidance, merely engaging in idle conversation. Since Fang Xianling has expressed such sentiments, Li Xiang naturally felt compelled to accompany him outside, although a soft sedan chair had already been brought forth. The journey from here to the palace gate provided a splendid opportunity for discourse. Your Highness, being young and accomplished, now adorned with military accolades, has undoubtedly garnered influence both nationally and within the military. However, I wonder what your next endeavor may be. As an esteemed close advisor to the emperor and a key architect of the Tang dynasty's principal policies, Fang Xianling would not engage in trivial banter with Li Xiang without purpose. His words undoubtedly carried significant implications. Li Xiang pondered over each phrase, and suddenly it dawned upon him. This was a subtle admonition regarding his burgeoning prominence. At merely 14 years of age, having already attained the highest honors the emperor could bestow, if he were to continue on this trajectory, he risked overshadowing his sovereign. Even as the emperor's grandson, he could find himself under scrutiny. The emperor harbors a fear of ineptitude among his descendants. Yet he is far more apprehensive of those endowed with exceptional talent, perhaps akin to the sentiments held by Li Yuan when observing Li Shimin. Li Shimin, having experienced this firsthand, knew all too well that even as the emperor's father, he was compelled to consult with Li Shimin before making substantial decisions, leading one to ponder whether such a sovereign position felt somewhat constrained. Fearing a recurrence of this predicament, he thus entrusted Fang Xianling with the task of subtly advising Li Xiang, for the latter was but a youthful lad, with a long journey ahead. There was no need for haste in his ascent. Having returned from the battlefield, Li Xiang felt somewhat unwell due to climatic changes. This discomfort was particularly pronounced during mealtime. It may well have been the disparity in diets between regions. He contemplated seeking the physician's counsel for a remedy. Yet his grandfather insisted he assume command of the left divine martial army in the Northern Guard. Such a significant appointment, if declined, could potentially displease the emperor. Li Xiang's performance was commendably convincing, his visage betraying hints of distress. Yet, he spoke the truth. Many who returned from the south, apart from himself, experienced various ailments. Health is of paramount importance. Your Highness is still young and must not afford any lapse. It is imperative to consult the physician soon. The renowned Fang Taisher of the Imperial Medical Bureau possesses unparalleled skill in treating complex ailments. Your Highness ought to seek his expertise to restore your well-being. For there will be ample opportunities to serve the Tang dynasty in the future, and one must not jeopardize their health. Fang Xianling's words bore profound significance, gently cautioning Li Xiang not to dwell on immediate gains or losses. You are still in your youth, with many opportunities for advancement ahead. There is no necessity to seize the limelight at this moment, as such attention could render you a target. Fang Xiang spoke wisely. During the tumultuous days on the battlefield of Tiahuan, I often found my thoughts wandering to the splendor of Chang'an. Now that I have returned to this vibrant city, it is indeed time to savor the pleasures of life. I possess a considerable amount of property that requires my diligent management, though matters concerning my grandfather weigh on my mind. Li Xiang feigned hesitation, acknowledging that the imperial edict had been proclaimed in the presence of thousands of soldiers, and local officials across the regions were well aware of it. Should I return to the capital without assuming a post, discontent would surely arise, particularly among those returning from the battlefield. Could the emperor truly be so harsh on his meritorious subjects? Positions can be retained. Many ministers of the Tang dynasty engage in multiple roles, so this is not a concern. All that is required is for His Majesty to dispatch a deputy general to assist His Highness in managing the divine martial army, with His Highness merely needing to make appearances on the 1st and 15th days of the month, which would not impede his other duties. It was at this moment that Li Xiang comprehended the essence of relinquishing military power over a cup of wine. Though the likes of Song Taizu had yet to be born. Recently, Li Shimin had invited him to dine, yet did not broach the subject during the banquet. Instead, he had his trusted aide raise the matter post-meal. The approach may differ, but the intent remains unchanged. At merely 14 years of age, Li Xiang had already achieved notable accomplishments. Should he continue to command the Northern Guard, his prospects within the military would undoubtedly flourish. If he ever aspired to don the imperial robes, it would be difficult for Li Shimin to prevent such ambition, especially given the commendations from seasoned generals like Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin, which placed additional pressure on Li Shimin. While there had been many esteemed officials who praised Li Tai in the past, Li Shimin understood that their accolades were mere formalities. Li Tai lacked the requisite talents. In contrast, the endorsement of Li Xiang by generals across the hierarchy stemmed from genuine admiration, particularly from those known for their candor, such as General Qin Xiong, who held no fear of authority. In his camp, only those of merit could thrive, and his high regard for Li Xiang speaks volumes about the latter's performance within the military. I appreciate the reminder, esteemed minister, Li Xiang acknowledged, having discerned that Li Shimin intended for him to hold an official title while occasionally appearing in the left divine martial army barracks, creating an illusion that the army remained under his command. However, he would not be present daily, as Li Shimin would appoint a trusted deputy general to be the true leader of the left divine martial army. This situation exemplifies the delicate balance of wanting to maintain power while also preserving one's integrity. As a sovereign, one must navigate the complexities of various factions to prevent any single entity from becoming overwhelmingly dominant. Li Xiang's recent strides were somewhat ambitious, prompting Li Shimin to consider curtailing his authority. Moreover, Chang'an, as the heart of the Tang Empire, holds paramount importance. While Li Shimin would not interfere with armed forces numbering in the hundreds, a formidable contingent of nearly 10,000 would certainly provoke his concern. Should Li Xiang emulate Li Shimin's past actions and instigate a coup akin to the Xuanwu Gate incident, the military forces within the capital might find themselves ill-prepared to withstand such a challenge. Your Highness possesses remarkable intelligence and will undoubtedly comprehend the intricacies of the matter at hand. Thus I shall refrain from further elaboration. Enduring solitude in the passage of time, Your Highness is destined to become the ultimate. Fang Xianling also recognized that he had spoken too much, and with a hint of embarrassment. He offered a faint smile before ascending into the nearby palanquin. Li Xiang turned back to glance at the direction of the imperial palace at this moment. The sky had turned completely dark, yet above the Hall of Governance, it loomed like a fierce tiger, vigilantly observing the entirety of Chang'an and the Great Tang dynasty. Chapter 198, Becoming a Financial Tycoon. Regarding Li Shimon's subtle maneuvers, although Li Xiang felt a twinge of annoyance, he could nonetheless comprehend the underlying rationale. After all, these actions were undertaken for the greater good of the Tang dynasty. Should Li Xiang express his discontent at this juncture, it could potentially offer nefarious individuals an opportunity to sow discord, leading him to commit foolish acts with just a minor provocation, thus causing a rift between grandfather and grandson. The reason Li Shimon did not permit Li Xiang to remain in Tian was rooted in his own intentions to sever the ties between Li Xiang and the military, striving to prevent him from cultivating a personal image within the ranks, although such an image had already begun to take shape. Returning sooner rather than later would still yield benefits. Is my father still awake? Li Xiang inquired, noticing the lights still aglow in the grand hall. With Qianping stationed at the entrance. The Lord has been waiting for you. Qianping hastily rubbed his eyes. Since their return, the father and son had barely exchanged more than a few words in the carriage, thus Li Chengqian felt compelled to await his son regardless of the late hour. With their mother attending to the imperial consort at the royal garden outside the city, Li Chengqian was alone in the grand hall. Upon their reunion, Li Chengqian instructed everyone in the room to withdraw and entrusted Li Xiang's men with the oversight of the entire hall. He held little trust in the Eastern Palace guards, having suffered too many setbacks due to their past betrayals, wherein individuals he believed to be loyal confidants had leaked confidential matters. However, he had complete faith in Li Xiang's subordinates. Whenever significant discussions were to take place between the father and son, it was invariably Li Xiang's men who stood watch, ensuring that no information leaked out. This was a source of envy for Li Chengqian. How was it that at merely 14 years of age, Li Xiang had amassed such a loyal following? Could it be a legacy from his grandmother? Yet, today was not a moment for idle chatter. As Li Chengqian was eager to glean news regarding the emperor's affairs, Li Xiang had nothing to conceal, for in the days ahead, he would undoubtedly spend considerable time at home, making any attempts at secrecy futile. Exactly, Li Chengqian exclaimed after hearing Li Xiang's words. Based on Li Xiang's understanding of his father, the emperor's seizure of military power should have incited extreme anger. Yet, how could his father perceive the situation with such clarity? Why do you say that? Li Xiang queried, puzzled by his father's unusually calm demeanor. Surely, you believe your grandfather dotes on you, he continued. Indeed, he truly cherishes you. Among all the imperial grandsons, you must be regarded as the foremost. Even when considering all the princes, none surpass you. However, you must also grasp a fundamental truth. While you may stand at the forefront among the princes and grandsons, when compared to the vast empire of Tang, no one can surpass that. Li Chengqian was indeed once a crown prince, and thus it was succinctly stated that Li Xiang was the favored heir of the emperor. However, it is not yet the time to entrust the empire to him, and therefore, he must remain composed and patient. The father's words resonated profoundly, and the son made no excuses, preparing to recuperate at home. A smile graced Li Xiang's face, and witnessing this, Li Chengqian felt a sense of relief. It was precisely due to his inability to grasp this truth in the past that he had fallen out of favor with the emperor, mistakenly believing that since he was the heir apparent, the empire belonged to them both. In reality, such was not the case. Once one harbors ambitions towards the throne, they inevitably position themselves in opposition to the emperor. No one is more important than the emperor's realm. This realization encapsulated Li Chengqian's reflections over the years. Staying at home is not without its merits. Your uncles have found themselves in dire straits, their influence in the court dwindling. Particularly your ninth uncle, who, upon returning, has secluded himself within his residence. In the past, if the son had been sidelined at home, Li Chengqian would have been filled with anxiety. For the resources within the court are finite. Should the son remain inactive, there would be those eager to encroach upon his territory. Yet now, with both brothers out of the running and others lacking any real chance at succession, this concern has lessened. Li Xiang nodded in agreement, though he internally disagreed. Since the victory over the Tuyuhun, he had ceased to regard these two uncles as rivals, for they were unworthy of such a status. However, Li Chengqian's focus remained solely on these younger siblings, highlighting the differing perspectives between father and son. This time, the son was determined to make significant strides, not in the political arena, but in the realm of commerce. While he may not command the entire economic lifeblood of the Tang dynasty, he aimed to secure sufficient leverage. On the journey home, Li Xiang contemplated that since expanding influence within the military was currently unfeasible, it would be prudent to pause. He harbored no concerns regarding the loyalty of the few thousand troops he had exchanged, Although they had no overt ties to him in critical moments, he would still be their commander, exactly as he had always envisioned. "What are your intentions, my son?" Li Chengqian inquired. "Your commercial prowess is formidable. Your chain of Shi Daobao has proliferated nationwide, generating substantial daily revenue. Furthermore, your hotel conglomerate is nearing completion in several major cities." Each time Li Xiang's ambition surged, Li Chengqian felt a twinge of apprehension, for his son's ideas were exceedingly avant-garde. Every time they came to fruition, they rapidly transformed him into the greatest luminary of the Tang dynasty. While Li Chengqian welcomed the prospect of wealth, the sheer magnitude of the profits often left him uneasy. "That is merely the beginning," Li Xiang asserted. "The reason I do not allow you to save money, but rather encourage you to expend all your earnings, is to amplify our influence. Why do the prominent families wield such power across the regions? It is precisely because their wealth is substantial that, despite the many officials who assert that money cannot determine everything, I contend that they simply do not possess enough. The economic foundation indeed dictates the superstructure." This adage is far from mere rhetoric. Li Xiang confidently proclaimed, "How could ordinary individuals comprehend the world of financial conglomerates and tycoons?" Meanwhile, Li Chengqian, standing nearby, appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering the meaning of the phrase, "economic foundation dictates the superstructure." Had this fellow, after his visit to Tuyuhan, become utterly confounded? Chapter 199. Illness and seclusion. Before dawn the following day, the chief eunuch of the Eastern Palace hurriedly arrived at the imperial hospital, claiming that His Highness the Crown Prince was experiencing occasional discomfort. However, the outside world was skeptical. How could the Crown Prince, who had led troops in battle on the vast steppes of Tuyuhan, possibly be unwell? Nevertheless, Qian Ping had indeed summoned all the attending physicians from the imperial hospital, even those who were at home on leave, which was verifiable through records. This led to rampant speculation regarding the Crown Prince's condition. That afternoon, the Emperor himself visited the Eastern Palace and reprimanded several physicians, departing only at sunset. It was at this moment that everyone began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Perhaps the Crown Prince was genuinely ill. After all, the transition from the southwestern borders back to the capital was fraught with change, and even the healthiest of individuals could succumb to a myriad of ailments. History had shown that after the northern campaign, thousands of soldiers fell victim to disease, and it was conceivable that the Crown Prince might face a similar fate. Ensure that every one of you prepares effective prescriptions, should anyone fail in this task. Do not hold me accountable if I bring ruin upon their families. If my son encounters any misfortune, none of you shall escape unscathed." The previously composed Li Chengqian had donned once more the countenance of despair. His expression mirrored that of years past when Qingxin had perished. Had it not been for the counsel of the Crown Princess and others, Li Chengqian would have harbored thoughts of vengeance against the physicians of that time. Now, if not for the severity of the illness, how could he have reverted to such a state? Did he not realize that this ghastly visage would incite the emperor's disdain? Certainly, Li Chengqian's transformation was understandable. His prospects as crown prince were bleak, with the ever-present threat of being deposed by the emperor. Yet, due to the emergence of a capable son, he continued to reside in the Eastern Palace. Should his son succumb to health issues, Li Chengqian's future would be grim indeed. Some high-ranking officials, who maintained amicable relations with Li Xiang, such as Cheng Shuang and Chang Sanchong, sought to inquire after the situation, but were dissuaded by those of the Eastern Palace. Nonetheless, according to these officials, the Crown Prince's condition was indeed grave. Otherwise, the multitude of chanting monks would not be present. In the Tang Dynasty, it was customary to turn to monks when physicians were unable to remedy an affliction, hoping for their intervention in alleviating maladies. While this may seem ludicrous to modern sensibilities, for the people of that era, it could prove even more efficacious than a physician's treatment. As night fell, Li Xiang's mother hastily returned from the outskirts of the city, further fueling the belief that Li Xiang was gravely ill. Although many remained dubious, it was not uncommon for individuals to fall ill upon returning from the borders. Wei Wangfu, a bunch of fools. How can you be so inept at gathering intelligence? Is the Eastern Palace fortified like a citadel? What tales do you spin about your prowess? You claimed there was no information beyond your reach, yet now you prove utterly useless. Continue your inquiries. King Wei, Li Tai swayed his corpulent figure and remarked that ever since he received news of Li Xiang's illness, this fellow had been leaping about with excitement. Regrettably, he had not obtained any accurate information. Firstly, all the imperial physicians were stationed in the Eastern Palace, and none had emerged. Secondly, the Eastern Palace was currently on high alert, with Li Xiang's guards returning from the front lines, making it nearly impossible for even a fly to infiltrate, let alone gather intelligence from within. Xiao Jiu, you have just returned from the front lines. Do you believe this lad is truly unwell? Due to this matter, Prince Jin, Li Ji, had unexpectedly left his royal residence. Upon his return from the southwestern front, Li Ji felt like the jest of the royal family, thus retreating into his estate and ignoring the happenings outside. However, upon learning of Li Xiang's illness, he hastened to visit his second brother. His physique was as robust as an ox, having traversed the vast grasslands of Tuyuhan, each journey spanning hundreds of miles. If he were to fall ill, it would indeed be an extraordinary occurrence. In my opinion, this must be a ruse of his, though the motive remains unclear. Li Ji's animosity towards Li Xiang had now become overt, which delighted Li Tai. Until now, he had been the sole performer in the capital, while this brother had vacillated, failing to establish a clear stance. Observing Li Ji's current demeanor, Li Tai felt as though he had found a kindred spirit. However, it was illogical for this lad to feign illness. He had just earned merit on the southwestern front and was poised to command the left divine military, one of the 6 armies of the Northern Guard. Should this transpire, he would undoubtedly be the foremost among the royal offspring, even surpassing the crown prince in importance. Why then would he feign sickness? As Li Tai uttered this, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. For princes and grandsons alike, the aspiration for military power was universal. Alas, the emperor was exceedingly stringent. Regardless of one's achievements or military prowess, he would never delegate command. Just as Li Xiang had acquired this power, he suddenly claimed to be ill. The two brothers exchanged glances towards the northern direction, both harboring a trace of trepidation, yet neither spoke. Could it be the emperor's doing? Regardless, this presented an opportunity for us. As long as this lad remains absent from court, those ministers who had previously shown him favor might harbor alternative intentions. We shall act independently, swiftly seeking our allies to engage these individuals and draw them to our side, particularly those aligned with our uncle. Li Tai shook his head, resolving that regardless of whether this matter involved the emperor, it bore no consequence for them. They must establish their positions clearly, cleanse their minds of distractions, and expand their influence within the court. This was of utmost importance. Although Li Ji agreed from the sidelines, he harbored doubts about the situation in his heart. Despite our titles as princes, our influence, both within and outside the palace, remains limited. Furthermore, in light of the turmoil Li Ji has caused on the front lines, he possesses little faith in winning people's hearts. Even if someone were to approach us, it would likely be a group of ineffectual individuals. 3 days later, the Imperial Medical Bureau announced to the public that His Highness Changsun had overexerted himself and was suffering from a severe condition, rendering him bedridden for the coming months.